He was an incorrigible good guy, yet was shot in the head for standing up for someone. On the verge of death, he swallowed a mysterious blood and awakened the heaven-defying ability, Corpse Eater, consume a corpse to gain its abilities and attributes, and through this, he even obtained the undying body. From then on, death was no longer an end for him, but a starting point for becoming stronger. When he once again faces school bullying in a world filled with sin and injustice, he will use this undying body to launch the most insane counterattack against all darkness. Chen whistled as he walked out of the coffee shop, having just spent a pleasant afternoon with his crush, the school belle Wen Xiaolu. At a fork in the road home, he skillfully helped a disabled girl, Xiaolu, push her wheelchair across the street. This was a good deed he had been doing for 2 or 3 years. Brother Chen, you're about to have your college entrance exams. I'm afraid I won't see you much after this, Xiaolu said from her wheelchair, her figure appearing somewhat lonely against the long shadow cast by the setting sun. Chen smiled and comforted her, watching her leave. However, he hadn't walked more than a few steps before he heard a piercing screech of brakes and a vicious curse from behind him. Damn cripple, walking so slow, go to hell. A black minivan shot out from the intersection, ramming Xiaolu and her wheelchair, sending them flying into a wall. Bang! A gunshot followed immediately, blowing out the minivan's rear tire. Chen's mind went blank. He staggered to the girl's side, watching her spit blood, her head bleeding profusely, the oranges scattered on the ground like a shattered sunset. He tremblingly pulled out his phone to call for an ambulance. Clang! A bullet shattered his phone. Chen stiffly looked up, meeting the black muzzle extending from the minivan. You damn nuisance, get out of the way and die. Bang! Another bullet, this one striking Chen squarely in the heart. He could clearly feel the bullet tearing his heart apart, his life rapidly draining away. He fell backward, his last sight being the crimson sunset and endless regret. Drop your guns, you're surrounded. Several gunshots rang out from the distance. A white police car arrived, and a man covered in tattoos and wearing a trench coat stood out. The gun muzzle from the minivan aimed at Chen again. Bang! Just as the bullet was fired, the trench coat man stood in front of Chen. The bullet pierced his chest, and a spray of blood from his heart splashed into Chen's mouth. Ability awakened, Corpse Eater. Corpse Eater, consume a corpse to gain its abilities or attributes. Heart's blood, red quality, detected. Gained ability, undying. Heart reconstructing. Recovery successful. Entering a comatose state. After hearing a few scattered words, Chen completely lost consciousness. How is he? The surgery was a success. The bullet has been removed, and all his vitals are normal. The cold conversation woke Chen from his chaos. He shot up, gasping for breath, clutching his chest where only a stitched scar remained. His parents tearfully surrounded him, telling him he had been hit by a car and pierced by a piece of glass. Chen knew they were lying. The feeling of his heart being shredded was something no glass could replicate. What about Xiaolu? How is she? He asked urgently. She was killed in the crash. Her memorial is on the first floor, his mother sighed. Killed. The 2 words struck Chen like a hammer. He ignored his weakness and rushed to the first floor memorial. On the black and white photo, the girl's smile was still sweet. Young man, you are. An old woman in mourning clothes, Xiaolu's mother, recognized him. You must be Chen? Xiaolu often mentioned you, said you were a kind person. In their conversation, Chen pieced together a heartbreaking truth. Xiaolu had terminal cancer with only 6 months to live. She had been timing her grocery trips every day just to coincidentally meet him after school and talk for a few minutes. Today's tragedy happened because she had been waiting for him. If I hadn't helped her in the first place, she wouldn't have died. Chen collapsed to his knees, utterly broken. Overwhelming guilt and a raging hatred for the killers consumed him. He was convinced this was no accident. It was murder. He swore he would find those people and make them pay. Meanwhile, at a secret base belonging to an organization called the Nightstalkers, the tattooed trench coat man, Duching, was reporting to his one-eyed captain, Fong Ping. Shot in the heart, yet up and about in a few days? Fong Ping said gravely. It seems he has awakened an ability, and it's likely the same, undying, as yours. Duching, investigate him. If his background is clean, recruit him into your team. Back at school, Chen's world had changed. As he ate, notifications sounded in his head. Pork, white quality, consumed. Gained 0.01 strength. He opened his personal panel and finally understood his abilities, Corpse Eater, and Undying. He realized it was Duching's heart's blood that had saved him, giving him the power to resurrect and grow stronger by eating. He frantically searched online but found no trace of the Nightstalkers or anything about abilities, feeling a profound sense of powerlessness. Just then, an arrogant shout echoed through the cafeteria. The school bully, Wan Lei, was viciously tormenting a smaller student. The onlookers dared not speak, lowering their heads to feign ignorance. But the blood in Lu Chen's veins was boiling. In the past, he could only watch, but now, he had, undying. What was the point of having power if he didn't use it to change things? Hey, you, don't you think you're going too far? Lu Chen stood up. The cafeteria fell silent, everyone staring at him as if he were insane. Looking for death? Wang Lei was enraged, grabbing a chair and smashing it towards Lu Chen's head. Lu Chen didn't dodge. Crack! The chair hit his head squarely. Blood trickled down, but his expression didn't change, and the wound was healing at a visible rate. He snatched the chair back, holding it with one hand, his forehead bleeding, his eyes cold as he stared at Wang Lei like a devil bathed in blood. Wang Lei was completely terrified by this life-or-death aura. He had no doubt that if he didn't submit, that chair would come crashing down on him next. He shuddered and squeezed out a single word through his teeth, "Fine." Wang Lei stumbled and sat down on the ground, right in the mess of yogurt and food he had spilled earlier. The sauce from the food had conveniently soaked his pants. It looked just like he had wet himself. By the time Wang Lei realized what had happened, the short guy beside him had long since disappeared. Lu Chen had also finished his meal early and left the cafeteria. All that remained were the strange looks from those around him, each one trying to stifle their laughter. Ah! Wang Lei shouted angrily at the sky, then slapped his hands around in frustration. He looked like a petulant child throwing a tantrum, venting his pent-up rage. After a while, as he gradually regained his composure, Wang Lei slowly stood up from the ground. His school uniform was covered in food and yogurt, especially the area around his pants, which was damp and utterly embarrassing. Lu Chen. Class 1, Senior 3, I'll remember you. Wait for me after school. If I don't beat you into the hospital, I won't. Be called Wang. Dusk. At the school gate. A group of a dozen yellow-haired boys gathered at the entrance, glaring at every student who walked by. Brother Wang, damn, there really are some blind ones who dare to mess with you. Let's catch him. And kick him into the alley. There are no cameras there, and we can beat him to a pulp. Exactly, he really doesn't know how to write the word death. Damn, he jumps out like an idiot when we haven't even bullied him. Wang Lei cursed. He completely forgot about the promise he made with Lu Chen. When he comes out, we'll take care of him. Wang Lei waved his fist, his face full of rage. Time passed second by second. Inside Class 1, Senior 3. When Xiaolu, I'm sorry, Lu Chen, I have something to do today, I'm leaving first. Watching Wen Xiaolu dash out of the classroom, Lu Chen slowly looked around at his classmates, who seemed to be avoiding him like he was a plague. A bitter smile crept onto his lips. It was quite realistic. Lu Chen slung his backpack over his shoulder, put on his headphones, and turned on the music. Only in the ocean of music could he temporarily forget everything. Thus, Lu Chen walked alone toward the school gate. At the entrance, Wang Lei, who had been waiting eagerly, jumped up like a grasshopper when Lu Chen appeared, clapping his hands and shouting, "That's the little brat. Let's go!" Instantly, a dozen people charged toward Lu Chen. The surrounding crowd quickly parted like the Red Sea, creating a path. Lu Chen looked expressionlessly at the crowd rushing toward him. With his backpack on, he glanced at them and then continued down the stairs as if they didn't exist. Lu Chen, right. Damn it, you're looking for trouble, I won't let you off. Wang Lei waved his hand, and everyone surrounded Lu Chen. Looking at the people encircling him, Lu Chen slowly took off his headphones, his heart calm, and a hint of confusion crossed his face. Stop talking nonsense. Come with us, and we'll show you our power. Wang Lei sneered and walked ahead. The surrounding lackeys closed in on Lu Chen, and soon the group headed toward an unmonitored alley outside the school. On the street outside, a white sedan was parked. Inside sat a man in a trench coat, bare-chested and covered in tattoos, watching the scene with keen interest. School bullying, huh? This is a perfect opportunity to test Lu Chen's personal abilities. Duching pinched a cigarette with one hand, exhaling a puff of white smoke. Next to him in the passenger seat lay several pages of documents. Prominently written on them were Lu Chen, home address, place of origin, and other information. They had almost traced Lu Chen's family lineage back 3 generations. After confirming that he was of innocent background, Duching came over, preparing to follow Lu Chen for a while. He intended to have some incidental contact and then see what kind of person the other was. The Night Watchmen were an official organization, the guardians of regional peace, and when recruiting people, they naturally needed to clearly understand the character of those they were managing. A slight rustling sound emerged from the white sedan. A drone popped out of the car window and then flew up into the sky, heading towards Lu Chen and the others. Ha 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 ha, idiot, you actually dared to come here. There are no cameras here, let's see how you call the police. Even if you do, there's no evidence. Damn it, you're going against me. Get him. Even if you beat him to a pulp. I'll cover the medical expenses. After he comes out, I'll treat everyone to a big meal. Wang Lei said somewhat painfully. Instantly, everyone around clenched their fists and charged at Lu Chen. There wasn't much dialogue, clearly, they had done this kind of thing before. Lu Chen scanned the people rushing towards him. There were about 20 of them. This alley was a garbage alley. There was a lot of trash around, along with some broken bottles. The ground of the alley had some fine sand. Lu Chen roughly analyzed the surrounding scene and the number of people. Although he had never fought before, he knew one thing: it was essential to pay attention to the geographical environment before engaging in a fight. Now, facing 20 opponents, he was at a disadvantage. But with the blessing of immortality and the surrounding environment, if used properly, it was not impossible to win. 1 against 20, the advantage was mine. Die. Damn it. Wang Lei leaped and delivered a flying kick. Lu Chen quickly bent down, first grabbing a handful of fine sand from the ground, then reaching for a bottle nearby. With a swift turn, he hurled the bottle at the head of one of the attackers. Bang, the bottle shattered instantly, splattering a streak of bright red blood. Lu Chen held the neck of the broken bottle, the sharp edge pointing threateningly at the crowd. The people around were startled by this scene. They all took a step back. At that moment, they exchanged glances, looking at the person lying on the ground, silently swallowing their saliva. Old Hei, are you okay? Wang Lei glanced at the unconscious Old Hei on the ground and shouted at Lu Chen, it's all his fault. He knocked Old Hei out, let's get revenge for Old Hei. Get him. The crowd hesitated for a few seconds. Seeing that they might back down if he didn't say anything, Wang Lei hurriedly incited the crowd. There are so many of us, what are we afraid of? Besides, Old Hei was knocked out by this kid, we're avenging our friend. Which kid made the first move? We all saw it. We're just defending ourselves. Self-defense, my ass. A group of people beating one person. And it's self-defense? Haven't they read any books? A bunch of fools. Lu Chen sneered inwardly, tightly gripping the broken bottle. Do you believe what he says? Ha? Do you want to be used as his gun? I'm the one defending myself. You fools, so many of you shouting to beat me. Don't say I knocked one out, even if I killed 1 or 2 of you, it would be in vain. So? Want to give it a try? Come on. Lu Chen shouted. Lu Chen advanced towards the group. The crowd, however, exchanged glances. And collectively stepped back. Damn it, where did this madman come from? Isn't it said that Lu Chen from class 3 is a genuinely honest person? Damn, he's like a mad dog. Damn, I really feel like if this goes on, I might actually get cut. Wang Lei was furious at this scene and continued to rally, everyone, don't be swayed by him. He doesn't dare to kill. We have the numbers, we have the strength, let's get him. A person stepped out from the crowd, grabbing Wang Lei by the collar and coldly said, you talk so big, why don't you go first? Hee, Lu Chen hit the nail on the head, you think we're just your guns? Damn it, if you're going up, then we all go up. As this person's words rang out, the crowd erupted in cheers. Yeah. We're giving you face, and you won't go first, letting us die, Wang Lei, you're really not being fair. Just like that, Wang Lei was gradually pushed in front of Lu Chen. The people behind Wang Lei hid behind him, their eyes fixed on Lu Chen. Wang Lei's face turned increasingly pale, and when he faced Lu Chen's calm expression, he completely panicked. He swallowed hard, glancing at the comrade lying on the ground. Then he looked again at the bloodied bottle in Lu Chen's hand. Damn it, how did he get involved with such a madman? Now he really was in a difficult position. Go up or not? Go up. Wang Lei. Aren't you supposed to be tough? Yeah, the brothers are here to back you up, don't be a coward, go. This time, it was the group behind Wang Lei that started to cheer. However, the only one going up was Wang Lei himself. Once again facing Lu Chen, he trembled uncontrollably, filled with regret. He came to find a place to vent, not to lose face. Now, he had lost all his face and dignity. Hey, didn't I tell you to stop here? Lu Chen approached Wang Lei, speaking each word clearly. Wang Lei lowered his head, staring at the bloodied bottle in Lu Chen's hand, completely intimidated. He had always relied on his gang to back him up and bully others. But now that it was his turn to be bullied, he shrank back. It's all a misunderstanding, Wang Lei forced a smile. Misunderstanding? Lu Chen reached out and lightly slapped Wang Lei's face. Do you know what this is? For a moment, Wang Lei was confused about Lu Chen's meaning, showing a hint of doubt. The next second, a stinging slap landed on Wang Lei's face. At that moment, Wang Lei was in disbelief. When had he ever been slapped? He was always the one slapping others, never had anyone slapped him. Alas! Today, it happened. Lu Chen's voice rang in his ears. You don't even know what a slap is? I slapped you because you broke your promise, didn't we say to stop here? Why did you have to come over and let me slap you? Are you asking for it? Ha! Wang Lei was dazed by the slap, slowly regaining his senses, and shot a fierce look at Lu Chen. Slap. Another slap landed directly. Hee, I really can't understand what you're trying to show off about, Lu Chen said with a sneer. After delivering the slap. Keep showing that fierce look, aren't you supposed to be tough? Slap, slap, slap. After several slaps, Wang Lei trembled all over. He had never endured such humiliation. He shook his body, scanning the surroundings, and finally locked onto the bottle behind Lu Chen. Wang Lei silently knelt down. I was wrong, spare me. Lu Chen's hand, which was about to slap down again, slowly stopped. He grabbed Wang Lei's chin and lifted it, looking deeply into Wang Lei's eyes. This was not the gaze of a tamed dog, it was the gaze of a wounded wolf trying to retaliate. Moreover, just now, his eyes had been aimed at the pile of discarded bottles behind him. He wanted to grab those bottles? Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. He had seen through Wang Lei. He wouldn't let Wang Lei have his way. Isn't it fun to bully people? Lu Chen slowly began to speak. He let out a long breath. By the way, how do you bully someone? Is it just about beating them like a sandbag? Get up. Lu Chen grabbed Wang Lei's yellow hair, yanking him up by his locks. Then, with a knee strike, he slammed into Wang Lei's abdomen. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. If you don't submit, I'll beat you until you do. Don't you like bullying others? Don't you enjoy stepping on others to elevate your own status? Come on. Why aren't you shouting now? Ah. Lu Chen kicked Wang Lei's abdomen again and again. The resentful look in Wang Lei's eyes was completely shattered, replaced by a plea for mercy. He curled up like a large shrimp, begging, I am sorry, spare me. Please. Beg for mercy? Lu Chen tilted his head, a hint of amusement in his eyes, then slapped him hard. Smack. When that person begged you for mercy, did you let him go? If it were you, just a couple of hits, and you wouldn't be able to take it? Smack. Another slap landed on Wang Lei's face. Tears slowly streamed from the corners of Wang Lei's eyes. Bro, I was wrong, I won't dare again, spare me, spare me. I was wrong. The people around had long since run off. Only 2 or 3 loyal ones shouted at Lu Chen, isn't it just bullying? A waste? Damn it, isn't a waste meant to be bullied? Why make such a big deal out of it? It's as if we did something really wrong. Lu Chen tilted his head in confusion and asked, waste? Then what are you? In my eyes, you're also a waste. All right, according to your logic, a waste is meant to be bullied. Lu Chen tossed Wang Lei aside like trash. He walked towards the remaining 2 people. Drones hovered in the sky. The images and sounds were transmitted to the screen inside a nearby white sedan. Duching watched this scene and thought, this kid isn't going to go berserk, is he? This kid's style of action doesn't match the information. What kind of good person beats others so ruthlessly? Berserk. When an ability user is in an extreme emotional state, they can easily enter this state, leading to a drastic change in temperament, becoming brutal and cruel. The consequence of going berserk is entering a state of extreme rage, triggering the degree of mutation. If not promptly stopped, the degree of mutation can reach 100%, transforming into a mutated monster. They will lose all memories of their former self and become a monster that feeds on humans. Duching hurriedly got out of the car and ran towards the alley. By the time he arrived, he saw Lu Chen gripping a man in a school uniform by the throat with one hand, while another man lay on the ground, bruised and battered. Behind Lu Chen, a figure wielding a wine bottle suddenly swung it down towards the back of Lu Chen's head. Immediately after, the sharp, blood-stained bottle was thrust towards Lu Chen's heart. That person was Wang Lei. Die. It's all your fault. Everything is ruined. You made me lose face. It's all your fault. It has nothing to do with you. Why are you meddling? Why are you meddling? However, just as the bottle was about to stab into Lu Chen's back near his heart, smack, Lu Chen slapped Wang Lei's face and kicked him against the wall. He then slowly turned around, grabbing Wang Lei's wrist. That held the bottle. So, you still have some strength left. Lu Chen's other hand quickly tightened around Wang Lei's throat. Meddling? Why can't I meddle? What are you even worth? Is it really satisfying to step on others to elevate yourself? Now, I want to bully someone too, you just happen to be the unlucky one. Slap, a hand struck Wang Lei's face. What do you think you are? Slap, you think you're impressive? Slap. After about 10 slaps, Wang Lei could no longer endure it. He was so scared that he wet his pants and fainted completely. Lu Chen released the urine-soaked Wang Lei, tossing him to the ground like trash, and exhaled a breath of foul air. He then turned to Duching, who was standing at the intersection, and asked, Uncle, do you know them? Are you here to back them up? How about we have a little spar? Upon hearing this, Duching's mouth twitched slightly. This kid is really arrogant. Damn, it's the first time I've seen someone who can show off even more than I can. I acknowledge you. He glanced at the person lying on the ground, surveyed the area, and then relaxed his brow, letting out a sigh of relief. You actually have some skill, just the right amount of light injuries. Looks like it shouldn't be a case of powers going berserk. But didn't they say you're a good person? The resume stated that Lu Chen had done countless good deeds in his life, a true good person. He was usually approachable and had a good reputation. How come he seems so brutal today? This doesn't match the description. Is reality the one that strayed, or did the description go awry? Why did you act so recklessly? It's really strange. I never thought I'd be the one to call someone else reckless. Duching held his head, asking helplessly, Uncle, please, I'm kind-hearted, but I'm not a soft persimmon. If I don't fight with the intent to kill them, I'd be the one lying on the ground. Lu Chen shot a glance at Duching. He felt that the other person seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Lu Chen walked over to Duching. As the distance closed, Duxing's figure gradually became clearer in Lu Chen's eyes. Lu Chen's eyes twitched slightly. As he finally recognized Duching, a flicker of emotion crossed Lu Chen's face. You're the one who stood in front of me back then. Inside a white car outside the school, a burly man with a tattooed upper body, dressed in a pitch-black trench coat, sat in the driver's seat, smoking a cigarette. In the passenger seat sat a student whose chest was already soaked in blood, with a fair complexion and a face as if carved from stone, his thick eyebrows and large eyes giving him a spirited and handsome appearance. However, what was concerning was that his clothes were covered in blood, but it was all someone else's blood. Of course, even if it was someone else's, if someone saw this scene, they would be shocked, as Lu Chen didn't give off the impression of being a combative person. Lu Chen lives in Happiness Community, 18 years old. Father Lu Ding and Mother Lili run a small barbecue stall that does fairly well. The family's economic situation is considered middle class. He attended Hope Primary School, well liked by teachers and classmates, very kind-hearted, and almost always lends a hand when he sees someone in need. You don't seem very surprised, Duching said, holding the file and glancing at the calm Lu Chen beside him. Lu Chen leaned back, his gaze sweeping over the file in Duxing's hand, and he had a guess. Tentatively asking, Are you with the authorities? Duching nodded. That's right, I'm a member of the official special administrative organization. He had nothing to hide. This operation was to bring Lu Chen into the organization. Duching continued, I believe you've already noticed the unusual aspects about yourself. Lu Chen's gaze drifted to the car window, catching sight of the tipsy red sunset ahead, and his hand slowly covered his chest. The corpse eater gains abilities and basic stats by consuming corpses. The reason he survived the day was due to the unexpected acquisition of immortality. But how was immortality obtained? It was because the person in front of him stood in his way, and his chest was accidentally pierced, a drop of blood from his heart falling into his mouth. That was how he was reborn. Logically speaking, this person before him was his savior. However, that said, Lu Chen did not intend to reveal everything directly. One should not harbor malicious intent, but one must also be cautious of others. After all, at this point, Lu Chen was still unclear whether this ability could be taken away by someone else. In any case, it was best to keep part of it to himself and gradually reveal its value once he understood the circle better. There's a saying that gold will always shine, so there's no need to fear holding back a little at first. Lu Chen, are you hesitating to tell me? Duxing's voice rang out again. Actually, you don't need to hide it, because my approach to you means I'm confident. You have awakened your abilities. That day, you weren't pierced by glass in your heart, you were shot in the heart by a bullet. I believe that pain is unforgettable. Duching raised an eyebrow, recalling the first time he was shot in the heart. It was indeed unforgettable. It was a pain that penetrated deep into the bones, as if countless ants were crawling on his heart, gnawing at it. After all, immortality only means not dying, not that it doesn't hurt. At that time, Lu Chen fainted and was sent to the hospital. Duching thought Lu Chen was undoubtedly dead because the bullet had pierced his chest. Later, Duching went to the hospital where Lu Chen was, using his position to persuade the doctors to change their story. In the Tang dynasty, firearms were prohibited. If gunshot injuries were to occur, it could cause public unrest. Therefore, Duching went to Lu Chen's hospital to silence the doctors. However, what Duching did not expect was that Lu Chen actually survived. After that, Duching reported to his superiors. This led to the previous meeting where Fang Ping asked him to recruit Lu Chen into the team. Ability users are rare talents, 1 in a million. In Linjiang City, with tens of millions of people, there are fewer than 100 ability users. Duching is the captain of the 8th team. As mentioned before, his team currently lacks personnel, so the purpose of this trip was to recruit Lu Chen into the organization. Lu Chen thought to himself that he knew there must be some force behind the doctors changing their story. He even guessed it should be an official secret organization, just like what is written in novels, a mysterious official organization hidden from public view. But now that they had approached him, what was their true purpose? According to the function of the corpse eater, they should also possess abilities, specifically, immortality. So what did they want from him? Actually, my purpose is very simple, Lu Chen. Join us, and together we will protect a stable region, Duching. Laid it out plainly. Upon hearing this, a complex expression flashed across Lu Chen's face. I'm just a student. That's okay. Every newcomer to the organization starts off as someone who can't even tie a chicken, Duching replied with a smile. Joining. The organization won't disappoint you. We will give you a very respectable identity, like a graduate student from Tsinghua or Peking University, with an annual salary in the millions, a car, a house, and aside from not providing a girlfriend, we can basically arrange everything else. The words coercion and temptation were well executed by Duching. The earlier revelation of Lu Chen's abilities was a typical form of coercion. Now, it was a very typical form of temptation. In fact, Lu Chen would not refuse. He had been searching for this organization for days, wanting to join. Not to mention, the benefits could be said to be top-notch. With an annual salary of 10 million, even if one graduates smoothly from Tsinghua or Peking University, it's unlikely they would land a job with such a salary. Not to mention, the other party would also grant them a respectable identity. But here's the problem, with such advantageous conditions, Lu Chen certainly doesn't think it's something that can be obtained effortlessly. If I join the organization, what will I have to do? Lu Chen asked. Duching tilted his neck slightly, exhaling the last puff of thick white smoke, extinguishing the cigarette with his thumb, seemingly unbothered by the burning pain. He casually tossed the cigarette butt aside and rolled up the car window. He formally introduced, now let me give you a proper introduction. The organization is called the Special National Authorized Local Autonomous Management Bureau. That name is both long and unpleasant. We have a nickname that's passed down orally. Nightstalkers. Our job is simple, to eliminate all abnormal events that threaten the livelihood of the people. Kid, your ability should be immortality, right? This job is basically free money for you. What are you hesitating for? No matter how the missions go, you won't die, so why worry about it? This is the application form to join the organization. Sign it, and you'll be a member of my team. I'll gradually explain the organization's matters to you later. It's late now, and you wouldn't want to worry your parents, would you? Lu Chen glanced at the confident Duching, a hint of amusement flashing through his mind. He wouldn't die, but if caught and trapped, it might be worse than death. This job was ultimately very dangerous. However, if Lu Chen were afraid of danger, he wouldn't have been frantically searching for clues online these past few days. He was a good person, willing to go to great lengths for others. Since Xiao Lu had been sent to heaven early by that group of beasts, he would help Xiao Lu and send that group of beasts to hell. As for the people in the black van, I want to kill them myself. Lu Chen said expressionlessly, calmly, as if discussing not murder, but the act of killing an old hen, treating it lightly. Duxing's brow twitched. Damn, this kid has such a strong desire to kill? Speaking of which, he remembered that there was a little girl who had been killed by that group of beasts at the scene. She was still very young, only in her teens. Was he seeking revenge for her? Duching pondered for a moment, then nodded. As long as you pass the assessment and join my team, you'll have the ability to seek revenge. However, I can't guarantee that you'll be able to kill them yourself. After all, there are too many people who want to kill them. I'll sign. Lu Chen took the application form, quickly scanned what was written on it, and swiftly wrote down his name. Very good, your ability is immortality. Right? Just like me, I will personally guide you. Duching patted Lu Chen on the shoulder. He glanced at Lu Chen, whose eyes were dark and filled with the fire of revenge, and for a moment he thought of his younger self, who wasn't once a hot-blooded youth. Let me introduce myself, my name is Duching. Now that you're assigned to my team, you should call me Captain Du Captain. Du. And so, Lu Chen successfully joined the Nightstalkers organization, becoming a member of the 8th team. In the evening, a white sedan gradually took Lu Chen away from the school gate. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of a barbecue restaurant, Lu Chen got out of the car and waved to Duching in the driver's seat. Goodbye, Captain Du, see you tomorrow, shall we? Duching replied. Now that he had joined the Nightstalkers, Lu Chen's daily life would no longer be just about attending classes and taking exams. It should be said that attending classes and taking exams were no longer the important aspects of Lu Chen's life. Training was. Lu Chen nodded, then shouldered his backpack, feeling heavy-hearted as he walked into the barbecue restaurant. Joining the Nightstalkers was a matter bound by confidentiality. Naturally, he had no one to confide in. Yet, he had to maintain a semblance of normalcy in his daily life. It was somewhat of a burden. The more complex Lu Chen's feelings became, the less he smiled. Xiaoyi, you're back? Why are you so late today? It's almost dark. As Lu Chen stepped into the barbecue shop, He saw his father grilling skewers and his mother preparing meat nearby. A flicker of worry crossed his mind. Was joining the Nightstalkers truly the right choice? According to his original path, he should have gone to a good university, found a stable job, married, and then lived a happy life. But now, everything had changed in the car accident a few days ago. He didn't want to be a frog in a well, he wanted to be a brave eagle, to see the hidden storms and tsunamis behind this world, rather than being confined to a box, gradually wilting in a greenhouse. Moreover, he couldn't let go of Xiaolu's death. He wanted those people to pay the price. Mom and Dad, I'm home. He called out familiar words, and soon, under the cheerful laughter of his busy parents and their attentive gazes, Chen quickly headed upstairs. The first floor was for receiving guests. The second floor was where their family lived. Back in his study, Chen took out his textbooks from his backpack and opened his homework. Although Chen's life now included the Nightstalkers, his original life had to continue. In a dim alley, several men in white coats stepped down from a pitch-black van. Night had already fallen, and the only light in the sky was from a bright moon, casting a faint glow. The dim light illuminated the faces of the group, revealing black masks. The leading man wore a fox mask, with a pitch-black handgun at his waist and a syringe filled with dark purple liquid in his hand. With a sinister smile, he approached the three people lying on the ground. It really is effortless. I didn't expect there to be so many little white mice here. On the ground lay three students in drenched school uniforms, the 3 drops of water on their chests particularly conspicuous. Captain Yen, won't it attract too much attention if we inject them directly now? What if they escape? Slap, Yen. Bei suddenly slapped the man in white who spoke, his voice cold. Are you teaching me how to do my job? The slap nearly knocked the black mask off the man's face, and with considerable force, the man fell to the ground. Dazed from the slap, the man quickly regained his senses, cold sweat breaking out all over him, and like a centipede, he crawled to Yen Bei's feet, hugging his thigh and trembling. Captain Yen, I was wrong, I won't dare again. Yen Bei kicked the man over, leaving only a cold voice. If you make the same mistake again, I'll turn you into a test subject. The man shivered, scrambling up from the ground, standing at the back of the crowd with his tail between his legs. Yen Bei slowly crouched down, grabbing the hair of the person on the ground and yanking him up. Looking at the bruised face, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Yen Bei's eyes. How many days can you hold out? I really look forward to it. Sizzle, the syringe filled with dark purple liquid, with its long needle, suddenly plunged into the man's hand, gripping his neck. As Yen Bei pressed down with his thumb, the dark purple liquid was injected directly into the man's neck. The people from the sentient court beside him followed suit, taking out a dark purple syringe from an iron box and injecting it into the necks of the other 2 students lying on the ground. Yen Bei put away the syringe. I hope this test subject can hold off on mutating for a while. How long can they use their abilities normally? A day, or 2? I'm looking forward to what kind of surprises they will bring me. Let's cause a ruckus in these 2 days. At night, around 7 or 8 o'clock. Chen finished his homework, went downstairs, and started eating the meal his mom had prepared. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with the skewers at home. The reason his mom didn't let Chen eat them was simply that while they could be sold, they weren't cheap to make at home. An occasional meal was fine, but most of the time, his mom would cook something else for dinner, like steamed rice, hot buns, or noodles. For Chen, as long as it was made by his mom, it was delicious. He wasn't picky, he ate whatever was available. The meal was quite ordinary, but Chen felt that simplicity was happiness. Mom, another big bowl of rice. Okay. Mom Lu said with a smile, serving Chen a large bowl of rice. She didn't forget to pour a spoonful of thick soy sauce and rib soup over it and added a piece of rib for him. Dad Lu glanced over and joked, your mom treats you like a pig, 2 big bowls of rice? How could you possibly eat that? Usually, you're full after a small bowl. Chen smiled awkwardly and then quietly finished everything. Suddenly, both Dad and Mom Lu looked at him with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. When did you get so good at eating? Dad Lu asked in surprise. Mom Lu shot Dad Lu a glare. Xiaoyi just recovered from a serious illness, what's wrong with him eating a bit more? Then Mom Lu added another large rib to Chen's plate. We won't have rice, eat more meat. Thanks, Mom. Chen buried his head and started eating the ribs. At that moment, mechanical voices kept ringing in his ears. Detected consumption of pork, white quality, gains 0.01 points of the opponent's strength. Detected consumption of pork, white quality, gains 0.01 points of the opponent's speed. Chen wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that ever since awakening as a corpse eater, his appetite seemed to have increased. Originally, he could only eat a small bowl of rice with 1 rib and feel full. Now, he was able to eat 2 large bowls of rice and devour rib after rib. He was definitely a big eater now. If he started a food broadcast, wouldn't he become a huge internet celebrity? No, he couldn't start a live stream now. As a Nightstalker, he should avoid the news and stay out of sight. Speaking of which, at 1 o'clock tonight, Duching would come to take him to the base. It seemed like he wouldn't be sleeping. Tonight. At 1 o'clock in the morning. The barbecue shop closed. Dad and Mom Lu tidied up the shop and went upstairs to sleep. Chen waited until he heard the sound of his parents snoring before taking out his phone and sending a message to Duching, whom he had added on the way home. Chen, okay. Duching, got it, I'll drive over right away. Chen looked out the bedroom window. At the cold light illuminating the white ground. Half an hour later. A white sedan parked by the street on the white ground. A tall man in a trench coat got out and waved to Chen by the window. Chen understood and carefully held his shoes, stepping barefoot onto the windowsill. He climbed down the water pipe. Fearing that his shoes would make a scraping sound, Chen went barefoot. However, as soon as he started climbing down, he regretted it. It was really cold, his feet felt as if they were touching a water pipe that was like a block of ice, sending chills through him. Not to mention, the strong wind outside howled. And the cold air rushed into Chen's pant legs, making him shiver. After a moment of icy discomfort, Chen forced himself to jump lightly down from the water pipe. He quickly put on a pair of sneakers and hurriedly scrambled into Duching's white sedan. Inside Duching's white car, the heater was on, so it was warm inside. Originally feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Chen entered the white car and felt as if he was embraced by a spring breeze, the chill on his body dissipating instantly. Wow, I'm freezing to death, Chen exclaimed as he closed the car door, rubbing his hands together, his whole demeanor eager and restless. Duching, with a smile on his face, got into the car, closed the door, and turned to glance at the shivering Chen, teasing, when you jumped out of the window, you knew it was cold, so why didn't you put on your shoes? Chen paused for a second in his eager movements, glancing nervously at the window of his bedroom, murmuring, wearing shoes makes noise, I didn't want to worry my parents. Duching's expression stiffened, a hint of melancholy flashing in his eyes. Parents, huh? My daughter should be about your age by now. My condolences. To hell with your condolences, my daughter isn't dead. Duching gave Chen a light smack on the head, continuing grumpily, but as someone who awakened their abilities from a young age, she was taken to an ability training base. I don't even know how she's doing now. As Duching spoke, a trace of sadness crossed his face. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, clearly troubled, so he needed a smoke. In the future, my daughter's prospects will be bright. As an ability user trained from childhood, I can't even imagine how strong she'll be. Trained from childhood. Chen carefully pondered this statement and quickly caught on, asking, could it be that Team Do? Your daughter had abilities from a young age? Duching exhaled a puff of white smoke, turned the car key, pressed the clutch, and slowly lifted his foot as the engine roared to life. Duching's voice followed, yes, that's right, it's not a secret. Ability users are divided into acquired and innate. You belong to the acquired category, and of course, so do I should say that so far, most people are like this. Innate awakening refers to the children born to acquired ability users, who will basically inherit their parents' abilities. Outstanding individuals may even inherit all abilities from both parents. To protect innate ability users, all countries decided to concentrate them in one place for training until they turn 18, at which point they will return home. And every innate ability user is a person of limitless potential. Chen listened to Duching's lengthy explanation. Although Duching spoke lightly and comfortably, even emphasizing the limitless future ahead, Chen could see the melancholy in Duching's eyes. Chen asked a heart-wrenching question, as a father, are you really willing to leave your child in that training base until she can come home at 18? Duching's throat moved slightly, his pupils quivering, and ultimately he lowered his head, silent, continuing to drive. Outside, the cold wind howled, while inside the car, there was a heavy silence. At that moment, the white sedan drove along a mountain road, passing a warning sign that read, unauthorized personnel. Prohibited entry. Night infiltrators are enforcers who protect a region under the cover of darkness, but we are also human. Being human means having emotions and desires, and having distractions, Duching finally said. Chen wanted to ask more. Screech, the white sedan came to a stop. Duching extinguished his cigarette, we've arrived. Chen looked out the car window. Surrounding them was a forested mountain area, with a large pond nearby. A stone door, intricately carved with nightingales, was set into a mountain wall. Duching got out of the car and walked straight to the nightingale stone gate, slowly extending his hand. The nightingale on the patterned stone door seemed to come alive at that moment, its crimson eyes flashing with a sharp glance. Finally, with a click, the stone door slowly opened. Stupid kid, come with me, Duching said to Chen, who was watching from behind. Upon hearing this, Chen obediently followed. As Chen and Duching stepped inside, the stone door clicked shut behind them. Lu Chen followed Duching through the stone door, and the sight before him left him momentarily stunned. Outside the stone door was an ancient forest and mottled stone walls, but inside was a space filled with futuristic technology. Countless glowing blue lines were embedded in the smooth metal walls, extending into the distance like a circuit board. Several holographic projection lights floated from the ceiling, casting a soft glow that illuminated the entire space. A faint electronic scent filled the air, and he could vaguely hear the low hum of machines operating. What? Where is this? Lu Chen widened his eyes, looking around in disbelief. From the outside, it looked like a big mountain, and when the stone door was pushed open, Lu Chen thought it would be quite rustic. He never expected that once inside, it would be just like the plots in novels and movies, hiding such impressive high technology. This realistic 3D projection technology was something that didn't exist outside. Duching smiled, seemingly having anticipated Lu Chen's reaction. Welcome to the technology base of the Nightstalkers. This is our core command center and the starting point for our missions. This is a specially designated area, but for the sake of the base's secrecy, we chose this most hidden little mountain within this designated area. As Duching spoke, he led Lu Chen deeper inside. Soon, they saw a few figures. The figures noticed them and walked over. Hello, Captain Du, the figures said in unison. It seemed Duching held considerable prestige here. Duching nodded, glanced at the number of people, and frowned slightly. Where are Ling Tian and Tang Long? A petite and exquisite girl, dressed in a form-fitting combat outfit and draped in a large trench coat, raised her hand. Report, Captain Du, we detected energy fluctuations near Luoshui High School in the evening, so Ling Tian and Tang Long went to investigate the scene. After the girl finished speaking, she turned to Lu Chen, her curiosity evident in her eyes. You are the one rumored to have the same ability as the captain? My name is Tang Mengshang, Tang from, Meng from, and Shang from. What was your name again? Lu Chen. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. He was sorry, but he didn't want to be called anything else right now. Besides, his name wasn't anything else. Ha, Lu Chen, looking all fair and clean, do you have a girlfriend? Tang Mingshang's eyes lit up as she scrutinized Lu Chen's small face, which was fair and tender, with a chiseled jawline that looked quite good. Yao, do you have a girlfriend? A woman behind Tang Mingshang mimicked her exaggeratedly, teasingly. Sister Yi. I was just asking, do I look like such a casual person? Tang Mingshang's forehead twitched with a few black lines, and she crossed her arms, pretending to be angry. Yi Bingtang covered her mouth and chuckled, slowly placing a hand on Lu Chen's shoulder. I think this young man looks quite good. Although Lu Chen had seen the world while in bed, having two beautiful women teasing him in front of him was enough to make anyone blush. A slight flush spread across Lu Chen's face, and his mind felt a bit flustered. He even began to doubt whether his looks had truly reached some extraordinary level. But Lu Chen was self-aware. He admitted he was a bit handsome. But just a bit handsome, nothing more. If he were really handsome enough to make girls, then Lu Chen would have long ceased to be single. Wen Xiaolu would have already become his girlfriend. The reason Yi Bingtang in front of him said such things was that she knew it would definitely make him blush. It really was infuriating. Lu Chen looked at Yi Bingtang, who had her hand resting on his shoulder, and sighed, a hint of blood red flashing in his eyes. If you like my face so much, why not come a little closer to take a look? Lu Chen grabbed Yi Bingtang's wrist, which was resting on his shoulder, and leaned in closely, his fair and handsome face coming near to her eyes. Yi Bingtang was taken aback. She didn't expect Lu Chen to act this way. Logically, she should have been able to tease him into a big blush, making him shrink back like a gopher, right? But instead, he came forward? However, no matter why Lu Chen did this, Yi Bingtang wasn't someone who could be easily trifled with, even if she was a bit mischievous. Looking at the fair and handsome face so close to her, she felt that she hadn't really teased him. He was fair-skinned, a bit handsome, and quite pleasant to look at. But, that little rascal, he was getting a bit too close. Clang, a knee strike. Lu Chen reacted quickly, stepping back a pace and using both hands to shield his lower body. With Yi Bingtang's knee strike, Lu Chen was actually knocked back 4 or 5 meters. Once he regained his composure, Lu Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Although he had the ability of immortality, it didn't mean it wouldn't hurt. Thankfully, he had quick reflexes, and his physical condition had improved somewhat through the days spent with the corpse eater, allowing him to see and block the knee strike in time. Otherwise, at such a close distance, he would have really been in pain. That sharp sensation is something anyone who has been through school knows, not to mention the pain from a knee strike. Lu Chen found it hard to imagine how much it would hurt if it had landed below. Just like Yi Bingtang and the others, they didn't expect Lu Chen to dodge this blow. Xiaoyi, your physical condition is quite good. You should know that for an untrained ordinary person, dodging Bingtang's knee strike at such a close distance is almost impossible, Duching said, his eyes lighting up as he looked at Lu Chen with some appreciation. He really had struck gold. Not only did he have abilities like his own, but his physical condition was also excellent. He had to cultivate this gem well and not let it go to waste. Alright, stop teasing Lu Chen, especially you, Yi Bingtang. You've already messed up, go do what you need to do. Xiao Yi. Come with me, Duching waved his hand, signaling the others to return to their posts. He then led Lu Chen into a room filled with weapons. The room was filled with a dazzling array of cold weapons: swords, spears, halberds, axes, hammers, clubs, bows, crossbows, shields, darts, claws, and so on. There were also some firearms, pistols, rifles, submachine guns, machine guns, sniper rifles, shotguns, rocket launchers, grenades, bombs, landmines. If the cold weapons in front made one feel as if they had returned to the Warring States period, then seeing the firearms behind made one feel a chill run through their blood. These were all deadly items. Lu Chen had played games like PUBG and CF, but he never expected that one day these things would actually be displayed right in front of him. Duching glanced at Lu Chen and said, "Choose a suitable cold weapon. For the next few days, you will come here every night for practical selection." Practical selection? Lu Chen asked in surprise. Duching nodded. That's right, you need to personally try out those cold weapons one by one to see which one suits you best. Once a cold weapon is chosen, it basically means a lifelong companion. The weapon will undergo special forging by the relevant departments, and once selected, changing it requires a formal request, which is quite troublesome. So choose wisely, but you also need to choose quickly. After all, the sooner you finish selecting your weapon, the sooner you can proceed to the next stage of training. This puppet will be your training target. Duching pointed to a battered puppet not far in front of Lu Chen. Duching cleared his throat and explained, "It's not that we can't afford to replace the puppet, it's just not time yet, understand? We changed them once a year, and it's not time for that yet." Lu Chen nodded. "So, does that mean there are newcomers joining the team this year, just like him?" Lu Chen pondered and asked, "What about the newcomers who joined this year?" Duxing's expression suddenly flashed with a hint of sadness, and there was a trace of regret in his eyes. "They died." He didn't hide it, he spoke the truth. Lu Chen's expression changed. Died. These two words felt light yet heavy to him. Having obtained the immortal ability, Lu Chen naturally wasn't afraid of death. After all, he couldn't die. No, it should be said that it was very hard to die. Because the activation condition for immortality is linked to willpower, one would only die if their willpower was worn down. But as a human, there is an absolute fear of death, and Lu Chen was no exception. However, retreating out of fear of death was not Lu Chen's style. He chose this path, knowing it was fraught with thorns and barbs. Yet he still chose it. So now, he would not regret it. He wouldn't run back just because of a few barbs. What about those firearms? Lu Chen continued to ask. Duching glanced at Lu Chen, who was trying to appear calm, and couldn't help but feel a bit amused. This kid was clearly scared to death but still managed to act tough. He wasn't mistaken, this was a good seedling. He waved his hand, pointing at the firearms. "These are all modern weapons, with tremendous power, but the exoskeletons of the monsters can withstand the damage caused by modern weapons. Even if damage is inflicted, it's minimal. After all, modern weapons were not created to kill monsters, but to kill people. The handgun is the standard weapon. A month from now, you will participate in an assessment. After completing the assessment and returning, you will receive a certificate, and at that point, you will be a formal member of my team. As for the other large-scale destructive weapons, they are not meant for dealing with monsters. As I mentioned before, these things are for killing people, and as for who to kill, do you remember that black van?" With Duxing's words, the black van that had run over Xiaolu appeared in Lu Chen's mind, and a surge of anger ignited within him. He asked in a deep voice, "I remember. Those people are followers of the All Beings Court. The All Beings Court is an extremely evil overseas organization that has risen in recent years, often capturing ordinary people to conduct inhumane transformation experiments. They attempt to find and research potions that can grant people supernatural abilities, and countless innocent ordinary people have been captured and injected with potions, some turning into monsters, while others became test subjects bound hand and foot like little mice." Duxing's tone grew heavy as he continued, "Those firearms are meant to deal with these insane individuals. They not only harm ordinary people but also attempt to obtain supernatural abilities through illegal means, even going so far as to conduct live experiments, openly injecting innocent people with drugs, creating chaos and panic." Lu Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and asked, "Isn't it possible to eliminate them?" Duching slowly shook his head. "They cannot be completely eradicated. I should say, they have been eradicated countless times, but as I mentioned, they are foreign forces. Every time we eliminate a wave, new ones will come to lie in wait domestically, just like rats. That's why we refer to them as the Zongshengting rats." Duching patted Lu Chen's shoulder and said, "Alright, you need to familiarize yourself with these weapons as soon as possible, especially cold weapons. Although hot weapons are powerful, when facing certain special monsters, cold weapons can be more effective. Moreover, cold weapons will be your main weapons in future battles, so you must master them." Lu Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the various weapons in the room. As for hot weapons, Duching continued, "You also need to learn how to use them, especially handguns. Although their damage to monsters is limited, these weapons are essential when dealing with the followers of Zongshengding. Your future tasks will not only involve eliminating monsters but also dealing with those deranged humans. Alright, now choose a cold weapon and start training," Duching said. "Remember, be cautious when selecting a weapon, it will become an important partner in your future battles." Lu Chen walked to the weapon rack, his eyes scanning the swords, sabers, spears, and halberds. He reached out and picked up a long sword, swinging it a few times, feeling that it had a good grip. However, he did not make an immediate decision and continued to try other weapons. In the end, Lu Chen chose a saber. Strictly speaking, it should be a two-handed saber with a long handle, a true tang saber. The blade was long and sharp, feeling very comfortable in his hand. He swung it a few times, finding the blade light and suitable for quick attacks. Lu Chen struck the wooden dummy a few times, feeling particularly at ease. "This one will do." Lu Chen glanced at the long saber in his hand and said without hesitation. He was quite decisive. Duching showed a hint of surprise. "So soon? Are you sure you don't want to look at others?" Lu Chen swung the two-handed saber in his hand, slowly exhaling, "No need, this is it. The saber, the king of weapons, invincible and unstoppable. I like the saber's belief, invincible." Seeing Lu Chen's insistence, Duching nodded, a ripple of coincidence rising in his heart. He had also chosen a saber. It seemed the other party was on the path to becoming his closed-door disciple. Just like his own ability, it shouldn't have appeared. After all, no one had repeated the abilities of postnatal ability users yet. Perhaps this was a gift from heaven for him. "Follow me." Lu Chen followed Duching and soon entered a simple room, which was not as grand as the weapon room but simply had a few stacks of manuals. Duching pulled out a book on saber techniques from inside and casually placed it in front of Lu Chen. "This is the basic saber technique, start with this. This is a visualization chart, how much you can comprehend depends on your ability." Duching looked deeply at Lu Chen, then took out a leather drawing that had been folded 4 or 5 times from his pocket. Duching continued, "Concentrate, focus entirely, and let the distractions roll out of your mind." At this moment, Lu Chen had actually long since tuned out Duching's voice, his eyes were fixed on the visualization chart held by Duching, his whole body motionless. The white tiger in the visualization chart was stepping through the void, its wings made of flowing flames unfurling a radiant halo behind it. The dark golden claws carved fine cracks in the void, and the starlight leaping from the claw tips seemed to tear the laws of space into shreds. Golden patterns floated in the molten gold pupils, and every time the gaze shifted, it seemed as if billions of law runes were manifesting in the void. Most terrifying was the chaotic aura emanating from the white tiger, with every hair exuding a pressure that could tear through the void, as if the entire painting was trembling and wailing beneath its claws. Duching had not yet noticed Lu Chen's unusual state and continued to explain, "The visualization diagram is incredibly precious, almost every diagram is priceless. The one in my hand is the void-devouring white tiger visualization diagram. The visualization diagram can be used to observe internal skills, body techniques, sword techniques, and so on. Ordinary newcomers don't have such treatment, you little brat can just enjoy it in secret. Regular newcomers can only obtain basic internal skills and basic sword techniques." As Duching spoke, his expression suddenly became extremely strange, and he looked at the motionless Lu Chen. A hint of absurdity arose in his heart, and he silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "Damn, you little brat, you're not entering a state of unity with heaven and man, are you?" At this moment, Lu Chen had already transcended into the painting, gazing at the visualization diagram as if he were entirely immersed within it. The white tiger, stepping through the air, seemed to be right before him. The molten gold pupils flickered with ancient golden patterns, and the dark golden claws carved intricate cracks in the void. Most terrifying was the chaotic aura emanating from the white tiger, which made Lu Chen's skin feel as if it had been sliced by a knife. Lu Chen stared at the white tiger, not daring to move a muscle, fearing he might disturb it. Roar! The white tiger seemed to have noticed Lu Chen, its eyes filled with ancient golden patterns, countless shimmering runes flickering like laws of flowing light. Accompanied by the white tiger's astonishing roar towards the sky, Lu Chen felt as if the apocalypse was imminent, as if he were adrift in an endless ocean, sitting in a small boat, battered by towering waves and hurricanes. Suddenly, Lu Chen's retina burst with spiderweb-like blood patterns, and the metallic taste of rust surged wildly in his nostrils. This was not something a human should gaze upon directly. As his knees uncontrollably slammed to the ground, he heard the brittle sound of his arm bones snapping like dry branches. The chaotic aura swept over his skin, instantly carbonizing and peeling away, only to regenerate frantically under the influence of his undying ability, the newly formed tender flesh faintly shimmering with silver patterns resembling the white tiger's fur. Crack! The second wave of pressure hit, bending Lu Chen's entire spine into a bizarre arc. The shattered pupils reflected the trajectory of the white tiger's raised paw, which was clearly the starting stance of some sword technique. The arc of the dark golden claws tearing through the void was imprinted in Lu Chen's eyes, and at that moment, 2 blood seals were burning on his retina. In the midst of excruciating pain, his optic nerves regenerated 37 times, and Lu Chen finally captured the hidden changes in the white tiger's body technique and the claw technique it executed within the gale. Roar! The tiger's roar tore half of Lu Chen's face skin away, exposing his toothless gums, which trembled in the chaotic airflow. Yet, his nearly collapsing auditory nerves extracted a rhythm from the sound waves. The chaotic aura surrounding the white tiger actually corresponded to the pathways of the 8 extraordinary meridians. His shattered eardrum vibrated with the frequency of a certain internal skill, and his blood vessels involuntarily followed the chaotic trajectory as they regenerated. When the white tiger flapped its wings, stirring up spatial turbulence, Lu Chen's body, which had been restructured 426 times, suddenly moved on its own. The memory of the newly formed muscles drove him to strike out with a hand blade in a twisted posture. This clumsy strike actually cut through the oncoming gale, splattering blood that carved a 3-inch-long golden mark in the void. The once vividly alive white tiger had long since vanished. To be precise, Lu Chen seemed to have parted the clouds and mist, wandering through the visualization diagram before his spirit returned to his body. Lu Chen shook his head, looking at the familiar Duching ahead in the simple room around him, gasping for breath, his hands frantically touching his face and every inch of his skin. His face was intact, and his belly's skin was smooth and unblemished. At this moment, Lu Chen's heart trembled. Incessantly, the white tiger in the visualization diagram was too terrifying. Did everyone who came here to comprehend have to endure such torment? You little brat, how much have you comprehended? Duching's voice rang in Lu Chen's ears. Lu Chen, lost in thought, glanced at Duching, silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and instinctively recalled the white tiger that had torn his body apart countless times with just its roar. I don't know if it's an illusion, but if it weren't for the fact that I gained immortality, Lu Chen felt that he might already be dead. That feeling of being torn apart and ravaged was just too damn real. I haven't comprehended much, Lu Chen said absently. Duching frowned. How much have you comprehended? You just entered the once-in-a-lifetime realm of unity with heaven and man. Logically, you should be able to comprehend the incomplete sword technique or internal power. As Duching spoke, he didn't forget to draw out the long knife at his waist to show off. Back in my day, when I got this void-devouring white tiger visualization diagram, I was able to comprehend the incomplete sword technique, the white tiger true gang sword technique. The long knife tightly gripped in Duching's hand was instantly covered with a layer of dazzling white energy, its sharpness almost blinding. Lu Chen tried to pick up the long knife. He took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. Images of body techniques, sword techniques, and internal power floated in his mind. Finding the right sword technique, Lu Chen gradually began to circulate his energy according to his feelings. What Lu Chen didn't know was that as he circulated his energy, lines of light flashed around him, covering his entire body like tattoos. As Lu Chen opened his eyes, whoosh, pure chaotic energy burst forth from his hands, instantly enveloping the long knife. Its sharpness, almost at the moment of appearance, seemed to stir up a hurricane, instantly blowing outward. Duching was dumbfounded. Holy crap, this is this the complete sword technique that you comprehended? As Lu Chen activated the sword technique, his internal power unconsciously triggered, as if the gears inside a mechanical watch had to turn when time passed. The internal power continuously circulated, and the blood energy throughout Lu Chen's body flowed with it, emitting a dazzling white light. Lu Chen slowly lowered the long knife and began to sit cross-legged in meditation. Duching was once again dumbfounded. Wait, no way? This is roar. A brutal roar of the white tiger erupted from within Lu Chen. Duching, who was originally watching Lu Chen cultivate, instantly felt a blade of wind rushing towards him. Duching casually struck to defend himself, then stopped looking at Lu Chen. This was clearly the autonomous defense mechanism of internal power, prohibiting any peeking. Could this kid have comprehended internal power too? And judging by this momentum, it doesn't seem incomplete. Could it be complete? What the hell, is this a newcomer? He's a newcomer, and what am I? I've spent so many years comprehending just an incomplete sword technique. This, truly, no comparison, no harm. Duching's face turned a bit red. He had just been showing off a moment ago. Now he just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Roar, the roar of the white tiger came again. Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and each eye had an additional crimson talisman. The dazzling white light patterns all over his body flashed with an even more brilliant white light, a fleeting moment. The circulation of Lu Chen's internal power at this moment actually expanded by more than double. Feeling Lu Chen's aura, Duching's face once again showed an expression of disbelief. Did this kid eat some divine chocolate? Is it really this smooth? Is he breaking through the first realm, the body refinement realm? Is there something wrong? Back in my day, I was boiled countless times to break through the body refinement realm. I only broke through with the help of countless nourishing medicines. Lu Chen had just started cultivating, and he was breaking through already? Duching felt as if everything was unreal, as if he had been living as a dog all these years. Wow, this is truly unbelievable. This breakthrough is way too easy. But it should stop here. To have comprehended internal power and sword techniques just by observing a visualization diagram, both complete, is enough to crown him a genius. You have to know that among those innate ability geniuses, the most have only comprehended at most 2 complete techniques. 9 Tribulations Gang Step. Lu Chen suddenly stood up, his figure flashing through several beams of bloodlight, disappearing in an instant, then reappearing more than 10 meters away. Duching. No, can't we tone it down a bit? This slap in the face is a bit too timely, damn it. Duching was first taken aback, but soon felt relieved. Do you know what a genius is? Perhaps, this is it. A genius is a genius precisely because they can obtain what others have worked hard for a lifetime to achieve without adhering to common sense. Even those innate ability users who have been specially trained since childhood were instantly surpassed by Lu Chen. This level of comprehension, Duching had no choice but to admire. You must know that innate ability users' genius did not come overnight, it took many years of understanding. And what about Lu Chen? He was transforming right before his eyes. Before the transformation, he was just someone who had just awakened, an ordinary person who couldn't be more ordinary aside from having the ability of immortality. And after the transformation? Aside from having a somewhat low realm, Duching truly couldn't find any shortcomings in Lu Chen now. It can be said that as long as Lu Chen continues to cultivate smoothly and reaches a high realm, he will surely have a place in the circle of the Nightstalkers in the future. At this moment, Lu Chen was grimacing as he held his ankle. Only he knew just how treacherous these 3 completed techniques were. 9 calamity steps sounds impressive, but in reality, it requires actively tearing through spatial turbulence to split oneself apart when executed. Each step taken is accompanied by the pain of flesh and bone being torn apart, leaving behind a blood-red afterimage. Although it is indeed extremely fast, Lu Chen was sure that if it weren't for his immortality, a regular person attempting it would probably have their legs instantly shredded by the spatial turbulence, let alone successfully executing it. And then there's Devouring Void Evil Refinement, which is essentially a self-harm technique. Damn it! Just now, Duching didn't see it. After he turned around, every time he circulated his energy, it felt as if his meridians were being gnawed at by the fangs of a divine beast. During cultivation, black evil fire would emerge from the white radiant patterns on his skin, repeatedly burning his flesh and blood. If it weren't for immortality, could his small frame even support the rebirth of flesh and blood? And most importantly, what left Lu Chen speechless was this Rift Universe Evil God. Slash. The initial move Tear the Void requires actively breaking one's wrist bones to gain explosive power, while Shatter Star requires allowing the blade's energy to rebound and destroy the entire meridian of the arm. The White Tiger's Blade technique that he comprehended also involved a certain degree of self-harm, but who cares when they have the immortal? A little self-harm is nothing, right? So he understood that Lu Chen couldn't adapt to the pain brought by self-harm. After all, Lu Chen was just a high school student, how could he endure such pain like a special forces soldier? Come on, don't be like that. You look as weak and powerless as a gay guy after being used by someone. Lu Chen, lying in the back seat, who had originally looked lifeless, twitched a few times. He admitted that Duching really knew how to talk. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt the urge to curse the moment he heard it. Fortunately, Lu Chen was a good person with good morals. Under normal circumstances, he never cursed at anyone. Unless he couldn't help it. You're the weak and powerless gay guy who uses such a metaphor. Lu Chen sat up with annoyance, straightening his clothes, looking at his unscathed wrist and thigh, and the pain he felt while using the blade. Technique and body technique flashed through his mind, causing him to tense up. What's wrong? Can't handle this pain? Ready to back out? Duching teased mockingly. Lu Chen's annoyed expression gradually turned serious as he gazed out at the mountains and forests rushing by outside the window. Back out? Do you regret it? Lu Chen countered. Duching, who was driving, was momentarily taken aback, his expression changing as he shouted, "You little brat, am I asking you, or are you asking me?" Sensing Duching's emotional fluctuation, Lu Chen smiled. Looking at Duching like this, he probably regretted it. After all, if it weren't for the night people, his daughter wouldn't have been separated from him since childhood. No regrets. The 3 words came out of Duching's mouth with conviction. Lu Chen's body trembled slightly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Why? Didn't he resent the night people for tearing them apart? Duching took a cigarette out of his pocket, put it in his mouth, and lit it. A real man never regrets. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. Alright, what a real man never regrets. Duching controlled the steering wheel with one hand and reached back with the other, holding the cigarette box. Have one. Lu Chen covered his forehead. Are you kidding? I'm just a high school student. Giving me a cigarette encourages underage smoking. Didn't you just have your birthday and turn 18? Duching retorted. Lu Chen was momentarily speechless. That was true, but he hadn't smoked before. Smoking is harmful to health, I'll pass. Lu Chen declined again. Harmful to health? You little brat. We're immortal. Smoking won't kill you, so go ahead and smoke. Duching's hand shook and a cigarette popped out of the box. Just right. Lu Chen looked at the cigarette in front of him, raised an eyebrow, and simply took it. He then put it in his mouth, pretended to take Duching's lighter, and lit it for himself. Cough, Lu Chen coughed. That choked me. Duching glanced at the coughing Lu Chen, a smile creeping onto his face. It seemed that, in a way, Duching had gained the upper hand. The night outside was deep, the bright moon casting a soft glow, and the stars twinkled. The white car drove along the mountain road, leaving the mountainous area and returning to the main road. Half an hour later, on the street beside the barbecue shop, the white car slowly came to a stop. Lu Chen opened the car door and got out. The cold wind blew into Lu Chen's embrace, but he didn't know why he felt no chill at all. At most, he only knew the wind was cold, but paradoxically, he didn't feel too cold. As if there was a furnace inside him. See you tomorrow, you little brat. Lu Chen looked at Duching in the driver's seat, feeling that this face he had known for just a day had become particularly familiar. Perhaps it was because the other party had given him special treatment. Perhaps it was the other party who led him to open the door to the world of supernatural abilities. A warmth spread in Lu Chen's heart as he waved at Duching. See you tomorrow, Captain Du. He couldn't help but let a smile curve his lips. Duching looked at Lu Chen, who seemed to be basking in a spring breeze, and felt a twinge of pride. Who would have thought that this seemingly gentle youth, when they first met, could take on a group of people without losing ground? Who would have imagined that this warm and jade-like young man could actually comprehend the complete techniques of the void-devouring white tiger visualization? It is known that the void-devouring white tiger is a being notorious for its brutality. It is said that when Xianyuan fought against Qiyu, the void-devouring white tiger was under his command. However, due to its excessive cruelty and ferocity, it was slain by Xianyuan, and its spine was extracted to forge the Xianyuan sword. Well, goodbye, shall we? Duching exhaled a puff of white smoke, revealing a row of white teeth and a smile, then turned around, driving away in his white sedan, disappearing into the night skyline. Lu Chen glanced at the window on the second floor, cracking his knuckles, and after taking off his shoes, he began to carefully climb up the water pipe. 5 or 6 minutes later, on the second floor, Lu Chen slowly closed the window through which the cold wind had seeped, placing his sports shoes by the bedside. He pulled out a wet tissue, wiped the dust off the back of his feet, and casually tossed it into the trash can. Lu Chen then put on his headphones, started playing an audiobook, and lay down on the soft bed, glancing at the family photo on the bedside table before gradually closing his eyes. Today had drained too much of his energy. He was really tired. On the way back, he had also heard Duching mention the levels of internal power. The general levels are divided into body refinement, qi condensation, foundation establishment, spirit C, golden core. Indeed, Lu Chen felt it was quite unreal. This was not a joke. In this urban setting, why was there a fantasy realm? In response, Duching explained that supernatural abilities had only emerged in the last century. To be precise, they had appeared in the last 40 years. As for the techniques, such as internal power, body techniques, and sword techniques, they had been passed down for thousands of years. Lu Chen also asked Duching if it was true that once awakened, one didn't need to improve their supernatural abilities. Duching answered that the abilities of a supernatural being would upgrade over time based on usage frequency and proficiency. Some might see their abilities upgraded within a year of awakening. However, at present, the highest level of supernatural abilities only reached level 6. Moreover, each level of improvement would become increasingly difficult, just like the levels of techniques. Duching also explained that no one would solely focus on upgrading their supernatural abilities. It was always a dual cultivation of abilities and techniques. This was all Lu Chen knew for now. As for how it would play out in practice, he would have to see for himself. The cold night wind wrapped around tiny ice crystals, causing the dry branches of the roadside trees to rustle. The streetlights blurred into yellowish pom-poms in the rain and mist, casting a swaying shadow. The school uniform, marked by water stains, clung to his bony back, and he had to lean against the wall every couple of steps to catch his breath. When he looked up, his swollen, purplish face startled the crows perched under the eaves, and the pinhole on the back of his neck glimmered with a faint blue reflection under the streetlight. Tianlong Community. It gradually began to rain lightly. A man arrived at a door and knocked. Who is it? Is it Xiaolei? As the anti-theft door opened, warm light poured out. Why are you back so late? The woman's voice caught in her throat. She saw her familiar son's body twitching slightly, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, and the veins in his neck pulsing with some strange rhythm. It was all very eerie. A flash of fear crossed the woman's mind, but because it was her own son, she quickly suppressed that feeling. In the living room, the middle-aged man who had turned around placed the enamel cup he was holding steadily on the coffee table. The man asked absently, out fighting again? Come on, what did you break this time? How much? All day long, all you do is cause trouble for me, you really don't make it easy for me. Outside the window, the rain poured down fiercely, thousands of silver needles piercing the glass and leaving dense streaks of water. What's wrong with you? The woman's trembling fingertips were about to touch the man's neck, or a pinhole glimmered with a faint blue light. Suddenly, the entire building plunged into darkness. At the moment the thunder split the rain curtain, they witnessed an unforgettable scene in their lives. Their son had a grin stretching from ear to ear, bright white teeth glistening with drool. Hungry. The glass of the cupboard shattered with a scream, the enamel cup on the coffee table fell with a bang, and goji berries splattered on the tiles like droplets of blood. Mixed with a sticky swallowing sound, rainwater seeped through the crack in the door, winding down the hallway like a thin snake. The ceiling light flickered on and off, illuminating the wall where fresh red stains splattered. Those splatters slowly sliding down the wall's fine lines, producing a honey-like, prolonged dripping sound amidst the roar of the rain. Boom boom boom, thunder exploded in the clouds, white light illuminating the man's ferocious face. If Lu Chen were here, he would be very surprised. Because this person was none other than Wang Lei. Outside the Tianlong community, a pitch-black van. Yan Bei held a document in one hand and a pen in the other, recording something. Awakening agent, subject C failed. Leading to excessive mutation, turning into a man-eating monster, but the ability awakening was successful, super strength. Above the line of information Yan Bei was recording, there were 2 lines of completed records. Awakening agent, subject A failed. Exploded and died, too much mutation energy, reason, the physical body couldn't withstand it. Awakening agent, subject B temporarily successful, user normal, abnormal phenomenon, amnesia. Raindrops pelted against the dark van's windows like steel needles, making a series of sounds. Yan Bei glanced at the Tianlong community, coldly putting away the documents. Continue secretly infiltrating the public cemetery. I want fresh corpses of those who just died for the mutation agent experiments. Unlike the awakening agent, the original intention of the mutation agent was to create monsters, but to create obedient monsters. As for Subject C, just right to help us attract the attention of those filthy bugs from the night watch, no need to pay attention to him anymore. Yes. Teen Yen. In the morning, the sun shone brightly. As if last night's storm had never occurred. Only the pockmarked ground remained as evidence of the storm's passage. Xiaoyi, remember to take an umbrella to school. It rained heavily yesterday, it might rain again today. Got it, Mom. On the street, a fair-skinned man rushed out of the barbecue shop, holding an umbrella and carrying a backpack, the 3 raindrops marked on his school uniform particularly eye-catching. It was Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen glanced at his reflection on the ground. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he felt as if he had become sturdier overnight. If the previous Lu Chen was the kind of frail figure that could be blown away by the wind, now he was solid and strong, yet still possessed an elegant and perfect physique. This school uniform even made Lu Chen look somewhat dashing. Following his routine, Lu Chen quickly boarded the bus, and 10 minutes later, he arrived at Luoshui High School. By the time, Wen Xiaolu should be arriving at school soon. It was well known that Lu Chen liked Wen Xiaolu. He adored her quiet and sweet demeanor. He really enjoyed those little moments of tacit understanding, like arriving at the school gate at the same time as her. But this time, he probably wouldn't make it in time, would he? Lu Chen thought to himself, after all, because of what happened last night, he had indeed overslept, sleeping an extra 5 minutes. He also missed the bus by 1 more round. So he arrived at school 10 minutes late. More than being late, Lu Chen felt regretful. He couldn't arrive at the school gate with Wen Xiaolu in their usual tacit understanding, only to run into each other by chance. After getting off the bus, Lu Chen walked towards Luoshui High School. However, as if the school gate was a dividing line, he spotted the figure that haunted his dreams walking towards him from across the street. Was it Wen Xiaolu? Shouldn't she have entered the school just 10 minutes ago? Could it be that, like him, she also overslept and was delayed? When Xiaolu on the opposite street had a slight scrape on her knee and she was holding it in pain, her beautiful brows furrowing into a frown. Upon closer inspection, she was also a bit dusty. Lu Chen noticed this and walked over, thoughtfully taking a band-aid from his backpack and handing it to her. You're hurt? Here's a band-aid. When Xiaolu looked up in surprise, clearly not expecting Lu Chen to appear at that moment. However, she didn't hesitate, accepting the band-aid and casually saying thank you. When Lu Chen heard her say thank you, he felt a warmth in his heart. It was as if everything that came out of Wen Xiaolu's mouth was coated in honey. And Lu Chen was just a big, eager dog. Lu Chen also knew that he seemed a bit too eager. But liking someone is just that, liking. He didn't know how to express this feeling, so he could only fawn over her, occasionally treating her to a cup of coffee and chatting. Speaking of which, Lu Chen felt that although he had his moments of fawning, he didn't think he was completely without hope. After all, on Valentine's Day, when Xiaolu had specially prepared a box of chocolates for him, Lu Chen enjoyed them immensely, thinking they were the best chocolates he had ever tasted. When Xiaolu had applied the band-aid and glanced at Lu Chen, a flicker of a different emotion flashing in her eyes. Strange, today Lu Chen seemed to look more handsome than usual. It wasn't that Lu Chen was unattractive before, but he had a softer demeanor that sometimes made her see him as just a good sister. Today, however, Lu Chen appeared much more solid. Strange, had he started working out? When did that happen? Why hadn't she noticed before? As for what Wen Xiaolu was thinking, Lu Chen was completely unaware. He only knew that today was truly lucky. He hadn't expected to enter school with the person he liked in his heart. Today should be a lucky day. Lu Chen, have you thought about which university you want to apply to? When Xiaolu asked softly, her hands behind her backpack, head down as they walked towards the school gate. Lu Chen's footsteps paused for a second, a hint of stiffness flashing across his face, but soon he caught up with her pace. However, he looked somewhat hesitant to speak. It was natural for Lu Chen to be hesitant. How would he know which university he wanted to apply to? He had mentioned this with Duching on the bus. Duching had replied, leave this to me, you don't need to worry. And then Lu Chen was left in the dark. Now, being asked by Wen Xiaolu, he didn't know how to respond. However, it seemed that Wen Xiaolu didn't care which university Lu Chen wanted to apply to. She continued talking to herself, if only my studies were a bit better, I could apply to Qingbei University. Your studies aren't bad at all, you might really get in, Lu Chen said. Wen Xiaolu chuckled dryly a couple of times and waved her hand. Come on, I know my own capabilities. If I can get into a second-tier university, I'll be grateful. By the way, weren't your grades always good? I was just thinking, if we go to university and it's unfamiliar, it would be nice to have someone we know together. Yes. Lu Chen had originally thought the same. His grades have always been better than Wen Xiaolu's, all to precisely target the university she would get into on the day of the college entrance examination. However, thinking about it now, it was unrealistic. Not to mention, he was no longer an ordinary person. After this college entrance examination, he would officially enter the realm of the Night Watchers. There were only 7 days left until the exam. For those high school students who had worked hard for 3 years, waiting for this one day, it was a momentous milestone. But for Lu Chen, it had long lost its original value. After all, he was now an intern at the official Special Administrative Bureau. These degrees and diplomas meant nothing to him. He could easily fabricate a bunch of them just by going through the motions. They were worth nothing at all. Seeing Lu Chen's increasingly grim expression, Wen Xiaolu didn't know which of her words had gone wrong and awkwardly said, forget it, let's not talk about this topic. By the way, why did you come so late today? After some idle chatter, Lu Chen, with his backpack, walked into the classroom with Wen Xiaolu. The surrounding classmates were filled with disbelief. Damn, did Wang Lei really drag him into an alley and he came out unscathed the next day? Did you guys see it wrong yesterday? If Lu Chen was really dragged into an alley by Wang Lei, how could he still be fine? Do you think Lu Chen practiced boxing over the summer? Have you noticed, he seems to have gotten stronger than before? Damn, don't say that. Lu Chen used to look like a little girl, so thin he seemed like he would fall over with a gust of wind, but now his school uniform is tight, and his muscles are bulging. Wen Xiaolu and Lu Chen were deskmates. After sitting down, Wen Xiaolu listened to the discussions around her and felt a bit puzzled, quietly asking, what did you do to offend that school bully Wang Lei? Lu Chen held his head. He wondered why everyone in the class looked like they had seen a ghost as soon as he walked in. So it was because of this. It seemed Wang Lei was quite famous, although Lu Chen was completely uninterested. For him, aside from studying, Wen Xiaolu was the most important. Lu Chen casually replied. He was bullying someone, and I couldn't stand it. So I intervened. When Xiaolu's mouth slightly dropped open, as if she could fit a goose egg in it. Just because of that? You meddled in someone else's business? Aren't you afraid of being retaliated against by that school bully Wang Lei? I heard many troublemakers from the junior classes know him. Aren't you afraid a group of them will come looking for you? Lu Chen recalled the group of people in the alley last night and nodded. There were quite a few. But it was nothing much, Lu Chen said honestly. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the people around him looked disdainful. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Chen had often helped them, like many borrowing his recorded study materials, they might have reacted differently. Some had borrowed his eraser, 2B pencils, and black pens, and had yet to return them. Even some had borrowed money from Lu Chen at 20, 100, 300, without ever paying him back. And when Lu Chen needed help, these same people had avoided him with glee. Now, seeing Lu Chen safe and sound, they thought it was just his luck that he had escaped. They even looked down on him for saying such things, thinking he was being shameless and boasting. Yet they completely forgot who had been the one to act without integrity. Each one had a friendly face when borrowing favors, but once they had what they wanted, they turned their backs, acting as if they had earned it and had no obligation to return anything, which was simply disgusting. Even more ridiculous was that they thought they had some sort of moral high ground, at least not exposing Lu Chen when he was boasting. Little did they know, Lu Chen wasn't boasting, he was being quite low-key. Silence. A middle-aged man wearing black glasses walked onto the podium, his face taking on a serious expression. With just 7 days left until the college entrance examination, it is unfortunate that one of our classmates from the Waterfall Academy tragically lost his life yesterday. It was Lu Yong from class 9, who was found this morning in an alley near the school. It is said that he ate something unclean and died from poisoning. I hope that with just 7 days until the exam, everyone can take this as a warning and be careful about what they eat. The man's words faded into the background as no one had the heart to listen any longer. Almost all the eyes in the class turned to Lu Chen. A small voice broke the silence. Wasn't Lu Yong a good brother of Wang Lei? Yeah, I heard he was Wang Lei's close buddy, and he often bullied others. No, that's not my point. What I mean is, yesterday evening, Wang Lei dragged Lu Chen into the alley, and Lu Yong was still alive and kicking. How could he be dead today? As this sentence ended, the classroom fell into a deathly silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lu Chen, and a strange thought crept into their minds. Could Lu Yong's death be related to Lu Chen? Lu Chen felt the weight of their stares and raised his head to glance around, somewhat speechless. At that moment, the people in the classroom looked at him as if they had seen a ferocious beast, not daring to meet his gaze, each lowering their proud heads. They trembled slightly, as if they had discovered something extraordinary. Only one person had the courage to ask, Lu Chen, what happened when Wang Lei called you to the alley yesterday? Do you know about Lu Yong's death? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, a similar doubt flashing through his mind. He didn't remember being that ruthless. At most, he had knocked the guy out, leaving him with a swollen face. How could that lead to a death? However, Lu Chen noted what the instructor had said about death by poisoning. Since it was death by poisoning, it surely had nothing to do with him. It must have been that after Lu Yong woke up, he ate something unclean, right? Lu Chen smiled lightly, responding to When Xiaolu with a calm demeanor, I don't know. If it was death by poisoning, it shouldn't have anything to do with me. Oh. When Xiaolu nodded, the surrounding classmates lowered their heads even further. Shouldn't it have anything to do with him? What does that mean? In other words, it has a bit of a connection, right? Swish, the classroom door was suddenly flung open. The main color of the Waterfall Academy uniform is red. Aside from the blue 3-point water logo on the chest, everything else is predominantly red. However, the person who walked in through the door had a uniform that was stained red with blood. His clothes looked as if they had been soaked in blood, exuding a strong metallic scent. The instructor glanced at the newcomer and said, "This student, if you helped your parents slaughter a pig at home, please wash and change your uniform before coming to school." This statement was humorous, but no one could laugh. For the newcomer was the school bully, Wang Lei. Wang Lei's eyes were bloodshot, his neck twitching slightly, and his gaze was extremely fierce as he scanned the classroom before landing on Lu Chen. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. "After school, wait for me." After saying this, Wang Lei mechanically turned around, stumbling like a puppet being controlled, and walked unsteadily towards the exit. God, that aura is suffocating. No wonder he's the school bully. When he came over, I felt like the air was about to freeze. After Wang Lei left, the classroom was filled with whispers and discussions. Only Lu Chen sensed something was off. His nose twitched, his expression grew serious, and his heart trembled. This isn't pig's blood. It's not sheep's blood, cow's blood, or chicken's blood, Lu Chen's mind raced, constantly comparing this taste in his head. Finally, a memory of the taste of his own nosebleed flashed through his mind. A hint of absurdity crossed Lu Chen's heart. Could it be that all the blood on Wang Lei was just nosebleed? How much blood would he have to lose to have such a strong smell? What a pungent smell! I don't remember Wang Lei's house being a slaughterhouse. When Xiaolu exclaimed, pinching her nose. Lu Chen asked, do you know Wang Lei? When Xiaolu rolled her eyes, who doesn't know the school bully Wang Lei? We know him, but he doesn't know me. Wang Lei can act so arrogantly at school, what do you think he relies on? Isn't it his wealthy family background? If it were someone else, they would have gone bankrupt over a fight long ago. Enough. Silence. At this moment, the instructor slammed a chalkboard eraser on the desk, his face stern as he said, these days are mainly for self-study, but you must not slack off. Stop gossiping about trivial matters. If you have that much free time, you might as well focus on improving your grades. After saying this, the instructor left the classroom. Wan Xiaolu watched the instructor leave and then whispered, what gossip? Isn't this all common knowledge? Wang Lei's family is very wealthy, they donate money to the school every year, so he gets some special treatment. And he deliberately interrupted me, I knew it. A hint of defiance appeared on Wen Xiaolu's face as she stubbornly said. Lu Chen glanced at Wen Xiaolu, but he wasn't in the mood to appreciate her little stubborn expression. His mind was entirely focused on what had just happened. It was now known that Lu Yong was dead. But Lu Chen was sure it had nothing to do with him. Since it had nothing to do with him, who could it be related to? Wang Lei? Lu Chen felt it couldn't be. Wang Lei and Lu Yong were best buddies. Moreover, everyone had run away at that time, leaving only Lu Yong to prepare to deal with him alongside Wang Lei. Wang Lei couldn't possibly have killed Lu Yong, and there was no reason for him to do so. But if it wasn't Wang Lei, could it be someone else? It shouldn't be another person. Either, for the same reason as above, they were best buddies. There was no reason to do that. As for Duching, that's directly impossible, and as for the reason, there's no reason. But since none of the people present at the time had any reason to do so, then who could it be? Assuming the murderer is X. Then who could this X be? And why was Wang Lei covered in blood? He had been quite ruthless last night, but he hadn't beaten the other party to the point of causing a fatal amount of blood, right? Moreover, was the other party an idiot? How could they come to school without changing clothes? Wait, was the other party an idiot? It is known that Wang Lei is not an idiot. So why didn't he change into a new school uniform? Assuming he didn't change his uniform because he couldn't change it. Or rather, Wang Lei had no way to change his uniform himself. Then why couldn't Wang Lei change his uniform? Last night, both Wang Lei and Lu Yong had unexpected incidents. Lu Yong was dead and Wang Lei was covered in blood. It was all very unusual. If a third party caused all this, then who could it be? Lu Chen's mind raced with connections. At this moment, a phrase from last night echoed in Lu Chen's mind, spoken by Duching. Those people are the followers of the Zongxing court. The Zongxing court is an extremely evil foreign organization that has risen in recent years, often capturing ordinary people to conduct inhumane experiments. They attempt to find and research potions that can grant people supernatural abilities, and countless innocent ordinary people have been captured and injected with potions, some turning into monsters, while others became little white mice bound to the experimental table. Those firearms are meant to deal with these insane bastards. They not only harm ordinary people but also attempt to acquire supernatural abilities through illegal means, even going so far as to conduct live experiments, brazenly injecting drugs into innocent people, creating chaos and panic. Lu Chen's pupils constricted slightly. He instinctively picked up his phone, but considering when Xiaolu was beside him, it was inconvenient to send a message directly. Lu Chen suddenly stood up. Instantly, the classroom, which had been filled with the sound of reading, fell silent. Lu Chen said nothing and walked straight out of the classroom, heading directly to the restroom. It was only after Lu Chen disappeared that the classroom erupted into noise again. Damn, that almost scared me to death. Lu Yang is dead, and Wang Lei is covered in blood. Is it pig's blood or his own? Didn't you see Wang Lei's bruised face? Damn, that amount of blood is definitely Wang Lei's. It's too much. Maybe he just happened to walk by a slaughterhouse and got splattered. I'd rather believe it was a coincidence. If it's human blood, it definitely isn't Wang Lei's. What are you even talking about? No matter whose blood it is, Wang Lei is bruised, while Lu Chen is calm and collected. Think about it, really think about it. Hiss, could it be that Lu Chen did it? What else could it be? In the restroom, Lu Chen took out his phone and quickly sent one message after another to Duching. The general content was, clues about the Zongxing court. Come to the school Immediately, preferably with the police to thoroughly investigate Liang's death. I suspect this is the work of the Zhongxing court. Also, Wang Lei is very unusual. It seems he might have killed someone, but I don't know who. Soon, Duching replied with a message. Are these the two students you beat up yesterday? Lu Chen replied, that's right. Are they dead? Yeah, you should be able to find out the specifics through the police station, right? Okay, I understand the situation. I'll mobilize personnel to start the investigation right now. At the 8th team's base, Duching shouted to Yi Bingtang, there's a situation. Start investigating the surveillance around Luoshui High School, focusing on yesterday. Although Yi Bingtang didn't understand why the direction had suddenly changed, she complied, yes, Captain Du. The 3D projection in front of her instantly switched to the surveillance footage near Luoshui High School. The time displayed in the upper right corner was exactly yesterday. Du Xing picked up a long knife from the side and strapped it to his waist, where a pitch-black handgun was also holstered. Du Xing stood up from his seat and walked out of the base, simultaneously calling out to Ling Tian, Xiao Tian, time to work. Xiao Meng, investigate Wang Lei and Lu Yon's recent activities and background information. Xiao Long, go to the police station and get people to seal off Luoshui High School. Tang Mengxiang and Tang Long replied in unison, yes, Captain Du. At this moment, Du Xing had already taken Ling Tian out of the base and skillfully got into a white sedan. Captain Du, from our investigation yesterday, the Zhongxing court's direction should be on Lanzhou Road. Now suddenly changing direction, not only sealing off Luoshui High School but also personally mobilizing. Did something happen at Luoshui High School? Ling Tian, with a pair of world-weary eyes, glanced at the mountains and forests outside the window and asked. Du Xing turned the key, released the clutch, and hesitated for a moment. He was uncertain whether to tell Ling Tian. After all, this operation relied entirely on Lu Chen's words, with almost no solid evidence. However, if it were true, it would be a huge problem. If monsters appeared at Luoshui High School, he couldn't imagine what kind of public opinion, panic, and fear it would cause. Do you know Lu Chen? Du Xing ultimately decided to tell Ling Tian. At the same time, the engine roared to life, and the white sedan started, driving away from the mountains. Ling Tian looked at the forest moving backward outside the window, and a piece of information flashed through his mind. Lu Chen, who just joined the team yesterday? I know a little. The rumor is that he has the same ability as the captain. Du Xing nodded, yeah, the rumor is true. His ability is the same as mine, immortal. To be honest, I was quite surprised at first. Just now, Lu Chen sent me a text. Du Xing joked for a moment before getting straight to the point. What did he say? At Luoshui High School, a monster has appeared. Luoshui High School. Class 9 of the 3rd year. In the last solitary seat, like a lonely king, sat Wang Lei, his school uniform soaked in a strong smell of blood. He gripped the edge of the desk with both hands, his body sprawled over it, eyes bloodshot, occasionally letting out low growls like a wild beast. The other classmates seemed as if they were being watched by a flood of ferocious beasts, the atmosphere eerily quiet. Perhaps the classroom was too silent. Everyone could hear Wang Lei's weak, beast-like growls. Occasionally turning back, one could see Wang Lei glaring with bloodshot eyes, like a wild wolf eyeing its prey. The people in the classroom, unable to bear Wang Lei's fierce aura, gradually began to leave, one by one. Some went to the restroom, some to the cafeteria, and some even went to the office to report to the class teacher. After all, Wang Lei's appearance was too terrifying, a bit inhuman. So hungry. Wait, after school. Teach him a lesson, teach him a lesson, teach him. The desk emitted a piercing crack. Wang Lei's hands, gripping the desk, seemed to crush it like a sponge, his hands sinking into the surface. I don't want to wait anymore. Hungry. So hungry. I want to eat protein. In an instant, the desk Wang Lei was gripping was split in two, the iron legs of the desk snapped off. If one looked closely, they would notice that fine hair was gradually sprouting from Wang Lei's hands, and thick, dark claws were growing from his fingertips. His dyed yellow hair began to grow out, extending backward. The originally round human eyes gradually began to deform, turning into sharp beastly eyes. Ah! The first to scream was a female classmate next to Wang Lei. By the time everyone turned to look at Wang Lei, the girl's scream had already ended. It wasn't that she had stopped screaming. It was that she could no longer scream. The beautiful classmate was torn in half by two incredibly strong hands, like the claws of a beast. Blood sprayed across the classroom like a fountain. The blood slowly slid into Wang Lei's widening mouth through the gaping wound. Whether it was an illusion or not, everyone could feel that Wang Lei's mouth seemed to be gradually getting bigger. It looked as if it was being stretched. If one had to compare it to something, it would probably resemble a dog's mouth. Protein, so delicious, he stuffed a half of the female classmate into his mouth. The chilling sound of chewing filled the air. And this nauseating scene had stunned everyone in the class. Until one person, with a glimmer of awareness, trembled and shouted, "Run! Run!" Monster, monster. It's eating people. Ah, with that person's escape, almost everyone reacted and began to run towards the hallway. Only Wang Lei remained in the classroom, continuing to devour the female classmate, his crimson beastly eyes flashing with a hint of satisfaction. Wang Lei's body gradually began to grow stronger, nearly bursting out of his school uniform. Eventually, his boots couldn't withstand it and shattered, revealing clawed feet covered in fur. Next, Wang Lei's upper body could no longer be contained. The buttons of his uniform popped off, revealing a chest covered in black fur. Class 1 of the 3rd year, Chen. Wang Lei resembled the Hulk from a movie, wearing nothing but a pair of shorts, except his skin was covered in wolf fur. But it shouldn't really be called wolf fur. After all, wolves aren't this ferocious, nor are they this strong. If one had to say what he looked like, he was more like Ling Shuzi from the game Black Myth, Wukong, only with black fur instead of white. Wang Lei was like a bolt of black lightning, crashing into the wall like a small elephant, instantly causing several cracks to appear. There was clearly a door, but Wang Lei refused to use it, insisting on breaking through the wall. Instead, each time he slammed into the wall, a loud bang echoed. With each forceful step, he would lift a chunk of the floor. The classrooms around him heard the loud noises and the sounds of terrified screams, all showing a hint of confusion. They thought it was some new emergency drill. Several people were sent to check the situation. Then those few people witnessed the most unforgettable scene of their lives. As they opened the trembling door of Class 39, the walls of the classroom echoed with loud bangs, as if someone inside was smashing a big hammer against the wall. One brave soul slowly opened the back door of Class 39, only to find that the once clean and tidy classroom was now in utter chaos. The chairs in the classroom seemed to have been jostled and pushed around in a panic. There were still pools of blood on the floor, and half of a mangled piece of flesh lay on the ground by the back door. However, as it was said, it was hard to tell what it was. But from the school uniform, it was not difficult to discern that it seemed to belong to a person, and this half, along with the other half, seemed to form a complete person. Is it Halloween already? But what is that thing on the ground? It can't really be a person, can it? Could it be a prank, deliberately dressing a pig in a school uniform and then chopping it up? Don't you think that's too stupid? I know. It's silly to think that, but if it's not a pig, it can't really be a person, right? Isn't that even sillier? No way. The voices of discussion gradually became faint. A few people had a ridiculous thought flash through their minds. It can't really be a person, can it? Chen sent the message and waited in the restroom for news from Duching. However, the restroom gradually filled with noisy voices, as if many people had come in. Why does Wang Lei look like he just killed someone? Who knows? Lu Yang was poisoned, Shoukuan is missing, who knows what happened? Wang Lei wouldn't have had a conflict with them, killed Shoukuan, and then poisoned Lu Yong, would he? Have you watched too many mystery dramas? Do you really think killing someone is that easy? Are they all idiots? Waiting for you to kill them? Besides, their relationship is solid, they usually bully others, and their conflicts are external. How could they suddenly turn on each other? Then tell me, whose blood is on Wang Lei? It can't possibly be a nosebleed, right? If it were that much, it would be like he was dead. Who knows, maybe it's really pig's blood. He ran into a pig slaughterer and got splattered. Chen listened through the door as several boys chattered away. But it's really creepy. Shouldn't we just study in the restroom? I feel like if we go back, Wang Lei will be like a beast sitting behind us, making it really unsettling. You think Wang Lei is off too, right? Like a beast, and he occasionally lets out low growls. I have study materials on my phone, who wants them? I'll send them to you. Give it to me. I want it too. Are your study materials proper? Dude, have you watched too many yellow films? Are study materials proper or not? Anyway, they're decent enough. Send them over. Chen felt like this group outside had gone mad. With the college entrance exam approaching, they still had the mood to gather in the restroom to watch videos? He was no novice, having seen countless films, he naturally guessed what kind of study materials the other party had. Chen leaned against the wall, waiting for Duching to issue him orders. Just then, the bathroom door swung open again, and through the door, Chen saw someone, only to hear a terrified voice shout, "Run! Run! Wang Lei is eating people! Monster! He's a monster! He's a monster in human skin, let's get out of here!" At that moment, a few people inside the bathroom had just opened their study materials, and a voice emerged from within. Strategies for improving English scores for the college entrance examination. The group exchanged glances. What's going on? The college entrance exam is almost here, can't we be serious? Yeah, eating people? What a monster. We admit Wang Lei is terrifying, a real school bully, but this is taking it too far. Sounds like you believe it. Just as they dismissed it, a sharp female voice echoed from the hallway outside the bathroom. Ah. A monster. The expressions of the group changed. Did you really bring a female classmate to act this out? Are you out of your mind? However, the next second, several different voices shouted from the hallway. Run! He's eating people. Wang Lei has turned into a monster. Run! He's headed towards Class 3 of the senior year. Let's take this chance to escape. The group's expression shifted again. Why are there so many actors? Don't joke around, man, this is getting serious. The person who came to warn them didn't have time to continue their banter. He had seen Wang Lei tear a person apart with his bare hands. And it was a female classmate they all knew. That scene would haunt him for the rest of his life, a nightmare he couldn't escape from. The fact that he came here to warn them was already out of fear and a sense of humanity. Whether they believed him or not was none of his concern. All that filled his mind was one word: survive. If there was another, it was run. Damn it, wait for us. Seeing the messenger run off, someone shouted anxiously. The others asked, you really believe it? Damn, believing is better than not believing. With how domineering Wang Lei is, who would dare spread rumors about him? At worst, you get laughed at for believing. If it's true and you don't believe, you could lose your life. The rest exchanged glances and ultimately ran towards the increasingly crowded hallway outside the bathroom. Chen stood inside the bathroom, his mind in a whirl. What a mess. Eating people? Wang Lei turned into a monster? Connecting it to the sentient court, it seemed like it was their doing, injecting Wang Lei with some kind of drug? Right, what did someone shout in the hallway just now? It was too chaotic outside, and the voices overlapped. Chen couldn't hear clearly. Or perhaps he was too afraid to hear clearly. But he finally pieced it together. Wang Lei went towards Class 3 of the senior year. What did he want to do? Wait, when Xiaolu was still out there. Damn! Chen cursed under his breath, pushed open the bathroom door, and ran outside. The number of people in the hallway was gradually increasing. The more crowded it became, the slower their movements. Chen ran in the opposite direction. Along the way, some kind-hearted people tried to stop him. Are you crazy? There's a wolf in the school. Hey, did you hear that? Forget him, our lives are more important. Similar phrases rushed past Chen's ears. At that moment, he felt his heart racing, beating 180 times a minute. One Xiaolu. She can't be in danger. Hurry. Faster. Move. Move. Chen urged himself fiercely. The legs began to operate the 9 calamity steps, and instantly several crimson afterimages flashed by. Chen took a step of 10 meters, sprinting towards Class 3 of the senior year. The people around him, fleeing for their lives, were dumbfounded. What the hell? Where did this fierce person come from? What's going on? 10 meters in one step. Could it be a hidden master from a novel lurking in the school? And a master close to the campus beauty? Has he lost his mind? Be careful, or that big wolf will eat your brain. Bang bang bang, a series of violent knocks echoed at the door of Class 3. The class monitor frowned slightly. It had been noisy. Outside, a constant commotion. He slowly opened the door and instinctively said, hello. May I ask what brings you to our class? Just as the class monitor opened the door, a shadow loomed over him. He was busy adjusting his glasses on the bridge of his nose, not raising his head immediately, simply asking. Inside the classroom, the usual noise of studying was replaced by pale faces. Someone pointed at the door, stuttering, it's a wolf. What a big wolf. A wolf? The class monitor raised his head. In confusion, and through the thick lenses of his glasses, he finally saw what had come. The standing gray wolf was nearly 2 meters tall, its front paws still resembling human hands, with a piece of the school badge stuck between its claws. The class monitor took 3 or 4 steps back, looking ahead in panic, shouting, monster, monster. Thank you. The giant wolf revealed a human-like smile, showing a hint of amusement, then opened its mouth wide as if to thank for the hospitality. In the next second, the class monitor, who had been standing, felt darkness envelop him. In everyone's eyes, they saw half of the class monitor's body being swallowed by the wolf, followed by the chilling sound of chewing. The wolf bit through the class monitor's body. He didn't even have time to scream, leaving only half of his upper body. The remaining lower half sprayed blood like a fountain, splattering across the classroom. Blood was evenly splattered on the faces of every student, who looked ashen. The wolf chewed, looking at each student in the classroom. Where is Chen? The beastly voice vibrated with a triple tone. It spat out half a vertebra, thick saliva dripping onto the ground in the thick lenses. I want to chew him to pieces. Chen. The people in the class suddenly remembered Chen, whom they had discussed that morning. Instantly, gazes turned towards one Xiaolu, and upon seeing that Chen's seat was empty, everyone's blood ran cold. Where is he? At this moment, when Xiaolu's pretty little face was filled with fear, she trembled, covering her mouth, her pupils quivering. I don't know. Don't look at me, please, she really knows nothing. At this moment, the grey wolf's crimson gaze fixed on Wen Xiaolu, slowly opening its mouth, dripping with thick crimson liquid, revealing its sharp teeth ominously. I know you. Lu Chen's deskmate, tell me. Where is he? As the grey wolf spoke, it walked towards Wen Xiaolu, each step causing the hearts of those around to race faster. Wen Xiaolu clenched her hands tightly, helplessly watching as it approached step by step, feeling like a puppet unable to move an inch. The grey wolf slowly lowered its head, a deep rumble escaping its mouth. Tell me, where is he? Wen Xiaolu was nearly frantic. Who knows where Lu Chen is? He rushed out of the class early in the morning. How would she know where he is? She cast a pleading glance at the faces of her classmates around her. On ordinary days, the classmates who usually got along harmoniously were now avoiding each other in fear, each one lowering their heads like ostriches, while some bolder ones slipped out of the classroom. And judging by the monster before them, it seemed indifferent to everyone except for Lu Chen. But why did Lu Chen provoke this monster? In an instant, when Xiaolu's mind was racing, the scene before her was too disruptive to her reality. A monster suddenly burst in, devoured the class monitor, and then demanded to know where her deskmate was? This was even more absurd than a novel. At least novels have a beginning and an end, with some logic. But the monster's appearance, in Wen Xiaolu's eyes, was utterly nonsensical, as if it had materialized out of thin air. However, the monster did not give Wen Xiaolu any more time to think. Not talking? Speak. Talk to me. Tell me, where is Lu Chen? It's all his fault. It's all his fault. He ruined me. If you don't speak, I'll eat you. The grey wolf, mentioning Lu Chen, seemed to have suffered 100 humiliations, recklessly smashing the nearby desks to vent its anger. After smashing a few desks, it suddenly turned around and glared at Wen Xiaolu. You are worthless now. Protein. I'm going to eat you now. The grey wolf opened its gaping maw again, ready to devour Wen Xiaolu in one bite. Looking at the gaping maw, exuding a foul stench, and the viscous, blood-colored liquid mixed between its teeth, Wen Xiaolu was frozen in fear, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. No. Ah. On the other side. At the entrance of Luoshui High School, several police cars were parked by the roadside. After exchanging a few words with the captain of the criminal police, Duching led Ling Tian into the school. Beep beep beep, Duxing's phone rang. He fumbled in his pocket, took out his phone, and answered it casually. Hello? Captain Du, Xiaomeng just found out something urgent. Go ahead. Just now, in a household at Tianlong Community, a man and a woman were both found dead, apparently mauled to death by a beast. The nanny discovered it when she went to their house this morning and called the police. And the identities, their son is named Wang Lei, one of the people you asked me to investigate. Good, I have a basic understanding of the situation now. You don't need to investigate the backgrounds of those three anymore. Investigate the surveillance around Luoshui High School with Bingtang, and be sure to find the traces of those rats from the Zhongxing court. Understood. Du Xing began to run towards the school, not forgetting to send a brief text to Lu Chen on his phone. Don't move, the other party has mutated and gone berserk, has arrived at Luoshui High School, I'll handle it. Meanwhile, are you looking for me? Wang Lei? In the classroom of Class 1, Senior 3. Just as Wang Lei was about to swallow Wen Xiaolu whole, Lu Chen, using the 9 calamity steps, finally arrived at the scene a step ahead. Looking at the scratch marks at the classroom door, the thick glass is stained with viscous blood-colored liquid, and the half-corpse lying on the ground, Lu Chen's expression gradually turned serious. Just in time to hear Wang Lei's roar, Lu Chen shouted to stop him. Wang Lei halted his attack, his eyes flashing with a hint of crimson, along with a trace of humanity. Lu Chen, it's all your fault, I'm going to kill you. The 2-meter-tall werewolf's body trembled slightly with its black fur, and in the next second, it transformed into a bolt of black lightning, swinging its claws at Lu Chen like a small elephant. Lu Chen activated the 9 calamity steps beneath his feet, narrowly dodging the strike that resembled black lightning. Boom! After Lu Chen evaded, Wang Lei could not stop his momentum and crashed directly into the blackboard. The blackboard, originally filled with chalk writing, emitted a loud bang, and white powder splattered into Wang Lei's eyes. Taking advantage of this moment, Lu Chen picked up the desk and chair lying on the ground, grabbed the leg of the chair, and swung it forcefully at Wang Lei's back. Tear. Void. The Rift Universe slaughtering blade simulated a white tiger's attack with its claws, and the move carried a spatial tearing attribute. The initial move Tear Void required actively breaking one's own wrist bone to gain explosive power. The ordinary desk and chair were instantly enveloped in a pure white light. With a crisp sound, crack, Lu Chen's wrist bone broke in response. But at the same time, the desk and chair in his hand pierced into Wang Lei's lower back like a shovel. A large spray of blood erupted immediately. Roar! At that moment, Wang Lei was no longer human, but rather a beast. The desk and chair that had pierced into Wang Lei's lower back were suddenly gripped by a large hand. Wang Lei, like a beast with sharp claws, seized the desk and chair, then slowly turned his head. "I will eat you, Lu Chen." The desk and chair were yanked out violently, splattering blood, but strangely, Wang Lei's wound on his lower back quickly healed inexplicably, as if returning to its original state. Lu Chen suddenly remembered that Duching had mentioned to him in passing during the ride home. Monsters not only possessed supernatural abilities but were also difficult to kill, with perverse healing capabilities. Only specially crafted weapons could inflict indelible damage on them. And Lu Chen's weapon had yet to be issued. In other words, Lu Chen did not possess the ability to inflict permanent wounds on monsters. "Lu Chen, save me." A delicate voice came from behind. Lu Chen's ears twitched, and he picked up the chair from the ground again. This time, his gaze became resolute once more. He admitted that seeing Wang Lei turn into this monstrous form frightened him greatly, but he would not back down because of it. Since one strike couldn't kill the opponent, then there would be a second, third, and fourth strike. If the opponent could heal from injuries, then he would shove the chair into his neck and separate his beastly head. Tear out his spine, break his limbs. Run. In the classroom, someone shouted this first, and the people who had been trembling and watching suddenly jolted and ran towards the hallway. Among them was Wen Xiaolu. "Don't just stand there, grievances have their source, and debts have their owner. The opponent is coming for Lu Chen, all this resentment is directed at him, and we are all innocent victims. Let's run, as far as we can, anyway, we have to survive first." Wang Lei's blood-red eyes scanned the fleeing people outside the classroom, extending his thick tongue to lick his lips, but soon, his gaze was drawn back to Lu Chen. His crimson eyes grew even redder. With a powerful push of his feet, he swung his sharp claws as if they could tear through space, charging at Lu Chen. The ground beneath his feet instantly caved in as if struck by a heavy hammer. A flash of black lightning zipped by, and the sharp claws aimed directly at Lu Chen's throat. Shatter Star. Just as the claws were a mere 0.0001 centimeters from Lu Chen's throat, he moved. The chair in his hand became a divine weapon as Lu Chen swung it down fiercely. The arm gripping the chair twisted slightly. In return, it delivered a blow that seemed capable of shattering stars. Boom! The 2-meter-tall giant wolf was instantly sent flying by Lu Chen's strike, crashing to the ground and toppling a pile of desks. Lu Chen, however, was not feeling well either. He gasped for breath, clutching his right hand with one hand. The right hand that executed Shatter Star had its meridians severed, but its power was equally explosive. This strike directly severed the claws that Wang Lei had just extended. Lu Chen glanced at the claws on the ground, and a sudden impulse surged within him. He wanted to devour this claw, perhaps gaining a significant amount of ability points, but the thought that it was transformed from a human hand made Lu Chen unable to bring himself to do it. Not to mention eating it raw. However, it wasn't necessary to eat the claw. Drinking the blood should also be an option. After all, Lu Chen had obtained the ability of undying by consuming the heart's blood of Duching through his corpse eater. So, could he gain the monster's abilities or a decent amount of ability points by consuming the monster's blood? Roar! Wang Lei rolled up from the ground and howled at the sky, like a defeated wolf king filled with unwillingness. He supported himself with one hand, while the other hand had not grown back, yet the wound was healing strangely. It seemed that the monster's healing was not without conditions. It couldn't regenerate severed parts, only heal? Lu Chen judged in his heart. In other words, as long as Lu Chen aimed for the opponent's neck next time he struck, even if the opponent healed, they would undoubtedly die. If that didn't work, then he would dig out their heart. Lu Chen seemed unaware of the change in his mindset. He was a kind-hearted and honest person, yet today he was going to behead someone and dig out their heart, and he felt no fear at all. In fact, Lu Chen felt a bit of joy in his heart, seemingly because he smelled the scent of blood. Die! Wang Lei's figure suddenly charged in front of Lu Chen, his giant claw slashing fiercely across Lu Chen's chest. Slash! Instantly, 3 deep crimson gashes appeared on Lu Chen's chest, looking terrifying. Lu Chen covered his wounded area, the corner of his mouth slightly curling up as he looked at Wang Lei with a hint of mockery. Hey, you broke the rules again. At that moment, Lu Chen seemed to be stimulated by the blood, as if he had completely transformed into another person, as if possessed. Didn't we agree not to provoke me again? Are you being a bit too arrogant, you bastard? You think that just because you've turned into a monster, I can't see you hiding deep inside, shouting to kill me? With Lu Chen's eerie whisper, Wang Lei's wolf body trembled, his 2-meter-tall tank-like figure seemed to shudder as if he had seen a 100-meter giant dragon. Lu Chen slowly approached Wang Lei's body, his eyes tinged with a hint of red. Even if you turn into a monster, you're still just a piece of trash that only does bad things. At that moment, Wang Lei's wolf body had turned into a defenseless little lamb, standing there like a puppet. A flicker of fear crossed his beastly eyes, and a deep voice emerged, "Spare me, spare you? Oh, my friend, what ill intentions could I possibly have towards you?" Lu Chen turned his body, exposing his back to Wang Lei. As soon as Lu Chen's words fell, Wang Lei aimed for Lu Chen's back, a flash of rage in his eyes. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault." Die, he extended his sharp claws once more. But the next second. "You really can't learn, can you? Return to the abyss, burial." Lu Chen, who had originally turned around, suddenly spun back, gripping the leg of a chair with one hand and swinging it fiercely. A beam of light erupted from the chair in Lu Chen's hand. As Lu Chen's hand holding the chair gradually turned to ashes, he wore a smile that was anything but human, emitting a chilling laugh, and uncontrollably, Wang Lei's vision began to shift downward. Thud, the wolf's head fell to the ground, accompanied by the blood spraying from the neck. The tall wolf body knelt on the ground, gradually staining the classroom floor red, turning into a pool of blood. At this moment, Lu Chen opened his mouth, slowly tilting his head back as if welcoming the fall of blood. Detected a large amount of mutated monster's blood, blue quality, intake, gains 0.3 points of the opponent's strength. Detected a large amount of mutated monster's blood, blue quality, intake, gains 0.3 points of the opponent's strength. Blood rain fell as Lu Chen slowly turned his head, using his remaining hand to smash the chair down onto Wang Lei's chest. Once, twice, 3 times. A gash opened up, spilling blood. Lu Chen reached out, plunging his hand deep into Wang Lei's chest, pulling out the heart along with it. "I just wanted to eat you." A horrifying crunch echoed through the classroom. Inside the teaching building. Second floor corridor. The scene of people jostling against each other was akin to the apocalypse. After nearly 5 minutes, Duching and Lang Tian finally made it to the second floor. "Duching," Lang Tian said, frowning as he looked at Duching. "Understood," pulling out the pitch-black handgun from his waist and firing a shot straight into the ceiling. Bang, the loud noise, accompanied by a whiff of sulfur smoke, startled everyone present. "Everyone, step aside. It must be said, a gun has its deterrent power." Instantly, the previously crowded corridor opened up a small path. Through the path, Duching and his companion quickly reached the third floor. The senior class was located on the third floor. During this time, Duching also asked the students in the corridor for information, gaining a rough understanding of the situation, especially after reaching the third floor. Upon learning that Lu Chen was actually facing off against that monster in the same classroom, Duching was nearly driven to despair. "Don't die, you little brat." Just the thought of Lu Chen, a rookie without even a decent weapon, facing a monster head-on, made his head throb. It should be known that Lu Chen's physical realm had only just reached the chi condensation stage. His ability level was even just at level 1. Even though he had mastered 3 complete techniques, it was like a 1-month-old baby. Fully armed in camouflage, holding a sniper rifle. The child simply couldn't wield the sniper rifle's true power. He couldn't even pull the trigger. How could Duching not be anxious? After all, he knew Lu Chen's potential. Lu Chen could achieve sudden enlightenment, merging with the heavens, and comprehend 3 complete techniques through devouring the blank tiger diagram, which was enough to prove his terrifying understanding. Such a seed player, Duching naturally cherished. After all, this might be a talent even more extraordinary than an innate ability user. Moreover, Lu Chen was the one he guided in. He could be considered half a mentor to Lu Chen. So, don't die, you little brat. Ugh, in class 1 of the senior year. The originally cold and ruthless Lu Chen suddenly made a complete 180, bending over and retching on the ground. Lu Chen's right hand had already returned to normal, but his school uniform was long torn, revealing a fair and seemingly reborn right hand. A mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Detected host consuming the heart of a mutated monster, red quality, gaining 3 points of power. Detected consumption of the opponent's heart, red quality, gaining the opponent's ability, monstrous strength. At this moment, Lu Chen felt not a shred of joy from gaining abilities and a large number of ability points. He only knew one thing: he had just eaten a heart raw. Ugh, Lu Chen clutched his throat with both hands, his entire face turning the color of pig liver. Just then, the classroom door was kicked open. Monster! Where's the monster? Holy shit! Is this dead? Lu Chen slowly turned around, only to see a familiar figure rushing into the classroom, accompanied by a somewhat unfamiliar figure. Lu Chen instinctively glanced at the ground, where Wang Lei lay, decapitated and with his heart ripped out. Ugh, this was no joke, it was truly ugh. Duching didn't notice Lu Chen gagging. He slowly walked over to the towering 2-meter-tall creature at his feet and poked Wang Lei's belly with the long knife in his hand. A hint of astonishment appeared on his face. He really is dead. Duching felt a mix of emotions. How could the difference between people be so vast? They were both immortal, yet Lu Chen could single-handedly kill a monster on his first encounter? Well, it made sense, considering he had comprehended 3 complete books. It was like a little kid with a sniper rifle. As long as he aimed and pulled the trigger, he could take down an elephant. Captain Du, there's a problem. Leng Tian sniffed the air, his brow furrowed as he cautiously looked at Lu Chen, slowly gripping 2 short knives at his waist, adopting a defensive posture. Duching glanced at Leng Tian, thinking he hadn't realized that Lu Chen was there. New recruit, and casually explained, "This is Lu Chen, an immortal ability user like me. Don't be too surprised." He watched the void-devouring white tiger diagram and comprehended 3 complete books. Plus, with his immortal physique, it's nothing to be surprised about if he killed a monster. Leng Tian slowly shook his head, his eyes fixed on the blood at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He blurted out, "Captain Du, that's not what I meant. He ate the heart of this monster." As soon as those words were spoken, Lu Chen trembled slightly and slowly lowered his head. Duxing's expression changed immediately upon hearing this, looking at Lu Chen with a hint of disdain. "You little brat, you're not a pervert, are you? How could you eat the heart? Isn't that disgusting? Have you read too many novels, thinking the monster's flesh would be something special? You're going to be disappointed. The monster's flesh is just the mutated flesh of a human. Eating it is no different from eating pork. At most, it just fills your stomach." Lu Chen blinked, about to speak when he suddenly gagged again. Duxing. Duxing rolled his eyes, regretting it now. "Did you really think monsters have something like demon cores? Eating it would boost your cultivation? Gain demonic power, ha ha ha. Are you stupid or what?" Duxing laughed heartily, as if he saw a shadow of someone who once did something foolish. Of course, it was definitely not himself. Lung Tian took a deep look at Lu Chen before slowly sheathing his short knives. Although he didn't know why Captain Du would say that, since Du was clearly favoring Lu Chen, he decided to put down his knives for now. But Leng Tian would never let go of his knives. His hands tightly gripped the short knives, hanging down. Although he didn't adopt a defensive stance, he also didn't retract his weapons. Duxing, however, casually pulled Lu Chen up, as if they were old friends, wrapping an arm around Lu Chen's shoulders and laughing heartily. "How do you feel? After eating it? Want to throw up?" Lu Chen slowly raised his head, revealing an innocent expression that made it hard to believe he had just eaten a monster's heart. He covered his mouth, his face a bit strange. "Disgusting, I want to throw up." "Pregnant? Whose?" Duxing made a nonsensical remark. Lu Chen twitched at the corner of his mouth. "No, this was supposed to be a serious occasion, and you're the one who's pregnant." Duxing, still with his arm around Lu Chen's shoulders, suddenly adopted a serious expression, like the weather turning from sunny to cloudy. "Let's talk about something serious. There's been a lead on the whereabouts of the collective of all beings. Yesterday, Lang Tian and Tang Long found traces of the collective of all beings appearing on Lansao Road. Coupled with today's monster incident, if all goes well, we should be able to follow the clues and quickly find the traces of the collective of all beings." Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Ding ding ding. Duxing paused, reaching into his pocket to fumble around, finally pulling out a vibrating phone. He then answered the call. All I could hear was Yi Bingtong's urgent voice on the other end of the phone. "Captain Du, it's bad. The people from the Court of All Beings are heading to the cemetery. If I'm not mistaken, they want to use the corpses there." "Use the corpses for experiments? Injecting drugs into the bodies? What a bunch of lunatics." A surge of nameless anger rose in Duxing's heart. Those bastards, do they even have a conscience left? Have they been eaten by dogs? Not even the dead are spared? No matter what those people want to do with the corpses, they must not succeed. Bingtang, which cemetery specifically? Pingyang Cemetery. Boom! At that moment outside the school, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the sky. Pingyang Cemetery. Isn't that where Xiaolu rests? Lu Chen slowly raised his head, and at that moment, the veins on his forehead bulged. His muscles tensed, and a hint of murderous intent appeared on his face. Those beasts. According to the map in his memory, Pingyang Cemetery was far from Luoshui High School. It was about 5 or 6 kilometers away. "Hurry, let's get out of school and head to Pingyang Cemetery." Duxing ran towards the door. At this moment, Ling Tian looked at Lu Chen, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Crack! Lu Chen's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists, the glass window reflecting his bloodshot eyes. In the distance, thunder rolled across the sky, and heavy rain poured down. But Lu Chen seemed oblivious, kneeling and crashing into the tempered glass. Bang! As the spiderweb cracks exploded on the glass surface, Duxing's shout pierced through the rain curtain. "Are you crazy? This is the 3rd floor." Countless diamond-shaped shards fell like raindrops, and Lu Chen leaped into the raging wind. The hem of his school uniform fluttered wildly. Lu Chen's distorted reflection flickered in every piece of falling glass. The dull thud of his shins hitting the ground mixed with the sound of bones cracking. Lu Chen stumbled and knelt into a puddle, muddy water seeping through his fingers and over his hands. The moment pain shot up from his ankle to his spine, a strange writhing sensation came from deep within his flesh, as if the broken bones were reassembling like countless maggots within his muscles. 9 calamities. Gang step. His hoarse roar tore through the rain curtain, and crimson energy erupted from his feet. The asphalt road caved in with a thunderous sound as he pushed off the ground, and the flying gravel traced dozens of silver arcs in the rain. When Duching reached the shattered window ledge, he only saw the distant red mist swirling in the rain, leaving behind comet-like trails, and the ground beneath it exploding into bowl-sized craters. Lang Tian stared at the gradually diluting blood in the puddle, suddenly pressing down on his wildly twitching right eyelid. Captain, his recovery speed 3 times faster than I was back in the day. Duching crushed a sharp piece of glass on the windowsill, notified the logistics team to prepare strong sedatives. He looked at the distant crimson light that kept exploding, his throat rolling with difficulty. This kid right now is basically a wounded beast. I suspect he has entered a state of aberration. Several hours earlier, at Ping'an Cemetery, the heavy rain had yet to fall, only a few gusts of wind were present. The wind swept through the cemetery, shaking the branches and adding a hint of mourning. A woman stood straight in front of a tombstone. Tears burst from her eyes as she covered her mouth with one hand. Xiaolu, Mom is here to see you. You said you weren't afraid of death. Because you said that after you die, you'll go to heaven, become an angel, and when I die, you'll come to take me with you. Xiaolu, Mom is waiting for that day. Anyway, I have nothing left to remember, so just take me with you. The woman seemed unable to bear the pressure any longer, kneeling down and burying her head in her knees. In the cemetery, apart from the howling wind, there was only the sound of the woman's sobs. Meanwhile, on the other side of the graveyard, hello? Hi, I'm Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe was currently dressed in a pitch-black suit, holding a bouquet of white flowers, which he had just placed in front of a gravestone. His phone rang, and he fumbled for it, answering the call. A hurried voice came from the other end. Xiao Zhe, where are you right now? Chen Zhe recognized the voice and felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that there was a trace of the Zongqing court? Captain Tang, what's wrong? Chen Zhe, I have the latest news from Duching. Where are you now? Chen Zhe replied honestly, Captain Tang, I'm at the Ping'an Cemetery. Ping'an Cemetery, great. That's wonderful. I remember it's near Lanzhou Road. Just now, Duching reported that there have been sightings of the Zongqing court near Lanzhou Road. Be especially careful and patrol the area. Okay, Captain Tang, I understand. I'll go patrol right away. Good. Chen Zhe slowly hung up the phone, then his gaze fell on the black and white photo on the gravestone, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. Xiao. I can't be with you today. I have a mission, I have to go. The wind rustled through the treetops above the gravestone, dropping a few leaves. Chen Zhe knew this was Chen Yu responding to him. He turned away, leaving only his silhouette, and then slowly walked away. Outside the cemetery, dark clouds gradually gathered, covering the once clear sky. A pitch-black van slowly parked at the entrance of the cemetery. Several people in white lab coats and black masks got out. Leading them was someone wearing a unique fox mask. Yan Bei looked at the cemetery and let out a chilling laugh. As we leave this place, let's give them a grand gift. And let's see how our experimental results are faring. A follower of the Zongqing court in a black mask asked, Captain Yan, what if there are people inside? Should we kill them? Yan Bei slowly drew his hand across his neck. Dead. Then let them become the freshest experimental subjects. After killing them, inject them with the mutation serum. Yan Bei hadn't originally planned to be so blatant. According to reports, the captain would soon arrive to transport the new type of serum. However, the plan changed abruptly. The branch base had been destroyed by the Nightstalkers, and he needed to return to the Zongqing court headquarters quickly to replan the experimental site, while the area outside had already been set with traps by the Nightstalkers. Therefore, Yan Bei needed to create a massive disaster to instigate great panic and chaos, forcing the surrounding traps to come for support. That was why Yan Bei was so brazen. There was no longer any need to remain hidden. What he needed to do now was to escape. Yan Bei, holding a pitch-black handgun, led the others to gradually seal off the cemetery. Upon entering, he saw living people and immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! Blood-red flowers blossomed from the chests of the living. On the other side, hearing the gunfire and chaos, Chen Zhe paused, quickly finding a hidden spot to hide. Then he witnessed the massacre. Countless ordinary people, unarmed, were running towards him. Several men in black masks opened fire on them. Blood flew, splattering across the dusty ground. Chen Zhe's pupils constricted. He recognized those people. White lab coats, black masks, these were members of the Zhongxing court. Lancehao Road, was this their target? The cemetery? What the hell, could it be that the dead had also become their experimental subjects? Wait, Xiaoyu. Chen Zhe's breathing began to quicken, and he instinctively ran backward, but this also exposed his position. Where are the living? Shoot! Countless bullets were fired in Chen Zhe's direction. Chen Zhe drew the belt from his waist, and it instantly transformed into a soft sword. The bullets shot towards him flashed like lightning under the soft sword. But not every bullet hit Chen Zhe's direction. More bullets recklessly shattered the surrounding marble tombstones, adding a touch of sorrow to the nearby graves. Yet, the bullets aimed at Chen Zhe failed to harm him in the slightest. As a formal team member, Chen Zhe's cultivation was naturally no less than the Qi condensation stage, a solid foundation building expert. He also had the backing of a second-level ability. Whispers of the Wind, simply put, allowed him to manipulate the wind, enabling him to perform simple attacks like wind blades. He could also compress the wind to create an invisible protective wall. Right now, Chen Zhe was compressing the surrounding wind to create an invisible wind wall, just like Yasuo's wind wall, blocking the bullets that his soft sword had yet to deflect. Thus, he appeared completely unscathed. Holding the soft sword in one hand, Chen Zhe reached for his phone at his waist with the other. The urgent task was to report to team leader Tang. At the same time, the air around him began to ripple, and countless wind blades shot towards the nearby followers of the All-Beings Court. The wind blades sliced through the fabric of their white robes, the scene unfolding like slow motion filled with a violent aesthetic. The wind blades cut through the white robes, then into flesh, resembling a white steel knife slicing through several bodies. Instantly, the nearby followers of the All-Beings Court were severed in two like ripe rice stalks. Blood sprayed everywhere. Suddenly, the air around them, once filled with the damp scent of moss from the cemetery, was mixed with a hint of blood. However, just as Chen Zhe took out his phone, a gunshot rang out behind him. A bullet shot through. Chen Zhe reacted swiftly, deploying the wind wall to defend against the attack from behind. Yet, this bullet seemed to have a special material, piercing straight through the wind wall and then through the phone in Chen Zhe's hand. The screen cracked like a spider's web. Finally, along with the phone, the bullet penetrated Chen Zhe's thigh. Yan Bei, holding a pitch-black pistol, walked over slowly, his voice cold. Nightstalker? Heh, good timing. If I inject you with the mutation serum, what kind of transformation will you undergo? You're truly a valuable test subject. Yan Bei, one of the leaders of the All-Beings Court, possessed the ability of Gun God. The bullets fired by Yan Bei had the characteristic of penetrating through. Previously, it was also Yan Bei who killed Lu Chen and shot through Duching's chest. What do you want from us? Chen Zhe roared. Like a beast, clutching his bleeding thigh. Yan Bei blew away the white smoke rising from his gun and said with a hint of madness, "What do we want? Of course, we want to conduct a beautiful experiment for all beings. Do you know how great we are, and what we bear for all humanity? As long as the experiment continues, the serum can turn ordinary people into ability users, bring the dead back to life, and grant everyone immortality. We are so great, yet you can't even make a small sacrifice? You're nothing but a bunch of greedy, selfish leeches. The Lord will abandon you, and all that awaits you is hell." Bang time returned to Lu Chen's side. Outside the cemetery, heavy rain poured down. The raindrops fell like steel needles on the ground, washing away the mossy scent mixed with blood. Inside the cemetery, Yan Bei stood tall, looking at the already riddled graves around him, a hint of satisfaction on his lips. He had dug them all up. All the dead, he had unearthed them and injected them with the mutation serum. According to the timeline, he should wait another 5 or 6 minutes, and this group of dead would undergo mutation. Thank the Lord for granting them a second life. After all of this was bestowed by the Lord. Alright, it's time. After all, I still have to rush back to headquarters to get the latest research serum and then head to other towns to continue the experiments. The C-type test subject is probably about to be dealt with by the Nightstalkers. Hee, just in time. Now it's time to leave and wait for the dead in the cemetery to turn into monsters, then it will be a headache for the Nightstalkers. The most crucial part is that I've prepared a generous gift for them. I wonder if they will be surprised when they see him. I bet they will, surely they will. After all, even I am a bit reluctant to leave. I want to see what kind of monster will appear. I have never injected the transformation serum into an awakened ability user. I really look forward to what kind of monster it will become. Damn it, I will kill you all. How dare you! You actually dug up Xiaoyu's grave and dragged him from his eternal resting place. I will kill you all. I will kill you all. A faint, muffled voice came from one direction, filled with hatred. Under a giant tree, Chen Zhe's eyes were bloodshot, and his limbs were riddled with rows of bullet holes. He had been shot through the shoulder and knee, unable to move his limbs. He was also injected with a tranquilizer, rendering even his abilities useless. Hatred me, resent me, after all, you are the weak. Yan Bei's white coat fluttered. And don't act like I'm the villain here. I've given you, it seems he is your brother? Regardless, I have given them a new life, they should respect me. You should thank me. A hint of mockery appeared in Yan Bei's eyes as he turned and walked towards the cemetery exit. Just then, a series of loud noises erupted from outside the cemetery. It sounded as if an elephant was charging towards them. The sound was deep, like muffled thunder. Xiao Lu, the moment Lu Chen arrived at the cemetery, he was stunned. The ground was pockmarked. The original tombstones were carelessly discarded to the side. All the graves had been uprooted, coffins flying, and bodies arranged in vertical rows. The torrential rain fell like steel needles on the cemetery ground. Lu Chen's heart trembled. What on earth had happened here? Is it just you? You alone cannot stop me. Yan Bei, holding a pitch-black pistol, scoffed. He toyed with the gun in his hand and said mockingly, not everyone is like Duching, who has immortality. If I couldn't kill him, this place would have long been turned into a no-man's land. Oh no, it's a paradise exclusively for monsters. Kid, I haven't seen you before, are you a new recruit? Your existence isn't in the files. What have you done? Lu Chen's gaze swept across the surrounding cemetery, veins bulging on his forehead. His voice grew low as he finally found Xiao Lu among the disfigured corpses. Having passed 7 or 8 days, Xiao Lu's body had begun to decay, with signs of being eaten by insects on her face. But Lu Chen still recognized her. What have you done? Forget it, I'll tell you, it doesn't matter if you know. Do you see those rows of corpses? I have given them a second life. Yan Bei's voice carried a hint of pride. Lu Chen tilted his head, suddenly looking up, bloodshot eyes flashing. So, what exactly did you do? What do you mean, giving them a second life? Yan Bei's lips curled into a strange smile. It's normal that you don't know, after all, this is a new type of serum. Previously, we only experimented on living people, but now, we want to give the dead a new life. However, there is no free lunch in this world. As a price, they must become monsters. Saying this, Yan Bei raised his handgun. Alright, I've talked enough, my mouth is getting numb. It's time to send you on your way and turn you into one of them. No need to thank me. I thank your mother. Lu Chen suddenly charged at Yan Bei. Yan Bei looked at Lu Chen, who was rushing at him like a fool, and a hint of mockery flashed across his face. Idiot, can't you see the gun in my hand? Go to hell. Bang. Yan Bei's finger pulled the trigger, and a spiraling bullet shot out instantly, sparking as it flew straight towards Lu Chen's chest. The bullet struck Lu Chen's chest without obstruction, piercing through it in an instant. A smirk crossed Yan Bei's face. Is that all? However, this mockery did not last long. Just as Yan Bei thought Lu Chen would fall dead, he found Lu Chen continuing to run towards him as if nothing had happened. With both hands outstretched, somewhat clumsily but filled with murderous intent, it was clear he intended to strangle him. Yan Bei admitted he was startled. He almost thought it was that madman Duching standing in front of him. But, since it wasn't Duching, who could withstand his bullets? The other party must be holding on by a thread. With a handgun in hand, the advantage is mine. Bang. Bang bang, a series of bullets were fired at Lu Chen as Yan Bei shot again. But he soon realized the handgun was out of bullets. He quickly changed the magazine and continued shooting at Lu Chen. The bullets pierced through Lu Chen's chest, yet what puzzled Yan Bei was, something's not right. Why the hell aren't you dead? Why? Damn it. Die. Just die for me. Bang bang bang, more bullets, and Lu Chen's chest was nearly filled with them. Yet Lu Chen's steps never faltered for a moment. As Lu Chen was about to reach Yan Bei, the followers of the congregation around them rushed forward, each willing to sacrifice themselves to buy Yan Bei a moment to escape. However, the first person to rush in front of Lu Chen was torn apart by Lu Chen's hands in the next second. Instantly, 2 halves of a body erupted with blood like a fountain, accompanied by raindrops falling to the ground. Everyone present was stunned at that moment. Lu Chen's school uniform was soaked by the rain, slowly emanating beams of white light. It seemed that beneath Lu Chen's uniform, there were tattoos glowing like vines. Just like the skin of a blind monk from the heavens, radiating brightness. Damn it, this is monstrous strength. The power to tear a person apart can only be monstrous strength. Your aura is merely that of the chi condensation stage. To have such power, it can only be monstrous. Strength. But why? At this moment, Yanbei felt like a student facing a ridiculously difficult exam question, his brain crashing. He was. At the foundation establishment stage, he believed he couldn't tear a living person apart with his bare hands. But why could the other party? He had only seen such power in one situation, after Wang Lei had injected the awakening serum. He didn't understand. The key question was, why the hell wasn't this person dead? Could it be that he had the same, immortal, ability as Duching? Theoretically, everyone's awakened. Abilities were unique. Except for innate ability users, the abilities of acquired ability users would never repeat. But why? Was the theory wrong? No. Absolutely impossible. Just as Yanbei was in a daze, Lu Chen had already stood in front of him. The rain soaked Lu Chen's school uniform, and it also drenched his black short hair. Standing before Yanbei, Lu Chen showed no hesitation and delivered a powerful punch to Yanbei's face. With just one blow, Yanbei was knocked down by Lu Chen. The entire person was grabbed by Lu Chen by the collar and pressed to the ground. Yanbei inhaled the scent of rain mixed with earth, looking at Lu Chen, who appeared as fierce as a wild beast, and he laughed. Why are you so angry? Did I kill any of your relatives? Or friends? I was just wondering why you had such deep hatred for me. From the start. It seems I must have killed your friend or relative, but so what? You should know that all of this is for the master, all. For research, they are just temporarily asleep. You kill me, but I won't truly die. A punch struck Yanbei's temple with force. Lu Chen's punch was enough to break a 2-meter-wide tree in half. Yet, when it hit Yanbei, it nearly caved in his temple. Along with Yanbei's head. It was smashed into the mud beneath. However, Yanbei's voice continued, killing me will only offend the master, you and your family. Your friends will never attain immortality. Do you think you are the lofty savior? Lu Chen's voice was like a cold knife sliding down. Do you really think everything you do is to save the world? Hypocritical, filthy sinner, do you think you can hide your ugly body? Don't be foolish, your death is not my desire, but your own decision. Your sins are deep, you deserve to die. As Lu Chen's words fell, Yanbei's head, buried in the mud, let out a miserable scream. No. You're lying. You're lying. Despicable one, you won't make me waver. The master created the realm of all beings, he showed me that all of this is just an illusion, the future will definitely. Lu Chen slowly lowered his head and coldly said, so, are you wavering? This perplexing question fell into Yanbei's ears like a holy sword, piercing his heart. His pupils trembled violently. That's right, he was wavering. He was actually wavering. He deserved to die. Bang, the final punch landed in the mud where Yanbei's head was caved in. The shock caused the surrounding ground to gradually show spider web-like cracks. You are guilty, so die. This is very reasonable. Lu Chen swayed his body and slowly stood up. His back was riddled with bullet holes. Just moments ago, while killing Yanbei, the followers of the realm of all beings had not been idle, shooting at him. Now, Lu Chen was truly covered in wounds. Lu Chen slowly raised his head, his eyes flashing with a hint of blood. Hey, it's your turn. The followers of the realm of all beings trembled slightly, their shoulders shaking, revealing a hint of fear. Beneath the curtain of rain, a scarlet mist of blood exploded. After a few fleeting shadows, a large area of blood splattered in the rain. At this moment, only Lu Chen remained standing. At his feet lay the severed remains of the followers of the realm of all beings. He slowly spread his arms, as if welcoming the heavy rain, or perhaps this bloody storm. It resembled the scene of Shaoxing's redemption, arms wide open. Roar, beneath the rain. Curtain, rows of corpses, like marionettes on strings, gradually stood up. What was supposed to block the actions of the night people for the realm of all beings became Yanbei's final stroke. Countless corpses tilted their heads and began to rise, their bodies starting to undergo transformation. Some opened their mouths wide towards the sky, their mouths splitting open with a large crack, extending a tongue coated in a viscous liquid that whipped through the air like a long whip. Some, having only a skeletal frame left, surprisingly grew new flesh, and one hand gradually transformed into a palm as large as half a tree, with veins bulging as if containing endless power. Others spread wings that were black and unlike those of angels, their wings unfurling to block out the sun, exuding a strange beauty. Lu Chen twisted his neck, a hint of bloodthirst appearing on his face. It seems your troubles are not over yet. Who are you? Lu Chen, who am I? Don't you know in your heart? I am you. Your dark side. As soon as the words fell, Lu Chen clenched his fist with one hand, instantly igniting a ball of white light that clung to his fist, the white light burning fiercely like flames, radiating powerful energy waves. Then, he leaped into the mass of mutated monsters. Accompanied by flickering blood mist, the monster with the split mouth swung its viscous tongue like a whip towards him. Lu Chen's eyes sharpened, and a strong arm pierced through that tongue. With a sudden pull, the split-mouthed monster was instantly yanked. Before him, Lu Chen's other hand transformed into a blade, a beam of white light covering his hand, which instantly pierced through the monster's chest, and then, along with the monster's heart, he forcibly pulled it out. Lu Chen looked at the heart in his hand as if it were a delicious apple, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You seem to resist eating this. Isn't this just dessert? There's nothing to resist. After saying that, he was about to bring the heart to his mouth to bite down. However, when the apple reached his lips, his mouth stubbornly refused to open. Lu Chen frowned, revealing a hint of displeasure. This won't do. He slowly pried his mouth open with the other hand and forcefully stuffed the heart inside. The surrounding mutated monsters closed in on Lu Chen like ants. As Lu Chen chewed, the surrounding monsters seemed to be enraged, letting out a series of roars. Detected that you have consumed the heart of a mutated monster. Red quality, gaining 5 points of speed. Lu Chen tilted his neck, his crimson eyes showing a hint of surprise. No abilities? It seems that the corpse eater gains abilities probabilistically. His hands now swung like pendulums, each hand confronting the mutated monsters rushing in from all sides, every swing raising a cloud of blood mist, those monsters falling like wheat under his attacks. However, at that moment, a massive fist, like a meteor, suddenly smashed into Lu Chen's back. The tremendous impact sent Lu Chen crashing to the ground like a kite with its string cut, splattering mud everywhere. The surrounding monsters, sensing Lu Chen down on the ground, pounced on him like sharks, smelling blood, eager to tear him to pieces. Just at this critical moment, a shadow darted through the monsters like lightning. When it reappeared, it was already in midair, flapping wings that were black and seemed made of metallic feathers, the white eyeballs standing out starkly in the rain, that familiar face now tinged with a ghostly white, devoid of any life or warmth. It was Xiao Lu. Lu Chen, whose eyes were covered in crimson, regained a glimmer of clarity upon seeing Xiao Lu, struggling to speak. Xiao Lu, you, however, before he could finish speaking, with a sharp sound, Xiao Lu's teeth instantly sank into his shoulder, her sharp fangs easily piercing his skin, and blood gushed out in an instant. At that moment, Lu Chen understood, she wasn't trying to save herself. She didn't want to be torn apart by other monsters. Don't you remember me? Then die. A mouthful of pitch-black blood was spat out from Xiao Lu's mouth, splattering across Lu Chen's face, a blend of light and shadow. As the rain washed over him, the tainted blood was gradually cleansed, revealing Lu Chen's face. Half despairing, half ferocious. Lu Chen's right hand pierced through Xiao Lu's chest. Don't be foolish. She's already dead. Now, she is a desecrated existence. You should carry her power and then live on. No, brother Lu Chen, I am Xiao Lu, please don't kill me. Xiao Lu seemed to regain her senses, pleading with Lu Chen, her delicate hands gripping his right hand tightly, as if begging him not to rip out her heart. You've regained your sanity? A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Chen's face. But at the same time, the corners of his mouth turned down, inconsistent with his words. It was like being the host at a wedding for childhood sweethearts, clearly saying words of blessing, yet showing not a trace of joy. Yes, brother Lu Chen, actually, I've always wanted to tell you something. Could you come a little closer? Lu Chen gazed at Xiao Lu, who was revealing a sweet smile, as if he could see again, that face with a faint smile sitting in a wheelchair. At every corner after school, like a face warmed by the spring breeze. He gradually moved closer to Xiao Lu, seemingly wanting to gaze at her face a little longer. Because he knew he would never see it again. I'm sorry. A hint of confusion appeared on Xiao Lu's face, her features trembling slightly. Brother Xiao Lu, what are you talking about? What sorry, I am Xiao Lu. Does brother Lu Chen not recognize me anymore? Didn't we agree that after you go to college, we would continue to be friends? Brother Lu Chen, is there anything else you want to say to me? Lu Chen interrupted Xiao Lu, his eyes once again stained with blood. Go on, tell me what the little girl in your heart really wants to convey. Otherwise, I won't go easy on you for daring to deceive me. A hint of helplessness appeared on Xiao Lu's face. Brother Lu Chen, what are you talking about? I am Xiao Lu. Just because he can't bear to strike doesn't mean I will show mercy. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a hint of bloodthirst. Are you ready to be torn apart by me? Lu Chen's other hand rested on Xiao Lu's pitch-black wings. A flash of fear crossed Xiao Lu's eyes, her originally corpse-like pale face suddenly twisted with a hint of ferocity. Her pale eyeballs trembling slightly. I said, come a little closer. Lu Chen sighed deeply, then leaned forward. From the outside, it looked as if Lu Chen was embracing Xiao Lu, who had spread her wings in the sky. She wants to convey. Die, a powerful hand suddenly gripped the monster's jaw, a helpless voice sounding, "I knew you would say that, shut up, I don't want to hear it, just die." The hand that had pierced the monster's chest was suddenly pulled out along with a heart. The other hand forcefully tore off the pitch-black wings. At the same time, the dark feathers on the wings shot into Lu Chen's body like bullets, making him look like a porcupine from the outside. However, for Lu Chen, this seemed merely a minor episode. His body shimmered with radiant patterns of light, and then the steel-like black feathers embedded in his body were forcibly expelled, bursting forth. A hint of disdain appeared on Lu Chen's face as he slowly opened his mouth, bringing the bloodied heart to his lips. He then began to eat it bite by bite. "Aren't you going to stop me this time? Heh, remember this taste. Well, live on with this pain, only by becoming strong can you avoid losing again." Detected consumption of the heart of a mutated monster. Red quality, gaining 3 points in speed. Detected consumption of the heart of a mutated monster, red quality, gaining the ability, black. Iron wings. Chen, bound to a 2-meter thick tree, had his limbs, previously pierced by bullets, returned to normal, while a vein in his neck gradually turned purple. The bullets that had entered Chen Zhe's body, with his bizarre healing, suddenly shot out from his wounds like arrows ready to be released. Chen Zhe's body began to mutate, his hands transforming into the claws of a weasel, and he gradually became monstrous. "Kill me." This was the last remnant of Chen Zhe's will, his final roar. Lu Chen, hovering in midair, did not disappoint him. A pair of pitch-black wings spread out like an angel's, yet they appeared eerily strange. The black iron wings aimed at Chen Zhe. In the next second, countless wings shot out like a meteor shower, instantly turning Chen Zhe into a sieve, his form pierced beyond recognition by the wings. It was as if his body was penetrated by arrows raining down from the sky. Hey, is this really okay? The heart is shot to pieces. This will reduce your ability points, even your powers. Duching and the others are almost here. Do you really want to eat the heart of someone who hasn't fully mutated in front of so many people? I thought you would remain silent like before. Why didn't you come out to stop me earlier? Logically, shouldn't eating Xiao Lu's heart be the last thing you want to happen? I'm curious, why didn't you stop me? Lu Chen waved his black wings, gradually descending and retracting them. His voice was calm. What do you think I would say? What else could I say? Power, that is the answer. In this world, only the strong can survive, only they can avoid losing. Xiao Lu is already dead, she has become a monster, and I can only kill her. Eating her heart, living on with her power. This is redemption, and also the final gift of parting. Only, I am the one who has been gifted. Heavy rain washed over everything in the cemetery. Blood mist flickered beneath the rain curtain, and the remains of monsters gradually piled up at their feet. A flash of white light passed by. A rumble followed, and then thunder flashed again in the dark clouds above. Outside the cemetery, several white cars were parked at that moment. A dozen people rushed into the cemetery. Soon after, they witnessed an unforgettable scene in their lives. Amidst countless monster remains stood a figure that was hard to define as either monster or human. His eyes flashed a scarlet hue, as if he were a ruler, a king. Standing atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, he looked down upon the world. What the hell, did all of this happen because of Lu Chen alone? Duching looked incredulously at the remains on the ground. Among them were not only the remains of monsters but also the bodies of the followers of the sentient court mixed in. There was even one who had died the most brutally, having smashed his head into the ground. All the surrounding graves had been ruthlessly desecrated, left empty. The monsters lay scattered like broken toy parts, here a piece, there a piece. Fire the tranquilizers. Tang Tian's expression was cold as he issued the command. On the way here, he had naturally informed Tang Tian, and they had coincidentally met halfway, which was why they had come together. Meanwhile, the logistics team had long since sent people to nearby locations with tranquilizers and sniper rifles. Now receiving Tang Tian's order, without any hesitation, the sniper aimed at Lu Chen's abdomen. Bang, the tranquilizer was suddenly fired, shooting out a gray trajectory. The result was unexpectedly smooth. The tranquilizer hit Lu Chen in the stomach. Lu Chen slowly fell from the pile of corpses, landing in a pool of blood. Old Tang. What do you mean? We still can't be sure that Lu Chen has mutated. Duching shouted at Tang Tian. Whether Lu Chen has mutated or not, the tranquilizer must be injected. It's a test and a necessity. The outcome is good, he didn't evade the tranquilizer. Regardless of whether he has mutated, we won't cause any more casualties, Tang Tian said. He walked towards a 2-meter wide tree, where a figure resembling a hedgehog was bound. Mutated? Are these steel-like feathers, made by that monster? Tang Tian quickly noticed a half-winged monster on the ground beside him. He Instinctively attributed Chen Zhe's death to the monster. But soon, he realized something was wrong. This is mutation. Tang Tian's voice trembled as he slowly looked at Chen Zhe's hands, which had transformed into those of a monster, and his grotesque neck. Duching glanced over, a hint of sorrow flashing in his eyes. He knew Chen Zhe, he was part of Tang Tian's team. He had probably been in the team for 5 or 6 years. Unexpectedly, he had died here. He didn't know much about Chen Zhe, only that he had a brother who died in a car accident. Chen Zhe returned almost every morning to pay respects, as that was his only family. At this moment, the rain stopped. The dark clouds that had enveloped the sky seemed to part like a curtain, dissipating entirely, revealing a clear blue sky. It seemed that the heavens would not shower rain. For the sorrow of one person. Rays of light poured down, and the crystalline raindrops sparkled with a myriad of colors. The light illuminated Chen Zhe's face, and surprisingly, there was a hint of calm acceptance in his smile. This was the smile of a warrior. Afraid of death, yet able to face it. This is what it means to be a warrior. In the dark space, Lu Chen covered his head with his hands, looking around. The surroundings were smooth and clean, with not a speck of dust on the glass. Reflections of memories flickered one after another. Familiar? A cold voice echoed from behind Lu Chen. Hearing the voice, Lu Chen slowly turned his head. He saw a figure in the glass that looked exactly like him, except that it had a hint of bloodthirst, its eyes stained crimson. What do you want to say? Lu Chen had experienced events today that an ordinary person would never encounter in 8 lifetimes. He felt terrifyingly powerful now. It was as if nothing could bind him anymore. Stop pretending to be tough, you're not that strong. The Lu Chen in the mirror sneered. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, I'm not into guys. The reflection of Lu Chen in the mirror showed a few strange expressions, the corners of its mouth twitching. This absurd conversation was enough. Do you think you're funny? Why not? Lu Chen provoked. The Lu Chen in the mirror's face twitched a few times before abruptly breaking into a sinister laugh. Ah, right. Lu Chen. No, buddy, that's an old joke from 800 years ago, you're still using it? Lu Chen remained indifferent and directly asked the key question, where is this? Is it my consciousness space? A king and its steed? Just like in Death Note? Or are you the dark side of the protagonist in Sweet Home? The Lu Chen in the mirror was suddenly speechless. You just said his lines, what could he say? Close enough. So what are you going to do next? Crush me with my memories? Lu Chen smirked, that might disappoint you. The Lu Chen in the mirror fell silent because Lu Chen was right again. But even if it's right, what difference does it make? Guessing correctly doesn't mean one remains indifferent after seeing it. Snap, the figure of Lu Chen in the mirror slowly snapped his fingers. The surrounding glass gradually shifted to form a massive screen, displaying fragments of memories that Lu Chen would rather not revisit. For instance, when Lu Chen was a child, he was too mischievous and peeked at the little girl next door while she was bathing. Of course, he was only 5 or 6 at the time, so he was in a novice protection period. Another example is that Lu Chen wasn't as kind as he seemed. He wasn't a purely good person, although he would lend a hand to help others, he always thought about what he could gain in return, even though he never asked for anything in the end. Those he helped seemed to sense this, so every time Lu Chen assisted someone, it was without any expectation of reward, and all they ever said was a simple thank you. Or there was another scene from when Lu Chen was in middle school, clearly having a crush on his deskmate. Yet, because his friend also liked her, he voluntarily gave up his position. In the end, seeing his friend with his deskmate almost drove him into depression. These were all foolish things Lu Chen had done. But who hasn't done foolish things? Lu Chen didn't think much of it. Is that so? No fluctuations in your heart? You're really strong. How about this, I'll tell you a secret? Perhaps this secret will shatter the pride in your heart. Hearing the voice echoing in his ears, Lu Chen had no idea what the other party was up to. But it surely wasn't anything good. Lu Chen wasn't interested in knowing what was being sold, he just wanted to get out. Wan Xiaolu. She doesn't like you. Just as Lu Chen was about to step out of the space, he abruptly pulled his foot back. His expression darkened, feeling somewhat displeased. What makes you think she doesn't like me? She's just a bit reserved. With a whoosh, the Lu Chen in the mirror suddenly lunged out, his crimson eyes locking onto Lu Chen's. Fool, this class only sees you as a nice guy, treating you like an idiot. When they need you, they're polite, when they don't, they treat you like trash, not even glancing your way. Do you think someone as beautiful and academically gifted as Wen Xiaolu wouldn't have anyone pursuing her? But why is your intelligence network so outdated? You don't even know what's happening in class? When Xiaolu feels nothing more than friendship for you, don't dream of anything romantic. What are you? You're just a weakling. Do you think women would like a weakling? Dream on. I have to say, the words from the Lu Chen in the mirror were indeed sharp. Almost every sentence pierced Lu Chen's small heart like a sharp steel knife. Weakling. Lu Chen slowly extended his hand and suddenly grabbed the throat of the Lu Chen in the mirror. That depends on who you're comparing to, relativity. To Wen Xiaolu, I am a weakling. But to you, I have the power to dominate, remember your place. Shadows should be trampled underfoot. With a world-shattering force, Lu Chen tightly grasped the neck of the Lu Chen in the mirror, slamming him down to the ground. Meanwhile, in the outside world, on a hospital bed, Lu Chen suddenly sat up, his eyes fierce. Around him was a small nurse who was about to approach but was startled. Lu Chen looked around. The white ceiling, the well-ventilated windows. There were medical devices by the bed, such as an ECG monitor and an N4 stand. There was no doubt that he was in a hospital room. Hello, please don't move around. You lost your self-awareness earlier, and your body's self-recovery ability was greatly compromised, so you were given N4, the small nurse reminded Lu Chen carefully. As he began to wake up. From her words, it was easy to tell that she seemed to know about his special ability. The little nurse continued. This is the medical room of the logistics department. Your captain, Captain Du, brought you here. You are severely exhausted, although you possess the ability of immortality. The recovery effect of your powers requires a drain on your willpower, and on top of that, you were injected earlier. Cough cough. A cough sounded from outside the ward. A man dressed in a pitch-black trench coat, with a tattooed upper body, walked in. It was Duching. Duching cleared his throat. I'll handle these matters with Xiaoyi. Help him remove the 4, since he's awake. He doesn't need the nutrient solution anymore. The little nurse nodded. Okay, Captain Du. She quickly approached Lu Chen, removed the needle, and then put away the 4 stand. She then walked to the door and said to Duching inside, Captain Du, I won't disturb you and team member Lu any longer. Duching nodded. The little nurse kindly closed the door behind her. How are you? Duching asked directly. Lu Chen twisted his shoulder, producing a cracking sound, and winced in pain. It's okay, just a bit sore in the shoulder. Duching smirked. Of course it's sore, you slept for a whole day and night. Lu Chen's expression changed instantly, and he was about to ask something. Duching continued. Don't worry, do you think your Captain Du is that careless? I've already informed your family, you won't need to go home anymore. I've sent your military academy admission notice to your family. It's a special case for direct conscription. What did my parents say? Your parents said not to worry about them, they plan to have a second child. Lu Chen. I hate this joke. Duching and Lu Chen talked for a long time. What started as afternoon conversation stretched into the evening. Did you guys give me a sedative too? No wonder my shoulder is so sore, Lu Chen realized. In fact, when Duching and the others arrived, Lu Chen's willpower was nearly completely exhausted. Duching nodded. It was a special situation, you were surrounded by the remains of monsters, and Chen Zhe was killed by a monster nearby. You were the only one standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It would be a lie to say you weren't tense, so to prevent your mutation, we injected you with a sedative. If you really mutated, your limbs would undergo changes. After all, sedation can't stop cellular replacement. In other words, it can't prevent mutation. If I really mutated, would you kill me? Lu Chen asked. At that moment, the medical room fell silent. A hint of difficulty appeared on Duxing's face. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Duxing's expression had already given him the answer. It would be normal to kill a mutated version of himself. After all, isn't the existence of the Night Watchers meant to eliminate monsters and protect stability? Yes. Lu Chen already knew. Similarly, if I mutated, you must kill me. Then, Duxing slowly raised his head. His amber eyes firm and as clear as crystal. Meeting those eyes, Lu Chen felt a twinge of shame in his heart. Is this what awakening feels like? He didn't think Duxing's words were false or for show. Because he had already sent off a warrior. He should also be a part of the Night Watchers. Now that he thought about it, he didn't even know the other person's name or why he was there. Child, you are not alone. Duxing's voice became somewhat heavy and tender. Every ability user is a gift from heaven, yet also a forsaken heretic. We are all monsters. But we still possess humanity, we are all human. The sky gradually darkened. Duxing stepped out of Lu Chen's medical room. He happened to run into Tang Tian. Tang Tian asked, is your emotional state stable? Do we need to eliminate any threats? Duxing sighed, don't overthink it. He's a good kid, emotionally stable. That day, he didn't go berserk, he just lost control of his emotions. His friend is buried beneath the cemetery. Tang Tian was taken aback, then sighed as well, so that's how it is. I was reckless. Duching pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Tang Tian. Don't be like that, your apology doesn't quite suit you. Want one? Relax a bit? Actually, even if you didn't say anything, I would have them administer a sedative anyway. After all, it's just an extra layer of security. There's nothing wrong with that. Haven't we all been preparing for that day for a long time? Looking at Duching's pretentious demeanor, Tang Tian felt a bit annoyed. He silently took a cigarette from Duching's hand, put it in his mouth, and rolled his eyes. What a show-off. Damn. It. Tang Tian, you want to fight, huh? Duching's face instantly flushed red, almost grabbing Tang Tian by the neck to give him a beating. He had just been looking quite impressive, hadn't he? What a buzzkill, who was forgiving whom here? Tang Tian looked at the suddenly flushed Duching and smiled mischievously. You're still so easy to embarrass. After all these years, you haven't changed a bit. Duching, not in the mood, also took a cigarette, lit it with his lighter, and took a puff. Ha, he exhaled a cloud of smoke. Duching said, growth, ha, who? Wasn't young once? Time flies, we've just aged a few years. It's different. Some people remain young even in old age, while others grow old in their youth. What do you think of Lu Chen? Tang Tian asked. Duching and Tang Tian walked to the smoking area of the logistics department. Base. Duching sat on a row of iron chairs, exhaling a puff of white smoke. A really good kid, full of spirit, handsome too, nothing wrong with him. Yeah, nothing wrong with him, Tang Tian nodded and continued. So does he have any flaws? Duching was taken aback, his brow slightly furrowed. Flaws? Didn't you just agree with me that there's nothing wrong with him? Tang Tian looked deeply at Duching. Don't you think Lu Chen is too good? Good to the point of being a mask. Duching slowly crushed the glowing cigarette but in his hand, revealing a serious expression. Old Tang, what you're saying sounds like victim theory. Is it wrong to pretend to be a good person? If everyone pretends to be a good person, should we pretend to be bad instead? Tang Tian raised an eyebrow. What I mean is, everyone has their flaws. You love to smoke and aren't very sharp, while I tend to be overly suspicious and get stuck in my own thoughts. So what about Lu Chen? Hey. Saying I'm not sharp in front of me is a bit much. Duching was caught off guard. He took another cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and exhaled a puff of smoke. As for Lu Chen, I'll observe him for a few days. Now that you mention it, I really can't answer that. One more thing, Duching, do you think monsters would actively attack other monsters? I think there's something off about Chen Zhe's death. He mutated into a monster, and logically, those monsters shouldn't have any reason to attack their own kind, Tang Tian said, his brow furrowed. Duching scratched the back of his head and replied, that's not a question for me, you should ask the captain. After all, to be honest, it's my first time seeing so many monsters. The captain has completed missions in the No Man's Land and has seen the most monsters. You should ask him. No Man's Land, a city overrun by monsters. Ask the captain? That's not a bad idea, but I'm afraid I'll end up drinking until the afternoon of the next day before I wake up, Tang Tian said, patting his head, feeling a bit of a headache. Drink up, I still can't get to his office to compete with him in drinking, Duching said somewhat melancholically. Tang Tian's eyelid twitched. With your ability, you still want to drink. Duching was not pleased. What's wrong? Can't I drink? Can you get drunk? Drinking would just be a waste. Tang Tian mercilessly shot him down. Hey! You thick-browed old Tang, all you do today is tear me down. Isn't it because you're foolish? You always give me the chance to. Damn it! Half an hour later, with two big lumps on his head, Duching returned to Lu Chen's medical room. He saw Lu Chen playing with his phone, a joyful expression on his face. Duching raised an eyebrow and asked, what's making you so happy? Lu Chen was so engrossed that he didn't notice Duching enter the room and abruptly shut off his phone. However, in that instant, Duching caught a glimpse of the chat history on the screen. 1. See you at the cinema tomorrow. Lu, good night. Is this a date with a girl? Duching thought. Lu Chen cleared his throat. It's nothing. Duching was straightforward. Cut it out. I saw you asking a girl out. What the hell? Lu Chen's expression changed, and he finally waved his hand helplessly. Alright, I admit it, I asked a girl out to the cinema tomorrow. Are you going Dutch? No, how could I let a girl pay? I'm covering everything. Is she your girlfriend? Nice. No, she's just a friend, but I like her. In this simple exchange, both fell silent. Duching recalled what Tang Tian had asked him earlier about Lu Chen's flaws. He thought he now understood. Isn't this just a big, pure simp? They chatted for a while longer. Lu Chen shared a lot about one Xiaolu. For instance, when they first entered school, when Xiaolu, with her long black hair, floated past him like a fairy, and he was so lucky to be her deskmate. Or how when Xiaolu had once invited him to perform on stage, although he only played a minor role, she had only invited him from the whole class. And there was that one Valentine's Day when Xiaolu had proactively given him a box of chocolates, he even couldn't bear to throw away the chocolate box, which he still kept in his drawer to this day. In short, through a series of Lu Chen's narrations, Duching nodded in satisfaction. It seemed this kid wasn't perfect after all. For instance, he was quite clueless when it came to love, making foolish mistakes. But, after all, no one is perfect, it's human nature. Who doesn't have a white moonlight in their heart? With such turmoil at school, can they really keep it under wraps? Lu Chen suddenly asked. Duching replied, they can't keep it under wraps, but they have to try. It's better than not trying at all. In reality, there are quite a few people who know about the existence of ability users and monsters, but everyone has signed a confidentiality agreement, so no one will speak out. Indeed. If there's a secret that everyone knows but no one discusses, everyone will assume that others are unaware. Previously, Lu Chen had been wondering why the Zongxing court was so brazenly making big moves, clearly not for the first time, yet there was no news at all. Online, there wasn't even a trace. It turned out there were confidentiality agreements and the like in place. Planning to confess tomorrow? Yeah. Ha! Lu Chen suddenly looked up in shock, only to see a sly smile on Duxing's face. Just now, Lu Chen had been lost in thought about other matters and had instinctively answered Duxing's question. Of course, it was mainly because he hadn't been on guard against Duxing. However, Lu Chen didn't feel there was anything to hide about this matter. After all, he was going to confess tomorrow. Whether one more person knew or one less person knew didn't matter, it wouldn't change anything. How do you plan to confess? Duxing sat by the hospital bed, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing in his eyes, as if a beautiful figure had crossed his mind. Confessing is certainly a romantic thing, and flowers are indispensable. There must be a stage, a romantic moment, and then I'll take out the ring and declare to everyone, I like her. The key is to shout it out loud. I will put all my dignity as a man on the line. Lu Chen seemed to envision the astonishing scene tomorrow in the cinema, where he would passionately confess to Wen Xiaolu under the romantic melody of the movie's ending song. What if she doesn't agree? Duxing asked. Lu Chen's expression turned serious. Then she will remember me forever. At least, I won't be a coward, secretly in love for 3 years, only to end up silent at the last moment. Besides, if she really doesn't agree, isn't that a good thing? That way, I'll have one less worry. Though, it would still hurt a bit. After all, liking someone for 3 years, only to end up with a dud, is like drawing water with a bamboo basket, completely in vain. The anticipation would be shattered. However, even so, I will still confess. At the very least, I want to tell Wen Xiaolu my feelings. And I am not a coward. Duxing nodded silently, understanding the new realm of being a devoted admirer, a highest level, the realm of confession. He understood, he really did. What man hasn't had a white moonlight? What man hasn't once worshipped another woman? Most people have experienced a heart-wrenching moment. After all, this is part of growing up. Regardless of whether Lu Chen's confession succeeds, tomorrow will surely become an unforgettable day for him. A man should be a bit braver. This bravery may not yield the expected response, but one should not be discouraged. If you encounter an insurmountable wall, you can always change direction and keep moving forward. Alright. It's getting late, I have to leave. Duxing slowly stood up, glancing at the moonlight outside the window, murmuring, counting the days, she should be back in a few months. Has it been 10 years? Duxing sighed wistfully. Who? Lu Chen asked. My daughter, the one I mentioned to you. She'll finish her training in a few months and should be coming home. Duxing smiled. By the way, you should prepare in the next few days. You need to go to the Magic City for the new student assessment. So sudden? Didn't you say it was a month later? Lu Chen was a bit surprised. It was suddenly moved up. You have 7 days to prepare. Oh, and your parents can come back too. We've prepared an excuse for you, saying you've been interning with the military in Linjiang these days. Okay, sounds good. So, it seems this assessment will take a long time? Exactly, the assessment period is 3 months, and the difficulty is not small. But for someone like you, it's just a piece of cake. However, after you finish the assessment, you might not be assigned to my team. Ha? Why do you say that? You are not like ordinary people. Your level of immortality seems to be higher than mine, with a recovery speed 3 times faster than mine, and you've comprehended 3 complete books. You might not have a concept of it now, but once you get to the assessment site, you'll understand. Duxing sighed. At the same time, he remembered something. By the way, among the people you killed from the sentient beings court, one was at the captain level. We found out his identity. His name is Yenbei, and his awakened ability is God of Guns. Each bullet he fires is comparable to those shot from a Barrett. With enhanced power, he not only possesses super strong long-range shooting ability but also has the strength of the Foundation establishment stage, making him extremely difficult to deal with. I didn't expect you to kill him. Duching covered his face. Yenbei probably never dreamed that Lu Chen had also awakened immortality. He likely arrogantly planned to shoot Lu Chen from within 50 meters. The result, his head was smashed into the ground, dying a terribly tragic death. However, no matter how you look at it, it is indeed a bit shocking. Although Yenbei's cultivation level was only at the Foundation establishment stage, it was still Foundation establishment. What realm was Lu Chen at? He had just reached the Qi condensation stage. Yet, he had directly killed Yenbei, who was at the Foundation establishment stage, crossing a significant realm. Although it was hard to believe, the captain-level Yenbei from the collective of beings was actually taken down by Lu Chen alone. This could only be attributed to the fact that Yenbei was unaware of Lu Chen's ability, immortal. This caught him off guard, leading to his demise. I've already reported this matter for you. Soon, someone will come to award you a third-class merit. TSK, how long have you been a Nightstalker? And you've already snagged a third prize. You should know, I've been stationed here for nearly 10 years, and I only received a third-class merit. This is still considering my status as an old-timer who dedicated my youth to the organization, Duching said with a hint of melancholy. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, placed it in his mouth, and then slowly lit it with a lighter. After lighting the cigarette, Duching turned and left the hospital room. Lu Chen watched Duching's disappearing figure, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. An internship assessment, huh? Lasting 3 months, it seemed more like training than an actual assessment. Lu Chen quickly refocused his thoughts and turned his attention to his basic panel. After a day of slaughter, his basic points had nearly doubled. Host, Lu Chen, ability, Corpse Eater, level 2, immortal, level 2, super strength, black iron wings. Strength 10.57 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3. 40.57, speed, 12.11 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3. 42.11, mental power, 10. Internal skill, void devouring refinement, movement. Technique, 9 calamity steps, sword technique, universe rending divine slash. After reviewing the basic panel, a trace of doubt arose in Lu Chen's heart. Strange, my mental power hasn't increased. Could it be that the corpse eater's consumption of corpses doesn't enhance mental power? Or perhaps a terrifying thought suddenly emerged in Lu Chen's mind. As the saying goes, you are what you eat. The heart primarily supplements strength and speed, right? So what would enhance mental power? It's the brain. Lu Chen's mouth moved, and he blurted it out. Instantly, he covered his mouth. This be a person. Eating a heart raw is already disgusting, and now eating a brain. Lu Chen couldn't believe what that would taste like. But soon, Lu Chen thought of a compromise. He didn't need to eat a monster's brain. The reason the monster's ability points increased more than livestock's was probably because monsters were stronger. Wasn't the strength and speed of monsters not much greater than that of livestock? But if we talk about intelligence, to be honest, eating monsters is not as good as eating livestock. The brains of monsters probably aren't even as useful as those of livestock. If he really forced himself to eat something disgusting, it would probably only add a tiny bit. At the same time, it was somewhat regrettable that Lu Chen could only view his own panel and not others. After all, the corpse eater wasn't a system and didn't have an inspection skill. Being able to display a panel was already a blessing. This also led to the appearance of many ability points, but Lu Chen had nothing to compare it to. As a result, he had almost no concept of his own strength. Lu Chen's thoughts slowly shifted away from the panel. Not for any other reason, but because he was tired. He gazed out at the moonlight, and a family photo on the bedside flashed through his mind. Dad, Mom. I really am unfilial. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. After 3 years of hard study, I should have aimed for a top university, but instead, I chose to enlist. Knowing full well the dangers lurking here, yet still charging in like a headless fly, I really want to see everything hidden in this world. Good night, Mom and Dad. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Lu Chen had long since changed out of his medical scrubs and into a suit that Duching had bought for him. This suit, being so impeccably tailored, gave off an air of wealth just at a glance. It indeed cost quite a bit. This suit was a piece from an international brand, worth several tens of thousands. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. You little rascal, this is what you deserve. Don't thank me, it's all deducted from your salary. Just with Duching's words, Lu Chen felt as if he had been doused with cold water, his mouth twitching. Thank you. No need to thank me, we're like brothers, just lending a hand. Yes. It was indeed just lending a hand, hard to imagine that such a thing could be described so vividly. Lu Chen rubbed his forehead, although he put on a pained expression. In reality, he was very grateful to Duching. His previous school uniform was naturally unwearable, stained with indelible blood and dirt, and had already been thrown in the trash. If Duching hadn't come by and bought him a suit, he would have had to spend time going to the mall to buy one himself. And who knows, the one he bought might not have been as good as the one Duching chose. It must be said that Duching had quite good taste in clothes. After putting on the suit, Lu Chen looked even more dapper. The sharp lines, combined with Lu Chen's chiseled features, made him look like a Korean oppa straight out of a drama. By the way, I still have a salary? Did you forget? It was clearly stated when you signed the contract, of course you have a salary. How much was it again? An annual salary of 10 million. Lu Chen? A millionaire is me? Is that for real? Lu Chen suddenly felt a bit parched. He admitted he was a materialistic person, with little resistance to money. This annual salary of 10 million was happiness coming way too fast. Initially, he felt a bit guilty for his parents' investment in him. After all, he thought he would only be making around $1 million a year at most. He never expected to be so narrow-minded. This overwhelming wealth, what more could he want? A graduate degree? Damn it, getting a high degree was just to make money, right? And now, didn't he have it? Duching smiled and patted Lu Chen on the shoulder. Work hard, an annual salary of over 100 million isn't just a dream. Lu Chen silently swallowed. Although he hadn't stepped into society yet, his ears were already filled with rumors from TikTok about bosses painting big dreams. What he didn't expect was that while they were painting dreams, they were actually delivering. Your bank card hasn't been registered yet, so this month's salary hasn't been deposited. Once you're done with your tasks, report to Yi Bingtang. Got it. Captain Do. Lu Chen stood at attention, showing off his bright white teeth in a smile, and struck a military pose. Duching couldn't help but laugh at Lu Chen. You little brat, enough with the act. Today's mission requires everything to be in order, don't let the enemy take you down. Lu Chen cleared his throat and then said seriously, report, Captain Do, I guarantee to complete the mission. And take the enemy's head. Duching patted Lu Chen's shoulder with satisfaction. I'll be waiting for your triumphant return. A wave of emotion flashed through Lu Chen's heart. Old Du was a good buddy, helping him buy clothes and cheering him on. Damn, what a brother. If Du Xing knew what Lu Chen was thinking, he would definitely crack an egg on Lu Chen's head. You little rascal, I could be your father at my age. And you call me brother? Why don't you just fly to the sky? Of course, Duching didn't know. By the way, how can you go confessing without flowers? This is a special gift from Xiaomengshan, fresh roses planted by professionals in England. These are not the fake roses you find in ordinary flower shops, each one was carefully cut by Xiaomengshan for your confession to succeed this time. Xiaomengshan? She must be Tang Mengshan, right? He remembered that petite girl and was surprised that these roses were hand-picked by her. Lu Chen was taken aback. You told others about my situation? To be precise, we all know now. The hospital room door slowly opened, and a woman with a perfect figure walked in. Yi Bingtong's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Oh dear, Captain Big Mouth, how could you let the captain know about such things? Immediately, a petite and adorable figure jumped out, playfully speaking. It was Tang Mengshan. This is Lu Chen, he doesn't look bad at all. Bro, I heard you're confessing today, and the captain asked us to cheer you on. A burly man, who Lu Chen had never seen before, also wore a sly smile. This man must be Tang Long, whom Duching had mentioned before. He didn't expect him to be as generous as Duching. The last to enter was Ling Tian, who had 2 short blades at his waist and a somewhat cold demeanor. Ling Tian curled his lip. Good luck. Quite succinct, still as cold as before. Finally, Lu Chen slowly turned to Duching, who had a face that seemed to say, praise me, I did a good deed. Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Big mouth old Du, thank you so much. Let's go, which cinema are we heading to? I'll drive you. There, Yi Bingtang said with a smile. This made Lu Chen feel a bit embarrassed. He thought to himself, this team is indeed Duxing's team. All generous and quite outgoing. Of course, Ling Tian was a bit cold. While Lu Chen was pondering, Yi Bingtang grabbed his wrist. Handsome little brother, come with me. Lu Chen was stunned and then shot a pleading look at Duching. Duching acted as if he didn't see it, turning his head and whistling. Lu Chen? Unsurprisingly, the logistics department was also established in the mountains. After leaving the secret base and looking at the desolate surroundings, Lu Chen felt a bit dazed. Wasn't it agreed that they would send him off? Where's the car? You didn't think we would park the car here, did you? Oh, parking the car in front of the base would be so stupid. Of course, we parked. It had a nearby parking station. It's not far from here, just 1 or 2 kilometers. How do we get there? Of course, we walk. 10 minutes later. The silver metal-wrapped Bugatti Veyron, with its smooth curves, exuded an elegant and generous aura, quietly resting in a parking space. Yi Bingtang took out the car key and pressed it. Instantly, the headlights of the Bugatti Veyron flickered like a giant dragon, shining with 2 dazzling beams of light, exuding an imposing presence. Lu Chen suddenly felt a bit parched. Compared to Duching's old white sedan, this Bugatti Veyron was simply on another level. They were cars from 2 different worlds. It was hard to imagine that Duching, who owned a shabby white sedan, was actually the captain of Yi Bingtang, who owned the Bugatti Veyron in front of him. Shouldn't Duching, as the captain, be wealthier? Perhaps noticing Lu Chen's confusion, Yi Bingtang smiled and explained, "Don't be so surprised, my family does have some assets. My family is in the entertainment industry, so we have a bit of money. Compared to Captain Du, he is indeed a bit poorer. But that's not because he receives less money each year. On the contrary, he earns a lot, making 100 million every year." 100 million? Wow! Lu Chen found it hard to associate the image of Duching, a tattooed, burly man with his bare upper body draped in a pitch-black trench coat, driving an old, worn-out white sedan, with someone who had an annual income of 100 million. It felt so surreal. But he donated all the money, Yi Bingtang said as she got into the driver's seat. Lu Chen opened the passenger door and climbed in, somewhat puzzled as he asked, "Why? He drives such an old car, shouldn't he at least improve his living conditions first?" Yi Bingtang replied, "Maybe it's because of unease. Buckle up." Before Lu Chen could react, Yi Bingtang had already started the engine, and with the clutch released, she slammed the accelerator to the floor. The Bugatti Veyron roared like a dragon, followed by a sudden launch that shot them forward. "Holy crap! Sis, slow down. I told you, I'm ready. My driving skills are top-notch." "What the hell, who starts with a launch like that? Little bro, haven't you just experienced it today?" Tianlong City. On the streets, countless people stopped to watch a Bugatti Veyron speeding down the road. This car was simply the embodiment of art. Some even boldly took out their phones to snap pictures of the speeding Bugatti. It was astonishing. A once peaceful life, suddenly interrupted by a Bugatti Veyron, felt like a shot of adrenaline, a rush of novelty flooding their hearts. Lu Chen noticed the people glancing over occasionally, and he wasn't surprised at all. After all, he had been startled when he first saw the car. This was a legendary vehicle. Only the wealthiest of the wealthy could own one. To put it in perspective, how much is it worth? 1.6 million pounds. With a 1-to-9 exchange rate, that translates to over 100 million in the Tang dynasty. Don't be fooled by Lu Chen's current annual salary of millions. In reality, it would take 10 years of hard work, without eating or drinking, to afford such a luxury car. Moreover, it was a limited edition, hard to come by. It was hard to imagine how big the small business Yi Bingtang mentioned had to be to afford such a luxury vehicle. Lu Chen certainly didn't think this car was something Yi Bingtang had saved up for, that didn't fit her character. With a blend of generosity and a hint of pride, he couldn't believe she would toil for 10 years just for a car. "We're here, go on, little bro. When you confess, you must show some manly spirit. I heard from Team Du that you should bet everything on your dignity, right? I have high hopes for you." Yi Bingtang gave Lu Chen a thumbs up. This series of events made Lu Chen feel an indescribable excitement. Behind him stood not just his parents, but also this group of teammates. His heart felt warm. "Don't worry, sis, once I make my move, I'll definitely succeed," Lu Chen confidently declared. Yi Bingtang covered her mouth and smiled. If one looked closely, they would notice a hint of nostalgia in her smile. Then, "Good luck, little bro." After crossing the street, Lu Chen felt a bit euphoric, a feeling he couldn't quite describe. It was as if the Holy Master had obtained 12 talismans, and Lu Chen wanted to shout out loud, "I freaking like nothing now." Forgive Lu Chen for his absurdity. After all, he was genuinely excited. It felt like he was on a high. He headed towards the cinema. He had arranged to meet Wen Xiaolu at a cafe on the 3rd floor before watching the movie. Oh, right, he also needed to buy a diamond ring first. Lu Chen patted his head and strode into the jewelry store. With the swiftness of the wind and the ferocity of thunder. Before long, he was holding a gift box in his arms, inside which lay the diamond ring he had saved up for, costing him 2 to 3,000 yuan. This money was all saved from his frugal living. With great anticipation, he tightly gripped the diamond ring in his palm before finally placing it in his pocket. He headed towards his destination, the 3rd floor. He stepped into the elevator. However, just as he entered the elevator, a somewhat familiar figure suddenly squeezed in. "Lu Chen, I'm here to watch a movie too." And several figures behind him managed to push their way in. Looking at this person, Lu Chen recalled some information about him. Wang Fui, true to his name, was quite wealthy. His family had undergone a relocation a few years back, and his parents had started a small business that took off, earning them a fortune. Lu Chen remembered that while he was still taking the bus, Wang Fui was already driving a BMW or a Mercedes. However, there was something more to what he said. What did he mean by saying he was also here to watch a movie? A few minutes later. Cafe. "When Xiaolu, I've brought a few of my good buddies along. We're all classmates, so I won't introduce them one by one. Unlike Wang Lei, the school bully, Wang Fui, though wealthy, also had decent grades and a group of friends who were more like companions than troublemakers. He couldn't be called a bad person. Lu Chen wasn't particularly familiar with him, as they were merely classmates. Aside from Wen Xiaolu, he was familiar with the other classmates but not close. This statement seemed like a run-on sentence, but it wasn't entirely untrue. It was like the passengers who took the bus at the same time every day. They saw each other daily, and over time, became familiar, but if you were to say they were truly close, that would be a stretch. But what was Wang Fui doing here? Seeing him always gave Lu Chen an indescribable feeling. It was a murderous intent between rivals in love. In the dark space, Lu Chen's bloodshot eyes smiled ominously, and hearing that laughter felt like a madman was roaring. "Oh, hello everyone, since we're all classmates, I thought before graduation I'd watch a movie with my 2 closest friends, to give high school a perfect ending." When Xiaolu smiled at Wang Fui. Under the soft light of the cafe, half of Wen Xiaolu's face was illuminated, making her look so perfect. However, this statement left Lu Chen in shock. The 2 best friends. One of them was undoubtedly himself. But who was the other? Wang Fui? But he had never heard Wen Xiaolu mention him before. For a moment, Lu Chen felt a bit lost. But was he really lost? He just couldn't believe the truth, even though it was only a layer of sandpaper away from the truth. "Have you ordered coffee?" "I reserved some when I came." Wang Fui slowly turned his head and picked up his phone from the counter, revealing a payment record from Meituan. When Xiaolu slowly shook her head, "No, we just waited for you and forgot." "No worries, I ordered 8 cups in total. I remember you like lattes, so I specifically ordered a latte for you," Wang Fui said with a smile. He took out a large stack of coffee from the counter and placed it on the table. Lu Chen noticed that besides Wen Xiaolu's latte, there was one more latte left on the table. Wang Fui picked up 2 lattes and said, "I originally didn't like lattes, but since you do, I thought I'd give it a try." Saying this, he handed one of the lattes to Wen Xiaolu. A slight blush appeared on Wen Xiaolu's face as she accepted the latte and thanked him. Seeing this, Lu Chen felt like withdrawing. He realized he didn't seem to know Wen Xiaolu as well as he thought. For instance, after drinking coffee for so many years, he didn't even know what kind of coffee she liked. But how can an arrow on the string be retracted? Remembering the encouragement from Duching and the others this morning, and the bold claims he just made to Yi Bingtang, a hint of embarrassment gradually crept across Lu Chen's face. He really had done something foolish again. But after all, he was human, and humans make mistakes. He decided that he would confess, even if the other party truly didn't like him, so be it. Just as he said yesterday, he had to gamble everything. Even if Wen Xiaolu didn't like him, she must remember him. "Hey, your coffee." A little brother of Wang Fui nudged Lu Chen's shoulder with a cup of coffee in hand, his eyes scanning the suit Lu Chen was wearing, muttering under his breath, "Pretentious." The words were neither loud nor soft, but amidst the laughter and chatter around, it seemed no one would notice Lu Chen. Lu Chen silently took the coffee. Free coffee should be drunk. Not drinking it would make him seem like he lacked resolve. Annoyed, Lu Chen grabbed the coffee, inserted a straw, and took a sip. The coffee was bitter and not good. Soon, a group of people marched into the cinema. Upon entering, not a single person could be seen. It was as if this particular movie room had been deliberately avoided. At that moment, Wang Fui turned around and made a face at Lu Chen, yes, a very mischievous face. So mischievous that Lu Chen felt like punching him. At the same time, an ominous premonition rose in Lu Chen's heart. Why was there no other audience in this movie room? Wait. If there were no other people in the cinema, it could only mean one thing. This place was booked. The only person present with such financial power was Wang Fui. Bang! Suddenly, countless lights focused on Wang Fui. He knelt on one knee before Wen Xiaolu, holding a fresh bouquet of roses, while the movie screen beside them was filled with a romantic sea of flowers. Surrounding them was the sound of love. Music. Today was supposed to be a day to invite you to watch a movie, but I want to seize this opportunity. Wang Fui shouted, we are about to go our separate ways. I don't want to. Regret it. Wen Xiaolu, I just want to say 4 words to you. I like you. I have to take a gamble, to stake everything I have. I've had a crush on someone for 3 years, and if I can't say it in the end, wouldn't that make me a complete failure? At this moment, no one noticed Lu Chen standing behind everyone, his eyes gradually stained with blood. A whisper emerged from the depths of Lu Chen's heart, kill them, sleep now, you don't need to bear this pain, it's all their fault. Wang Fui is deliberately messing with you, he knows your feelings, so he intentionally booked this movie room to confess to Wen Xiaolu before you. Wen Xiaolu never liked you, she knows you like her, so she never tells you she has a very good friend, Wang Fui. She's not afraid of losing you, she's just afraid of losing this free coffee and a diligent deskmate. The whispers echoed in Lu Chen's heart. The cheers around him pierced his heart. Good job, boss. Wen Xiaolu, what are you waiting for? Go up. Under the crowd's urging, Wen Xiaolu's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and she shyly stood in front of Wang Fui, who was kneeling on one knee. At that moment, the spotlight shone on her. She was still so beautiful, wearing a light blue lace dress that revealed 2 smooth, white legs, and under the spotlight, her skin was whiter than snow, stunningly beautiful. Get together! Get together! The friends roared. The devil's whispers roared in Lu Chen's heart. Kill them! Kill them! At this moment, Lu Chen was on the verge of madness. He felt as if his brain had turned into a chaotic mess, like a mischievous damn monkey randomly plucking at his nerves, performing a piano piece on his very nerves. Shut up! Lu Chen slowly bent down, covering his forehead with one hand, feeling a bit breathless. In this darkness, he was so inconspicuous, like a red-eyed rat. This unwillingness and anger gradually transformed into a thread of crimson that spread across Lu Chen's eyes. At this moment, I have never been so calmly angry. I felt as if I had been abandoned by the world. The girl I had a crush on for 3 years was confessed to by another boy right in front of me, and I could only stand there holding the coffee that boy had given me. How ridiculous. Would she accept it? Lu Chen's eyes trembled slightly as he looked at Wen Xiaolu standing on the stage, she was so dazzling. And he felt like a dirty toy thrown into a trash can. Lu Chen stared at the smooth and shiny Wen Xiaolu on stage, fixating on her lips, unable to hear the voices of others. The world seemed to fall silent, and in his ears, there was only Wen Xiaolu's voice. I like you too. Wen Xiaolu gazed at Wang Fui and whispered softly. The silence shattered, breaking like glass. It was like a thunderbolt descending from the sky, piercing through the air, striking the heart with a fierce light. The people around were still cheering, kiss her. Kiss her. Kiss her. Oh ho, and at that moment, the whispers from the demon in Lu Chen's heart reached a peak. This pain, I feel it, like the heartache of having mustard up my nose. It's so painful, just fall asleep, give your body to me, everything will be fine. I will help you, kill Wang Fui who deliberately embarrassed you, help you settle everything. And then? Lu Chen's heart truly died. At this moment, he recalled a book he had read before, Dragon Tribe, that segment about Lu Mingfei and Chen Wanwan. He never dreamed that one day it would fall upon him. He always thought he was different, that he could never repeat the setbacks of a paper-thin character. However, the cruel reality ruthlessly shattered his fantasies. He lost so completely, even the ending was identical to that depicted in the book. Yet, the cruel reality was like a bucket of cold water, mercilessly extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in his heart. He knew well that in this cold reality, it was highly unlikely that anyone would appear like in the book to save him from peril. After all, he was not Lu Mingfei, how could such melodramatic plots from novels descend upon him? He could only bitterly smile, filled with self-mockery about it all. It was simply terrible. Just like the phrase on the cover of Dragon Tribe, dedicated to all the unfortunate kids. He now understood what Jiangnan meant. He was truly damned. It was simply fatal, but then what? The whispers from the demon in his ear seemed to question in shock, as if hit by a truck. What then? Lu Chen felt empty inside, his hands slowly resting on his chest, coldly laughing in his heart. Kill them, and then wait to be surrounded and killed by the Nightstalkers? Or run away in disgrace? And then live a life that is neither human nor ghost? Lu Chen, with bloodshot eyes in the dark space, was suddenly at a loss for words, astonished. Aren't you angry? Aren't you furious? Isn't it said that humans will abandon all reason in anger, becoming foolish puppets? Who told you that? In a book, to be precise, it was a book you once read. Lu Chen in the dark space twitched his lips, explaining. He finished speaking with a hint of melancholy. What a pity, this was a great opportunity, a chance to bring you down, and I failed. I underestimated But now that I've passed this hurdle, what about Wen Xiaolu? She is the girl you've secretly liked for 3 years. Just like Wang Fu said, if you've had a crush for 3 years but don't even dare to confess, wouldn't that make you useless? However, it's too late for you to confess now. When Xiaolu has already agreed to be with someone else, she's already someone else's girlfriend. You really are sharp-tongued. Lu Chen's eyes felt a bit sore, his nose stinging as if he had just eaten mustard. He also wanted to rush forward and make a scene. But then what? Wouldn't that be rather petty? If Lu Chen really did that, how would he be any different from a rogue? Just then, the door to the movie room was suddenly flung open. A woman in a flowing black lace gown, with a perfect figure, stepped into the movie room, illuminated by the light behind her. In her hands, she held a bouquet of fresh, deep red roses, freshly picked and quite valuable. In an instant, it sparked the imagination. In the dark corner, Lu Chen stared at that figure, momentarily dazed. Why is she here? Little brother, didn't expect your sister to come, did you? Hurry up and go home with me. Thank you, everyone, for taking care of my brother. I'll cover all the expenses here today, from the Lin Jiangyi family. Xiaoyi, what are you still dawdling for? Come with your sister. And you have the task of protecting the world and maintaining peace waiting for you, you can't just collapse here. The room was shrouded in darkness, and the next second, with Yi Bingtang's voice, turn on the lights. With a whoosh, the once dark and romantically atmospheric cinema instantly became as bright as day. As the white light flashed, everyone almost blinked in unison. In the gaze of everyone, this nearly perfect woman approached Lu Chen, placing the red roses into his arms, and wrapped her arm around his shoulder. Let's say goodbye to the old world. After all, we won't be in the same world anymore. Her voice was soft, without a hint of ostentation, yet it resonated clearly in Lu Chen's ears. But it was also extremely clear, everyone could hear it. The people around glanced at the glamorous, nearly perfect Yi Bingtang, then at Wang Fu and Wen Xiaolu, who were kneeling on the ground holding flowers. They felt as if the newly formed couple had suddenly lost their luster. It was as if everything that had just happened was merely a backdrop, set up just for this moment. Wang Fu, upon seeing Yi Bingtang, looked as if he had seen a ghost. He lowered his proud head and didn't dare to lift it again. Yi Bingtang, the legitimate daughter of the Lin Jiangyi family, possessed assets worth hundreds of millions. The Lin Jiangyi family might not seem significant at first glance, but in the real estate industry, the Lin Jiangyi family is a giant. They control a vast amount of prime land in Linjiang City, having developed numerous high-end properties and commercial centers. Over the years, the Lin Jiangyi family has built a solid foundation and extensive connections in the real estate field, almost holding a monopoly in Linjiang City's property market. This might sound a bit far-fetched, but to put it simply, the current Tianlong City building is a property of the Yi family. When Xiaolu looked at Wang Fu, who had his head down, and felt as if everything that had just happened had shattered like a bubble. In contrast, Lu Chen before her seemed to have gained a filter, appearing taller and more imposing. But unfortunately, she had already agreed to be with Wang Fu. Looking at the fresh bouquet of red roses in Lu Chen's hands, as well as his well-fitted suit that accentuated his stature, when Xiaolu couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy, a thought crossed her mind: could these have originally been meant for her? But at this moment, it seemed she could no longer voice her questions. There was no room for regret either, because Lu Chen and Yi Bingtang had already slowly walked out. Are they off to save the world? It was clearly a line from a teenage fantasy, yet no one dared to mock it. Not only because of the status of the Yi family in Linjiang, but also because after experiencing the terrifying events of yesterday, they understood the hidden crises lurking behind this world. Just as it literally meant, Lu Chen might really be off to save the world. He and they were already from two different worlds. With a dazed Lu Chen, they descended the corridor, crossed the traffic lights, and got back into the Bugatti Veyron. Yi Bingtang took the driver's seat, her slender hands resting on the top of the steering wheel, her voice laced with a hint of mischief. Little Lu, didn't you say you would definitely return victorious? You even made a military oath with me to take the enemy's head. Lu Chen couldn't help but mock himself inwardly. Yes. It was close. If he hadn't steadied himself, he might have indeed gone straight for the enemy's head. But he steadied himself. So he broke his promise. Lu Chen won, but undeniably, he also lost. What a damn life, Lu Chen leaned back in his seat, covering his eyes with one hand, tears escaping from the corners of his eyes, soaking his arm. Well, he hadn't expected it to be almost exactly like in the Dragon Clan. It was truly enough to make one feel miserable. Good news was all dressed up, while bad news could only be cried over in the car. After all, Yi Bingtang was just the kind-hearted big sister of the team. He really had no relationship with her. The dream was shattered, whether it was a confession or something else. Are you crying? I'm not, just my eyes are watering. Go on, don't pee in my car, I can't stand that. Can this damn car even drive? Lu Chen was momentarily stumped by Yi Bingtong's nonsensical remark. He was just about to continue when someone tugged at his ear, "Cry again and I'll kick you out of the car." Lu Chen silently tucked away his worthless tears. No one would care about his tears. Some might even think he should be a person without emotions, but he was ultimately human, and humans cry. However, under Yi Bingtong's increasingly dangerous gaze, Lu Chen quietly wiped away the 2 lines of tears from the corners of his eyes. Because he wasn't sure if Yi Bingtang would really kick him out of the car with one swift move. The Bugatti Veyron sped down the street, like a silver lightning bolt, exceptionally dazzling. Eventually, the car stopped near a commercial street. After getting out, Yi Bingtang slowly took off the sunglasses resting on her nose and casually tossed them into the car. She turned to Lu Chen and said, "Come on, little brother, it's just a failed romance, what's the big deal? A man should have a thick skin, being rejected once makes you a loser, being rejected 10 times makes you a wolf warrior, and being rejected 100 times, you still wouldn't know who rejected whom." Lu Chen's lips twitched. Could there really be a man who gets rejected 100 times and still can't find a woman? Did Sister Yi mean that even if rejected, one would eventually find their destined person? Here you go. As Lu Chen got out of the car, he just stood up when he saw a slender hand holding an ice cream come into his view from above. There happened to be an ice cream vendor nearby. "This is for you." Lu Chen took the ice cream, momentarily lost in thought. "If you don't eat it soon, it'll melt." Yi Bingtang, eating her ice cream, looked at Lu Chen with curiosity. Lu Chen awkwardly took a slow bite. The ice cream was cold, but Lu Chen felt warmth in his heart. However, what puzzled Lu Chen was why Yi Bingtang had barged into the cinema. "Sister Yi, I know what you want to ask. As for why I went in to get you. Yi Bingtang slowly smiled and said, "It's simple. Out of curiosity, I investigated the cinema you went to and happened to find out that Wang Fui had booked that screening room, so I went to save the day." What? Surprised? Stunned, as if a beam of light pierced through the darkness? Lu Chen was momentarily speechless. Although it was clear from the car Yi Bingtang drove that she was either rich or noble, it still felt somewhat unreal when she displayed a certain level of skill. It was like a ugly duckling that had never seen a swan, and today, he saw a swan spreading its wings and waving at him. It was simply unbelievable. Could it really be like in the movies or novels, where a single phone call could clarify anything? This was too sci-fi. Of course, you might find it hard to believe, but it's really nothing. To put it simply, Tianlong City is my family's property. And the commercial street nearby is also ours. If anything happens in these areas, I can clear it up with just a phone call. That's quite normal, right? After all, it's just like being at home." Yi Bingtang said this while eating ice cream, as if she were discussing everyday matters. "Have some ice cream, calm down. You should think more about how to explain this to the others in the team, since everyone thinks you can succeed right away." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's face showed a hint of complexity. How could he explain? He couldn't just say that he was interrupted by a jerk before he even had a chance to confess, could he? That would be too lame. Time passed to the evening. Inside the 8th teen's base. "Ha ha, damn, that cracked me up," interrupted Duching laughed heartily. "Damn it, that bastard who interrupted. Tell me, I'll back you up, shall we?" Tang Long said with a serious expression. Looking at this situation, it seemed he was going to help Lu Chen beat the other guy half to death. Tang Mengxiang had a hint of sadness in her eyes. Poor kid. Lang Tian stood in the corner, leaning against the wall, silent. "Everyone knows?" Lu Chen glanced at Yi Bingtang, a smirk on his lips. Yi Bingtang turned her head away, clearing her throat a bit sheepishly. Clearly, the informant was her, no doubt about it. All right, I'll come clean, I got interrupted." Lu Chen, unbothered, spread his arms wide, looking nonchalant. Duching patted Lu Chen on the shoulder, comforting him. "Who hasn't been rejected at some point?" "Oh. Wait, you weren't rejected, you were interrupted. Do you think you're funny? Don't get me wrong, Xiaoyi, I didn't mean to." "Stop with the jokes, I don't care if it was unintentional." Lu Chen walked towards the training room with a frown. As everyone's gaze followed him, the door was tightly shut. Duching shrugged. "I really didn't mean to provoke him." The others rolled their eyes, saying less would be better. Inside the training room, Lu Chen leaned against the iron door, slowly squatting down on the cold floor. The shadow on the ground gradually elongated, whispering to Lu Chen, "Duxing's mouth is so annoying, should we tear it off?" Lu Chen opened his cold eyes and looked at the shadow. "I want to tear your mouth apart." "Don't say that, we're one and the same, and I haven't insulted you." The shadow gradually morphed into a blood red-eyed version of Lu Chen. Lu Chen remained silent, lying quietly on the ground, his thoughts drifting back to the 3 years in high school and the moments with Wen Xiaolu. At the same time, Yi Bingtong's words flashed through his mind. Say goodbye to the old world, it won't be the same world anymore. The old world, is that so? Creak, the iron door of the training room was opened. Stepping out with increasingly resolute eyes, Lu Chen said, Captain Du, I want to go to Magic City early. Du. Xing was momentarily taken aback, his mind stalling for a moment. Just a moment ago, this brat had entered with a face full of sorrow, and now he was so full of fighting spirit? Is that not allowed? Lu Chen asked. Duching came back to his senses and replied, Of course you can, but it's just an early arrival, the assessment will still be in 7 days. By the way, have you said goodbye to your parents? Lu Chen was suddenly at a loss for words, stammering, No. What an unfilial son, Duching rolled his eyes, only thinking about confessing. Forgetting about your dad and mom. If I were your father, I would break your legs. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to your house to say goodbye, and in the afternoon, I'll take you to the airport. You brat. Duching placed a hand on Lu Chen's shoulder, a hint of a smile on his face. It's good to think it through. But when the time comes, you have to go alone, we still need to guard the various places in Linjiang. You don't need to worry about getting lost, at the airport in Magic City, someone will come to find you and show you the way. The next morning, dressed in a dark green combat uniform, Duching jumped out of a military jeep with Lu Chen and walked into a small shop at the street corner with a sign that read Old Road Barbecue. The roll-up door was half open, and the smell of cumin mixed with charcoal wafted over. Welcome, shall we? Dad Lu poked his head out from behind the freezer, still holding half a skewer of lamb. Mom Lu was bending down to thread meat onto skewers, and when she heard the noise, she instinctively rubbed her lower back, her movements a bit clumsy. Duching stepped forward, his tactical boots making a crisp sound on the tiled floor. Hello, I'm Lu Chen's superior. He has passed the selection of the special department and will be returning to the team today to carry out a long-term mission. After saying that, he patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and turned to exit the shop. The air froze for a few seconds. Smack! Dad Lu suddenly slammed the lamb skewer down on the counter, grabbed him up, and rushed over. You little brat. Such a big deal and you didn't discuss it with that family? I'll break your legs. Lu Chen closed his eyes and tensed his body, but the anticipated pain did not come. When he opened his eyes, he saw Dad Lu's hand holding the mop suspended in midair, his knuckles turning white from the force, his gaze sweeping over Lu Chen's tense shoulders, and ultimately, he dejectedly let go. The mop clattered to the ground, and Dad Lu turned to wipe his face. Just go, you scoundrel. Lu Chen's throat tightened, 1,000 words stuck in his throat, and in the end, he could only squeeze out a dry sentence. Dad, Mom, take care. Before you leave, record a video, so your younger siblings. Lu Chen? What? Lu Chen looked at his mom in disbelief. Mom. You're pregnant. Mom Lu coughed lightly. Didn't I tell you that your dad and I were planning to delete our accounts and start over? Duching, sitting in the driver's seat, drove the military green jeep towards the airport. He had a sly smile on his face, deliberately mocking. Lu Chen's mouth twitched. I thought you were joking. Who would joke about something like this? Now, you can be considered free of worries. By the way, this month's salary has been deposited into your bank account. Once you go, you won't lack money, so make sure to have some fun. Got it. Lu Chen leaned against the car window, feeling the cold wind blowing in. It was his first time going far away. He didn't expect it to be a solo trip. Moreover, he was carrying a huge sum of 1 million. TSK. He initially felt quite lonely, but thinking about having $1 million in hand made it seem more acceptable. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. Your second-class merit has arrived. Isn't it third-class merit? You little brat, how would I know? Just take it. Killing an existence at the level of a captain in the sentient being's court deserves a second-class merit. This is what you deserve. Looking at the sullen-faced Duching, Lu Chen stared at the medal marked with second-class merit that had been shoved into his hand. Just thinking about how Duching said he had toiled for half his life to earn a third-class merit made Lu Chen unable to hold back a laugh. Laugh, all you do is laugh. TCH, it's just a second-class merit, I don't care about it. Ha. I'm serious, you little brat. Ah, right. Time. Rewinds to last night, at the Linjiang location, the base of the Nightstalkers. Are you saying that Chen Zhe's death is suspicious? In the office. Fong Ping shook the wine glass on the table, his face slightly flushed with surprise. Sitting across the desk was Tang Tian. With a serious expression, Tang Tian said, Yes, Captain. I suspect that Chen Zhe's death is not that simple. Are you suspecting that Lu Chen killed Chen Zhe? Fong Ping shook his wine glass and took a sip. Fong Ping, at the captain level, was a direct superior to many captains. Ability, God of Wine, Heavenly Fire. Cultivation, Golden Core Realm. He was a genuine powerhouse. God of wine, the more he drinks, the stronger he becomes. Fong Ping wasn't afraid of getting drunk. He had a dedicated secretary to inject him with an antidote. Besides, he didn't do this every night. After all, someone had come to drink with him, hadn't they? Tang Tian cautiously glanced at Fong Ping's resolute eyes beneath his white eyebrows, then slowly nodded. Fong Ping pondered for a few seconds before uttering two words, evidence. Tang Tian pulled out two transparent plastic bags from his pocket, each containing a different black feather that resembled steel in texture. This one is from the black-winged monster at the scene. This one is from Chen Zhe. It may not look very different, but it's undeniable that the feather from Chen Zhe is harder and longer than the former. Tang Tian naturally had his reasons for coming to Fong Ping. He had already discovered and collected these two different feathers. However, Fong Ping clasped his hands under his chin, his resolute eyes fixed on Tang Tian as he murmured, Lu Chen has no motive. Moreover, his ability is immortality. No. He does have one. Tang Tian slammed the table. He laid out all his speculations. Chen Zhe mutated, so Lu Chen killed him. As for his ability, Captain Fong, do you really think his ability is just simply immortality? According to the 10 great laws of ability conservation, unless it's a congenital ability user, acquired ability users will not have duplicate abilities. But why did Lu Chen awaken immortality? Do you really think it's just a coincidence? As Tang Tian spoke, he picked up the wine bottle from the table and filled Fong Ping's glass. The sound of the liquid flowing from the bottle into the glass was slow, as if time had frozen for a moment. Are you saying that Lu Chen's ability is not immortality, but why is he still alive? If it's not because he awakened the ability of immortality, then how did he survive? That bullet did indeed hit his body. Moreover, the one who shot was Yin Bei, codenamed Divine Fox, a captain-level existence in the sentient being's court. The bullets he fired have tremendous penetrating power and lethality, which is why I sent Duching to pursue him. If Lu Chen didn't awaken immortality, then how did he survive? Fong Ping took a sip of wine. At this moment, Tang Tian's palms were slightly sweaty because what he was about to say next was something he found hard to believe himself. He lifted the glass in front of him, feeling parched, and downed it in one go. Perhaps he can utilize the abilities of those around him. After all, when he was shot through the chest, Old Du was also there. Maybe it was at that moment that he obtained immortality through some medium. Fong Ping showed a look of astonishment. You really dare to say that? If that's the case, it's too terrifying. And also too fantastical. It's unscientific. Captain, with supernatural abilities appearing, what's unscientific anymore? Tang Tian continued. Also, when I went to school later, there were several small pits in the hallway that looked like they had been kicked out. The force behind that doesn't seem like something a newcomer like Lu Chen could produce, and the monster that caused the terror attack at the school had the ability of immense strength. It possesses a high level of explosive power. And in the cemetery, the black feathers sticking out of Chen Zhe were clearly much longer and harder than those of the monster on sight with black wings. Perhaps it was Lu Chen who, through some medium, obtained their abilities. Of course, I'm not blaming Lu Chen for killing Chen Zhe, but I need the truth. No matter who killed Chen Zhe, I think for him, it would be a form of liberation. Better to die than to become a monster. Fong Tian held his head, feeling a bit of a headache. You might be onto something. But there has never been an ability that allows one to gain the abilities of others. Could it be that Lu Chen has obtained a copying ability? The ability to replicate the powers of those around him? Fong Tian voiced his thoughts. Tang Tian shook his head. I don't know, but as it stands, Lu Chen has a high probability of acquiring others' abilities. We just don't know how or by what means. During this time, Tang Tian also wondered if Lu Chen might be gaining abilities by consuming hearts. After all, the monster at school and the one in the cemetery that had lost half its wings both had no hearts. But immortality? This doesn't make sense. Old Du is still alive, and his heart is just fine. And there's one crucial point, but I'm not clear on it. You'll have to explain it. Tang Tian asked. Go ahead, Fong Ping replied. In a situation where multiple monsters are present, with one human, what will the monsters do? Will they turn on each other? Tang Tian asked. I can answer that. I've been to the no man's land, where I encountered countless monsters. Some were mutated due to the experiments of the collective of all beings, while others were the result of their own mutations, Fong Ping answered. However, regardless of whether they were mutated by the collective of all beings or through their own changes, for them, humans are always the highest priority. If there is a human present, all monsters will unite and attack that one human. If monsters prioritize attacking humans, then who killed Chen Zhe? Fong Ping froze at this point, incredulously raising his head. At the airport in Linjiang, people came and went, creating a bustling scene. In the thronging crowd, a pair of casually dressed men and women deliberately kept a distance of several meters from Lu Chen, leisurely following behind him. Each held a camera, occasionally pointing the lens at Lu Chen, precisely capturing every one of his movements and expressions. These two were sent by Fong Ping to secretly monitor Lu Chen's every action. They were also members of the Nightstalkers, although they had not been granted supernatural abilities. They possessed capabilities far beyond those of ordinary people, especially in tracking, capturing images, and surveillance, making them professionals in these areas. They clearly understood that the distance they maintained from Lu Chen allowed them to perfectly hide among the crowd, avoiding detection by Lu Chen, while also ensuring that they could clearly record every move he made with the camera in their hands, providing unmissable feedback to Fong Ping. Regarding Lu Chen, Fong Ping always felt somewhat uncertain. Although Tang Tian described a situation where Lu Chen might possess unimaginable abilities, it seemed too fantastical and close to a fantasy in Fong Ping's eyes. However, out of caution, he decided to take some measures. After all, even the slightest doubt could trigger significant changes. Thus, he placed this pair of paparazzi monitors to observe Lu Chen comprehensively and without blind spots, so as to grasp Lu Chen's dynamics at the first moment, thereby better responding to various complex situations that might arise, ensuring that the situation faced by the entire Night Watch organization remained within a controllable range. Of course, Fong Ping also truthfully mentioned Lu Chen's situation. After Lu Chen went to the Magic City, there would be other monitors alternating with the current ones. Moreover, Lu Chen's early arrival in the Magic City was also due to the current uncertainty surrounding him being taken into consideration. Look, a little girl walking alone has appeared in front of him. He made a move. He picked up the little girl. That damn beast, what does he want to do? He bought her snacks and toys, and took her to the broadcasting room. Look! An old lady in a wheelchair has appeared in front of him. Is this beast finally going to reveal his true colors? He helped her to the number 12 station entrance, and even earned an apple from the old lady. The two monitors were somewhat disoriented. Originally, the task information they received was, Lu Chen's mental state was very likely abnormal, with a heart of a beast, suspected of having already mutated, thus requiring close tracking and observation. However, at this moment, the two monitors were somewhat confused. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise and bewilderment. They had followed Lu Chen all the way, only to see him patiently coaxing the child beside him, even spending his own money to buy her some snacks, showing no signs of brutality whatsoever. This is completely different from the information we received before, the male monitor muttered softly. Yeah, I swear, even we ourselves couldn't be so patient with a child, let alone spend our own money to buy things for them like he does, the female monitor said, her face filled with shock. He's simply a great person. How could someone so kind and with such good qualities be suspected of having mutated? Is it even possible to be so kind after mutating? As they continued to follow Lu Chen from a distance, they couldn't help but feel indignant for him in their hearts, while also deeply questioning the initial judgment of this task. At this moment, Lu Chen was at a noodle shop in the airport ordering a bowl of ridiculously expensive noodles. Since it was a noodle shop inside the airport, the prices were naturally outrageous, a full 100 yuan for a bowl. In the past, Lu Chen would never have spent such ridiculous money on food. But now, with millions at his disposal, all he wanted to say was, check, please. Coming right up, would you like to pay by scan or cash? RMB or USD? Ahem, Alipay. Alright, please scan. Without batting an eye, Lu Chen spent the 100 yuan without hesitation. He couldn't let himself go hungry. I'll have a bowl of pig brain noodles. Soon, a large bowl of steaming pig brain noodles was served at the table. Lu Chen eagerly picked up his chopsticks and directly scooped the pig brain into his mouth. A pleasant mechanical voice suddenly rang in his ears. Detected host consuming pig brain, red quality, gained mental power plus 0.1. Detected host consuming pig brain, red quality, gained mental power plus 0.1. Lu Chen chewed on the pig brain, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. He guessed right. It really is true that you are what you eat. Eating brains boosts mental power. This pig brain wasn't hard to accept at all, it tasted just like fish. He looked so handsome while eating, just like the male lead who walked out of a Korean drama. Oh, Appa, is that you? Stop being a fangirl, we're on a mission. TCH, I'm human too. Besides, I'm not delaying anything by fangirling, hee brother's photo. The camera captured Lu Chen eating noodles, his handsome face illuminated by soft lighting. In a secret laboratory somewhere in the Demon City, a brutal and inhumane bloody experiment was taking place. Like a butcher, a man in a pristine white coat held a bloodied scalpel. A strange arc flashed through the air. A bright light flickered. The head of a half-human, half-monster lying on the operating table instantly splattered a large amount of bright red blood, and then gradually lost its breath. Didn't I say, without my permission, no one is allowed to enter my laboratory? Speak, what is it? If it's not something important, take off your clothes and lie down. The man pushed up his glasses and slowly picked up half a mask, placing it on his face. It was a blood-red Shura mask. Captain, we received news from the branch that the Divine Fox executing an experiment at Linjiang has died, and it was killed by a newcomer from the Nightstalker, who was said to be on a plane to Demon City now. At the Iron Gate, the black-masked cultist who came to report trembled, kneeling on one knee, reporting truthfully. Interesting, was Yenbei killed? Or by a newcomer? Interesting, it's really too interesting. What does the branch mean? Dai Roland asked. The branch is very interested in this newcomer, wants us to either recruit him or eliminate him in the cradle, the cultist at the door replied. I understand, your report is very valuable. Help me find another fresh experimental subject, and I'll forgive your recklessness. The cultist silently swallowed hard, feeling fortunate. He had never heard of anyone who disturbed the captain and lived to tell the tale. But fortunately, depending on the situation, he might become the first to survive. After all, if the captain killed his own people, who would do his bidding? Moreover, the information he reported was crucial. The cultist's voice carried a hint of joy. Yes, Captain. He had come to report. With a determination to die, but unexpectedly, he could still survive. With this thought, the cultist slowly turned around. He took 3 or 4 steps toward the exit. However, the next second, Pucci, a tentacle made of flesh, suddenly pierced through the cultist's heart from behind. Damn it, why? Because you stepped out with your left foot first, you don't respect me. Oh, and now I have to add another charge, you insulted me. Damn it, you son of a b****. Sizzle, the tentacle, like a chainsaw, violently shredded the cultist's heart, like a sharp blade in a meat grinder, mercilessly tearing apart his flesh. Blood instantly scattered everywhere, and the already thick smell of blood in the air became even more intense. Oh, I just remembered, I was wrong earlier, you stepped out with your right foot first, so I should charge you with the crime of stepping out with your right foot. Demon City Airport. Chen held his ID card, standing amidst the bustling crowd, glancing at the ID in his hand while gazing up at the vast dome of the Magic City Airport. He had 2 oversized suitcases on either side, weighing about as much as he did, all packed by his parents for his trip home. If he were to organize them properly, he might even have to hang a large backpack on his shoulder. Inside were blankets, pillows, and some snacks for the journey. This was how Chen arrived at the Magic City Airport. The Magic City is one of the most prosperous cities in the Great Tang, a global metropolis with 5 internationally influential centers: the Global Economic Center, Trade Center, Financial Center, Shipping Center, and Science and Technology Innovation Center. According to Old Du, once he arrived at the Magic City Airport, he should wait patiently at the airport, and someone would come to find him. If it weren't for his position, Duching would have loved to come along with Chen. He had high hopes for Chen, not only because they got along well, but also due to Chen's astonishingly exceptional talents. The airport in the Magic City was not much different from those in other cities. It featured a circular indoor plaza surrounded by various shops, with several rows of benches in the middle for passing travelers to rest. Chen sat on a bench, beginning his long wait. What struck him as curious was that a blonde beauty sitting across from him was staring at him as if she had seen a ghost. It felt a bit awkward. Chen tightened his casual outfit and crossed his legs. He played with his phone, turning his head to avoid her gaze. However, to Chen's surprise, the blonde beauty walked straight over to him. Hello, my name is Shintenzong. Are you the contact person? Chen coughed a few times in shock. No, he was still pondering why she had been staring at him for so long. Was she here for the same assessment as him? And why did she mistakenly think he was the contact person? She was so direct about it. Why was she so sure he was the contact person? Although pretending to be a contact person was amusing, Chen didn't think it was very ethical. He sighed and shook his head. I'm sorry, you've got the wrong person. I'm not the contact person, I'm here for the assessment just like you. Upon hearing Chen's words, Xiao seemed momentarily stunned. She appeared a bit flustered, unable to believe that Chen was there for the same assessment as her. But she quickly regained her composure and apologized. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. After apologizing, Xiao plopped down right next to Chen, her pleasant fragrance wafting directly into his nose. Chen raised an eyebrow but said nothing. With a beautiful woman sitting beside him, what was there to complain about? Moreover, this was a public place, she was free to sit there, and he had no authority over it. Thus, the atmosphere fell into silence once more, if one disregarded Xiao occasional glances in his direction. Chen felt a bit of a headache. He didn't think it was his good looks that caused the little admirer to swoon. Besides, her question about whether he was the contact person clearly indicated she had some basis for her assumption. But what could have led her to mistakenly believe he was the contact person? Since ancient times, sudden closeness has either been a scheme or a theft. Time passed slowly. The sound of polished shoes striking the ground echoed in his ears. Chen slowly looked up, and so did Xiao beside him. A newcomer was dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, holding a delicate handbag. An ordinary Asian face, with a gleaming samurai sword slung at the waist, walked gracefully towards Lu. Chen, speaking in a slightly stiff yet quite fluent Mandarin, smiling as he said, "Hello, my name is Miyamoto Keiichi. I am of mixed Chinese and Japanese descent, may I sit beside you?" Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. What's going on with everyone today? Why are they all gathering around me? He blinked and politely replied, "Of course." Miyamoto Keiichi continued with small talk. 5 years ago, I lived in Yamato. My father is from the Tang dynasty, and we only moved to the Tang 5 years ago. My Chinese may still have some shortcomings. I haven't asked for your esteemed name yet. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. After saying this, Miyamoto Keiichi extended his hands, elegantly rising to give a slight bow. Lu Chen felt a bit surprised but still followed basic etiquette and briefly introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Lu Chen." Lu Chen slowly extended his hands, briefly shaking Miyamoto Keiichi's hand. "I firmly believe that during the assessment period, we will become strong competitors. You are a strong person, Mr. Lu Chen. I sincerely respect you," Miyamoto Keiichi stated directly. Lu Chen instinctively felt a sense of vigilance. In fact, he had sensed that Miyamoto Keiichi, upon seeing the samurai sword at his waist, was likely there for the same assessment. However, the way he spoke made Lu Chen a bit nervous. Was this a declaration of war against him? Moreover, on what basis did he determine that he was a strong person? Despite his confusion, Lu Chen still politely replied, "I don't deserve the title of a strong person, just call me Lu Chen." "Oh, so your name is Lu Chen," murmured Xia Qinqing beside him. Miyamoto Keiichi glanced at Xia Qinqing. "Hello, you are here for the assessment too, right? I can sense that you are not weak." Miyamoto Keiichi's words were somewhat interesting. He merely said Xia Qinqing was not weak but did not claim she was strong. Clearly, he felt she could not be considered a strong person. Xia Qinqing caught the underlying meaning but was not offended. In front of Lu Chen, who would dare to call themselves strong? That terrifying numerical panel was almost crushing in its presence. She had only seen such numbers on captain-level individuals. Suddenly, a ticket seller dressed in white approached, speaking coldly, "Xia Qinqing, Lu Chen, Miyamoto Keiichi, follow me." Xia Qinqing and Miyamoto Keiichi were both taken aback and cast their gazes towards the ticket seller. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already grabbed his suitcase and was following behind the ticket seller. He had noticed the ticket seller approaching them earlier. It seemed this person was the contact, immediately calling out their information. Xia Qinqing and Miyamoto Keiichi quickly caught up with his pace. The ticket seller's voice remained cold. "I possess the ability to eliminate my presence. When I speak, no one will notice except for you. However, you must not speak, or you will draw attention. In short, one sentence, listen to me, and keep quiet. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gusu, and I am your contact for this time, also responsible for your food, clothing, and accommodation. I will take you to the hotel where you will stay. There are still 5 days until the assessment. During this time, you can decide what to do on your own, and we will not interfere. If you have any issues that need resolving during this period, you can call me. My number is 1XXXX. Here are your room cards. Follow me. Get in this taxi, it will take you to the hotel. In 5 days, I will help you enter the assessment location. For these 5 days, you can freely move about, as we still need to wait for participants from other regions. Inside the Sunset Hotel. Room 301. Lu Chen sat on the soft sofa, enjoying its comfort, and turned on the television, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the bathroom beside him, which occasionally emitted the sound of running water. As a virgin, Lu Chen honestly didn't think he had such strong self-control. But he was a good person, so he wouldn't act recklessly. Hee, what are you waiting for? She might still be naked in there, just rush in, and then, you can make her your own right then and there. Lu Chen, isn't that what you're really thinking? Lu Chen's face flushed, and he turned his head away, feeling a bit guilty. Don't talk nonsense, I'm not thinking that at all. Oh, feeling guilty, what do you call that? A lustful heart without the courage, hypocritical. So hypocritical. She just came over to borrow the bathroom, you're the one being lewd, and you call me hypocritical? That's really funny, Lu Chen scoffed inwardly. Just a few minutes ago, Xia Qinqing had come over, saying that the water in her bathroom wasn't hot, and it seemed something was broken. She reported it to the hotel and said it would be fixed tomorrow. However, after a long day of running around, Xia Qinqing couldn't stand the smell of sweat and wanted to sleep, so she thought of Lu Chen, who had come with her. That's how this tempting scene came to be. Lu Chen wasn't a gentleman, he also visited some unsavory websites to satisfy his desires. He wasn't a eunuch, and hearing a beautiful woman showering in the bathroom was bound to stir his thoughts. As for those wicked thoughts, he didn't have any. Creak, the bathroom door swung open. It wasn't the steamy scene from an anime or movie. Xia Qianqing had already changed into a brand new casual outfit in the bathroom. Her long golden hair, fair skin, and a hint of moisture made her look quite rosy. Xia Qianqing wore a neat white sweatshirt with a Totoro design. Her lower half was in light blue jeans, and on her feet were a pair of mismatched slippers. Thank you, Lu Chen. I only know you here, so I thought of coming to find you. How about this, to thank you, would you like to have a meal with me tomorrow? I'll treat you. Xia. Qianqing clasped her hands behind her back, her face slightly flushed, as if from just finishing her shower, looking like a fairy emerging from a watering painting. Can I ask you something? Lu Chen slowly paused the Korean drama playing on the television. Xia Qianqing asked, what is it? I'm quite curious about what your special ability is. You seem very eager to get along with me, even willing to go to great lengths to win me over. Lu Chen wasn't foolish enough to truly believe that in such a large hotel, Xia Qianqing's bathroom had suddenly broken down. She came to his place to shower just to bring up the dinner invitation for tomorrow. In other words, she wanted to build a good relationship with him. But Lu Chen wasn't fond of this kind of intentionally guided friendship, especially when the other party was deliberately getting close. He preferred friendships that developed naturally. Of course, the key point was that Lu Chen wanted to know why she had started to mistakenly think he was the contact person. Lu Chen directly pointed out her thoughts, crossing his legs and waiting for Xia Qianqing's response. Boring. Xia Qianqing rolled her eyes. There was no anger displayed from being exposed, only a hint of helplessness. A beauty like her going out to dinner with someone was normal, who would refuse? Acting all serious, as if she were a saint. She didn't believe he didn't have any wicked thoughts in his mind. Hey! Be careful like this, you might not find a girlfriend in the future. Xia Qianqing sighed and sat down on the sofa next to Lu Chen with an annoyed expression. She let her long hair fall, and a wave of fragrance wafted through the air. Xia Qianqing rested her chin on one hand, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Chen's. Alright, I admit I approached you on purpose. Lu Chen said calmly, the reason? The reason is simple, because you are strong. Xia Qianqing spread her hands, as a weak person like me, if I don't rely on the strong, should I just wait to be isolated? Didn't you ask what my ability is? I'll tell you, my abilities are identification and telekinesis. Dual abilities? Lu Chen was taken aback. He had spent too little time at the Qianya base. He never expected that someone would actually possess dual abilities. And identification? Is it the kind of identification I imagined? Lu Chen suddenly stood up, his voice turning cold. What have you seen? Xia Qianqing was taken aback and waved her hand. What are you so nervous about? Aren't abilities all public? What can I see? I can see strength. For those stronger than me, I can only see basic values, strength, speed, spirit. For those weaker than me, I can see everything, including abilities, preferences, and random bits of miscellaneous information. Remember, I treated you as a contact? It's because of your basic values, truly a monster. It's hard to imagine that you are a newcomer like me, with average strength and speed. At 40? Even the hardest to improve, your spirit has reached 11. You know, normal people's spirit values are around 10 before reaching the Yuaning realm, unless the awakened ability is related to the spirit. Remember Miyamoto Keiichi? His values are strength 25, speed 27, spirit 10. He is very strong. But with your values, you can easily crush him. You can only see your own values. In other words, the other party cannot see your current abilities. Is it because she is weaker than me? I never expected that on the first day in Modu, I would almost be discovered about my biggest secret. The corpse eater ability is too inhumane. Lu Chen instinctively wanted to hide this ability. After hearing Xia Qianqing's words, Lu Chen stroked his chin. I understand. Xia Qianqing leaned back on the soft sofa, the hood of her white sweatshirt pressed back by her long golden hair that resembled golden threads. You want to be my little brother? With a sudden jolt, Xia Qianqing sat up straight, her mouth twitching. A little brother? Please, I don't want to be a tag-along. Then what do you want to do? Lu Chen's gaze turned dangerous, his eyes scanning Xia Qianqing from head to toe. He began to slowly walk towards her, extending both hands, saying with ill intent, could it be that you want to? In Xia Qianqing's eyes, Lu Chen suddenly looked like a big bad wolf, approaching her with eager intent. Get lost. If you want to do that, go to a brothel or a foot bath. I won't serve you. Xia Qianqing's face turned red in an instant as she grabbed a soft pillow from the sofa and threw it at Lu Chen. Taking advantage of the moment, she ran towards the door. Bang, the door was slammed shut. Lu Chen slowly removed the pillow that had hit his face, rubbing his forehead. I thought she could take a joke. Is she scared off just like that? Lu Chen shook his head helplessly, picked up his phone, played some music, and started to take off his clothes. He hadn't even had a proper shower yet. Shower. Oh, you are just too beautiful, oh baby. A pleasant melody rang from the phone. Lu Chen dashed into the bathroom. The shadow hidden in the dark corners of Lu Chen's heart silently gave him a contemptuous gesture. Was that really wanting to take a shower? That was just cheap, craving her body but not daring to say it outright. At this moment, Lu Chen, who had entered the bathroom, rubbed his eyes, looking at a black object placed on the washing machine, his face showing a hint of strangeness. What is this thing? Damn. Room 302. Xia Chenqing lay on the soft bed, her delicate little hands clenched into fists, pounding fiercely on the pillow. Pervert. Pervert. Wait, he was just trying to scare me. With his speed and strength, if he really wanted to do something, I wouldn't be able to stop him at all. So I was played with? Ah. I'm so mad. Lu Chen. You just wait for me. Xia Chenqing hit the pillow but felt an emptiness in her chest, as if something was missing. Perhaps it was the anger burning within her that made her initially unaware of what was lacking. But as she undressed to sleep, her expression suddenly turned strange. What the hell, where's my underwear? The night deepened. The vast training base for new recruits in the Magic City began to operate again. The massive steel gates, reminiscent of a prison, slowly creaked open. A military jeep gradually drove in. The New Year's assessment for new recruits is about to begin, and this year there are quite a few dark horses. The man in the driver's seat, with a typical Asian face marred by a gruesome centipede scar, dressed in military green combat gear, spoke. His name was Zhang Jin, one of the heads of this assessment. Sitting in the passenger seat was a very young boy, with a 3-foot-long sword at his waist, handsome features, and red lips and white teeth. Dark horse? Are you talking about Du Jiro, who graduated from the innate ability training base? Or Shi Yang, who graduated alongside her? The boy was named Shintenzong, also one of the heads of this new recruit assessment. However, his responsibility was not training or assessment, but simply maintaining order. To put it simply, he was strong enough to single-handedly control the entire new recruit training camp. Come on, there are more dark horses than just those two. The newcomers this year are quite interesting, but the most interesting one has to be the one from Linjiang. His name is Lu Chen. The news from the Captain Fongping of the Chenya base in Linjiang says that Lu Chen might have the ability to use others' powers. I don't believe Fongping would make such claims without basis, Zhang Jin said. Shintenzong smiled slightly. The ability to borrow others' powers? That's truly unheard of. Interesting. Looking at the young and arrogant Shintenzong, Zhang Jin was not annoyed. After all, he was a genius, the captain of a special operations team. His strength was truly unfathomable. To be honest, Zhang Jin was also surprised that it was Shintenzong who was in charge this year. After all, Shintenzong was only 20 years old. But thinking of his terrifying strength, Zhang Jin felt relieved. Some things have nothing to do with age. A genius is a genius because they can catch up to the results of others' hard work over a lifetime in a very short time. Shintenzong was just that kind of person. A prodigy, with a sword in hand, invincible. But in the end, it's just speculation, isn't it? Shintenzong rested one hand on his chin, gazing out the window at the vast lawn of the training camp and the towering walls surrounding it. That's right, just a guess. But what truly makes Lu Chen this year's dark horse is not his ability, but his talent for cultivation. According to the personal profile of Lu Chen sent from Lin Jiang, he comprehended 3 complete techniques from Duching's swallowing the blank tiger. They are internal strength, body technique, and sword technique. Not long ago, he even defeated the divine fox of the Being's Court, directly clearing out the Being's Court's influence in Lin Jiang. As a result, he was awarded 2nd place, and the meaning is clear: they intend to cultivate Lu Chen. Hearing Zhang Jin's words, Shintenzong's expression finally showed a hint of emotion. 2nd place? Defeated the divine fox? Comprehended 3 complete techniques. This. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Shintenzong stroked his chin and said, not only that, there's also the slightly inferior dark horse, Miyamoto Keiichi, who possesses the ability, Rift, which has extremely high destructive power. And there's a special talent, Xia Chenqing, who has dual abilities of appraisal and telekinesis. Her combat strength far exceeds that of ordinary people, and the key point is her appraisal ability, which allows her to view values and examine abilities. She is an extremely valuable talent, Zhang Jin introduced. The jeep they were in had completely entered the training camp, delving deeper until they reached the base of a towering building. This is the dormitory building. I have already sent someone to tidy up the room you will be staying in for the next 3 months, on the top floor. Here is your dormitory key. Shintenzong took the dormitory key and nodded. Alright, I got it. After finishing his sentence, Shintenzong pulled out his phone and began to walk with his head down towards the dormitory building. Zhang Jin slowly lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of white smoke, going home, sleeping. The next day, early in the morning. Room 301 of the Sunset Hotel. Knock knock knock, a series of knocks and ringing woke the drowsy Lu Chen. Lu Chen turned over, rubbed his eyes, and pulled his clothes from the chair. After getting dressed, he walked to the door and slowly opened it. He saw a woman with dark circles under her eyes, slightly disheveled hair, a beautiful face, willow leaf eyebrows, familiar long golden hair, and a four-leaf clover earring, glaring at him with gritted teeth. Xia! Qianqing? What do you want? I didn't eat your family's rice, why are you looking at me like that? As if I did something shameful with you. Lu Chen yawned. Xia Qianqing's lips twitched, and she extended her small hand. Where's my stuff? Lu Chen was taken aback and instinctively asked, what stuff? Did you not take a shower last night? No, did you not see? See what? Nothing, I left my stuff in your bathroom. Xia Qianqing lowered her head, a hint of relief flashing in her eyes. Xia Qianqing rushed into Lu Chen's room, heading straight for the bathroom. Lu Chen watched her retreating figure and sighed softly. If he told the truth, would Xia Qianqing still dare to take it back? If she took it back, would she still dare to wear it? The key point was that he really wasn't a lewd person, why should he take the blame? After a while, Xia Qianqing, clutching an unknown black object, hurriedly ran towards the door. In a panic, she said, cough cough. I found it, I'm going back now. Bang, the door slammed shut. Lu Chen silently sat on the soft sofa and turned on the TV. Meanwhile, outside the door, Xia Qianqing, who had just walked out of Lu Chen's room, had a face full of relief. However, at that moment, hello, Miss Xia. I remember Miss Xia is in room 302, right? Why did you come out of Lu Chen's room? What are you holding? A somewhat awkward voice in Chinese came from the doorway of room 303, where a man in a neat black suit stood. Miyamoto Keiichi looked at Xia Qianqing with some confusion. Xia Qianqing's face, which was still half asleep, suddenly flushed, and she hid the object behind her back, stammering, you must be mistaken, I don't have anything in my hands. Saying this, Xia Qianqing reached for the doorknob of her room, and with a soft click, she darted into her room like a hamster. Then she slammed the door shut. Inside the room, Xia Qianqing held a black lace lingerie in her hands, which had become a bit damp after being left in the bathroom all night. So she chose to hold it in her hand instead of changing into it in Lu Chen's bathroom. But what she didn't expect was that Miyamoto Keiichi happened to be leaving at that moment and saw the scene. You scared me to death. Damn, it feels like being caught in an affair. Get lost, get lost. This is so weird. Xia Qianqing's flushed face grew even hotter as she lightly bit her lower lip and hurriedly ran into the bathroom with her underwear. Hurry up and wash. Mom, I want candy. At noon, the sun hung high in the sky, its glaring light illuminating the earth. A mother and son stood on the street, gazing at a small stall across the road selling candied hawthorns. The woman sighed, be good, Mom will make some for you when we get home. No, I want to eat this. I already said, I'll make it for you at home, we're going home. Is it embarrassing to make a fuss here? The mother and son began a tug-of-war. The little boy cried and shouted, determined to not leave without getting what he wanted. The woman then resorted to force, her small hand gripping the boy's thigh. The boy grimaced in pain, I want candied hawthorn. Despite this, the boy remained steadfast. Just then, they entered a heated standoff. The boy suddenly bit down on the back of the woman's hand. The woman winced in pain and let go. In the next second, the boy dashed towards the candied hawthorn stall like a hungry wolf. The woman covered her hand and scolded with a smile. Just wait until we get home. She was about to finish her sentence when her attention was drawn to a speeding car, her expression changing as she shouted at the boy, watch out for the car. The boy froze, standing still as if his mind had short-circuited, only remembering to look for the car. Then he saw a black van speeding towards him. The boy's mind was filled with a single thought. He hadn't bought the candied hawthorn yet. Whoosh, the black van rushed past like a bolt of black lightning. The driver, wearing a blood-red azure mask, let out a chilling smile, damn. Get out of my way, I'll run you over. However, just as he was about to hit the boy in front of him, a blue figure flashed past. The boy, who should have been hit, suddenly vanished without a trace. After passing this stretch of road, Dai Roland, dressed in a white coat, glanced at the rearview mirror, biting her lips lightly, revealing a hint of madness, an ability user? I can use you for an experiment. At that moment, the one who saved the boy, Lu Chen, wore a simple blue and white striped shirt and fitted jeans. After saving the boy, Lu Chen gently placed him beside his mother, then slowly turned his head to look at the strangely familiar black van. Lu Chen's eyes gradually turned blood-red as he tilted his neck, clenching his fists tightly. But soon, he suppressed the anger rising within him, exhaling a breath that turned into white mist in the cold air. Lu Chen walked towards the speeding van. He had just heard it, seen it, and remembered it. This scene was not unfamiliar to Lu Chen. It could even be said to be the beginning of everything. The familiar voice of brutal sarcasm, the familiar black van. The rats of the sentient court. I won't mistake it. Lu Chen's pace quickened, his figure accompanied by trails of blood mist, as if he had traversed space. Using the 9 calamities step, Lu Chen was actually faster than the black van ahead. At that moment, the black van suddenly stopped moving and sharply turned around. The test subject is ready to deliver itself to my door? I don't remember when there was a character like you. You must be here for the newcomer assessment in the Magic City, right? He, but unfortunately, it seems you won't be able to participate. Because today, you are going to die at my hands. Dai Roland's lips curled into a sinister smile, as if he could already see the man charging at him being tied up in the laboratory, begging for mercy, looking at him with eyes that resembled those of a deity. Dai Roland kicked the car door open and jumped out of the driver's seat. The originally pristine white lab coat suddenly tore open at the back, revealing 4 writhing, blood-red tentacles that gripped the ground like spider legs. Supported by the 4 tentacles, Dai Roland wore a dangerous smile as he looked down at Lu Chen. Dai Roland slowly extended a hand, and suddenly each finger transformed into blood-red tentacles that could extend infinitely, their tips as sharp as steel blades, leaving a deep gash in the surrounding walls with just a swipe. 5 blood-red tentacles plunged into Lu Chen's shoulder like steel needles. There was almost no resistance. So weak? What a joke. Dai Roland raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of displeasure. Well, even if you're weak, you're still an ability user. To catch up so quickly, you must be an awakener of speed-type abilities, right? Don't worry, I won't kill you, you're a valuable little lab rat, why would I ever want to kill you? Got you. A low growl came from in front of him. Dai Roland was slightly taken aback and sneered, and then? He laughed maniacally. Got you, oh, congratulations, you're so amazing, ha ha ha. Useless thing, you can't even dodge, what does catching me matter? Do you even see the situation clearly? Your life and death are in my hands. Dai Roland seemed to grasp the entire situation, looking down at Lu Chen as if he were an ant, his voice dripping with coldness. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly upward, the veins on his hands bulging, the glossy patterns flashing across his arms. Is that so? Then go ahead, keep screaming. With a sudden tug, the sharp blood-red tentacles instantly cut into Lu Chen's palm. However, it was of no use. The whip-like tentacles were tightly gripped in Lu Chen's palm. Even though his palm was shredded and bleeding from the tentacles' sharp edges, he did not let go. At the same time, with Lu Chen's pull, Dai Roland, who was 10 meters away, was yanked over like a toy. In the next moment, a large hand seized Dai Roland's neck. But at the same time, the 4 blood-red tentacles behind Dai Roland pierced through Lu Chen's body like wooden stakes. Dai Roland felt the strength of the hand around his neck increasing, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Die. You die for me. Let go. Dai Roland was going crazy, he had never seen someone so reckless. He initially thought the other party was a weakling who couldn't even dodge his attack. But now it seemed that the other party simply looked down on dodging, intentionally allowing himself to be stabbed, and then wanting to drag him down with him. Did he not fear death? A madman. A madman. Who on earth is this person? Let go. Dai Roland felt his breathing becoming increasingly difficult, and he began to feel dizzy. He knew that if this continued, he would suffocate to death from lack of oxygen to the brain. Sever his hand. The 4 blood-red tentacles behind Dai Roland withdrew from Lu Chen's body, then turned their gaze to Lu Chen's arm. In the next moment, the 4 blood-red tentacles pulled out from Lu Chen's body, spraying blood everywhere, and then lunged sharply towards Lu Chen's arm. However, the next second, Dai Roland only heard a mocking voice beside his ear, "Your time of death has come. Go to hell, bastard." Dai Roland's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled against the iron-like grip around his neck. He finally understood. From the very beginning, the other party had been toying with him. They had deliberately kept him teetering on the edge of death. They were playing with him, mocking him, laughing at him, as he struggled painfully to survive. Just like how he faced those test subjects. Lu Chen's hand suddenly plunged into Dai Roland's heart, then yanked out the still beating organ. Lu Chen swallowed silently. His eyes were soon stained with blood. TCH, it's time to eat, and here I am again. There's no escaping this, whether I eat or you eat, you can't escape the taste of this fresh meat being chewed. The salty blood will surge into your mouth, making it unforgettable. The taste of this raw flesh will be etched deep in your soul, unforgettable. If you keep talking, I won't eat. Damn it, I'm eating. Holding the heart in one hand, Lu Chen bit into it like an apple, taking big, greedy bites. However, what Lu Chen didn't notice was that beneath the corpse of the dead Dai Roland, a writhing mass resembling tentacles was gradually making its way toward the nearby sewer. Ding, eating a human heart, red quality, gained, speed. +5. Ding, eating the opponent's heart, red quality, gain the opponent's ability, bloodworm. Bloodworm? Interesting, it must be the tentacle ability the other party just used. Blood worm can transform any part of the body into tentacles that can extend for dozens of meters and possess a certain lethality. At the moment of death, it can shed its original body and seek a new one to resurrect. Resurrect? Lu Chen suddenly cast his gaze at Dai Roland's dead body. He then scanned the surroundings but found no anomalies. Finally, his gaze landed on the sewer next to Dai Roland's corpse. A dangerous killing intent flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Bloodworm, huh? Looks like you're not completely dead yet. I almost fell for your trick. Lu Chen pried open the sewer cover and jumped in. At that moment, the original woman, child, and brother, along with the nearby stall, had long since fled in a panic when the battle began. Meanwhile, in the distance, police cars with sirens blaring rushed in, quickly sealing off the area. A man in combat gear stepped out of one of the police cars. A gruesome scar resembling a centipede marred his face as he sniffed the air, catching the scent of blood, his brow furrowed. What are the casualties? Looking at the white coat lying on the ground and the corpse wearing a blood-red Shura mask, the man's frown deepened. The people from the Zongxing court, those damned rats, always abducting people and disappearing without a trace. Otherwise, if they kept killing like this, causing panic, the Zongxing court would have been caught long ago. But what's going on now? This is not in line with the Zongxing court's usual style. Captain Zhang, we reviewed the surrounding surveillance. A man in a blue and white striped shirt and casual jeans stopped the Zongxing court's actions and killed the other party. But for some reason, the other party suddenly flipped open the sewer cover and jumped down. A woman holding a computer switched the screen to show the footage of Lu Chen and Dai Roland's battle, right up to the moment Lu Chen killed Dai Roland and then bizarrely headed toward the sewer. Zhang Jin finished watching the video, his mind completely dazed. Whose subordinate is this? How can he be so fierce? This goes through the shoulder, his palm must be a mess of flesh and blood. What the hell? This. Is he not afraid of death? Wait. This looks a bit familiar. Lu Chen. Zhang Jin exclaimed. He was certainly familiar with Lu Chen. Just last night, he had talked about Lu Chen with Captain Shintenzong from one of the special operations teams, that very boy. Zhang Jin remembered that Lu Chen's ability listed in the data book was immortality. And in the video, Lu Chen's speed must come from his movement technique. The blood-red tentacle that constricted the opponent's throat, flashing with a white brilliance, should be a special effect caused by his internal power. Moreover, judging from the mask on the face of the person from the collective of all beings in front of him, it was clear that the opponent was not just a minor follower but a captain-level existence. The blood-red Shura mask on his face was enough to indicate the opponent's identity as Blood Shura. It was truly unbelievable. Lu Chen had single-handedly killed a captain-level character from the collective of all beings. It seemed this wasn't the first one Lu Chen had killed. But that wasn't the key point. The key point was that, facing such a captain-level existence, Lu Chen was unarmed. He killed the opponent single-handedly. What does that even mean? Lu Chen had not even used the sword technique he comprehended. From the swallowing white tiger diagram, Lu Chen's strength was far greater than what was shown in the video. However, the last scene left Zhang Jin somewhat puzzled. Why did Lu Chen dive into the sewer? Replay the video. The woman beside him replayed the video. Soon, Zhang Jin, with his sharp eyes, shouted, "Stop!" Zhang Jin enlarged the image, swallowing hard. Damn, I didn't notice earlier. What the hell is this kid eating? Is he eating a heart raw? A chill shot up from the soles of his feet. Zhang Jin felt a wave of coldness rise in his heart. This is insane. Has he gone berserk with mutation? But soon, Zhang Jin thought of the message sent by Ping Fa from Lin Zhang. Among them was a very vague sentence that Zhang Jin initially didn't pay much attention to, thinking it was nonsense. Regarding the medium used by Lu Chen for his ability, the preliminary judgment is that it is through devouring hearts to gain the opponent's abilities. The opponent killed monsters infected by the collective of all beings at school, devoured their hearts, and discovered many monsters in the cemetery, with the hearts disappearing, but Lu Chen possesses immortality, so this ability does not require the heart of the owner to be devoured, thus the medium for Lu Chen's ability remains temporarily unclear. Damn. Unclear my ass. No wonder he wants to hide his ability. Eating hearts to gain power sounds like an evil ability that a villain would have. Zhang Jin covered his forehead, feeling a bit uneasy inside. To be honest, this was too bizarre. But Zhang Jin had already believed it. Because even those who have gone berserk with mutation don't necessarily have to dig out hearts and eat them. However, he would have to ask Lu Chen about the specifics later. Continue playing the video. Zhang Jin hadn't forgotten that the original purpose of watching the video was to find out about Lu Chen's unexpected actions. The video continued. Stop! Zhang Jin suddenly shouted, his gaze fixed on the red, unidentified liquid that was continuously writhing beneath the corpse. That pool of liquid resembled a mass of flesh with life, attempting to crawl towards the gap in the sewer. A cold sweat broke out on Zhang Jin's forehead as he muttered to himself, no wonder it can never be cleaned up. Could it be that the opponent can rise again from the ashes? Over the years, the dark currents in Magic City had surged, with frequent incidents of people going missing. As the captain of Magic City, Zhang Jin felt deeply responsible for this. Although the task of pursuing a captain-level member of the collective of all beings was a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, capturing someone of that level was difficult, and out of helplessness, he could only take action himself. Without a doubt, Zhang Jin had encountered members of the All Beings Court multiple times while out, successfully killing those men wearing blood-red Shura masks. However, after killing again and again, Zhang Jin always thought it was new recruits sent by the All Beings Court, never considering it could be the same person. After all, the faces behind those masks had never been the same. Now, a whole year had passed since he first discovered and began targeting the All Beings Court. During this time, Zhang Jin had no idea how many guys wearing red Shura masks he had slain, but each time he killed one, another person with the same mask would appear. Thus, Zhang Jin changed his strategy and decided to capture the opponent alive. But the opponent was as cunning and elusive as a rat, and many newly awakened trainee ability users in his team were even captured by them. Later, one day on the outskirts of the city, they discovered the bodies of those trainee ability users, tortured beyond recognition. Not a substitute. Zhang Jin irritably tugged at his collar for air, a scorching breath filling his throat, the breath of anger. In the past 300 days, the 17 Shura he had killed each had completely different DNA reports. Until last week, the forensic team discovered a clue. Under X-ray, all the bodies showed completely identical skeletal calcification points, just like mass-produced ceramic dolls. So that's it, he has actually resurrected. A full 17 times. Zhang Jin's eyes were covered with two blazing red lights, like burning flames. Despite the anger boiling within him, Zhang Jin's voice remained calm as water. Immediately instruct the guards to seal off all exits of the sewer and evacuate the crowd. All captains and above, come with me. Zhang Jin slowly took the baton from his waist, a flame spiraling as if alive, spreading from his single hand until it covered the entire baton, then transforming into a blazing red greatsword. Once you find any news about Lu Chen and the opponent, report immediately. Zhang Jin walked to the mouth of the sewer, speaking in a deep voice. Behind him, 5 or 6 captains had already rushed over upon hearing the sound, responding in unison, yes. Inside the sewer, a mass of blood and flesh writhed, emitting a human voice. Damn it, this is just insane. I wasn't killed by that bastard Zhang Jin, but instead died at the hands of some nameless junior. What a madman, huh? But after being stabbed like that, he's probably close to death anyway. Let him show off his heroism. Die, die, die. Haha, in a few days, I'll dig up his grave and pull out his corpse for dissection. I want to vent my hatred. Let him die without peace. Just as Dai Ruilian fantasized about how to desecrate the corpse later, a cold voice appeared above him from behind. Are you talking about me? Buzz, Dai Ruilian's mind instantly crashed. He almost instantly turned his head 180 degrees. Staring at Lu Chen with his outspread black wings, his mind completely blank. What the hell? What the hell is that? I must be dreaming. How could he still be alive? How could he be here? How could he know I am not dead? It should be noted that even Zhang Jin couldn't figure it out, but what was going on with this guy in front of him? Madman. Why are you chasing me to this extent? I don't remember offending you. Damn it. Dai Ruilian lost his previous madness, a hint of fear appearing in his eyes. He had finally encountered a true madman. Do I need a reason to kill you? Lu Chen, with his black wings spread, looked down with cold eyes, his voice as if speaking to a dead person. Kill the pitch-black wings shot out countless dark feathers aimed at the bloody mass crawling on the filthy ground of the sewer. Each feather possessed immense piercing power, suddenly launched from Lu Chen's wings, like a torrential downpour. In an instant, the ground ahead was covered with dark feathers, piercing through the bloody mass like spikes. Lu Chen slowly descended, retracting his outspread wings, and approached the bloody mass, murmuring, "Is it dead? Die." Suddenly, the flesh on the ground, pierced by the feathers, lunged at Lu Chen, wrapping around his thigh and violently plunging into his body. Dai Roland's maniacal laughter echoed in Lu Chen's ears. Fool, didn't expect that, did you? I'm not dead. Knowing full well I'm liquid, you still want to kill me? You'll pay for your pursuit. This body, I will make good use of. Ding, detected consumption of parasitic organism, red quality. Gained mental power +5. Ding, detected consumption of parasitic organism, red quality, gain speed +5. Strange, why am I disappearing? Damn. What the hell is going on? As the mechanical voice of the corpse eater faded, Dai Roland's voice took a complete turn, shifting from madness to terror. This time, he was truly afraid. This was completely different from what he had imagined. No. I don't want to die. Ah, as the last desperate cry of Dai Roland passed through the air, a mocking voice followed his disappearance, TCH. A bug dares to spy on the throne, death is too good for you. Lu Chen leaned on his knees, his back drenched in cold sweat. He wasn't surprised that Dai Roland could invade his body, but rather shocked by the horror of the corpse eater. Would everything that entered his body be absorbed as nutrients? Lu Chen had originally relied on his own ability, Bloodworm, believing he wouldn't be possessed. He thought there would be a fierce battle, but unexpectedly, it was so easy. Is this the power of the corpse eater? Raise your hands. At that moment, several beams of flashlight light focused on Lu Chen from behind. Zhang Jin squinted at the ground filled with black feathers and approached. Black feathers, it seems Lu Chen, you indeed have the ability to devour others, not limited to just monsters. However, Lu Chen, are you still you? I'm sorry to do this to you, but please cooperate with my inspection, do not resist, otherwise, I will treat you as one of the beings in the court and erase you on the spot, letting the fire consume everything. Zhang Jin's eyes were engulfed in flames, radiating a scorching heat, like the sun. The baton he held in one hand transformed into a blazing giant sword, and his presence felt like a towering mountain. I am the captain of the night squad in Magic City, Zhang Jin, please cooperate with me for a physical examination. I just saw him enter your body. For heaven's sake, why did it have to be discovered at this moment? Lu Chen covered his forehead with one hand. Fine, to be honest, he hadn't planned to hide his ability for long anyway. After all, a certain fool had been too ostentatious before. Hey, who are you cursing? Cursing you, stupid as hell. Perhaps due to being at a loss for words, the brutal voice in Lu Chen's heart fell silent. Time froze for a second or two. What do you plan to do? Surrender? Aren't you afraid they'll treat you like a lab rat? What else? Do you think I can beat anyone here? Even if you could take on those behind Zhang Jin, you still can't defeat Zhang Jin. The aura he exudes is not something at my current level that I can contend with. Besides, I haven't done anything wrong, I just killed the people who deserved it. Lu Chen sighed helplessly in his heart. His gaze shifted to the 6 or 7 individuals behind Zhang Jin, all exuding a powerful aura, and he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Don't be like this, I'm here to participate in the newcomer assessment. I just got a little carried away when I encountered the people from the court of all beings. I'm fine, I haven't been parasitized. Whether you've been parasitized or not isn't for you to decide. Cuff him. Zhang Jin waved his hand. One of the individuals behind him stepped forward, holding a pair of handcuffs made from a special crystal. They were quickly secured around Lu Chen's wrists. The moment the cuffs clicked into place, Lu Chen felt a peculiar sensation, as if his abilities were encased in a block of cement. He could still use them, but it would be quite strenuous. Don't resist, these handcuffs are specially made to suppress abilities. As for whether or not you've been parasitized, we'll go to the hospital for a checkup. We'll see your bones, and then we'll know. Don't be too afraid, I won't let a hero suffer unjustly, nor will I let a villain go unpunished. 2 hours later. In the logistics department's medical room at the night base in Magic City. Lu Chen, with handcuffs on both hands, was sitting on a row of iron chairs. To be honest, he wasn't feeling very confident himself. After all, he had just acquired the ability called Bloodworm. From his earlier conversation with Zhang Jin, Lu Chen also learned that his ability wasn't truly about coming back to life. Instead, it relied on using another person's body as a parasitic host. The bones of the host would be diluted, showing calcification points under X-ray, resembling mass-produced ceramic dolls. But the problem was, Lu Chen had now also acquired Bloodworm. So what about his own body now? Cough, cough. A cough echoed from the doorway. Lu Chen looked up to see Zhang Jin holding an X-ray image of bones, his expression extremely serious. Instantly, Lu Chen's heart tightened. Damn it, could he be this unlucky? What a coincidence. If it really turned out that way, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Congratulations, Lu Chen, your bones look perfectly normal under the X-ray. You are a normal person. Hearing Zhang Jin's words, Lu Chen suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Could it be because this was his own body and he hadn't been parasitized? That's why it was normal? Or perhaps Lu Chen's gaze involuntarily shifted to immortal. Was he saved again by immortal? However, regarding the latter, Lu Chen was more inclined to believe it was because this was his own body, and there was no need for parasitism. Although, after acquiring Bloodworm, he could distinctly feel a subtle change within him. But after all, the body was his own, not a host. Since you are Lu Chen, please report your ability to me again. Your ability isn't immortality, right? Lu Chen suddenly looked up, a hint of vigilance in his eyes, even though the other party had mentioned this matter back in the sewer. He didn't expect to hide it for too long. This is a report from the Linjiang office regarding you. Take a look for yourself and then decide whether to tell me the truth. Zhang Jin handed a document to Lu Chen. Lu Chen took the document, glanced at it, and quickly read through the contents. The initial part contained background information about Lu Chen. Following that was a detailed account of how Lu Chen awakened his ability, along with various subsequent details. The most striking part was the lengthy section written by Tang Tian at the end. Although it didn't guess Lu Chen's ability with 100% accuracy, it was close enough. What ability? Eating hearts to gain the other person's ability? Let me think, Heart Eater? Zhang Jin said teasingly. Lu Chen crossed his arms and placed the document on the iron chair. Beside him, speaking in a deep voice, Corpse Eater. By consuming the corpses of living beings, one can grow stronger, and there is a high probability of acquiring the abilities of the Heart's owner. Lu Chen laid it out plainly. Zhang Jin's expression froze for a moment, a flicker of wariness flashing in his eyes. This ability was indeed so taboo? The capacity to seize the abilities of the deceased. But it wasn't 100% chance, was it? What a perverse ability. But that said, I remember you ate the heart of that person from the court of all beings. You gained his abilities? Zhang Jin chuckled like an old fox. Zhang Jin continued, it's better for you to be honest, that way, I can help you report your abilities. Otherwise, if you really use this trump card in the future, and we lack the corresponding evidence to prove your innocence, that would be troublesome. Should I say it? A voice echoed in Lu Chen's mind. Lu Chen remained calm, why not say it? This is to report my abilities. If I ever go on a mission and truly use this ability, I won't lose my original identity. But similarly, your trump card will be exposed. Foolish. Do you think his question means he really doesn't know? Hiding now will only complicate things. Instead of tangling things up, it's better to cooperate actively. Right now, I'm like Liu Bei in Chao's camp, unable to act freely. In the cold corridor outside the logistics department's medical room, Lu Chen slowly exhaled. That's right, I acquired the other party's ability, Blood Tentacle. Just as expected. Zhang Jin thought to himself. This explained why Lu Chen didn't pursue earlier or later, but only began to chase after consuming the other party's heart. So he had gained the other party's abilities and knew relevant information about them? Do you need me to demonstrate? Lu Chen asked. Zhang Jin nodded, of course. Leaning against the iron bench, Lu Chen extended his fair hand, and in an instant, his normal human fingers transformed into 5 sharp, blood-red tentacles. Blood Tentacle has the ability to turn any part of the body into blood-red tentacles and possesses the ability to shed its form after death. Lu Chen spoke softly. He revealed everything but still concealed part of it. That was, after shedding its form, the Blood Tentacle had immunity to physical attacks, just like real liquid. Unless it was an elemental attack, it was hard to kill. This is truly shocking. Zhang Jin looked at Lu Chen's fingers transformed into blood-red tentacles, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. But soon, Zhang Jin recalled something and asked, but when I arrived, I saw the other party turn into liquid and attach to your body. You're fine now, right? What do you mean by liquid attaching to my body? To be precise, it was possession. Lu Chen complained inwardly. Maintaining a calm facade, he replied, I'm fine. Did you forget my ability, Corpse Eater? After he possessed me, he was digested. Zhang Jin showed a hint of confusion. Isn't the Corpse Eater supposed to only consume corpses to gain abilities? That's true, he was already dead, so it was judged as a corpse by the Corpse Eater? So outrageous, it should just be called Devourer. Lu Chen shook his head. Can't eat vegetarian. Zhang Jin was speechless. Don't take it seriously, I was just saying it casually. The two exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Zhang Jin broke the awkwardness by patting Lu Chen's shoulder. It's okay, don't worry. I'll make a record for you and provide the highest level of encryption. Besides me and the higher-ups, no one else will know about your abilities for now. You did well today, single-handedly slaying the Blood Azura, achieving merit. In just half a month since becoming a new talent, you've already taken down 2 captains from the Court of All Beings. Truly impressive. 2 captain-level existences can probably exchange 200 contribution points for you. Once you pass the assessment and become a regular, it should be credited to your account. Lu Chen said in surprise, contribution points? What is that? It feels so much like the guild. Contribution points in a game, where you can exchange for things? Zhang Jin nodded. That's right, you can understand it that way. Later, you'll be given a dedicated phone with related apps. As for now, do you want to take a shower and change your clothes before leaving? As Zhang Jin's words fell, Lu Chen followed his gaze to look at himself. The blue and white striped shirt was stained with large patches of crimson. His jeans were also splattered with blood spots. After changing into a clean casual outfit, a white hoodie, and a pair of black quick-dry pants, Lu Chen fastened the white hat, stuffed his hands in his pockets, and slowly walked down a bustling street. It had been half an hour since he left the logistics department. This outfit was brought back by Zhang Jin at his request. After taking a hot shower in the logistics department and changing clothes, Lu Chen naturally hitched a ride with Zhang Jin back to the city. Beep beep beep, Lu Chen fumbled in his pocket, pulled out his phone, and his eyelids twitched. Almost forgot. He slowly answered the call, only to hear a sweet yet gritting voice on the other end. Boss Lu, you really are forgetful. Are you on your way here? Didn't we agree that to thank you for letting me use your bathroom yesterday, I'd treat you to a meal? Where are you? Xia Qianqing had invited Lu Chen to dinner and was quite polite, arriving at the location early, ordering the dishes, and paying before calling Lu Chen. But unexpectedly, this wait turned into 2 hours. Lu Chen slowly covered his forehead. He didn't want this either. Lu Chen explained, I'm almost there. I stepped on a mouse on the way, got blood all over me, just went back to take a shower and change clothes. Lu Chen waved at the roadside. Soon, a taxi stopped in front of him. Lu Chen opened the car door and said to the driver, Tianlong Square. All right, young man, the driver replied cheerfully. On the other end of the line, Xia Qianqing's voice rang out again. Come on, are you not even pretending? Just setting off now? If you delay for 2 hours, if you don't come soon, they'll close up shop. Lu Chen scratched his head. It's fine. I'm not hungry. Xia Qianqing? You stood me up, and you're not hungry? Why are you coming if you're not hungry? Not hungry and still coming, could it be because of me? Thinking of this, the voice on the other end fell silent for a long time. Then, Lu Chen hung up. Xia Qianqing? Young man? Did you have a fight with your girlfriend, the driver? Teased from the front. No, she's not my girlfriend. Lu Chen rested his chin on one hand, gazing out the window. She just wanted to build a good relationship with him, ensuring that when he encountered her during the newcomer assessment, he would go easy on her. Or perhaps she just wanted his help. Lu Chen felt indifferent, thinking the other party was overestimating him. Was he really that strong? Strong enough for others to cling to him. The person he met today was at least 10 times stronger than him. That blazing light, like the sun, seemed to burn to ashes if touched. That was the true strong, right? Lu Chen slowly glanced at the personal panel in front of him. Host, Lu Chen ability, Corpse Eater, level 2, Immortal, level 2, Super Strength, Black Iron Wings, Bloodworm. Strength, 46.23 Speed, 47.11. Mental Power, 16.1. Internal Skill, Void Devouring Refinement Movement. Technique, 9 Calamity Steps Blade Technique, Universe Rending Divine Slash. Ah, so annoying. Xia Qianqing, dressed in a white silk dress, puffed up her cheeks, revealing a hint of anger on her fair and beautiful face. That detestable Lu Chen deliberately stood me up and told such a clumsy lie. Xia Qianqing glanced at the steak on her plate, gripping the knife and fork tightly as she cut into the steak with force, then stabbed the fork into the cut piece, as if it were piercing someone who made her furious. Beautiful lady, would you like to join me over there? A foreign man with blonde hair and fair skin approached, speaking in somewhat halting Chinese, smiling at Xia Qianqing while pointing to a round table nearby filled with foreign friends, inviting her to dine with them. No, thank you, sir, I'm waiting for someone, I have an appointment, Xia Qianqing replied helplessly, gesturing to the empty seat across from her. But, miss, it seems you've been waiting here for quite a while. Are you sure he will come? Xia Qianqing was momentarily speechless. She admitted that she wasn't very confident. Who knows if Lu Chen was really getting in the car just now or if it was all a ruse to deceive her. After all, when she was on the phone with Lu Chen earlier, she had heard the sound of a door closing. Yet here she was, waiting for him for 2 hours anyway. But it wasn't entirely Lu Chen's fault, perhaps he felt too embarrassed to refuse and was just stalling? Xia Qianqing felt a bit melancholic. Could it be that Lu Chen really had developed a barrier against her? Was it just because she wanted to deliberately improve their relationship? She merely wanted more friends and fewer rivals. Especially since Lu Chen was so strong. She wasn't foolish, she knew having a powerful ally nearby was beneficial. However, it seemed he didn't appreciate her efforts. For a moment, a shadow of gloom crossed Xia Qianqing's eyes. If he didn't appreciate it, fine, he stood her up, so what? Beautiful lady, you are very pretty. Since you are dining alone, why not come over and have some fun with me? The fair-skinned foreigner invited again. Seems you've been stood up, haven't you? The foreigner continued to press on. I've noticed you for a long time. Beautiful lady, someone as lovely as you shouldn't be overlooked. Stood up? Are you talking about me? A clear male voice rang out from behind the fair-skinned foreigner. A figure in white was walking towards them. The crisp sound of footsteps accompanied the man as he slowly removed the white hood he had been wearing. The fair-skinned foreigner showed a hint of surprise, a look of regret crossing his face as he glanced at Chen before turning back to his seat without paying Xia Qianqing any more attention. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chen's voice rang out clearly as he pulled out the chair opposite Xia Qianqing and sat down. It was only then that Xia Qianqing regained her composure, the gloom in her eyes swept away by a glimmer of light, though her face still bore a hint of emotion. That foreigner just now? Do you know him? Chen asked. Xia Qianqing rested her chin on one hand, blinking her beautiful large eyes. You've gotten stronger again. And your mental power has increased by 5 points in elite. How did you do that? Chen, who had just taken a sip of cocktail, nearly choked, covering his mouth as he forced it down, almost forgetting that Xia Qianqing could see other people's attribute points. Chen uttered the line that almost every protagonist in a novel would say in such situations, everyone has their secrets, isn't that awkward? A teasing glint flashed in Xia Qianqing's amber eyes. A hint of embarrassment crossed Chen's face. Alright, I won't pry. As you said. Everyone has their secrets, Xia Qianqing smiled. That person just now? I don't know him, he just wanted to come over and chat me up. Is he that direct? Don't you like honesty and dislike beating around the bush? You seem to be angry with me. Hee, how could I dare? You're a strong one, if a weakling angers a strong one, isn't that just asking for trouble? Summer Qianqing rolled her eyes, sounding like a little cat from some internet meme. You're quite humorous, Chen teased. Hee. Summer Qianqing smiled without saying a word. You can tell me now why you were 2 hours late. Summer Qianqing shook her grape-flavored cocktail and asked. Didn't I say? I stepped on a mouse. If you don't want to say, then forget it, there's no need to use such childish excuses to fool me. Summer Qianqing said irritably. Chen shrugged, alright, I'll lay my cards on the table. Actually, when I arrived, I happened to run into the captain of the Senshin court and killed him on a whim, but unfortunately, my clothes got dirty, so I took a shower and changed, which delayed me. The corner of Summer Qianqing's mouth twitched slightly. Alright, this isn't even fooling a 3-year-old, this is treating her like she's not even human. Not even pretending, huh? Suppressing her anger, Summer Qianqing forced a smile. I believe you. Chen, I believe everything you say. That gritted teeth voice certainly didn't sound like someone who believed everything. Chen silently complained. Chen ate the cold steak that had long been sitting on the table in front of him, stabbing his fork directly through the center of the steak, then took big bites. As long as you believe me, you're treating me to dinner, right? It shouldn't just be about eating together, right? Summer Qianqing said, her hands protectively covering her chest. What else do you want? I thought at most we'd just hold hands and watch a movie. Chen was wolfing down his food, and with that slightly awkward comment, he almost choked. Cough cough, you misunderstood. Chen took a sip of his cocktail, cleared his throat, and asked, what I mean is, do you have any intel? About the newcomer assessment or something? Summer Qianqing rested one hand on her chin, her golden hair cascading perfectly to one side, revealing a delicate four-leaf clover hanging from her earlobe. She was silent for a moment, scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was nearby, then whispered, I know a little. In the internship team I was in before, there happened to be someone who had gone through the assessment last year. He said the assessment is divided into 3 major checkpoints, 2 of which change every year, but 1 will never change. And that is the team battle. Team battle? Chen was taken aback, he thought it would be a solo battle. Summer Qianqing continued, you're surprised, thinking it would be a solo battle, right? Actually, it's quite normal. While solo battles can identify powerful ability users, being strong alone doesn't mean the team is strong. You have to understand that when real missions are carried out, it's not just about individual strength. After all, no matter how strong one person is, they can't compare to a team. So, this is not only the only unchanging checkpoint but also a message from the Silent Night base. Teamwork is greater than the individual. As Summer Qianqing said this, her expression gradually became serious. Believe me, at this point, Chen, you should know what my goal is. You are strong, and I choose to cling to you. Cling to me. Chen covered his forehead, revealing a wry smile. To be honest, he truly didn't feel that strong. He had only killed 2 captain-level members of the Senshin court. He always believed there were stronger people out there. Isn't that what novels and anime always say? The protagonist enters a new environment, expecting to face a downward dimensional strike, only to find themselves being struck down by those around them. It turns out that the protagonist's previous place was something akin to a novice village. After the newcomer assessment begins, various talents should emerge, right? Of course, I know it won't be that easy. You set the conditions, Lu Chen. I just want to follow you to climb the S-level ladder. The wind blew through the transparent windows of the Western restaurant, brushing against the diner's tables, then lifting the tips of Xia Qianqing's hair, accompanied by the swaying of the four-leaf clover dangling from her earlobe. Xia Qianqing slightly parted her lips. Of course, I have nothing. If I have anything, it's just myself. I'm just a loser, all alone. My only bargaining chip is myself, you. Lu Chen paused with his knife and fork, setting down the cold steak that had been pierced through. He crossed his hands on the table, his eyes flashing a hint of blood red, and said mockingly, "So you're saying you're trading your body with me?" A trace of embarrassment flashed across Xia Qianqing's face. She lowered her proud head, covering her eyes with one hand, her golden hair obscuring her face, but her trembling shoulders betrayed her inner turmoil. Her lips moved slightly. "No one has ever touched me. You can rest assured." She seemed to regard herself as a product on a shelf. Despite the pain and struggle within, she appeared reluctant to act this way. But perhaps it was because the shop was on the verge of closing, with debt collectors arriving one after another, causing chaos inside, leaving her no choice but to use her most precious possession as auction currency. Being forced into this cruel transaction. The blood red in Lu Chen's eyes flickered, and he didn't even have time to retract his words. But upon hearing Xia Qianqing's words, Lu Chen let out a slight sigh. He wasn't a villain taking advantage of others' misfortunes. If he had to label himself, he might as well label himself a hypocrite. Lu Chen picked up the fork that was stuck in the steak again, his voice carrying a hint of indifference. "Don't say that, I'm not a bad person. I'm sorry for what I just said, I take it back." Although Lu Chen felt that words once spoken were like water spilled, impossible to retrieve. But an apology was better than saying nothing at all. And it really wasn't what he meant. Forget it, who would believe that? Who knows, maybe she has already labeled him a scoundrel in her heart. But why was she so insistent on teaming up with him? The S-level ladder? It sounded like the final assessment's ladder level. Like grades or something. Xia Qianqing tightly covered her eyes with one hand, leaning forward, weakly propping herself up on the table, tears flowing like a breached dam from the gaps between her palm and cheek, dripping onto the ground one by one, making a faint tap-tap sound. "Damn! Don't cry, I can't. Comfort girls." Lu Chen panicked, his face filled with urgency. In matters of romance, he was like a blank sheet of paper, completely inexperienced, and faced with a girl's tears, he had no idea what to do. Perhaps Lu Chen's voice was a bit too loud, as the foreign white people at a nearby table, who had been chatting and joking, turned their gazes toward them. Among them, the foreign man in a sharp suit stood up and walked over. He first glanced at the crying Xia Qianqing, then swept his eyes over Lu Chen's unrefined appearance, instantly concocting a melodramatic scenario in his mind. It must be that this man did something excessive to the woman, leaving her utterly disappointed, which led to her tears. "Sir, you are being too much." The foreign white man frowned and spoke in a tone of accusation. "This young lady has been waiting for you for 2 hours. Not only have you not treated her well, but you've also made her cry. If you don't know how to cherish such a beautiful lady, then please let her go to me." "Sir, it seems we don't know you," said the one who had been crying. Xia Qianqing. Wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye, she pulled out a few tissues to dab at her cheeks and addressed the foreign man. "And please don't casually blame him, we are not familiar with you." A flicker of astonishment crossed the foreign man's face. He spread his hands in confusion and said, "Why? I clearly came to help you." "I'm sorry, I don't need your help," Xia Qianqing replied coldly. "Oh, fuck." The foreign man instantly wore an expression of extreme disappointment. He shook his head helplessly and turned to Lu Chen, saying, "I'm sorry, sir, for disturbing you and this lady." After saying that, he no longer looked at Xia Qianqing and returned to his own table, wearing a face full of loss and regret, continuing his meal with the other foreign men, though the atmosphere had become somewhat delicate due to this little incident. After a moment of silence, Xia Qianqing suddenly asked, "Am I not pretty?" Her nose was red from crying, and her question came out like a petulant child, tinged with a hint of defiance. Lu Chen glanced at Xia Qianqing, her figure curvaceous, dressed in a simple white outfit that complemented her golden hair, sitting before him like an angel. Her fair skin, a pair of beautiful willow leaf eyebrows, and a four-leaf clover earring dangling from her earlobe made her stunning, and not just in an ordinary way. From the foreign man's repeated visits, it was clear that Xia Qianqing was very charming. She was indeed beautiful. Her figure and face were even on par with Yi Bingtang. Compared to Wen Xiaolu, she was almost a dimensional drop in contrast. Wen Xiaolu had a quiet and delicate demeanor that gave off a neighborly girl vibe, while Yi Bingtang carried an air of pride, like a stunning ice sculpture emerging from a frozen cave, a beauty to be admired from afar but never touched. Xia Qianqing, on the other hand, possessed a wild beauty, like a blooming red rose with thorns that could prick. The only one who could match her temperament was Yi Bingtang, who could easily surpass her. But that didn't mean Xia Qianqing was inferior to Yi Bingtang. On the contrary, Xia Qianqing had an added layer of contrast. Clearly a rose with thorns, yet she could cry, couldn't she? No man could resist a woman so beautiful and graceful crying before him. She should have been more radiant, yet she lowered her proud head, allowing others to trample on her. Very beautiful, Lu Chen turned his head away, unable to bear looking directly at Xia Qianqing. He didn't know what had happened to this girl that made her willing to sacrifice herself for an S-class. Then will you be my boyfriend? Lu Chen looked at the girl before him, her eyes glistening with tears, and his heart couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. This scene was every otaku's dream moment. No man wouldn't fantasize about a stunning beauty throwing herself at him. But when fantasy turned into reality, Lu Chen found himself feeling somewhat restrained. Perhaps some would call him useless. Perhaps some would lament the missed opportunity. Some might even call him a hypocrite. But he felt it better to be a hypocrite than a scoundrel taking advantage of someone in distress. In truth, Lu Chen did have feelings for Xia Qianqing. She was the first person he met in the Magic City. Moreover, at this moment, she was the person he knew best in the Magic City, without exception. Lu Chen didn't answer Xia Qianqing but instead focused on eating his steak. Watching Lu Chen finish the last bite of his steak, he remained silent. A hint of disappointment flashed in Xia Qianqing's eyes. What on earth did this bastard want from her? She was almost ready to strip and climb into his bed herself. Was he still not satisfied? Did he have to completely trample her self-esteem into the ground, crush it to pieces, before he would let her go? For the team competition, how many people do we need to form a team? Lu Chen asked. Xia Qianqing's expression showed a bit of embarrassment. But she still answered the question. 4 to 6 people, at least 4 are needed. If a team can't gather 4 people, it means there's a problem with social skills. Not being able to form a team means immediate elimination, and you'll have to wait for next year's assessment. After listening to Xia Qianqing's words, Lu Chen slowly nodded. Do you have any good candidates? After all, there are only the 2 of us in the team right now, and we don't have enough people. Xia Qianqing looked dispirited. I can spot good candidates at a glance. Wait, what did you just say? Xia Qianqing suddenly reacted and asked. We need to gather more. Not that sentence. The one before it. Not enough people. The one before that. After all, there are only the 2 of us in the team. Lu Chen smiled slightly, his smile like a gentle spring breeze. Lu Chen's handsome face, illuminated by the perfect sunlight streaming in from the window, looked just like a handsome oppa from a Korean drama. Xia Qianqing stared at this handsome face, her mind echoing Lu Chen's words. After all, there are only the 2 of us in the team. After all, there are only the 2 of us in the team. You agreed to team up with me. Of course. Are you coming to my room? Tonight, can you bring? Cough cough, don't get me wrong, I'm not interested in your body, even though you are indeed very beautiful, but the real reason I want to team up with you is your ability. Lu Chen lowered his voice, leaning over the table towards Xia Qianqing. Your appraisal ability will definitely become a great asset for us. That way, we can pull in high-value individuals in advance. Xia Qianqing clearly hadn't recovered from Lu Chen's previous statement. She shook her head, seemingly in disbelief at what she had just heard. She asked, You. Xia Qianqing had only gotten halfway through her sentence when she seemed to understand something. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. How hypocritical. He really wanted her to jump into the pot herself, then skin and butcher her to serve on his plate. How foolish of her to have felt a flicker of emotion just now. But then again, in this world, where would you find any good people who would just step in to help without thinking and end up with a mess on their hands? She revealed a face with tears still fresh but adorned with a stunning smile. I understand what you mean. Lu Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. That was good. He was worried about any misunderstandings. What Lu Chen didn't notice was that the often boisterous voice was now very quiet. It was as if it was lurking in the shadows, quietly watching this good show, and its eyes glimmered with a hint of red, eagerly anticipating something. So what are we doing now? Should we go watch a movie? Anything is fine. I have no plans this afternoon, not even for the next few days. I understand. That's good. Maybe we can explore the Magic City over the next few days. This is a big city, and the level of prosperity here is far superior to ours. Okay. The afternoon passed in a hurry. It felt as if in the morning, Lu Chen had just taken down the captain of a team, merely a small interlude. While watching the movie, Lu Chen deliberately chose a funny comedy to wash away the slightly awkward atmosphere between the two. Lu Chen laughed heartily while watching, completely carefree. It was poor Xia Qinqing, who could only force a smile. Xia Qinqing thought Lu Chen might take the opportunity to take advantage of her during the movie. But after an entire film, Xia Qinqing sat there in a daze, fully prepared. But where was he? This was almost as bad as a man having no tissue when he needed it. After being excited for so long, nothing happened. It felt like a sense of anticipation had fallen flat. In fact, by the end of the movie, Xia Qinqing found herself a bit entranced, completely forgetting about her agreement with Lu Chen. She laughed heartily without a care. That person is so strange. He looks like a dog. With the appearance of these two lines on the screen, the originally cheerful atmosphere in the cinema suddenly became suffocating. What movie was it? It was A Chinese Odyssey. And these two lines were what the last two people on the city wall said as they looked at the departing figure of Wukong. In an instant, the previous laughter seemed to return, and everyone stared at the falling curtain of the movie, tears streaming down their faces. Everyone had originally dreamed of being the great sage who rode on the clouds, but as time passed, they all ended up living as the version of themselves they hated most as children. Just like the last two lines, that person is so strange. He looks like a dog. In the taxi, the driver glanced at Lu Chen and Xia Qinqing in the rearview mirror. He teased, "Young man, you're lucky, your girlfriend is so beautiful?" Lu Chen was taken aback, about to explain. But Xia Qinqing interrupted, "My boyfriend is also very handsome, okay? Driver." "Ha ha. Yes, the young man looks good too, with red lips and white teeth, and sharp eyebrows and starry eyes," the driver said with a smile. Lu Chen's face showed a hint of confusion as he propped his chin and glanced out the window, catching a glimpse of the darkening sky due to the rain, and the reflection of Xia Qinqing on the car window. After chatting with the driver for a few moments, Xia Qinqing turned her head to look at Lu Chen's reflection on the other side of the window. A bitter smile rose in her heart. She had thought Lu Chen might really not have those intentions, that she was overthinking it. But what did those last two lines of the movie mean? Was he deliberately letting her see that? He was reminding her that she couldn't go back, now, she was his Lu Chen's dog. He trampled her dignity underfoot, then carefully picked it up, only to completely crush it in front of her. This feeling was like a cold knife piercing through her heart. It hurt so much, yet she couldn't speak. She couldn't scream. "Lu Chen, you are simply inhuman." Through the reflection in the car window, Lu Chen saw that Xia Qinqing was also looking at him, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. There was nothing more awkward than secretly watching a beautiful girl and then getting caught. Lu Chen forced a smile that he thought was good. However, this smile, in Xia Qinqing's eyes, was no different from pouring salt on a wound. Even though it was all a misunderstanding. In the outskirts, at the Zhongxing court base. "Damn it, where's the captain?" The cultist in a white lab coat and black mask spoke with a hint of brutality. Beside him were two young women bound tightly, their clothes long gone. They were tied to two laboratory chairs like little white mice. It shouldn't be like this. Normally, the captain goes out to look for experimental subjects and won't be gone for more than 2 hours. The cultist scratched his chin in confusion. Another cultist suddenly shouted, "Shut up! No doubting the captain's actions, or you'll be the next experimental subject. The captain has his own decisions, we just need to follow the plan and continue capturing experimental subjects. In 4 days, the captain will come to receive this year's experimental results and distribute the newly developed awakening serum. At this critical moment, the captain definitely won't make any mistakes, we small fries don't need to worry about it. If you want to be dismembered by the captain or served up on the experimental table, feel free to keep whining." The first speaker, a disciple, was somewhat dumbfounded. He glanced at the young girl lying naked on the experimental table and said, "Can I at least enjoy myself a bit first? I'm feeling a bit hot down there." Another disciple added with a hint of cold laughter, "What if you happen to run into the captain on your way? Go ahead, but you better enjoy yourself before you get to his lab. You really think he won't skin you alive?" The eager disciple instantly wilted. Just thinking about the captain's brutal act of splitting someone in half made him feel nauseous. Forget it, he waved his hand. "Anyway, I've already had my fill before he arrives, no need to indulge again." Hee, still wanting more after you've had enough? Is your brain filled with nothing but lust? By the way, how long has it been since the captain returned? It seems like 6 hours. The captain is immortal, he must be busy with something else. We should hurry up and tie the person up, then leave the lab. Understood. Room 301. On the sofa, Lu Chen lay on the sofa, holding the remote control, playing a local news channel. "Miyamoto Keiichi is a good candidate for recruitment. But didn't you say his strength and speed are only in the 20s? Do you think everyone is a monster like you? Xia Qianqing stretched her alluring waist, leaning against the soft sofa, rolling her eyes. So, does that mean Miyamoto Keiichi is strong? Lu Chen asked in surprise. He had thought that Miyamoto Keiichi was just a show-off with mediocre stats based on what Xia Qianqing had said yesterday. Xia. Qianqing smirked, cleared her throat, and said, let me put it this way, the average data for formal team members, when you add strength, speed, and mental power together, is only about 50. The average formal team member is usually a newcomer who has just joined the team, typically at the chi condensation stage. And Miyamoto Keiichi's combined stats exceed 70. As for the veteran members of the team, those who aren't captains, most of them are at the foundation establishment stage, with stats around 100. He's almost catching up to those people. Of course, for you, he really is just a weakling. Xia Qianqing said, resting her forehead with one hand. Fine, she admitted that for Lu Chen, Miyamoto Keiichi really wasn't strong. But for others, I believe Miyamoto Keiichi is worth recruiting, Xia Qianqing said. Lu Chen nodded, hearing your comparison, I have a rough idea now. What's the total stat range for captain-level members? Xia Qianqing thought for a moment and replied, generally, captains are at the Spirit C stage, with combined stats around 200. 200? Strange, how were the two captain-level members from the Senshin court that I killed so weak? A hint of confusion flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Could it be that he just happened to run into two useless ones? In reality, it wasn't entirely their fault. One was the owner of the divine gun, possessing high-powered long-range shooting capabilities. Even if their cultivation hadn't reached the Spirit C stage, they could still be a match for an ordinary captain-level member with the divine gun. It was uncertain who would win. But they just happened to encounter Lu Chen, who couldn't be killed and possessed immense strength. The other had the ability of pseudo-immortality thanks to the bloodworm, and had also been exceptionally promoted to captain at the foundation establishment stage. But by a stroke of luck, Lu Chen consumed their heart and conveniently acquired their ability, gaining intel on their powers. From a certain perspective, it's not entirely unreasonable for Lu Chen to think of them as worthless. Because, it really does seem that way. For Lu Chen. I wonder what that person's stats are. Lu Chen rested his chin on his hand, revealing a hint of curiosity. Facing Zhang Jin was a completely different level of strength. Compared to dealing with those so-called captain-level beings from the Myriad Beings Court, Zhang Jin was very strong enough to easily kill those captains with one hand. So, what level had his stats reached? Whose? Xia Qianqing raised an eyebrow and asked. No one's. Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Lu Chen glanced at the time, it was around 8 or 9 o'clock. It was time for everyone to return to their rooms and sleep. Lu Chen and Xia Qianqing chatted casually for a few more moments before he finally issued an eviction. Notice, it's getting late, aren't you going back to sleep? Xia Qianqing was taken aback, her small hand clenched tightly, and as Lu Chen turned his head, it changed several times. She asked, going back to sleep? Yeah, aren't you going back to take a shower and get some sleep? Or do you want to spend the night here with me? Lu Chen said nonchalantly. This statement was innocuous at first. But in Xia Qianqing's ears, it took on a different meaning. Did he mean to say she wanted to go to bed with him without taking a shower? He wouldn't say it directly, but had to beat around the bush like this. How infuriating. But who could she blame? It was her own choice to collaborate with Lu Chen. If she had to blame someone, it seemed she could only blame herself. After all, no one forced her, it was all her own willingness, wasn't it? Xia Qianqing lightly bit her lip, I understand. After seeing Xia Qianqing out, Lu Chen sat on the soft sofa and casually turned on the TV. Today's local news reports multiple cases of missing persons, with several young girls disappearing without a trace. After watching TV for a while, about an hour passed, and Lu Chen yawned. He then entered the bathroom and took a shower. Men shower quickly, it only took him a little over 10 minutes. Wearing only his shorts, Lu Chen felt no discomfort as he walked out of the bathroom. He turned off the TV, switched off the living room lights, and prepared to head to the bedroom to sleep. Just then, knock, 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 the door sounded. Lu Chen instinctively looked down at his abs, clad only in his shorts. He rubbed his forehead. Who is it coming at this hour? He muttered in his heart, but still put on a clean, tidy jacket and went to the door, calling out, who is it? There was silence outside for a while, as if the knock had been a mistake. Lu Chen paused, if you don't speak, I won't open the door for strangers. Outside the door, Xia Qianqing, wearing only a loose trench coat, had just finished her shower. A few droplets of water still lingered on her neck, and the scent of her shower gel wafted from her body. The trench coat was large enough to wrap around Xia Qianqing's figure, reaching just above her delicate calves. The brown trench coat enveloped Xia Qianqing's fair skin, and she wore a simple pair of slippers, standing outside the door. Her expression changed. Was Lu Chen a little white rabbit? What was he pretending for? Didn't he know who the big bad wolf was? Suppressing her anger, Xia Qianqing clenched her small hands and gritted her teeth. Open the door. It's me. If you keep messing with me, I won't come in. Inside, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Xia Qianqing? What was she doing here? Did she drop something? With this confusion, Lu Chen slowly opened the door a crack. Just enough for Xia Qianqing outside to see Lu Chen in full view. A flush of red crossed Xia Qianqing's face. Had she never seen a pig run, or had she never seen pork? Seeing Lu Chen open the door, she darted in like a little hamster, under Lu Chen's surprised gaze. At the stairway entrance, Miyamoto Keiichi had just descended the stairs. He blinked and glanced at the tightly closed door of room 301. In his clumsy Chinese, he muttered, "This is just ridiculous. Haven't they only known each other for 2 days? I must have seen it wrong." Miyamoto Keiichi unbuttoned his alcohol soap suit, opening it wide, and then walked to room 303, slowly opening the door. Could it be that I misunderstood? Have they known each other for a long time? Are they a couple? Forget it, who cares? There's wine today, let's get drunk. Today. Get drunk, sleep, and wake up tomorrow. Click. With the closing of the door to room 303, the corridor returned to silence once more. Room 301. At this moment, an extremely passionate scene was unfolding. Lu Chen had just gently closed the door, and the moment he turned around, Xia Qianqing pounced on him like a blazing whirlwind, pinning him against the door. Her lips, hot as flames, pressed against his, and Lu Chen's eyes widened in confusion, not understanding what had gotten into Xia Qianqing. Just like long ago, when Lu Chen was on the brink of death, he lamented that he was still a virgin. And now, faced with this almost aggressive passionate scene, desire surged like a tidal wave, instantly drowning his rationality. Lu Chen could clearly feel the hot and soft body in his arms. Even through her slightly rough trench coat, he could still sense her softness and silkiness. His hands unconsciously began to move slowly, gradually becoming restless, tentatively exploring the nearly perfect contours of Xia Qianqing's body. Xia Qianqing's face was already flushed like blood, so hot it seemed she could drip water. Her mouth was tightly pressed against Lu Chen's, filled with shyness and tension. However, when Lu Chen's slightly rough, moist tongue gently brushed against her lips, she hesitated for just a second, then, as if making a significant decision, slowly and cautiously opened her mouth. Lu Chen felt a wave of sweet fragrance envelop him, instantly wrapping him up. His mind went blank, and he could only let instinct guide him to respond to Xia Qianqing's passionate kiss. Xia Qianqing's hands tightly wrapped around Lu Chen's neck, her body like a burning flame, continuously transmitting its scorching heat to him. Lu Chen's hands roamed over her trench coat, feeling the beautiful curves that were faintly visible beneath it, his heartbeat quickening as if it would burst from his chest. Xia Qianqing's breathing also became rapid, her tongue intertwining with Lu Chen's, exploring each other's mouths. Lu Chen could sense her awkwardness and tension, but at the same time, there was a different kind of allure that made him even more captivated. His hand gradually slipped under the hem of her trench coat, directly touching Xia Qianqing's skin, smooth as satin. Xia Qianqing's body trembled suddenly, letting out a low gasp. But it was quickly drowned out by Lu Chen's passionate kiss. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around Lu Chen's collar, her nails nearly digging into his skin. Lu Chen felt her response and became bolder in exploring her body. Wherever his palm touched, Xia Qianqing's body would shudder with waves of tremors. The temperature in the room seemed to rise. Continuously, the two tightly embraced, as if wanting to merge into each other's bodies. Lu Chen's lips began to wander from Xia Qianqing's lips to her earlobe, gently biting it, causing Xia Qianqing to emit a soft, charming hum, her body pressing even more softly against Lu Chen. Lu Chen could feel her body gradually relaxing in his embrace, seemingly completely immersed in the passionate atmosphere. His hands also explored her body more freely, feeling every rise and curve of her form. Xia Qianqing's hands began to caress Lu Chen's chest, her fingertips gliding over his skin, sending waves of tingling sensations through him. Lu Chen's breathing grew heavy, his desire crashing over his reason like surging ocean waves, one after another. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the ringtone of a phone shattered the already heated moment of intimacy. Lu Chen pulled out his phone and tossed it onto the sofa. Today, he was determined to complete his transformation from boy to man, no matter what the call was about. To hell with it. Lu Chen didn't want to think about why Xia Qianqing had thrown herself at him. He had no time to ponder the messy morals of the situation. After all, he was human, and being human meant having desires, and at this moment, Lu Chen's desire had reached its peak. Today, he would achieve greatness and become a true man. The two of them were entangled once more in a passionate embrace, as if the phone call had been just a minor interruption. Minutes later, Lu Chen was ready to draw his long gun and make the first shot in a bloody battle, witnessing a historic moment. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Bang. Bang bang, Zhang Jin's voice came from outside. Lu Chen, open the door. I don't care if you're asleep or not, I have an important task to give you. Damn it. Lu Chen was furious. Damn it, is this never ending? All he wanted was to lose his virginity and become a real man. Damn it, with the phone calls and now someone at the door, when would it end? Wait, why did he end up in bed with Xia Qianqing? The phrase rolling into bed felt particularly apt at this moment. They had indeed rolled from the doorway to the sofa, and then Lu Chen had carried her to the bed, ready to complete the final step. But why had Xia Qianqing thrown herself at him? A chill ran through Lu Chen's mind, and he regained a sliver of rationality. He instinctively released Xia Qianqing, who, despite her flushed face, was looking away, her eyes darting, and tears streaming down her cheeks, clearly unwilling. But if she was unwilling, why had she come to his bedroom and Lu Chen's mind was in chaos. He felt both anger at being interrupted and surprise at the oddity of the situation. Moreover, it seemed he had overlooked something. Whatever it was, Lu Chen no longer felt the desire to continue. Outside, Zhang Jin was calling, and inside, Xia Qianqing was crying. His head was about to explode. Put on your clothes first, anyway. Lu Chen covered his head, feeling a headache coming on. All right, I need to take a shower first. Lu Chen's face flushed as he walked out of the bedroom and slowly closed the door behind him. Outside, Zhang Jin's voice continued unabated. Lu Chen, open the door. Open the door. I heard you. Stop yelling. It's so annoying. Lu Chen snapped, shouting back at Zhang Jin outside the door. It seemed he had found an outlet for his frustration, and he shouted back irritably. Ha ha ha. I knew you weren't asleep yet, hurry up and open the door. Open your sister's door, let me take a shower and change my clothes. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. Zhang Jin's voice outside showed a hint of confusion. What's going on? Why are you taking a shower? Didn't you just wash today? Lu Chen was momentarily speechless. What could he say? Should he admit that he was in the middle of something important when you showed up? He simply ignored Zhang Jin and headed into the bathroom. Outside, Zhang Jin, not hearing a response, wore a puzzled expression but didn't say anything further. He believed Lu Chen would eventually open the door. Heh, the little brat, with a superior around, still dares to talk to me like that. Zhang Jin chuckled to himself. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were ruining something good for yourself. It's just that I disturbed your sleep, right? If it weren't for this matter that only you could handle, I wouldn't be in such a hurry. Half an hour later. Creak, the door opened. Zhang Jin looked at Lu Chen, whose eyes were somewhat evasive, and a hint of curiosity arose in his heart. Why did this kid seem so guilty? Zhang Jin walked into the living room, sat on the sofa, glanced at the open window, and raised an eyebrow. Why? Is the window open in this cold winter? Isn't it cold? Not cold. Lu Chen sat on the sofa next to Zhang Jin, occasionally glancing at the bedroom but quickly retracting his gaze. Zhang Jin didn't think much of it at the moment. He got straight to the point. I'm here to find you, and it's not because I'm bored and looking for trouble. I have a task to assign to you. Lu Chen was stunned, pointing at himself. Me? Come on, I haven't even passed the newcomer assessment yet. Well, it's only a matter of time. I've seen your strength. Unless it's someone at the captain level, no one else can keep you here, which is why I feel at ease sending you. Zhang Jin patted Lu Chen's shoulder, giving him a look that said he believed in him. Although Lu Chen didn't know what task Zhang Jin was referring to, he instinctively sensed a hint of danger. You came to find me, could it be that only I can handle this? Lu Chen asked. Zhang Jin's expression turned serious as he nodded, then pulled out a blood-red Shura mask from his pocket. Isn't this the mask worn by the people of the All-Beings Court? A hint of confusion flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. But soon, a possibility flashed through Lu Chen's mind. Oh no! Wait! It seemed Lu Chen understood Zhang Jin's meaning. That's right. Zhang Jin nodded. As if to confirm Lu Chen's thoughts, Zhang Jin continued, this task can only be undertaken by you. The owner of this mask possesses the ability to be reborn after death, which makes it impossible for us to uncover his true identity and name. However, one thing is certain, the captains of the All-Beings Court will have corresponding codenames linked to their masks. For now, I'll refer to him as Blood Shura. Blood Shura has been killed by you and has been missing for over 10 hours. The people of the All-Beings Court are starting to get restless. We have discovered multiple groups of All-Beings Court followers in the city. They are searching for Blood Shura. In recent years, we have been unable to completely eradicate the local All-Beings Court because we can't find their base, so I want. You mean, you want me to impersonate Blood Shura, infiltrate the All-Beings Court, and then find their headquarters based on the GPS coordinates you provide me? Lu Chen covered his forehead with one hand, slumping back on the sofa. This was no different from making himself cannon fodder. Zhang Jin nodded. Exactly, this is a perfect opportunity to wipe out the local all-beings court. But at the same time, I have to take on huge risks. Lu Chen added. A perfect opportunity must come with great risks. Lu Chen, if you can complete this task, I can help you apply for 900 contribution points from the higher-ups. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you, all the decisions are in your hands now. Zhang Jin continued. Lu Chen was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked at Zhang Jin. Do you have a lot of power? I don't really want contribution points, I want something else. If you can help with that, I'll help you complete this task. Zhang Jin was taken aback, thinking for a moment before finally nodding. You go ahead and say it, if it's possible, I'll help. I want to achieve S-tier results with Xiao Qianqing in the newcomer training camp. Lu Chen crossed his arms. Let's change the terms. I'm sorry, although I have the power to do so, the newcomer training camp cannot be biased or corrupt. If you insist on me abusing my power to help you eliminate the all-beings court, then I'm sorry, just pretend I never came. Zhang Jin's attitude changed as he spoke firmly. Refused? It seems the newcomer training camp is valued far more than he had imagined. Lu Chen was rejected, yet his expression remained unfazed. He shrugged. If you refuse me, then I can choose to refuse you as well. Suit yourself, Zhang Jin replied coldly. What the hell? Is it really necessary? It was just a mention of the training camp. Lu Chen rubbed his forehead, the coldness on his face completely vanished. I really give up on you. Is there no room for negotiation regarding the newcomer assessment? Zhang Jin shook his head. The newcomer assessment is absolutely not something that can be faked, don't even think about it. You can think of this newcomer assessment as the college entrance examination for high school students. And it's even 1,000 times more important than that. So, don't even think about it. Besides, with your strength, reaching the S tier shouldn't be difficult. Of course, I also heard your implication. You brought this up for Xia Qianqing. I actually think she might reach S level, she's very strong. Of course, when I say strong, I don't mean her power, but rather her eyes that can see through everything. And with you around, there's no need to fake anything. You all have a great chance of successfully reaching the S tier, Zhang Jin reassured. You're so confident in me? Lu Chen smiled. Zhang Jin scoffed, a single person capable of slaying a multitude at the captain level, and you didn't even get seriously injured. With your kind of strength, how could I not be confident? After all, you're a little monster. Alright, enough joking. Lu Chen, make your choice, help or not help. Lu Chen slowly stood up, turned around, and walked to the window. He gazed out at the bright flow of traffic and said to himself, you know? Some people should be having passionate conversations. Just like us right now, and they should be gazing at the world like I am. But some have had everything taken from them without a say. Erasing their time, stealing their lives, trampling their corpses. Lu Chen's voice gradually rose, and finally, a glint of red flashed in his eyes, his voice turning deep, like a low growl from hell. I hate the people of the multitude court, they are a bunch of filthy despicables who disregard life, and I choose to disregard them. In the bedroom, Xia Qianqing covered her mouth with one hand, a hint of shock flashing in her eyes. From the conversation in the living room, it was clear that Zhang Jin seemed to be a high-ranking official of the Night People, with enough power to truly influence the newcomer assessment. But what shocked Xia Qianqing the most was the fact that Lu Chen had slain a captain-level member of the multitude court. Lu Chen had come with her. The official they were looking for must be from Magic City. And they had only been here for 2 or 3 days. Lu Chen had killed a captain-level existence of the multitude court in such a short time. How is that possible? They said 2 or 3 days, but in reality, they had only checked in last night, and today he had spent the entire afternoon with her. So, the time Lu Chen had to kill that captain of the multitude court was only. Don't feel bad, I stepped on a mouse on the way, which delayed me a bit. Lu Chen's slightly apologetic voice echoed in Xia Qianqing's ears, and her eyes revealed a hint of disbelief. Lu Chen really stepped on a mouse. Just that it was a mouse from the multitude court. And it was a captain-level mouse. At the entrance of the living room, Zhang Jin looked at Lu Chen with a hint of amusement and said quietly, hiding a beauty in a golden house, not bad, kid. As he said this, Zhang Jin had already walked out the door. Lu Chen followed him and closed the door behind him. Hearing Zhang Jin's words, Lu Chen realized that he had already noticed the clues, he just hadn't pointed them out before. Lu Chen scratched his head, wanting to explain a bit, but when the words reached his lips, he didn't know how to say. She could only show a hint of youthful shyness on her face as she lowered her head. Catching a glimpse of Lu Chen's expression, Zhang Jin couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Indeed, everything has its match. It's hard for a hero to pass the beauties test, he understood, they all understood. How about I give you some background information on Xia Qianqing? Zhang Jin said as he walked Isn't that against the rules? I'm not that rigid. Besides, you've already got a taste of it if you don't even know the other party's background. Be careful not to get sold out. Zhang Jin seemed to imply. Are you saying Xia Qinqing wants to sell me? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and asked. Just a metaphor, just a metaphor. She hasn't done anything wrong to you, Zhang Jin patted Lu Chen's shoulder. So you mean her family background is problematic? Lu Chen inquired. Zhang Jin smiled without answering. After this mission, I'll send you her background information. All right. Lu Chen slowly took the blood-red Shura mask that Zhang Jin handed him. Zhang Jin continued, remember. You must speak less, try to show a brutal side, and a mad side. Most of the people from the Senshin court have a bit of a screw loose, you must give off a morbid vibe. Brutal? Morbid? Exactly, just like the dark and male protagonists in anime and novels. In the dark alley, the streetlights flickered intermittently. Light and darkness intertwined. A man dressed in a white American casual sweatshirt stood by the street, wearing a blood-red Shura mask. With his hands in his pockets, he stared at a few figures in black masks and white lab coats approaching him from a distance. Just as Zhang Jin said, if one lingers in such a dark corner for a while, they will be found by the cultists. Lord Shura. The cultists lined up in 3 rows, kneeling before Lu Chen without hesitation. If one looked closely, they would notice their shoulders trembling, and beads of cold sweat trickling down their necks. They were more nervous than Lu Chen because no one knew when this Lord Shura would strike. The unpredictability of this lord was a fear etched deep into their souls. There was no need for Lu Chen to say anything. The cultists parted to make way as a pitch-black van pulled up to the curb. Lu Chen walked up to the van. One of the cultists opened the driver's side door. That's right. The driver's side. I want to sit in the back, Lu Chen said directly. The surrounding cultists gathered around, exchanging glances, and one cultist stepped forward to ask, haven't you always liked sitting in the driver's seat? Why are you today? The blood-red tentacle, sharp as a knife tip, suddenly pierced the throat of the cultist who had spoken. A flash of crimson crossed Lu Chen's eyes, opened the back seat. At this moment, all the surrounding cultists were kneeling on the ground. They trembled all over. They were wrong. How could they doubt this? It was simply a foolish question. He was still as brutal as ever. Perhaps he was just tired today and didn't want to take the wheel. The remaining cultists silently moved the dead cultist into the trunk. Even a dead teammate was a valuable experimental subject. After all, dead friends don't mean dead paths. The cultist who helped Lu Chen into the driver's seat, after watching Lu Chen's foot step onto the black van's backseat, finally gasped for breath and got into the driver's seat. Once all the cultists were inside the van, the cultist in the driver's seat slowly started the black van. At this moment, the moonlight shone like daylight. The stars twinkled with brilliant light, and a cold breeze swept through, adding a touch of chill to the desolate street. The black van drove away, gradually disappearing down the street. Lu Chen was sitting in the back row of the driver's seat, and no one dared to sit beside him. He slowly tightened his grip on the phone in his pocket. The infiltration operation had begun. The base of the All-Beings Court. After winding through a narrow path and crossing the jungle, they finally arrived at their destination. He got out of the car. Behind him, a follower was holding a crystal ball that flickered with purple lightning. From Zhang Jin, Lu Chen learned that this crystal ball had a certain interference effect. The reason the Nightstalkers couldn't track the people of the All-Beings Court was that this crystal ball could temporarily prevent the monitors from recording their figures. The crystal ball needed to be recharged daily. Previously, Yan Bei was detected because the crystal ball had run out of energy. Following the follower, Lu Chen quickly entered the base. But once inside, he was at a loss. Now that he was in the base, what was he supposed to do? Captain, the experimental subject you ordered is already tied to your lab table. Lab? Lu Chen was taken aback. Recalling that Dai Ruilin had seemingly claimed before his death that he would use himself as an experimental subject. Yes. Captain. You tied him up? Yes. Captain, and him. You two come with me to the lab. A hint of joy flashed across Lu Chen's face beneath the blood-colored Shura mask, and his eyes sparkled. Instantly, the 2 followers looked disheartened, but dared not defy the order, fearing they would meet a tragic end like the current one. Walk in front, Lu Chen said. Although they showed some confusion, the 2 followers did not dare to question it. They obediently walked ahead. Soon, Lu Chen followed the 2 and found the laboratory, entering it. Meanwhile, in the Demon City, at the Nightstalker base. What did you say? The GPS has malfunctioned. Zhang Jin slammed his large hand on the table, his eyes blazing with anger. The long table was filled with captains in charge of various streets, all of whom lowered their heads. Captain, I feel that this tracking task should still be left to the professionals. Although we have abilities, we are ultimately not as good as the experts when it comes to computers. A captain raised his hand. Zhang Jin suppressed his anger, immediately contact the computer experts in the bureau and make sure to determine the GPS location. The GPS must be fine. The equipment was not the problem. But the location information was missing, so it must have been interfered with because they reached the All Beings Court, right? Where was the GPS last located? In a desolate forest on the outskirts, but now that we are about to strike, without an accurate location, we will alert the enemy. The more it was like this, the less one could panic. If they recklessly alerted the enemy, it would only make Lu Chen's situation more difficult. So, do they just wait now? But how long would they have to wait? This dilemma was driving him crazy. A complex expression flashed across Zhang Jin's face, and finally, he covered his forehead with his hands, his voice carrying a hint of determination. Tell the computer experts in the bureau that within 48 hours, they must determine the current location of the GPS. Once it exceeds 48 hours, everyone will immediately gather and encircle the All Beings Court. Entering the laboratory. At first glance, there were densely packed transparent glass cultivation chambers filled with various organs, some human, some resembling grotesque monsters. Walking through a narrow path, he entered a spacious but dimly lit area, with walls covered in strange symbols and formulas, seemingly records of some experimental concepts and ideas. A blood-stained table piled high with notebooks. There were also 2 experimental tables, with black fabric binding 2 naked women, their faces showing terror. Ugh, their pale bodies twisted like loaches at that moment. They were scared, so scared. First, she was dragged into a dimly lit alley by someone whose identity she did not know, left dazed, and then her purity was violated. After that, she was taken to a place that resembled a human experimentation base. The bloody specimens around her made her want to vomit. They were terrified, their bodies writhing continuously. Only fear filled their eyes. Are they the ones you brought? A hint of coldness crept into Lu Chen's voice beneath his blood-red mask. A flash of crimson flickered in his eyes, and his voice grew somewhat deep. The 2 cultists were momentarily confused by Lu Chen's meaning, but they still answered truthfully as before, "Captain, we brought them." Very good. Lu Chen slowly uttered these 2 words. He turned his gaze towards the 2 women bound to the experimental table and said flatly, "You can go." A glimmer of relief appeared in the eyes of the 2 cultists, even a hint of joy. The captain actually praised someone. Very good. They had never heard the captain praise anyone before. Could it be that the captain liked female test subjects? Then they would have to specifically target pretty girls in the future. However, just as they reached the door, a sharp blood-red tentacle suddenly pierced one of their throats, then violently tore that person apart at the laboratory entrance. A flash of terror crossed the other cultist's eyes. He panicked and ran outside, shouting, "Why are you killing us? Weren't you satisfied? Why? I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. Don't kill me. Captain. I was wrong. I shouldn't have defiled the test subjects. I was wrong. If apologies were useful, why would we need to kill? Die to atone for your sins." A nearly infinitely extending blood-red tentacle sliced through the air, like a sharp centipede weaving through the soil, instantly catching up to the cultist. The next second, a large head flew into the air like a tossed ball. The headless cultist's body fell forward to the ground like a soulless doll. Blood flowed from the severed neck, slowly forming a pool of crimson. The cultists from the congregation passing by outside the laboratory exchanged glances, although their eyes were filled with fear. It seemed that everyone had long since become accustomed to such sights. 2 cultists approached and silently cleaned up the blood and remains outside the door. Inside the laboratory, Lu Chen slowly retracted the blood-red tentacle and coldly looked at the 2 women on the experimental table. He took 2 white lab coats from a nearby rack and draped them over them. If you want to live, shut up, or else, die. Perhaps they had already been scared silly. The 2 women were now tearful, constantly nodding their heads, hoping Lu Chen would spare them. Lu Chen's mouth, hidden beneath the blood-red Shura mask, slightly opened, then slowly closed again. He wanted to tell them not to worry, that they would definitely be saved. But he couldn't say that, after all, it didn't fit his identity. Lu Chen turned his head away and slowly sat down at the desk in front of him, which had a notebook stained with a bit of blood. The reason he had just killed those 2 cultists was not only to maintain the persona of the captain. It was also out of Lu Chen's own will. The girls bound to the experimental table were, in a way, versions of Xiao Lu. And the root cause of all this was right in front of him. Lu Chen could not bear to see them continue to breathe in his presence. So, Lu Chen killed them. As for whether he would be discovered, according to Zhang Jin's intelligence, this captain was brutal and extremely cruel, treating his subordinates no differently than pigs or dogs. Therefore, Lu Chen would not worry about being detected. This was very much in line with the original persona of this captain, wasn't it? Brutal. Cruel. As time passed second by second, Chen did not remain idle. He picked up the bloodstained notebook in front of him and curiously flipped through its contents. Today, I injected a man with a mutation serum, but the degree of mutation was too high, he was about to turn into a monster. So before he transformed, I killed him. Just then, my subordinate came to report that the divine fox was dead and that I needed to either contain or eliminate a young man named Chen. Buzz upon seeing the two characters Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed. Suddenly, Chen felt a chill run through his body. It was the cold sensation of the clash between ideals and reality. This string of cold numbers was telling Chen that everything he did would be noticed. This was not a game world where he could develop freely. He was not weightless, though small, he was a tiny gear behind the clock. His movements meant that the surrounding gears would face greater changes. This time, the target was set on him. What about next time? Would they set their sights on his parents? Mom. And dad, and my unborn little brother or sister? Chen's eyes were stained blood red. Whoever dares to touch you, I will kill them. The court of all beings, I will overturn them. Threats must be eradicated. The two women on the experimental table had eyes full of despair. Oh my God. This was simply a madman. This suffocating, crazed figure was like staring at the back of Satan after falling into an abyss. But Chen was not a true madman, he was just a chatterbox. He was an extremely calm person. Since he wanted to overturn the court of all beings, mere words would not suffice. For now, his primary challenge should be to wait here for Zhang Jin's encirclement. But Chen vaguely sensed a bad premonition. Logically, it had already been an hour since he arrived at the court of all beings. Wasn't that enough time for Zhang Jin to gather people and come for the encirclement? Or was it that something unexpected happened? Once this thought appeared, it grew wildly in Chen's mind like weeds, quickly occupying his entire consciousness. Now, Chen felt as if he were drifting on an endless sea, dark clouds looming overhead, all alone, with no response. He didn't know if there was a rescue team, he only knew he couldn't find the way, and everything seemed to be left to fate. This feeling was very unsettling. It was like a ship without sails, lost at sea, filled only with confusion and unease. The night sky was dotted with stars. Inside the new recruit training camp, the dormitory bedroom on the top floor was extremely luxurious, resembling a presidential suite in a five-star hotel. Shintenzong leaned against the sofa, holding a TV remote, watching an anime. Shintenzong pressed the pause button and sighed slowly. Speak up, what's the matter calling me at this hour? At this moment, Zhang Jin was also sitting beside the sofa. Zhang Jin looked troubled but still recounted the whole story to Shintenzong. Shintenzong toyed with the remote, a hint of amusement in his eyes. His expression showed curiosity. There's such a defiant ability? A corpse eater? Gathering abilities in one body? You sent him to disguise as a blood Azura. To infiltrate the court of all beings base? You really are reckless, he's just a newcomer. Shintenzong frowned tightly. He's a newcomer, but not an ordinary one. Ordinary. Newcomers can't even fight back, let alone kill a blood Azura, Zhang Jin replied. But he is still a newcomer. Newcomers shouldn't be assigned tasks before passing their assessments. That's disrespectful to their lives and choices, and it's like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Captain Zhang, I hope there won't be a next time. Shintenzong's expression was severe, exuding a terrifying sharpness, as if the person sitting before him was not a human, but an unsheathed supreme sword. You came to find me to ask me to take action and save Chen? That's right. When do you plan to move? At the latest, within 48 hours. If during this time the computer experts in the bureau calculate the exact location, we will set off immediately. Alright, when you move, give me a call. After all, Chen is a newcomer, and as one of the heads of the newcomer training camp, I need to ensure his safety. But likewise, Zhang Jin, as one of the heads, you actually let a newcomer take risks, especially such a valuable seed candidate. I hope you take responsibility for the consequences. Willing to accept punishment. A secret helicopter flew through the clouds, eventually landing at a base of the Senshin court in the outskirts of the Magic City. Click, the cabin door slowly opened. The bases in Linjiang, Human, Tianhe, and Xingshan have all been destroyed by that group of bastards from the Night Raiders. Tell Dai Rueilin to come out and see me, I'm really furious right now. A very emaciated man, with two shiny long knives strapped to his waist, stepped out. He wore a horsehead mask on his face. He looked quite comical and bizarre, moving down from the cabin with a gait reminiscent of a clown. The surrounding followers had already knelt on the ground, prostrating themselves. It's Captain Ma Mian. Although the followers were puzzled as to why Ma Mian had come here 4 days early, no one dared to speak up or question him. Two followers immediately walked Towards the laboratory. Ma Mian was escorted into the base by numerous followers. His name is Dai Ruilin? Unexpectedly awakened, Bloodworm, and, under the guidance of Lord Ma Mian, became the new captain. Lu Chen slowly looked at the content written on the first few pages of the diary, surprised. This person has a habit of keeping a diary. It's quite rare, but this diary has allowed me to thoroughly understand Dai Ruilin. Just as Zhang Jin said, brutal, insane, pathological. When facing subordinates, it's not just looking at them like pigs or dogs, it's more like viewing them as low-dimensional beings, even less valuable than living experimental subjects. Click. Suddenly, the laboratory door was opened. Lu Chen frowned and asked, I told you, without my permission, who allowed you to barge into the laboratory? The two followers were nearly in tears, kneeling on the ground. Trembling all over, shouting, Captain, it's the captain, Captain Ma Mian has arrived. He asked us to inform you to go over, it's not barging in. It's not barging in. The two followers were filled with a strong desire to survive. Under the red Shura mask, Lu Chen's expression flashed with surprise as he asked, Captain Ma Mian? Why is he here? The two followers thought Lu Chen was surprised that Ma Mian had come 3 or 4 days early and replied, Report, Captain, the bases in Linjiang, Human, Tianhe, and Qingshan have all been eradicated. So Captain Ma Mian came directly here. I see. Let's go, you lead the way. Since he was not yet familiar with the internal routes of the sentient court base, Lu Chen could only let the two intruding followers lead him. 3 minutes later, the two followers pointed to the door at the end of the small path ahead and said, Captain Ma Mian is right. There, he doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Thank you for telling me this, Lu Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude. The two followers were flattered and quickly waved their hands. No. Lu Chen slowly raised his head, 2 flashes of scarlet gleaming beneath the blood-red Shura mask. In other words, the two of them had become useless. Useless scum should just die. The two cultists, who had been startled at first, were instantly seized by 2 grotesque blood-red tentacles, snatching away their throats like flying centipedes. A torrent of blood poured from the gashes in their throats. They clutched their necks, their eyes wide with disbelief. They couldn't even curse. They could only glare at Lu Chen with eyes full of hatred. Damn it, they knew the rumor that anyone who disturbed the captain and entered the laboratory would die. They thought they would be the exception, but little did they know they were just one of many? It was almost like love. Only, for them, what they lost was not love, but life. Everything. Lu Chen slowly stepped forward, a hint of mockery in his voice as he said, as cultists, daring to walk in front of me, so arrogant, you deserve to die. If the cultists were still alive, they would have cursed loudly, wondering who had the audacity to let them walk ahead. Shameless, utterly shameless. Shameless Lu Chen, oh no, how could the protagonist be shameless? The righteous Lu Chen walked over the ground stained with dark red blood, leaving a bloody footprint as he approached the great door ahead. In the dim space, Lu Chen's figure resembled a wandering Satan. The two cultists lying in the pool of blood looked at Lu Chen's back as if gazing at a deity. Only, it was Satan, it was death, it was despair. They would ultimately die. Crack, the door at the end of the path slowly opened as Lu Chen arrived. He stepped into the room. Inside, it remained dim. Before him stood a man wearing a horse mask, with 2 gleaming long knives strapped to his back. Clad in a pristine white coat, it accentuated his gaunt frame. Too slow, Dai Ruilin, I've been waiting for you for 5 minutes. A deep voice emerged from beneath the horse mask. But it's fine, it must have been those cultists who went to call you that delayed the time. Where are they? I want to kill them. The horse-masked figure snorted coldly, drawing the 2 long knives from his back. The sharp blades sliced through the air, revealing their full form before Lu Chen. They were 2 extremely sharp long knives, made of a material resembling ice crystals, entirely transparent like thin mist. If swung quickly, they appeared as invisible blades. Holding the long knives in both hands, the horse-masked figures' eyes glinted red. Where are they? Tell them to come over and die. Come over. I want to chop them into meat paste and feed them to the monsters. I'm sorry, Captain, but they probably won't make it over alive. At that moment, Lu Chen, wearing a blood-red mask, spoke up, stepping back closer to the door. The horse-masked figure paused, then let out a chilling laugh. Ha ha ha, what did you say? They can't come over? Dai Ruilin, do you want to die? In an instant, the horse-masked figure stood up, his form like a ghost. Almost unresponsive as he appeared before Lu Chen, the dual blades already pressed against Lu Chen's neck. A cold voice emerged from beneath the mask. What does this mean? The dual blades were poised at Lu Chen's throat. Lu Chen showed no sign of defense. Instead, he unleashed 2 blood-red tentacles that shot out violently behind him. Facing the horse-masked figure's question, Lu Chen smirked, his tone laced with bloodlust. They can't come over alive because they are already dead on the way here. However, since the captain wants them, To come, even if they are dead, they must come. With Lu Chen's voice, two blood-red tentacles retracted, dragging two bloodied figures back from the eerie path. As the two corpses hit the ground, the stench of blood instantly spread. The horseface slowly lowered the twin blades that were pressed against Lu Chen's neck, gazing at the two corpses on the ground. Although separated by a mask, Lu Chen felt at that moment that the person beneath the horseface was smiling, seemingly quite satisfied. I really didn't misjudge you, Dai Ruelin. I thought that after not seeing you for a few months, you would have developed an undeserved pity for these subordinates? But, Dai Ruelin, why did you kill them? They were sent by me to pick you up. By killing them, are you expressing dissatisfaction with me? Although the horseface had his back turned to Lu Chen could sense an immense pressure. The sudden attack from the horseface had caught Lu Chen completely off guard. It was all over in an instant. In other words, the gap in strength between Lu Chen and the horseface was enormous. So much so that Lu Chen couldn't even see the horseface's movements before two long blades were pressed against his neck. Faced with the horseface's questioning, Lu Chen responded with ease, Captain, they are not dead. The horseface was taken aback, turned around, and his tone became dangerous. What do you mean? What do you mean they are not dead? Of course, they are not dead, they have chosen to sleep for the church. They are merely in a temporary slumber, and one day, everyone will awaken. At this moment, Lu Chen seemed to embody a true follower of the Church of All Beings, his voice tinged with a hint of madness and sickness, but more so with devotion and obsession. The horse face was completely stunned, standing in disbelief, then covered his forehead with one hand, letting out a cruel laugh. Ha, little brother Dai, you are becoming more and more incomprehensible. The horseface slowly walked to Lu Chen's side, bent down, and whispered in Lu Chen's ear, haven't I told you before that these words are just deceptive nonsense? The horseface's final words were as faint as the fluttering of a mosquito's wings, yet they resonated clearly in Lu Chen's ears. At the same time, several afterimages flashed before Lu Chen's eyes. The necks of the surrounding followers all bore a line of blood, and then their heads began to slide irregularly. A large spray of blood erupted, instantly splattering the ground in the area. Lu Chen's pupils trembled slightly. What does this mean? As the captain, Yen Bei was obsessed with the doctrines of the Church of All Beings. As the leader, the horseface disregarded the doctrines of the church, viewing them as deceptive nonsense. However, judging by the horseface's act of killing the other followers around him, he did not want anyone to know he disrespected the doctrine. Yet he still said that line because, in his eyes, it was better to voice it than to hold it in, than crush these ants. In this person's view, he did not regard the lives of others at all. On the other side, in room 301, Xia Qianqing lay on Lu Chen's big bed, covered with the bedding that carried Lu Chen's scent. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Whenever she recalled what had happened before, she couldn't help but feel fear. She slowly looked out at the twinkling stars, tears squeezed from the corners of her eyes, and she grasped the corner of the bedding with some reluctance. What a mess this is. Clearly, the path was chosen by myself. Why am I so afraid? I'm really so scared. But I must achieve an S-class score, I must. Xia Qianqing gently pinched the four-leaf clover by her earlobe, a hint of nostalgia appearing on her face as she bit her lower lip and said, Mom, the four-leaf clover will bless me, right? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. After taking a shower, Xia Qianqing crawled back under the covers. She quietly waited. The passage of time felt like torment at that moment. Regarding the conversation between Lu Chen and Zhang Jin, she only heard part of it. However, since he hasn't returned for such a long time, it seems he might not come back tonight. She hugged another pillow at the edge of the bed, covered herself with the quilt, and after waiting for an unknown amount of time, she felt a bit tired and slowly closed her eyes. The room eventually returned to its usual tranquility. Before long, a faint snoring sound emerged, resembling a curled-up kitten, emitting a slightly restless purr. The night quietly passed like this until the next day when the sun hung high in the sky. The glaring, scorching sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Xia Qianqing. Only then did she gently rub her eyes and sit up, still a bit dazed from sleep. She yawned, stretched lazily, and then instinctively curled back into the covers. She felt a chill all over, as if the quilt had sprung a leak. Startled by the cool breeze, Xia Qianqing became a bit more awake, and memories of the wild night before gradually surfaced in her mind. Although they hadn't gone all the way, they were close, very close. A blush crept onto her face, as if she had transformed into a bewildered little girl at that moment. She stiffly turned her head to look at the empty side of the bed, feeling an involuntary emptiness in her heart. Shaking her head, she pressed her forehead and got out of bed. Soon, Xia Qianqing found Lu Chen's suitcase. With a slightly flushed face, she took out a pair of loose black stretchy pants and a burgundy unisex sweatshirt. Although these two pieces of clothing were gender-neutral, they appeared somewhat oversized on Xia Qianqing. Don't ask why Xia Qianqing wore Lu Chen's clothes. Because she was hungry. She needed to go eat. Don't ask why she needed to eat, she just had to wear Lu Chen's clothes. Because she had no clothes to wear, when she arrived last night, she was only in a large windbreaker that barely covered her upper and lower body. After changing into Lu Chen's clothes, Xia Qianqing tidied herself up a bit, then gently gathered the bundle of her hair, which had been tucked inside the sweatshirt, like golden satin. In an instant, her hair cascaded down like a surging golden wave, breaking free from the confines of the sweatshirt and flowing down freely. Ultimately, it fell smoothly like a waterfall behind her, each strand shimmering delicately under the light, adding a unique charm to her appearance. Xia Qianqing took out a hair tie and then tied her hair up into a ponytail. Looking at herself on her phone in her right hand, she nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Eating is the most important. Xia Qianqing temporarily cast aside all thoughts in her mind, put on her windbreaker, and then walked out the door. Click, the door closed behind her. Good morning, Miss Xia. Coincidentally, just as she stepped out, she saw Miyamoto Kiichi, also dressed in a suit and neatly tied tie, stepping out with that unique samurai sword. He seemed to hesitate for a few seconds but ultimately greeted her very politely. Xia Qianqing was taken aback, then responded, Good morning, Mr. Kiichi. Miyamoto Kiichi was someone worth befriending, Xia Qianqing recalled. She asked, Are you going to eat, Mr. Kiichi? Yes, Miss Xia. Shall we go together? What about Mr. Lu Chen? He seems to have disappeared somewhere. Oh, what are we eating? Sushi? Please, Miss Xia, I've been eating sushi at Yamato for so many years, and in the 5 years at Duching, I've eaten plenty as well. After all, I can only make sushi, so please forgive me for having no desire for it. How about we go eat buns instead? Gong Ben Chier shrugged his shoulders, helplessly saying. At the same time, he intentionally or unintentionally began to inquire about the relationship between Xia Qianqing and Lu Chen. Miss Xia, you came in and out of Mr. Lu Chen's room last night and this morning. Xia Qianqing's face flushed, and she instinctively recalled the scene from last night. She raised an eyebrow. You saw me enter Lu Chen's room last night? I saw it. Gong Ben Chier's Chinese was evidently lacking. He didn't know how to express it subtly, so he simply stated it directly. Ahem, so what if you saw? It's not a big deal anyway. Xia Qianqing's pace unconsciously quickened. I saw the kiss mark on your neck. You and Mr. Lu Chen must be very affectionate, right? Gong Ben Chier's voice was somewhat dull. Xia Qianqing froze, quickly covering her neck with her hand, tightening the hood of her sweatshirt. Her face flushed even more. What is the relationship between Miss Xia and Mr. Lu Chen? Are you a couple? Was it just because of me that you didn't show any couple-like behavior before? Or have you only recently gotten together? Suddenly, Gong Ben Chier's lips curled up, his voice buzzing like a Gatling gun. Only under the rapid-fire questioning would the answers given in a hurry be truly credible. Xia Qianqing's expression darkened. She seemed to have discovered Gong Ben Chier's nasty side. This person. He really is quite gossipy. Why does he have so many questions? Despite feeling a bit irritated inside, Xia Qianqing also didn't know how to describe her relationship with Lu Chen. Should she really tell Gong Ben Chier that she had known Lu Chen for 2 days and almost rolled in the sheets last night? How would others view her if she said that? She covered her forehead, feeling a bit regretful. She shouldn't have asked Gong Ben Chier to have dinner. This person is really annoying. How did she not notice how talkative he was at first? Miss Xia, how long have you known each other? In the morning, you came out of Lu Chen's room. Did you stay there all night? Miss Xia. Xia Qianqing's eyelids twitched violently as the elevator finally reached the first floor. She rushed out of the elevator like the wind, heading towards the street outside. Once outside, her ears finally found some peace. Xia Qianqing turned back to look at Gong Ben Chier. She saw him adjusting his tie and shoulders, lightly coughing. He seemed to realize his excitement and apologized. I'm sorry, I was just a bit curious. Xia Qianqing's eyelids twitched again, but she still waved her hand. After all, he was someone she needed to win over, so she should be a bit more patient. It's fine, it's fine. By the way, you still haven't answered me. Are you and Mr. Lu Chen a couple? How long have you known each other? Did you just meet? Is your progress really that fast? You bang, get lost. Finally unable to take it anymore, Xia Qianqing picked up a broom nearby and threw it at Gong Ben Chier. Her face flushed, a flash of anger in her eyes. Damn it, is this ever going to end? Gong Ben Chier dodged the thrown broom with a quick step. He slightly reached out, caught the broom, and then returned it to the corner of the cleaning area. He finally sighed. Don't be like this, Miss Xia. Let me just ask one question. Are you and Mr. Lu Chen a couple? Does it have anything to do with you? Of course it does, Miss Xia. I admire strong people. If you are Mr. Lu Chen's girlfriend, I will respect you greatly. If you are not, and you throw a broom at me, I hope you will apologize. Oh? What if I am? Xia Qinqing retorted. Dong Benqier hesitated for half a second, then made an extremely gentlemanly bow. I am very sorry. Your apology is quite straightforward. Xia. Qinqing's lips twitched, feeling that Gong Benqier was a bit of a lunatic. Isn't this Mu Chang a bit too much? However, with such admiration for Lu Chen, Xia Qinqing's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Lu Chen is a strong one, right? Of course, I can tell that Mr. Lu Chen's aura is definitely that of a strong person, Miyamoto Keiichi replied. Do you know about the fixed checkpoints in the newcomer training camp? Fixed checkpoints? Miyamoto Keiichi showed a hint of confusion. It seems you haven't had the chance to gather information. I can tell you, but you have to promise me first that you won't share this information with anyone else without my consent, or else you'll be committing seppuku. In no time. Xia Qinqing exaggeratedly mimicked the act of seppuku. Miyamoto Keiichi waved his hand. Sure, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. What's the information? There will be team competitions, and you need to form a team, Xia Qinqing said. Miyamoto Keiichi stroked his chin, revealing a look of understanding. Yoshi. He couldn't wait to ask. And then? Xia Qinqing teased, the rules for later. For now, Lu Chen and I have already formed a team. Hearing Xia Qinqing's words, Miyamoto Keiichi finally understood why she had approached him early in the morning. His eyes flashed with contemplation. Dressed in a serious black suit, the samurai sword suddenly unsheathed at 3 inches, the blade shimmering with a green light. If Mr. Lu Chen can spar with me and defeat me, I will acknowledge that he is qualified to lead me. Miyamoto Keiichi's eyes held a hint of determination and seriousness. Xia Qinqing knew it wouldn't be simple to get him to join. But for him to actually request to spar with Lu Chen? He himself admitted that Lu Chen was strong, yet he insisted on sparring. Was he looking for punishment? Xia Qinqing was taken aback. This, of course, that's fine. She wasn't worried about Lu Chen being unable to defeat Miyamoto Keiichi. The numerical gap between the two was still considerable. Xia Qinqing checked Miyamoto Keiichi's stats again, and they were still the same, generally above 25, with mental strength still at 10. So, did he really just want to spar with Lu Chen? At the same time, Xia Qinqing quickly noticed that Miyamoto Keiichi seemed to have mentioned one thing all along. He can sense the aura of strong individuals? Could it be that he can judge a person's strength from their aura? Is it a special ability? Or something else? I wish to compete with Mr. Lu Chen, Miyamoto Keiichi said excitedly. Xia Qinqing chuckled. Your Chinese is quite good. Miyamoto Keiichi continued, then we can become a perfect match, working together. Xia Qinqing was instantly taken aback. Working together? What kind of collaboration? Just praised you. Miyamoto made a samurai alliance gesture as he spoke. Xia Qinqing's eyelids twitched, and she corrected him, that phrase is working hand in hand. At the same time, Xia Qinqing curiously asked, you should understand that you can't defeat Lu Chen, right? Why do you still want to spar with him? So what if I can't defeat him? To bravely draw my sword against a strong person is the mark of a true warrior, Miyamoto Keiichi said with a smile. As they spoke, the two arrived at the bun shop. Miyamoto Keiichi was quite considerate and went ahead to pay. After eating the buns, they went their separate ways. However, they exchanged some contact information in the park. After eating the buns, Xia Qinqing began her daily run in the park. After running, she went to a nearby library to read for a while. At noon, she had another meal of something else. Anyway, the Chenya base would credit them 1 million to their cards every month, so they could afford anything. There was no burden of expenses, only worries about digestion. Gradually, on this clear day, the sunset approached once again. Xia Qinqing ultimately went to the park for a walk, gazing at the stunning sunset gradually sinking in the west. A hint of worry flashed in her eyes. Lu Chen. I hope he's okay. She sat on a wooden chair, one hand gently pinching the 4-leaf clover by her earlobe, a hint of sadness in her eyes. The goddess of luck will favor me, right? I just latched onto your big thigh. If you die because of some inexplicable task, I would be so heartbroken. It definitely won't happen, right? Crack, the 4-leaf clover earring, which had been worn for years, suddenly made a crisp sound, one corner breaking off. Xia Qinqing's pupils constricted as she looked at the broken piece in her hand, murmuring, it can't be true. The 4-leaf clover is broken. A day gradually passed. Time slowly moved towards evening. At this moment, Lu Chen, who had been lurking in the Senshin court base for 24 hours, was sitting in the laboratory, still flipping through the bloodstained diary. He needed to quickly learn about the fragments related to Dai Ruilin and Ma Mian. Unfortunately, the records about Ma Mian and Dai Ruilin's diary were pitifully sparse, almost just a passing mention. Lu Chen slowly set down the notebook in his hand, still wearing the blood-red Shura mask, never having taken it off. The silence in the laboratory was even emptier than Lu Chen had imagined. There was a suffocating sense of stillness. Here, even the slightest sound could be heard. Crack, the door opened. Rustle, the sound of footsteps echoed faintly from the narrow path of the laboratory. Dai, are you conducting an experiment? Just in time, I brought a new type of experimental drug, a new awakening agent. Compared to the old awakening agents, its effects are much better. Why not inject it into them? A cold voice approached from the narrow path, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. The outline gradually became clear, revealing a figure wearing a horse mask. Ma Mian held 2 syringes filled with purple liquid, his voice as chilling as a cold wind cutting through. Lu Chen instinctively glanced at the 2 women covered by his white coat, then looked at the purple liquid in the syringes in Ma Mian's hands. He felt a sense of dread. This undoubtedly forced Lu Chen to make a choice, to step forward now, expose himself, and fall into danger, or to continue hiding his identity, surviving by any means, sacrificing their lives, not just sacrificing, but becoming an accomplice, killing them. To save or to destroy. At this moment, it seemed everything was in Lu Chen's thoughts. However, contrary to his wishes, none of this was in Lu Chen's control, for now, he was the weak one. He couldn't fight Ma Mian. What are you still dawdling for? Ma Mian had already walked up to Lu Chen, placing the purple syringe in front of him. You inject them. Lu Chen hesitated for a second, slowly taking the purple syringe. Was he really going to become an accomplice? Become an executioner? Don't joke around. He hated the Senshin court. Inject. Inject, you bastard. All right. Lu Chen tightly gripped the purple syringe, slowly walking towards the 2 women bound on the experimental table. At the same time, Lu Chen calculated the distance between himself and Ma Mian, which was gradually closing in. Just as he was about to make his move, Ma Mian's voice rang out. Dai, I remember your cultivation. Was at the foundation establishment stage, right? What's wrong? Have you weakened so much after just a few days? Ma Mian's piercing voice, along with the increasingly dangerous feeling, peeled away like the skin of an orange, revealing its true nature. Lu Chen's heart suddenly chilled, his identity had already been exposed. The other party intended for him to inject those 2, otherwise, they wouldn't have tested him. This meant that the other side had begun to be wary of him, and even if he attempted to launch a close-range attack, it was highly likely he would be blocked, or even risk being counter-killed. Which part of the process went wrong? The cultivation? Dai Roland's cultivation is indeed at the foundation establishment stage, but if he uses the bloodworm, will his cultivation continue to carry over to the new body? If that's the case, the bloodworm is truly quite extraordinary. But at this moment, it seems to have become his death warrant. In fact, this cannot be blamed on Lu Chen. He has been very cautious. Zhang Jin and the others also had no idea that Ma Mian would come here. Even Dai Roland didn't expect Ma Mian to arrive so early. Let alone Lu Chen. Ma Mian's cultivation is clearly much higher than Lu Chen's, so he can see through Lu Chen's cultivation without any difficulty. In fact, the other party might have already started to suspect him as early as yesterday. The reason for coming to the laboratory could be to observe whether he was conducting experiments. After all, if it were according to Dai Roland's nature, with 2 live test subjects on the experimental table, he would have no reason to remain indifferent. He might have already injected them with the serum and conducted dissection. So the other party deliberately waited 24 hours before coming. Not taking any action on the 2 test subjects for a whole day is the most fatal flaw for Lu Chen. But this flaw is bound to appear. There is no doubt that Lu Chen would never turn the knife on innocent bystanders. His initial intention in infiltrating the Nightstalker was to prevent Xiaolu's tragedy from happening again. So, he would never commit murder, even if it meant facing the risk of exposure. Or should I say, Brother Dai, are you really Brother Dai? Although it's a bit hard to believe. But are you really him? I have my doubts. Dai Roland, prove yourself, inject the serum into them, and then I will trust you. A teasing voice rang in his ears, eventually turning into a deep seduction. However, Lu Chen did not aim the serum at the 2 women. Instead, he took a step forward and suddenly turned to stab the serum into Ma Mian's neck. But a flash of blade light passed by. Crack! Lu Chen's arm was almost instantly severed in 2. Following this gap, a line of blood appeared on Lu Chen's chest, following the bloodline. Lu Chen was almost split in 2, collapsing into a pool of blood. Ma Mian, who had originally stood in front of Lu Chen, now appeared like a ghost behind him, holding a knife in one hand, the blade stained with a splash of blood, dripping onto the ground. Ma Mian let out a series of sneers. This is really interesting, you are quite resolute. To be honest, even if you injected that serum into those 2 women, I would still kill you. Because you are definitely not Dai Roland, that is beyond doubt. Ma Mian's voice turned into a chilling affirmation, flicking the blood from the blade onto the ground before sheathing it behind him. To die under my hidden blade twin knives is your honor, Nightstalker. You have successfully infiltrated, but unfortunately, my arrival seals your fate. Although I don't know why you can activate Dai Roland's abilities, I think you shouldn't be able to come back to life, right? He. Looking at the corpse gradually forming a pool of blood on the ground, Mamian sneered coldly, then turned to the two people lying on the experimental table. He took out 2 syringes from his belt, the purple liquid swaying inside. Be good, my little treasures, after the injection, you will gain a new life. What a hassle. Do I need to take action against this scum? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Mamian instantly froze, his face showing a hint of disbelief. Hey. Is this a joke? How can a person come back to life after dying? In front of Mamian, Chen, cut in 2, drew together like 2 magnets, then twisted his body, visibly completing his self-healing, and stood up straight like a walking corpse. Chen stood up, his eyes completely soaked in blood red. He wore a blood-red Shura mask, his eyes crimson, as if at this moment he wasn't wearing the mask of Shura, but rather, he was Shura himself. What if I come back to life? Under my twin blades, your death is inevitable. Mamian drew the twin blades from his back, his figure moving so fast it was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye, like a whirlwind rushing towards Chen. Lowly creature, is all you can do is play with your twin blades? Chen's voice held a hint of mockery. It seemed that at this moment, it was not Mamian who dominated the battlefield, but Chen. Swish, 2 black wings suddenly unfurled from Chen's back. Chen instantly flew into the air. The laboratory was quite high, but it wasn't suitable for Chen to fly, there were too many obstacles around. For instance, those tall glass incubation chambers and the hanging lights. Chen slowly reached out, shoot. The wings behind him instantly sprouted sharp, pitch-black feathers aimed at Mamian. Then, like a sniper rifle, they shot towards Mamian with great force. Mamian's movements were still ghostly, and the black feathers could only hit the ground, each one piercing through the surface. Can fly, has long-range attacks, and can't be killed. What the hell kind of monster is this? Mamian was going crazy. Inside, this was even more monstrous than a monster. Oh. Right, the other party could also use Dai Roland's abilities, but they weren't using them because they knew those tentacles wouldn't work on me, right? It seems that ordinary wing shots don't work on him, so let's increase the intensity. Chen's expression turned cold, and the wings behind him gradually heated up, a red, scalding liquid soaking the wings. At this moment, the black iron wings leveled up to level 2. Arrows rained down, the feathers, resembling steel, with their scalding red tips, densely attacked Mamian. The feathers struck the iron table, almost instantly melting it, then violently pinned it to the ground. Bang bang bang. Countless feathers stuck into the ground. Have the guts? Come down here. Mamian shouted loudly at Chen in the air. Chen crossed his arms, his eyes still soaked in blood red, a smirk on his lips. I won't. He learned a move from Chen, which was that true madness must be accompanied by calmness. Otherwise, that wouldn't be madness, it would be foolishness. Clearly, he could win while lying down, so why must he go down and fight the other to the death? Based on Mamian's performance, it was evident that the other party's abilities were most likely speed-related. Why abandon this great advantage and engage in a foolish bloodbath with a deathless limit? Wasn't that foolish? As Mamian scurried below, like a rat, he quickly realized that the feathers shot at him would deliberately avoid the area of the experimental tables. Truly the style of a stealthy night person, is it mercy? Mamian sneered, thinking of a countermeasure. Since Chen didn't want to kill these test subjects, he could use these 2 women as shields. For the sake of his beliefs, the other party wouldn't kill the women, and he could take the opportunity to get closer to Chen again. At that time, he would definitely break the other's wings and chop him into meat paste. Dying and coming back to life? Then chop again, until he is minced, obliterated. The hidden blade in the hands of the horse face swiftly cut through the straps, binding the woman's hands, feet, and the table in the lab. Then, with one hand, he grabbed one of the woman's necks, forcefully pulling down the table to shield himself, charging towards Chen in midair. That's right, you won't kill her. You, dense, pitch-black feathers, as hard as steel, pierced through the woman he used as a shield, instantly penetrating into Horseface's body. As Horseface leaped into the air with the woman, these black feathers, like steel nails, slammed down hard, pinning him to the ground. At this moment, Horseface was filled with feathers from head to toe, as if his body was pierced by long steel needles, nailed to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, looking up at the sky, where Chen, wearing a blood-red Shura mask, with eyes soaked in crimson, cursed, "Aren't you a Nightstalker? Don't you never harm the innocent? Ha ha ha. Hypocrite. Fake, all fake, you are all fake. You and we are no different, it's just that compared to us, you wear an extra layer of hypocritical masks. I never expected to lose because of lacking aerial skills, despicable bastard, let's perish together." Horseface's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched tightly, as he pulled out a dark red button from his pocket. Lu Chen saw Horseface take out the button and heard his voice. Even at the moment the other spoke, countless feather arrows rained down, covering Horseface once again. But let's not forget Horseface's ability, Divine Speed. Just before the feathers fell, Horseface pressed the button with force. In an instant, the base of the living being's court erupted with a sound like the end of the world. The sound was deafening. Especially in this laboratory, it was almost instantly engulfed in flames. The glass incubation chambers on both sides of the alley shattered first into a spiderweb pattern, then shattered with a bang. Boom, the base of the living being's court collapsed. Ding, consumed heart, red quality, speed plus 40. Ding, consumed heart, red quality, gained ability, divine speed. At the critical moment, Lu Chen did not forget to consume the heart, arriving above Horseface's corpse, quickly pulling out the heart and taking a big bite. Just then, a tremendous roar erupted from the base, and flames gradually spread around. At the same time, the sounds of several prison doors being opened could be clearly heard. Sparks flew from the ceiling, and then the massive ceiling was about to fall. The position was right where the only remaining woman was. At this moment, the woman's eyes were filled with despair. She was surely doomed. She felt utterly broken. The impact of these past few days was no less than a nuclear bomb's explosion, not to mention being shattered to pieces. It was a complete overturn. Perhaps dying was a form of relief. The woman looked at the ceiling crashing down towards her, slowly closing her eyes, tears of unwillingness streaming from the corners. She was only 18. She clearly had a bright future ahead. She clearly should not die at this moment. There were so many things she had yet to do. She hadn't even had a proper romantic relationship. She hadn't even enjoyed life properly. She had just graduated from high school, escaping 3 years of hell, and yet, she was facing the end of her life. She felt so unwilling. She thought the world was so unfair. Why should she be given such a life? This ruined life, was there really any hope left? Did she really need to keep living? Perhaps it was her subconscious at work. The woman's mouth slightly opened, letting out a faint cry for help. Help me, save me. She looked up at the ceiling, which was gradually cracking and collapsing towards her. Letting out a final scream, I don't want to die. Bang, the massive ceiling crashed down. A figure stood in front of the woman, and the enormous ceiling fell behind this silhouette. Damn! Why do I have to come and save someone? Lu Chen! You're absolutely insane. Lu Chen's eyes were stained blood red as he spread his dark iron wings, enveloping the woman beneath him. The woman gazed at the man in the blood-red Shura mask who had spread his wings to shield her, her face trembling slightly. Are you here to save me, Mr. Shura? Stop the nonsense. Woman, consider yourself lucky. If you want to live, shut your mouth and don't breathe in the dust. I don't want to go through all this trouble just to save a dead person. Lu Chen shouted, his eyes blood red. Bang, a massive stone from the top of the base fell onto the ceiling above Lu Chen. Lu Chen's hands bulged with veins as he leaned on the experimental table for support. In the next moment, the table couldn't bear the weight, and its 4 legs broke first, causing both of them to crash to the ground with a thud. Along with the surrounding collapse, it was as if they were being wrapped up like dumplings, pressing down on Lu Chen. With the collapse of the sentient court base, it was not just a simple collapse. The cages holding the monsters also came crashing down. Countless monsters escaped from the collapsing base, letting out heart-wrenching roars. They aimed to head towards the city. They caught the scent of something called protein. They had been imprisoned here by this group of proteins, enduring torment, and now it was their turn to kill. However, at this moment, within the ruins of the collapse, bang, a figure suddenly shot out from mid-air. Wrapped in dark wings, as it ascended, the wings spread wide. Lu Chen held a naked woman and gently placed her on the ruins, taking off his white lab coat and draping it over her. Half of the blood-red Shura mask on Lu Chen's face had shattered, revealing half of his somewhat warm handsome face, illuminated by the bright moonlight, giving him an ethereal appearance. Where are you going? The woman clutched the white lab coat draped over her, boldly asking Lu Chen. Lu Chen's eyes returned to normal as he coldly gazed at the monstrous army escaping from the sentient court base, murmuring, kill monsters. When Lu Chen devoured the heart of the horse-faced creature, he had taken its weapon Yin Feng. At this moment, Yin Feng was strapped to Lu Chen's back. As Lu Chen's pace quickened towards the monstrous army, his dark wings unfurled, and he drew Yin Feng from his lower back. He plunged into the monstrous horde. Meanwhile, the woman, watching everything from a distance, stood quietly in place, wrapped in the thin white lab coat, softly murmuring, Are you a fallen angel? The embodiment of hope and destruction. In the demon city's night base. Captain. Good news. Good news. The computer expert in the bureau has tracked the current GPS location. But before Zhang Jean could feel happy. He heard the person on the other end stammering, and he immediately sensed something was wrong, urgently asking, "But what?" But it was automatically tracked, as if the GPS function had been restored. The GPS automatically restored its tracking? Zhang Jin instantly realized that something must have happened. The GPS wouldn't lose its function for no reason, nor would it restore its function without cause. Something must have occurred. But no matter what is happening on Lu Chen's side right now, he must act quickly. Every second of hesitation is a challenge to Lu Chen's safety. I hope Lu Chen is okay. Everyone, follow me to the GPS location. Zhang Jin shouted as he looked at the GPS coordinates sent to him on the tablet. The many captains waiting at the long table had been ready for a long time and immediately shouted, "Yes, Captain." Set off into the wild forest. On the top floor of the rookie training camp, the most luxurious one, Shintenzong held the phone, a hint of seriousness in his brow. This is indeed unusual. There wouldn't be a GPS signal restored for no reason. Something must have happened to Lu Chen. I just hope this change is a good one, not a bad one. Okay, you all. Go ahead. I will arrive soon, maybe even earlier than you. Shintenzong slowly pushed open the window, the frame creaking slightly, and the cold wind instantly pierced into his pant legs, making them flap. He hung up the phone, raised two fingers gently, parted his lips slightly, and uttered two words, "Sword, come." With a crisp sound of a sword cry, the flying sword in the sheath by the bed suddenly leaped out, steadily stopping at Shintenzong's feet, hovering in midair. Below the sword was a dizzying height of over 10 stories, enough to make an ordinary person hesitate. Just looking down would make their legs go weak. However, Shintenzong stood as if on solid ground, slowly stepping forward, firmly standing on the flying sword. At this moment, the bright moon hung high in the night sky, stars twinkled, and the nebula was dense. Shintenzong stood on the flying sword, like a sword immortal riding the wind. He lightly called out, "Sword, go!" Shintenzong stood firmly on the sword, as if he had merged with it, allowing the flying sword to weave through the air without the slightest tremor. The flying sword traced a graceful arc, speeding towards the wild forest on the outskirts, its figure gradually disappearing on the horizon, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, leaving only a faint shadow, vanishing in an instant. In the city of Magic City, in countless houses, a certain kid looked out at the streak of light in the sky and shouted, "There's a superhero. Wow! I want to make a Douyin. I want to be famous." The excited kid took out his phone and started taking pictures of the sky. However, in just the brief moment it took to pull out his phone, the streak of light in the sky vanished like a meteor. Several military jeeps drove along the road towards the wild forest. Zhang Jin, the driver, was sweating profusely, gripping the steering wheel tightly, shouting into the intercom beside him, "Continue forward. Turn after 300 meters, then go straight for 500 meters. Lu Chen, you must not get into trouble." After driving for about 10 minutes along the road, the captain in the passenger seat said to Zhang Jin, "Captain, look over there." Zhang Jin followed the captain's gaze and saw curling black smoke rising, with flames seemingly already engulfing the wild forest below. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly ordered, "Everyone, head towards the black smoke. Immediately contact the fire department and start firefighting in the wild forest." "Yes, Captain." At this moment, a streak of light flashed past Zhang Jin's eyes in the night sky. Zhang Jin's pupils slightly moved. That is Shintenzong. Although he had long heard of Shintenzong's reputation, it was his first time witnessing Shintenzong flying in the air. It was not just impressive, it was efficient. How long had it been since he called Shintenzong? Maybe just 15 minutes. They were driving, while his flying speed was much faster than the car. Moreover, they had set off from a base near the city gate. And what about Shintenzong? Starting from the rookie training camp, he has now surpassed their progress. Not to mention, he has been racing at high speed for a full 15 minutes. Is this the strength of the Special Operations Team leader? In midair, Shintenzong flew with his sword, gazing down below. He saw Zhang Jin and the others, but he had no time to greet them now. He bit his lip slightly. What a hassle. Has the self-destruct mechanism of the outskirts base of the sentient court been activated? Have the monsters treated as experimental subjects escaped again? Looks like I won't be sleeping tonight. Protecting Lu Chen is already a small matter. The most crucial thing now is to prevent those monsters from running into the city and causing panic and public outcry. The area before Shintenzong was engulfed in flames and shrouded in black smoke, gradually coming into view. That is, Shintenzong's posture in midair became somewhat rigid. He witnessed a scene he would never forget in his life. Giant wings, as dark as black iron, suddenly spread wide, tearing through the crimson sky. The figure wielded an ice-cold blade in his left hand and a frost-forged sword. In his right, the dual blades swirling and cutting through the blood mist, leaving behind a cold trajectory like a galaxy. One side of the bronze tusk dripped with fresh brain matter, while the other half of the face was as perfect and flawless as an ancient Greek sculpture. This bizarre symmetrical beauty made Shintenzong tremble. He saw the mound of corpses beneath that figure grow silently with each swing of the blade. The monsters, precisely sliced into thin pieces, remained frozen in a charging posture, while behind Lu Chen's giant wings, it resembled an 8-eyed spider with 16 blood-red tentacles radiating perfectly, the blood mist steaming in its claws, and each flap of its wings stirred up a rain of blood mixed with shattered bones. The relentless assault of the monsters instead became the most brutal sacrificial ritual. Wherever the blade light reached, no matter what kind of monster it was, no matter how hard its exoskeleton, it would split apart neatly like rice paper meeting longquan. The sounds of tearing fabric, freezing, and organs hitting the ground composed a bizarre requiem in the sea of blood. What kind of monster is this? Shintenzong's pupils contracted, a hint of disbelief on his face. He slowly descended onto the ruins of the sentient court base, gazing at the distant black blood shadow that continued its slaughter. Not a monster. A voice came from behind Shintenzong. It was a woman draped in an extremely thin white lab coat, her gaze towards the blood-colored azura almost reverent, the hem of her lab coat still dripping with brain matter. She spoke with a hint of urgency towards Lu Chen. It is an angel, one who cannot bear to see sinners commit sins, and chooses to fall into hell, transforming into a demon, a fallen angel. It is God. Oh. Is this woman insane? This was Shintenzong's first impression. You say, this is God? His tone carried a sneer as he took a half step back. However, what the other party said was still quite interesting. A fallen angel who cannot bear to see sinners commit sins and chooses to fall into hell? Shintenzong looked at that pitch-black shadow, recalling some things Zhang Jin had told him, and he began to form a rough guess in his heart. Is he, Lu Chen, a fallen angel? Heh, interesting. But now, is he a monster or a human? Has he transformed into a monster due to aberration? Or does he still possess self-awareness, wanting to stop these dozens of monsters by himself? After all, aberrated monsters won't prioritize attacking other monsters. On the battlefield, Lu Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was covered in fresh scars, yet with each new scar, his flesh would recover at an astonishing speed. He held the hidden blades in both hands, his eyes flashing with a hint of blood red. The dual blades in his hands swept through the approaching monsters like a whirlwind. Lu Chen's wings were already stained with blood and broken. He was drenched in blood, as if he had emerged from a pool of it. Tear the void, shatter the stars, return to the ruins. Bury. As Lu Chen executed his 3 consecutive moves, the flesh and blood on his arms instantly transformed into a mist of blood. However, strangely, the flesh on Lu Chen's hands visibly grew back at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, as Lu Chen unleashed these 3 moves, the surrounding monsters were almost instantly annihilated. The dazzling blade light shining with a white radiance contrasted sharply with his pitch-black wings. I absolutely cannot let you leave this place. Lu Chen lowered his head, his hair somewhat disheveled, with not a single spot on his body that was clean. Dust covered him, his white hoodie was tattered, and his pants were torn. Even one of his shoes was missing. Yet he still stood there, like a great mountain, blocking these monsters. His only belief at this moment was, I will not let the monsters reach the city. These monsters must be buried here. But is it worth it? You are not familiar with the people of that city, you are merely a passerby in this city, their lives and deaths have nothing to do with you. Why struggle so hard? It might be a relief to just fall. The voice of temptation in his heart echoed once more. However, these temptations were destined to turn to dust, insignificant. Wrong. What I seek is not relief. They are not unrelated to me. What I seek is a clear conscience, to be open and aboveboard. And they are the embodiment of the beautiful life I long for. If someone must bear the burden and move forward, then let it be me. I only ask for a clear heart. A clear conscience. You will regret it. You are wrong again, I said. I do this not for others, but for myself, for a clear heart. Since my heart is clear, what is there to regret, fool? When your will is worn down, even if you have bloodworms, you will just be a pile of rotten flesh. Even if you are immortal, you will still perish. Think of your family. Do you want them to be sad? Do you want them to cry as they look at your tombstone? Shouldn't your family be what truly matters to you? If you die, you will have no value, you have no value, and if the people of the myriad beings seek revenge on your family, do you really think the night dwellers will help protect them? Lu Chen's expression finally changed. He slowly raised his face, half covered by a blood-red azure mask, and under the bright moonlight, there was a sense of ruin. He felt a flicker of doubt. If he died, then what about his family? Would the night dwellers really protect his family? Mom and dad, his unborn siblings. No, you are wrong. Again, I will not die, so everything you say will not happen. Whether it is protecting this city or protecting my family. I want both. A spark of rekindled fighting spirit flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, and the blades in his hands moved even faster. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety have been hard to balance. Who do you think you are? You want it all. You will end up with nothing. But at least today, I can have it all. That is enough. As for what happens later, we will talk about it later. Today, I have the final say. Lu Chen slowly spread his blood-soaked wings and flew back into the air. He carefully aimed at the monsters rushing towards him below. It's time for you to rest. Die. Whoosh! Countless black feathers fell like rain from his wings, piercing the monsters that were leaping towards Lu Chen from the ground. Roar! In the distance, a monster resembling a scythe transformed into a sharp meat grinder, suddenly shooting towards Lu Chen. The pitch-black feather shot towards him was instantly split in two by the sharp scythe. This spinning object, resembling a wheel of wind and fire, appeared in midair just a few meters in front of Lu Chen. A hint of regret flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. It seemed he had been too arrogant. Perhaps he was right. He wanted it all, but he would end up losing both. Damn it! Am I going to die? However, just as the scythe was a mere centimeter away from Lu Chen's throat, a tremendous flash of sword light surged through. In an instant, the scythe monster that was attacking Lu Chen was cleaved in two. Blood splattered once more, staining Lu Chen's face. Kid, you're quite something. Get some rest, I'll take care of everything here. You did an excellent job. This was the last voice Lu Chen heard before he fainted. He slowly fell from the sky, like a bird that had lost its wings, free-falling from mid-air. A figure landed on a flying sword to catch Lu Chen. It was Shintenzong. Shintenzong embraced Lu Chen with both arms, exuding a sword intent like a flowing river. As his hand slowly waved towards the remaining monsters, he softly uttered two words, sword rise. Buzz! Countless sword phantoms appeared behind Shintenzong, like a roaring river flowing endlessly. Then they surged down in a single strike. The remaining dozen or so monsters were instantly reduced to blood mist, severed limbs scattered everywhere. At this moment, several jeeps' high beams pierced through the battlefield smoke, stopping right beside the ruins of the sentient being's court base. Zhang Jin slowly got out of the car, staring in disbelief at the vast scene, murmuring, "So this is the sword god. Shintenzong, a nascent soul powerhouse. The sword like a galaxy, with a wave of the hand, the stars dim. In the dark space. Bang! Do you know what you've done? You will die. If you die, I will disappear too. You want to die, but I don't want to." With blood-red eyes, Lu Chen gripped the collar of the other Lu Chen, slamming him against the black wall of the space. Lu Chen's expression was calm as he coldly gazed at this crazed version of himself, almost indistinguishable from him. "Let go." "What, the red-eyed?" Lu Chen exclaimed in surprise. "Get away." Lu Chen pushed the red-eyed Lu Chen away. The red-eyed Lu Chen was shoved back, and Lu Chen seized the opportunity to step forward and grab the collar of the red-eyed Lu Chen. "What else do you have to say? This time, you lost again. I'm not dead, on the contrary, I was saved. The city, my family, I protected them all." A complex expression flashed across the red-eyed Lu Chen's face. He truly wanted Lu Chen to feel the pain of losing, but he couldn't do that. If Lu Chen died, he would die too. Because, as he said, they were one. Damn it! The red-eyed Lu Chen slammed his fist against the black wall, instantly shattering it to pieces. Hee, ha 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 ha. The red-eyed Lu Chen suddenly burst into laughter as if he had thought of something amusing. "No, you didn't protect everyone. You killed an innocent person." Cough! A large hand suddenly gripped the red-eyed Lu Chen's throat. Lu Chen's expression seemed unfazed, but his trembling arm was enough to reveal his inner turmoil. The red-eyed Lu Chen laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, why aren't you speaking? Speak! Haven't you always been refuting me? Why aren't you refuting this time? Because you can't refute it at all. It was you. You allowed me to kill that woman who was used as a shield by the horseface. Because you knew that was the only chance to kill the horseface. The only unexpected opportunity. Even in your eyes, the moment that woman was used as a shield by the horse-faced man, she was already dead. Lu Chen, you say you hate those who disregard life, but what about you? Do you really respect life?" Hee ha ha. At this moment, Lu Chen's hand, gripping the neck of the red-eyed Lu Chen, had already bulged with veins, as if he wanted to strangle the red-eyed Lu Chen before him. "You can't kill me, Lu Chen. I told you, we are one." A trace of indifference flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. "Do you think you can topple the king? Have you underestimated the king too much? Some sacrifices are necessary. Even if I wanted to save that woman, she would still die at the hands of the horse-faced man. Killing her and letting her die at his hands, what's the difference? Let me tell you the answer, there is no difference. Now, are you satisfied? I checked, and there are no signs of mutation. Outside the medical room and the logistics department, a man holding a black box instrument spoke to Shintenzong and Zhang Jin, who were sitting on a metal bench nearby. Very good. Shintenzong nodded silently. Zhang Jin pondered and asked, it's hard to imagine that more than half of the monsters were actually killed by Lu Chen. Although they were all low-level mutated monsters, the number is not something a newcomer like him could handle alone. Shintenzong chuckled lightly, using a mortal's measure. To gauge a genius, Zhang Jin, aren't you being a bit arrogant? If everything were common sense, what would we need geniuses for? Lu Chen possesses so many abilities and has comprehended 3 complete techniques. Although his cultivation is a bit low, achieving all this is quite reasonable. A genius? Zhang Jin sighed inwardly. Indeed, Lu Chen was a true genius, whether it was the numerous abilities he possessed or his comprehension of 3 complete techniques, both were enough to prove his talent. It seems his assessment score is definitely an S grade. Geniuses are certainly powerful, but assessments focus on cooperation. A genius who doesn't know how to cooperate isn't a genius, that's just a fool, a brute. Whether Lu Chen can become an S grade is still uncertain. After all, this year's assessment has 2 individuals from the innate ability training base, and they are not weak either. Although they might not be able to defeat Lu Chen individually, together they are not unbeatable. Moreover, team competitions are not just about brute strength, there will only be one team at the S grade level. Victory and defeat are still unclear. Zhang Jin, you are being arrogant again, Shintenzong said with a light laugh. The innate base training camp is a place specifically designed to train the offspring of later-born ability users. Those who have received professional training since childhood will undoubtedly be stronger than later-born ability users. Not to mention, the 2 individuals coming out this year are the cream of the crop from the innate training base. Du Zhiro, sure. Yang. Zhang Jin murmured, then suddenly remembered something and said in surprise, don't tell me, Du Zhiro has some connection with Lu Chen. Shintenzong? Du Zhiro's father is Duching, the man who claims to be immortal, and Lu Chen was brought out by Duching. The 3 complete techniques he comprehended were also derived from the void white tiger visualization diagram given by Duching. With that connection, Du Zhiro wouldn't team up with Lu Chen, would she? That would be unnecessary to compete, just declare them S grade. Zhang Jin covered his forehead. Lu Chen was already the biggest monster, adding another small monster, who could compete with them in the newcomer training assessment. No, you only know one side and not the other, Shintenzong continued. Du Zhiro won't team up with Lu Chen. Why? Zhang Jin was taken aback. Du Zhiro and Duching. How should I put this? Shintenzong seemed unexpectedly at a loss for words. He scratched his head and said, forget it, I won't say anything. It's someone else's family matter. I shouldn't have pried. What exactly is it that you're hiding? Actually, it's nothing much. Nothing much? What does that mean? This, you should know later. On the day of the newcomer assessment, they might even have conflicts. Everything's so vague. Alright, I'm heading back. Lu Chen has woken up, you should go in and check on him. With that, Shintenzong stuffed his hands into his pockets, slung a long sword over his back, and walked out of the building. Zhang Jin watched Shintenzong's departing figure, feeling even more puzzled. Out of nowhere, Zhang Jin muttered to himself. This kid, Lu Chen, managed to slay over a dozen monsters, yet he only ended up exhausted and fainted for just a day. And now he's awake. Is this what they call immortal? In reality, it wasn't immortality, it was because of the pig brain he had eaten not long ago, which significantly boosted his mental strength, allowing Lu Chen to continuously support the effects of immortality. Zhang Jin stood up and walked towards the medical room. Creak. Zhang Jin pushed open the door, and what came into view was Lu Chen, sitting up in a hospital gown, gazing out the window. Zhang Jin sighed, you brat, are you alright? Not a big problem, Lu Chen turned his head and replied. After sizing up Lu Chen for a few seconds, Zhang Jin approached his bedside, a complex expression on his face. Finally, he gently patted Lu Chen's shoulder and sincerely said, this time, I was reckless. I shouldn't have let you go undercover in the court of all beings, after all, you're just a newcomer. Are you trying to shirk responsibility? Lu Chen's brow twitched. What? A look of astonishment flashed across Zhang Jin's face. Do you think your head is filled with achievements? Although you just collapsed from exhaustion, if Shintenzong hadn't arrived in time, you might have really died. What kind of normal person wakes up and says something like that? Zhang Jin felt a bit embarrassed, forcing himself to say, shirk responsibility? What do you take me for? I won't shortchange you on your reward. The 900 contribution points will be reported to you. After you complete the newcomer assessment, you'll be issued a professional phone, which will have a dedicated app. At that time, you will see 1,100 contribution points on its The 900 contribution points for the undercover mission, plus the 200 contribution points for slaying Yanbei and Dai Ruilin, totals 1100 without a doubt. By the way, the twin blades you were holding before you fainted have been processed. They are more than capable of easily slaying monsters. These blades are what you deserve, and I've placed them by your bedside. Saying this, Zhang Jin walked to Lu Chen's bedside and took out 2 long blades from beside the nightstand. However, when he drew the blades, they were as light as a cicada's wings, delicate as thin sheets. They were indeed hidden blades. Zhang Jin placed the 2 blades, still in their sheaths, in front of Lu Chen. These blades are quite valuable. If I hadn't insisted on keeping them, that group of logistics department bandits would have snatched them away. Logistics department bandits. What a niche vocabulary. But it is indeed quite understandable. It probably refers to the logistics department collecting valuable items while cleaning up the battlefield after the fight. When you fainted, the long blades fell on the battlefield and were picked up by the logistics department while cleaning up. If I hadn't seen them, they would have been taken away. Having these blades in your possession signifies one thing, right? Ma Mian is dead. Lu Chen looked up in shock, only to see Zhang Jin's expression was calm. Ma Mian was the captain of the Court of All Beings, and Zhang Jin was the captain of the Demon City. It was quite normal for them to have crossed paths. A hint of nostalgia flashed across Zhang Jin's face, fast. Blade Ma Mian, who would have thought he would die at the hands of a rookie just starting out? It's truly hard to believe. But, Lu Chen, how did you kill him? At this moment, Lu Chen felt as if his throat was being choked by someone. He couldn't exactly say that he had taken advantage of the other party using a woman as a shield and unexpectedly killed both her and the man, could he? However, even if he didn't say it, would Zhang Jin not know? Since he asked, he must have seen something. In that case, it was better to be honest than to hide. I took him by surprise, used my flying ability, and killed him, Lu Chen said simply, brushing it off. However, Zhang Jin's expression suddenly turned severe, and then, you didn't kill anyone else? For example, the woman pierced by the black feather in the ruins, why did you kill her? Give me a reasonable explanation, Lu Chen. As mentioned earlier, after the logistics department cleaned up the battlefield, they naturally found the woman and the horse-faced man pierced by the black feather in the ruins. Both had fatal wounds from the black feather piercing their necks and hearts. Explain. If I gave you 2 choices, how would you choose? Either one dies, and the other 2 survive. Or all 3 die. Lu Chen slowly extended his finger, signaling 1, then immediately followed with 3, his expression cold. Zhang Jin fell silent. Any normal person would know how to choose, but she was too pitiful, Zhang Jin sighed. In any case, it was death. In the cracks, there was no chance of survival. There are too many pitiful people in the world, she just had bad luck. Perhaps thinking this way, you can find some peace. Lu Chen leaned against the head of the hospital bed, his expression cloaked in a sliver of moonlight, adding an indescribable touch of melancholy. Zhang Jin looked at Lu Chen, and at that moment, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Would thinking this way bring peace? Does that mean Lu Chen didn't think this way? Had he ever felt a hint of remorse, or was this guy just inherently heartless? By the way, your phone was found in the ruins, it's broken beyond repair, and the SIM card inside is also shattered and unusable. I got you a new phone, consider it a gift from me. Zhang Jin pulled out the latest model of the Mi phone from his pocket. You should quickly let your friends and family know you've changed your SIM card. This SIM card is registered under your identity. Zhang Jin took out the SIM card from his pocket and placed it on top of the phone. Lu Chen took the Mi 17, a hint of surprise on his face. Is this the new release? Yeah, does it matter? Aren't you worried about others finding you? I am worried, but worrying doesn't help, right? Just take it slow, a few seconds don't matter. Lu Chen slowly used a pin to open the SIM slot and inserted the SIM card. Then he powered it on and, relying on his memory, prioritized calling his parents. He also explained why his phone was broken. Hello, Mom and Dad, I got a new phone. The old one fell from upstairs and shattered, so I can't use it anymore. From now on, contact me on this number. Xiaoyi, how are you in the military? How's the food? Is it cold at night? Pretty good, the food is delicious, the chef knows how to cook. It's not cold at night, I sleep well. How about you? Is business good lately? Your mom and I are the same as always, you don't need to worry. Business is as usual. I don't even let your mom work anymore, she's just lying in the room. Maybe in a couple of months, you'll have a little brother or sister. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Watching Lu Chen silently hang up the phone, Zhang Jin's lips curled slightly. Your parents are giving you a little brother, aren't you happy? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Your parents didn't give you one to make you happy? Zhang Jin's smile instantly froze. On his face, he even fantasized for a second, but then shook his head. Forget it, that's a horror story. Aren't you going to call your Jin Jiao? Zhang Jin teased. Lu Chun was taken aback. What Jin Jiao? The one hidden in the golden house. It's been 2 days and 2 nights. Room 302. Xia Chenqing lay on the sofa, gazing at the sparkling chandelier on the ceiling. Her smooth, delicate white thighs were crossed, and the phone in her hand displayed a red missed call notification. A mechanical female voice echoed in her ear. The number you dialed is turned off. She slowly raised her phone, staring at the string of crimson missed call alerts, feeling only fear. Lu Chen, you can't be dead, right? Beep beep beep. Suddenly, Xia Qianqing's phone rang loudly. She looked over slowly to see a series of unknown calls from the Magic City. Spam calls, what a buzzkill. With a light swipe, she silently hung up the phone. Logistics Department Medical Room. Ha? She hung up? Lu Chen was stunned. He was holding his phone, with a stack of documents beside him that had Xia Qianqing's phone number on them. Zhang Jin rubbed his forehead. She probably thought it was a spam call. Try again. Beep beep beep. Bang, the other party has rejected the call. 5 big words appearing at the top of the phone screen. Make another call. Beep beep beep, the other party is currently on the line, please try again later. Lu Chen and Zhang Jin exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Lu Chen said uncertainly, she must have blocked me. Looks like it. Zhang Jin nodded silently. Forget it, it won't take long. Where are my clothes? I bought you new ones, you can't wear the ones you had before. Wait. Who changed my clothes? Come on, do you really care about that? I just turned 18, why shouldn't I care? Anyway, it was either a guy or a girl who changed you. You didn't lose out either way. That's true. After a while. Inside the medical room. Lu Chen slowly took off the plain white hospital gown, as if shedding a heavy gloom. When the yellow suit was neatly draped over him, the bright yet gentle color instantly added a touch of vitality and energy, like the soft light of the rising sun. Buttoning it up. The suit's cut was just right, outlining his lean yet still upright figure. After carefully tying the tie, the red tie against the yellow suit resembled a flickering flame, adding a touch of passion and flamboyance to the overall look. Wow, unexpectedly good, Lu Chen said, satisfied as he looked at himself in the mirror. He picked up his phone, still with a hidden edge, and walked towards the door. Click, he opened the big door. Outside, Zhang Jin had been waiting for a long time, holding the car keys. Let's go, I'll take you back. After a long while. Outside the Sunset Hotel. The moonlight was spreading, and the lights were bright. A jeep was parked in front of the hotel. A man in a yellow suit and red tie got out of the jeep, 2 long knives strapped to his waist, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Finally back. Get in, I'm leaving, Zhang Jin's voice came from inside the car. Bye. Bye. After the farewell, Lu Chen went upstairs. He soon arrived at room 301. He glanced at room 302 and, almost as if compelled by some unseen force, walked to the door of room 302. But soon, Lu Chen rubbed his forehead and muttered, what am I doing? I really am quite arrogant. I'll just talk about it tomorrow. Now, back to the room, sleep. Lu Chen sighed and then turned to walk into room 301. He casually opened his personal panel. Host, Lu Chen Cultivation, Shi Condensation Stage Abilities, Corpse Eater, Level 3, Immortal, Level 3, Super Strength, Black Iron Wings, Level 2, Bloodworm, Godspeed Doc. Strength, 46.23 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3. 76.23. Speed, 47.11 plus 40 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3. 111.11. Mental Power, 16.1. Internal Skill, Swallowing Void Evil Refinement Movement Technique, 9 Calamity Steps Sword Technique, Tearing Universe Evil God / this time. The harvest was extremely rich, not only in contribution points but also in a direct enhancement of strength, plus the new ability of Godspeed. The Corpse Eater and Immortal abilities, as well as the Black Iron Wings, had all leveled up. It seems that the upgrade of abilities should be related to the number of times used. By the way, the dual knives. Hidden Edge will also be my own weapons from now on. This mission can be considered a bountiful return. At this moment, it was already the 4th day since Lu Chen arrived in the Demon City, and there were 3 days left until the newcomer assessment began. The next day, the sun rose high. Early in the morning, Lu Chen had already changed into a yellow suit, tied his tie, and pushed open the door, heading downstairs. Yoshi. Ohaya gozaimasu, good morning. Lu Chen Kuan. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Miyamoto Kiichi, dressed in a black suit, waving at him from room 303. Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in return and waved back, good morning. Click room 302 was also opened at this moment, revealing a head of messy blonde hair and a stunningly beautiful face that looked somewhat tired. The 4-leaf clover by her earlobe was nowhere to be seen. She yawned and said, "Hello, everyone." Then, looking somewhat listless, she walked downstairs. As she passed by Lu Chen, the faint fragrance from her body wafted up to his nose again. Lu Chen's throat moved slightly, momentarily unsure of what to say. As Xia Qianqing walked past Lu Chen, her feet suddenly halted. She turned her head back stiffly, and her originally listless eyes now held a hint of color, like a rainbow after the rain, dazzling and vibrant. Back? She turned to face Lu Chen, and in her eyes, it seemed the world had narrowed down to just his figure. This feeling was wonderful, warming his heart, as if the worries of the past 2 days had melted away like snow, leaving only a sense of peace. Yeah. Lu Chen scratched his head. Thud, Lu Chen's pupils trembled slightly. Suddenly, Xia Qianqing rushed into his embrace, feeling the warmth of the beauty in his arms. Lu Chen's hands were somewhat at a loss, but in the end, he could only rest them on Xia Qianqing's shoulders and head. The front of his suit was tightly gripped by Xia Qianqing's hands, her forehead pressed firmly against his chest. "I was so worried. I thought you were dead." A hint of unexplainable tenderness appeared in Lu Chen's eyes. At that moment, he felt a warmth in his heart, like a warm stove, and he slowly spoke, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Beside them, Miyamoto Kiichi witnessed this warm yet slightly dramatic scene, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He then quietly took out his phone from his pocket, murmuring, "Yoshi, I can't miss such a beautiful hugging scene, it must be recorded." With a crisp click, the camera on Miyamoto Kiichi's phone precisely captured this touching moment. At this moment, warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a mottled glow on the corridor floor, enveloping the entire scene in a soft halo. Xia Qianqing clutched Lu Chen's suit jacket tightly, her head nestled against his chest like a little bird seeking warmth, burying herself deeply in his embrace, as if trying to merge all her worries from these days into this tight hug. Lu Chen, initially a bit stiff, had long since relaxed. He gently placed one hand on Xia Qianqing's shoulder to comfort her, while the other hand, filled with a hint of affection and tenderness, slowly rested on the back of her head, softly stroking her hair. "Excuse me, how long are you two planning to stay silent?" Gong Bencher looked at the two in front of him, Lu Chen and Xia Qianqing, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, frowning. "It's strange, you were so close just now, and now you act like a mouse encountering a cat." Inside the Baozi shop. At a table, Lu Chen and Xia Qianqing sat on a long bench, while Gong Bencher sat across from them. "Boss, bring us 15 baozi. 3 bowls of millet porridge." Lu Chen slightly raised his head, hesitating to speak. Gong Bencher thought they had ordered too much and asked, "Lu Chen Kuan, can't you finish 5 baozi? If it's too much, you can leave it to me." No, I mean, order a bit more. "Boss, bring us 10 more baozi." Nanny. Sunset Hotel. Room 401. A woman with long black hair, a curvy figure, and a lollipop in her mouth walked into the room, dragging a suitcase. She took out a photo frame from the suitcase, seemingly a family portrait, but the part about her father appeared to have been torn off. She slowly set the suitcase down, opened the curtains, gazing out at the sky, murmuring, finally out, "Is this the outside world?" Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded from outside the door. The woman slowly walked to the door and opened it. Outside stood a man with a somewhat rugged appearance. "Jiro, let's go eat together." "No, Shi Yang, I'm still used to eating alone." Du Jiro declined the invitation, then stepped out, closing the door tightly behind her, and walked towards the stairs. Only Shi Yang remained, gazing at Du Jiro's retreating figure, slowly clenching his fist. "Damn bitch. You think I give you too much face, huh?" His voice was so low it barely escaped his throat, choking him. Shintenzong stood atop the dormitory building of the newcomer training camp, hands propped against the window, gazing into the distance, a slight smile on his lips. Most people are already in position. The assessment storm is approaching. Beneath the calm of the night before, various undercurrents are surging, small storms lurking, all to welcome the assessment storm that will determine their fate. I watch, I overlook, I observe, waiting for the arrival of this storm. Lu Chen Kuan, I wonder. When we plan to spar, I can't wait to fight you. What? You want to spar with me? Well, Dong Bencher said the condition for joining our group is to spar with you first. Oh, so if you win, you get to hang out with me, right? Yes, Lu Chen Kuan. Then let's find a place and start now. In front of the Baozi shop, Lu Chen casually said with his hands in his pockets. Gong Bencher was taken aback, a complex expression flashing across his face, his voice turning somewhat unfriendly. Lu Chen Kuan, if you underestimate me, you might get hurt. Xia Qianqing also showed a hint of surprise. Was Lu Chen really going to fight Gong Bencher barehanded? Wasn't that a bit overconfident? But as Xia Qianqing's eyes caught a glimpse of Lu Chen's attribute panel, her thoughts shifted. Power, 76.23, speed, 111.11, mental strength, 16.1, she was stunned. What the hell? Now, the only thought in Xia Qianqing's mind was, am I dreaming? The total value was almost 200. This was the strength of a captain level. No matter how you looked at it, it felt unreal. With these stats, fighting Miyamoto Ki would be like a dimensionality reduction attack, right? But how did Lu Chen manage to increase his total value by nearly 100? In just 2 days? Is he a monster? Or is everything happening now just a dream of his own? In a deserted forest, Miyamoto Ki slowly drew his katana from his waist, the gleaming blade instantly unsheathed, reflecting light on its surface, highlighting a sharpness that seemed to cut through the sunlight. Miyamoto Ki held the sword vertically with both hands, back to back with Lu Chen. Just like a gunslinger in the West, they stepped forward, one step at a time. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 10 steps. Miyamoto Ki moved, exuding a fierce aura as if he had just unsheathed his sword, the katana in his hand arcing like a crescent moon, charging towards Lu Chen, who was 20 steps behind him. Yet, Lu Chen stood still, not moving an inch, watching Miyamoto Ki approach him like an immovable king. The distance of 20 steps, 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps. The gap between the two was closing rapidly. But Lu Chen showed no signs of panic. He looked at Miyamoto Ki and slowly activated his incredible speed. In the next moment, his figure shifted, instantly appearing behind Miyamoto Ki. This speed was simply ghostly. Miyamoto Ki could only catch a glimpse of a residual shadow with the naked eye. At that moment, Xia Qianqing noticed a significant increase in Lu Chen's speed attribute, which had surged by 0.5 times. Logically, the basic values should be fixed and not change, even when using techniques. If there was a change, then there was only one possibility. Lu Chen possessed a speed-related special ability. But isn't he a single ability user? Would Immortal increase the speed value? No. Absolutely not. So, Lu Chen is a dual ability user? But why is he hiding it? In the next moment, Lu Chen's figure appeared behind Miyamoto Ki, suddenly throwing a punch. Xia Qianqing saw another change in Lu Chen's values. Power has also increased to 1.5 times. This, how is that possible? Xia Qianqing murmured, covering her mouth with one hand. Logically, even if both attributes were enhanced, they should increase together. If they increased separately, it could only prove one thing. Two different special abilities with independently enhancing attributes. At this moment, Lu Chen's values were Power, 114.34, Speed, 152.11, Mental Strength, 16.1. However, Miyamoto Ki was not so easy to deal with either. He quickly realized that it wasn't Lu Chen underestimating him, but rather he had underestimated Lu Chen. He immediately corrected his stance, his eyes becoming resolute, gripping the katana tightly, whispering, "Tear the void." Buzz, the sound of the blade rang out sharply from the katana in Miyamoto Ki's hand. 1. Mind slash. At this moment, the katana in Miyamoto Ki's hand drew a pitch-black arc in the air like a brush. This arc was deadly and dangerous, resembling a black hole, as if touching it would result in being torn apart. The arc solidified, slicing towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at the black arc rushing towards him and softly said, 9 calamity steps. With the terrifying speed attribute of 152, the 9 calamity step merely brushed past a wisp of blood mist, and the figure instantly flashed through a black arc. The black arc continued forward until it smashed into the large tree behind Lu Chen. At the moment the black arc touched the tree, it devoured the area in contact with it. As the arc swept past, the place where the tree had been swept was left empty, and it collapsed with a loud crash. The arc continued for another 2 meters before dissipating weakly. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's figure had already appeared beside Miyamoto Kiichi, holding a knife with one hand against Miyamoto Kiichi's neck. You lost. Lu Chen glanced at Miyamoto Kiichi and said, "Thank you very much for this sparring session." Miyamoto Kiichi came to his senses, sheathed his katana, stood straight before Lu Chen, and then bowed. "I will follow you, Lu Chen-kun. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Evening. The contact person, Gusu, held a stack of papers with group QR codes and a sheet explaining the purpose, sliding them under the door of each room. Starting from the 3rd floor up to the 20th. Room 301. Lu Chen had just finished showering, stepped out of the bathroom, and walked to the sofa, catching a glimpse of 2 white papers on the floor of the shoe-changing area by the door. He walked over and saw that one paper had a very clear QR code, while the other simply stated the reason. Summarized, the content was as follows: Hello everyone. The newcomer training and assessment will begin in 3 days. To facilitate communication and access to relevant information, please scan the QR code below to join the exclusive group chat. After joining, please be sure to properly dispose of the paper with the QR code, burn or tear it up, to prevent information leakage. More detailed information will be released in the group, so please pay attention to group messages. In the various rooms of the Sunset Hotel. Click, click, click. The sound of phones scanning QR codes rang out in succession, like the prelude to fate, quietly drawing back the curtain on this newcomer. Assessment. Group chat, newcomer training camp group entry notification. Attention everyone, within 3 days, someone will notify you to move to the newcomer training base. Please be attentive to your phones. The schedule for this new training camp is consistent with previous ones, lasting 2.5 months, with assessments taking place before the last 15 days, during which 3 major assessments will be conducted. The team with the best assessment results will be named S-Class, the second and third place teams will be named A-Class, and the remaining teams that pass the assessment will be B-Class. Teams that do not pass the assessment will not be ranked and must retake the exam next year. Room 301. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Chen got up and opened the door. What met his eyes was a head of golden hair, her brows furrowed with a hint of worry, and her stunning face flashed with urgency. It was Shintenzong. She must have come in relation to the information sent in the group chat. After Chen opened the door, Shintenzong entered the room with ease. Click. Chen slowly closed the door, then he and Shintenzong sat down on the sofa. Shintenzong took a deep breath and directly stated. Her purpose, you saw the announcement in the group chat, right? Yes. Then I'll be straightforward, we need to quickly find at least 2 more teammates. It's clear from the announcement that there will definitely be team formations for the assessment, and soon this news won't be a secret anymore, everyone will know. We should act quickly, Shintenzong said. Chen crossed his arms. Currently, everyone should be staying at the Sunset Hotel. You have identification, so you can check attributes one by one and recruit them. The key is how we can conduct a large-scale check and then make selections. This actually started 3 days ago when I began screening and investigating the bun shop in the morning, the park at dawn, the nearby library, all crowded with newcomers from the Sunset Hotel. I can't say I've checked 90%, but I've definitely seen about 80%, Shintenzong said. So you mean you have some candidates? Yes, 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. I don't know their names, but I took photos from a distance. They appeared in the bun shop, the park, and the library. In room 301, after chatting for a while, Chen and Shintenzong fell into an eerie silence. Chen felt parched, tugging at the fabric of his shirt that clung to his skin, taking a deep breath. Shintenzong lowered her head, slowly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Eventually, it was Shintenzong who spoke up. She seemed to have lost the joy from that morning, a feeling she couldn't quite articulate. She asked, should we continue? Chen was taken aback, a flash of madness from that night crossing his mind. But Shintenzong had already stepped in front of him. Chen slowly raised his head to look at Shintenzong, a complex expression on his face, guilt creeping into his heart. I'm sorry, I think you might have misunderstood. Don't worry, I will climb the S-level ladder with you, so you don't need to feel this way. He lifted his chin, revealing a faint smile. Seeing Chen like this, Shintenzong asked in confusion, misunderstanding? She lightly bit her lip, haughtily tilting her head back, her golden hair tossed behind her. Her slender hand slowly cupped Chen's cheek. Do you think it's too late to say misunderstanding now? I'm using you, and you just want my body, it's that simple, isn't it? Shintenzong's amber eyes locked onto Chen's black pupils. Chen's heart trembled. So this is how she thought? Well, he should have been more perceptive earlier. But he was a bit late. Be my girlfriend. Chen seemed to have made a significant decision, continuing, I will take responsibility. Chen, are you being a bit too arrogant? Shintenzong's voice rang in Chen's ears. Shintenzong tightly gripped Chen's shirt, a flash of anger in her eyes. Are you pitying me? Do you really think you're a good person? Isn't what you want, from the beginning, just my flesh? If what stood before you now was an ugly, fat old woman, could you still say those words? What responsibility? How can you say that so easily? If you want it, I'll give it to you. Stop playing with me, okay? Shintenzong sat on Chen, her hands gripping his shirt tightly, her eyes reddening as she shouted somewhat hysterically. What was going on? Clearly, he had been hinting at her from the start. How did it turn into her misunderstanding, and he suddenly became the good guy? Was he treating her like a fool? I'm sorry. A broad hand slowly rested on Shintenzong's head. Shintenzong looked at Chen, who was pinned beneath her, and saw his face filled with regret, making her feel as if she had hit a cotton ball. So despicable, she whispered. How could you do this? Filling me up, yet telling me it was all my one-sided misunderstanding. Chen, I hate you. Shintenzong's hands clenched into fists and struck Chen's chest. Just one hit. She withdrew her hand and then collapsed onto the nearby sofa, curling up, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. The silent night felt long. On the sofa lay a man and a woman, not embracing, just each lost in their sorrow. They were somewhat confused, unsure of what they had been to each other before. I'm leaving. Xia Qinqing slowly stood up, gently wiping away the 2 streaks of tears on her face. She then walked towards the door, but her steps seemed a bit lost. Xia Qinqing, Lu Chen called out to her. Xia Qinqing paused at the doorway, her hand gripping the doorknob. At that moment, it felt as if time had stopped, freezing the space around them. Then let me be the villain. What I want is not for you to be my girlfriend, I want you to marry me. You can continue to see me as the villain. Lu Chen slowly walked up behind Xia Qinqing, extending his strong arms to gently wrap around her slender waist, and what you need to do is obey. I don't want to. Xia Qinqing pushed Lu Chen away. However, the next second, she was forcibly pulled back into his embrace, her small hands hitting his solid chest. So despicable. Well, if being despicable is what it is, it's better than being lost. As a villain, I have no reason to be virtuous. Then should I still leave? No, you don't have to do anything. Just stay with me for one night, I'm feeling a bit lonely tonight. Lonely and cold? Are you feeling weak? Why don't you give it a try? Hey, such a cliché, an old line from 800 years ago. But are you sure you want to do nothing and just stay for one night? That's not necessarily the case. I am a bad guy, and bad guys don't keep promises. Once you fall asleep, I might just turn into a wolf and eat you. Then you really are a bad person. The next morning, Lu Chen and Xia Qinqing emerged from room 301, both sporting dark circles under their eyes. It seemed like the law of encountering Miyamoto Kiichi upon exiting was in effect. Just then, Miyamoto Kiichi from room 303 happened to step out. Seeing Lu Chen and Xia Qinqing come out of the same room, Miyamoto Kiichi slightly opened his mouth. Although I know you two are dating, it's still a bit surprising to see you both come out of one room. Let's go, I'll treat you to buns. Lu Chen turned around, grabbing Xia Qinqing's wrist and heading towards the stairs. Just as Xia Qinqing regained her senses, she was pulled along by Lu Chen towards the stairs. Inside the bun shop, 3 people were seated around a wooden table. Xia Qinqing pulled up a photo on her phone, showing a picture of a woman with short black hair and a petite figure. The woman in the photo was eating a bun, with a dark bow and quiver slung over her back. This woman has high stats, strength 25, speed 35, mental power 10. That might not mean much, but most of the newcomers around here eating have stats of only 12, 11, or 10. This woman's combined stats are equal to Miyamoto Kiichi's, comparable to the older members of the Nightstalker team. What are Lu Chen's stats? Miyamoto Kiichi asked curiously. Xia Qinqing was momentarily speechless, instinctively feeling it was better not to disclose Lu Chen's stats. Lu Chen smirked slightly and said, strength 40, speed 39, mental power 10. Xia Qinqing shot him a glance. Wow, he really could lie without batting an eye. However, those stats were still within a normal range. Lu Chen had them just right. What about me? Miyamoto Kiichi asked. Strength 25, speed 27, mental power 10, Xia Qinqing replied. What? This woman is stronger than me. It's just a difference in stats, numbers alone can't determine the outcome of a battle. Victory in combat tests various aspects of strength, such as abilities, cultivation, stats, and environment. The numbers have a certain authority, but they are not absolute. Besides, your value is only 7 points different from hers, and she is an archer while you are a warrior. At long range, she wins, at close range, she can't beat you. Ding ding ding, the glass door of the bun shop swung open, ringing a pleasant bell. Boss, I'll have 2 buns and a cup of soy milk. A girl with short black hair, dressed in a tight black outfit that hugged her slender yet strong figure, entered. She had a delicate appearance, but her eyes radiated a sharp coldness. On her back was a massive pitch-black longbow, far larger than her frame, with a broad body and smooth lines, resembling a streak of black lightning, contrasting sharply with her petite body. A quiver hung diagonally at her waist, with black feathered arrows faintly visible. All right, 2 buns and a cup of soy milk. The shop owner's wife smiled brightly as she handed over the buns and the soy milk in a plastic bag. The girl took the buns and soy milk, found an empty seat, inserted a straw, and began to drink the soy milk while eating the buns. She quickly noticed 3 pairs of eyes on the wooden table beside her, watching her since she entered the shop. She showed a hint of confusion but didn't pay much attention. After all, being beautiful often attracts gossip. Who could blame her for her natural beauty? Sometimes, being too beautiful could be a hassle. However, that guy sitting at the table was quite handsome too. Ding ding ding, another bell rang. A woman in a pitch-black trench coat, with long black hair and a curvy figure, walked in. A large Western-style sword was strapped to her waist. Boss, 7 buns, a bowl of millet porridge, and 3 pies. At this, everyone turned in shock to look at the woman who had just entered. Could she really finish all that? Miss, can you really eat all that? No, 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 I ordered that with my friend. Oh, I see. Here are your buns and pies, along with the millet porridge. Thank you. The long-haired woman took the buns, pies, and millet porridge to an empty table. At first, no one thought much of it. However, as time ticked by, when the woman slowly finished 7 buns, drank half a bowl of millet porridge, and then ate 3 pies, everyone could no longer sit still. What the heck? Didn't you order that for your friend? How come you ate it all yourself? Is she a bottomless pit? How can she eat so much and not gain weight? And still look so good? Wow. People really can be infuriatingly impressive. Wow, I know this. There's an old saying in the Tang dynasty, bottomless pit. Miyamoto Kiro exclaimed excitedly. Lu Chen's eyelids twitched. A bottomless pit isn't a big deal, but isn't it a bit much to speak so loudly? Clang, as the people around were astonished by the long-haired woman's eating ability. The surrounding noise was actually quite low. Miyamoto Kiro's voice just happened to cut through the commotion and reached the long-haired woman's ears. Instantly, she slammed her hand on the table, revealing a fierce glare. Hey! Isn't that a bit too much? Who talks about someone being a bottomless pit in front of them? Now, apologize to me. Miyamoto Kiro scratched his head. Miss, did I use the wrong term? Aren't you from the Tang dynasty? I'm half from the Tang dynasty. My dad is from the Tang dynasty, but he lived in Yamato for many years. My Chinese might be a bit off, I apologize. Miyamoto Kiro stood up and bowed. Dujiro's lips curled slightly. Alright, I accept your apology. It's really ridiculous. Who understands the struggles of family? Just trying to have a meal, and someone randomly calls you a bottomless pit. At this moment, Lu Chen looked at Dujiro, his eyes narrowing slightly. He felt like he had seen this woman somewhere before. Ha! A cold laugh echoed beside Lu Chen. Xia Qinqing clasped her hands together, revealing a narrow smile, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lu Chen, as if to say, look, keep looking, it's so captivating, you can't miss it. Lu Chen felt a few beads of cold sweat on his forehead and instinctively explained, don't get me wrong, I just think she looks a bit familiar. Familiar? Yes. I think she looks familiar too. Have you seen her somewhere? How do you know? Lu Chen asked in surprise. Come on. Can you come up with something fresher? This is all from 500 years ago. Hee, whether you want to know her or not, what does it have to do with me? Xia Qinqing lightly bit her lower lip, showing a nonchalant cold smile, speaking in a huffy manner, resembling a jealous little act. But Xia Qinqing's tone suddenly shifted like a truck making a turn, becoming somewhat cautious. Her stats are indeed very high. Strength 56, speed 48, mental power 10. She's the second person I've seen with such high stats besides you. Xia Qinqing's voice was very soft, just enough for Lu Chen to hear. Lu Chen pondered. Is a stat over 100 the strength of a seasoned team member? He wasn't wrong. He did feel that this woman looked somewhat familiar, just unable to recall where he had seen her. I think it's necessary to try to recruit her, Xia Qinqing whispered. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, a phone rang from Lu Chen's pocket. He reached in and pulled out his phone, seeing the name Duching displayed on the screen. After switching phones, Lu Chen quickly got Duxing's number again with Zhang Jin's help. And naturally, there was a connection on both ends. Lu Chen glanced around and quietly said to Xia Qinqing and the others, I'll take a call. He then leaned back and answered the call. As soon as the call connected, a rough voice came through. You little brat. It's been so long, and you haven't called me. How's it going in Magic City? It's a big city. You know. I clearly called you last night, okay? Oh, you're so heartless. You called for 2 minutes yesterday, and you told me your phone was broken, that you got a new one. And then hung up. Is that even a conversation? Lu Chen cleared his throat. If I spent money on it, it counts as a conversation. That joke is really cold. Alright, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm a bit pressed for time here. Lu Chen's peripheral vision caught sight of the short-haired girl and the long-haired woman eating. Okay. I'll keep it brief. I remember I told you about my daughter, right? Lu Chen nodded. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but the woman with long black hair seemed to twitch her ears slightly, her expression stiffening a bit. Lu Chen continued, what's up? I just got news that she will graduate in the same class as you. In other words, she might be around you right now, or nearby. There are 3 days left until the assessment officially starts, and I hope you can help me find her. After the assessment, you'll have a 7-day break, so bring her to me then. Bang! The woman with long black hair suddenly slammed her hands on the table and stood up sharply. She glared fiercely at Lu Chen and said, You old man, don't even think about it. I will never go home in this lifetime. And I don't want to see you. Silence instantly. Everyone in the bun shop slowly put down their buns, their eyes wide with surprise as they glanced at Lu Chen and Dujiro. Those who were unaware of the situation began to chatter away without barriers. I can't believe it, this guy can't be two-timing, right? Ugh, what a scumbag. He looks pretty handsome, but who would have thought he has a heart of a beast? Being handsome is great. The girls he flirts with are all top-notch. The girl with short black hair was now propping her chin up with one hand, her big eyes curiously glancing towards Dujiro and Lu Chen's direction. Although the surrounding noise was somewhat loud, it was actually quite low at this moment, as no one wanted their gossip to be overheard. This made the sound from Lu Chen's phone particularly clear. Is it Jiro? Is Jiro with you, you little brat? Zero. Dujiro's gaze turned fierce as she approached Lu Chen without hesitation, trying to snatch the phone from his hand. However, Lu Chen cleverly dodged her first attempt. A hint of astonishment appeared on Dujiro's face. She felt she hadn't used her full strength and tried to grab the phone again. Yet, Lu Chen evaded her again with ease. It was like a small child trying to snatch a toy from a taller kid, utterly playful. But Zero quickly realized that this person must have a speed-type ability, which made it difficult to seize the phone. After all, if he weren't a newcomer, how would he know Duching? Give me the phone, Dujiro said, a hint of anger on her face. Why should I? Lu Chen held the phone. It's my phone, you have no right to demand it from me. Shall we, give her the phone, I want to talk to her, came Duching's slightly trembling, rough voice from the other end of the line. Lu Chen sighed slowly. Captain Du, I think even if I give her the phone, you won't be able to communicate normally. Give her the phone, shall we? The voice on the other end insisted again. Lu Chen glanced at Dujiro, who was glaring at him with anger, shrugged, and placed the phone in front of her. It's your dad's call. Based on Duching's earlier words, it wasn't hard to deduce the identity of the other party. She was Dujiro, Duching's daughter. The daughter who had been sent to the innate ability training base years ago, the one Duching had longed for over the past decade? I don't have a dad. Dujiro trembled as she snatched the phone from Lu Chen's hand, staring at the name Duching on the screen, feeling it was blinding. Zero. Enough. Don't call me that. Do you think I'm still that 7 or 8-year-old child? There's nothing to say between us, Lin Jiang, I will never go back. I hate you. After saying that last sentence, Dujiro hung up the phone, and as if losing all her strength, she threw the phone into Lu Chen's arms and walked towards the door, feeling a sense of loneliness and desolation. Lu Chen took the phone, watching Dujiro's retreating figure, and he recalled Duching sitting in the driver's seat, discussing his daughter's joy. It felt particularly piercing to him. He called out to Dujiro, hey. Dujiro seemed not to hear and continued walking towards the door. Lu Chen continued, Captain Du, he misses you. The corner of Dujiro's eye twitched slightly. She seemed to remember that rainy night when she was taken to the innate training base, and Duching's blurry figure leaving. He didn't even look back, and now he tells her he misses her? Don't joke around. What did he take her for? A pet that comes and goes? A smirk appeared on her face, followed by a shake of her head. Of course, the most crucial thing was that she couldn't forgive this man. If it weren't for him, her mother wouldn't have died. After the assessment, go back to Linjiang to meet Captain Du. There's nothing that can't be said between a father and daughter. What do you know? Dujiro paused, slightly turned, and glared at Lu Chen with cold eyes. Don't meddle in my affairs. As I said before, this is my family matter, and you have no right to question it. And you have no right to be ignorant and cause trouble here. After she finished speaking, her hand slowly moved towards the hilt of the large sword at her waist, her brows filled with anger. You've crossed the line, so if you encounter me during the newcomer assessment, I will give you a thorough lesson. A thorough lesson? A flash of crimson crossed Lu Chen's eyes as he chuckled lightly. Do you think you're strong? Dujiro's expression remained calm as she tightly gripped the hilt of her sword and said, what do you think? I admit, your speed is impressive, but combat is not just about testing values, it's also about testing combat skills. You, who have awakened for less than a year and are here for the newcomer assessment, and me, who has awakened for 10 years and received 10 years of education, what chance do you think you have against me? So, you're quite confident then? Lu Chen countered. Dujiro scoffed and turned away, not wanting to engage with Lu Chen any further. It was simply a waste of breath. After all she had said, did he still not understand the gap between them? Her only opponent in this assessment was one. That was Shuyang. Because she didn't plan to team up with Shuyang, after all, their relationship was merely that of classmates, not even friends. She believed she was a being of dimensionality reduction in the newcomer assessment. Aside from Shuyang being her only opponent, everyone else was just a supporting role. In fact, if it weren't for Lu Chen, her thoughts would have been quite reasonable. After all, defeating someone who had awakened for 10 years and received 10 years of combat education in less than a year of awakening is called a genius. And geniuses are rare, appearing once in a century. But unfortunately, this time, she encountered Lu Chen. Let's make a bet. If my rank is higher than yours at the end of the assessment, you come back to Linjiang with me to meet Team Duhe, and if you lose, you decide. Alright, then I want you to wear a maid outfit in livestream, then kneel and apologize to me, saying you shouldn't have meddled in my affairs and that Duching is a bastard. Lu Chen's lips curled. How much hatred did Dujiro have for Duching? As someone brought out by Duching, if he lost and said such things, it would surely spread throughout the entire Tang dynasty as a topic of gossip. Of course, more would be the ignorant people angrily cursing him as an ingrate. The key point was, a maid outfit. What was she thinking? It was such an unbalanced bet. However, Lu Chen didn't think he would lose. In terms of attributes, Dujiro's stats were far inferior to his. Fine. It's a deal. Dujiro tossed her black hair over her shoulder. Her eyes filled with determination. Ding ding ding, the doorbell rang. Dujiro opened the door and left gracefully. Only the surrounding people, who began to murmur again, and Lu Chen's group remained. Is that one of the innate ability users who came out of the innate ability base? Looks really impressive. Not just looks impressive, it really is impressive. With 10 years of ability use, even a pig would have long surpassed us in ability level, not to mention that they have been training officially since childhood. Their cultivation might be far beyond ours. Who is that guy? Have you heard of him? No, I don't know where he came from. Your information network is really lacking. You don't even know him? He's the biggest dark horse of this session. Hey, buddy, don't exaggerate. Shouldn't the biggest dark horse be the innate ability user? Come on, man, can an innate ability user even take down someone at the captain level? What do you mean? Are you saying that guy has killed someone at the captain level? He really has. His name is Lu Chen, and he killed the divine fox. The boss lady seemed oblivious to the noise in the shop, still sitting steadily behind the counter, holding her phone, probably scrolling through Douyin or watching some short drama, completely engrossed. Lu Chen returned to his original seat under the watchful eyes of everyone. The surrounding noise continued unabated. By the way, did you guys notice the group chat last night? You mean the announcement? Yeah. What about the announcement? It mentioned forming teams. As they spoke, it seemed everyone noticed that only a few people were dining in the bun shop who hadn't formed teams yet. The rest were gathered in small groups, whispering to each other. At that moment, a girl with short black hair suddenly stood up and walked straight to Lu Chen's table, glancing at Lu Chen, Xiao Qianqing, and Gongben Qier, and asked straightforwardly, "Do you need more people? How about adding me?" Xiao Qianqing and Lu Chen exchanged glances, both surprised by the other's expression. They hadn't even made an effort to recruit anyone, and someone had come to them instead. But this was a good thing, and they naturally had no reason to refuse. Of course, you can join, Lu Chen said without hesitation. But can you tell us why you want to team up with us? Lu Chen asked next. In response to Lu Chen's question, the girl with short black hair blinked and blurted out, "Because you all look good." Lu Chen? Xiao Qianqing? Gongben Qier, nanny. Let's summarize. Unexpectedly, recruiting the girl with short black hair was surprisingly easy. During their conversation, they learned her name was Yin Yun, a rather uncommon surname. Yin Yun had a fondness for all things beautiful, especially handsome guys and pretty girls. The three of them stood out in the bun shop like cranes among chickens. Coincidentally, Yin Yun had been contemplating forming a team recently, so it made sense for her to approach them. Additionally, she had heard about Lu Chen taking down the divine fox and thought their strength was impressive, which was also one of the reasons she decided to join. Now, the original trio had turned into a group of four. So what are we doing now? Yin Yun asked. At this moment, the four stood on the street in front of the bun shop. With their outstanding looks and charisma, they instantly became a striking sight on the street, causing passers-by to stop and stare. Beep beep beep, a taxi stopped in front of them. Xia Qianqing waved her hand and said, "Get in, next stop, the park." "Dad, where's Mom?" "Dad, didn't you say you would definitely bring Mom back?" "Dad, are you lying to me? Is Mom already gone?" "Dad, don't take me to another place, I'm scared, Dad. Dad, I hate you." At the Jianlin base, in the quiet of the night, on a resting bed, Duching suddenly sat up, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He raised his hand to gently press his temples, his voice a bit hoarse. "Along, what time is it now?" Tang Long, who was stretching beside him, yawned and casually replied, "Captain Du, it's 9 o'clock. Why don't you sleep a bit more? You worked hard checking the surveillance all night." Duching shook his head and smiled helplessly. "I only slept for a little while and had a nightmare, now I can't sleep at all." "Captain Du, you actually have nightmares? I thought you didn't care about anything," Tang Long said half-jokingly. "Go away, everyone has feelings, okay? I'm not heartless, Duching retorted irritably. As he spoke, Duching picked up his phone and slowly unlocked it, revealing a warm family photo on the screen. His gaze fell on the photo, a hint of loneliness flashing in his eyes, but he quickly forced himself to appear calm, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he softly said, "My daughter is coming back soon." Your daughter? Captain Du, I rarely hear you mention her. What kind of person is she? Tang Long asked curiously. A glimmer of nostalgia crossed Duxing's eyes, and the smile on his lips deepened a bit. She has the same temper as her mother, very stubborn, with clear likes and dislikes. Once she sets her mind on something, not even 9 horses can pull her back. Captain Du, why don't you take a break? I can take over for Ling Tian. Tang Long said, noticing Duxing's weary appearance with concern. Duxing waved his hand, no need, you were quite tired yesterday too. I'll go. You keep sleeping and rest well. Ignoring Tang Long's protests, Duxing pushed him down onto the bed, patted his shoulder, and then walked towards the door. Opening the lounge door, Duxing looked at Ling Tian and Yi Bingtang, who were both staring intently at the screen, and asked, how is it? Captain Du, it's confirmed that it's someone from the Zongxing court, but they only circled above the Zongxing court base after entering Linjiang for a while before leaving, Ling Tian replied. He quickly pulled up the relevant footage. They saw a helicopter hovering above a Zongxing court base on the outskirts of Linjiang for a moment before turning and leaving. Through the helicopter's glass, they could see a man wearing a horse mask piloting the helicopter. Is there any information on the other party? Duxing asked. Ling Tian nodded, yes, according to reports from Modu, the other party is the captain of the Zongxing court, codenamed Horseface. It's said he possesses speed-related abilities, is extremely fast, strikes without a trace, and is ruthless, a tough character. Why would Horseface come to Linjiang? Is he planning to make a comeback here? But he shouldn't easily alert the already discovered old site of the Zongxing court, Duxing murmured. Could it be that he doesn't know the Zongxing court in Linjiang has been eradicated? Yi Bingtang asked. Duxing nodded, that's a possibility, but if he didn't know the Zongxing court was wiped out, then it makes sense that he left after arriving here. However, since the other party is a captain-level figure, this matter still needs to be reported immediately. Ling Tian, continue investigating where Horseface is heading next. I'll go report first. Understood, Captain Du. At this moment, it was 10 o'clock. In the park. Under a lush green tree, on 2 long wooden benches. On one bench sat Miyamoto Kiichi alone. On the other bench sat Xia Qianqing, Lu Chen, and Yin Yun. Miyamoto Kiichi stared at Lu Chen with dry eyes. Lu Chen-kun, why don't you come sit over here? At this moment, Lu Chen, squeezed between 2 women, felt a bit restless. Without thinking much, Lu Chen immediately agreed. Sure. Just as Lu Chen was about to stand up, both of his wrists were grabbed simultaneously by the 2 women, and he was pulled back down to sit on the bench. Lu Chen, what do you mean by that? Xia Qianqing shot a slightly unfriendly look at Yin Yun. Yin Yun tilted her small face, revealing a deadly beautiful smile. What? Haven't you ever had a man snatched away? I think he's handsome and I like him. Is that a problem? Since being single from birth, Lu Chen had never felt he possessed any extraordinary charm. As a male, he had liked Wen Xiaolu for 3 years but had never even managed to say the words I like you. Perhaps this was the regret of youth. But when did he become so appealing to women? Lu Chen looked in astonishment at Yin Yun, who was gripping his arm with her short black hair. Then he glanced at Xia Qianqing on the other side, who was holding onto his arm as if she had stepped on a tail, her hair bristling. He could see the air between Xia Qianqing and Yin Yun crackling with tension as their eyes locked. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, free lottery, winners will receive a mysterious gift package. Everyone turned to look, and saw a man wearing a clown mask walking towards them. The man was thin, about 6 feet tall, dressed in a bright red suit, and walked in a peculiar manner, resembling a clown straight out of Gotham City. Hi, gentlemen and ladies, would you like to try your luck at the lottery? The prize is a mysterious gift package. The clown said, while producing a deck of playing cards from his hand. The cards danced and fluttered in his grasp, as if they were toys under his control, and his dazzling card tricks were truly a sight to behold. Before long, he drew 5 cards and displayed them. A mysterious smile on his face. The rules are simple, we will compare the sizes. Here are 5 cards, each person draws 1, and the one with the highest card will win a balloon. If your card is higher than mine, the mysterious gift package is yours. The standoff between Xia Qianqing and Yin Yun was temporarily set aside. Everyone's gaze focused on the clown, then shifted in unison to Xia Qianqing. Weren't you here for inspections many times? Was there such an event before? Yin Yun leaned closer to Xia Qianqing and whispered. Xia Qianqing furrowed her brows, quickly scanning the clown's various data. From the data, he appeared to be a normal person. Why does this feel so inexplicable? Xia Qianqing muttered under her breath, filled with confusion. She had never encountered such a lottery event during her visits in the past few days. Although this clown seemed a bit strange, all the data was indeed normal, just typical human values. Xia Qianqing covered her mouth with one hand, lowering her voice even further. I don't know, I've never encountered this situation before, but based on the data, he shouldn't be an ability user. Miyamoto Kiro, who had been sitting on a nearby wooden bench, approached the clown, frowning slightly. His face showing a hint of astonishment mixed with confusion. Strange, could it be that my perception is wrong? He murmured softly. Just moments ago, he had clearly sensed an extremely powerful aura suddenly surged from the front, followed by the sight of the approaching clown. However, that powerful aura existed for only a moment before vanishing without a trace, so quickly that Miyamoto Kiro began to doubt whether he was hallucinating. Oh, sir, do you want to be the first lucky one to draw? Come, pick a card that belongs to you. And then tell me, what is your card? The clown eagerly approached Miyamoto Kiro, waving the 5 playing cards in his hand, inviting him to draw one. Miyamoto Kiro hesitated. For a moment, the clown's enthusiasm made it hard for him to refuse. Lu Chenjun, you go ahead and draw first. Miyamoto Kiro gestured with both hands, believing it was only right to yield to the stronger. The clown's gaze slowly turned to Lu Chen, who walked with exaggerated steps, his bright red suit particularly eye-catching. After a few steps, the clown knelt on one knee in front of Lu Chen, his expression sincere as he said, "Oh, sir, come draw a card, I wish you a pleasant life." Lu Chen stared at the two eyes peeking out from beneath the clown mask, silent for a second, pondering to himself, although I don't know what this guy is up to, since Xia Qianqing said the data is fine, there shouldn't be too much risk. In that case, it wouldn't hurt to play a little. Lu Chen reached out and drew one card from the 5, flipping it over to reveal the ace of spades. Mr. Lu Chen, what do you think of this world? The clown suddenly asked. As the clown posed the question, the surrounding world seemed to freeze in an instant, time solidifying at that moment. Lu Chen tightly pinched the black spade between his fingers, slightly raising his head to meet the clown's gaze. His expression seemed calm, but the subtle tremor in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. How did you evade the appraisal? And while you're asking me questions, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? The clown, dressed in a bright red suit, tilted his head back and laughed heartily a few times. You really are interesting, Mr. Lu Chen. This is our first meeting, so I should introduce myself to you. However, Mr. Lu Chen, I must ask you to answer my question first. Based on your answer, I will consider whether to introduce myself. A question? What is the world like? Lu Chen's lips twitched slightly. Is this guy insane? What else could the world be like? Even if you die, the world keeps turning, unchanged, the world is eternal. Please answer carefully, Mr. Lu Chen. A lot has happened around you, hasn't it? You couldn't protect that girl who waited for you under the sunset, who secretly loved you. You also failed to make a grand confession during your last days in high school. Most critically, in the base of the Senshin court, you personally killed a poor girl. What is the world like? Can you answer? Seriously? Don't try to kill me, you should have realized by now that I'm just an illusion. The clown grinned widely, his scarlet lips stretching almost to his ears, his eyes filled with a teasing glint, as if mocking Lu Chen for being provoked by just a few words. A hint of anger surfaced on Lu Chen's face, his expression as cold as dark water. He asked icily, how do you know all this? Please answer my question first, Mr. Lu Chen. The clown suddenly leaped backward, soaring into the air, a black umbrella appearing in his hand at some point. He slowly opened the umbrella, and under the dazzling sunlight, the black umbrella blocked the scorching sun, replacing it with a shadow that enveloped Lu Chen. As if everything around them had frozen in that moment. The world, it is cruel. It is unfair. But the world is also filled with love. It is fair. Lu Chen slowly lowered his hands, gazing at the clown hovering in the air, blocking the sun, and softly spoke. The world is a delusion. A delusion that is incredibly real. Ghost Gate. The organization I belong to is called Ghost Gate. I am a lingue, Lu Chen. We will wait for you, wait for the day you need us. In the air, the clown floated with the black umbrella. His bright red suit particularly striking. His voice suddenly turned serious, losing its previous levity, now heavy like the weight of history's wheels grinding down. As the clown's words fell, the previously frozen space began to show signs of cracking. A crisp sound, like glass shattering, echoed, and Lu Chen blinked. He found himself sitting under the shade of a large tree, with Xia Qianqing on his left and Yin Yun on his right. Still recovering from the shock, he slowly reached out to touch his face. Everything that had been still around him now returned to its noisy state. The shadow cast by the umbrella had long been illuminated again by the scorching sun. Everything seemed to return to the normal gears of life, beginning to turn peacefully. What about the clown? Lu Chen asked Xia Qianqing. Xia Qianqing held a balloon and a lighter in her hands, tilting her head slightly, her brows raised. He left. I thought the mysterious big gift was something special, but it turned out to be just a lighter. A lighter? Let me see. Lu Chen took the lighter from Xia Qianqing's hand and examined it closely. Seeing Lu Chen's cautious demeanor, Xia Qianqing showed a hint of confusion. Do you smoke? Why haven't I seen you smoke before? If you like it, I'll give it to you. Lu Chen was not being pretentious, he genuinely felt that this lighter might have something special about it. He slowly put the lighter into his pocket and thanked Xia Qianqing. Thank you. You're really too polite. I'm your girlfriend, so there's no need to be formal with me. Whatever you want, as long as I have it, I'll give it to you. Xia Qianqing, like a little fox, followed Lu Chen's words to clarify her identity, then tightly grasped Lu Chen's arm and pulled him towards her, as if declaring her ownership. It's not that I like Lu Chen, how could I like someone I dislike? I'm just afraid that Lu Chen will take a liking to that little vixen. This is my thigh, I can't let anyone else snatch it away. Xia Qianqing comforted herself inwardly. Lu Chen had yet to notice Xia Qianqing's little thoughts. He simply lowered his head, staring at the pitch-black lighter in his hand. Why couldn't even Xia Qianqing see through the other person's true nature? Wasn't it said that the identification could see the abilities of anyone below one's own realm, and that everyone's values were transparent? But why had the identification failed this time? Lu Chen suddenly asked Xia Qianqing, what did I say when I was drawing lots? Xia Qianqing was taken aback. What do you mean, what did you say? Yin Yun shot a sideways glance at Xia Qianqing and released Lu Chen's hand. I mean when? You were drawing lots just now, did Lu Chen say anything? What's so hard to understand? Xia Qianqing's expression grew even stranger. So, why are you asking this? I drew the spade, what did you all get? Lu Chen changed the subject and asked. Didn't you just praise my luck? Xia Qianqing showed a hint of confusion. How come you've forgotten what I drew now? It's so strange. Are you okay, Lu Chen? Xia Qianqing instinctively glanced at Lu Chen's values. There was no problem. Something was indeed off, Lu Chen thought to himself. He had clearly been talking to that guy with the code name Lingue. At that time, everything around him had been still. He originally thought the other person's ability was to freeze time or space. But thinking about it, if that were the case, it would be too outrageous. Recalling what Lingue had said, that he himself was an illusion, and what Xia Qianqing referred to as himself, Lu Chen had a rough guess in his heart. The other person's ability should be to create illusions. With that, everything made sense. The reason Xia Qianqing couldn't see the other person's abnormalities was not that the other person's values couldn't be identified, but because the other person had cast an illusion, making Xia Qianqing see values that were tampered with to appear normal. And the time around him had not truly stopped, it was merely a fabricated illusion created by the other party. So when he woke up from the illusion, it seemed as if a piece of time was missing, and it hadn't returned to the moment when time had stopped. Inside the cafe, the atmosphere was tranquil and lazy. A man walked in, wearing a clown mask, dressed in a bright red suit, his steps exaggerated, as if each step was performing an absurd comedy. Mission accomplished. He swayed his body, approached the counter, and plopped down, suddenly producing a spade from his empty hand and slowly placing it on the table. What's next? The waitress behind the counter, with a delicate face and dressed in simple work attire, had her back to the customer, focused on preparing coffee, and replied lightly, Wait. Until he finds himself in the most helpless situation, then we will reveal ourselves to demonstrate our value. The waitress pushed the prepared coffee in front of him. Your latte, remember to pay. Tisk, so stingy. The man snatched the coffee, took a displeased sip, and coffee foam stained the corner of his mouth. No, I can't call you stingy, I should refer to you as the vice leader. Spirit Ghost Deputy Leader, when will the leader awaken? The server continued to clean the coffee cups on the table, her voice as cold as ice, carrying a chilling aura. Put away that arrogant face of yours, or don't blame me for tearing your soul apart. The man, who had been grinning, suddenly stiffened. He had no doubt about the strength of the seemingly harmless woman before him. As an awakener of the Soul Ripper, the Spirit Ghost possessed lethal power over others' mental strength. And fighting above one's level was merely routine. And he, with cultivation on par with the Spirit Ghost, had no chance of winning in front of her. After all, the Spirit Ghost had a natural immunity to illusions, and the illusions that the Ling Ghost prided himself on were utterly useless against her. He shrugged, softening his tone with a hint of flattery. Don't be so serious, I just wanted to lighten the atmosphere. Aren't you tired of frowning all day? By the way, what's so special about that kid? Why do we need to get close to him? The Spirit Ghost paused her cup washing, slowly raised her head, her eyes icy and menacing, a flash of deep green in her gaze, like a venomous snake in the dark night. In an instant, an invisible blade, like a rapidly spinning wheel, swept through the air with a fierce wind, striking at the Ling Ghost. The Ling ghost, sitting in the chair, seemed oblivious and took the hit directly. Ow, ow, ow. The Ling ghost immediately collapsed onto the counter, pressing his hands tightly against his head, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead. This crazy woman, always resorting to such tactics. He had merely asked a casual question. The chilling voice of the spirit ghost echoed in his ears. Is the leader's decision something you can casually comment on? Since it's the leader's order, you should just follow it. Don't worry, I have no intention of taking your life, I just want you to have a headache for a day. That feeling is far worse than death, so remember it well. In the park. Hee hee, beautiful lady. A chubby little boy was sitting on a wooden bench, holding his phone with both hands, dramatically taking pictures of passing female friends. Not far from him, 4 people were hiding in the shadow of a large tree, able to see the little boy's antics clearly. Baka. This guy is actually taking candid shots of others. Being on the same team as such a person is a huge insult to me. Miyamoto Keiichi's face was as dark as water. Dressed in a black suit, he straightened his back, a clear anger flashing across his face. Yin also looked disgusted, pouting as she said, I don't want to team up with this fat loser. What if he takes pictures of me if I join the team? Lu Chen slowly covered his forehead with his hand, looking at Xia Qianqing with confusion. Asking, what do you see in him? Xia Qianqing also wore a face of disbelief. She hadn't noticed the little boy's lewd behavior before. After all, she had been busy comparing various data and checking the abilities of those with lower cultivation than herself, with no time to specifically monitor one person. She explained, his ability. Although his strength is low, even below mine, his ability is quite good. It's called Earth Flame Shield, a defensive ability. There's still potential. And right now, we need one more ranged attacker in close combat. We lack teammates with defensive and supportive abilities. The shield effect not only blocks attacks but also has the ability to melt everything. Like magma, which will also attach to the summoned Earth Shield, meaning it has a counter damage effect similar to a reflective armor. As Xia Qianqing finished speaking, Miyamoto Keiichi slowly nodded, a hint of deep thought in his eyes, before calming down. In contrast was Yin Yun, who crossed her arms and said, I disagree. We are all about looks. How can we recruit a dead fatso? Dead fatso. Yin Yun's words were indeed quite aggressive. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. He thought it wasn't that bad. Although the other person's behavior was indeed off-putting, he felt that, for the sake of forming a team, the practicality of abilities should be prioritized. Just as Xia Qianqing had said, their team currently lacked defensive and supportive talents. They didn't know how many people would ultimately be needed, so it wasn't wise to recruit too many. There were already 4 people in the team, and they could recruit at most one more. After all, no one knew how many people would be needed for the assessments later on. Of course, this wasn't a bug. The instructors in the rookie training had probably arranged it this way on purpose. Although the storm had not yet arrived, dawn had already broken. The aim was to test the rookies' social skills. After all, if one's social skills were lacking, even with great abilities, it would likely amount to nothing more than a fleeting illusion. The storm had already begun to sweep in. Lu Chen felt it was still necessary to recruit the little fatso. If I may say something, I agree with Xia Qianqing's idea. We do indeed lack defensive teammates. So I think it's necessary to consider the other party's recruitment. Lu Chen's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, clear enough to be heard. As Lu Chen finished speaking, a hint of helplessness flashed across Gong Benchier's face, but he didn't say anything more. The words of the strong are the truth. Yin Yun seemed to want to say something but hesitated, ultimately placing her hands unhappily behind her back, glancing aside, and said nothing further. Xia Qianqing looked at Lu Chen speaking up for her, a hint of joy flashing across her face. That's right, it is indeed very necessary for us to recruit a defensive teammate. Hello, do you have a team now? Xia Qianqing, as the diplomat of the team, smiled brightly as she walked towards the little fatso not far away, playfully asking. The little fatso was startled by this and quickly tucked his phone away, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing the little fatso's awkward demeanor, Xia Qianqing suppressed her laughter, her voice gentle like a neighborly sister whispering, extending an olive branch. Would you like to join our team? What benefits are there to joining you? The little fatso was initially taken aback but quickly regained his composure, his eyes darting as he began to ponder the pros and cons, then opened his mouth to ask for benefits. The other party had approached him, surely with some demands. The little fatso recalled his awakened ability, a sense of pride swelling within him. He possessed a special defensive ability with counterattack capabilities. Although his cultivation was still shallow, his potential was immense. Perhaps they had heard about his ability and specifically came to recruit him. Xia Qianqing was momentarily taken aback. Benefits, this person was quite straightforward. However, someone so direct should be easy to get along with, right? Benefits? Why don't you think about it? Xia Qianqing tried to throw the question back to the little fatso. Can anything be satisfied? The little fatso asked with burning eyes, his gaze gradually becoming a bit inappropriate. Xia Qianqing suddenly felt a bad premonition. She instinctively followed the little fatso's gaze and saw him leering at her chest. Xia Qianqing instantly realized, instinctively covering her chest with her hands, taking a step back, her previously bright smile freezing in an instant. This dead fatso, could it be? Just for a moment, let me touch it. The little fatso hadn't even finished his sentence. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Xia Qianqing, shrouded in a mist of blood, and without hesitation, kicked out. The chubby boy, originally sitting on the wooden chair, suddenly rolled like a meatball and flew out, landing about 4 or 5 meters away on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaving him covered in dirt. The sudden kick left the chubby boy dazed. It took him a few seconds to react, and then he shouted loudly, "You actually dared to kick me? Aren't you trying to recruit me? I possess a rare special defensive ability. You can still apologize now, but you have to let me touch you a couple of times." Before he could finish his sentence, the shadow that had just struck him darted back in front of the chubby boy like lightning, delivering a sharp slap to his face, the crisp sound echoing in the air. Then, that person grabbed the chubby boy by the collar and yanked him up violently. The chubby boy's head was buzzing, but he quickly realized that his earlier words had angered the other party, which led to this beating. In other words, that woman just now was the other person's girlfriend? The chubby boy hurriedly covered his face with both hands, pleading, "Hero, I didn't recognize the mountain. Please stop hitting me, I was wrong, I shouldn't have harassed your girlfriend, I admit my mistake, weren't you trying to recruit me? I'll join you right now." "Join us?" Lu Chen's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes as dark as an abyss, his expression as stern as ice. "Did you misunderstand something from the very beginning? We never force anyone to join, and we certainly won't treat you differently because of your ability. And your performance just now has already proven that you are unworthy of being one of us." Lu Chen's voice was as cold as the winter wind, each word dripping with undeniable resolve. "We don't need people like you, and we certainly don't welcome you." After saying this, Lu Chen unhesitatingly let go, and the chubby boy fell to the ground like a pile of mud, collapsing there weakly, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. Lu Chen didn't give the chubby boy another glance and turned away, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. He strode up to Xia Qianqing, and under her slightly astonished gaze, Lu Chen reached out without hesitation and grabbed her wrist. His hand was strong and warm, giving Xia Qianqing an inexplicable sense of security. Xia Qianqing was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, following Lu Chen forward. Her wrist was tightly held by Lu Chen, and that warm feeling made her heart race a little faster. The air around them seemed to soften, as if time had stopped for the two of them at that moment. In a corner of the park, the chubby boy, now covered in dirt, was stumbling along a small path. He glanced at the large tree beside him, and suddenly anger surged within him. He raised his foot and kicked it, cursing continuously. "Damn it! Damn it! Shit, I'm so pissed off. I must get revenge on them," he exclaimed. His emotions running high, continuing to curse. "What are they showing off for? Flaunting their love in front of me, damn those idiots. I just wanted to touch her once, I didn't even know she had a boyfriend, why did they hit me?" The chubby boy was lost in his anger, completely unaware the two figures had quietly appeared beside him. "I saw everything. Just now, you want revenge, right? They don't want you, so why not join us? I can't guarantee anything else, but I can help you teach them a lesson during the newcomer assessment. Making them bow down at your feet is definitely not a problem." Shi Yang spoke, his voice laced with temptation, a proud expression on his face, like the sun high in the sky. In the chubby boy's eyes, Shi Yang seemed as dazzling as the sun at that moment. His body trembled violently, and the image of Lu Chen slapping him flashed in his mind, anger-making. His teeth grind together, and his chubby hands clenched into fists. However, he was not a fool. He quickly calmed down and retorted, "Why should I believe that you can help me take revenge? You little brat. Watch your tone when speaking to Brother Shi." A thin man behind Shi Yang suddenly raised his head, pointing a finger directly at the chubby boy's nose and scolding loudly. The chubby boy was startled by the shout, shrinking his neck and hurriedly saying, "I didn't mean it that way, I just wanted to see how capable you really are. The person who just attacked me didn't even give me a chance to use my abilities before easily taking me down. Can you really be stronger than him?" The thin man puffed out, his chest like a proud swan, a smug expression on his face. "What you don't know is that Brother Shi is someone who came from the innate ability base. After 10 years of ability training, the accumulation of skills over this decade is not something someone who has just awakened for less than a year can compare to." "What? Innate training camp?" The chubby boy was instantly stunned, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. It was like a pie falling from the sky, such good fortune had landed on him. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that they were targeting him, or more precisely, his abilities. He knew well that he possessed a rare and precious defensive ability. His shield could block all damage below the captain level and could also reflect damage, but his current skills were still shallow and his abilities were not yet proficient. Once he became stronger, his abilities would significantly improve as well. At that time, who the real strong one was would still be uncertain. Thinking of this, he secretly vowed in his heart that the man who had bullied him so much and rejected his request to join the team had completely looked down on him. He must follow this team and trample them underfoot, making that little brat understand what it means to know one's place. Looking at the chubby boy's dark and fierce expression, Shi Yang's lips curled slightly. Yes, just like that, let the anger cloud his eyes, so he could be easily manipulated. Brother Shi, what should we do next? The thin man asked. Shi Yang replied, we currently lack supportive awakeners, so we must focus on recruitment. Although it seems like there are still 3 days until the newcomer assessment starts, in reality, with each passing day, nearly half of the people will have already formed teams. We must fill our team today, otherwise, tomorrow and the day after, there will only be useless people left. Understood, Brother Shi. The thin man immediately grasped the situation and nodded. The chubby boy followed suit, nodding, okay, Brother Shi. Where are we going next? Yin Yun clasped her hands gently, leaning in slightly, her gaze casually sweeping over the silent Lu Chen and Xia Qianqing since earlier. She lightly fanned her delicate face in front of her nose, a hint of displeasure flashing across her features as she muttered softly, enough already, this nauseating soap opera smell of youthful romance can be smelled from afar. Xia Qianqing cleared her throat, trying to ease the awkwardness. A faint blush still lingered on her face as she quickly said, the urgent matter is to quickly gather the team. Although the final number of team members is still uncertain, it's estimated to be at least 5, with a maximum of 7. In my opinion, the most important thing right now is to find a key supportive ability user. And then we need to look for a defensive ability user. Lu Chen casually asked, after all this time, haven't you come across any supportive ability users? Xia Qianqing sighed helplessly, although we arrived early, others came later, and a batch of people only started arriving yesterday. I've checked most of their abilities, but there are still some who slipped through the cracks. Just look at the scene yesterday, the number of people was more than 3 times that of the day before. With such a large influx, how could I check everyone? So where are we going next? The library? I remember you mentioned there was another candidate? Lu Chen pressed. Xia Qianqing nodded, that's right, there is indeed an alternative candidate. He's a man who wears glasses and looks quite refined, his awakened ability is called scroll transformation, and this ability is simply extraordinary. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was taken aback, thinking how impressive this ability must be to warrant such a mention. He can transform books that he has completely understood and read word for word into his own power. I don't know the specifics, but it should be quite versatile. However, he doesn't seem like someone who can be easily recruited. Xia Qianqing slowly pulled out a photo from her phone's album, showing a refined-looking man with gold-rimmed glasses reading a book. Ahem, this is a candid shot I took. Beside her, Yin Yun's eyes lit up. What a handsome young man. This looks, this face, it can rival the captain. The captain she referred to was naturally Lu Chen. Wow, really? Miyamoto Chier pointed at the photo in Xia Qianqing's hand, showing a hint of surprise. He looks like Aizen from Death Note. Oh, the Aizen before he turned dark, really? Refined, looks like a good person. Miyamoto Chier showed a hint of confusion towards Xia Qianqing. His ability is so powerful, why do you classify him as an alternative? This ability, this appearance, is far superior to that previous chubby guy. Xia Qianqing raised her eyebrows slightly, her voice tinged with caution, but his stats are too high. I'm afraid. Xia Qianqing silently looked at Lu Chen. The truth is that 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. What are the stats? Lu Chen asked. Strength 49, speed 55, mental power 20. What? Wow, is he really that strong? This little handsome guy. Mental power 20? Yes. But can't you only identify those with lower cultivation? Then you? Come on, abilities can be checked. Am I supposed to go find them one by one offline? So what's his name? Let me think, it seems to be Wan Shang. What? You said Lu Chen has killed people at the captain level of the collective court? How is that possible? Du Jiro was currently under a massive tree with Shi Yang. And others. She pressed her hand against her head, feeling utterly absurd. People at the captain level of the collective court, that kind of level, even she wouldn't dare to say she could defeat them 100%. And Lu Chen? Why would he? He was just an awakened one for less than a year. Although this is hard to believe, I think you should accept the reality. I heard you made a bet with him. I don't care what you are betting on, but Du Jiro, we are both from the innate training camp, right? Every S-level team of the new recruits comes From the innate training camp. Is this batch going to drop the ball here? 10 years of hard work, 10 years of skillfully using abilities. And yet, we are trampled by a bunch of awakened kids who have been at it for less than a year. Are you willing to accept that? Dujiro. You don't want to lose either, right? You can only join my team now. Let's join forces. For the honor of innate ability users. And for your bet. The voice of Shi Yang echoed in her ears, and Dujiro slowly lowered her head. She bit her lip. Lightly, turning her face away, her expression somewhat unnatural as she said, I need to verify this myself. If Lu Chen really could defeat someone at the captain level, then, in this bet, she would truly become the clown. So, she would have no choice but to team up with Shi Yang. It wasn't such a bad thing, really. If it was for victory, for the honor of the innate ability users not to be trampled underfoot, she thought teaming up with Shi Yang was nothing to be criticized. But the premise of all this was that what Shi Yang said was true. Before that, she needed to verify it. Lu Chen killed the captain-level Shenhu and Lin Zhang. This news has already spread. How reclusive can you be? Now Shige is kindly telling you he wants to team up with you. How can you be so ungrateful? The frail man rolled his eyes and shouted directly. However, the next second, a sound of a blade rang out. A sharp sword's edge was pressed against his throat. The long sword reflected the blinding morning sun. A cold voice rang in his ear. Did I not say I would verify it? Why are you in such a hurry? If you say one more word, I will break one of your fingers. Hey, don't be so brutal, Jiro. He's one of our teammates for the newcomer assessment. We're all on the same side. Don't be so agitated, just take a breather, relax. Shi Yang smiled slightly, standing in front of the frail man, slowly moving the long sword held by Dujiro with 2 fingers. Dujiro silently glanced at Shi Yang. Your pretentiousness makes me sick. Do you want to be a peacemaker? What are you even? After saying this, Jiro suddenly swung the large sword towards the frail man behind Shi Yang. Everything happened too suddenly, and the frail man was instantly paralyzed with fear, sitting on the ground. A hand, full of cracks and burning with fiery grooves, suddenly reached out and grabbed the sword's body. Shi Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Dujiro, don't forget, if I'm not mistaken, the only way you can win against Lu Chen now is to join us. Do you want to be our enemy now? The large sword in Dujiro's hand paused. In the end, she still retracted the sword, a cold smile flashing across her face. You better be telling the truth, or I will cut off his tongue tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Shi Yang's heart sank. It seemed the other party was definitely joining. He sighed, then I'll wait for you to find me tomorrow. Just forget about meeting, I'll text you my answer. Meeting will only make me feel sick? Dujiro flicked her large sword, then performed a flourish before she sheathed it, walking away down a side path without looking back. Shige, what's up with this girl? Does she really want to cut me? We're all newcomers participating in the assessment. The frail man was clearly frightened, a hint of fear showing on his face. Shi Yang smiled slightly, gently patting the frail man's back. How could that be? She just doesn't know how to communicate with others. In reality, she's not that scary. Just a toughened punching bag, really. Dujiro, you truly are making me more and more interested in you. Damn bitch. Is it him? In the library, sunlight streamed through the tall windows, cascading like silk threads. In a quiet corner, a man leaned against a bookshelf, lightly flipping through the pages of the Tao Te Ching. The sunlight fell perfectly on his profile, outlining a soft yet clear contour, while the other half of his face was hidden in shadow, the interplay of light and shadow resembling a tranquil and beautiful painting. At the corner of the bookshelf opposite, Lu Chen confirmed with Xia Qianqing. Xia Qianqing nodded. That's right. He really is handsome, Yin Yun said, gazing at the man, her eyes sparkling with little stars. But the captain is still the most handsome. With a shift in tone, Yin Yun grabbed Lu Chen's arm, instantly pressing herself against him. Xia Qianqing originally felt relieved upon hearing Yin Yun's infatuation, but then the dead girl turned around and stabbed her in the back. Damn it, you're already infatuated, and now you're trying to steal my man? Xia Qianqing's expression stiffened slightly as she looked at Yin Yun with increasingly unfriendly eyes. Lu Chen, on the other hand, froze up. Even through a few thin layers of clothing, he could feel Yin Yun's silky softness, which was undeniably pleasant. However, Lu Chen silently glanced at Xia Qianqing, only to see her expression rigid, her small hands tightly clenched, her gaze fixed intensely on the spot where he and Yin Yun were in contact, her cherry-red lips pressed tightly together, clearly biting her silver teeth, just like a little cat whose prey had been snatched away, instantly bristling. Just last night, he had told Xia Qianqing he would marry her, and now he was getting tangled up with another woman. What was this supposed to mean? Keep pretending, admit it, you both want him. In the dark depths of the space, a figure sat high on a pitch-black block, mocking with a smile. Shut up, you have no right to speak. Lu Chen's expression remained calm, as if he were as steady as an old dog. He slowly pried open the two small hands that Yin Yun had tightly grasped, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. I'll take the lead and get closer, you two stay here. For now. After saying that, Lu Chen hurriedly walked towards the corner, his back appearing somewhat awkward. Xia Qianqing brought her hands together, a hint of displeasure on her face, and said bluntly to Yin Yun, can't you understand human language? He's mine. You like handsome guys, now there's not just one, so stop clinging to Lu Chen. Yo, stop. Clinging to Lu Chen, as if you have something going on with him. Yin Yun crossed her arms, taunting. She didn't notice the strange expression on Xia Qianqing's face or the odd look on Miyamoto Chi-Air's face beside her. Yin Yun continued to mock, what's wrong? Acting like you've slept with Lu Chun or something. As long as you're not married, pursuing your own love is our right. After saying that, the scene fell silent, and a trace of triumph flashed across Yin Yun's face. Nothing to say now, right? Not having slept together and not being married, what's there to act like? However, within 2 seconds of her triumph, Yin Yun quickly noticed Miyamoto Chi-Air's hesitance and Xia Qianqing's gradually reddening face. Yin Yun suddenly felt a breath catch in her throat. Wait. Daidamase, Japanese, wait a moment. This urgency made Yin Yun blurt out the Japanese she had learned from anime. You two slept together? Xia Qianqing remained silent, but the blush on the girl's face said it all. Miyamoto Chi-Air also said nothing, he just felt a bit awkward as he picked at his feet. He wasn't bad looking, why didn't any girl pursue him? Miyamoto Chi-Air slowly pulled out his samurai sword, looking at his reflection in the blade, which was quite handsome too. Look, a Yamato bastard, damn. With a samurai sword, be careful not to get slashed. Ha. Hearing the whispers from some girls nearby, Miyamoto Chi-Air's expression darkened. I hate that nickname, it sounds a bit cute, but I know it's an insult, baka. Note, in Japan, bastard can have a slightly cute connotation. Can't you be a little quieter? The man sitting in the corner had a hint of irritation flashing across his brow. Holding a copy of the Tao Te Ching, he had clearly read it before but returned to the first page to start flipping through it again. The sunlight comfortably spilled onto the pages, and the man never looked up, as if the book contained gold, while the outside world was nothing but dust, unworthy of a glance. Excuse me, would you like to join our team? Lu Chen walked over and said straightforwardly. Sure. The man continued flipping through the Tao Te Ching, seemingly having just said something inconsequential. Lu Chen was stunned, this was too easy, wasn't it? So easy that he felt it was unreal. Shouldn't he have asked who was in the team and what he needed to do to find his own position or something? At the very least, he should have asked who his teammates were, right? What was going on? A simple question and answer, and it was over. The most crucial part was that the other party agreed. What I mean is, the rookie assessment requires forming a team, so I'm asking if you want to team up with us. Although I'm not sure how many people are needed for the team, it should be more than 5, Lu Chen said halfway through. He was interrupted by the man, who continued flipping through the Tao Te Ching, his voice soft as he nodded. I understand. I will team up with you. Lu Chen was momentarily speechless, he didn't even know what to say. He couldn't exactly ask the person he invited why they agreed so readily, could he? That would be too embarrassing. Should he agree or not? I didn't misunderstand, don't worry, I will join you. The reason is simple, following you will allow me to enter the S-level tier. Are you that sure? Another brief exchange left Lu Chen at a loss for words again. No wonder Xia Qianqing had placed him as a backup, this guy was indeed strange. We should at least introduce ourselves. My name is Lu Chen. Hello, Lu Chen, my name is Wen Shang. Wen Shang, it's getting late. Do you want to join us for lunch? No, Captain, I brought a bento. I will eat it secretly in the library. I believe improving my strength is more important than eating. Wen Shang turned to the next page and replied. His gaze suddenly paused, and he continued, by the way, your teammates are a bit noisy. If possible, you should go have lunch quickly, that little brat can talk. Lu Chen couldn't help but smirk, this person was really quite unsociable. Unlike Gongben Sher, who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, this guy was genuinely cold. Like an iceberg, unmoving and calm as still water. By the way, here's my QR code, let's add each other as friends. When Shang held a book in one hand and his phone in the other, directly pulling up the QR code. Lu Chen silently scanned the QR code. Goodbye, Captain. Lu Chen was both amused and annoyed, he had just scanned it, and now he was being shooed away? Fine, at least the people were gathered. Lu Chen fiddled with his phone, sent a friend request, and it was accepted immediately. After adding a note, Lu Chen was almost at the place where Xia Qianqing and the others were. How did it go? Xiaqianqing's face still had a rosy glow. Ahem, it worked out. This is that guy's message. Lu Chen waved his phone, showing a chat box with the note for Wen Shang. In fact, he had already heard the argument between Xiaqianqing and Yin Yun earlier. However, it was better to pretend he hadn't heard anything. Hey! Captain, are you a scumbag? You've already slept with Sister Xia and are still hitting on me, Yin Yun said, revealing her silver teeth, annoyed. Hitting on? Lu Chun couldn't help but grin. Where did she learn such vocabulary? Who was hitting on whom, anyway? Clearly, it's you hitting on Lu Chen, you little vixen, Xiaqianqing quickly pulled Lu Chen's hand, creating distance from Yin Yun to prevent the topic from expanding further. For some reason, hearing the words hitting on made her feel a bit guilty inside. Yin Yun raised an eyebrow, grabbing Xiaqianqing's hand provocatively. Sister Xia, what do you mean by that? If you don't mind, I could hit on you instead. Wild girl, looking for a fight. Xiaqianqing knew that Yin Yun was provoking her, and she immediately extended her dragon claw hand, unceremoniously reaching for Yin Yun. She wanted this little girl to know her power. Sister Xia, it tickles, don't scratch. Yin Yun was instantly dumbfounded. Xiaqianqing was really scratching her. She quickly begged for mercy. Watching the playful scuffle between Xiaqianqing and Yin Yun, Lu Chen slowly covered his forehead with one hand. It was no wonder that when Shang had directly issued an eviction order, there really wasn't much to say about it. However, this was lively, wasn't it? This was what made it feel a bit more human. In a distant Western country, at the Ashes Charity headquarters, an art exhibition and poverty alleviation conference was being held publicly at this moment. Thank you, Ashes Charity headquarters, and thank you to the Hope Group for their strong support behind the scenes. Yes, thanks to the Hope Group, the world has become a better place. Under the marble dome, 7 crystal chandeliers floated, illuminating the Renaissance-style murals in exquisite detail. Waiters in tuxedos weaved through the genuine works of Picasso, the air filled with a unique scent of myrrh incense mixed with the fragrance of fine clothing. At this moment, a man dressed in a dark purple suit strode confidently onto the stage. The cut of his suit was somewhat flamboyant, yet it showcased a unique personality. The man grabbed the microphone and spoke with a hint of compassion in his voice. I am very pleased to still be standing here this year. He began with a slightly humorous joke. This means my group has not yet been swallowed by the cruel tides of the business world, nor have we fallen into the fate of loss and bankruptcy. As soon as he said this, light laughter rippled through the crowd. Although there were many praises for the Hope Group among those present, everyone knew that the group had reportedly suffered severe losses in recent years, and no one could guarantee who would be standing here next year. The man was Victor Perlon, with a typical Western face, his facial contours sharp, as if chiseled, and his eyes bright and piercing, as if they could see through everything in the world. He continued in a deep voice, although I do not know when the day of the group's collapse will come. Perhaps tomorrow I will be begging on the streets, but everyone, please believe that no matter when, I will do my utmost to save those who are suffering. His words were powerful, and his eyes sparkled with determination, because hope will never be extinguished. As Victor Perlin's voice fell, the atmosphere in the venue was instantly ignited to its peak. Hope! 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 However, at that moment, bang, the sound of a sniper rifle echoed across the sky. A bullet suddenly pierced through Victor Perlin's ear. Blood immediately flowed from his ear, and he covered his injured ear with both hands, then crouched behind the podium. His face turned somewhat pale, and a stream of fluent curses burst out. Oh, drop dead Chopu, die. Victor Perlin's face instantly flushed red, not because he was particularly angry, but because he had lost too much blood from his ear, and a surge of red blood cells rushed in to save him. He picked up the microphone from the ground and shouted loudly, clearly not a professional sniper killer. 7.62mm NATO round? Send my regards to your shooting instructor. Yes. He obviously didn't teach you what precision means. Victor pulled out a blood-stained NATO round from his ear, and the injury beside his ear was visibly starting to heal at a rapid pace. He smirked, revealing a mocking smile, and aimed at the microphone. Tell your employer, when I shove the bullet up his ass, he will hear the echoes of hell coming from his rear. Of course, there's one last thing. Hope, forever. Recent foreign news reports indicate that the Ashes Charity headquarters has been the scene of an assassination attempt, with Victor, the chairman of the Hope Group, being the primary target. His left ear was shot through, and this is the footage from the scene. Fortunately, the bodyguards nearby quickly located the sniper and successfully subdued him before handing him over to the police. It is worth mentioning that Victor, the chairman of the Hope Group, is indeed a major supporter behind the Ashes Charity headquarters, having made significant contributions to the organization. The Ashes Charity headquarters is located in the west, in the capital of the United Nations, Glimmer City. Newcomer training camp. On the top floor of the dormitory building. Shintenzong held a remote control in his hand, a hint of sarcasm on his face. How ironic. If the world knew that this world-class charity organization, known for its good deeds, is actually a filthy place conducting inhumane experiments, how shocked they would be. But even if I told others, they would probably just dismiss it as nonsense, or think I'm crazy. After all, who would believe that a benefactor who has always helped them is actually a villain who has done nothing but evil? After so many years, the people of the Night Watch are not fools. How could they not uncover the enemy's true nature? But even if they did find out, what could they do? They are recognized worldwide as a group of great benefactors. Without solid evidence, everything is just talk. The assassination is somewhat interesting, but who would openly shoot at such an influential person in front of so many cameras? Shooting is one thing, but to miss so conveniently is a bit ridiculous. Shintenzong's words were laden with meaning as he coldly stared at Victor on the screen. Was it really just a miss? I don't believe it. It's too fake. Knock, 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 a series of knocks on the door. Shintenzong leaned back on the sofa, reached for the remote control for the main door, and pressed a button casually. The door opened in response. The newcomer assessment is about to begin. Zhang Jin pushed the door open and walked in. The equipment room, cafeteria, and dormitories in the newcomer training camp have all been prepared and can start at any time. No, it's not about to start, it has already started. Shintenzong shook his head slightly, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. Before the tidal wave arrives, the waves have already begun to rise. They should have roughly formed their teams by now. After all, the newcomer training camp is more competitive than one might imagine. So, has the number of team members been decided? Zhang Jin asked after a moment of thought. As the main person in charge, they naturally needed to communicate, especially since most decisions required Shintenzong's approval. Let me think about the number of team members. How about we set it to 4 to 6 this time? 4 to 6? Zhang Jin exclaimed. In previous years, the number was fixed. Of course, there were significant drawbacks, such as some teams failing to achieve their own results due to one slacker. But this would also allow some barely qualified individuals to pass the assessment. It could be seen as increasing the pass rate, but it also raised the difficulty of achieving higher levels. Of course, this only applied to those who couldn't complete the required number of team members. Overall, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. However, if Shintenzong insisted on this approach, the pass rate this year might drop by more than 5%. It's worth noting that last year's pass rate was only 33%. How many participants are there this year? Shintenzong asked. 109, Zhang Jin replied immediately. Shintenzong nodded, slowly exhaling. This year's pass rate can be compressed to 20%, the remaining 80% of fools can be dealt with next year. But isn't this a bit unfair to those who have already failed the assessment twice? Zhang Jin asked with some concern. Unfair? Shintenzong sneered. Do you expect to tell the enemy about fairness once you're on the battlefield? Moreover, luck is also a form of strength. Besides, they have participated twice and failed. Do you think they will pass on the third try? Even if they do pass, what then? They will be assigned to the guard department, and then what? With their abilities, can they really handle the work in the guard department? This is also for their own good. If they lack the ability, it's better to enter the logistics department, it's not shameful. Shintenzong's words were very practical and straightforward. So straightforward that it was like a long sword drawn from its sheath, making it hard to look directly at it, simply because it was too glaring. Zhang Jin did not refute, these were all hard truths. After all, for those with special abilities, being a burden is far more fatal than losing a teammate. Since they lack combat capability, it's better to enter the logistics department. They can still contribute, and generally speaking, there's no life-threatening danger. In fact, it counts as being a real civil servant, which isn't bad, except that the salary isn't as good as the current internship period. Indeed, entering the logistics department, the salary will naturally not be like the current monthly income of $1 million, or an annual income of $10 million. This money is for the warriors who risk their lives to defend the peace of their territory. The salary in the logistics department isn't pitifully low, but compared to the $1 million monthly income, it seems a bit lacking. This is also why so many people want to pass the assessment. In reality, it's still about money. After all, money is the root of all evil, everyone is tied to money, and you can't avoid kneeling. But on the other hand, although the treatment in the logistics department isn't as good as the $1 million monthly income in the guard department, it's still much better than what ordinary people receive. It's not unfair to those who didn't pass the assessment. It's quite humanitarian. Team formation needs to be done immediately on the first day, followed by 2 months of newcomer training, and the last month will be when the formal assessment begins, Shintenzong added. As for whether those who didn't pass the assessment would have to undergo A second round of newcomer assessment, it's just like learning to drive. If you fail, you will definitely have to learn again. After all, if you really didn't need to relearn, you wouldn't have failed. Understood. Zhang Jin held his phone, quickly typing a few lines, and soon conveyed the orders. The news that the team formation time was moved to the first day quickly spread among the instructors of the newcomer assessment. 3 days passed quickly. During this time, there was nothing to do. Chen took advantage of the free time to eat pig brain noodles for 3 days. I have to say, pig brains are quite clever. Each time he ate, he gained 0.1. After 3 days, he gained exactly 1 point. Mental power, 17.1. The 3-day period was up. Dozens of white vans parked in front of the Sunset Hotel. The newcomers participating in the assessment boarded the vehicles one after another. Each van could carry exactly 5 people. Chen and his group quickly gathered and boarded a white van. As the personnel gradually assembled, the roar of the engine started. The scenery outside the window began to slide back continuously. The Sunset Hotel, where they had stayed for 7 days, was coming to an end. Next, they would enter the newcomer training camp and completely become trained recruits. The origin of special abilities remains a mystery to this day. Some believe that the essence of special abilities is that they are people who have been monsterized, retaining only a shred of rationality. Once that rationality collapses, they will become monsters. Others firmly believe that special abilities are a gift from heaven. However, more people currently lean towards the former. Special ability users are merely monsters barely restrained by rationality. Once we lose our sanity, we will fall into bloodthirsty demons. Today, we will discuss the knowledge about the process of special ability users losing their sanity and transforming into monsters. A process known in the industry as aberration rampage. Although the path of mutation is not absolutely irreversible, once one embarks on the road of mutation, it basically means that they are not far from completely becoming a monster. Therefore, everyone's will must be firm. Chen and the others had been in the newcomer training camp for more than 10 days. On the day they arrived, as expected, everyone was required to form teams, with 4 to 6 members per team. On Chen's side, the team members had not changed. After all, forming a team is not just about having more people, the key is the quality of the members. Although some people desperately pleaded with Chen to take them in, it was not a decision he could make alone. After a team vote, everyone unanimously rejected them. So, they could only regretfully decline those individuals. Of course, it wasn't just Chen and his team who rejected others. Many teams turned away some people as well. However, there were exceptions, such as the team led by Shi Yang, which took in a member that no one else wanted. It was unclear what they were thinking. By the way, it's worth mentioning that Du Jiro joined Shi Yang's team. Although it seems she didn't like standing with Shi Yang and his team, she did indeed join them. Phew, it's finally starting. By the way, hasn't the newcomer assessment been moved up by more than half a month? Zhang Jin asked Shintenzong, who was sitting in a chair beside the podium. That's right, Shintenzong nodded. You're the leader of the special operations team, you should know some insider information. Unlike me, just a city-level captain who can't hear the news from above, Zhang Jin joked. Shintenzong raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of amusement on his face. Captain Zhang, are you openly asking me for upper-level secrets? Be careful, one day I might make you unhappy and lock you up. Cough, I'm just asking. Besides, I could guess it even if you didn't say anything. Zhang Jin coughed lightly. Go ahead and guess. If you're right, I'll tell you, Shintenzong said, a slight smile on his lips. As if they were discussing gossip rather than upper-level secrets. Aren't you openly revealing upper-level secrets to me? Zhang Jin squinted his eyes and laughed. If you really guess it right, I wouldn't consider it revealing secrets. So, tell me, how much did you guess? Shintenzong became interested, like a gambler asking. I guess the higher-ups must have received some news that is not favorable for the newcomer assessment. So that's why they moved the time up and sent you, a major general, to guard it, Zhang Jin said. Shintenzong didn't show much surprise, he merely paused and then smiled slightly. That's right, you guessed pretty well. We received a relatively reliable piece of information. What is it? The Court of All Beings is preparing to take action against the newcomer assessment and deal a heavy blow to us. What? Who told you this? Does the Court of All Beings have an undercover agent among us? Who? I can't answer that, it's a secret. Let me ask a different question. Why is the Court of All Beings doing this? I don't know. Currently, we only know that the Court of All Beings will attack the newcomer training camp, but we don't know their motives. After saying this, Shintenzong quietly rubbed his nose. He lied, although there was no clear evidence, he had already guessed the reason. However, that was also a secret, better left unknown. Zhang Jin covered his forehead with both hands, a hint of worry in his eyes. If this is true, you alone can't stop them, right? The hidden dragon is divided into 6 small teams, and my team is called Lingxiao. Now, with insufficient spiritual energy, being at the nascent soul level is already a very strong power. Those above that level wouldn't personally intervene over such trivial matters. Just like an atomic bomb, no one would bring out the destructive atomic bomb right from the start, unless they completely tear their face apart. And I have comprehended the completion of 3 visualization diagrams. I think, if I can't resist the words, then beneath the transformation of the spirit, no one should be able to resist, right? Shen Tianzong said, resting one hand on his chin. Zhang Jin rubbed his forehead, but you're alone. There's a saying, 3 cobblers can match Zhuge Liang. If you get held up, won't we all be doomed? So what if I get held up? Aren't you here? Shintenzong raised an eyebrow and smiled. Your idea is quite good, but I have a family. I won't really stake my life on the battlefield, Zhang Jin said nonchalantly. Shintenzong merely smiled slightly as he gazed at the sun in the sky. This rising sun was very warm, for it was the result of the sun burning with all its might. Before turning to ashes, remember to leave a farewell letter, in case mice really come to cause trouble this time. You little brat, who says anyone will die? I won't die. No respect, I'm your commander. You rascal, I could be your uncle, come call me dad. Get lost. The blazing sun scorched the training ground, and the asphalt surface shimmered with distorted heat waves. The originally cold weather seemed to have vanished without a trace. The instructor responsible for teaching martial arts, one of the squad leaders of the night demons in the Magic City, Jin Gu, tore off his training jacket with one hand. The muscular lines beneath his army green short sleeves rose and fell with his breath, like a black panther poised to pounce. Today we will learn how to find the correct point of force. Many comrades, due to self-taught swordsmanship and knife techniques, make some critical mistakes in their points of force, and I am here to correct them. Incorrect force application can lead to shoulder shrugging. And over time, not only will the neck shorten, but the posture will also look very unappealing. The most crucial point is that one's strength cannot exert its original power. This is fatal on the battlefield. Now everyone, check your trapezius muscles. He bent his index finger to tap the shoulder blades and back of his neck. On the battlefield, using 1 more ounce of strength means 1 less chance of survival. This is where we usually borrow strength when we are fatigued. Due to prolonged reliance on borrowed strength, the muscles here can become overly tense and remain in a stretched state, leading to insufficient strength and poor coordination. On the playground, a group of newcomers sat dazed, like wooden sculptures. Right in the middle, Lu Chen and his companions sat. Lu Chen quietly reached for his shoulder. He had long sensed that every time he exerted force, despite giving it his all, there was always a feeling of inadequacy. It was like when he faced the monsters imprisoned in the court of all beings. With Lu Chen's strength, he could easily have severed their heads, yet he always ended up exhausted, only able to chop halfway and then cleave it, like chopping wood. Now he finally understood that it was due to prolonged incorrect reliance on strength, causing the trapezius muscles to become overly tense and bulge. In truth, this couldn't all be blamed on Lu Chen. For students who lack exercise and sit for long periods, this situation is quite common. He wasn't a regular at the gym, so naturally, he wouldn't pay attention to these details. What Lu Chen didn't expect was that the difficulty of the newcomer training camp courses far exceeded his imagination, truly hardcore. From the heavy history surging in from the hidden underworld to the professional courses analyzing muscle force points and their improvement methods, to practical skills teaching like emergency first aid, everything highlighted the harshness of the newcomer assessments, which need not be elaborated on here. Although time passed quickly, the 2 months of training flew by in the blink of an eye. The members of the squad were now increasingly familiar with each other. Of course, aside from Wen Shang, the bookworm, everyone else was chatting and laughing, clearly indicating that friendships had deepened significantly. Today was the last day of training. Lu Chen stood among the crowd, lined up with Xia Qianqing and others, gazing at the instructor on the podium recounting the past 2 months, delivering an impassioned speech. Lu Chen couldn't help but rub his forehead, cursing the damn formalism. Although the instructor had taught for 2 months, he didn't feel it was a matter of life and death. It was just like the 7 days of military training at school. But these people, though called instructors, were essentially the captains of the Magic City, right? The one teaching them medical skills should be the captain of the logistics department. Many shared Lu Chen's thoughts. Most had already undergone newcomer training, such as those who had participated in 2 assessments. The script hasn't changed. I remember hearing this last year too. I thought I was the only one who noticed. What's the big deal? It's just a formality. The newcomers they send off have eaten more salt than you have. Just listen, this is my 3rd time attending, and these words are still the same, not a single word has changed. The newcomers, who had originally been shedding tears, suddenly stopped, silently wiping away their worthless tears, their gazes towards the instructor on the podium tinged with a hint of melancholy. They had been so moved, thinking the instructor was reluctant to part with them, only to realize it was just a recitation, rendering their tears meaningless. Oh well, they weren't worth much anyway. The instructor reading from the script cleared his throat. He had certainly heard the murmurs from below. After all, their cultivation levels were evident, and all the captains were at the Spirit Sea realm. They naturally wouldn't have missed those comments. A hint of embarrassment appeared on their faces. However, as those people said, it wasn't just this year that those who had participated in 3 assessments were exposing the truth, so they had long since developed thick skin. Were they really expected to write a farewell speech every year? Don't be ridiculous, that would be torture for them. Zhang Jin cleared his throat. Every year at this point, it was time for him to say something different. He stepped onto the podium and took the microphone. Instantly, a loud voice resonated from the 2 large speakers behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, you have now completed your newcomer training, and what awaits you next is the test. Whether you are a mule or a horse, it's time to show your true colors. There will be 3 assessments, each lasting 5 days, totaling 15 days. I will now announce the specific items of the assessments. In order, a written knowledge exam, team battles, and finally, a simulated combat scenario. The simulated combat scenario accounts for 60% of the final score. Team battles account for 30%. The written knowledge exam only accounts for 10% of the overall assessment, but it is important to note that each member must achieve a score of 60 or above. If an individual's written score is below 60, the team's score for the written knowledge portion will be directly counted as 0, which will severely impact the team's overall score. In other words, if you don't want your written knowledge exam score to be zeroed out, help each other out and support the underperformers in your team. Otherwise, without those 10 points, you might have originally qualified for an A grade but end up with a B grade instead. As Zhang Jin's words fell, everyone in the audience was stunned. How could one person's failure drag the whole team down? A wild-looking individual immediately raised his hand. Zhang Jin glanced at him and asked, "What's your question?" "Report, instructor, this is unfair." "Where is it unfair?" "It's very unfriendly to those who are weak in cultural subjects." "That's right, but that is also the purpose of this assessment. Having strength without common sense means that even the strongest person is just a pig waiting to be slaughtered, full of fat but useless. Compared to strength, intelligence and common sense are often more crucial. As the saying goes, in favorable circumstances, one relies on strength, in adversity, one relies on intelligence. Zhang Jin easily answered this question. Instantly, the noise from the audience diminished sharply, and they exchanged glances. In fact, most of those present were not fools. The fools had already been excluded during the team formation phase. However, this did not mean that some people would smoothly pass the written knowledge exam. "Sure, brother, sure, my written knowledge isn't that great." In Shi Yang's team, the chubby Tang Rui lowered his head somewhat sheepishly, his small hands clenched tightly. Bang! A kick was delivered. Directly. The attacker was the thin Zhang Mingyang. A hint of disdain flashed in Zhang Mingyang's eyes. "You can't even memorize that little bit of knowledge, are you useless? You skinny brat, watch your words. Brother sure hasn't said anything, so why are you blabbering?" The chubby Tang Rui did not let Zhang Mingyang off easily, pulling at Shi Yang's metaphorical tiger skin as he spoke. A flicker of anger crossed Zhang Mingyang's eyes. "You fatso, how dare you mention Brother Shi? Without Brother Shi, with your pig-like appearance, stupid brain, and lewd gaze, which team would want you?" As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Rui's face turned red. "It's one thing to call me a fatso, and another to say I'm stupid. But you shouldn't call me lewd." In that moment, Tang Rui swung a fist towards Zhang Mingyang's jaw. Instantly, a look of shock flashed in Zhang Mingyang's eyes as he was knocked back by the punch. Soon, he regained his composure, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Looking for a fight, huh, fatso? Come on." Immediately, the two began to grapple with each other. Not far away, Chen and the others had already noticed the commotion from the start. After all, their voices were quite loud, like a bustling market. Afraid that others couldn't hear. Not only Chen and his group, but everyone on the playground noticed Tang Rui and Zhang Mingyang. In response, Shi Yang's expression remained calm. His pupils unmoving, yet seemingly carrying a hint of intimidation. "Why did they start fighting?" Yin Yun asked curiously. Xia Qinqing cleared her throat, because, compared to insults, the truth is a sharp knife, a knife capable of driving people to lose their reason. Gong Benshare glanced towards Shi Yang's side, a hint of caution in his brow, and whispered, "There are 2 strong people over there. So what if they are strong? We also have 2 trump cards here, don't we?" Xia Qinqing glanced at the silent Lu Chen and Wen Shang, who was currently wearing headphones and flipping through the compendium of materia medica. Everyone, stop. Shi Yang's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it rang out beside Tang Rui and Zhang Mingyang. Although the voice was not loud, it was surprisingly effective. The two who were still grappling instantly stiffened, their faces showing reluctance. But ultimately, they obediently ceased their struggle, each retreating to their own side, silent. Shi Yang's expression had not changed in the slightest from the beginning. He slowly turned to the surrounding people and bowed slightly, sorry for disturbing everyone. Dujiro stood behind Shi Yang, holding a large sword, a hint of a sarcastic smile on her face. What a show, who are you putting it on for? Surprisingly, Dujiro seemed unconcerned about being on the same team as Shi Yang, still intent on tearing down the stage. Jiro, it seems you have a deep misunderstanding of me. Shi Yang slowly stood up, slightly turning to look at Dujiro behind him, his arm gradually revealing red patterns. The moment Dujiro saw these patterns, her body visibly trembled. She tightened her grip on the large sword and turned her head. TCH. I'll heal you. A girl was now standing beside Tang Rui and Zhang Mingyang, extending her small hands, and immediately, a greenish oil-like substance emanated from her palms. A surge of rich vitality flowed out, then infused into Tang Rui and Zhang Mingyang's bodies. Suddenly, the slight bruises that had appeared from the scuffle between the two vanished without a trace. Wow, it's still thanks to Cui Yi's healing technique, all my injuries are gone, Tang Rui said, touching his head. Zhang Mingyang rubbed his jaw. Tang Rui's punch had been quite powerful and still hurt. Now, under the healing technique, that pain had instantly disappeared. Thank you for your hard work, Cui Yi, Shi Yang said as he walked over to her, revealing a smile. Cui Yi's face flushed slightly. It's nothing, brother Shi. Dujiro silently stared at Shi Yang's back. She seemed like an outsider in this team, standing still with an increasing chill in her eyes. However, she didn't say anything to undermine the situation. On the stage, Zhang Jin witnessed this farce and nodded silently. No wonder he came from the innate training camp. Shi Yang indeed possessed leadership qualities at the captain level. At this moment, Zhang Jin had nothing much to say about the farce, but openly fighting while he was speaking still warranted a small punishment. Tang Rui, Zhang Mingyang, you openly fought while I was speaking, so you are punished to clean the dormitory building for a week, Zhang Jin stated directly. Instantly, Tang Rui and Zhang Mingyang looked dejected. It's all your fault. You fatso, you clearly threw the first punch. Zhang Jin stood on the stage and continued, in 3 days, there will be a written exam. The value of this assessment was now evident. It was a reminder to everyone that if there was a fool during team actions, the entire team would suffer the consequences. What had previously existed only in theory was now materialized through the assessment. That night, on the top floor balcony of the dormitory, which served as a public drying area. The dormitory where Shintenzong stayed was on the highest floor, right below the balcony. At this moment, the night wind howled past, the rooftop was unprotected, and cold winds rushed in from all directions. Even though it was hot, the night breeze remained icy and biting. Standing on the rooftop, one could gaze at the bustling and prosperous scene of Magic City, illuminated like a paradise on earth. Chen stood in this place, looking towards the vibrant area of Magic City. Still not here? Chen slowly picked up his phone and checked the time. Stood up again. He had arranged to meet Wen Sheng on the rooftop balcony. Creak, the slightly rusty iron gate opened with a crisp sound, and a figure walked out from inside. He was holding a book with the title Romance of the Three Kingdoms prominently displayed on it. Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Chen was taken aback. Wow, can he really use this book? Is volume transformation so universal? He thought one could only read the Dao De Jing or the Compendium of Materia Medica. When Shang nodded, then turned to the next page and continued, what do you want with me? It shouldn't just be for a casual chat, right? Forget it, I knew you wouldn't easily believe a small excuse. Chen showed a hint of surprise on his face, he hadn't even asked yet. However, when Shang wasn't wrong, he indeed held some suspicion towards him. After all, the other party's behavior was quite strange, especially back when he had invited him to join the team. It felt as if he had anticipated it. Alright, I admit I didn't join you guys just for the S-level ladder. When Shang slowly closed the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in his hands, having reached the last page, he put away the book and walked up to Chen, slowly raising his head to reveal his handsome face, looking like a little puppy. Perhaps the term pretty boy suited Wen Sheng better than Chen. There was a mole at the upper corner of Wen Sheng's right eye, which was considered an inauspicious sign known as a short-lived mole. Chen had come across this information by chance in an advertisement on a certain reading platform. This was still the first time Chen had officially made eye contact with Wen Sheng. After entering the newcomer training camp, he had tried to strike up a conversation with Wen Sheng before, but the other party hadn't said much, even going silent at times. Just like today's invitation, Chen wasn't new to it. It was just that Wen Sheng hadn't shown up before. But now, not only had he come, he had also said these words. What did this mean? Was he preparing to lay everything on the table? However, this was also Lu Chen's goal. He wanted to know why Wen Shang chose to join. Lu Chen simply went with the flow and asked, what's the reason? Do you believe in fortune-telling? Wen Shang said very ambiguously. Lu Chen was silent for a moment. There are rules to it. If you believe, it exists. If you don't, it doesn't. But what if it's fortune-telling enhanced by special abilities? Wen Shang continued. Lu Chen's gaze fell on the romance of the Three Kingdoms in Wen Shang's hand, and connecting it to Wen Shang's ability, scroll transformation, he began to have a guess. You mean, you gained a fortune-telling ability through perfect understanding of books? Lu Chen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Oh no, he had encountered a true protagonist. This was even more overpowered than himself. Wen Shang walked to the edge of the balcony and sat down on the ground. The cold wind blew through his hair, and a complex expression flashed across his pale face. He uttered a sentence that left Lu Chen utterly astonished. On the day of the third assessment, I will die. Lu Chen stood frozen in place, taking a long time to process what kind of divine words Wen Shang had just said. He moved closer to Wen Shang, looking down at the dozens of meters below and the bustling street not far ahead, and silently sat down. When will you die? Lu Chen asked. Again, somewhat uncertain. This was simply absurd. That day was the assessment day. How could anyone really die during an assessment? Not to mention, Wen Shang's strength was not weak at all. Really, that day, I will die, I calculated it. Wen Shang's voice trembled slightly. I read the I Ching a long time ago, and I calculated that I would die. He slowly wrapped his arms around his knees, tears squeezing from the corners of his eyes. He looked like a complete fool. Lu Chen was once again taken aback. No way, buddy, you. Crying? So cowardly? Forgive Lu Chen for not understanding. After all, not everyone has the dual protection of immortality and bloodworm. I'm so scared to death. That's why I keep reading, studying, strengthening my abilities, and joining your team is also because I calculated that as long as I agree to join the team with the first person who invites me that day, I would likely change my fate, but I calculated again today, and I will die. I don't want to die. It's just like being sentenced to death. It's too torturous. I don't want to pretend anymore. I'm actually just a coward. You must have a way to save me because only when you invite me to join the team that day will the hexagram change. You are my only glimmer of hope in this death calamity. Wen Shang curled up into a ball, crying like a little kid. Originally, Lu Chen thought Wen Shang was a cold bookworm, but it turned out he was a coward afraid of death. This was quite surprising to him. However, if you think about it, it's not really Wen Shang's fault. If one day you gain special abilities and then not long after calculated that your life expectancy was less than a month, anyone would break down, right? With that thought, Lu Chen sighed and slowly patted Wen Shang's back. Crying won't help, you'll still die when the time comes. Wen Shang didn't shed any more tears, but a hint of resentment appeared on his face. Come on, buddy, can't you comfort someone? You can talk. Ahem, what I mean is, we need to find a way to solve this, right? We can't just cry. Crying is useless. After all, in an adult's dictionary, crying is just a waste of time. Lu Chen leaned back, his feet dangling, breathing in the cool breeze that swept in from all directions on the balcony, gazing at the dark sky hiding countless stars. Wen Shang wiped away two worthless tears, sniffed, and said, It's pretty lame, right? You probably imagined me as some kind of Eisen-level character, but in reality, I'm just a coward, a scared little pretty boy. It's the first time I've seen someone praise themselves as a pretty boy. Lu Chen chuckled lightly. Wen Shang's expression stiffened instantly. Was that a compliment? That was self-deprecation. You won't die, Lu Chen suddenly said. Wen Shang's eyelids twitched. Why so sudden? Think about it, if you knew in advance when you would die, and after trying so hard, you still ended up dead, wouldn't that be the ultimate bad luck? Lu Chen teased. Wen Shang's face was expressionless. Haha. He laughed. Wen Shang rolled his eyes. The problem was, despite all his efforts, his death hex hadn't changed. He slowly extended his hand, and to his surprise, a semi-transparent book appeared in his once empty palm. It had two large characters written on it. He actually felt the urge to check his hexagram right now, which was absurd. Could it be that Lu Chen's teasing could really change the hexagram? However, he had planned to calculate it again today anyway. It wasn't too late or too early to do it now. The semi-transparent in his hand gradually transformed into a bagua array, with countless golden rays converging into a single phrase. Wen Shang murmured. A hint of disbelief flickered in his eyes. The hexagram has changed. I am alive. Ha ha ha. I'm alive. Wen Shang suddenly stood up, staring at the line of words gathering before him, overwhelmed with joy. Meanwhile, Chen silently went over this phrase in his mind. He didn't understand the hexagram very well, but he noticed one thing: transforming danger into safety. In other words, during the third assessment, something would happen that could lead to Wen Shang's death. This event wouldn't disappear, it would transform danger into safety. The event would still occur. But the third assessment was a simulated combat scenario. It was said to simulate real monsters through formations, and scores would be determined based on team battles and the number of remaining teammates on the field. But this was also the safest option, as it was just a phantom summoned by the formation, which shouldn't pose a threat to new lives. So the question arose, what exactly was the deadly calamity Wen Shang would face? Chen asked Wen Shang, calm down, give me a reading. Wen Shang slowly calmed the excitement in his heart, his ecstatic gaze gradually returning to tranquility, with a hint of embarrassment on his face. Chen had a bad premonition, why do you look so pale? Wen Shang helplessly spread his hands, my current level is too low, I can only use it once a day. What the hell, Kakashi? Chen's lips curled, the short blue hair reminded him of a character from a certain popular anime. Once a day. Ability usage rights, even Kakashi would have to bow down to this short blue-haired character, right? It's okay, I'll give you a reading tomorrow, Wen Shang said with a smile. Chen nodded. Suddenly, he remembered something. Wen Shang's ability could only be used once, if something really happened one day. Could it be that he died because he was powerless to resist? For example, during the team battle against the Phantom, if Wen Shang used his ability, leading to a major change, would he be unable to resist and die tragically? Wait, Wen Shang. Chen suddenly said. Wen Shang, who was standing beside him, showed a hint of confusion on his face. What's wrong, Captain? You're not thinking of cutting me because you think I'm crying too much and losing face, are you? Once the team is formed, it can't be changed casually, Wen Shang said, feeling guilty. In reality, he was worried that after revealing the shortcomings of his ability to Chen, the latter might look down on him. After all, he had too few blue abilities, only able to unleash his power once a day. From a certain perspective, it was indeed quite useless. During the third assessment, you shouldn't take action, Chen said decisively. Ha! But that's related to the score of the third assessment. Without me, our score should drop, right? Wen Shang said in surprise. It's fine, I have a certain guess. I think the third assessment might not go smoothly, Chen said vaguely. After he finished speaking, he stood up and walked towards the iron door. He took out his phone and made a call, leaving Wen Shang on the balcony, standing in the cold wind, gazing at Chen's back. On the top floor of the dormitory, Shintenzong was sitting on a soft sofa, with two figures standing behind him. Zhang Jin felt a bit incredulous at this moment. Are you saying there will be problems during the third assessment? And that someone might even die because of it? That's right. Chen was now standing in front of Zhang Jin. The call he just made was to none other than Zhang Jin. When encountering a problem, it naturally needed to be resolved, and the only person who could solve Wen Shang's prophecy was Zhang Jin, right? Since the problem arose on the day of the third assessment, the heads of the newcomer training camp naturally couldn't escape responsibility. Rather than speculating aimlessly, it was better to ask for clarification. Chen told Zhang Jin and Shintenzong about Wen Shang's situation. Truthfully, that's how the current scene came to be. Could it be that there's a problem with the formation? Zhang Jin pondered. Shintenzong silently replied, no, because I personally checked the formation, there will definitely be no issues. But if it's not a problem with the formation, then what could go wrong? Zhang Jin countered. However, as he countered, Zhang Jin recalled what he had said to Shintenzong earlier. Instantly, Zhang Jin's expression turned somewhat ugly. It seemed he understood why. Shintenzong glanced at Zhang Jin, whose face was grim, and slightly shook his head, looking rather dim-witted. He had already guessed it when Chen finished speaking. After all, there was only this possibility. Since it wasn't a problem with the formation, and there were no issues within the training camp, it could only be that a third-party force intervened. Plus, he himself was stationed at the newcomer training camp to prevent people from the Zongqing court from causing trouble. As for how the people from the Zongqing court would know the exact location of the newcomer training camp, it wasn't that complicated. After all, if they could place spies within the Zongqing court, then there must also be undercover agents from the Zongqing court among their own spies. The information about the newcomer training camp was extensive. With just a little investigation, the detailed location would be known. Shintenzong crossed his hands, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. With him in charge, did the people from the Zongqing court really think they could completely tear the facade and flip the table? That was indeed a bit interesting. But could they afford the cost of an attack? Lu Chen looked at Shintenzong, who wore a smile yet remained silent, his eyes filled with a hint of vigilance. He remembered that it was this man before him who had saved him at a critical moment when he could no longer hold on during the monster attack from the Zongqing court. And the remaining monsters were killed by the other party with just one sword, as if it were a dimensional strike. It was like a meteor crashing into a forest. No matter how tall the trees were, in the face of the meteor, they were merely fragile existences that could be easily shattered. If my existence is discovered, he will kill you, right? The low growl that had been silent for a long time echoed once more. If you want to die, you can certainly perish together with me. Lu Chen responded disdainfully in his heart. After spending so much time together, he had long since understood the temperament of this Lu Chen. The other party seemed brutal, but in reality, was very afraid of death. Heh, as if you're not afraid of dying. The low growl carried a hint of helplessness, revealing a touch of humanity. Lu Chen chuckled inwardly, afraid? Of course, everyone fears death. But you probably don't want to die with me, so just keep your mouth shut. You will need me. After a few seconds of silence, the low growl sounded again, but then it faded away like a drop of water falling into a still lake, leaving no trace. But certainly not now, Lu Chen muttered in his heart. Ahem. Zhang Jin cleared his throat, breaking the silence. He wrapped his arm around Lu Chen's neck and laughed like a big child. Don't worry, with us around, nothing will go wrong any day. By the way, do you want to go out with me to buy something? Staying in the training camp must be stifling for you, right? There aren't any supermarkets or fancy restaurants here. Go out for a meal? Zhang Jin seemed intent on changing the subject, quickly bringing up another topic to divert Lu Chen's attention. Lu Chen saw through Zhang Jin's intentions. Clearly, there were some things Zhang Jin did not want to tell him. Zhang Jin certainly wouldn't tell Lu Chen what would happen if the attack by the All Beings Court was known to the new students, causing unnecessary panic. He believed in Shintenzong's strength, and with himself and many captain-level individuals guarding, if the All Beings Court dared to attack, they would make them pay dearly, leaving them crying for their mothers. What to eat? Lu Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. This was a good opportunity to probe. With Shintenzong around, it was hard to ask questions, but going out would be different. Of course, if Zhang Jin stubbornly refused to budge, then Lu Chen would have no choice. He couldn't force Zhang Jin to reveal secrets. But one must always try. What if the other party really spoke up? Under the night sky, beneath the bright flickering lights, the dust raised by the jeep had yet to settle, and the training camp's iron gate was already in an uproar. It's unfair. It's unfair. Why can Lu Chen leave the training camp with Captain Zhang Jin? At the dormitory entrance, watching Lu Chen ride away in Zhang Jin's jeep, everyone jumped up and shouted, their frustration evident. For these days, they had been eating nothing but nutritional meals. Although the variety was relatively rich, it paled in comparison to the lavish food and beautiful foot massages outside. It would be one thing if they had never tasted the excitement outside, but they were all worldly people, used to delicacies. What was originally a decent nutritional meal in the camp had become tasteless in their mouths. If Lu Chen can go out, why can't we? Exactly, we are all new students. This treatment is just too outrageous. At the entrance, Shi Yang and others also walked out of the dormitory. Shi Yang glanced at the shouting new students, a flicker of disgust crossing his eyes, but it quickly faded as he replaced it with a smile, saying to the people behind him, let's go, we're going to the cafeteria. Brother Shi, if Lu Chen can go out, why can't we? This is too unfair. Should we protest too? Zhang Mingyang couldn't help but ask. Shi Yang's smile vanished instantly, and he looked at Zhang Mingyang with a stern expression. Is your hearing okay? What did I just say? Zhang Mingyang's heart sank. He swallowed hard, and quickly nodded, let's go to the cafeteria. As he spoke, he inadvertently glanced back at Tang Rui, who was following him with trembling shoulders and vacant eyes. A terrifying image seemed to flash through his mind, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He quickly lowered his head and obediently followed behind Shi Yang, not daring to say another word. Cui Yi closely followed Shi Yang, appearing to have a relationship with him that was even closer than when she had just joined with Zhang Mingyang. Meanwhile, Du Jiro still walked at the back of the group, as if she were an inconsequential presence in this team. Zhang Jin is the one who took Lu Chen out, and Zhang Jin's status in the Magic City is akin to that of a principal in a school. If a principal wants to take a student out, do you students think your resistance would matter? Protesting? How foolish can you be? Shi Yang said with a cold laugh as he walked. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, and the surrounding newcomers heard him clearly. Hey! You little brat! Who are you calling foolish? You've got some nerve. We are seniors who have been here longer than you. Seniors? Shi Yang repeated mockingly, slowly raising His head, his eyes engulfed in blazing flames, making him appear like a man of fire, with a surging, scorching, and fierce flame enveloping him. Unlike Zhang Jin's flames, Shi Yang's flames were far more intimidating. Especially in the darkness of the night, the surrounding shadows seemed to accentuate Shi Yang's presence. The supreme scorching fire drove away the cold winds around, leaving only the heat. Don't joke around, you think you deserve to be called seniors? You're just a bunch of useless fools. In the newcomer training camp, I only fear one team, and clearly, you are not part of it. To still call yourselves seniors is truly shameless. As Shi Yang's words fell, the scorching flames on him erupted like a volcanic explosion. The previous heat transformed into a suffocating intensity. The people around suddenly felt breathless, realizing the vast gap in strength between them and Shi Yang. In front of Shi Yang, they were like tiny rocks at the foot of a volcano, while Shi Yang was the king of fire, high above. After 2 months, Shi Yang had already figured out the strength of almost everyone among the newcomers. He came to a conclusion. Except for Lu Chen's team, the others were merely there to make up the numbers. All of them were fools. Therefore, he saw no need to put on an act. He found it tiresome to pretend in front of fools. On the other side, in the jeep, Zhang Jin was holding his forehead, realizing he had just misspoken. How could he use that reason to change the topic? What surprised him the most was that Lu Chen actually chose to follow along. Come on. Today was his 16th wedding anniversary with his wife. His wife and child were waiting for him at the hotel. But, what about Lu Chen? He had boasted, so he had to make it right himself. Hey, shall we? There's a nice foot massage place recently, do you want to go? Ha? Captain Zhang, you go for foot massages? Aren't you married? Cough, cough, who said I've been? I just heard from others that it's a pretty good foot massage place. As he spoke, beads of cold sweat appeared on Zhang Jin's forehead. He took out a tissue he always carried and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Lu Chen, sitting in the passenger seat, rested his chin on one hand, revealing a sly look like a little fox. Alright, let's just say it's Captain Zhang hearing it from others. Zhang Jin's mouth twitched slightly, but in the end, he said nothing. The atmosphere in the car felt a bit oppressive. So, do you want to go to a buffet for a meal? I'll come pick you up later, Zhang Jin suggested. Aren't you coming with me, Captain Zhang? Lu Chen countered. At this, Zhang Jin completely lost his temper. He waved his hand and laid it all out. I have urgent matters and can't eat with you. Is it okay if I pick you up later? What? Urgent matters? Lu Chen asked curiously. Zhang Jin's mouth twitched again as he glanced at Lu Chen, thinking he was like a sticky plaster. He shouldn't have brought him along. However, this wasn't something that could be easily hidden. Zhang Jin straightforwardly laid it out again. I'm celebrating my 16th wedding anniversary with my wife. It's not really appropriate for you to show up in my family matters, is it? With that, the matter was made clear. Even if Lu Chen had a thick skin, he found himself at a loss for words. Since Zhang Jin had said so, he couldn't just barge in and disrupt someone's 16th anniversary, could he? That would be too much. A hint of helplessness flashed across Lu Chen's face. You have a wife and still go for foot massages? I didn't expect you to be this kind of Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin's forehead twitched with veins popping, gritting his teeth. You little brat, you really know how to mock people. Mock you? Just a bit, it's all in the skill of the hand, Lu Chen humbly replied. Alright, just tell me what you really want to know, Zhang Jin said. Nothing much, just that part you're hiding. I'm not hiding anything from you. I don't believe you, Lu Chen said. Seeing Lu Chen's confident demeanor, Zhang Jin raised his eyebrows a few times before finally shaking his head. That's classified information, I can't possibly tell you. Don't joke around. He only learned this secret after Shintenzong revealed it to him, and that shows how important it is. Naturally, he couldn't just share it with a student, even if that student had achieved great merit. Really not going to tell me? If you don't, I might just follow you to the hotel. You wouldn't want your wife to know you went for a foot massage, would you? Lu Chen continued to hint. Zhang Jin's temples throbbed. You little brat, even if you say in the group that I've been with prostitutes, I still won't tell you. What the heck, Zhang Jin, you really have? You. Zhang Jin's stern face suddenly flushed. A bit. Alright, he was a bit embarrassed. Don't say that, we're brothers, this is something only heaven and earth know, you know, I know, Lu Chen teased with a light cough. You little brat, who are you calling a brother? At my age, I could be your father, Zhang Jin snorted coldly. Sigh, you're really strict. When it comes to important matters, Lu Chen said, reclining in the car seat, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Zhang Jin didn't respond, he just silently drove. Clearly, Zhang Jin had used his last card, his right to remain silent. But what puzzled Zhang Jin was that Lu Chen, who hadn't finished speaking, suddenly fell silent, staring out the window without a word. This made Zhang Jin feel a bit itchy inside. Why wasn't this kid asking anymore? He had just started using his right to remain silent, and if Lu Chen didn't ask, wouldn't that make his silence pointless? After a long while, until Zhang Jin parked downstairs at a 5-star hotel, he finally reacted. Shall we, why don't you go for a stroll nearby? I forgot to drop you off at the buffet on the way. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Zhang Jin's face. Lu Chen didn't turn around, he looked at the car window, and in the reflection, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Forget it, I'll just stay in the car. Sigh, I don't want to delay Captain Zhang's wedding anniversary, Lu Chen said deliberately. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin felt a bit uncomfortable. What was this? Taking a student out, only to go enjoy a feast while leaving the student in the car? This just didn't sit right. Zhang Jin sighed, forget it, you can come up with me. Ha! This time, it was Lu Chen who showed a hint of surprise. Is that really okay? A hint of awkwardness crossed Lu Chen's face. He just wanted Zhang Jin to say it, not really intending to disrupt his anniversary. You little brat, no. It's not right, yet you deliberately provoked me on the way, making me forget to drop you off. Zhang Jin snorted. But then, a hint of helplessness crossed Zhang Jin's face again. But since I promised, I won't go back on my word. I said I'd take you out for a nice meal, and I won't break that promise. Come with me. By the way, my public identity is the captain of the police station's branch, so you can just call me Captain Zhang, and refer to my partner as Shermu, got it? Zhang Jin walked over to Lu Chen's car door, yanked it open, and pulled the startled Lu Chen out of the car like a frightened rabbit. You little brat, you still know to feel embarrassed. If you're sorry, then stop talking so much, or you'll get exposed, Zhang Jin said irritably. Lu Chen felt a few beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, he was overwhelmed with guilt. I have to say, Zhang Jin is really tough on the outside, but he's genuinely a good person. This goodness made Lu Chen want to kneel down and confess. Here he was, being treated to a nice meal by someone with good intentions, yet he had to ruin their wedding anniversary. It was simply unbelievable. Lu Chen silently followed behind Zhang Jin. In fact, he had initially refused Zhang Jin before entering the hotel. However, Zhang Jin said it was fine and insisted on bringing him in. Lu Chen understood that this was purely Zhang Jin's kindness. Instantly, he felt an even deeper sense of guilt. It's really funny, seeing you in this awkward state, just like a donkey that has stolen someone else's lifeline. The inner growl resurfaced, now laced with a hint of teasing and mockery. Lu Chen thought to himself, at least I'm a donkey, while you're just the donkey's hoof. What do you mean? The growling voice carried a hint of confusion. Just meant to be stepped on. You. The 5-star luxury hotel was spotless, with beautiful and elegant decor. The white and yellow attire seemed to wash over the entire hotel corridor like fresh snow. Lu Chen followed closely behind Zhang Jin, passing by a variety of people and staff. Eventually, they stopped in front of a door. By the way, I forgot to mention. When we go in, don't be too sensitive, Zhang Jin scratched his nose and coughed lightly. Don't be too sensitive? Lu Chen was taken aback, what kind of warning was that? As Zhang Jin slowly pushed open the large door, he saw 2 figures sitting inside. One was Zhang Jin's wife, dressed in a white wool sweater. Sitting at a rectangular table, her face radiating a gentle smile, her eyes reflecting the warmth of a good wife and mother. Her presence filled the entire room with a sense of home. On the other side, a girl no older than 13 or 14 was sitting on the sofa, wearing a black dress, her expression slightly indifferent, her gaze revealing a maturity beyond her years. Upon seeing Zhang Jin, a smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth as she coldly remarked, you still have time to come? Instantly, a vein began to throb on Lu Chen's forehead. What a cocky little brat. What? Got time this year? The girl continued to sneer, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Xiaoxi, shut up. How can you speak to your father like that? The woman rarely showed a tough side, suddenly scolding the girl with a gaze that held undeniable authority. The girl paused, rolled her eyes, then turned to Lu Chen beside Zhang Jin, her mouth curling into a grin as she coldly asked, who is this person? Your illegitimate child? The girl's sudden remark froze the previously warm atmosphere, dropping the mood to freezing point, making one shiver involuntarily. Lu Chen looked at the woman's gaze, which had suddenly turned cold, and couldn't help but sigh. Inwardly, a woman's emotions are truly like the weather in June, changing in an instant. Just moments ago, the warmth of home filled the air, and now it felt as if he were in an ice cellar. In this situation, anyone with eyes could tell that an unnecessary misunderstanding had arisen. The woman remained silent, clearly giving Zhang Jin face, allowing him to explain. This attitude was quite firm. Lu Chen felt a few beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This scene Involuntarily reminded him of his childhood, when his father went for a foot bath and was caught by his mother, leading to a huge quarrel at home that was almost identical to this moment, even more charged with tension. Chen quickly began to explain, Auntie, you misunderstood. It's all my fault. I insisted on dragging Captain Zhang out for a big dinner tonight. I won't disturb you any longer, I'll just leave. As he spoke, he pretended to head for the door, trying to quickly diffuse the awkward, intense atmosphere. However, just as Chen turned to make his escape, a voice called out to him. It was a woman. The woman's previously icy demeanor, as cold as a winter's day, vanished without a trace, replaced by a warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Oh, it's you. You're the knowledgeable young man that my old Zhang often mentions, right? Seeing you today, you truly have an impressive presence. The woman's tone was filled with enthusiasm, as if the cold expression from moments ago had never existed. Chen's face stiffened slightly, her polite words sounded so genuine that it left him feeling both amused and exasperated. He glanced at Zhang Jin, who was now holding his forehead, looking embarrassed, seemingly unable to bear the sudden shift in the situation. Zhang Jin cleared his throat, and all eyes in the room turned to him, averting the continuation of this farce. He cleared his throat and said, Let me introduce, this is Chen, my student, an intern who just joined my team recently. Upon hearing the words just arrived and in turn, a hint of embarrassment flashed across the woman's face, and she shot a fierce glare at Zhang Jin, as if to say, Why didn't you tell me sooner? Zhang Jin rubbed his nose, a hint of an awkward smile appearing on his face, seemingly responding, You were the one who brought it up too early, I couldn't. Stop it. Zhang Jin continued with the introductions. This is my wife, Fanglan. He paused and looked at the indifferent girl, and my daughter, Zhang Shimeng. A wedding anniversary, and you still bring a stranger to join us. Dad, you really are something. Zhang Shimeng, dressed in a black dress, leaned against the sofa, fiddling with her phone, muttering under her breath, her eyes filled with disdain and provocation, seemingly displeased with Chen's presence. As soon as the girl spoke, the already awkward atmosphere became even more delicate, as if the air had thickened. Both Zhang Jin and Fanglan wore awkward smiles, appearing somewhat at a loss. Zhang Jin quickly explained, She's still young, has a bit of a temper, please bear with her. He looked at Chen, his eyes carrying a hint of apology. Chen rubbed his nose. To be honest, he wasn't very good at dealing with children, but who could blame him for insisting on tagging along with Zhang Jin for dinner? He wasn't someone who couldn't discern right from wrong, although this little brat had a bit of a bad temper. She was still Zhang Jin's precious daughter. He couldn't stoop to the level of a child. Besides, when did he become so cruel? He wouldn't be easily provoked by the taunts of a little kid. He still treated people with kindness. Soon, everyone slowly took their seats, and Chen responded to Zhang Shimeng's provocation with nothing more than a simple smile. Once seated, as a five-star restaurant, perhaps due to being in the bustling metropolis, they served large plates with small portions and little meat. A piece of foie gras, a tiny garnish, and that was it. Chen admitted that he was a poor soul, unaccustomed to such lavish dishes. I didn't expect you to remember our anniversary. Fanglan's voice was neither loud nor soft, making it hard to discern her feelings. But the content of her words revealed a considerable amount of resentment. It was clear that Zhang Jin had not kept his promises in the previous years. However, considering Zhang Jin's temperament, a model of public duty, it has always been difficult to balance family and country. It's normal to break promises. So it's not surprising. Of course I remember, Zhang Jin said, lowering his head, holding a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, slowly slicing the foie gras, then bringing a small piece to his mouth. His back seemed a bit frail, different from his usual self, as if he had shed all his disguises. Zhang Jin was just the pillar of a family, a father to a daughter, a husband to a woman. The wind blew in through the window behind him, stirring the slightly withered clivia nearby. Remember, every year I say I remember, yet every year I forget. Zhang Shimeng fiercely pressed her fork against the foie gras, then cut it down hard with the knife, before stabbing the fork into the foie gras and bringing it to her mouth, her voice tinged with cold mockery. You child. Fanglan sighed helplessly. What more could she say? Zhang Shimeng was right. Every year Zhang Jin always remembered, always said he would come, yet he forgot year after year, always had something else to do. This year, he finally came, but he brought along a young man. Although he was an intern from Zhang Jin's team, she couldn't help but feel it was disingenuous to be pleased. What business did others have in their family matters? Fanglan naturally felt displeased with Chen, but she wouldn't be foolish enough to show it on her face. But Zhang Shimeng was different. She continued, You came and brought an outsider. What do you think today is? Still pretending, remember? What do you remember? You can't do anything right. It seemed she wanted to vent all her dissatisfaction. Faced with Zhang Ximing's accusations, Zhang Jin appeared somewhat embarrassed, lowering his head, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. He wanted to come. He thought about it every year. Didn't he want to properly celebrate an anniversary? But he couldn't. Enough, Xiaoxi, this year your father. Being able to make it is already enough for me. Fong Lan interrupted Zhang Ximing's sharp tongue and changed the subject. She asked, in 16 days, it's Xiaoxi's school parent meeting. Do you have time? 16 days. Zhang Jin calculated, the assessment would be within 15 days. Phew, it was a close call, truly wonderful. A hint of joy appeared on his face as he replied, yes, let me go to this parent meeting. Zhang Ximeng, who had been about to speak, paused, looking at Zhang Jin, confirming again, you want to go to the parent meeting? Aren't you very busy? Just in time, after 15 days, I won't be very busy, Zhang Jin smiled. Lu Chen silently observed this family while savoring the foie gras slowly. Using foie gras, orange, speed plus 0.1 dot. Using foie gras, orange, speed plus 0.1 dot. As Zhang Jin's words fell, the atmosphere in the room seemed to warm up, and Zhang Ximing became less aggressive, instead showing a hint of being flattered, appearing much more obedient. This was indeed a cliched story, a father who is too busy with work to come home often, a daughter longing for her father's love, and a mother who has to bear the weight of the family alone due to her husband's long absence. But life is just like that. It is these seemingly cliched plots that constitute the essence of life and create classics? Lu Chen handled this situation quite adeptly. He got up, brewed some tea, and served it to Zhang Jin and Fong Lan, also pouring a drink for Zhang Ximeng. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was harmonious and cheerful. Downstairs at the hotel, Lu Chen and Zhang Jin watched a taxi gradually fade into the distance. Zhang Jin sighed and said, let's go, we should head back to. Lu Chen curiously asked, will you go to the parent meeting in 16 days? Zhang Jin paused, stroked his chin, casually opened the car door, and replied, of course I will. The assessment period lasts only 15 days, after which comes the holiday. Although I usually don't have holidays, I can still squeeze out 3 or 4 hours in the evenings. Lu Chen smiled slightly, got into the passenger seat, and said, it seems that this time your relationship with your daughter will improve quite a bit. Zhang Jin turned the key, and the engine of the jeep roared to life. A smile appeared on his face as he said with anticipation, yes, by then I can say I've fulfilled a bit of my responsibility as a father. Ximeng should be very happy, right? I really look forward to that day. The aftermath of taking Lu Chen out didn't linger long within the newcomer training camp. If the higher-ups didn't respond, how could the lower ranks stir up trouble? In the end, it naturally came to nothing. A few days later, something unexpected happened. In the Shuyang team, the chubby boy Tang Rui, who claimed that written exams were his weak point, surprisingly scored quite well when the results were announced. However, he now appeared somewhat neurotic, a stark contrast to his usual self. Yet, who would notice these subtle changes? The written exam results were freshly released. Lu Chen's team performed excellently, as every member was intelligent, effortlessly scoring 9 points. The Shuyang team also shocked everyone by achieving a score of 9, a result that truly caught everyone off guard. On the podium, Zhang Jin turned his gaze to Shuyang, his face beaming with joy, and said, as expected from a talent emerging from the innate ability training camp, I didn't expect your ability to support your teammates to be so outstanding. How did you help Tang Rui pass and score so high? Would you mind sharing your experience? Shuyang chuckled lightly, not taking the credit for himself, but instead amiably patted Tang Rui on the shoulder and said, this isn't my achievement, it's Tang Rui who worked hard and didn't embarrass our team to qualify and score high. This kid has been burning the midnight oil these days. Isn't that right, Tang Rui? Shuyang's words fell into Tang Rui's ears like a devil's whisper. He couldn't help but shiver and quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. I've been studying day and night these days, but I also think this is the result of the captain and all the teammates supervising and guiding me. Zhang Jin watched the scene with satisfaction, nodding and sighing. Indeed, this is the essence of this exam. He looked around at everyone and continued, everyone must understand that only by wholeheartedly helping teammates in need can we advance together and achieve excellent results. The purpose of this assessment is to emphasize the importance of mutual assistance. What no one noticed was the slight sneer that flashed across Du Jiro's face at the very back of the Shuyang team, with her hands in her pockets. Zhang Jin continued, Shuyang is doing great, I'm looking forward to your team's performance in battle. After all, your team has 2 innate ability users. As he spoke, Zhang Jin's gaze flicked to the team led by Lu Chen, his eyes filled with a hint of expectation. What would happen if these 2 teams clashed? Although he still believed Lu Chen would win, after all, this kid's growth rate was simply monstrous. However, Shuyang and Du Jiro were characters who had emerged from the innate ability base. 10 years of hard training, how could they be easily defeated in a single morning? They've both gotten stronger. Xia Qianqing's voice quietly emerged from behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen frowned slightly and asked, who? He scanned Shiryang's team. After all this time, he understood that the only threat to his team and this newcomer assessment was the Shiryang team. Shiryang, Du Jiro, Xia Qianqing replied. Their data has increased, they must have made some breakthroughs in there. Cultivation, Xia Qianqing continued. Lu Chen nodded, it was quite normal, there was no reason for only himself to grow stronger while others remained stagnant. By the way, Tang Rui's panel has an interesting label. Label? Yeah, don't forget, I can not only see the abilities of those weaker than me, but I can also catch some random information. What did you see? Mental trauma. Mental trauma? Is it from extra classes? Lu Chen said with a hint of amusement. Not sure, Xia Qianqing shook her head slightly. Inside the dormitory building, the lights in room 201 were on, and the team members were scattered on the sofas in the common area. On a single sofa, Shiryang had his feet crossed, fingers interlocked, his tone serious and with an air of authority. Tomorrow is the team battle, Tang Rui, can you get your head in the game? On the adjacent sofa, Tang Rui jolted, hurriedly nodding, his voice tense, yes. Yes. Captain, I promise to be 120% focused. Shiryang scanned the group, his voice echoing in the dormitory, then let's discuss tactics. First, everyone okay with that? The air instantly thickened. Zhang Mingyang stole a glance at Tang Rui, then looked at Cui standing next to Shiryang, silently lowering his head. Tang Rui kept rubbing his arms, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. At the dining table on one side of the sofa area, Du Jiro sat on a wooden stool, breaking the oppressive atmosphere by saying, then let's not beat around the bush, let's talk tactics. Shiryang turned his gaze to Du Jiro, their eyes met for a second, sparks seemed to fly, but soon, Shiryang's lips curled into a smile. Okay, no problem, let's get straight to it. I know you're eager, after all, teaming up with me, you want to outshine Lu Chen, right? That's my goal too, since Lu Chen is quite formidable, he's even taken down captain-level figures. However, the opponent's weakness is also quite obvious, they only have the ability of immortality. I estimate that even if they kill the captain-level figure, it would just be luck and surprise. And the team battle isn't real combat, it's about knowing when to hold back. In other words, Lu Chen's ability of immortality is practically useless in a team battle. And that is our advantage. Room 101. As one of the first groups to arrive in Magic City, Lu Chen and the others naturally checked into the dormitory on the first floor in order. The room was arranged similarly to a hotel. Each person had their own single room. Other groups were engaged in lively discussions. Lu Chen's team was no exception. Mental trauma? Gongben Sharon Yun expressed surprise. Just moments ago, after everyone returned to the dormitory, Xia Qianqing shared the clues she got from Tang Rui. At this moment, when Chang was sitting on the sofa nearby, still flipping through a book while wearing headphones. Although he had already calculated the future, he felt that if he didn't continue reading diligently, that future might still go awry. When Chang remained an outsider in the team, aside from occasionally talking to Lu Chen, he was still unfamiliar with the others. Yun initially clung to Wen Chang, but over time, after realizing her efforts were in vain, she stopped. Dongben Xier had social issues to begin with, and being half Yamato descent didn't help his popularity in the newcomer training camp. Xia Qianqing often followed Lu Chen around, occasionally sharing meals or tea. Their relationship had gradually grown closer. At least, the misunderstandings that had created a rift between them were slowly fading. Occasionally, they would even engage in slightly intimate gestures, like holding hands. Xia Qianqing sat next to Lu Chen, propping her chin up with one hand, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, nodding slowly. Exactly. I suspect there has been a violent incident within their group. Violent incidents, Assessment 1, behaviors that are strictly prohibited. Although they can help teammates learn, the use of violent means to coerce is strictly forbidden. Once violated, the qualification for assessment will be revoked. So, our biggest threat right now is the Shiryang team. If they really do have a violent incident, as long as we gather evidence, we can effortlessly advance to S level. A hint of joy appeared on Yin Yun's face. Once a violent incident occurs, all members of the team will be stripped of their qualifications for this assessment. Oh, I see. How clever. Brilliant. Miyamoto Keiichi exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Everyone is aiming for S level, and since the other side has violated the rules first, Lu Chen and the others naturally have the right to investigate and uproot them. Should I do a divination? When Shang suddenly spoke up, turning to Lu Chen, he continued, let's see what the probability of successfully reporting Shiryang is. Except for Lu Chen, everyone else, including Xia Qianqing, looked puzzled. When Shang, this statue, actually spoke. They thought he only held books. But when did Shang and Lu Chen become so familiar? Moreover, from the tone, it sounded like Shang was taking orders from Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded slightly. However, my divination is quite vague, I can only provide a general idea, and I can't know the details. Shang added. That's not a big problem, but I guess Shi Yang isn't that foolish. Although he has been a bit ostentatious lately, it's clear that he is still very cautious, at least for now, no one in his team dares to go against him. So, I guess it will be quite difficult to report successfully. Lu Chen said helplessly. No matter the outcome, doing a divination is never wrong. Shang replied. After saying this, a golden book-like shadow appeared in Shang's hand, revealing 2 large characters, followed by countless golden rays transforming into a line of text. At the moment everyone except Shang saw this line of text, their minds went blank. They were all Chinese characters, but how were they pieced together in a way that they couldn't understand? A hint of surprise flashed in Shang's eyes as he looked at Lu Chen and said softly, "You were right. If we approach Shi Yang from this direction, based on the meaning of the hexagram, it means that it would be like drawing water with a bamboo basket, all in vain." Xia Qianqing frowned. Could it be that Tang Rui will just let Shi Yang torment him? He now has psychological trauma, and theoretically, as long as he is guided well. Cui Yi. Lu Chen suddenly said. What? Everyone was taken aback. At this moment, Lu Chen began to understand why the person following closely behind Shi Yang on the playground was not Zhang Mingyang but Cui Yi. From a certain perspective, Cui Yi was more important to the team he had formed than Zhang Mingyang. Shi Yang is responsible for violent supervision, and Cui Yi is responsible for treatment and recovery. Lu Chen said. Just one sentence revealed the tragedy Tang Rui had faced in recent days. He was beaten, couldn't fight back, and when he wanted to report the assault, he was treated by Cui Yi, who repaired his wounds. In other words, if that's the case, then Tang Rui doesn't have any wounds from violent supervision at all. In other words, even if Tang Rui fully supports the report, it will ultimately fall through due to lack of evidence, plus Tang Rui himself is unharmed, so it will come to nothing. Xia Qianqing said. Not only that, but the person reporting will also be bitten back by him, accused of colluding with Tang Rui to frame him, and ultimately dragged down as well. As for persuading Cui Yi to identify Shi Yang, don't be foolish, Cui Yi treated Tang Rui, she is also a participant. Since she is a participant, how could she report another participant? There was no need to think about Du Jiro, she had chosen to join Shi Yang's team solely to win against Lu Chen. Even if she couldn't stand Shi Yang, she wouldn't betray her own interests. After all, if such a thing were exposed, Shi Yang's entire group would be disqualified. It's fine, thanks to Shang, we can avoid putting in effort for nothing. In fact, even without these means, we wouldn't necessarily lose to Shi Yang and his team, Lu Chen said. The problem wasn't significant. Although they couldn't use things like the black iron wings and bloodworms, using brute strength and incredible speed wouldn't be a big issue. As long as they didn't draw too much attention, it would be fine. Beep beep. Beep. Suddenly, everyone's phones rang at the same time. Everyone took out their phones. The group chat for the newcomer training camp was buzzing with activity. What? A 6-person team can directly compete against a 4-person team? That's so unfair. Are you kidding? Doesn't that mean we 4-person teams are at a huge disadvantage, losing a member right off the bat? Heh, who told you not to take in 2 more people when you formed your team? You brought this on yourselves. Heh. Easy for you to say. What if you took in 2 useless ones and they drag you down later? Still better than not having enough people now and losing the advantage. Messages rolled in the group, all discussing the team battle. Lu Chen quickly scrolled down and soon found the team battle guidelines posted by Zhang Jin. 1. Basic rules. 1.1 Permanent functional damage is prohibited, as determined by the medical team, violators will be immediately disqualified. 1.2 The use of banned drugs, overdrawn secret techniques, and other unconventional enhancement methods is prohibited, see Attachment 3, List of banned items. 2. Battlefield Rules 2.1 All-member platform. Mechanism. Competing teams must have all members simultaneously on a circular alloy arena with a diameter of 30 meters, including a 3-meter aerial combat zone. 2.2 Elimination Judgment. A. Any part of the body touching the ground outside the arena or the protective barrier for more than 0.5 seconds is considered out of bounds. B. Losing the ability to act autonomously for 10 seconds will automatically disqualify the participant. The next morning, on the training camp's playground, a circular alloy arena with a diameter of 30 meters had appeared on the flat ground, surrounded by various high-tech floating objects that looked like the legendary Smart Protective Gear. Smart Protective Gear automatically locks onto the trajectory of lethal attacks, triggers warnings, and provides certain protection. Sparse. Groups of newcomers surrounded the playground. There weren't many people, just over 100, and several had been lost during the team formation. Now there were only about 15 teams. As for the opponents for the competition, it was still the old-fashioned lottery draw. Everyone sent a representative to draw lots. Sister Xia, what did you draw? Yin Yin clung to Xia Qianqing's arm like a little cat, her small face pressed against Xia Qianqing's shoulder, looking at the slender iron bamboo stick in Xia Qianqing's hand. Your luck is much better than the captain's. Let me see what you drew. Number 9, Yin Yun murmured. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed from the arena. First group team battle, number 9. Please have both groups that drew number 9 come to the stage. Xia Qianqing's face suddenly stiffened. What luck, we are the first group. Strange, shouldn't number 9 be the 9th group to start the match? Gong Bencher asked in surprise. The voice from the arena replied, the number drawn only represents the corresponding opponent and does not indicate the order of the match. Zhang Jin was standing on the arena at that moment, holding a microphone, looking at Lu Chen and the others. Come up quickly, the opposing team is already on stage. Lu Chen and the others quickly made their way to the stage. What Lu Chen didn't expect was that every member of the opposing team was now holding guns with both hands, looking eager to try their skills. They're holding guns. That's cheating, right? Yin Yun pointed out directly. Zhang Jin coughed lightly and slowly spoke. This doesn't count as cheating. The guns in their hands are not traditional handguns, they lack the lethality of ordinary firearms. However, you shouldn't let your guard down. These guns have been specially modified and are loaded with sleep bullets. Once hit, the target won't be injured but will instantly fall into a deep state of anesthesia, as if they suddenly fell asleep. Moreover, there is an ability user in their team who possesses the talent of a forger. These special handguns were crafted by him. The competition rules do not explicitly prohibit the use of such weapons, so their possession of these firearms is completely compliant. Furthermore, what you will face in the future is not just those monsters. More often, it will be the treacherous individuals from the court of all beings. In confrontations between people, firearms are indeed a highly practical weapon. So, this doesn't count as a violation. After all, if guns could truly dominate everything, then we ability users would have no reason to exist. Of course, Zhang Jin would never allow the other side to bring hypnotic bombs to the arena, that would make the competition pointless. Hypnotic bullet handguns, however, were not too outrageous. Otherwise, they couldn't just prevent the forger from utilizing his inherent abilities, right? As he spoke, Zhang Jin's gaze was inevitably drawn to the black longbow behind Yin Yun. At that moment, Yin Yun, carrying the massive black bow, seemed to starkly contrast with the handguns in the opponents' hands, representing a clear divide between the new era and the old. Not only did the opponents wield firearms, but they also had one more person than Lu Chen and the others. This meant that Lu Chen and his team needed to eliminate 4 of them to claim victory, while the opponents only needed to eliminate 3. Ha, I heard you killed someone at the captain level? You look so clean and neat, how can you just spread rumors? I don't believe you killed anyone, it's all just bragging. Isn't it? The leader among the 6 opponents was a short man holding a pitch-black handgun. From his words, it was clear that he was not only a stutterer but also had a grudge against Lu Chen. I'm Li Jingguang, and today I'll tear your mask apart. You're just pretending, I've been looking down on you for a long time. Li Jingguang continued with a hint of resentment, and you, not only do you brag without a script, but recently, you even tricked Captain Zhang into taking you out. You're simply inhuman. You, on what basis? Zhang Jin was taken aback. Was this guy really that bold to speak so close? He was standing right there, saying. This was no different from publicly accusing him of forming cliques for personal gain. And, damn, where did this audacity come from? At that moment, Lu Chen also twitched the corner of his mouth. It was true that fame brings trouble, and being well known leads to more disputes. He hadn't offended anyone, yet just encountering a random team seemed to stir up deep grievances. And also, you actually teamed up with the Japanese devils. You are going against. Li Zhengguang momentarily stumbled over his words, then suddenly shouted, going against humanity. Where did this idiot come from? Zhang Jin covered his forehead with one hand. What did that even mean? He was truly at a loss for words. Forget it, you all can start now, just remember to go easy, Zhang Jin said before stepping off the stage. Li Zhengguang was stunned, thinking Zhang Jin was warning him, and immediately stood at attention, saying, Don't worry, Captain, we're using non-lethal sleep bullets. Zhang Jin silently walked off the stage, saying nothing. Li Zhengguang's heart suddenly filled with joy. See, this is an acknowledgement. It confirms that the rumors about Lu Chen are false. He had been a bit nervous, but seeing Zhang Jin say nothing and leave, he felt completely reassured. If he had said something wrong, why wouldn't Zhang Jin correct him? Clearly, there is only one answer: he wasn't wrong. Lu Chen is indeed just boasting. In fact, besides this answer, there is another one. When a person is pushed to the extreme of speechlessness, they don't really want to talk. Sometimes silence doesn't necessarily mean agreement, it could also be a deep-seated indifference. Meanwhile, in Beiping, among the high-ranking officials of the Qianya base, a man reclines comfortably on a leather sofa, his eyes fixed intently on the 60-inch ultra-large television screen in front of him. The screen clearly displays the tense standoff between Lu Chen and Li Jingguang and others. To the man's right, there is an exquisite small square table, on which sits a bottle of enticing golden liquor and several elegantly designed square glass cups. He leisurely picks up the bottle, slowly fills a glass, then gently swirls it, his eyes narrowing slightly as he murmurs with a smirk, "So this is the newcomer the leader has taken a liking to? It seems he's just a bit more handsome than the average person." From the dark space behind the man, a figure in a bright red suit gradually emerges, wearing a clown mask, with both hands resting on the sofa the man is leaning against. It's actually the Lingue. Oh, don't underestimate him. The leader's chosen ones are never lacking in ability. The Lingue's lips curl into a smile, though it stretches to the roots of his ears. I understand. I naturally have no objections to the leader's choice, but you didn't come to me just to make me pay attention to him, did you? The man crosses his arms. On the coffee table in front of him lies a bright red square 3. I came to find you, of course, not just for him, but also to see if you, having stayed here for so long, haven't forgotten you're a member of the organization, right? Ingue. The Lingue's voice echoed from behind the Ingue. The Ingue's fingers twitched slightly, and a jet black liquid suddenly shot out from his hand, piercing towards the Lingue behind him. The Lingue was instantly struck but quickly turned to nothingness. You should. No, I hate it when others stand behind me and talk. What did the leader ask you to report to me? The Ingue sneered. The Lingue's voice now surged from all directions. The leader's meaning is very simple. This time at the newcomer training camp, do not disturb the plans of the Senshin court, understand? Oh? The leader wants to take action against the Qianya people? I don't recall any grievances between the organization and the Qianya. No, you misunderstood. It's not aimed at the Qianya people, but simply an assessment of Lu Chen. Alright, I understand. Suddenly, a spiral-shaped black shadow emerged beneath the Ingue, resembling sharp gears, instantly blooming like dark flowers, rapidly extinguishing in all directions. Deliver the message and then scram, Lingue. So ruthless, can't you at least invite me for a drink? If you want to be discovered and end up with a fate worse than death, I'd be more than happy to oblige. But I won't help you. Instead, I'll personally sever your head. Alright, I'll go, you miser. Lu Chen, we're not in a life and death battle right now, your immortality is as good as non-existent. Li Jingguang sneered, holding a gun in both hands, already prepared. Lu Chen scratched his head. Qianqing, what's their average value? Sa. Qianqing stroked her smooth chin with one hand, blinking her beautiful, spirited eyes as she replied, just go easy on them, the average is 40. That's just a bit stronger than an ordinary person. Seeing that Lu Chen actually ignored him, Li Jingguang's eyes instantly flared with anger. What's going on? Didn't they see what they were holding? This is a gun. A handgun. Although it doesn't have the destructive power of a handgun, the bullets it fires can directly induce deep sleep. This is the super weapon he has meticulously crafted over the past few days. How dare they ignore me? Damn it, fine. Just wait and see. When the match starts, let's see them instantly take down Lu Chen and his team. At this moment, the crowd below the stage was buzzing with discussion. Wow, a handgun? That's really cheating. Cheating? Didn't you hear Zhang Jin say it's because Li Jingguang's team has an awakened forger? That's hardly cheating. But even if Lu Chen has killed someone at the captain level, in such a narrow space against Li Jingguang's team, he's probably going to lose. Don't forget, Lu Chen's ability is immortality. Without that, he's no different from an ordinary person. He has teammates, though. Did you not see that big guy from Yamato? I heard he's really strong, and his ability seems to be void split, with black cracks that can obliterate everything. His destructive power is definitely not weak. And then there's Yin Yun, who's said to come from an archery family. The black bow she carries is a treasure in itself, and her ability is said to attach destructive, corrosive black flame to her arrows, which is also ridiculously strong. Wow, they're all tough characters. What about Wen Shang? Why is no one mentioning him? I'm not sure about that, just know his ability seems to be called book transformation, which can turn books into powers, but how strong it is, I don't know. But it probably isn't weak either. Don't forget, the key player in Lu Chen's team, Xiao Qiancheng. I heard these people were all handpicked by Xia Qianqing, who has the ability to assess. If they were weak, how could they be recruited? So I speculate, Wen Sheng probably isn't weak either. Wait, you're saying all these people aren't weak, but I heard the first person Xia Qianqing found was Lu Chen, and he's the captain. Doesn't that mean Lu Chen is stronger than all of them? Suddenly, everyone fell silent, but then they erupted into a heated discussion of realization. Wow! You just discovered a blind spot. How strong must Lu Chen be to be called captain? Everyone's gaze refocused on the stage. Above, Li Jingguang's team was all armed, standing in a scattered formation, intending to suppress their opponents with firepower right from the start. In contrast, Lu Chen stood at the forefront, with Miyamoto Kiichi gripping a katana, his expression serious and ready. Behind Lu Chen were Yin Yun and Wen Sheng, who took out their black bow and an ethereal book, respectively. Xia Qianqing drew a long sword, responsible for guarding the rear. On the podium, Zhang Jin glanced at Shintenzong, who was lounging back with a smile, and asked, "Shall we begin?" "Let's start," Shintenzong replied with a light laugh. Zhang Jin nodded, picked up the microphone. "Now, I will count down from 3, and the match will officially begin. 3, 2, 1. Start." The moment the word was heard, Li Zhengguang revealed a cold smile, his hands already aiming at Lu Chen with his guns. He instantly pulled the trigger. Sleep bullets surged from the gun's muzzle like tongues of fire, shooting fiercely towards Lu Chen. Under the firepower suppression of the mechanism, everyone must admit defeat. At the same time, the other members of Li Jingguang's team pulled their triggers. Countless bullets poured out like a swarm of bees. Lu Chen looked at the bullets rushing towards him and took a deep breath. 9 calamity steps. The effect of 9 calamity steps is similar to a blink. So as long as he accurately used 9 calamity steps in the direction of the bullets, he could perfectly dodge them. Behind Lu Chen, Miyamoto Kiichi slowly drew a dark arc with his katana, instantly swallowing all the hypnotic bullets that came near him. The bullets passed through Miyamoto Kiichi's area and reached Xia Qianqing and the others. However, they were all blocked under Xia Qianqing's sword. Don't ask anymore. Although Xia Qianqing's telekinetic level is currently very low, she can still easily alter the trajectory of nearby objects. Xia Qianqing's obstruction gave Yin Yun and Wen Sheng a chance to catch their breath. Chase the stars. Yin Yun, with her delicate hand, held the massive black bow with one hand, while the other gently pulled the bowstring. A mass of pitch-black flames gradually emerged from the gaps between her fingers, slowly forming a black arrow that appeared to be still burning. Annihilate. As Yin Yun's voice fell, the pitch-black arrow in her hand was instantly released. Bang! A wave of dark energy suddenly erupted. The arrow in her hand shot forth like a black eagle, charging forward and instantly sweeping away all the hypnotic bullets aimed at Li Jingguang and the others. Wen Sheng, holding a book, slowly spoke, 7 in, 7 out. Zhao Zilong, heed my command. The book in his hand radiated a golden light, transforming into a crimson book with the 4 characters romance of the 3 kingdoms inscribed on it. In an instant, the book's phantom morphed into a figure that appeared before Wen Sheng, kneeling on one knee. Zhao Zilong, at your service. Expel those people from the arena, but do not harm their lives. Yes, my lord. Ignoring the astonishment of Xia Qianqing and the others. Ignoring the completely silent audience below the arena. Ignoring the stunned Zhang Jin in the stands, as well as Shintenzong, who wore a look of disbelief. Beside him, the white phantom solidified instantly, transforming into a young general with a white face, holding a long spear. He turned sideways, and with a flash of light beneath his feet, a white steed appeared out of thin air. The young general stood 8 feet tall, with thick brows and large eyes, a broad face, and a dignified appearance, exuding a heroic aura. He wore a silver helmet and was clad in silver armor, which shimmered with a cold and dazzling light under the sun, as if covered in frost and snow, revealing a stern demeanor. The armor was intricately engraved with dragon scale patterns. He held a silver spear, its shaft straight as a pine, and its tip incredibly sharp, radiating a chilling brilliance, as if it could pierce through anything. This spear seemed to be a part of his body, resonating with his will, allowing him to conquer the battlefield effortlessly. The white horse beneath him was pure white, without a single stray hair, its mane flowing in the wind like flames in the snow, its hooves powerful and vigorous, showcasing a majestic form as if it could trample mountains and rivers. He wielded the 100 birds. Facing the phoenix spear, riding the jade orchid white dragon steed, his aura soaring like a rainbow, as if a war god had descended, entering a realm where no one dared to tread. I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. He shouted lightly, leaping onto his horse and instantly charging into the ranks of Li Jingguang and the others. Lu Chen was not idle either. He had already perfectly dodged all the bullets with his 9 tribulation steps and arrived in front of Li Jingguang, snatching the handgun from his hand and tossing it to the ground. Li Jingguang had no time to be astonished before Lu Chen kicked him off the arena. The pitch-black arrow whizzed past Lu Chen, crashing into the other two individuals, instantly clearing them from the arena. Now, only 3 opponents remained. The white-faced young general suddenly appeared, holding a long spear and riding a white horse, his spear technique agile and cunning, his horsemanship unparalleled. He galloped across the arena, the spear shadow resembling a dragon, causing opponents to retreat wherever he went. In just 2 rounds, 1 charge and 1 sweep, he effortlessly ended the battle, expelling all the remaining opponents from the arena. Watching the white-faced young general, Lu Chen felt as if he had crashed. Not to be rude, but who are you? Zhao Zilong. At this moment, Zhang Jin stood on the podium, somewhat dumbfounded. To be honest, he had imagined that Lu Chen would win easily, but he never expected it to be this easy. Had it only been a few minutes? The battle ended within 5 minutes. But then again, aside from Xia Qianqing's relatively weak individual ability, it seemed that Lu Chen's team really had no shortcomings. They were all tough characters among this batch of newcomers. He cleared his throat, no longer wasting time, and announced, "First match, victory for Lu Chen's team. Summoning Zhao Zilong? Damn, that's just ridiculous, right? How can one summon a character like that? Isn't this pure cheating?" Zhang Mingyang's face looked as if he were constipated. The gap in strength was evident to the naked eye. At least he himself couldn't defeat the phantom of Zhao Zilong alone. The scroll transformation is indeed outrageous, but I don't think it comes without limitations, otherwise, why wouldn't he look at the God list? Instead, he chose the romance of the 3 kingdoms. I suspect that while the summoned phantom is powerful, it must have its restrictions. It might even be a defective product. It definitely can't be that overpowered, Shi Yang said calmly, as if he had instantly seen through the flaws of Wenshang's ability. Did you notice Lu Chen's movement technique? Du Jiro interjected unusually. Shi Yang showed a hint of embarrassment and shook his head slightly. I noticed, but I couldn't see it clearly. It's too fast, so fast that I feel he doesn't belong to our stage at all. Has he really only awakened for less than a year? Du Jiro anxiously grabbed her shoulders. She didn't want to lose the match and then return to Linjiang with Lu Chen, only to see Duching again. Initially, she didn't think Lu Chen was that strong. After all, since entering the rookie training camp, he had never made a move. But unexpectedly, when he did, he hit the ceiling. Just his speed was enough to crush them. Not to mention, he had a trump card like Wenshang, who could summon historical figures phantoms with considerable strength. However, they also noticed that although the summoned Zhao Zilong had maxed out spear skills and horsemanship, it seemed to only possess cultivation that was still at Wenshang's level. In other words, the strength of the summoned historical figure was linked to Wenshang's own strength. The key is to bypass the opponent's front line and directly attack the back line, where Xia Qianqing is the weak point. As long as we get to the back, we can directly strike at their rear, Shi Yang immediately pointed out the crux. Currently, the role of their backline is quite significant. We must prioritize clearing it. Lu Chen's strength is still unknown, but it can only be high, not low. We also don't know how strong his attack power is or if Tang Rui can hold up, Du Jiro added. It's okay, with me healing Tang Rui, he will definitely hold up, Cui Yi said, patting Tang Rui's shoulder with a smile. A hint of gratitude flashed in Tang Rui's eyes, for these days, Cui Yi had been helping him treat his wounds. She was simply a great person. He cleared his throat, regaining some spirit, and encouraged, "That's right. With Cui Yi and me here, Lu Chen and the others won't break through my defense and reach the backline." Shi Yang glanced at Cui Yi, a hint of amusement in his eyes, but at this moment, he wouldn't say anything discouraging. He had to encourage this fool. "That's right, Tang Rui. I admit I've been a bit harsh on you during this time, but you are still the strongest shield in our team. With you, we can confidently attack the opponent's backline." Tang Rui's flesh quivered, and a hint of fear crossed his face. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. But he still mustered the courage to respond. "Thank you for the praise, Captain. I will definitely defend well and show my worth." Zhang Mingyang also replied, "I'm counting on you for the match, you fatso." He placed a hand on Tang Rui's shoulder, revealing a smile. However, deep within that smile lay a hint of cold mockery. "Skinny guy, you don't need to worry. With me around, no one can break my shield." Tang Rui patted his chest confidently. Just then, on the arena, Lu Chen and the others walked down slowly. Zhang Jin stood on the podium, surveying the surroundings, and said loudly, "Next up for the match is number 1. Please have both sides that touch the number 1 bamboo stick enter the arena and prepare." Shi Yang silently took out a bamboo stick from his pocket, on which the words number 1 were boldly written. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. "It's our turn to take the stage." Coincidentally, the ones battling against Shi Yang and the others were precisely those who had been mocked by Shi Yang that day. "You must be Shi Yang, right? I heard your ability is burning Soul, Chen said provocatively, but after all, it's just a branch of fire abilities. Hehe, I really don't know what you're so proud of. Chen, possess water abilities. I wanted to splash some cold water on you that day to teach you a lesson. If it weren't for those instructors, I would have taken care of you long ago. Chen said while twisting his wrists, and in an instant, a deep blue water flowed slowly from between his fingers. My ability, Sun Hai, is more than enough to easily restrain you. Chen said with a cold smile. Hehe, you sure talk a lot. Do you really think you can win just by flapping your gums? Shuryan's gaze was piercing as he stared directly into Chen's eyes, returning the cold smile. You. Chen's face instantly flushed red with anger, a furious red born from provocation. Do you even understand the situation you're in? I am water, you are fire, water and fire cannot coexist. I naturally restrain you. Chen shouted loudly. Yang turned towards the podium and asked, Captain Zhang, when does this match start? I remember that in team battles on this stage, it's about strength. Not who can talk better, Zhang Jin said after silently observing Yang and Chen for a moment. Alright, I won't waste any more time preparing for you. I'll count down from 3, and the match will officially begin. 3, 2, 1. Start. As soon as Zhang Jin's voice fell, Chen was the first to launch an attack. He swung his arms violently, and a torrent of deep-colored water surged forth like a tidal wave, rushing towards Yang. The others behind Chen also unleashed their respective abilities, joining the battle. Chen's team was entirely composed of warriors, which clearly indicated a serious problem with their lineup. However, Chen came up with a so-called good plan. So what if they were all warriors? They would just focus their attacks on one person and take him down one by one. In an instant, the 6 of them surrounded Yang completely. Let's see how we can drive you off the stage first. Chen sneered, let this kid learn a lesson and not be so arrogant in the future. Ridiculous. A dazzling red-hot light flashed in Yan's eyes. The next moment, deep red flames erupted violently from beneath his feet, and in an instant, a humanoid pillar of fire appeared on the stage. You know nothing about real combat. Daring to approach me? Do you want to be roasted into a crisp by my blazing flames? Yan's voice carried a powerful intimidation. At that moment, the surrounding smart protective gear quickly flashed red lights and emitted beeping sounds. They rapidly positioned themselves in front of Chen and the other 6. With a loud boom, the flames swirled around Yang like a hurricane. In just one round, Chen and the others were swept off the stage by Yang alone. The once aggressive Chen and his companions, who had wanted to teach Yang a lesson, now had most of their clothes burned to tatters. Although the 6 of them showed no obvious signs of flame injuries, they had all lost consciousness. Nearby, the smart protective gear lay in ruins. Instantly, the crowd below was left dumbfounded, a wave of astonishment sweeping through. Is this what a congenital ability user is like? After 10 years of careful training, how could we possibly defeat someone of this caliber? I reckon the S rank is specially prepared for them. Exactly, the strength between us and them is on completely different levels. How can we even fight? The murmurs from the audience rose and fell, creating a noisy atmosphere. Enough, everyone be quiet. Zhang Jin suddenly shouted, interrupting the discussions below. His booming voice instantly echoed across the entire playground. I announce that Chen and the others have been eliminated from the arena. In the second match, Team Yang wins. Following that, Zhang Jin continued, the next pair of opponents is the holder of the number 2 bamboo stick. Please come up to the stage immediately. 4 days passed quietly. After several rounds of minor matches, it was finally time for Lu Chen's team to face Yang's. It was hard for Lu Chen to believe that there was no manipulation in the internal assessment for newcomers. After so many draws, it was strange that Lu Chen and Yang had not faced each other until now. It felt too staged. In reality, there was indeed manipulation to prevent seed players from clashing too early and not achieving their deserved results. On the stage, Yang looked at Lu Chen and his clearly positioned team across from him and smiled. Finally, we meet. After so many minor matches, we finally encounter someone we can warm up against. Hearing the underlying meaning in the other's words, Lu Chen didn't hold back, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Is that so? But I think it's still a minor match. What difference is there between you and them in my eyes? Minor players are just minor players. When Shang, behind Lu Chen, silently adjusted his glasses and said to Yin beside him, why is the captain saying the villain's lines? I don't know, Yin replied, looking confused. It was all fine, but why were both sides starting to mock each other? Moreover, it seemed that their own captain was being harsher. Yang said it was a warm-up, but in reality, it was a mockery that they were only worthy of being his warm-up. However, Lu Chen's words directly categorized Shi Yang and his team as minor players. Saying that might not seem like much, but what if someone called you a Japanese devil? The feeling would be different. Minor players? Heh, I hope you're not just all talk, Shi Yang sneered. Lu Chen waved his hand. Don't be like that, I didn't say anything wrong. This immediately darkened Shi Yang's expression. Alright, so he was indirectly calling them minor players. Then let's see the real skills in our hands, Shi Yang said with a somewhat gloomy face. Look at your darkened face, that's a sign of losing, Lu Chen continued to mock, pointing at Shi Yang's somewhat darkened face. On the podium, Shintenzong covered his mouth, unable to hold back his laughter. It really is a case of one thing overcoming another. Shi Yang was quite eloquent, but when he meets Lu Chen, he becomes a live target, just getting sprayed. I've heard of this before. Zhang Jin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It was not just a sharp tongue, sometimes it was downright shameless. However, as Zhang Jin thought about that day when Lu Chen was serving tea and water at the dining table, looking just like a junior, he couldn't feel any anger. What a little fox, I wonder who he learned his smoothness and slyness from, Zhang Jin said, holding his forehead. He remembered that Lu Chen's profile described him as a decent person, quite smooth, though with a hint of being a goody two-shoes. But how had he turned into a sly little fox now? Had he met someone after joining the night watch that led him astray? While Zhang Jin was lost in thought, Shi Yang below urged, Captain Zhang, aren't we starting yet? We're all ready. Zhang Jin looked at Lu Chen, who was also looking back at him, showing no signs of panic on his face. This little brat, unable to use other abilities, was still so composed. Not afraid of a mishap? Zhang Jin asked Lu Chen, are you ready? Okay. Lu Chen made an okay gesture. Alright, now I'll count down from 3, and the match will officially begin. 3, 2, 1. Start. With a command from Zhang Jin, Lu Chen and Shi Yang quickly entered a standoff. Unlike the rapid exchanges they had with the other teams before, both sides were unusually cautious at this moment, refraining from launching attacks recklessly. The air was thick with tension, as if time itself had frozen. This is the true clash of masters, with undercurrents swirling, where victory and defeat hinge on a single thought. No way, why do I feel like they didn't hear the starting command? You just don't get it, this is called the demeanor of a master. Haven't you heard of the duel between Shimen Chui Shui and Yi Duching at the Purple Forbidden City? In a true contest of strength, it's all about mindset, about who can remain calm and who can better perceive the opponent's flaws. They may seem motionless now, but in reality, they are both observing in secret, searching for the best moment to strike. This is far more exciting than those who rush in swinging blindly, and much more dangerous. A slight misstep could lead to total defeat. On the podium, Shintenzong suddenly asked Zhang Jin, who do you think will win? Zhang Jin scratched his head. It's hard to say, after all, Lu Chen has to hide most of his abilities right now, with only the immortal left. His strength is definitely compromised. If he really faces Shi Yang and Du Jiro, he might not win. But if I had to pick a winner, I'd still lean towards Lu Chen. As for the reason, his solo kill against Ma Mian, while it was a bit of a fluke, I still find it quite terrifying. Ma Mian is currently known to be a mid-tier captain of the Zhong Senshin team, and his strength is not weak. Even I wouldn't win easily. Shintenzong nodded, resting one hand on his chin, gazing at Lu Chen below, a slight smile on his lips. I think there's no suspense. Mortal beings, of course, cannot compete with geniuses. This has long been predetermined by fate. At this moment, the atmosphere on the arena was tense. Shi Yang, provoked by Lu Chen, felt a surge of anger, but he was not reckless and did not act impulsively, especially against an opponent like Lu Chen. Weren't we just called small fries? Why aren't you making a move? Shi Yang taunted. Lu Chen's expression remained indifferent. Filled with disdain, small fries are not worthy of us making the first move. What if I let you have a strike? Shi Yang sneered. Alright, since you won't make a move, then I'll strike first. With that, he shouted, take this punch, his voice booming, seemingly trying to draw everyone's attention. As he approached Lu Chen, Shi Yang shouted to Du Jiro, I'll hold Lu Chen down, you take care of the decapitation. He calculated in his mind that according to the competition rules, eliminating more than half of the participants would count as a victory, so he set his sights on Yin Yun, Wen Chang, and Xia Qianqing, planning for Du Jiro to break through Gong Ben Chi Air and attack the rear personnel. Lu Chen glanced at Du Jiro, instantly darting behind her, a knowing look on his face as he praised, good idea. But unfortunately, you've made 2 mistakes. Lu Chen's voice echoed in the crimson mist, like a demon whispering. What? Shi Yang and Du Jiro exclaimed in surprise. The first mistake, you overestimated your ability to restrain. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Yang's punch missed entirely, leaving only a spray of blood mist. The second mistake, Lu Chen's voice fluctuated, you underestimated my teammate. Du Jiro, who had launched a surprise attack, felt her pupils constrict as her greatsword twisted and broke upon contact with the black arc emitted by Gongben Chi'er. Gongben Chi'er's katana pressed the attack, sending sparks flying as it clashed with the broken sword in Du Jiro's hand. Just then, Lu Chen's voice came from behind Shi Yang, let me tell you under what circumstances this plan can be executed. The so-called decapitation tactic. Lu Chen's figure flickered and appeared in front of Tang Rui, must be based on an absolute crushing power difference. Black Wind Blade. Zhang Mingyang stood behind Tang Rui, his face filled with terror, as he flung out his hand, and a pitch-black wind blade instantly struck. A blood mist appeared beneath Lu Chen's feet, and the black wind blade swept past, smashing into the ground and instantly carving out two dents. At the same time, Lu Chen closed the distance even further. Cui Yi trembled and said to Tang Rui, it's all up to you. Tang Rui's expression changed, and he stretched out both hands, shouting, Earth Flame Shield. A massive earthen wall suddenly appeared in front of him, covered in molten lava, emitting steam and radiating scorching heat. The wall then formed an arc, resembling a giant turtle shell, enveloping Cui Yi and Zhang Mingyang behind it as well. Boom! Lu Chen's fist slammed down on the molten earthen wall, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust, and in that moment, everyone fell silent. Did he break through, or is it still standing firm? I don't know, the dust is obscuring our view, it's hard to see. A few people murmured quietly below. On the stage, Du Jiro and Miyamoto Ki's battle continued. Du Jiro had indeed underestimated Miyamoto Ki, the opponent's swordsmanship and abilities exceeded her expectations. But don't look down on people. Bastard! Du Jiro gripped her broken sword tightly, her eyes flashing with cold light, filled with determination and fierce intent, as she struck fiercely at Miyamoto Ki once more. After all, she was someone who had trained hard for 10 years and emerged from the base. How could she possibly lose to someone who had barely awakened for less than a year? Miyamoto Ki instinctively blocked, but this time, he was unexpectedly sent flying by the overwhelming strike, directly soaring off the stage and crashing to the ground. He struggled to steady himself but still stumbled back several meters, a trace of bright red blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The blow came too suddenly. Although Miyamoto Ki had long known that Du Jiro possessed dual abilities, knowing was one thing, and facing it was another. He could clearly feel that at the moment. The broken sword made contact, a powerful shockwave surged through like a roaring tide, as if a furious giant elephant was charging at full force. Du Jiro, a natural dual ability user, possessed immortality and subtle force. Du Jiro, you hold off Xia Qianqing, and I'll take care of the back row. Noticing the situation on Du Jiro's side, Shi Yang made a quick decision. Since Lu Chen had already penetrated deep into the back, they at least had a shield that could hold for a few seconds, while the opponent had no one to defend the back row at that moment. Chasing stars, a pitch-black arrow suddenly appeared, hurtling towards Shi Yang. Sure. Yang's hands were enveloped in deep red flames, tearing the arrow apart like claws. But at the same time, black flames clung to his hands, and Shi Yang felt a deep, soul-wrenching pain from within. This black flame, it actually causes continuous damage like my scorching flame, Shi Yang thought in shock. Did you think that once we reached the back row, we would be defenseless? When Shang's lips curled up, a red phantom appearing in his hand, holding a book titled Romance of the Three Kingdoms, as he spoke, where is Feng Xian? I am Lubu, the Marquis of One. Who dares to be impudent? A crimson figure instantly materialized from the red book in Wen Shang's hand, appearing before Wen Shang and Yin Yun. Beneath him was the red-brown steed, and he held a Fang Tianhua halberd in one hand, waving it like a full moon. You nameless brat, take my halberd. Shi Yang's expression darkened. I don't believe your abilities are that extraordinary, what you summon must be a defective product. Besides, Lubu is just an ancient figure, even if he has cultivation, he has no abilities. The current world is no longer just a world of cultivation, it is a world of ability users. Watch me tear you apart. The deep red flames erupted from beneath Shi Yang's feet, instantly enveloping him, resembling a human-shaped fire pillar. You ignorant child, how dare you speak so much? Lubu's eyes blazed with fire, his entire body radiating fierce flames, and the Fang Tianhua Ji in his hand resembled a treasure forged from molten lava, emitting extraordinary heat. As the Fang Tianhua Ji struck, Shi Yang felt the terrifying power. This was something he could not contend with. If this blow landed, he would die. Beep beep beep, the intelligent armor emitted sounds, flashing red light, and 6 pieces of intelligent armor appeared before Shi Yang. However, under this strike, they were instantly cleaved in two. Buzz, a flying sword descended from the sky, landing in front of Shi Yang, motionless, blocking Lubu's attack. Lubu was furious, about to say something, but his body then began to disintegrate. His expression stiffened. As he turned to look at Wen Shang, only to see that Wen Shang seemed to have collapsed to the ground, having lost consciousness from overexertion. Lu Bu sighed. I have not met a wise lord, this life is also. With Lu Bu's sigh, his figure shattered into fragments of scarlet, disappearing from the spot. At this moment, sure. Yang sat on the ground in a daze, cold sweat beating on his forehead, his soul trembling. Just a moment ago, he had been so close to being killed by that phantom. The flying sword that had blocked Shi Yang's path flew back to the podium after Lu Bu vanished. Shintenzong reached out, firmly grasping the returning flying sword, then tossed it behind him, where it landed steadily in the scabbard resting on the chair. Interesting, I didn't expect there to be two geniuses this year. That strike had the power of a peak foundation establishment, Shintenzong analyzed. As Shintenzong's words fell, the dust surrounding Lu Chen on the arena also dispersed. Lu Chen's hand pierced through the molten earth wall, and with a sudden force, the wall instantly crumbled. No, no, no. Chui Yi. Heal me. Tang Rui exclaimed in terror. Heal. Chui Yi's hands emitted green light towards Tang Rui. Tang Rui's hands trembled as he maintained the molten earth wall. Impossible. How? Could you shatter my wall with a single punch? This is a molten earth wall, aren't you afraid of the molten heat burning your hands? Fool, he is immortal. How could he fear pain? Zhang Mingyang shouted. Black wind slash. Zhang Mingyang gathered a black wind blade, waiting for Lu Chen to shatter the earth wall, ready to knock Lu Chen off the stage with a single blow. However, after the earth wall crumbled, Lu Chen's figure was not behind it. The black wind blade struck empty air, landing on the ground and carving out a groove. Where is he? Zhang Mingyang's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Are you looking for me? Lu Chen's voice rang out from behind Zhang Mingyang. Zhang Mingyang turned around abruptly, but the next second, he was lifted by Lu Chen and thrown off the stage with a shoulder throw. Indeed, it was a shoulder throw, the result of training for newcomers. If Lu Chen had previously been a brute who only knew raw strength, now he was a novice martial artist familiar with techniques. However, this martial artist possessed strength far greater than an ordinary person and was much faster. A leg trip instantly sent Chui Yi flying off the stage as well. Following that, another shoulder throw sent the over 200-pound Tang Rui off the stage. At this moment, Du Jiro and Xia Qianqing were engaged in a knife fight. In just 2 exchanges, Xia Qianqing was naturally no match and was instantly pushed back. However, just as she was about to fly off the stage, she activated her telekinetic power to control her body, managing to stop right at the edge. Meanwhile, on Shi Yang's side, the back row had been completely cleared. On Lu Chen's side, one was unconscious, and one had been knocked away. It was clear that Lu Chen's team won, claiming the first championship, achieving a perfect score of 30 points in the second assessment. Team Shi Yang ranked second, earning 25 points. At this moment, the gap between the two sides had widened. Night fell, the stars gradually faded, as if shrouded by dark clouds. The newcomer training camp was brightly lit. At this moment, in the luxurious presidential suite on the top floor, Shintenzong was still lying on the familiar black leather sofa, holding the phone in his hand. Hello? Yes, I am Shintenzong. What? Why can't they come? Okay, I understand. After a few brief exchanges, Shintenzong hung up the phone, his expression darkening, resembling the dense clouds outside. He immediately dialed another number. Hello? This is Shintenzong. I request assistance from the other teams. There may be an attack from the collective tomorrow, requesting support. The other teams are all on missions? Okay, I understand. If just now Shintenzong's expression was like the clouds outside, now it was like dark clouds pregnant with thunder. All teams, including my team members, have been assigned tasks. How is that possible? Could it be that the collective has infiltrated our Nightwalkers and arranged for a special team like mine? How is that possible? The only ones with the authority to dispatch us are the leader or the 18 high-ranking officials. They can't have already infiltrated the upper echelons, right? That would be too terrifying. Shintenzong's expression grew increasingly grim as he quickly called Zhang Jin. Meanwhile, Zhang Jin was at home, celebrating his precious daughter Zhang Shiming's birthday. Happy 16th birthday to my darling, happy birthday! Zhang Jin gently placed a golden crown on Zhang Shiming's dark hair. Zhang Shiming's eyes sparkled with surprise as she stared at the birthday cake adorned with 16 lit candles, her hands tightly clasped. Beside her, Fong Lan clapped her hands and sang the birthday song, Happy Birthday to You, Happy Birthday. Just at this warm moment, a piercing ringtone blared from Zhang Jin's pocket. Instantly, the sparkle of surprise in Zhang Shiming's eyes trembled, turning into disappointment and a hint of resentment. Fong Lan's hands froze slightly, her voice abruptly stopping. She knew that whenever Zhang Jin's phone rang, it meant something important. Zhang Jin took out his phone from his pocket and answered the call. Hello? Come to the training camp immediately, and gather half of the captains in the city. We need heavy defense at the newcomer training camp tomorrow. Okay, I'll go right away. Zhang Jin replied quickly, then hung up the phone, looking at the silent Zhang Ximing and the slightly helpless and disappointed Fang Lan. Although he felt guilty, he still said, I have something at work, I have to go. Can't you skip it just this once? Fang Lan looked into Zhang Jin's eyes, filled with a hint of hope. Zhang Jin's pupils trembled. He wanted to be with his wife and child, but he couldn't. The newcomer training camp was a serious matter, involving many people, and could not be taken lightly. I'm sorry, Alan, I have to go. Xiaoxi, next time Dad will celebrate your birthday with you. A flicker of guilt crossed Zhang Jin's face as he quickly picked up his coat from the back of the sofa and walked towards the door, dialing the other captain's numbers in his hand. Click, the door closed. Inside the room, only the flames of the 16 lit candles on the birthday cake flickered, illuminating Fang Lan's slightly crumbling expression as she covered her face, unable to comprehend whether family or work was more important. How many years had it been? Next time. Next time. She had heard too much of this. If you love work so much, why not just put up a monument? Just wait there. Zhang Ximing clenched her hands tightly, a hint of amusement flashing across her face. Could she really think that today could be a good birthday? She was almost laughing in anger. Xiaoxi, don't say such things, your father, it's not easy for him either. Fang Lan leaned on the dining table, propping her face up with her hands, her voice somewhat weak. Yeah, it's not easy. How many people have it easy as a criminal police officer? How hard it is for him, fighting against criminals every day, year after year. I just don't get it. So many criminal police have died, why hasn't it been his turn? Zhang Ximeng. Did I say something wrong? What's the difference between having this father and not having one? Smack, a loud slap struck Zhang Ximing's cheek fiercely. Fang Lan trembled all over, her voice quivering slightly. Do you even know what you're saying? Zhang Ximing, stunned from the slap, shook her head in a daze, then broke into a smile. What did I say? I didn't say anything wrong. Zhang Ximing shouted, her face illuminated by the candlelight, tears streaming down her cheeks. I've grown up. How long has this man really been with me? Why should I call him Dad? Every time he gives me hope, thinking I can celebrate a holiday properly, then he leaves when I have the highest expectations. I'm really fed up. I'd rather not have this Dad. At that moment, the windows of the room were blown open by the fierce wind under the dark clouds outside. The wind rushed into the room, instantly extinguishing the flames of the 16 burning candles. On the table, the once dimly lit room was suddenly engulfed in suffocating darkness. No more birthday songs, no more applause, no more expectations, only a deathly silence remained. Only the roar of the wind was left. At this moment, in the Magic City, countless personnel were summoned. From Captain Zhang Jin to elite team members, all began to converge towards the new recruit training camp. In Shintenzong's luxurious room, it was already filled with a dense crowd of people. Leading them, Zhang Jin shouted to Shintenzong, report. Half of the Nightstalkers in the Magic City have gathered. Shintenzong nodded and addressed the surrounding Nightstalkers. Tomorrow, there may be people from the All Beings Court attacking the new recruit training camp. I need your strength. Calling you over so late is to discuss this matter. This matter cannot be delayed, it must be implemented immediately. Half of you will start night shifts. If you encounter any suspicious individuals loitering nearby, immediately ascertain their identity. The other half will choose rooms in the dormitory to rest, operating on a 7-hour shift system. Shintenzong decisively issued the orders. All the Nightstalkers in the room immediately crossed their arms. Yes. The arrangements were communicated, and soon the captain and various team members left Shintenzong's room in an orderly manner. Only Zhang Jin remained, puzzled, asking Shintenzong, isn't your presence enough to handle the All Beings Court's attack? Why do I need to rally so many people? Shintenzong's expression was calm as he replied, don't forget, not long ago, Lu Chen came to find us and mentioned the matter of Wen Shang. With me here, Wen Shang shouldn't have died. But later, didn't Lu Chen say that Wen Shang's divination changed? He came back to life. But why did the divination change? Haven't you thought about it? According to Lu Chen, it seems that Wen Shang encountered a benefactor, which brought a turning point. That's right, but what if this benefactor isn't Lu Chen, but us? Do you mean the change in the divination is because Wen Shang told Lu Chen about it, but similarly, because Lu Chen informed us about the divination, we were on guard, which is why Wen Shang's death was avoided, right? In room 201. Tang Rui, you have disappointed us too much. Isn't your shield supposed to be strong? Why is it so easily shattered? Cui Yi covered her tear-streaked face with her hands, her voice delicate, yet it pierced Tang Rui's heart like a steel blade. A waist is a waist, what do you expect him to protect? Zhang. Ming Yang sneered from the side. No. No. My shield is very strong, it can't be broken unless it's at the foundation establishment level. Even at that level, it should be hard to shatter. Today, it was just a mistake. Tang Rui's defense caught in his throat, his fingers digging deep into his messy hair. He didn't know why, but it was so simple that Lu Chen shattered his shield with a single punch. That was his proud earth flame shield. In the district he came from, only a captain level could break it. But why was it shattered by that guy Lu Chen with just one punch? Enough, this is my mistake. Shi Yang interrupted everyone. Tang Rui looked at Shi Yang in disbelief. He actually spoke up for him. Soon, a hint of joy appeared on Tang Rui's face. Great, although Shi Yang was very utilitarian and domineering. At least he recognized his value. This was just a mistake. My biggest mistake was letting this waste into the team. His shield is like paper, utterly defenseless. Shi Yang's cold gaze glanced down at Tang Rui. In that moment, the last shred of hope in Tang Rui's heart was completely shattered. He felt cold all over, a chill shooting up from his feet. He covered his head with his hands, lowered his head, and suddenly knelt on the ground. He even began to doubt whether he really was a waste. Did he have no value at all? Was the captain from the previous district lying to him? Did he really have no talent for abilities? Was his ability merely a facade of sturdiness? But how could that be? Yet if it wasn't, then why couldn't he withstand even Lu Chen's punch? You have disappointed me too much, Tang Rui. I thought you would be a solid shield for our team, but unexpectedly, you are nothing but a fraud, a worthless waste. Chui Yi's face was now streaked with tears. Tang Rui was dumbfounded. He wanted to explain something, but he could only remain silent. He didn't know what to say. How could he claim he wasn't a waste without some substantial proof? But what did he have left to say? He had boasted, promised to protect everyone, only to have it all shattered by a single punch. It was as if his clown mask had been torn apart, revealing the ugly face beneath. Chui Yi, let me explain. Even though the mask was ripped, Tang Rui still wanted to explain because he didn't want this girl, who had always been so gentle with him, to be sad. However, the next second, Chui Yi turned and threw herself into Shi Yang's arms. Captain, I don't want to hear this waste explain anymore. Whether we have him or not, it's the same, he will only hold us back. Shi Yang slowly embraced Chui Yi, his voice calm. Don't be like this, everyone is watching. What does it matter? I like you, Captain. I'm willing to give you everything. The tears streaming down Chui Yi's face had long since dried, and a blush appeared on her cheeks as she confessed in front of everyone. But I don't like you. To me, you are just a tool, understand? Thud. Chui Yi was pushed to the ground by Shi Yang, who stood tall and proud, his expression haughty and imperious. At this moment, Tang Rui's eyes widened like copper bells as he looked at Chui Yi, disbelief etched on his face. You like the captain, why? The rejected Chui Yi no longer wore the feigned gentleness, only cold resentment remained. Hearing Tang Rui's question, Chui Yi sneered twice. What's wrong with liking the captain? Am I supposed to like a fat pig like you? Not to mention, you, pig, like to take pictures everywhere, it makes me sick. If Chui Yi had once been like a little angel in Tang Rui's heart, now she was undoubtedly a source of despairing mockery. Her words were not just steel knives stabbing at Tang Rui's heart, they felt more like a hammer smashing it to pieces. Tang Rui clutched his chest. A look of shock on his chubby face as he asked, Chui Yi, do you even know what you're saying? Then why have you been so gentle in helping me heal these days? Stupid pig, just a stupid pig. If I don't heal you, am I supposed to wait for you to report Shi Yang for violence to the captain, dragging our whole team down and losing our chance to compete? My gentleness towards you? Don't joke. I just don't want to talk to you more than necessary. Chui Yi was now somewhat hysterical, her once pure face appearing somewhat twisted. The bright moon outside was gradually obscured by dark clouds, the last beam of moonlight being swallowed. At this moment, Tang Rui sat slumped on the wooden board like a soulless zombie. He held his head in his hands, struggling to get up. I want to report Shi Yang. Cancel the competition for me. No one can continue. Tang Rui exclaimed in despair. It's useless, all your wounds have been treated by Chui Yi, and there are no signs of violence on you. You won't succeed in reporting, said Du Jiro, sitting on a nearby wooden chair, her presence starkly contrasting with the others. Tang Rui roared a few times. Bang, a large foot suddenly kicked out from beside Tang Rui, knocking him to the ground, then quickly withdrew. Shout. What are you shouting for? Useless. Useless. Shout for your mom. Zhang Mingyang's face was dark. I told you long ago, you're a waste, not worth anything. Now look, I was right. What use are you, anyway? All that fat, just looking at you makes me sick. You eat so much and fantasize so much, why don't you go eat shit? What, you think Cui is a bit gentle with you and that means she likes you? You think the captain is forcing you to learn written knowledge for your sake? Don't joke. It's always been because you're dragging us down. Damn. Damn. Screw. Screw. Zhang Mingyang's foot stomped on Tang Rui's head, continuously trampling him. Tang Rui curled up, hugging his head with both hands. As a result, even after awakening his powers, he couldn't escape the fate of being trampled like a dark rat. He wanted to escape. Would dying bring him relief? He couldn't think of anything worth holding on to in this world. Enough. Dujiro slammed her hand on the table, her voice crisp. As she scolded sharply, do you want to cause a violent incident and force all of us to lose our qualifications? Zhang Mingyang paused, coming to his senses as he glanced at Shi Yang, who was looking at him with cold eyes, and at Dujiro, who wore a hint of anger, along with Cui, who had a mocking expression. Reluctantly, he withdrew his foot. Consider yourself lucky. Pa. He did not forget to spit at Tang Rui. Tang Rui looked at the mocking Cui, the indifferent Shi Yang, the coldly smiling Zhang Mingyang, and the out-of-place Dujiro. He once thought they were truly teammates. Teammates he could trust and admire. But reality played a joke on him. All of this was merely a beautiful world he had imagined. It turned out that the fragrance crushed into dust was more nauseating than rotting fruit. Room 205. This was Tang Rui's room. As Tang Rui dragged his rotting feet toward the bed, the floor tiles emitted a sizzling sound as if burning, each step leaving a smoking barefoot print on the charred carpet. His curled-up posture resembled a snake shedding its skin, with his back, soaked in cold sweat, protruding with irregular, rock-like bone spurs. Murky lava seeped from beneath the sheets, crystallizing into sulfur in the folds. The pillow absorbed his scalding tears, rising in a mist with the scent of scorched earth. So tired. As his throat convulsed, it shook off fine ashes, his eyes filled with cracked blood vessels, and deep within his pupils flickered a dark red glow like the core of the earth. What seeped from under his nails was no longer blood, but thick lava mixed with gravel, corroding the bedding into honeycomb-like holes. The reflection in the corner mirror was barely recognizable as human. Beneath the skin, magma veins pulsed, and his shoulder blades pierced through his nightgown, forming jagged volcanic rock surfaces. Those once proud earth flame shields were now gnawing at him from the depths of his marrow, transforming every inch of flesh and blood into a boiling living mineral bed. I really want to die. If only someone could take my place. Take my place. As his roar shook the ceiling, his vocal cords emitted a resonance of human voice and the rumble of the earth. The bed frame twisted into a bizarre arc like an altar under the high temperature, while the monster lurking in the depths of the lava pool was about to tear apart the last human cocoon. At the moment the human cocoon cracked open, was it the monster that devoured Tang Rui, or had Tang Rui finally broken free from the shackles of humanity? The next day, in the morning, the dark clouds had not yet dissipated, but strangely, not a single drop of rain fell. Beneath the dark clouds, a cool breeze carried a hint of chill, and countless newcomers emerged from the dormitory building. At this moment, there were visibly more patrolling Nightstalker members around the newcomer training camp. Those must be the official Nightstalkers, right? Aren't they supposed to guard their own territories? Yeah, why are they all here? The newcomers suddenly began to discuss among themselves. Li Jingwang had his hands in his pockets, a pitch-black pistol at his waist, and a toolbox on his back. He glanced at the oppressive dark clouds, revealing a hint of displeasure. It won't rain today, will it? This is just terrible. He still felt a lingering fear from yesterday's failure. After reviewing the battle of Team Lu Chen, he no longer felt defiant, but he was still not very happy. After all, understanding was one thing, but treating it as if nothing had happened was another. Seeing the dark clouds again today only added to his discomfort. On the other side, on the podium, Zhang Jin was surveying his surroundings, a hint of anxiety showing on his brow. Shintenzong turned to Zhang Jin and asked, "Is there still no abnormality?" Zhang Jin nodded. "Yes, it has been 12 hours of high-intensity patrol since last night, and there is still no sign of anything unusual. Could it be that the people from the Court of All Beings have noticed our heavy guard and chose to retreat without fighting?" Shintenzong slowly shook his head, a hint of light laughter in his voice as he countered, "What if the current calm is to welcome the storm's baptism?" Shintenzong did not believe that all the teams would coincidentally be assigned tasks at this time, nor did he think that without him on standby, the higher-ups would casually arrange for his team members to execute other tasks. Who is responsible for the current isolation of the new recruits? Training camp? Who would be the beneficiary of this situation? Clearly, it is the people from the Court of All Beings. Their claws have already reached the upper echelons. Shintenzong did not know, but he only knew that if this were true, it would be fundamentally terrifying. Such things are absolutely not allowed. But everything now is too coincidental. He has the right to choose to doubt However, this doubt, he would not rashly tell anyone, he would slowly investigate after today, find that undercover agent, and then kill him. If this is the dawn before the storm, then that makes perfect sense. Should I arrange for all the team members to write a will? Or something? Zhang Jin joked half-heartedly. Shintenzong's expression remained calm. You can. Zhang Jin fell silent. Is a will really necessary? At that moment, he hesitated. But then he quickly took action. Hey, the danger level of today's operation has increased. Everyone, prepare to write a will and hand it to me. After finishing this call, Zhang Jin stood beside Shintenzong. Shintenzong countered, aren't you going to write a will? Zhang Jin smirked, aren't you not writing one either? I'm not writing one because I won't die, Shintenzong said confidently. Ha, as if I would die, Zhang Jin rolled his eyes, then stretched. Lazily, I'm the captain of the Magic City team. As a Golden Core expert, the only ones who can kill me are those at the nascent soul level, but aren't you one of them? So, I won't die. The key is, I've promised my wife and kids that next year, I still have to accompany them, I won't fall. Not at any time. The third assessment will be in a semi-combat format. A formation will summon monster phantoms with the strength of early Foundation establishment. The team must defeat the monsters, or hold out for the duration of an incense stick to pass this assessment. The monsters will not cause substantial harm to the assessors, but the hit areas will leave a glowing mark. The mark will give the assessors a sense of pressure similar to real damage. If a critical area is hit, it will be judged as death, and they will be unable to continue. For every death in a 6-person group, 10 points will be deducted. For every death in a 4-person group, 15 points will be deducted. For every death in a 5-person group, 13 points will be deducted. It will still be done by drawing lots, proceeding with challenges in order. Immediately, each team sent someone forward to draw lots. Shi Yang held the bamboo stick marked number 1 and said to the teammates behind him, looks like we have to go first. On the other side, Xia Chenqing also held a bamboo stick and said to Lu Chen and the others, number 2. She was holding a stick marked number 2. Yoshi, as long as it's not the first, any label is good, Miyamotoki said. Captain, you're from Linjiang, right? Yin Yun asked, intentionally or not. Lu Chen was taken aback, not knowing why Yin Yun suddenly brought this up. He nodded, yes, what's up? Oh, nothing much. I'm quite close to you, I'm from Human, Yin Yun said. Hands behind her back, glancing at Lu Chen's face, seemingly wanting to see something, but ultimately sighed in disappointment. Why does it feel like the captain has no desire for her at all? She said this, shouldn't Lu Chen ask her where in Human she lives or something, to get a bit closer? Oh. You're from Human. Yoshi. I'm from Tianhe. Which part of Human are you from? Miyamotoki displayed what a normal man should be like. Lu Chen silently looked at the arena ahead, which, unlike yesterday, was now shrouded in intricate formations. Xia Chenqing stood beside Lu Chen and said, intentionally or not, I'm from Island City, we actually live quite close. Linjiang and Island City face each other across the river. Where in Island City do you live? How about this, I'll find you later. I don't want to tell you, if you find me later, it will definitely be trouble. Oh, fine then. Hey, Lu Chen. Are you even a man? Didn't you say you would marry me? Summer Qianqing's voice gradually faded away until it disappeared completely. She bit her lower lip, realizing how greedy she was. It was already a blessing that he could help her become S rank without any personal gain. Yet, she was still not satisfied and wanted him as well. Lu Chen noticed the emotion in Summer Qianqing's eyes, a feeling he was familiar with, having seen it in a young girl before. Seeing it again, Lu Chen felt as if his heart had been stabbed by a knife. What? How am I not a man? Actually, even if you don't say it, I know about Island City and Bay City. He forced a smile and joked. How do you know? Lu Chen. Did you investigate me? Summer Qianqing exclaimed in shock. So what? When I say something, I mean it. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility, Lu Chen continued to exaggerate and comfort her nonchalantly. Bastard, take responsibility, as if I'm your burden. Summer Qianqing turned her head away, a hint of delight in her eyes, but her words said otherwise. When Shang coughed lightly, trying to raise his presence a bit, he held a new book, on which 3 large characters were written, the list of deities. He tightened his headphones, the sour smell of love was simply ruining his ears. Although this statement lacked logic, it was indeed very vivid. Unlike the comfort of Lu Chen and the others at this moment, the expressions of Shi Yang and the others on the arena were somewhat grim. It wasn't that they couldn't handle the monsters formed by the formation, after all, they weren't all gathered yet, let alone Shintenzong activating the grand formation. Is Tang Rui not here? Shi Yang scanned the people behind him, including Cui Yi, and a flash of anger crossed his eyes. What on earth was that guy Tang Rui doing? This was the first time he was angry because Tang Rui's actions had seriously affected their scores. According to the competition rules, if they exceeded the time limit by 10 minutes, it meant one person would be eliminated. There were 5 of them, and losing one person meant losing 13 points. If in the second round, the third team's members all passed the third assessment, it would mean their final ranking would be surpassed. Sure Yang, it seems your team is not complete. Zhang Jin stood on the podium, still holding the microphone. Sure Yang broke out in a cold sweat, clasping his hands together. I guess that guy Tang Rui fell asleep. Cui Yi, Zhang Mingyang, hurry up and go wake him. At this moment, Cui Yi and Zhang Mingyang also realized that Tang Rui was missing, and their faces turned indignant. What was that fat guy doing? Was he an idiot? He was indeed useless, and the concept of Tang Rui being useless had sunk deeper into their hearts. Cui Yi and Zhang Mingyang wasted no time and immediately jumped off the arena, running towards the dormitory building behind. At this moment, only Du Jiro and Sure Yang remained on the arena. Du Jiro bit her lip, revealing a hint of unwillingness. It's really ironic, I didn't expect that we would not only lose to Lu Chen but also wouldn't even get second place. Do you think I want this? Sure Yang shot a glance at Du Jiro, gritting his teeth and growling. I really shouldn't have brought him into the team, he's simply a useless waste. Do you still think it's Tang Rui's fault? Du Jiro sighed. Isn't it? If Tang Rui's shield had held for even a second, maybe our plan could have really succeeded. Sure Yang retorted. What if it's not that Tang Rui is too weak, but Lu Chen is too strong? Du Jiro said, somewhat unwilling to accept. This reality is even more unbearable than killing them. 10 years of hard training can't compare to someone else's innate awakening after just a year. This gap is so vast it feels like pointing fingers and cursing them, as if they've been living like dogs all these years. Heh, we are innate ability users. No matter how strong he is, he's just an acquired awakening, using his powers for only a year. How strong can he really get? Sure Yang scoffed. He had lost his usual calmness because no matter how much he tried to hide it, he couldn't cover up one fact: he had already lost. Even if he passed the third assessment with everyone surviving full marks, he still couldn't compare to Lu Chen and the others. Because if they could get full marks, Lu Chen and the others definitely could too. But you couldn't even stop him, could you? Are you also useless? Du Jiro chuckled lightly, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Is this what they mean by there's always someone better? Truly, the world is unpredictable. Just stepping into the arena, he was taught a harsh lesson. Sure Yang fell silent, he indeed couldn't stop Lu Chen. His pride was now trampled underfoot, his pride from the innate ability training camp was shattered. The reason he considered Tang Rui a waste was merely an attempt to escape the fact that Lu Chen was a strong opponent. A waste, is it? He scoffed, not even knowing who he was referring to. Outside room 205. In the corridor. Useless stuff, damn it, always causing us trouble. Zhang Mingyang cursed as he walked ahead. Exactly, can't we just complete the third assessment honestly today? Why hide in the room and make us come find you? It's really annoying. Cui Yi played with a strand of hair with her delicate little hand, a look of disgust on her face. However, as they walked, Zhang Mingyang, being the holder of the Black Wind ability, had a keen perception of the surrounding gases. Suddenly, a look of surprise crossed his face. What's going on? Why do I feel a wave of heat? It's getting closer. Is it coming from Tang Rui's room? He wouldn't have built a magma turtle shell in there, would he? Ridiculous, I thought. It was tough, but it got smashed by a single punch. What a piece of junk. Zhang Mingyang waved his hand dismissively, a mocking expression on his face. Cui Yi crossed her arms, feeling a sense of unease. That guy Tang Rui, he wouldn't have gone berserk, would he? Can't you feel that this heat is a bit off? It's like a fire that has already started to spread. Berserk, don't joke around, does he even qualify? Besides, why would he go berserk? We haven't done anything to him. Just because he lost, is it wrong to say a few words? A few beads of cold sweat appeared on Zhang Mingyang's forehead. At this moment, he was starting to have second thoughts. But thinking of Tang Rui's annoying fat face, he forced himself to be brave. He must be bluffing, that dead fatso. We don't have much time left, we must bring Tang Rui back to the arena, or not only will he lose 13 points, but we will also lose 26 points. A few beads of cold sweat appeared on Zhang Mingyang's forehead as he glanced at his watch. There are 5 minutes left. Anyway, I don't believe the dead fatso can go berserk. If you're scared, just stay here. I will drag him to the arena no matter what. Zhang Mingyang said as he strode towards room 205. But then, he saw sulfur steam seeping out from the door crack, presenting a strange amber glow under the corridor lights. The moment he saw the sulfur steam, Zhang Mingyang's whole body trembled. His human instincts were telling him that opening the door would mean death. Can't open the door, run. This was Zhang Mingyang's first thought. However, in the next second, a heat wave blew open. The metal door marked 205, and a crimson liquid wave erupted with extreme heat, instantly engulfing Zhang Mingyang at the entrance, melting him along with the metal door. Ah! Zhang Mingyang let out a scream, and in an instant he was completely melted like an ice sculpture. Cui Yi in the corridor had her eyes wide open, looking utterly stunned. Her shoulders trembled, and she stumbled to the ground, immediately overwhelmed by a desperate urge to survive. At this moment, her mind was consumed by a single word: run. Cui Yi, a voice that sounded inhuman, came from behind her. But Cui Yi didn't turn back, because she knew that in the moment she hesitated, she might be swallowed by the heat wave behind her. She didn't want to die. She wanted to live. She still had her youth ahead of her. She hadn't found a good man yet, and her parents were still waiting for her to take care of them. She couldn't die. Cui Yi, I love you, let's merge into one. No. No. Don't come. Over. At this moment, 7 or 8 minutes had passed on the arena. Shi Yang's expression grew increasingly grim. What on earth were Cui Yi and Zhang Mingyang doing? And what about that guy Tang Rui? Didn't he want to pass the newcomer training camp? Just then, one of the other newcomers below the arena shouted, pointing at the dormitory building, "There's a fire. Look! The second floor is on fire." What? Shi Yang was startled and turned to look, only to see flames erupting from the second floor, centered around 205, with black smoke billowing out of the windows, rising into the sky. Jin Gu, Zhang Mang, Zhang Jin stood on the podium, holding a microphone, shouting at the two captains, quickly put out the fire. Jin Gu and Zhang Mang, who were patrolling nearby, immediately shouted, "Yes, Captain," and rushed into the dormitory building with a small team. Zhang Jin turned to Shintenzong beside him and asked, "Is this the work of the Court of All Beings?" Shintenzong slowly turned his head, his expression serious. Logically, it shouldn't have gone wrong. It doesn't matter. I have a foolproof plan for the newcomers. The protective formation is in place. Unless a transformation realm expert intervenes, it will be extremely difficult to break through. Once the fools from the Court of All Beings step into this place, it will be their point of no return. Last night, in addition to the formation used for the assessment, Shintenzong had also set up a protective formation to safeguard the newcomers. Don't joke around. Transformation realm cultivators are national treasures. Such powerful beings are like the trump cards of a great nation, who would easily deploy them unless it was a matter of life and death. Unless a transformation realm expert intervenes, it would be nearly impossible to breach this protective formation. At this moment, the newcomers were starting to lose their composure. Damn! My luggage is still in the dormitory. My bank card is still inside. The bank card can be replaced, but my grandfather's relic is still in there. Instantly, the newcomers began to surge towards the dormitory building. Stop them! Zhang Jin shouted suddenly. Immediately, the other patrolling team members blocked the newcomers, completely separating them from the dormitory building. Why can't we go back? We have water-type ability users here. We can put out the fire. Let us in. My dormitory is on the first floor. It hasn't been burned yet. I can still make it. Some newcomers ran towards the dormitory like they had gone mad. However, they were blocked by the team members, who stood like a solid wall. Zhang Jin on the podium looked grim. Could it be that the Court of All Beings had anticipated this and deliberately set the fire to draw these newcomers away from the protective formation? Boom boom boom. At this moment, the second floor of the dormitory suddenly erupted with a loud noise, and countless lava streams poured out of the windows. The fire spread rapidly, instantly engulfing the first, second, and third floors, and the flames began to continue spreading upwards. Thick black smoke billowed, a sharp, burning smell wafting through the air. The two small teams that had entered the dormitory building now emerged, their faces covered in dust and dirt. They looked grim, trembling all over, and this scene reminded them of some past events. Do they understand why, once a violent incident occurs, everyone in the entire team must lose their qualifications? It's not just to protect the victims. It's also because, in the past, a violent incident had forced a new student into a state of aberration, resulting in the new student becoming a monster. Once an ability user turns into a monster, the threat they pose is far greater than that of an ordinary person. The power of a monster transformed from an ability user is 10 times that of an ordinary monster. There's a new person who has gone berserk and mutated, Jingu said, holding a communicator, his voice slightly trembling. On the other side, the communicator clipped to Zhang Jin's chest crackled with Jin Ji's voice, and Zhang Jin's expression gradually darkened. It seemed this had nothing to do with the All Beings Court, but rather someone had disregarded the rules of the new student training camp. Moreover, it appeared that the identity of that new student was self-evident. It should be Tang Rui who had gone berserk. This meant that Shi Yang and the others had subjected Tang Rui to a violent incident, right? Everyone in Shi Yang's team has lost their qualification for the competition due to the violent incident, and all their scores in this competition have been reset to 0, Zhang Jin said, casting a sidelong glance at Shi Yang, who was standing on the stage, his eyes trembling slightly. As soon as these words were spoken, the new students erupted in an uproar. What the hell? Why did they suddenly cancel all of Shi Yang's team's qualifications? Didn't you hear about the violent incident? Hiss, are you talking about Tang Rui? I was wondering how that guy, who was so poor in theoretical knowledge, managed to score so high. Turns out he was forced. Shi Yang clenched his fists tightly, his shoulders trembling as he looked towards the dormitory building, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. That guy, Tang Rui, had he really gone berserk? We have to wait another year, how ironic. First, we didn't get it, second, we didn't get it, and now the third is just a luxury. We no longer have the qualifications to compete. Du Jiro sneered. Are you blaming me? Aren't you just a bystander? What are you pretending for? Shi Yang shot a glance at Du Jiro, sneering. As he spoke, he leaped down from the stage. Du Jiro followed closely behind, her expression pale. The wooden handrail of the podium curled and darkened under the high temperature, and the crimson flames rising around Zhang Jin had coalesced into a swirling fluid vortex. The heat waves distorted the air within a 10-meter radius, the surging flames twisting as if kneaded by an invisible giant hand, ultimately gathering above his head into a blazing white cocoon. Shu Long. Before the shout could fade, the light cocoon exploded with a thunderous roar. A serpentine red dragon shadow soared into the sky, its scales flowing with liquid flames, and wherever it passed, the asphalt ground melted into caramel-like trenches. As the dragon's kiss touched the dormitory building, the entire gloomy sky was stained amber. The molten defense layer emitted a piercing vaporization sound. The steel framework softened into crimson ribbons under the 3,000-degree heat, and the concrete peeled away like a sandcastle. The screams hidden within were abruptly silenced. The writhing dragon shadow crushed the building as if crumpling waste paper, compressing the entire 6-story building into a 10-meter-deep lava pit. As the crimson flames scattered into a sky full of sparks, only the charred foundation remained, steaming with blue smoke. At this moment, a light drizzle began to fall. In the boiling mist, the distant unextinguished phoenix fire pit flickered in the rain curtain, and the thickening raindrops poured onto the scorching rock layers, rising into white mist. At this moment, all the new students trembled from their souls. Was this truly a power that humanity could wield? In an instant, a 20-story dormitory building was destroyed. Was Zhang Jin too strong, or were they too weak? This is simply a miracle. One strike to destroy a dormitory building, this is just too outrageous. Wait, my bank card. My grandfather's relic. On the podium, Zhang Jin let out a long breath. He took the microphone and continued, Contestant number 2, please step onto the stage. The match continues. Lu Chen suppressed the tremor in his heart and looked at Xia Qinsheng and Wen Shang beside him, all of them still in a daze. Everyone was taken aback by Zhang Jin's strike. No one had truly seen the real strength of a captain-level fighter. Including Lu Chen himself, killing Ma Mian now seemed like nothing more than sheer luck. The opponent lacked aerial capabilities and could only suffer defeat on the spot. In fact, it wasn't that Ma Mian was too weak, but rather that Zhang Jin was too strong. As the most prosperous city of the Tang dynasty, it naturally had the top golden core experts stationed there. Although Zhang Jin only possessed the Zhulong ability, it was the strongest fire-type ability. Even if Ma Mian faced Zhang Jin, he would only be a 10-move opponent. There is also a fatal gap between golden core and golden core experts. Long ago, this gap was in techniques, but now, it is in abilities. Lu Chen and the others stepped onto the stage. Despite the occurrence of aberration rampages, it seemed from Zhang Jin's demeanor that he had no intention of terminating the newcomer assessment. As the 5 of them took the stage, Zhang Jin looked at Shintenzong, who nodded. A small sword engraved with a formation appeared in his hand, which he suddenly threw out, landing above the stage. Your opponent is a monster at the early stage of foundation establishment. The phantom will not truly harm you, but be sure to avoid fatal injuries, otherwise, it will be considered death. You are a 5-person team, and for every person lost, 13 points will be deducted. Zhang Jin emphasized the rules of the match once more. At this moment, the grand formation on the stage finally coalesced successfully. Azure patterns seeped from the void like liquid arcs, with thousands of geometric light spots weaving across the asphalt ground. A 3-meter-high pitch-black shell enveloped the area, gleaming with a cold steel luster. Behind it, 6 spider legs like giant surgical knives plunged into the concrete floor. The moment its crimson compound eyes lit up, all the newcomers within a 30-meter radius heard the phantom sound of nails scraping against metal plates. Roar, the monster let out a furious roar, its 6 spider legs brandishing menacingly. It suddenly crouched down, allowing its 6 spider legs to crawl towards Lu Chen. Today, Lu Chen did not step onto the stage empty-handed. He had 2 tang sabers strapped to his waist, which were the hidden edge. He squinted slightly, drew the twin sabers from his waist, and then made a swift move. The monster, which had slightly intimidated all the newcomers, was merely a one-move opponent in front of Lu Chen. A slight cutting surface slowly appeared on the monster's abdomen, and its crimson eyes began to lose focus, its body involuntarily starting to fall apart. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. Damn, is the monster too weak, or is Lu Chen too strong? Did he kill it in one move? You fool, it must be that Lu Chen is too strong. Didn't you see those glimmering spider legs? If they were real, they would have chopped me in half in an instant. On the podium, Zhang Jin covered his face with one hand. This brat is too decisive. Can't he be a bit more low-key? He solved it in one go, making it seem like the third assessment is really weak. Shintenzong's expression slightly tightened at this moment, and he suddenly spoke, "Someone is coming." Zhang Jin's expression stiffened. The court of all beings? Yes. Why hasn't Ma Mian arrived yet? I've called him countless times since I got to Magic City. Don't worry, I trust Ma Mian's abilities. We'll stick to the plan. 2 knights draped in crimson cloaks with golden embroidered iris patterns conversed fluently in English. An elderly man clad in molten gold robes and wearing a golden sun mask glanced at the 2 knights in the air and questioned in English, "What? Has the plan been leaked?" 2 holy knights were taken aback, one of whom, draped in a scarlet cloak and wearing a lion's mask, responded, "Bishop, we haven't been able to contact Ma Mian." Ma Mian? Isn't he responsible for detonating the 100,000 awakening potions simultaneously at the subway transfer hub? The old man spoke in a calm tone, slowly stroking his grizzled beard. The lion-masked knight continued, "Ma Mian is the captain in charge of the Magic City under my command. He is very fast, even if he can't win, he can escape. There shouldn't be any issues. We just can't reach him right now. He may have infiltrated the Magic City and is unable to take calls." Golden Lion, I hope so. Otherwise, if the plan leaks, today's operation will be in vain. We not only need to eliminate the fresh bloodline of the Nightstalkers this year. Lightning flickered in the clouds surrounding the old man, his voice echoing throughout the storm. The most crucial part is that we must make the Nightstalkers watch as the steel forest they built degenerates into a flesh and blood nest within 12 hours. This is the price of their investigation. Above the sky, the leading molten gold phantom, accompanied by several scarlet blood shadows, headed towards the Magic City newcomer training camp. At the moment they arrived at the newcomer training camp, it coincided with Lu Chen's strike that killed the monster's phantom. The old man sneered, "Let me add some fuel to the fire." In an instant, the dark clouds that had been drizzling suddenly surged with a wave of scarlet. The old man produced a sphere in his hand, which he slowly tossed down. The sphere rolled continuously, gradually expanding. It transformed into a blood-red sphere with a diameter of 8 to 9 meters, crashing down onto the arena, the protective formation seeming to be of no consequence. Boom! As the blood-red sphere smashed onto the arena, it shattered like foam, revealing countless scarlet eyes flickering from within. Countless blood-red spiders, their exoskeletons glinting coldly, crawled out, emitting chilling, shrill cries. On the podium, Zhang Jin's face darkened, attacking the newcomers right away. "Do you want some lotus too?" Zhulong Zhengjin casually gathered a crimson dragon shadow, ready to shoot at the spider swarm in front of Lu Chen on the arena. However, a scarlet figure suddenly appeared before Zhang Jin, wearing a tiger mask. "Sorry, sir, but I'm afraid you'll have to stay put here. Get lost." Boom! The Zhulong shot unceremoniously at the tiger mask, but the tiger mask conjured a black tiger phantom with both hands, which suddenly appeared and directly blocked the attack. Meanwhile, Shintenzong, wielding a sword with one hand, fiercely slashed at the spider swarm, countless sword shadows converging like a cascade of stars, striking down. However, a molten gold figure stood like a mountain in front of Shintenzong. "You are the one who has repeatedly disrupted our good deeds at the living being's court. Heh, since you can't stand us at the living being's court, you shall perish here today." The old man's eyes hardened, and a phantom of the sun emerged behind him, instantly radiating a light several times hotter than Zhang Jin's. At that moment, it was as if a sun had appeared before him, illuminating all the shadows obscured by the dark clouds. No matter how scorching the surroundings were, only Shintenzong felt a chill in his heart, because he realized the opponent's strength. Transformation realm, and not just any transformation realm. How could this be? The current situation was a deadlock. Dark clouds, light rain. An unrelated term mixed in between the two, surprisingly seemed particularly fitting. Beneath the thick dark clouds, light rain fell in a drizzle, while a molten gold sun radiated scorching heat, illuminating the horizon. What the hell? Aren't we in the newcomer training camp? What on earth is happening? Below the stage, Li Zhenguang was completely bewildered, holding his head with both hands, feeling so small at that moment. Compared to the rising sun before him, he was nothing. No. He wasn't even worth a fart. At least a fart could make a sound, but now, Li Zhenguang didn't even dare to make a noise. Everyone calm down. If something unexpected happens now, don't panic. Panicking is useless. Whoever panics the most will die first. If you want to die, keep panicking. Those who don't want to die, just stay quiet and behave. At this moment, Shi Yang shouted to the crowd of newcomers. Damn it, why should we listen to you? Who the hell do you think you are? You don't even have the qualifications to compete, and you want to command us? Instantly, some newcomers were unconvinced. Shi Yang took a deep breath, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. That's right, I don't have the right to command you. Ha! Immediately, the newcomers erupted in a wave of mockery, as if laughing at Shi Yang's foolishness and arrogance. However, what Shi Yang said next sent chills down their spines. So go ahead, make a fuss, shout. Do you think anyone will come to save you? Do you think that in this situation, if you do nothing, you can still survive? Just keep being indifferent. Do you think I stood up for whom? I stood up because I don't want to die. I have no other choice. I stood up. Do you think it's for anyone else? It's for my own survival. Suddenly, the newcomers exchanged glances. Their mocking expressions stiffening, not only revealing a sense of shame but also a hint of heaviness on their faces. Li Zhenguang shouted at this moment, what should we do? Shi Yang replied firmly, we must unite and fight against the group of spiders appearing on the arena with the surrounding Nightstalkers. Those are mutated species, monsters cultivated by the court of all beings. Only by doing this can we hold on. Believe that reinforcements will come to support us. Unfortunately, Shi Yang was wrong about this. There were no reinforcements. The capable reinforcements had long been dispatched on missions. In other words, there were no reinforcements at all. Even if there were, they would just be cannon fodder coming to die. As for the high-level Nightstalkers, they might come, but it would probably be after the rookie training camp had been bloodied. Shi Yang didn't know any of this, nor did the newcomers around him. But at this moment, they had gained a belief to hold on until reinforcements arrived. Meanwhile, on the arena, Chen held the hidden edge in both hands, unleashing full firepower, his figure flashing through the blood mist, and as he raised his hand, several spiders were instantly sliced in half. I thought there was a problem with the formation, so I directly killed that monster's phantom, but I didn't expect it to be an ambush by the court of all beings. After months of professional training, Chen immediately recognized that the few scarlet cloaks standing in midair were the holy knights of the court of all beings. As for the figure resembling the sun, he had his suspicions. Clearly, the Nightstalkers had no relevant intelligence about this individual. It seemed to be their first appearance. However, since so many holy knights supported him, he must be of a higher rank than the holy knights. And the rank of the holy knights was similar to that of the leaders of special teams. In other words, their combat power was at the nascent soul level. And now, there were 3 holy knights standing in midair. The key point was, if the holy knights were at the nascent soul level, then that sun, could it be the transformation stage? In midair. Damn it, how can there be so many holy knights? This is the rhythm of annihilating Magic City. This is no longer just an attack on the rookie training camp, their intention is definitely the entire Magic City. Zhang Jin gritted his teeth, a flicker of anger flashing in the crimson flames of his eyes as he roared. Merger, got it right. The knight in a tiger mask, Black Tiger, stood in front of Zhang Jin, mocking in English, we've mobilized so many people, how could it possibly just be for a little rookie training camp? Of course, we want to turn the Magic City of the Great Tang into a no-man's land. To be honest, we have already dispatched Ma Mian to simultaneously detonate 100,000 awakening agents at the subway transfer hub in the Magic City. You should have heard of Ma Mian, right? He's the fastest man. Even if you notify the other captains now, it would be futile. Ha ha ha. Zhang Jin's heart had been hanging in suspense, but upon hearing this, a strange expression appeared on his face, and the tension in his heart inexplicably eased. Zhang Jin asked with a hint of peculiarity, who are you talking about? Ma Mian? Merger, exactly. We had Ma Mian retrieve new types of awakening agents from the surrounding areas 3 months in advance to gather 100,000 new awakening agents. Didn't expect that, did you? Ha ha. Moreover, as soon as we arrived in the Great Tang, we rushed here. You won't have time to notice anything amiss, let alone stop Ma Mian. A hint of pride emerged on Black Tiger's face beneath the mask as he slowly extended his hands. In just 1 more hour, you will hear an explosion of art, and at that time, the new awakening agents will infect the entire Magic City like rain. Meanwhile, the old man glanced at Black Tiger, his voice carrying a hint of reprimand. There's an old saying in the Great Tang, villains die from too much talk, Black Tiger. Why are you saying so much? Hurry up and kill him. Upon hearing the old man reprimanding him, Black Tiger immediately jolted and shouted, yes. Archbishop. It seems that although you want to continue boasting, I'm afraid our boss is getting a bit impatient. It seems we've disturbed his afternoon tea time. I'm sorry, but the game of cat and mouse ends here. Black Tiger's voice gradually turned dangerous. He exuded a thick black aura that coalesced above his body, transforming into a shadow of a black tiger, revealing sharp claws. I will kill you quickly, so you can die without pain. Black Tiger's voice carried a sense of inevitability, as if he could already see Zhang Jin collapsing under his claw. Suddenly, a roar echoed across the sky as Black Tiger's claws slammed down on the shadow of the candle dragon, instantly pinning it beneath his feet and crushing it. The old man no longer paid attention to Black Tiger, his gaze fell on Shintenzong. Young man, I value talent and cannot bear to see geniuses fall. Why not join my Zongxing court? I can guarantee you will become a knight of the temple. At this moment, Shintenzong was burning, his white clothes stained with blood, slightly charred, and he held his sword with somewhat disheveled hands. He spat out a mouthful of blood and gave a middle finger. You understand international gestures, right? Foreigner. Oh my god, you chose to die. The old man wearing the sun will mask revealed his crimson, expressing a hint of regret. Lu Chen, watch your back. On the other side of the battlefield, on the arena, swarms of spiders surrounded Lu Chen, clearly targeting him as their first kill. Hearing Xia Chenqing's voice, Lu Chen's hidden blade flashed through several beautiful arcs, instantly slaying the mutated spiders attacking from behind. The long sword pierced through the spider's belly, and Xia Chenqing, holding her sword with both hands, was splattered with blood as she slowly pulled the sword out. The weapon in Xia Chenqing's hand was a predecessor's sword from the former Qianya base, made of special material, extremely sharp, capable of penetrating the defenses of ordinary monster exoskeletons. A mutated spider suddenly lunged at Xia Chenqing, and in the next moment, a pitch-black arrow shot through the air. It pierced the spider, instantly incinerating it. The one who struck was Yin Yun. Tear the sky. Gong Ben Chi'er held a katana in both hands, the blade shimmering with a cold light as he swung it. A dark arc appeared abruptly, and in an instant, it sliced through the spider as if it were a black hole, devouring it. Outside the protective formation, the other two temple knights, the lion-faced knight and the eagle-faced knight, stood ready. Golden Lion, you handle breaking the formation, and I'll take care of these shrimp, the eagle-faced knight said, his gaze flashing crimson as he looked at the already prepared knight stalkers surrounding the formation. The Golden Lion glanced at the eagle-faced knight and nodded, but soon he noticed the protective formation, his brow furrowing. The Zhou Tian protective formation can only be broken by a transformation god. I fear I cannot shatter it alone. No worries, the ones who set up the formation are about to die anyway, and when that happens, the formation will collapse without a fight, the eagle said, watching the overwhelming scene beside him. The old man stood like the sun in mid-air. Meanwhile, Shintenzong knelt on one knee, his back ablaze, his white clothes stained with blood, kneeling on the ground, the flying sword in his hand also broken. When he dies, the formation will disappear, and that will be your moment to strike, the eagle said, holding his sword in one hand, soaring into the air, a pair of giant wings unfurling behind him, black and white as the base tone. Then with a flap of his wings, he instantly charged towards the surrounding Nightstalkers. The Nightstalkers felt an immense sense of oppression, a feeling they had never experienced before, a sensation that even resistance would lead to certain death. This is your fate, death will be today's main theme. As the eagle darted through a crowd of Nightstalkers, blood erupted like beautiful roses, and several heads fell to the ground as if they were worthless. You are wrong. Today's death will not be our final chapter. You are the ones whose time has truly come. At this moment, Jin Ji's body was already severed in half by the eagle's sword, but he still roared defiantly. He propped himself up on the ground, bloodied and fierce-eyed. You will ultimately be dragged into hell. You talk too much. A line of blood appeared at Jin Ji's throat. A figure flashed in mid-air, the eagle's eyes blood-red, a strange, sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You say so much, yet you still have to die first? Because I am a strong one now. And you weaklings can only fantasize. You are wrong, it is not just a fantasy, but your fate, just like our fate now. These are unchangeable realities. Zhang Mang pushed himself up with a long knife, trembling all over, filled with fear of death. Yet he still stood up and shouted. Because he knew that although he could hardly escape death today, he wanted to die with grandeur, to die with strength. Though we die today, the will to annihilate your entire kind will never extinguish. You filthy rats from the sewers, wait for the day you are dragged into hell. Ha ha, the eagle laughed heartily, his voice carrying a hint of extreme indifference, perhaps. But now, I am your judge of hell. He swung the long knife in his hand, and blood splattered onto the ground in an instant. Thud, with a sound of someone falling, a figure collapsed, head severed, blood gradually pooling into a puddle. Inside the protective formation, the new students below began to climb onto the arena, launching attacks against the spiders. But unfortunately, not everyone was as strong as the Chen team and the Shuyang team, who were top tier among the new students. On the contrary, they were very weak enough that they could not kill the spiders, but instead suffered greatly. A freshman let out a terrible scream as a mutated spider, about 2 meters tall, bit into his throat. Instantly, his neck exploded like a burst grape, blood splattering everywhere. This horrifying scene undoubtedly struck all the freshmen like a bolt from the blue. Many began to feel the urge to retreat. Some of the weaker freshmen were so frightened that they scrambled and rolled away, running back in panic. They understood. What high salaries were there? It was just risking their lives with their heads on the line. This kind of job would lead to death sooner or later. What good was any amount of money? It would be better to be eliminated and join the logistics department. I want to join the logistics department. I don't want a high salary anymore. I don't want money. Let me go home. It's over. We're doomed. This is something we can't handle at all. Looking at the freshmen who were crying and wailing, Shuyang's face flashed with indifference. Was this all a bunch of piglets could do? However, he wasn't inciting the freshmen for these useless ones, but to stir up those capable of taking action. Now, everyone had to strive to survive. Chen stood at the very front of all the freshmen. At this moment, both his divine speed and super strength erupted simultaneously, transforming him into a fleeting shadow. Wherever he went, blood flowed freely, and spider carcasses littered the ground. Chen gazed at the 2 shattered semicircles ahead. That's the damn thing. Continuously spawning these monsters. The 2 semicircles had to be destroyed. 9 calamity steps. Chen charged forward, carving a bloody path in that direction. This left the freshman behind him dumbfounded. Is this really a freshman from our cohort? This is too fierce. I suddenly feel like we might still have hope. Damn it, brothers. Let's fight. Ali give. Ali give. As the saying goes, when a general opens the way, morale soars. Chen's killing intent was more effective than any encouragement. Shuyang silently watched Chen's back, swallowing hard. Is this really someone who has awakened for less than a year? I feel like even a captain-level person wouldn't be able to defeat him. Yeah, it's really surprising. He's so strong, stronger than any of us expected. Dujiro bit her lip lightly, a hint of amazement flashing in her beautiful eyes. Chen was unstoppable, cutting a bloody path all the way. Finally, he reached the 2 massive white semicircles. There, the 2 white semicircles resembled nests, from which 7 or 8 more spiders emerged. Chen wielded his hidden blade and instantly killed the 7 or 8 spiders, then sliced towards the white semicircle. Not far away, an old man noticed Chen. He stroked his white beard, a hint of appreciation appearing on his face. I didn't expect there to be another genius. If he could be of use to me, at least I wouldn't waste such talent. To think he actually made it to the white nest, what a pity. The white nest is birthed by the black spider of the nascent soul level, capable of splitting into thousands of spiders in a short time. The key is, even if the white nest is destroyed, it will still produce spiders, only smaller in size, but that doesn't mean they are easier to deal with. On the contrary, the smaller spiders can enter your nose, ears, and eyes, eating away at your brain and lungs, dismantling you from the inside. Old man, you really are quite relaxed. Shintenzong, half kneeling, mocked. The old man slowly shook his head. To you, I am the master, naturally relaxed. I don't really want to kill you. After you witness all of this, helplessness will fill you entirely, and Shintenzong's face flashed a pale white, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. But along with it, his black hair began to turn white, while his cultivation level started to surge dramatically. Early stage of the nascent soul, mid stage of the nascent soul, late stage of the nascent soul, peak of the nascent soul. Half-step transformation. Break buzz. Shintenzong emanated a powerful sword aura that instantly enveloped his body, and behind him, a colossal sword shadow that reached from the heavens to the earth emerged, drowning in the clouds, shocking the world. The old man's face showed a hint of astonishment. You actually burned half of your life as a price to break through to transformation. What a waste. Such talent. Wasted. Don't you want to break through to the minor realm? The old man's astonishment quickly turned to anger. You disappoint me too much. I shouldn't waste time with you. I should have just killed you, you fool. Ridiculous. When has a dragon ever associated with ants? It is you who cannot distinguish between heaven and earth, foolishly dreaming of standing alongside a dragon. Shintenzong sneered, as if in his eyes, the old man was not a blazing sun but a tiny, insignificant ant, dim and dull. The reason why a genius is called a genius is that a genius can create miracles, can break through in critical moments, and can slay beyond their level. Transformation realm, break, buzz. The astonishing sword shadow behind Shintenzong suddenly let out a sword cry, then fiercely swung towards the old man. The sky-covering giant sword fell suddenly. Boom! A cloud of dust rose, obscuring the traces below. Everyone around was stunned. Breaking through to transformation. In a critical moment. How is this possible, Archbishop? He can't be dead, right? Oh my god, this is ridiculous. He is a genius. What are we? Mediocre? Before the temple knights could continue their confusion, an aged voice rang out from the dust. Indeed, worthy of the title of genius, but in my youth, I was also a genius. Though we are both in the transformation realm, your foundation is far inferior to mine. From the dust, a figure suddenly shot out into the sky, instantly brightening the heavens once more. On the other side, Lu Chen used his hidden blade to cut through the white nest, but after the two shattered semicircles were sliced, tiny remnants continued to produce small spiders, which instantly crawled up Lu Chen's body. Before Lu Chen could swing his knife, they burrowed into his ears, nose, and eyes. Ding! Detected host consuming mutated tiny spider, red, speed +1, ding! Detected host consuming mutated tiny spider, red, strength +1, ding! Detected host consuming mutated tiny spider, red, speed +1. Countless spiders crawled over Lu Chen, leaving him dumbfounded. What a feast! This buffet doesn't even require payment? The itching sensation was unbearable. Of course, although Lu Chen knew he was fine, the new life behind him would not think so. One by one, they had been somewhat spirited, but now they were scared to the point of losing control, their ambitions shattered. Damn, Lu Chen is dead. Those little spiders crawled into his eyes, nose, mouth, ears. Is this the end? Shi Yang sighed, his entire body engulfed in crimson flames, which he concentrated in his hand, instantly piercing through a spider's head, then pulling it out, a hint of regret on his face. How could this be the end? Don't forget that guy's ability. He is immortal, just like me. Du Jiro shouted. Instantly, the new life and Shi Yang were stunned. Right. Lu Chen's ability is immortal. That's right, Lu Chen's ability is immortal. Xia Qianqing looked at Lu Chen with an increasingly strange expression. She didn't even know whether to worry or not. It was too bizarre. Clearly, the little spiders were continuously entering Lu Chen's nose, throat, and mouth, yet Lu Chen's stats were skyrocketing at that moment. After the white nest was split into tiny pieces and released the remaining 500 little spiders, it lost its white luster and turned into black dust. At this moment, Lu Chen's stats experienced a sharp increase. Strength 322.23, 76.23 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Speed 365.1, 111.11 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Mental power 17.1. What a delicious source of protein. A flash of blood red crossed Lu Chen's eyes as he opened his hands as if to welcome something, like a scarecrow. As the last little spider entered his ear, it was completely devoured by the corpse eater, and only then did he slowly lower his hands. Seeing that Lu Chen was still alive, this scene not only served as a calming injection for the newcomers but also allowed those outside the protective formation, including Qianyi, Zhang Jin, and Shintenzong, to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, I really didn't expect you to survive, but what a pity, a genius who hasn't grown up. I have no interest in nurturing you, so die. The old man slowly extended a finger and lightly pointed in the direction of the protective formation. In the next moment, a light as bright as day erupted like a pillar from the old man's fingertip. The light pillar shattered the protective formation in an instant and then violently pierced through Lu Chen's chest. After doing this, the old man placed his hands behind his back and no longer paid attention to the newcomers. In his eyes, what was to come would be a violent massacre by the Golden Lion. He had seen too much killing and was already weary of it. He was here today out of necessity. Otherwise, at this time, he should have been taking a nap and then enjoying a leisurely afternoon tea. Old man, you're quite strong. Lu Chen, with blood-red eyes, pressed a hand against the hollow wound in his chest. Then, the wound visibly began to regenerate, new flesh gradually intertwining and healing his chest. What? The old man was taken aback, suddenly turning his head. Before he could ask why Lu Chen hadn't died, a sword from Ling Xiao struck again from the side. This time, the molten gold robe the old man wore trembled, and then an extreme heat erupted around him, forming a wall of light to block Ling Xiao's sword. Old man, you really don't want to die. Our fight isn't over yet. How dare you sneak attack the younger generation? You deserve to die. Shintenzong, dragging his battered body, his long black hair turning into white strands, had a determined look in his eyes. Holding a broken sword in both hands, he exuded an aura like a vast river of sword energy coalescing into a form. Humph. Since you are willing to risk your youth to fight me to the death, I shall grant your wish. After you die, I will turn you into ashes, so you won't know the heights of heaven or depths of earth. The old man's face darkened slightly as he wore a sun mask, his voice sending shivers deep into the soul. Instantly, he conjured a divine will resembling the sun with both hands and charged fiercely at Shintenzong. The illusory sword of Ling Xiao collided solidly with it. On the other side, due to the intervention of the archbishop, the protective formation was broken. Of course, don't ask why the archbishop didn't intervene earlier to break the formation. It was because the formation, although tangible, had not yet been activated, so there was naturally no question of breaking it. Now that the protective formation was breached, the Golden Lion Temple Knight, who had been waiting, was already impatient. He twisted his neck, producing cracking sounds, and a rich golden light began to gather on his head, transforming into a massive golden lion, which then roared at Lu Chen and the others. Roar, one must say, a nascent soul realm expert is terrifying. Their first strike is an irreversible heavy blow. The weaker newcomers were instantly robbed of their hearing by this roar, blood seeping from their ears. Those with slightly better cultivation could at least use their entire spiritual power to protect their ears. Of course, there were two people present who didn't need to do this. One was Lu Chen, and the other was Du Jiro. Although their eardrums had been shattered, they reorganized and healed themselves. 2 streaks of bright red blood seeped from their ears. He grated his teeth and glanced at Xia Qianxing, Gongben Qier, Yin Yun, and Wen Shang behind him. They all looked pained, covering their ears with their hands, their bodies bent over in extreme agony. This was the Yuaning realm, a strong presence. A casual strike, no, it wasn't even a strike, just a roar, was enough to severely injure all of them. Indeed, these people draped in scarlet cloaks were targeting the strength of Shintenzong, who was at the Yuaning realm. This was merely a roar. What if it were a strike? Would it be enough to annihilate them all in one blow? Kid, you have the ability of immortality, right? I know this ability. Of course. It's actually of no research value. The characteristics of immortality cannot be extracted through simple physical experiments. The golden lion slowly clenched a fist, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. So, you're of no value. Then go die for me. Golden lion explosive thunder fist, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared on the golden lion's arm. As he swung his arm, golden lightning coiled around it, charging fiercely towards Lu Chen, transforming into a massive golden phantom, the golden lion. With each step the golden lion took, he stepped on golden thunder, rushing towards Lu Chen, revealing his sharp claws, ready to strike down. Zhu Long, however, as the golden lion lunged, he was just a meter away from Lu Chen, who could even feel the tingling sensation and the dangerous tearing feeling emanating from the golden thunder currents on the opponent's body. In the next second, a crimson Zhu Long suddenly opened its massive mouth and bit down on the golden lion's neck, then lunged towards the other side. A flicker of lingering fear crossed Lu Chen's face. He could sense that if he had been hit by that strike, he would truly die, even with immortality. Black Tiger. I ask you, can you handle this or not? You can't even deal with a mere golden core realm captain? Answer me. Look in my eyes. The golden lion reprimanded Black Tiger. Black Tiger's face darkened at that moment. Do you think he's easy to deal with? His ability is on par with the Archbishop's fire-type ability. It's one of the most destructive abilities, Zhu Long. If I recklessly kill him, what if it ruins my appearance? The problem is, he ruined my good plans. Black Tiger, you're truly useless, said the golden lion. Oh fuck, you're so strong, then you deal with him, and I'll take care of these newcomers. Okay. Deal. As they spoke, the directions of the golden lion and Black Tiger suddenly reversed, with the golden lion heading towards Zhang Jin, who was surrounded by a world-destroying crimson flame, while Black Tiger rushed towards the newcomers. Next, we need to settle the matter you just interfered with. The golden lion cracked his knuckles. Zhang Jin remained silent, instantly pulling out a syringe filled with purple liquid from his pocket and stabbing it into his wrist. At the sight of the syringe, the golden lion's mind went blank. If he wasn't mistaken, that was a new type of awakening agent. Damn it, the new type of awakening agent had only been released for a few days, and it was already seized by the Night Raiders? This guy, Ma Mian, didn't report such an incident. Truly a heinous crime. No. The most critical thing right now isn't this, it's not about blaming anyone, but the madman in front of him actually injected himself with the new type of awakening agent. Oh my god, this is simply madness. The golden lion trembled slightly. If it were an ordinary person, or a typical golden core cultivator, it would be one thing, but the problem is that the person before him possesses one of the most destructive fire abilities, the Candle Dragon. If the opponent transforms into a monster, it would be no different from a nuclear bomb exploding right in front of them. That's right, it's time to reckon with your sins. Zhang Jin's physical body was struggling to hold up, the crimson flames erupting from him were 100 times more powerful than before. The surrounding crimson flames enveloped him, resembling a vividly alive candle dragon. He had no regrets, even if he feared death, he knew that this act was enough to protect the new life behind him. Perhaps someone would ask, is it worth it? Zhang Jin would only answer with one word, worth it. Because those people behind him represented a new world. And as a person from the old days, he was willing to sacrifice a bit of his life for the new world. As the head of this newcomer training camp, as the towering captain of Magic City. This was not only for the newcomer training camp but also for Magic City. For his wife and daughter waiting for him at home. They had clearly agreed that he would accompany her to the parent-teacher meeting tomorrow. They had clearly agreed that he would celebrate her birthday with her next year. They had clearly agreed that he would spend a good anniversary with Fong Lan next year, but now he could no longer do it. It was a bit too late. He didn't want to die. But I'm sorry, my wife, Shashi, I'm going to disappoint you again. This time, I can no longer make up for my promise. Madman. You are not the captain of Magic City. How dare you inject the awakening serum into yourself? Don't you fear that you will lose your sanity and destroy this city? The Golden Lion roared. And as a nascent soul realm paladin, there was a hint of panic in his voice, as if he was afraid of the current Zhang Jin. The originally calm and collected atmosphere instantly turned into one of panic and heaviness. He took a step back, cold sweat appearing on his neck. The nearby eagle, who was crushing the Nightstalker, also noticed the situation and his voice trembled slightly. Not much better than the Golden Lion, damn it, how can you just watch him inject it successfully? He will die. The Black Tiger, who had just pounced in front of Lu Chen, prepared to strike, slightly turned to the side and trembled. Oh my god, don't joke around. This is one of the most destructive fire abilities, the Candle Dragon. Moreover, the opponent himself possesses Golden Core Cultivation. If he transforms into a monster, he will directly become a nascent soul realm monster. At that time, we will not only face an opponent with the Candle Dragon at the nascent soul level but also a monster with rapid healing. Golden Lion, are you an idiot? Why didn't you stop him? Oh fuck. Shut up, do you think I don't want to? The Golden Lion roared suddenly, and a shockwave erupted from him, radiating outward, the sound wave of golden thunder instantly rippling through the entire newcomer training camp. Those newcomers with low cultivation and weak strength were not only suffering from hearing loss but the sound wave directly destroyed their brains, causing them to collapse to the ground one by one. In the battlefield of nascent soul realm experts, the existence of ants could not be tolerated, for existence meant death. At this moment, the newcomers were not just panicking, they found it hard to even move. Fear, dread, and the terror of death enveloped their minds, stripping them of the ability to think. One by one, they stood like puppets on strings, the only thing moving was their faces. A pale, lifeless expression appeared on each of their faces. Including Shi Yang, Du Jiro. Including Xia Qianqing, Wen Shang, Miyamoto Keiichi, and Yin Yun. In their minds, only one thought emerged, is this really a power that humanity can control? It was simply terrifying. This power was enough to single-handedly destroy an entire city. This was the Yuaning realm, akin to a giant dragon. As if one were in the presence of a deity. Xia Qianqing looked up at the night in the sky. Flying Eagle. Strength, 725. Speed, 884. Spirit, 100. Black Tiger. Strength, 802. Speed, 709. Spirit, 100. Golden Lion. Strength, 756. Speed, 880. Spirit, 100. These were nearly 20 times their values. Xia Qianqing covered her ears, which were gradually bleeding bright red, and a flicker of despair crossed her face. Could these really be the values that humanity could possess? She then turned her gaze to the increasingly terrifying Zhang Jin in the air. She saw Zhang Jin's data. Strength, 556. Speed, 348. Spirit, 10. Then, Zhang Jin's values began to skyrocket. Strength, 999. Speed, 999. Spirit, 10. Xia Qianqing was stunned. How could these values soar directly to 999? Remembering the furious roar of the Golden Lion earlier, she gradually began to piece things together. Her gaze fell on the empty syringe remnants on the ground not far away. She looked at Zhang Jin, her eyes filled with complexity. It seemed that today, death was inevitable. It was just a matter of dying at the hands of the beings of the world or at the hands of her own people. Lost your mind? Dealing with you won't take long, by then, you won't need to worry. As for now, it's time for us to have a good duel. Zhulong, with Zhang Jin's explosive shout, the crimson Zhulong he conjured glimmered with life, its eyes shining, resembling a true Zhulong, attaching itself to Zhang Jin. Kill. As Zhang Jin uttered the last word, the Zhu Long roared angrily at the sky, as if to vent something. It opened its massive mouth, revealing fangs formed from flames, charging at the golden lion. The golden lion's expression changed, and he raised his hands defensively, his entire body enveloped in golden lightning, weaving into a golden lion that also opened its massive mouth. However, under the Zhu Long, with just a breath of flame, it instantly fell apart. No! The golden lion's golden pupils trembled as he shouted in terror. Yet the flames burned his hands, spreading to his neck, consuming the scarlet cloak behind him, and incinerating the golden lion mask on his face, revealing a pure western visage. Black tiger break, a pitch-black shadow of a tiger suddenly pounced from the side, extending its claws and striking fiercely at the Zhu Long. The sharp claws seemed to embed into the flesh of the Zhu Long, but the Zhu Long did not release its grip on the golden lion's body. Flying Eagle! What are you waiting for? Save me! The golden lion roared at the nearby Flying Eagle. Flying Eagle's voice carried a hint of coldness. It was your mistake that turned someone who should have been easy to deal with into a formidable monster. Don't worry, I won't let you die. But I want you to remember this lesson well, so you don't make such a rookie mistake again next time. The golden lion's body was being consumed by the Zhu Long's bite. His lower half burned away, leaving only his upper body and head. His face turned pale, his hands gone, leaving only half a body and a head. Flying Eagle, if you stand by and do nothing, if I die, you won't escape blame. I told you, I won't let you die. Flying Eagle sneered, his black and white wings suddenly flapping, generating gusts of wind from his wings. Typhoon, destruction. Two typhoons grew from small to large, transforming into a 100-meter-tall figure resembling a candle dragon, charging towards the candle dragon. Boom! As expected, the golden lion did not die, only half of its body and a head remained, falling freely from the sky to the ground. Severely injured, even a powerful being like the nascent soul could only be incapacitated. At this moment, the golden lion had exhausted all its strength to save its life, sealing the wound to stop the bleeding. Bastard! Bastard! Flying Eagle! ICNML. You actually dared to let it burn me into a human puppet! The golden lion shouted at the still smirking Flying Eagle in the sky. Flying Eagle chuckled, a human puppet can't talk, can't hear, can't see, so don't slander me. It wasn't me who did it, I won't take the blame. Besides, isn't it your mistake? Shouldn't you pay the price? Upon hearing Flying Eagle's words, the golden lion's western face twitched a few times, ultimately bursting into a stream of curses. Go to hell, Flying Eagle! Bastard! Fucking squid! Looking at the three figures in the sky, a flash of anger crossed the golden lion's eyes. He hated that Flying Eagle had deliberately waited until he was half-burned before saving him. And with that smug smile, acting all high and mighty. Show off, damn it. Of course, although the golden lion was cursing in his heart, he still let out a sigh of relief. After all, Flying Eagle didn't really leave him to die, at least he was still alive. Next, he just had to wait for the Archbishop to deal with that one called Shintenzong. Then the Archbishop could step in and suppress this madman in front of him. However, just as the golden lion was lost in thought, he heard a faint sound of footsteps approaching him. The corner of the golden lion's mouth twitched, a hint of amusement flashing across his face. You don't think that just because I've lost my hands and feet, I can be slaughtered, do you? Do you understand the value of the nascent soul? Even if he's dead, he can still possess you. Now that I've lost my hands and feet, I can still control my abilities to kill you. However, the footsteps were unaffected by the golden lion's voice. The footsteps grew closer, and the golden lion awkwardly twisted his body, anger flashing across his face. Did you hear me or not? With you bunch of newcomers, you can't kill me at all. A blade as thin as a crystal sheet suddenly pierced through the golden lion's mouth, severing his tongue in an instant. The golden lion trembled all over as he looked at the figure that had appeared before him. He saw the other party holding a hidden blade in both hands, dressed in black tight clothing, with a hint of anger on their face, their eyes as pure black as an abyss. The golden lion looked at the two translucent, cicada-wing thin tang blades, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. Wasn't this the hidden blade he had gifted to Ma Mian? Why the hell was it here? Could it be that Ma Mian got into trouble? How could that be? He was the fastest man. With the ability of divine speed, even if he couldn't win, he could escape. But unfortunately, when Ma Mian encountered Lu Chen, he didn't even think of escaping. Wanting to kill Lu Chen had caused him to lose the greatest evasion effect of divine speed, just like a person riding a very fast motorcycle, but encountering an invisible steel wire ahead. If the speed were low, the steel wire might not cause any harm, but because the motorcycle was going too fast, the steel wire became a death line, capable of severing heads. The golden lion wanted to question the boy in front of him, but he couldn't utter a single word. The hidden blade pierced through his mouth and into his throat. His tongue was severed, and he couldn't make a sound anymore. But not being able to make a sound didn't mean he couldn't resist. Just as the Golden Lion had said before, he could still activate his abilities. Golden lightning erupted from the Golden Lion's body, violently charging towards Lu Chen. However, in the next moment, a pair of pitch-black wings suddenly unfurled from his back, transforming into a black shield that blocked in front of him. With a powerful flap of the dark wings, golden lightning, along with dozens of black feathers that resembled black iron, were flung away, piercing into the ground nearby. Immediately after, the hidden blade fell in an instant, slicing open the Golden Lion's throat. At that moment, the Golden Lion regretted it. Just a moment ago, he hadn't used all his strength. Because he didn't want to die. So most of his power was concentrated on the severed part of his body, keeping the blood from flowing out and allowing it to continue circulating. However, he had underestimated Lu Chen. Of course, he couldn't be blamed for that. Who would have thought that an ant could kill a dragon? Even a dying dragon. But Lu Chen was several times stronger than before. With the attributes granted by nearly 500 little spiders, Lu Chen's strength had already made a breakthrough. Strength 322.23, 76.23 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Speed 365.1, 111.11 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Mental power 17.1. This power was enough to kill the dying Golden Lion. The proud Golden Lion would ultimately die beneath the shadow of an ant's blade. Buzz, at the last moment, the golden current suddenly transformed into an electric spear, piercing through Lu Chen's chest. It was as if it wanted Lu Chen to die with him. This represented the Golden Lion's final unwilling anger. However, you really are forgetful. Have you killed so many people that you've quickly forgotten me? Lu Chen's voice echoed like a devil's whisper in the Golden Lion's ear. Lu Chen's pitch-black eyes fixed on the Golden Lion's increasingly trembling pupils. My ability, immortality. Didn't you just learn about it not long ago? I am immortal. The hidden blade swiftly swept across, a line of blood appearing in the Golden Lion's eyes, and in an instant, a large amount of blood gushed out. Then the Golden Lion felt his head being severed, tossed into the air, free-falling. Immediately after, he felt a sharp steel knife piercing through his ear, rupturing his eardrum and penetrating his ear. I'm curious, how strong is the vitality of someone in the nascent soul realm? Although the hellish voice echoed in his ears, the Golden Lion could no longer hear with his ears, but fortunately, with his high mental power, he still felt the meaning conveyed by this sound wave through his soul. No, no, no. What does this madman want to do? Outside, Lu Chen was seen raising the hidden blade in his right hand, piercing through a head. His pitch-black wings drooped behind him, his expression cold, his eyes as dark as an abyss. Lu Chen's hand moved, and the hidden blade, along with the head on top, slid instantly, the Golden Lion's head being split in half in an instant. Brain matter and blood splattered everywhere. This was nothing short of a naked slaughter. Moreover, it was a nearly silent slaughter. Lu Chen was once again bathed in a rain of blood. This time he was still himself. But he slowly spread his arms, as if at this moment, the anger in his heart could find a slight relief. This anger, Lu Chen couldn't quite articulate, to be honest. He wasn't very familiar with Zhang Jin. But he happened to know about Zhang Jin's family situation and the promise he made with his daughter, just one day away. If it weren't for these guys, tomorrow, he should have happily accompanied his daughter to the parent-teacher meeting at school. People are like this, perhaps the other party doesn't know them, and even if they know everything the other has done, it's merely a feeling of admiration. But Lu Chen knew Zhang Jin, had seen his family, and understood his difficulties. So now, Lu Chen felt more moved, along with a hint of rage. This wave of rage engulfed him completely at this moment. If it weren't for these guys, Xiaolu should still be alive. If it weren't for these guys, he should be sitting in a classroom at some unknown university, living an ordinary life. If it weren't for these guys, how could there be so many things in this world that he found displeasing? The court of all beings. The court of all beings. At this moment, Lu Chen's long-suppressed anger was finally ignited. He had held it in for far too long, and now, he was going to release it completely. Under the gaze of everyone, Lu Chen brutally killed the Golden Lion, which was enough to shock everyone. However, the next moment, Lu Chen slowly reached out his hand towards the corpse of the Golden Lion. The next second, Lu Chen's hand pierced through the Golden Lion's chest, the strength just right, penetrating into the chest, without causing any unnecessary harm to the heart. As the heart was pulled out, 2 lines of clear tears slowly flowed from the corners of Lu Chen's eyes. He held back his nausea and slowly opened his mouth. In the end, he bit down on the heart that exuded a bloody scent. Ding, host uses heart, red quality, gains 100 points in speed. Ding, host uses the opponent's heart, red quality, gains the ability, radiant thunder. You destroyed my body, so get ready to be taken over by me. The Golden Lion's nascent soul transformed into a golden lion woven from golden thunder, suddenly burrowing into Lu Chen's body. Ding, host consumes soul body, red. Quality, gains 10 points in mental strength. How is this possible? I am a nascent soul. I am a nascent soul. No. No. I don't want to die. As the golden lion let out its final scream, Lu Chen slowly opened his pitch-black eyes, resembling an abyss, slowly spread his wings, and the dark feathers on his back began to flap. Holding the dripping blood-hidden edge suspended in the air, Lu Chen was dressed in a pitch-black outfit, yet it could not conceal the gradually radiating white patterns from within him. Golden thunder began to coalesce around him. At this moment, he soared into the air, looking down upon all beings. What? The golden lion is dead? Oh fuck, what a shit. Fei Ying, it's still your fault, you shouldn't have acted so late, Black Tiger shouted. Fei Ying's voice carried a hint of irritation. Who knew he was so weak, he couldn't even kill an ant? Black Tiger and Fei Ying worked together to combat the increasingly divine candle dragon in midair. As Fei Ying spoke, his gaze caught sight of Lu Chen flying up, a look of shock flashed across his face. Oh fuck, what the hell is that? How does he have so many abilities? This is simply an incredible creation. Black Tiger's hands transformed into pitch-black claws as he resisted the candle dragon's bites. He glanced at Lu Chen, who was flying up, and a hint of heaviness appeared in his eyes. It seems that being able to kill even a critically injured golden lion is no small feat. Fei Ying, you go deal with him first, I'll hold off the candle dragon. Understood. Fei Ying quickly made his decision. In his eyes, no matter how strange Lu Chen was, possessing numerous abilities, he was just a slightly larger ant. Dealing with Lu Chen was merely a matter of a wave of his hand. Rather than letting this ticking time bomb go unchecked, it was better to take the initiative. Moreover, his speed was far greater than Black Tiger's. Resolving Lu Chen and then returning to deal with the candle dragon would definitely take less than a minute. Right now, Fei Ying didn't want to think about whether Lu Chen had research value. For now, his life was the most important. Whoever threatened their lives, he would kill. Even if the opponent was the most precious experimental material. In midair, Lu Chen looked at Zhang Jin, who was within the crimson core of the candle dragon 100 meters away. At this moment, Zhang Jin was covered in cracks, resembling a clay ceramic on the verge of shattering. Opposite the candle dragon stood two figures, both exuding a terrifying aura. In the face of a value of 1600, Lu Chen's 7 or 800 was still somewhat lacking. Isn't it better to struggle for survival down there? Why come up here to show off? Do you think killing the golden lion means you can defy the heavens? The flying eagle spread its black and white wings and suddenly fanned them towards Lu Chen. Instantly, two hurricanes appeared and rushed towards Lu Chen, like blades in a meat grinder, striking fiercely. 9 Tribulations Gale Step, Divine Speed, Radiant Thunder. All 3 speed-enhancing abilities were activated. Especially the Divine Speed, which directly increased Lu Chen's speed by 0.5 times. The original speed, 465.1, 365.1 plus 100. Instantly transformed into speed, 697.6. Coupled with the enhancement of Radiant Thunder, the Golden Lightning made Lu Chen's speed even more agile. As the 9 Tribulations Gale Step was initiated, a blood mist appeared around Lu Chen's distant figure. In the next moment, Lu Chen's figure swept past the 2 hurricanes attacking him and arrived in front of the flying eagle, his hidden blade poised to slice the eagle's throat. However, you really have some skill, managing to dodge my hurricane, but this is where it ends. The flying eagle sneered, and the hidden blade fell, missing its target. The flying eagle's figure instantly appeared behind Lu Chen. What terrifying potential! Just at the chi condensation stage, yet possessing strength comparable to the golden core. No wonder you could kill the golden lion. What I can't understand is how you killed the golden lion's nascent soul? Do you also possess the ability for mental attacks? A chi condensation stage killing the golden lion is quite absurd. Lu Chen turned around, the blade slicing through the air behind him. Yet the flying eagle's strange form once again evaded the cold blade and appeared not far away. He slowly drew out a pistol. I've taken an interest in you, young man, so I've decided not to kill you. People are so changeable, one moment furious, seeing the other as a ticking time bomb, the next moment discovering the other's research value and choosing to slap themselves in the face, deciding to spare Lu Chen's life. This pistol is loaded with tranquilizer darts that can put someone to sleep. As long as I hit you, even with your immortality, you probably won't be able to resist at all, right? The flying eagle sneered. The flying eagle continued, I'm not that fool, the golden lion. I haven't forgotten that you have an immortality ability. I have a good memory. If I remember correctly, you should be from the Linjiang area, the boy who killed the divine fox, right? As he spoke, The Flying Eagle fired a tranquilizer dart at Lu Chen. Lu Chen activated the 9 Tribulations Gale Step again and dodged the attack. However, in the next second, the cold muzzle was aimed at the back of Lu Chen's head, and as the Flying Eagle pulled the trigger, the tranquilizer dart shot out and struck Lu Chen's neck. Lu Chen felt a wave of numbness wash over him, and then his body uncontrollably sank backward. He felt his head grow heavy. Although his mental strength remained, he could not control his body, and soon he fell like a bird with broken wings, plummeting to the ground. Lu Chen was already very strong, but the nascent soul stage was always an insurmountable mountain. Lu Chen looked at the figure in midair with its black and white wings spread wide. His lips moved, but ultimately he could not move a muscle. For the first time, he felt the helplessness of being crushed by this power. This was the first time he had experienced such despair since awakening his abilities. Need any help? A deep voice echoed in his mind again, laced with a hint of mockery. Help? Come on, this is a tranquilizer. Even if it were you, you wouldn't be able to move an inch, would you? Not necessarily. I've already thought of a way to regain movement. There's an old saying, those who are in the game are often confused. Why not temporarily hand over control of your body to me? You wouldn't want Zhang Jin to sacrifice himself for nothing, would you? You wouldn't want Xia Qianqing and the others to die here today, right? Don't you still want to annihilate the living beings court? Hand over control of your body to me, and I'll help you accomplish everything. Ha! Stop sneering, Lu Chen. You're not that strong. Just let go of control for a moment. I'll help you break free from everything, and then I'll return control to you. Then take it. Buzz! A surge of overwhelming golden thunder erupted violently from Lu Chen's body. In midair, the Flying Eagle, who was about to return to support the Black Tiger, paused. He turned slightly, narrowing his eyes, his tone tinged with impatience. I've shown mercy and given you a way out. You shouldn't be getting up again. In the words of the Tang dynasty, you are being ungrateful. The golden thunder of Huang Ting coursed through Lu Chen's entire being, electrifying every inch of his skin. With the blessing of immortality, the neurons were being restructured at 1,000,000,000,000 times per second. The 10 to the power of 14 Hz level current vibrated and forcibly impacted the sodium-potassium pump, each cluster of neurons being forcibly rebooted in a state of overclocking. The anesthetic molecules were blasted into a plasma state by the charged particle flow. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly opened wide, a crimson hue staining his gaze. In an extremely bizarre posture, he first lifted his shoulder, then bent his knees to stand up. A smile crept onto his lips. Ungrateful? Why should I be grateful? Playing tricks. The Flying Eagle scoffed, a long knife appearing in his hand, instantly positioned before Lu Chen, the blade poised to slice open Lu Chen's throat. However, the Flying Eagle's knife met only empty air, a spray of blood mist. A flicker of surprise crossed his brow, and he quickly turned around. The long knife in his hand clashed with the hidden blade that struck from behind. In a flash, the Flying Eagle saw the blood-red hue in Lu Chen's eyes, and beneath his mask, a hint of astonishment appeared. Have you gone berserk? Blood-red tendrils shot out from Lu Chen's chest, lunging towards the Flying Eagle. The Flying Eagle's expression changed. Stepping back a pace, his long knife swiftly slicing through the attacking blood-red tendrils. His face grew serious, a hint of shock in his eyes as he asked, how many abilities do you really have? Or have you truly gone berserk? Have you turned into a monster? Return to the abyss. Lu Chen's hand flashed with a white pattern that spread across his entire hand. The next moment, the hidden blade he gripped unleashed an extremely fierce strike. Slash! How is this possible? The long knife held in the Flying Eagle's hand was instantly severed by Lu Chen's strike. His chest was split open, a large gash appearing, blood spraying everywhere. Even the mask on his face was cleaved in two, revealing a dark-skinned face underneath. Oh, fuck! The Flying Eagle stumbled back several meters, the remaining white light flashing past his side. Ultimately, it struck the dormitory building behind him, which Zhang Jin had destroyed. The dormitory, now in ruins, was instantly gouged out, creating a large depression of several meters. Huang Ting, like vines, the golden thunder wrapped around the Flying Eagle's ankles. Now, the situation has reversed. Lu Chen's voice suddenly appeared behind the Flying Eagle. The Flying Eagle instinctively used his wings behind him to block. In the next second, sizzle, return to the abyss. Lu Chen used the only hand he had left to activate return to the abyss once more, instantly striking at the base of the Flying Eagle's wing. In an instant, only one white wing remained of the two black and white wings. Meanwhile, the arm Lu Chen had initially used to activate return to the abyss was visibly reshaping and regenerating. First, bones formed, followed by blood vessels, then muscles, then capillaries, and finally skin. A slender yet powerful white arm took the hidden blade from the blood-red tentacle. Pointing at the Flying Eagle, Lu Chen's eyes were stained blood red, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Return. To the abyss, the newly formed arm had barely warmed up before it was used again to unleash this powerful move. The dazzling white sheen followed the patterns on Lu Chen's skin, gripping the hidden blade tightly, and this strike fell once more. Hurricane, with only one wing left, the flying eagle flapped it, and a gust of wind howled towards Lu Chen. The blade light formed by the brilliant white sheen confronted the hurricane. The white sheen gradually wore away under the vortex of the hurricane. I was just careless, I didn't dodge, but this is where it ends. The flying eagle, relying solely on the spiritual energy of the nascent soul realm, had not yet fallen from the air. He drooped one white wing, his voice tinged with resentment. He admitted he had truly underestimated Lu Chen. He had originally thought that no matter how strong Lu Chen was, he was just a small fry in the chi condensation realm. Even if he had the strength of the golden core realm, he would only be at the lowest tier. But he was wrong. The person before him could not be judged by common sense. But this was where it ended, for next, he would go all out. Hurricane? Tear him apart. The flying eagle raised his hand, and around him began to coalesce swirling hurricanes. Under the dark clouds, the towering hurricane spun around the flying eagle like a pillar reaching the heavens, and in the next moment, with a wave of the flying eagle's hand, the towering hurricane surged forward with endless killing intent towards Lu Chen. It was like a tornado capable of devastating cities, charging straight at Lu Chen. At this moment, the world was devoid of light. Lu Chen stood dazed in place. Why aren't you moving? Do you think I want to? It seems I've messed up, I can't win this. The level gap is too great, it's like in a game where even if I'm fully geared in red, if my level is just 1, I absolutely can't defeat someone in orange gear at level 100. Lu Chen was speechless. Thinking you could turn the tide, and this is what I get? Do you know how you're like a beach? What do you mean? There's no gravel, bro. Turning off the mic from Lu Chen, he let out a slow sigh. Has his life been a tightrope walk, only to end here? He looked at the massive hurricane rushing towards him and felt a hint of helplessness flash in his eyes. Although he had immortality, he first had to ensure his will did not perish. This hurricane, akin to a meat grinder, was one thing, but the opponent was directly summoning multiple. How could he evade? What? You say I can't dodge backward? Then let me ask you, with the hurricane moving so fast, would dodging backward even help? Then hurry up and think of a way. The inner voice of frustration ended its brief rant, followed by a voice filled with a desperate will to survive. Oh, think of a way, yaha, am I not thinking? Isn't it because you're too weak? Damn. Are you out of your mind? I've only been in the ability circle for a few days, at most 4 months, and I've already gone from nothing to golden core strength, okay? Don't say I can't beat the flying eagle, I'm just trash, alright? You're distorting all my efforts, is that right? I ask you. Right, screw you. So let me ask you, if you had a math teacher who was 20 years older than you, your high school teacher, and you were a high school student who worked tirelessly to finally score full marks in math on the exam. Then someone comes up and criticizes you, saying, you can't do it. You're not as good as your high school teacher. Alright, in the end, the high school student scores 3.0, while the teacher scores 13.0. What the hell, I'm just a lucky dog, and the eagle gets the MVP, is that right? Answer me. Look in my eyes. Are you addicted to playing Douyin memes? Do you want me to send you a meme? Damn it, do you really want to die? Hurry up and think of a way. A way. Lu Chen's mouth twitched. He still had a way out, but for now, he could only pray that after going through this meat grinder like hurricane, his brain would hold up a bit and not be shredded into powder. After all, as long as there's one last second of willpower left in his mind, he wouldn't die. Of course, he could also think a bit further ahead, like isn't there a way to escape like the bloodworm does? But this hurricane would probably shred him to pieces in an instant, right? Oh, God, Lu Chen knew that if you walk by the river often, you'll inevitably get your shoes wet, but it's just that death came for him so quickly. He was clearly just half a step away from losing his virginity, and he had clearly promised to marry Xia Qianqing. He was just a few days away from returning to Linzheng. He had clearly said he would destroy the sentient being's court. Was he really going to go back on his word now? Eagle. You idiot, you're still dealing with a person in the chi condensation stage. Aren't you done yet? Suddenly, a scream from Black Tiger echoed in the air, and there was Julong's massive mouth tearing into Black Tiger's body. Black Tiger's mask was burned away by the flames, revealing a western face underneath, his expression twisted, hands covering his face. No. My face, he burned my face. The temperature of Julong's flames was hotter than ever, as if the sun's flames had scorched Black Tiger's face, turning his entire body into charred remains. A fiery hand pierced through Black Tiger's heart, pulling out a still beating heart, and at that moment, Black Tiger's body along with his nascent soul was completely incinerated. The one who struck was Zhang Jin, his eyes covered by crimson flames, as he held the bloody heart and rushed towards Lu Chen with his back turned. Just as the hurricane was mere meters away from Lu Chen, a Zhulong blocked in front of him, like an insurmountable wall of fire, resisting the hurricane. Stinky kid, this heart is for you. A heart that was nearly cooked through was tossed to the stunned Lu Chen by Zhang Jin. Lu Chen caught the heart and looked at Zhang Jin, who was now covered in cracks, hesitating to speak. He glanced at the heart in his hand, then at the hurricane in front of him, and finally moved his throat slightly. Thank you. Thank you for what? You've at least called my wife teacher's wife and poured me tea, but stinky kid, I'm not saving you for free. Help me pass a message to Feng Lan and Xiaoxi. I forgot to write a will, that's really terrible. Tell them that I won't be coming home anymore. Don't wait for me. Tomorrow is Xiaoxi's parent-teacher meeting, and I'll have to miss it again, and I won't be able to go in the future. Also, tell them that I love them. I really feel old, even saying I love you feels a bit embarrassing, but I truly love them from the bottom of my heart. These are the words I want you to convey. When you see them, just say a few of these. And stinky kid, soon, you'll inherit my power as well. After saying the last sentence that left Lu Chen in shock, the still candle dragon suddenly charged forward to engage the flying eagle in battle. The flying eagle, severely weakened by Lu Chen's earlier attack, was no match for the rampaging Zhang Jin. However, the flying eagle decisively pulled out a new type of awakening potion from his pocket. In that case, let's perish together, he declared fiercely, raising the potion to inject it into his own hand. But in the next moment, a surge of crimson flames erupted from the mouth of the candle dragon, instantly engulfing the flying eagle. Then, the candle dragon opened its bloody maw and swiftly devoured the flying eagle. There was no suspense, the flying eagle was killed in an instant by the candle dragon. A heart was thrown down from the sky once more. Lu Chen reached out to catch it. 3 hearts, you little brat, you've struck it rich, but you can't go back on your word, or I swear I won't let you off even in death. Zhang Jin, with a smile on his face, took a step forward, flames erupting from the cracks in his body, as if he were a clay figure about to crumble under the onslaught of fire. Zhang Jin used his last ounce of strength to reach for his own heart. Carry my power. Thud, his hand pierced through his chest. A wave of pain exploded from Zhang Jin's chest, and he gasped, gritting his teeth as he continued, you can't die, you still have to deliver my message. Rip. A bloodied hand tightly grasped a still beating heart, and Zhang Jin, drained of all strength, knelt in mid-air, held up by the candle dragon, his hand clutching the heart reaching out to Lu Chen. Stay alive. Lu Chen trembled slightly, dragging his feet to stand before Zhang Jin. He slowly accepted the third heart that Zhang Jin offered, the heart that belonged to him. Then, the candle dragon roared towards the sky, as if venting something. Immediately after, Zhang Jin's body, along with the surrounding searing flames, was gradually burned away through the cracks of what resembled shattered clay, turning into wisps of black smoke. His eyes were vacant as he knelt in midair, one hand outstretched, the other propped against the flames beneath him. Ultimately, he transformed into a few wisps of black smoke. In this world, he vanished. Lu Chen stood alone in the sky. At this moment, the 4 figures that had originally filled the sky left only one. Yet this one figure was not any of the 4. Do you need me to eat for you? No need. I think I should fully bear this anger. I will take on this anger, and then, become stronger. Ding. Host consumes heart, red quality, gains power plus 100. Ding. Host consumes heart, red quality, gains ability, black tiger. Ding. Host consumes heart, red quality, gains speed plus 100. Ding. Host consumes heart, red quality, gains ability, black and white wings. Ding. Black and white wings, and black iron wings, are resonating, merging. Ding. Host gains new ability, ashen seraphim wings. Note, ability similar to previous. Ability stacking possesses all capabilities of dual abilities, and is smoother to use. Now it was time for the last heart. This was Zhang Jin's heart. Lu Chen could even feel the warmth and slight beating of the heart in his hand. Ding. Host consumes heart, red quality, gains power, 100 points. At this moment, time fell silent for a few seconds. Yet Lu Chen never heard the sound of gaining a new ability. Lu Chen was stunned. Was it really this unfortunate? It seems he couldn't inherit Zhang Jin's power after all. How truly sorry, it seems he has gone back on his word. The power of the sun god radiance. An ancient roar echoed from not far away, emanating from the dazzling figure in mid-air. Shintenzong, who was confronting the old man, was instantly defeated and fell to the ground. No matter how talented he was, he ultimately could not surpass the limitations of his realm, unable to overcome this towering mountain. However, the fact that he had managed to hold on until now was already astonishing. Few in the world could achieve his level. He had crossed a major realm and faced off against one of the strongest in the fire. System, the Archbishop of the All-Beings Court, Stuart Adams. To have lasted this long was no small feat, truly unexpected, young one. You have surprised me. Are you willing to join my All-Beings Court? Adams no longer paid attention to the exhausted Shintenzong lying on the ground. In an instant, he appeared before Lu Chen. His voice carrying an undeniable authority, his entire being radiating light that was almost blinding, like a walking sun. The terrifying aura of the transformation realm enveloped Lu Chen, and a hint of bitterness crept into the corner of his mouth. 300 points seemed like a drop in the bucket now. He had gone back on his word to Zhang Jin again. Senior, it seems I might not survive. What do you say? Will you join my All-Beings Court? Adams wore a sun-patterned mask, his hands clasped behind his back, his pristine molten gold robe fluttering in the wind, making a rustling sound. The new students below were already unable to process what was happening. They finally understood why Zhang Jin had gone out of his way to treat Lu Chen, taking him out for food and drink. Was this even on the same level as them? If they were in charge, they would do the same. However, this fleeting sense of survival did not last long, as their fantasies were shattered by the old man's voice. They were utterly despaired. Yes, even if Lu Chen and Zhang Jin joined forces to kill the three great temple knights, what would it matter? The Archbishop, no one could kill him. A deadlock remained a deadlock, unchanged. They looked at Lu Chen, a sense of absurdity creeping into their hearts. They wanted to replace Lu Chen and agree to join, thinking that at least this way they could survive. But then they couldn't help but show expressions of lost dogs. What a joke, this kind of privilege, only Lu Chen has it, right? No one would choose death over life, right? Of course, after all, we are human, we just want to survive. He will definitely agree. Yet in their words, as they looked at the towering figure in the sky, a sense of absurdity returned to their hearts. For some reason, they seemed to see Lu Chen's thoughts, which contradicted their own words. Would he choose death or life? Under everyone's gaze, Lu Chen slowly extended his middle finger. Go to hell, old coot. Is this gesture international enough? Haha, looks like another fool has chosen death? Then I shall grant your wish. Adams had long lost his patience. This was taking too much time and severely affecting his retirement life. It seemed that afternoon tea was off the table today. After all, 3 idiots had been killed, and he still had to deal with matters in the Demon City. It was quite bothersome. He extended his aged finger and slowly pointed at Lu Chen. In an instant, a slender beam of light burst forth from his fingertip, rapidly magnifying thousands of times, like the sun's brightness exploding from his fingertip, transforming into a light column several dozen meters in diameter, powerful enough to incinerate a person to ashes upon contact. Just as the light column was about to reach Lu Chen, suddenly, in Lu Chen's eyes, the entire world turned black and white. A figure dressed in a tattered yellow hemp-robe, wearing a white whirlpool mask, reminiscent of Uchiha Obito from Naruto, appeared. However, this mask looked somewhat yellowed, indicating it had seen better days. Cackling, here we meet again. A bright red figure followed behind the white-masked man, mocking in tone. Lu Chen instantly recognized the figure. It was the clown he had encountered in the park. I told you, we will be waiting for you, waiting for the day you need us. The clown's voice was still as deranged as before, quickly bringing back memories of that day. The clown had mentioned that he was from an organization called, and his name was. The most crucial part was that he had said, we will be waiting for you. Waiting for the day you need us. Previously, Lu Chen had no idea what this meant, but now he understood. However, this also meant that these bastards had been lurking in the shadows from the very beginning, observing without ever intending to intervene, right? Only now were they willing to reveal themselves, planning to save his life? And then make him feel grateful? Lu Chen sneered coldly in his heart. So everything here is an illusion? Lu Chen recalled the clown's abilities. Although he couldn't pause time, he could weave a sufficiently realistic illusion. But if that were the case, what was happening outside? A complex expression flashed across Lu Chen's face. No matter what, it seemed he had no ability to change everything. After all, compared to that old man, he was truly weak, like a tiny boat that could easily be submerged in the sea. No, it's not an illusion. I can't even hold that old man down, the one who acted as our leader, our respected master. This middle school level man? Lu Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, looking at the man whom referred to as the leader. Well, this swirling white mask looked as middle school level as it could get. This is time stop, you don't need to worry about the outside world. They are currently frozen and unable to act. The man's voice was very hoarse, as if he had experienced far too much through the vicissitudes of life. He continued, I am the founder and leader of, you may call me. What a strange title. Does it mean snake? Or something else? Superpower, time stop? Truly outrageous, just like the time stop effects in certain anime. Or movies? Lu Chen asked, what's the price for saving me? Lu Chen naturally didn't think the other party's appearance was a coincidence. They were clearly bystanders. Since they were bystanders, it meant they had long anticipated everything that would happen here. But why would they come now, just to stir up trouble? It must mean they had a purpose. Yet they chose to act when he was about to be killed. Their target was clearly him. Moreover, they had already interacted with him in the park. So it was almost a done deal. But Lu Chen couldn't figure out what they wanted to take from him. Furthermore, from the other party's words, we will be waiting for you, waiting for the day you need us. Lu Chen couldn't discern any intention to kill him. Since it wasn't to kill him, it must be to save him, but there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, so Lu Chen chose to be straightforward. Facing Lu Chen's counter-question, he seemed to have anticipated it, responding calmly. It's simple, join my, and become the ace of spades. You have no choice, either join or die. If I really just wanted to survive, I would have joined the all beings court just now, Lu Chen scoffed. He continued, I'll help you kill Adams, and then assist you in destroying the all beings court, right? You wouldn't want Xia Qinqing and the others to die, especially Xia Qinqing. Can you bear to let her die too? Let me rephrase that, are you sure you want to die, and take Xia Qinqing and the others with you? The decision is in your hands now. The most crucial thing is, don't you think it's a pity to die like this? Many more will lose their lives because of the collective of all beings, and perhaps the next one could be a Nightwalker you know from Linjiang, or maybe it could be your parents. Are you really sure you want to die so meaninglessly right now? I'll put it another way, do you want to save everything, or do you want to destroy everything? Lu Chen fell silent. This person was indeed quite cunning. Just by changing the question, the entire meaning shifted. However, that old man was called Adams, right? Now it was Lu Chen's choice whether to drop the knife. The collective of all beings, he certainly wanted to destroy it, but relying solely on one person's strength was not enough. What if he added the power of the Ghost Gate? At that moment, Lu Chen's heart stirred. At the same time, a wave of bitterness rose within him. The other party seemed to have him figured out, and he felt inexplicably displeased. How about I add another condition? The organization will never force you to obey orders. Are you sure? This way, you might end up with nothing. Sure. Then what reason do I have not to join? Welcome to the team, Spade A. I grant you the name of the Death Ghost. On a Spade A playing card, the faint imprint of a gluttonous phantom appeared, and a large character for death materialized on the card as the words fell. The Spade A card was tossed by the old man and landed in Lu Chen's hand. It had a somewhat frosted texture, carrying a hint of coldness. Then, the old man slowly raised a hand towards the light column in front of Lu Chen. His lips parted slightly as he softly uttered, "Annihilate." Buzz. In that moment, the space between heaven and earth seemed to freeze. Time came to a halt. This was the first time Lu Chen felt such tranquility, with no faint sounds at all. As the old man's voice fell, the massive light column shattered instantly. And a golden lightning bolt shot from his fingertips, tearing through the column in just a second and striking Adams fiercely. In the next moment, Adams was instantly torn apart. The entire process was as simple as a child casually breaking a toy. It was so silent, so unremarkable, even the powerful Adams, at the level of transformation, died without understanding why. Lu Chen looked at the old man, silently swallowed, his shoulders trembling slightly, as if expressing his inner unrest. Adams was already very strong, but the person before him was even stronger, strong enough to crush Adams with just a finger. After killing Adams, the old man waved his hand, summoning a heart. He not only killed Adams with a flick of his hand but also preserved the heart. A dripping heart floated in the palm of his hand, then flew towards Lu Chen, finally stopping in front of him. This is a farewell gift, consider it a reward for joining, free of charge. Lu Chen was speechless. Who gives a heart as a gift? This nonchalance was like the difference between a hunter and prey, casually killing the prey and then extracting the heart. Lu Chen slowly took the heart, looking around with a complex expression. And then? As he spoke, he took a big bite of the heart, devouring it hungrily. Poor Adams didn't get to enjoy his afternoon tea today. Instead, he became someone else's afternoon snack. If you really have the ability to stop time, then you wouldn't want others to know, right? Do I need to follow you guys? The old man slowly clasped his hands behind his back, overlooking everything around him, his voice calm. Not necessary. You just need to continue on your path and live. As for them, I will have the Ling Ghost cast an illusion on them, making them believe that it was Shintenzong who killed Adams. Then I will let them fall asleep. After all, how could they be completely unaffected by the aftermath of the transformation into the divine realm? So, you just need to sleep soundly. As the voice fell, the ghost beside him had blood-red gears spinning in its eyes. Open, you. Lu Chen had no chance to ask more. He only felt a flash of a rotating scarlet gear in front of him, and the next moment, his head felt heavy, then he collapsed backward onto the ground, exhausted. The last mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Ding, host consumes heart, red quality, gains power. Plus 200. Ding, host consumes the opponent's heart, red quality, gains ability, sun god. Power, 722.23, 522.23 plus 200. Speed, 565.1. Mental strength, 27.1. The familiar save point, the pungent smell of disinfectant filled Lu Chen's nostrils. He gradually regained consciousness but still felt dizzy, and then his sense of touch returned. Lu Chen could feel the slightly rough blanket covering him. It was not unfamiliar, after all, he had covered himself with this kind of blanket several times before. The beeping of medical equipment sounded in his ears. Lu Chen's fingers twitched, and his eyebrows quivered. All the events of the third assessment for newcomers replayed in Lu Chen's mind, flashing by like a panorama. Am I, in the logistics department's medical room? Lu Chen opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, his voice inexplicably weak. But as Lu Chen awakened, his appearance gradually transformed from weak to visibly normal. His complexion turned rosy, followed by calmness. After regaining consciousness, immortality activated again. A crack sound came from the door, and a young man with long white hair walked in, carrying a long sword on his back, exuding an indescribable aura, as if he had stepped out of a fantasy novel. Of course, if one ignored the white suit he was wearing. Although his appearance had changed significantly, Lu Chen still recognized him. It was Shintenzong. Looking at the white hair, Lu Chen recalled what Adams had said that day, seemingly mentioning that Shintenzong had burned half of his lifespan to forcibly break through to the divine realm. The nurse beside him saw Shintenzong enter and immediately bowed respectfully. Lord Shin. You can leave now, I want to talk to Lu Chen alone. Shintenzong's voice remained proud, but at this moment, it carried a hint of weariness. The nurse dared not disobey, who didn't know that Shintenzong had forcibly burned half of his lifespan to break through to the divine realm, striving to slay the Archbishop Adams of the living beings court? His strength was terrifying, and most importantly, Shintenzong had broken through to the divine realm. It was possible that he would soon enter the upper echelons of the night watch. For someone like him, anyone with a bit of sense would naturally be respectful. The nurse gently walked out, not forgetting to close the door behind her. The moment the door was shut, Shintenzong brought his fingers together, and a flash of swordlight passed by. Immediately, a somewhat transparent sword shadow protective shield rose around them. No need to worry, I mean you no harm, this protective shield is just to ensure that our conversation won't be overheard by others. Shintenzong explained. Lu Chen propped himself up, sitting up from the hospital bed, leaning back against the headboard. He glanced out the window and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "About the third assessment," Shintenzong said calmly. He continued, "My memory hasn't failed me, I don't know if yours has." "Memory has failed?" Lu Chen continued to look out the window, his expression showing a hint of astonishment as he feigned innocent surprise. "I ask you, Lu Chen, who killed Adams?" Shintenzong did not answer Lu Chen, but suddenly inquired, "Wasn't it you who killed Adams?" Lu Chen forced a smile, but as he spoke those words, his expression stiffened. "Wait. This is troublesome. Logically, he shouldn't even know who Adams is. After all, that was a cardinal who had never appeared before. And he only knew Adams's name because he had learned it from there. Coupled with just waking up, his brain was clearly oxygen deprived and struggling to process things. Damn it, Shintenzong had trapped him in conversation. "How do you know who Adams is?" "Lu Chen, your answer is quite interesting. Different from all the newcomers." Shintenzong crossed his arms, his expression carrying a hint of coldness, and the surrounding protective shield gradually coalesced into sword shadows, as if he would choose to kill Lu Chen without hesitation if there was any problem with his answer. "I guessed. I was just thinking whether I said something wrong, and I was about to ask you who it was." Lu Chen used this flimsy lie, and even he felt that anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't believe it. "Do you take me for a fool, Lu Chen?" Lu Chen's mouth slightly opened, and he was at a loss for words. What the hell should he say? He had already exposed himself. "Lu Chen, what exactly do you know? Do you know who killed Adams? Otherwise, you wouldn't have said that. In fact, you know someone has altered everyone's memories, and you even know what the alterations were. Lu Chen, although I don't know who the other party is or why they are helping you, saving all of US. But, Lu Chen, do you really think those people are good? Don't you find their appearance too coincidental? It's as if they knew everything in advance. Deliberately appearing at that moment when everyone was in despair, like a ray of light in front of you, making you feel grateful. Have you never considered this situation? Besides the minuscule chance, is there only one possibility left? That is, they themselves are one of the planners of this attack. They used the Court of all beings. Of course, besides wanting to win you over, there's another possibility. Lu Chen, are you in cahoots with them? In an instant, the illusory sword shadows around coalesced into solid forms, wrapping around Lu Chen from every angle, and he could even feel the sharpness brought by the swords. At that moment, the sword was only 0.0001 centimeters from my throat. Lu Chen instinctively thought of that phrase, but now it wasn't just one sword near his throat, but hundreds. The other party wasn't Zixia, but that Shintenzong. However, Lu Chen quickly began to ponder the words spoken by the other party. If the previous Lu Chen had only thought of one possibility, then now Shintenzong's words seemed to clear the fog, completely awakening Lu Chen. Right, why could they appear at just the right moment? It wasn't just because they were bystanders. Because they had long known this scene would unfold. They might even be the planners behind this crisis. Otherwise, how could they have received the news in advance and then hidden in the shadows? And the biggest bug, did Adams and the others really not notice that Maman had died, or that the base of the Court of All Beings had been uprooted? 3 whole months had passed, didn't they notice a single sign of disturbance? Did they not notice, or was someone deliberately preventing them from noticing? Lu Chen's brain was spinning rapidly at this moment, and some things that he couldn't understand suddenly became clear. This seemingly was an attack by the Court of All Beings, but in reality, the mastermind behind it is the Ghost Gate. At this moment, confusion, doubt, and a hint of anger filled Lu Chen's chest. Why were they doing this? Was it just to lure him into the Ghost Gate? That was absurd, but if that were true, then they were truly a bunch of complete lunatics, even crazier than the Court of All Beings. Seeing the change in Lu Chen's expression, Shintenzong had already gotten the answer he wanted. He slowly exhaled and continued, actually, before that day, I reported the situation to the higher-ups and requested support, but it was rejected. They said with me around, there was no need for support, which seemed to show great trust in my abilities. But I didn't give up. To be safe, I sought out many people with comparable strength, but they were all suddenly dispatched on missions. My team should have been on leave at this time, but they were also assigned tasks, and I couldn't mobilize them. So, you suspect there are moles in the higher-ups? Lu Chen clutched his head with both hands, bending over and murmuring. Exactly. Shintenzong nodded decisively. A hint of fatigue flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Why was everything so complicated? He had just entered the Nightstalker and had already experienced the suppression of the divine transformation realm. And the terror of the nascent soul realm, it felt like an ant had stumbled into a dragon's nest, leaving him completely dazed. Now he learned that there were moles within the Nightstalker. What in this world was safe? Since we've come this far, I won't hide anything anymore. Shintenzong continued, I originally thought the mole was someone from the Court of All Beings, but now it seems that might not be the case. If it were truly someone from the Court of All Beings, they should have known about the destruction of the nearby Court of All Beings base long ago, and wouldn't have boasted about letting the horse-faced man you killed carry 100,000 awakening agents to explode at the subway hub. Clearly, they are unaware. I even doubted whether I was mistaken. Perhaps there were no moles in the higher-ups, and it was all just my illusion. When I woke up and found everyone's memories had been altered, I knew for sure that a third-party force had intervened. And the only beneficiary of the altered memories is you, Lu Chen. In their memories, there is no record of you killing the Golden Lion. They only remember Zhang Jin injecting himself with the awakening agent, killing the remaining Holy Knights, and then self-immolating. A third-party force is protecting you, Lu Chen. Tell me, why? It was indeed a puzzling question. Shintenzong was not only terrifyingly powerful but also had such meticulous thoughts. Lu Chen felt a few beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Just from a few sentences, Shintenzong had already deduced nearly everything about that day. It was truly frightening. However, if the Ghost Gate was indeed the hidden mastermind behind all this, it would be utterly detestable. What difference was there from setting a trap for himself? The reason was merely to get him to join the Ghost Gate. That was simply absurd. What did they see in him? Faced with Tianzong's question, Lu Chen remained silent for a long time. Even though he understood that the Ghost Gate was not a good thing, he couldn't be sure he could trust Shintenzong. After all, why hadn't Shintenzong's memory been altered? Could it be that Shintenzong was also a member of the Ghost Gate, deliberately testing him? Whether to believe or not, Lu Chen hesitated. Shintenzong noticed Lu Chen's hesitation. He wasn't in a hurry, just sitting by the bed, waiting for a response. After a long while, Lu Chen finally spoke up. What do you mean? This question was quite clever. It not only asked about Shintenzong's stance, but also inquired about what Shintenzong truly wanted to do. Shintenzong's lips curled up. He understood that he was just one step away from knowing what he wanted to know. Shintenzong immediately stated his position. Let's form an alliance, Lu Chen. I'll rise to a high position, and you help me stay undercover in that organization, find out who among the higher-ups is their mole. Of course, I'll help you get promoted quickly as well. How can you be so sure that I can get promoted quickly? After all, in the world of abilities, strength is the hard truth. Only with enough strength can one get promoted, right? Lu Chen pretended to be naive. Lu Chen, I told you I haven't had my memory altered. I remember everything about you killing the golden lion, single-handedly taking on the flying eagle, severely injuring the flying eagle, and eating his heart, among other things. Your strength is enough to stand out within the Nightstalkers. Shintenzong's words were like a dagger cutting through the last barrier between them. Don't you want to avenge Zhang Jin? After all, from a certain perspective, it was you who caused Zhang Jin's death. Their goal is to win you over, but it also implicated Zhang Jin. Shintenzong's words were like a merciless dagger piercing through Lu Chen's heart. A bitter smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. Yes, from a certain perspective, he was the one who caused Zhang Jin's death. He had caused the death of this lovable person. He really wasn't a good person. He had ruined the long-awaited wedding anniversary for the other party and then torn apart the promise made between Zhang Jin and his daughter. Now, it was even more so because of him that Zhang Jin had died. And what about Zhang Jin? He had offered his heart for him. It was truly a suffocating debt. Unknowingly, had he already owed Zhang Jin so much? Of course we need to take revenge, but we must plan carefully. That organization is very powerful. Although he had been saved by the Ghost Gate, if this was part of the other party's scheme, what kind of gratitude could there be? Who killed Adams? The Lord of the Ghost Gate, the leader of the Ghost Gate, has. The sky was clear. Lu Chen came out of the logistics department, feeling quite familiar with the surroundings. He quickly left the place. Lu Chen looked at the azure sky, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Truly, the way of heaven is ruthless. It had been pouring rain before, and now it was such a clear sky. He really was heartless, didn't he know to leave a few cloudy days for the deceased? Lu Chen's mind was in a jumble as he walked into the city and casually hailed a cab. During his earlier conversation with Shintenzong, he had asked for Zhang Jin's home address. Now, he was going to deliver a message. Just as he had promised. Mom, Dad still hasn't come back? At Zhang Jin's home, Zhang Ximing leaned back on the soft brown sofa, playing with her phone, and asked absent-mindedly. The time was already 5 in the afternoon. She continued. Didn't he say he would attend my parent-teacher meeting tonight? Why hasn't he come back yet? There was a hint of disappointment in Zhang Ximing's voice. Beside her, Fang Lan, who was picking chives, flashed a look of sympathy. He will definitely make it this time. If he tries to use work as an excuse again, I'll go to the police station and make a scene. He needs to have a peaceful day. I'll drag him back if I have to. Hearing Fang Lan say this, Zhang Ximing responded with a no. She turned over, lying on the sofa with her head buried in her slender arms. Her expression was somewhat unpleasant. She knew Fang Lan said this to comfort her, but similarly, is he going to break his promise again? Zhang Ximing already knew the outcome. It seemed that tonight, it would be her mom accompanying her to the parent-teacher meeting again. She had even planned to give her dad a surprise. Her grades had improved by 10 places in class this time. The teachers had all praised her for her significant progress. What a pity, he probably wouldn't be able to make it. It was the same every year, she had thought this year would be different, but in the end, it was still the same. Sure enough, a man's words are like a ghost's lies. How could she have believed his nonsense again? She got herself so hopeful, only to end up with nothing. Let's go! Fang Lan suddenly shouted, tossing the freshly picked chives into the iron basin, turning to wash her hands at the sink, looking as if she was ready to sever ties for justice. I refuse to believe that the police station is that busy, no matter what. They have to bring him back today. Zhang Ximing looked up in shock at Fang Lan, thinking her mother was just talking. Before Zhang Ximing could react, Fang Lan had already pulled her into her coat. Just as they were about to step outside, the sudden sound of a bell rang. Ding dong, a hint of joy appeared on Fang Lan's face. I told you your father wouldn't break his promise this time. Zhang Ximing couldn't help but feel moved as well. However, when Fang Lan opened the door, both of their faces froze. They saw a large wooden plaque inscribed with red characters that read Home of First Class Meritorious Service being carried slowly into the room by 2 men in police uniforms. Following them were 2 more men, holding an urn with both hands, on top of which were black and white photos of Zhang Jin. I'm very sorry, Captain. After that, Fang Lan and Zhang Ximing could no longer hear the words. They just stared blankly at the black and white photo. Fang Lan's steps lost their previous vitality, as if weighed down by molten iron, dragging her forward. She trembled as she reached for the black and white photo. On the urn, her voice becoming hoarse, Where is Zhang Jin? Where are you? With a thud, Fong Lan collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she screamed hysterically. The room, which had once held a hint of joy, was instantly filled with a chilling silence. How could you come back like this? Heaven! Are you trying to take my life? Zhang Ximing looked at the black and white photo of Zhang Jin, the urn, and the plaque inscribed with Home of First Class Meritorious Service, feeling an overwhelming sense of prominence. Her mind felt swollen, nearly fainting from the suffocating sensation. She still couldn't process it. Zhang Jin was dead. How is this possible? Liar! Big liar! How could you die? Zhang Ximing shouted somewhat hysterically, yanking the plaque labeled Home of First Class Meritorious Service and smashing it to the ground. I don't want this broken wooden board. I just want my dad back. The surrounding police remained silent, like a silent mountain, suffocating. It was unclear how much time had passed. Perhaps their voices had grown hoarse from crying. Fong Lan and Zhang Ximing finally stopped. Zhang Ximing bit her lip, recalling what she had said on her birthday. If you love the unit so much, why not just put up a monument? Just stay there. At this moment, that voice sounded so harsh. She even began to doubt that if she hadn't said that on her birthday, would Zhang Jin still be alive? Guilt, regret, and pain spread through Zhang Ximing's chest. She felt like she was going insane. Perhaps unable to bear the cold silence, or perhaps unable to endure the sight of the urn, the black and white photo, and the bright red plaque, she turned and fled out the door. Xiao Shi! Fong Lan's voice called out from behind Zhang Ximing. But all Zhang Ximing wanted was to escape this place. Her whole body trembled, she was so scared, so afraid that this was real. Perhaps it was a way to escape reality, but even so, she didn't want to admit this damned reality. She ran away, leaving home, sprinting towards the outside. The sound of Fong Lan's voice gradually faded, replaced by the bustling streets filled with traffic and laughter. But at this moment, the city's splendor was nothing but noise to Zhang Ximing. You are Zhang Ximing? A calm voice rang out in front of her. Zhang Ximing, with 2 lines of tears still on her face, looked up abruptly. She saw a pair of deep-set eyes belonging to a decent-looking young man. She recognized him. This man seemed to be named Lu Chen. He had shamelessly come to mooch food during her parents' wedding anniversary last time. You know about the captain's situation? Looking at Zhang Ximing's tear-streaked face, Lu Chen instantly understood. A complex expression flashed across Lu Chen's face. The captain asked me to tell you some things. I don't want to listen. Who wants to hear a last message? Get away. Zhang Ximing tried to push Lu Chen away, but after struggling for a while, she couldn't budge him. Anger flickered across her face, and she walked around Lu Chen to leave. However, just a few steps away, Lu Chen's voice rang out behind her again. Captain Zhang said he will always love you, and he is very sorry for this missed appointment. Get lost. I said. I don't want to hear it. Did you even hear me? Zhang Ximing turned around and hurled her phone at Lu Chen. She was like a wounded little tiger, ready to bite anyone she encountered. But Captain Zhang is dead. Don't you want to seriously listen to his last words? At that moment, Zhang Ximing completely broke down. She collapsed weakly to the ground, pounding her fists on the floor. You're talking nonsense. My dad won't die. You're all lying to me. Avoiding it, can that change the truth? Can you bring Captain Zhang back to life like this? Lu Chen retorted. Zhang Ximing bit her lip. But I feel so terrible. I killed my dad. I shouldn't have said those things. If I hadn't said it, would he still be alive? I'm so cold. I feel like I've been abandoned by the whole world. Do you think I refuse to believe the truth? I'm afraid my dad is our whole world. And now, the world is shattered. Yet you tell me not to escape. Do I not even have the right to cry? Do I not even have the right to avoid it? Who do you think you are? How did my dad die? Tell me. Zhang Ximing's voice was undoubtedly like thunder, ringing in Lu Chen's ears. Lu Chen was momentarily speechless. He couldn't tell Zhang Ximing the truth because the world of abilities belonged to the inner world. People from the outer world shouldn't know and couldn't know. Because people from the outer world lacked the strength. Knowing would only lead them to death, right? Captain Zhang died to save me. Lu Chen slowly lowered his head. Yes, what right did he have to preach? After all, Zhang Jin had sacrificed himself to save him, to save all the newcomers, and was forced to inject the awakening serum, ultimately turning to ashes. He was clearly a good person. To save you. Zhang Ximing's expression turned cold then. You really are a great person, killing my dad and then coming here to preach to me. How can you be so thick-skinned? Are you a jinx? Not only did you ruin the meal, but you also killed my dad. Get away from me. You don't deserve to preach to me. That harsh voice was undoubtedly like a steel knife piercing Lu Chen's heart. Lu Chen looked at Zhang Ximing and asked, then what about you? Where do you plan to go? You don't need to worry about that. I am willing to go wherever, this is my wish. Zhang Shimeng shouted, then turned and continued to walk aimlessly down the street. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Zhang Shimeng slowly turned her head and glanced at the empty street behind her, a cold smile appearing on her face. Always preaching, and... This is the result? Is this how you treat the daughter of the person who saved your life? No patience at all? Heh, what a thankless wretch. Do you know what a sharp tongue is? Zhang Shimeng is just that, her words cutting and unpleasant to hear. But no one knows that inside, she is actually a fragile little deer, the kind that shatters with just a touch. She continued walking forward, not knowing where the road would lead her. She just wanted to wander around and then calm herself down. At this moment, the sun was setting, gradually dimming. Shadows slanted across Zhang Shimeng's face. Hey, little girl, all alone? Want to come play with us? Just sing a song, it's fine. A few classic punks with yellow hair emerged from a corner, 2 motorcycles beside them. Zhang Shimeng merely shot them a cold glance and sneered, a bunch of social failures, who would want to play with you idiots? I don't have time to chat with you, get lost. Do you really think? Just because you dyed your hair yellow, you're a king? As soon as the words fell, the punks' faces lit up with excitement, like dogs that had just been thrown a meat bun. This girl has a sharp tongue. I like a fiery personality like yours. Come on, let's have a few drinks. You look like you've had a rough day, right? Come on, share your troubles with us, it's okay, we won't hold it against you for being blunt, come on. The act of forcibly dragging someone into a KTV was already outdated, now it was all about tricking and coaxing people in. Then they'd buy a drink, throw in some extras, and by the time the girl woke up, she wouldn't even know what had happened. Hearing the punk's words, Zhang Shimeng's lips moved slightly. She indeed wanted to make a scene, to vent her inner pain. But their motives were clearly impure, so Zhang Shimeng refused. Are you not giving face? Before Zhang Shimeng could speak, one of the punks suddenly jumped up and shouted. Instantly, the surrounding punks began to encircle Zhang Shimeng, all shouting in unison, not giving face is not okay, just come in and sit for a bit. Let's go. Little girl, we're treating you to KTV, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a punishment. Zhang Shimeng looked at the punks around her. And an uneasy premonition arose in her heart. Following this trajectory, even if she didn't want to go in, she would be dragged in. What did this group of social failures want to do? Even if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she knew how pigs run. If she really went in, she might end up drugged without even knowing it. But now, it seemed she couldn't escape. Come on, girl, we're all singing gods, don't worry, we're just making friends, what are you afraid of? One of the punks reached out towards Zhang Shimeng, about to grab her wrist. Zhang Shimeng's body stiffened, her legs together, hands restrained, she felt completely immobilized. Clearly, this was due to fear. This phenomenon is also described in medical literature as tonic immobility, often occurring in extreme fear or traumatic events. Surrounded by 7 or 8 big men, combined with the collapse from her father's sudden death, Zhang Shimeng inadvertently met the conditions. So, she was going to lose her father today, and also lose herself, right? What a stroke of bad luck, perhaps this is my punishment. Seeing Zhang Shimeng stop struggling, the punks instantly wore triumphant grins, exchanging glances before they attempted to drag her into the shabby KTV nearby. However, as the saying goes, the protagonist always makes a grand entrance. Chen arrived as promised, kicking away the punk who was grabbing Zhang Shimeng's wrist. Of course, in reality, Chen did it on purpose. After all, if he acted too early, the other party would likely continue to make unreasonable trouble. So Chen decided to scare Zhang Shimeng first. You little brat. Where did you pop out from, you damn horse, kicking me to the ground? The yellow-haired guy, kicked to the ground, got up awkwardly. As he spoke, he pulled out a folding fruit knife from his pocket, revealing its cold gleam. You little brat, get lost, this is none of your business. Don't meddle, you piece of shit. Want to die? I'll grant you that. At this moment, Zhang Shimeng stood behind Chen, shivering all over. She looked at Chen, somewhat surprised. She had clearly checked that the other party hadn't followed them. However, the most crucial thing right now wasn't that. You brought a gun, right? Zhang Shimeng whispered. Chen was taken aback. A gun, to be honest, he had already passed the 3rd assessment and indeed had the capability to carry a firearm. A pistol, too, was given to him not long ago when he left the logistics department by Shintenzong. The surrounding yellow-haired guys weren't deaf. Upon hearing the word gun, they exchanged glances, sensing each other's apprehension. But the yellow-haired guy who had been kicked was filled only with anger at that moment. He shouted, "What are you pretending for? A handgun? Do you think you're a cop? What are you pretending to be, big bad wolf?" Amidst The astonished gazes of everyone, Lu Chen slowly drew the pistol from his waist and aimed it at the yellow-haired guy's head. Pretty boy, if you pull it out, I bet. Your gun is fake. Bang, the bullet shot out rapidly from the pitch-black muzzle, spiraling towards the yellow-haired guy, grazing his ear and splattering a spray of blood, penetrating the wall of the alley behind him with a loud bang. Who said my gun was unloaded? The yellow-haired guy shivered, frozen in place. Clearly, this was also due to fear. This phenomenon is described in medical literature as tonic immobility, often occurring in extreme fear or traumatic events. So it wasn't surprising that the yellow-haired guy was paralyzed, it was just that the gun's deterrent power was too strong. That deafening sound, the bullet tearing through the air, suddenly whizzing past his face, who could understand the feeling of surviving such a close call? In any case, it was the first time for the yellow-haired guy to experience it. Moreover, in a certain sense, he felt straightened out. A gun. Damn. A gang. Big brother. We surrender. He forced us to do it. If anyone's to be killed, it should be him. The very brotherly yellow-haired guys immediately sold out the yellow-haired guy in front of Lu Chen, who was so scared his legs were weak and his pants were starting to get wet. Gang? I'm not a gang member. Lu Chen shook his head slightly. Little did he expect that as soon as he said this, the surrounding yellow-haired guys stood up again. Not a gang? Are you a cop? Damn, cops dare to pull out guns and shoot? What have we done to you? We're going to file a complaint against you. The yellow-haired guys understood a bit about the law. They knew they couldn't handle Lu Chen with force, so they chose to go the legal route. It was quite ironic that the law, originally meant to protect the people and the country, had now become a weapon in the hands of a bunch of yellow-haired guys. But then again, yellow-haired guys are also part of the people, right? No problem there. File a complaint? Ha! Bang, Lu Chen pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot out from the pitch-black muzzle, striking the thigh of the yellow-haired guy who had just been shouting. The yellow-haired guy hit in the thigh was stunned, immediately collapsing to the ground, blood gushing out from the root of his thigh as if it were free. He trembled and shouted, just 0.01 centimeters. I would have been done for. The expressions of the surrounding yellow-haired guys changed as well. How was this cop not afraid of complaints at all? Could it be that someone above was backing him, and he wasn't afraid of their complaints at all? Then they heard Lu Chen's cold voice from behind. Go ahead, complain if you want, but as a price for just bullying her, I want one of your legs. Is that too much to ask? No. Brother, we were wrong. Bang, brother. We didn't know you were this powerful, spare us. Next time we see her, we'll take a detour. Bang, I have people in the bureau, brother, don't do this to me, we're all on the same side. Bang. A few minutes later, Zhang Ximing looked at the people lying on the ground around her, each clutching their bleeding thighs, completely dumbfounded. Is this really her father's subordinate? So fierce? Are you sure this is okay? If they really complain about you? Uncharacteristically, Zhang Ximing actually showed concern for Lu Chen. Lu Chen put away the gun in his hand and shrugged, let them complain, I have someone above me, Shintenzong. It truly was a refreshing display of power. Lu Chen finally understood why so many villains like to emphasize their connections. This feeling of not being afraid of consequences brought a full sense of security. As for these scoundrels, if they were injured, so be it, to prevent them from harming the young girl again. As for whether their parents would be sad if they saw this, why didn't they think about how the parents of the harmed girl would feel? To them, Lu Chen was already being merciful. Oh. Zhang Ximing's expression changed rapidly. She immediately turned away, her face cold, a stark contrast to the way she could easily mingle with others like Zhang Jin. Lu Chen even doubted if this was really Zhang Jin's child. How could her personality be so completely opposite? Zhang Ximing's lips moved slightly. So my dad saved you because of your background? Lu Chen was silent for a moment, following Zhang Ximing's footsteps, and after a while, he spoke. Captain Zhang didn't save me for that. Then why? To send a message. That's why he saved me. Just like you said before? Yeah. To be honest, I've never experienced a father's love growing up. He was always absent during the most important times. Sometimes I wonder if I, as his daughter, am unimportant to him. Zhang Ximing's voice gradually became tinged with tears. She sniffed, lifted her head, seemingly not wanting Lu Chen to see her cry, forcing herself to remain calm. What kind of person is he in your eyes? Captain Zhang, he. Lu Chen's mind flashed back to the bits and pieces of his nearly 3 months with Zhang Jin, memories flickering. His voice carried a hint of bitterness, very shrewd, strict yet easygoing, upright but not rigid. He takes good care of people, a good-tempered captain. But more importantly, he is a very family-oriented person. At least in my eyes, he loves Shermu, Fanglan, and you very much, because his final words all were directed at you. Oh, he had One more final word. What? Zhang Ximing asked. He said, I'm sorry for missing this parent-teacher meeting. He has to break his promise again. And the last thing he said was, he loves you. At this moment, tears streamed down Zhang Ximing's face again. Her throat seemed to be choked by a large hand, making it hard to breathe. She squatted down, lowering her head, gripping her shoulders with both hands as if trying to embed her fingers into her flesh. What has she done? What has her years of stubbornness amounted to? Why? She understood so late. Dad has always loved them. At this moment, Chen slowly lowered his head. Inhaling, the gun barrel at his waist still emitting smoke. Indeed, this world is filled with love. Yet love always hides deep within. It's maddening, elusive. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it is fleeting. The cold nightfall descends once more. The chilly wind sweeps through the bustling metropolis, where people only know joy, unaware of the sorrow that lies beneath the surface. How long can this comfort last? No one knows. Inside a northeastern restaurant, Chen ascended to the second floor. Tomorrow he would leave the metropolis, as the assessment had concluded, and everyone should return to their respective places to await arrangements. Perhaps he would become a guardian of a region, or perhaps a member of the local supervisory team, or maybe a staff member in the logistics department. In any case, everyone would soon be scattered apart. There's a saying that goes, all good things must come to an end, and that's exactly it. On the last day before leaving, Chen slowly pushed open the door to a private room on the second floor of the hotel, and what met his eyes were Xia Chenqing, wrapped in bandages, along with Yin Yun, Gong Benqier, and Wen Shang. Most of them bore injuries. With a click, all eyes turned to Chen. Ah, the captain has arrived. Yay, everyone is here. I have a seat available here. Chen, come sit by me. Xia Chenqing pulled Chen to the spot beside her. Wen Shang was the last to speak, a hint of apology flashing in his eyes as he waved his hand. Captain. As Chen took his seat, everyone gradually began to reconnect. Except for Wen Shang, who seemed somewhat distracted. Perhaps noticing Wen Shang's preoccupation, Chen intentionally or unintentionally struck up a conversation with him. Why are you so distracted? Are you feeling weak? Ha! You need to exercise some restraint. That joke is pretty bad. I'm not feeling weak. Then, what are you feeling weak about? I'm not weak, thanks, I just feel a bit strange. Strange? What feels strange? Chen asked. Wen Shang produced a copy of Investiture of the Gods, his voice somewhat dejected. I feel that Zhang Jin's death was caused by my inaction. This statement instantly silenced the room. No one would forget the sacrifice of Zhang Jin. If it weren't for him, everyone present would have long been dead. He was a hero, saving them all. But if I had acted, I would have died. Wen Shang added. Everyone was stunned. It wasn't that his friends looked down on him, but given the deadlock, even a Deluo Jinxian would have to kneel and sing in submission against their strength. What difference would it make if he had acted? Wen Shang continued, if I had activated Investiture of the Gods, my soul and body wouldn't be able to withstand it, and I would die instantly. But if I had activated it, perhaps Zhang Jin wouldn't have died. Chen sighed and patted Wen Shang's shoulder. Don't think too highly of yourself. Is it possible that if you had activated Investiture of the Gods, you would have been unable to bear the consequences and died without even having the chance to act? One must admit, the truth is a sharp blade, and Wen Shang fell silent. Because based on his previous experience summoning Lubu, it seemed that once he lost his will, his abilities would also collapse. Perhaps his weakness hadn't harmed anyone, instead, it spared him from the misfortune of futile efforts and losing his life in vain. Then I really am a clown, this broken ability is quite useless. Wen Shang chuckled awkwardly, self-deprecatingly. Alright, let's stop talking about this. Tomorrow we all have to go our separate ways. Let's drink and be merry tonight. We should eat, drink, and be happy. Tomorrow we set off. Xia Chenqing slammed the table, instantly igniting the atmosphere. In the room, the previously somber mood was once again brought to life. Yin Yun also chimed in, Sister Xia is right, we should be happy today. INE, meaning agreement. Cheers. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere on Chen's side at this moment. The Zhang family. In Zhang Ximing's bedroom. Zhang Ximing curled up against the back of her bed, her ears twitching as she listened to the uncontrollable sobs coming from the next room. She realized she had made another mistake. Compared to her father's death, her mother's sorrow was no less than her own. This oppressive, gloomy atmosphere was driving her mad. What beauty is there in the world? Only death remains, like an extinguished lamp, ashes are unsightly. Ding ding ding, creak, suddenly, the window in Zhang Ximing's bedroom was blown open by a gust of wind. A figure in a bright red suit jumped in through the window. Hi, beautiful lady. Good evening. Zhang Ximing was so Startled that she froze, her whole body stiffening. What the hell? A pervert? Damn, why did they specifically target her home? I believe you have many questions, Ms. Zhang Shiming, but it's alright. My purpose for coming this time is to help you find answers, and also to invite you to join my organization. The ghostly figure bowed like a gentleman, explaining. It was quite something to conduct a midnight raid while maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor. Organization? Questions? What questions could I possibly have that concern you? Get out. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Zhang Shiming shouted. The ghostly figure's eyes flashed with a blood-red gear mark, and the room fell silent. He raised 2 fingers to his lips. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will know. Of course, I'm not a flower thief, so you can rest assured. I told you, I'm here to invite you to join the organization. We will be colleagues. What nonsense is this? And do you have red-eye disease? Why are your eyes flashing? Zhang Shiming had no knowledge of supernatural powers, but at this moment, a corner of the hidden world was slowly being revealed to her. Red-eye disease? Oh, madam, how rude of you. This is not a disease, but my supernatural ability. And don't you want to know how your father died? Died in the line of duty? That's just a vague statement. Don't you want to know who the murderer is and take revenge? The ghostly figure's voice carried a hint of anticipation and mockery. Supernatural ability? Have you read too many novels? Middle-aged uncle? Stop watching too much anime. Idiot, and get out. If you come any closer, I'll call the police. Zhang Shiming continued. As she spoke, she didn't forget to hold her phone, dialing 110. Preparing to report. However, at that moment, the surrounding bedroom suddenly transformed into a strange place. Everything here resembled a school, with a huge playground and a tall dormitory building. Sure Yang, it seems your people are not all here. Zhang Jin stood on the podium, still holding the microphone. Hearing this, Zhang Shiming turned her head, her resentment towards herself and the collapse over Zhang Jin's death now overshadowing her fear of the red-clad clown. The phone in her hand instantly drooped as her arm fell. Her voice trembled slightly as she ran towards Zhang Jin, Dad. Yet Zhang Jin remained standing on the podium, like a statue, exuding the aura of a warrior. The girl's cries did not move Zhang Jin in front of her. Soon after, Tang Rui was mutated and killed in one blow by Zhang Jin's supernatural ability, and the Shuyang team was stripped of the right to continue competing. Then the team battle began. Immediately following that, 4 figures descended from the sky, igniting the flames of battle and annihilating everyone on the playground. I forgot to write a will. How truly terrible. Help me tell them, I won't be coming home anymore. Don't wait for me. Tomorrow is the parent-teacher meeting at Xiaoxi's school, and I will have to miss it again. I won't be able to go in the future either. Also, tell them, I love them. Really getting old, even saying I love you feels a bit embarrassing. But I truly love them from the bottom of my heart. The candle dragon roared towards the sky, as if venting something. Immediately after, Zhang Jin's body, along with the surrounding high-temperature flames, was gradually scorched through the cracks of what seemed like shattered clay pottery, turning into wisps of black smoke. His eyes were vacant as he knelt in midair, one hand outstretched while the other propped against the flames beneath him. In the end, he transformed into several wisps of black smoke. In this world, he disappeared. No, at this moment, Zhang Shiming, standing nearby, trembled all over, tiny flames unintentionally flickering from her fingertips. What could be more heartbreaking than watching her father die right before her eyes? The seed of anger had now been planted deep within Zhang Shiming's heart. She was not a natural ability user, but a rare case of a non-ability user born from an ability user. Yet at this moment, anger, as a seed, as a raging river, had stored up its nutrients, and the candle dragon rose again, enveloping Zhang Shiming in flames. Whether it was an illusion or not, there seemed to be a hint of sorrow in the candle dragon's eyes. Join us, we will help you take revenge. The organization that killed your father is called Zongshengting, and one person's strength cannot shake it. But I can also imitate my father and enter the official organization. Zhang Shiming's voice was light as she slowly walked to the place where Zhang Jin had burned away, tears streaming down her cheeks, finally falling onto the charred ground. You mean the Qianye people? Haha, you are indeed clever. That's right, you can join Qianye. However, the Qianye people won't be swayed just because you are completely opposed to Zongshengting. Such official organizations always have some inexplicable difficulties. If you want revenge, you can only rely on me, Guimen. Why did my father give his heart to him? Zhang Shiming did not respond but looked at the shadow of Lu Chen, questioning. The ghost replied, it's simple. Because your father's heart could help him enhance his power. Your father just wanted to use up the last bit of his remaining value. Oh right, by the way, Lu Chen is also one of us, Guimen. You can understand that Lu Chen is our undercover agent in Xenia. Zhang Ximing scoffed, so you just sold him out? Aren't you worried I won't join you? Not worried at all. Do you think you can survive if you don't join? The clown waved his hand. Zhang Ximing fell silent. It seemed this organization wasn't anything good either, but she couldn't afford to die right now. Looks like I have no choice. Welcome aboard, here is your playing card, the Spade 2, and your codename is Bague. A pitch-black card, stamped with a large character for Ba, revealing the Spade 2, landed in Zhang Ximing's arms. When the organization needs you, they will find you. As for the truth of this world, it is all recorded in this book. Good night, Bague. A small black notebook fell onto the bedside table next to Zhang Ximing's bed. The illusion around her had already collapsed in an instant, returning to the cold room. In the cold and desolate room, only the open window remained, still blowing in the cold wind. And the girl curled up on the icy bed, with only a hint of warmth in the bedding. At this moment, in a hotel in the northeast, after several rounds of drinks, everyone was toasting and having a great time. But gatherings and partings always come to an end. Lu Chen slowly stood up, and the joyful expressions of the crowd suddenly stiffened. They all knew that the time had come. Today's farewell might very well be a final goodbye. After all, this was merely a temporary team-up, but it must be said that during this time, they had indeed forged a deep friendship. They had spent nearly half a year together, 3 months to be exact. The road ahead leads us in different directions. From now on, we will all go our separate ways. Lu Chen's voice carried a hint of heaviness. How about we take a group photo? At least we'll have a memento, Yin Yun suggested, raising her hand. As soon as she said this, it received widespread agreement from everyone. All right. Let's take a picture. Take a picture. Miyamoto Keiichi nodded in agreement. His head lowered. When Sheng pushed up his glasses, of course. Xia Qianqing then stood up. I'll go call the waiter over to help us take a photo. Before long, with Lu Chen at the forefront, Xia Qianqing to one side, followed by Miyamoto Keiichi, Yin Yun, and Wen Sheng. 3, 2, 1, cheese, at the waiter's shout. Click. In that moment, the photo seemed to freeze time. Now, only parting remained. The group gradually dispersed from the northeast restaurant. Miyamoto Keiichi had a flight that night, so he took a taxi directly. Yin Yun and Wen Sheng were set to leave the next morning. Lu Chen had arranged to return to Linjiang with Du Jiro the following day. Although she had lost her qualification to compete, she wouldn't return to the innate training base, as they had already graduated. There, they would be assigned to the jurisdiction of their fathers or mothers. Xia Qianqing coincidentally had the same flight time as Lu Chen, just at a different boarding gate, but it was on the way. At this moment, leaving the northeast restaurant, Lu Chen and Xia Qianqing got into a taxi, quickly heading to the Sunset Hotel, as the new recruits' training camp dormitory had been destroyed, leaving them no choice but to stay in a hotel. They sat in pairs in the car. Although the third assessment of the new recruits' training camp had been interrupted, it had also come to an end. Those who survived the aftermath of the transformation and Mason Soul Realms could naturally be considered to have passed the third assessment. However, it was worth mentioning that the number of surviving new recruits was 20% lower than expected, and most were so frightened that even if they passed, they chose to join the logistics department. In summary, only a handful of people passed the assessment this year. Lu Chen's team was undoubtedly the standout, as no other team shone as brightly as they did. What exactly happened that day? After getting out of the taxi, Xia Qianqing's first question was this. Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment, then remembered Xia Qianqing's ability, identification. A bitter smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, this was something he couldn't hide from her. However, Lu Chen chose not to explain. He simply continued walking, believing that the less they knew about these matters, the better. Perhaps sensing Lu Chen's thoughts, a flicker of disappointment crossed Xia Qianqing's eyes, then she asked, Lu Chen, will we meet again in the future? Suddenly, Xia Qianqing inquired. Lu Chen was startled, turned around, and looked at Xia Qianqing, who had stopped behind him, teasingly saying, why the long face? This isn't like you. As for meeting again in the future, of course. We will, didn't I say that? When the time comes, I'll ride on a rainbow to your house to marry you. Xia Qianqing slowly walked up to Lu Chen, tugging at his collar, her eyes locking onto his dark ones. You better make that happen, or I won't go easy on you. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word, Lu Chen replied. With a smile. In the next moment, as Lu Chen spoke, Xia Qianqing, like a little bird, leaned against his chest, rising onto her tiptoes. Lu Chen felt a sudden chill at his lips. Xia Qianqing had kissed him. Gone was the awkwardness he had felt before. He slowly closed his eyes, savoring the kiss. Moreover, it was a classic French wet kiss, with lips intertwining, tongues tangling, lingering and sweet. The two of them embraced for a long time, eventually parting their tongues. their eyes meeting, revealing a hint of shyness and an indescribable feeling. Lu Chen slowly wrapped his arms around Xia Qianqing and whispered, "Don't worry. We won't be apart for too long. As for your father's matter, if you hesitate, I can help you by killing him." "You really know?" I'll handle this. I'll be waiting for you in Island City. Junlin. Yes, that day will come. Their fingers gradually intertwined as they walked under the dimly lit path, slowly heading towards the hotel. Everything is still proceeding along its trajectory. In the air, he, as if seated on a throne in the sky, looked down at Lu Chen and Xia Qianqing on the dim path, his voice carrying a hint of the passage of time, mocking as he spoke. Behind him stood a woman in a maid outfit, respectfully standing by his side. It was the spirit mentioned not long ago from the cafe. "Leader, why are we going to such lengths, only to overlook Shintenzong and let him win over Lu Chen? If that's the case, wouldn't Lu Chen become a spy for us?" the spirit asked in confusion. "Reason? Spirit, when have I needed to explain myself to you?" Yi's voice exploded in the spirit's ears like a divine proclamation. Instantly, the spirit knelt on the ground, a look of pain flashing across her face, blood oozing from her ears. "It was my recklessness, please punish me, leader. Remember, the ghost gate is merely my tool, and you are just one of them. Tools should not have emotions." He no longer focused on Lu Chen, he turned slowly, his shadowy throne transforming into a cold wind. He was now draped in a pristine white trench coat, rustling in the breeze. Unchanging was the white mask he wore on his face. Watching Yi's back, the spirit bit her lip, wondering if he truly had no heart. Tools, so what? Did he not understand how to cherish? Despite her inner turmoil, she remained silent, merely a soul following closely behind Yi. Just as the leader said. They were tools, and tools should not defy their master. The next day, the sky was clear. The scorching light poured through the transparent glass dome, covering the airport hall. Rows of iron seats reflected the colorful sunlight. Surrounding them were all sorts of people and numerous shops. Inside a noodle shop, Dujiro looked at Lu Chen and Xia Qianqing, who were devouring pig brains, with a strange expression, saying to Xia Qianqing, "Don't you find it creepy to eat this?" Xia Qianqing glanced at Dujiro, shrugging her hands. "Is there?" "No." "Dujiro." Lu Chen finished his bowl of pig brain noodles and called to the counter, "Check, please." After that, he coughed lightly. "Actually, it doesn't taste as creepy as you think, it tastes just like fish. I swear on my character." Beep, Gate 12 is about to start ticket sales. Beep, Gate 11 is about to start ticket sales. The airport's announcement echoed. Lu Chen's expression stiffened as he looked at Xia Qianqing. Xia Qianqing's face also showed a hint of rigidity. "Time really flies, is it time already? Let's go, stop looking so stiff. If you can't bear to leave, then don't think about going." Dujiro rolled her eyes. However, as she turned around, she saw Lu Chen and Xia Qianqing kissing again. What the hell? These two, 0 frames of dog food, how can I avoid this? Outside Linjiang Airport, a severely oxidized yellowish-white sedan was parked near the airport exit. A middle-aged man dressed in a pitch-black trench coat, covered in tattoos, leaned against the front of a car with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Passers-by pointed and whispered, "In this day and age, people still get tattoos? They really don't know how to learn something good. Look at him, so old, and with tattoos to boot, driving this piece of junk. What a poor guy trying to act like a gangster. Keep it down. What if he really is a gangster? A real person doesn't reveal their true self, and a revealed self isn't real. What gangster? Don't slander me. I didn't say anything." Duching glanced at the few people making snide remarks, and in an instant, the aura of a gang leader enveloped them. "You lot, don't you think you're talking a bit too much?" Sorry, big brother. Apologies, big brother." Perhaps having suffered at the hands of gangsters before, the few immediately bent at a 90-degree angle, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. They wouldn't mistake this feeling, he definitely had a gangster background. "Get lost." With Duxing's voice, the few seemed to have received a pardon, lowering their heads, completely losing the bravado they had at the start, and didn't forget to shout, "Yes, big brother." Each of them hurriedly walked away as if fleeing from the airport. Duching stroked his chin. "Gangsters, please, I'm stepping into the biggest society on this land. Gangsters, compared to my society, are nothing but pinky fingers." After taking the last drag of his cigarette, the thin white smoke was inhaled, and the ashes scattered in the air. Duching tossed the cigarette butt and quickly lit another one. He occasionally glanced at the time on his wristwatch. His footsteps rhythmically paced back and forth. The cigarette butts on the ground multiplied from 1 to 2, 3, 10. Hot damn kid, why hasn't he come out yet? The bright sunlight shone on Duching, and as he paced back and forth, the light flickered. The sky was a deep blue, calm and undisturbed. After waiting for a long time, Duching took out his phone and began dialing Lu Chen. "Hello, the number you have dialed is in airplane mode and cannot receive calls." Duching slowly opened his phone, rubbing his slightly reddened eyes. He hadn't slept a wink last night due to excitement, and he slowly opened the chat. History with Lu Chen. His initially excited face gradually stiffened. "Damn it, I came 2 hours early, I misread the time, what the hell?" Duching shook his head, yawning, nearly falling asleep. He hadn't had a good night's sleep these past few days, fearing that the myriad of beings would appear in his jurisdiction again. Of course, that wasn't the most critical issue. The most pressing matter was the recent cases that had emerged. It seemed to involve supernatural abilities. Coincidentally, the location was in his jurisdiction, and he had been tirelessly reviewing surveillance footage with the police department day and night, nearly exhausting himself. This case was serious. 6 young girls had been murdered, the methods extremely brutal. However, the killer didn't commit sexual assault. Instead, they chose a more horrific method of dismemberment, grinding the bodies into minced meat and flushing them down the drain, or fixing the remains within walls. It could be described as an extremely heinous serial murder case, and the intervals between the incidents were quite long. It was only after discovering one case recently that they gradually uncovered the others through investigation. Duching shook his head. Now wasn't the time to think about these things. He felt a bit tired but still forced himself to lean against the front of the car, gazing at the airport entrance. His eyelids felt heavy, and he slowly closed his eyes. Just a moment of rest, and he would be fine. Perhaps the sunlight was too refreshing. Duching stood there, eyes closed, leaning against the car, and fell asleep. But he didn't forget to face the airport entrance, nor did he forget to hold his phone, in case a call came in that he wouldn't hear. The vibration could wake him up. Of course, if Duching hadn't been snoring, he might not have been so conspicuous. Click, the sound of a camera shutter echoed within the yellow warning tape. A few people dressed in police uniforms looked extremely uncomfortable as they watched the scene unfold. The 7th one has occurred. They saw a foul-smelling corpse, half-eaten by insects, being unearthed from the dug-up ground. From the structure of the body, it was not hard to deduce that it was a female corpse. There were signs of a broken neck and slight fractures in both hands. Clearly, the murderer had bound the victim before strangling her and finally disposed of her body in the wilderness. "This murder case is likely the work of the 7th serial killer," said the police team leader, Shibin. "The rest of you continue to guard the scene, I will contact the higher-ups," Shibin instructed, then walked outside. At that moment, Duching, who had been sleeping soundly at the airport entrance, shivered awake. He abruptly lifted his vibrating phone and answered the call in a second. Upon seeing the contact name, Police Station, Team Leader Shibin, he immediately felt uneasy. "Hello?" Duching asked, still trying to keep his composure. "What's going on?" "Report. Sir, we are on the slope of Huangshan Ridge. After receiving a report about a foul smell and discovering a human finger, we proceeded to dig and successfully found the victim's body. Sir, do you have time to come over now?" Shibin's voice suddenly cut off. It wasn't that he had stopped speaking, rather, the sound could no longer be transmitted. It wasn't that something had happened to him. Instead, Shibin silently stared at the bright red call ended on his phone, raising an eyebrow. Did he hang up? The higher-ups really are the higher-ups, they certainly have their temper. "Forget it, I'll talk to him tomorrow, after all, we won't find anything out right away. Everyone else, secure the area around here, no unauthorized personnel are allowed in." "Yes, Captain." Beep beep beep, Duching impatiently answered the phone. "Hello? Do I have to spell it out for you? I'm freaking busy right now. I've been waiting for my girl for over 10 years. Even if the king of heaven himself came, he wouldn't get me to leave the airport entrance." After saying that, Duching hung up the phone with a huff, exhaling a deep breath. He then shoved his hands into his pockets, unsure of who his opponent was. At that moment, Lu Chen, who had just disembarked from the plane, looked stiffly at the bright red call ended, feeling somewhat uneasy. What a mess, he hadn't understood a word, but Lu Chen still realized that Duching had mistaken him for someone else. Beside him, Du Jiro glanced at the hung-up call, her expression stiffening, a hint of displeasure flashing across her face. Could it be that he's too busy to come? Oh dear, his daughter hasn't been home in over 10 years, and this is how he reacts? Just this? Du Jiro said irritably. "Stop, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. I'll make another call." Lu Chen dragged his suitcase with one hand and continued to Du Jiro behind him. "Follow me." He then took out his phone again and dialed Duxing's number. "Hello? Lu Chen. You've arrived? I'm here. Oh. Why didn't you call me as soon as you arrived?" "I did, but you didn't answer." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Cough, I'm at the south gate, you'll see my car if you turn right after exiting. Okay. Team Do. As soon as Lu Chen walked out of the south gate of the airport, he spotted Duching standing out in the crowd, still wearing his eye-catching black trench coat and sporting tattoos on his upper body, looking like a gang leader. Lu Chen waved his hand at Duching while pulling his suitcase, shouting. Duching was momentarily taken aback, but then the weariness on his face vanished, replaced by a beaming smile as he waved back and ran towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen wore a smile on his face, until Duching passed by him, and the smile gradually stiffened. Damn it. It's been over 10 years, you've really changed a lot. Let daddy see if you've lost weight? Oh, you're a big girl now, you've grown so tall. What do you want to eat? Just tell daddy, and I'll take you out to eat soon. Duching's voice was very urgent, but in Du Jiro's ears, it sounded only half joyful, and mostly amusing. Yes, it's been over 10 years. You think of me like this, yet how could you bear to throw me into the innate ability training camp back then? If I hadn't lost, I swear you'd never see me again in this lifetime. Du Jiro turned her head aside, a hint of displeasure on her face. She didn't say much, but it felt as if all the grievances of the past decade had erupted at once. Duching looked at Du Jiro, not angry at all. Instead, he smiled foolishly. But you lost. Du Jiro's face flushed, then she bit her silver teeth, shot Duching a glare, and walked towards the white sedan. But as she got closer, she found the white sedan increasingly familiar. She remembered that this car had been around since she was a child. Her mother said it was bought by her father when he married her. Now, nearly 20 years later, he hasn't changed. The salary from the Night Watchers was quite substantial, with a monthly income of $1 million. Now that he was a captain, his salary shouldn't be low, right? Du Jiro glanced at the reflection of Duching, who was grinning foolishly in the mirror of the white sedan, and suddenly felt a surge of anger. She opened the car door with annoyance and plopped down in the back seat. Duching watched Du Jiro get in and jogged over to the driver's seat. Daughter, what do you want? To eat? Want to watch a movie? Or go shopping? Lu Chen? No, can you at least acknowledge me? You little brat, why aren't you getting in the car? What are you dawdling for? Duching's slightly impatient voice came from the driver's seat. Damn it. Lu Chen slowly clenched his fists. Fine. You're so high and mighty, you have a daughter, and you don't care about me, right? Damn it. Lu Chen sulkily approached the passenger seat, yanked the car door open, and sat down. By the way, Lu Chen, your parents have left Linjiang. Suddenly, Duching said. Lu Chen was taken aback. Left Linjiang? His parents? Although it was all in Chinese characters, he found it hard to understand when put together. Where could they go after leaving Linjiang? Your parents seem to be anything but ordinary. Duching's words made Lu Chen feel as if his world was being turned upside down. The engine roared to life, the car emitted a deafening rumble, just like Lu Chen's heart, which was now in chaos. Lu Chen held his head, feeling a bit dazed, unable to react. It was just like the world of Truman, after living for half a lifetime, someone tells you that the world you live in is fake, and your parents have been hiding the truth from you, while everyone else knows it. This was absurd. Lu Chen waved his hand, his face showing a hint of fear, denying, No. My parents are just ordinary people, very real people. They run a nice barbecue restaurant, it's that simple. And how did you figure out that my parents are not ordinary? Lu Chen retorted. After your parents left a letter, they went missing. I investigated their whereabouts for you, and it seems they left Linjiang, but that's as far as I could trace them. After that, they seemed to have vanished, and I couldn't find any trace of them. Duching said as he took a letter from the storage compartment of the passenger seat and handed it to Lu Chen. While pressing the gas pedal, the car began to move. Sitting in the back seat, Du Jiro also looked at Lu Chen with curiosity. Did this kid become an abandoned baby? Although saying it like this was a bit sharp, she wasn't wrong, was she? This is the letter they left for you. I'm sorry, I read it out of curiosity. They asked you not to look for them, considering it for their own good, and for the sake of your unborn brother or sister. Listening to Duching's words, Lu Chen took the envelope with a complex expression. He slowly pulled out the letter from the envelope. It was written in familiar handwriting. It was from Dad. By the time you read this letter, your mother and I will have already left Linjiang, disappearing into the morning mist. We are not intentionally avoiding you, but we do not wish to be caught up in that endless whirlpool again. The storms we once faced have made us deeply aware of the preciousness of a simple life. At this moment, we only long to find a quiet corner, to guard the tranquility of time, and to live an ordinary life. Lu Chen, we understand you have your ideals and pursuits. And you have chosen to enter that whirlpool filled with crises and life and death situations. We respect your decision, but we can only reluctantly part ways with you for now. Please do not try to find us, this is not heartlessness, but a reselection of our lives. Child, perhaps you will be sad because of this, but you must know that mom and dad will always love you. We hope you can understand our difficulties and forgive our heartlessness. May you find your own peace and happiness on your path. We hope that in this life, though we may not meet, our hearts will always be connected. Lu Chen's expression was somewhat dejected as he tightly gripped the letter. He could feel the tears welling up in his eyes, but he was no longer that young boy. After going through so much, he had already transformed. Yet, he still felt a bit unhappy. Very unhappy. What the hell, so they knew all along? Are they also superhumans? Wanting to live a normal person's life, just to abandon me. How heartless, just like that, they throw me away, damn it. Lu Chen slowly raised one hand to press against his eyes, leaning back against the seat. Duching glanced at Lu Chen. What's wrong? Have you become an abandoned child? Do you want to call me dad? I can adopt you? Go to hell. Get lost. I'm not in the mood to joke around with you, I'm really unhappy right now. Lu Chen cursed directly, his voice tinged with irritation and weakness. Like a wounded little beast. Ahem, don't be like that. Even though your parents don't want you anymore, they still have a second child. Thanks for reminding me. No need to thank me, it's only right. In the back seat, Dujiro looked at the bickering Lu Chen and Duching, her expression slightly strange. Where are we going now? Duching raised his hand to check the time. It's 12 o'clock. Have you eaten? I did, something sold on the plane. Oh, then let's go. Straight to the crime scene. Goodness, did you hear? The serial killer has committed 7 cases, each one extremely brutal, dismembering young women in various ways, either embedding them in concrete walls or grinding them into minced meat and flushing them down the drain. If it weren't for the blocked drain, no one would have discovered it. How did they find out about the walls? Apparently, there was a foul smell, and then the homeowner was going to break down the wall, and as a result, the wall collapsed and the skull cap came out. On the bustling street, pedestrians were discussing the recent hot cases. The most critical thing is, they say there are no leads on the killer now. That's just too creepy. An old white sedan sped down the street towards Huangshan Ridge. Inside the car, the killer is so arrogant, and you haven't found any clues? Throughout the journey, after listening to Duching talk about the case for a long time, Dujiro couldn't help but ask. Duching shrugged, where am I supposed to find clues? This past year, we've almost gone through all the surveillance footage. And there isn't a single clue. As for the records from the previous year, they've long been deleted, alright? From the bodies, it's clear that these events happened last year. It's been so long since they disappeared, how come no one even reported it? Dujiro asked. Duching sighed, they did report it, a missing persons case, then they searched, but found nothing, and in the end, it just fizzled out. According to the families, they thought at worst they had been abducted to Myanmar. Who knew they were dead? The youngest among them was only 18. Such a bright youth, who knows which madman had their eyes on them? And it all ended up in vain. From what you're saying, they aren't all in the same age group? Lu Chen asked in surprise. Duching nodded, exactly because they aren't in the same age group, there's all kinds of people, from college students to cleaning ladies, and there's no connection between them. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. Of course, generally speaking, we wouldn't get involved in such cases, but the problem is that quantum energy fluctuations were detected around their bodies, and it's preliminarily judged that the murderer is an ability user, which is why I came personally to participate in the investigation. After all, this area falls under my jurisdiction. Duching shrugged, hands on the steering wheel, a hint of helplessness flashing across his face. Random killings? Is the murderer insane? Dujiro scoffed. Duching shook his head, who knows? Maybe they are. After all, aren't there plenty of neurotic people in the world? Occasionally, a few wild ones pop up, which is quite normal. Lu Chen propped his chin with one hand, gazing out the window, his eyes filled with an increasingly pure killing intent. Indeed. There's one thing in this world that has always been abundant, and that is garbage. No matter how you clean it up, new garbage will always appear. So where are we going now? After all this talk, you haven't mentioned the crime scene. Dujiro asked. Duching reached into his pocket for a cigarette, wanting to light one, but perhaps recalling some past event, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, as his hand touched the cigarette, it hesitated for a moment before falling back empty onto the steering wheel. His voice carried a hint of fatigue. Huangshan Ridge. The crime scene we are heading to is Huangshan Ridge. Huangshan Ridge 800 miles. Once a land of abundance beyond the pass. One day, a mouse plague arose out of nowhere, and the air was thick with smoke, leaving no trace of humanity. A beggar in tattered clothes began to recite, accompanied by a 3-stringed instrument. Sounding quite authentic. Nearby tourists joked, "This is Huangshan Ridge, not Huangfeng Ridge. This isn't Journey to the West, and there won't be any yellow-haired mice here." The beggar smiled, "It's not Journey to the West, there are no yellow-haired mice, but it's still thick with smoke and no sign of people." This murder case arose out of thin air. As soon as he said this, the tourists turned pale. If such a murder case hadn't occurred near their homes, it would be one thing, but right here in Linjiang, to say they weren't afraid would be a lie. After all, who knows who the next target of the murderer will be? The tourists awkwardly smiled. In the end, the yellow-haired mouse was defeated by Tang Sang and his companions, so what's there to be afraid of? Young man, but before the yellow-haired mouse was defeated, it had already eaten quite a few people. Do you want to be the next one? The beggar, holding a two-stringed instrument, glanced at the road not far away, then turned away, no longer speaking, and walked down another path. Talking nonsense? The tourists scratched their heads, leaving that remark behind, and gradually departed with the others. The yellow sand swirled, and the wind howled. The sun hung high. It was noon. A yellowing white sedan drove along the road covered in yellow sand. The beggar and tourists who had been chatting and laughing had long since vanished. The sedan entered the mountains, took a few twists and turns, and finally stopped in front of a yellow warning line. Originally standing outside the warning line, the captain, Shibin, was directing everyone when he saw the small white car approaching. He immediately snapped a straight salute. "Good day, superior. Ha ha ha, I'm here to pick up my daughter." Took a bit longer than expected. They belong to the Special Operations Organization just like me. Let's head inside and discuss further. Duching briefly introduced Lu Chen and Du Jiro, who were following behind. The strange look in Shibin's eyes vanished in an instant. It turned out these two young people were subordinates of the superior, and one of them was even the superior's own daughter. "Understood, superior. May I ask your surnames?" Shibin inquired. Lu Chen politely replied, "No need for formality, my surname is Lu." Dujiro chimed in, "No need for formality, my surname is Du. Comrade Lu, Comrade Du, nice to meet you," Shibin said, extending his hand with a cheerful smile. He didn't forget to introduce himself. "I am Shi, my name is Bin. I'm a few years older than you. Just call me Old Shi." Old? Old Shi? Lu Chen's eyelid twitched. This person was quite slick. It was their first meeting, and he was already trying to build rapport by calling him Old Shi. "So, where's the body? Where is it?" Du Xing asked. Shibin's previously smooth expression stiffened, gradually turning serious, as if he had transformed into a different person. Even his voice took on a more solemn tone. "Please follow me. We have just fully excavated the body of the deceased. There are signs of a broken neck and slight fractures in both hands. Clearly, the murderer bound the victim before strangling them and then disposed of the body in the wilderness. The forensic team has already transported the body to the police vehicle." Shibin led everyone to a forensic examination vehicle. On a stretcher lay a corpse emitting a foul odor, infested with insects. From some minor details, it was not hard to tell it was a female body. However, the stench and the nauseating scene were not something everyone could bear. Ugh, Dujiro suddenly turned around and vomited, expelling everything she had eaten on the plane. Shibin silently touched his nose, thinking they would have a stronger psychological endurance. He didn't expect them to be unable to hold it together at first glance. This wasn't Dujiro's fault. After all, the training camp wouldn't teach these practical things. He glanced at Lu Chen, who appeared calm, his eyes flashing with a hint of sorrow before he slowly closed them. "How long has the time of death been?" Lu Chen opened his eyes again, his voice carrying a hint of coldness, the chill almost visible to the naked eye, as if he had thought of something unpleasant. Shibin swallowed hard and replied, "Based on the foul odor and the insects consuming the body, we can estimate the time of death to be around 3 to 7 days. For more detailed information, the forensic team will need to conduct a thorough examination." Ding ding ding, Shibin's phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence of the scene. He quickly glanced at Lu Chen and Du Xing, lowering his voice. "It's a call from the bureau, I need to take this." "Hello? What's going on?" "I'm at the crime scene." An artist? A portrait artist? Alright, got it." Shibin slowly hung up the phone, speaking calmly. "The bureau just called to say our new assistant has arrived. They are a highly skilled artist who can recreate the deceased's appearance based on their bone structure. In this case, the time of death is no more than 10 days, and there are quite a few clues left at the scene, along with surveillance and other means, so we should be able to uncover some leads." Who understands the family? On the first day back home, dealing with a case, damn it, the stupid old man brought us to the crime scene. It made me sick to the point of vomiting. Dujiro staggered back a step, her throat uncontrollably rolling. The sour, rotting smell of vomit mixed with the stench of decay rolled in her nostrils as she clutched the tree bark tightly, her nails scraping 4 white lines into its surface. She felt utterly unwell. Perhaps it was because they were all women, the mere thought of the corpse's disgusting, decaying form made her tremble uncontrollably. However, she had seen dead bodies before, and rather than fear, it was more a sense of nausea. The sight of maggots sliding from the collapsed eye sockets of the deceased was enough to make anyone feel sick. Cough, cough, Dujiro finally couldn't hold back and coughed twice. She pressed her hands tightly against her somewhat queasy stomach, her head shaking involuntarily as if trying to rid herself of the nauseating scene before her. She swore this was the most disgusting sight she had ever witnessed. The wriggling of those worms was something she truly did not want to see again. She finally turned her face away, only to meet Lu Cheniying's gaze, reflecting the corpse. His eyes were like two frozen deep wells, not even a ripple stirred by the flutter of his eyelashes. How could Lu Chen be so calm? Dujiro asked, "Don't you feel disgusted?" Lu Chen slowly turned his head, a serene expression on his face, shaking his head as he said, "How could I feel disgusted? They were living people when they were alive. Since they were human, how could they disgust anyone?" His voice carried a hint of reminiscence, a touch of warmth. Before he continued, "They were clearly very beautiful, gentle, and understanding when they were alive." Then, his tone suddenly turned icy. "Isn't the real disgust the murderer who turned them into this ghastly state? If I ever catch that murderer, I will make sure to tear him to pieces." In the mountains, a flock of crows took flight in alarm, their cries piercing the air like an alarm. Lu Chen's calm tone, combined with his cold, indifferent face and those pitch-black eyes resembling an abyss, created a strong sense of oppression, as if one were staring into the void. Dujiro looked at Lu Chen, a sense of fear rising within her. She felt a madness emanating from him. This madness was not the typical kind that only knew how to shout and scream, but rather a calm exterior hiding a tempest of power within. And Lu Chen was clearly the latter. When it came to the murderer, there was only one word in his dictionary: kill. If there were two words, they would be exterminate. It was clearly noon, yet Zero felt a chilling cold enveloping the heat around her, and it was evident that Lu Chen was furious. But unlike ordinary anger, his was a chilling, extreme rage. Yet often, this kind of anger was even more terrifying. It surged more violently. The scene has been mostly investigated. A sketch artist has arrived to assist with the investigation. Let's head back to the station. The body also needs to be examined by a forensic expert using precise instruments. Shibin coughed lightly, casting a wary glance at Lu Chen, aware of this cold feeling. This man had killed before, and quite a few, it seemed. However, since he was a subordinate of a superior, it was likely that those he killed were all vicious criminals. Of course, this murderous intent was indeed chilling. Hey, kid, why the murderous intent? You can't get too caught up in it. Of course, the murderer deserves to die, but you can't lose yourself, Duching said, reaching out a large hand to pat Lu Chen's shoulder, reminding him. Lu Chen was taken aback, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "It's not losing myself, I'm just a bit angry." "Yeah, I'm angry too, but I won't harm those around me, understand? Kid, the murderous intent you just released was too cold. You've changed a lot since going to the Magic City," Duching said with some emotion. Changed a lot, had he? Lu Chen lowered his head, looking at his own palm. Of course, after going through so much, how could he still be the naive boy he once was? If he remained unchanged, wouldn't that be too pathetic? People, they do change. Smack, a large hand slapped Lu Chen on the backside. "You little rascal, are you daydreaming again? Come on, get in the car, what are you standing there for?" The sudden ambush caught Lu Chen off guard, and feeling the force on his rear, his face twitched a few times. "Are you a damn gay? Slapping my butt? Get out of here, my daughter is right next to me, how could I be gay? Damn. That hurt like hell." Lu Chen covered his backside, casting a gloomy glance at Duching. Duching cleared his throat lightly. "You look so lost in thought, I had to tease you a bit." Lu Chen's eyelid twitched, and he turned his head to look out the window. Behind them, Dujiro couldn't help but find the scene amusing. She never expected to see Lu Chen in such a predicament. The group got into Duxing's car, while Shibin got into his own and started the engine. As the sounds of two engines roared to life, the police car and the nearby yellowing white car began to drive off, speeding towards the police station. "Hello, I'm the sketch artist sent here, is Captain Shibin in?" A well-mannered young man, looking like he had just graduated, appeared. Quite frail, with a somewhat sickly complexion, but his smile brought a warm spring breeze. "My name is Guan Ximiao, I graduated from XXX University, and I was originally a painter." "Then why do you want to be a sketch artist?" "I think rather than shining in painting, it's better to use my skills in the department and make a real contribution." "Wow, it's the first time I've met such an ambitious sketch artist." "Well, you can sit in there, that's the office of the previous sketch artist. I'll give Captain Shi a call." The young officer cheerfully pointed to an office inside. Guan Ximiao, without suspicion, walked directly into the office. He slowly pushed open the large door, and what came into view were countless sketches displayed around. All were portraits of human faces. However, the faces that could be drawn by a sketch artist were either criminals or the deceased. Guan Ximiao took a deep breath. Then a faint smile appeared on his face. This is wonderful, I can start a new life here. I'm really looking forward to it. Before Guan Ximiao could sit for half an hour, a voice came from outside the door. It was the young officer from earlier. Captain, she is here. Guan Ximiao, you can come out now. Oh, okay, I'll be right out. At the sound, excitement flashed in Guan Ximiao's eyes. He quickly tidied up the papers and paints on the table. Half an hour ago, he had gotten a bit restless and started a drawing, but it was still unfinished. Although he hesitated for a moment, he ultimately tore the drawing paper into pieces and tossed it into the trash can. Only then did he stand up and walk towards the door. Hello, my name is Guan Ximiao, I'm the new sketch artist. Guan Ximiao stepped out of the office and sincerely introduced himself. Shibin nodded. Superiors, this is Guan Ximiao, the sketch artist I mentioned on the way here. I believe he will play a significant role in the progress of the case. Guan Ximiao, this is the superior from the Special Operations Team sent secretly, and these two are the superior's subordinates, Comrade Lu and Comrade Du. Comrade Du was the superior's daughter. Shibin first introduced Guan Ximiao to Duching, then introduced Duching and others to Guan Ximiao. Superiors, Comrade Lu, Comrade Du, hello. Guan Ximiao displayed a warm smile and bowed slightly. Duching nodded. Hello, Comrade Guan. I heard you can draw faces based on bone structure? Guan Ximiao smiled faintly. It's nothing, just a routine operation of bone reading and skin painting. I'm just a bit more skilled in this area. Shibin's face flashed with excitement. That's great. The recent serial murder case, I believe you're aware of it. There are 2 or 3 bodies, and we can't determine the victims' identities at all. We're really at a loss about what to do. Especially just now, we found a female corpse at Huangshan Ridge, but her face has been severely eaten away by insects, making it impossible to confirm her identity. Guan Ximiao's lips curled up slightly as she smiled. I'm willing to lend my humble assistance. I came to the police station for this very reason. I wish to contribute a little to my cause. In the office, Shibin took a few photos of the female corpse's face. In the images, the corpse's cheekbones were riddled with dark brown holes, and the eye sockets, hollowed out by maggots, resembled 2 clumps of solidified asphalt, while the jawbone had long lost its flesh. The soft tissue collapse caused by insect overfeeding will indeed affect the dental comparison. Guan Ximiao's glasses glinted as she spoke with surgical precision, cutting through the midday cicada chorus outside the window. However, the calcification patterns of the pubic symphysis seem like an invisible ID card engraved for the deceased. I might have made it a bit complicated. To put it simply, there's no problem. In half an hour, I will draw a portrait of her. Shibin and Duching exchanged a silent glance, then slowly exited the room with Lu Chen and the others, leaving Guan Ximiao in a quiet setting. Half an hour later, holding a sketch in her hand, Guan Ximiao slowly pushed open the door. She chuckled. Mission accomplished. Shibin took the portrait, carefully examining the likeness of the woman. A hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Your efficiency is incredible. Usually, artists take several hours to study and perfect their work. You did this in just half an hour, truly impressive. An hour later, the police station still needed to conduct investigations and collect evidence. Duching took Lu Chen and Du Jiro and left the police station. They got back in the car and headed towards the base. After a few twists and turns, the familiar desolate mountains came into view. Finally, the car stopped in front of the familiar Nightingale. Duching got out and walked up to Nightingale, whose eyes flickered with a crimson glow. The stone door creaked open. Looking at the somewhat familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. The last time he came was, 3 months ago. There was a sense of a traveler returning home after a long journey. Lu Chen slowly stepped into the base, followed closely by Du Jiro, who held her hands tightly and wore a curious expression. Although Du Jiro came from a training camp, this formal base was something she was seeing for the first time. Hello, Team Du, Xiaoming, where's Yi Bingtang? Reporting to Team Du, it seems Yi Jia had something at home and was called back. What about Tang Long and Ling Tian? Tang Long is in the training room. As for Ling Tian, what was he doing again? Tang Mingshan, dressed in a smart white bodysuit with a clean white jacket and wearing pink cat ear headphones, looked a bit startled. She stammered, I seem to have not noticed. Ahem, I'm right here. Tang Mingshan jumped in surprise, her mind still reeling as she looked at Ling Tian beside her. Leng Tian twitched his lips, covering his forehead. I was a bit tired earlier and went to the restroom to sleep for a while. I remember telling you I was going. Tang Mengshang broke out in a fine cold sweat. Huh, did you? Did you? Yes. Alright, I forgot. Tang Mengshang turned her head, a hint of embarrassment on her face as she spoke. Oh my, isn't this Lu Xiaoti? Tang. Mengshang quickly changed the subject, addressing Lu Chen behind Duching. Lu Chen's mouth twitched. Lu what? Lu Xiaoti? It shouldn't be a problem, but coming from you, it's so easy to misunderstand. Besides, you don't look much older than yourself. Oh my, the femininity on you is almost overwhelming. Lu Xiaoti, you didn't go on a trip and bring back a girlfriend, did you? This lady. Enough, enough. Stop right there, this is my daughter, and has nothing to do with this brat. Duching hurriedly interrupted to prevent his daughter's reputation from being tarnished. Tang Mengshang clapped her small hands. So you're Duting's daughter. I've heard you mention her quite a bit these days. No wonder you're Duting's good daughter, you don't look like Duting at all. Ah, you're really pretty. Duching's mouth twitched. Little girl, your verbal skills have improved quite a bit. Not at all. I can't do without Duting's careful guidance. Tang Mengshang giggled like a little fox. Dujiro slowly rubbed her forehead. There's something I forgot to mention. Duching was taken aback. What is it? Wait. The bag. The bag. That femininity on this brat can't really be yours, right? Jiro's fist slowly clenched. Of course not. Do you smell the same? Oh, that's good. Duching nodded. So what do you want to say? Duching asked. Dujiro hesitated, finally sighed. I didn't come back as a qualifier. On the contrary, my competition qualification was cancelled this year. Ha! Duching's voice, which was 180 degrees, almost broke the ceiling. He stood up and shouted at Lu Chen. Brat, you didn't tell me about this. What's going on? Good daughter, are you okay? Who bullied you? Tell Dad, and Dad will tear him apart. Watching Duching jump around like a frantic monkey in front of her, Dujiro's eyes flashed with a mix of emotions, both amused and exasperated. Can't you be a bit more composed at this age? She shrugged her shoulders. No one bullied me, but something happened in my team where someone was bullying others, and I got implicated and lost my competition qualification. She lightly bit her lower lip. Honestly, she was just a bystander, and it was somewhat deserved, so there was nothing to sympathize with. Oh, that's fine, as long as you're okay. You just scared Dad to death. Duching said carelessly. So this app can check bounties, earn points, and has a store where you can buy things, including supplements like blood spirit mushrooms? This app, Zhang Jin had mentioned several times before, and it turned out to be just like a shopping app. Lu Chen fiddled with the phone in his hand, while Duching opened Lu Chen's contribution store. Then, Duching was stunned. What the hell, how much? 1,100 contribution points? With a scream like a groundhog, Duching shouted. He snatched Lu Chen's phone, repeatedly checking, completely dazed. Although Duching could tell that Lu Chen had changed a lot after returning from that trip to the Magic City, he must have gone through quite a bit. But this is just too much. To put it in perspective, clocking in for a month only earns a few contribution points. In other words, a year would only yield 12 contribution points. Opportunities to gain a large number of contribution points are extremely rare. Only when significant events occur around and are resolved will one earn a decent amount of contribution points. For example, this time, the suspected ability user in the serial murder case, if completed, will earn 30 contribution points. Yes. That's right. Just 30 contribution points. But Lu Chen currently has 1,100 contribution points. Damn, what have you done? Did you poke the old nest of the Senshin court? A captain level only gives 100 contribution points, which means you've effectively killed 11 captains. Facing Duching's shock, Lu Chen remained calm, his hands in his pockets. What? Captain level? He has even killed those at the Holy Knight level. Looking at Lu Chen's indifferent expression, Duching silently swallowed. Let me see how the higher-ups have arranged this for you. As he spoke, Duching opened the message section on his phone, where a red dot was lit up. Ding, your assessment results have been released. Congratulations on achieving outstanding results in this assessment, standing out among the crowd. Congratulations on passing the assessment and receiving an S-level evaluation. Due to your strength exceeding that of a newcomer, you will directly skip the novice period after the assessment. By decision of the higher-ups, you will be appointed as, damn. Duching's pupils contracted, his body trembling. He actually took a step back, completely stunned. He trembled as he looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. Lu Chen felt uncomfortable under Duching's ghostly gaze. But what on earth made Duching so excited? Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit curious, grabbing Duching's wrist to take a closer look. By decision of the higher-ups, you will be appointed as the coastal inspector, with a status equivalent to that of a battalion commander. Holy crap! This time it was Lu Chen's turn to be dumbfounded. This was not just a promotion of 3 levels. This was practically taking off from the ground. By the way, what is an inspector? Lu Chen quickly reacted and asked. Although it was said to be of the same status as a battalion commander, it didn't specify what the job entailed. Looking at Lu Chen's curious expression, Duching felt a bit shy. The person he brought along went for an assessment and returned as his superior. This was not just ridiculous, it was utterly absurd. But Duching still had to accept this absurd reality. Gritting his teeth, he smiled at Lu Chen. I really have seen the esteemed Inspector D. No worries, from now on you can call me Xiaoyi, and I'll call you Lao. Lu Chen said generously, patting Duching on the shoulder. You little brat, are you looking for a beating? Lao Du, I'm now of a higher rank than you. Damn it, you're still someone I brought along, show me some respect. So I'm letting you call me Xiaoyi, and I call you Lao Du, isn't that fair? Fair my ass. Creak, the iron door was pushed open. Dujiro looked in shock at Lu Chen and Duching, who were grappling with each other, her expression stiffening, before slowly closing the door again, leaving behind the stunned Duching and Lu Chen. Duching pushed Lu Chen away, brushing off the dust from his body. It's all your fault, my daughter saw me in such a sorry state. Lu Chen also brushed off the dust on himself. Comrade Du, are you really speaking to me like this now that you're the esteemed inspector? Go to hell, you little brat. Ouch, Duching retracted his leg, a cold snort on his face. So what if you're of a higher rank? You little brat, I don't believe you'll turn your back on me. Lu Chen covered his butt, a hint of anxiety on his face. I'm just trying to show off, aren't I? Besides, no matter whose face I turn against, I can't turn against yours. This statement Lu Chen was serious about. Without Duching, he would probably have been lying in a pool of blood long ago. Even if he awakened his abilities, he would still be a cold corpse. Not to mention, it was Duching who entered the Night of Shadows himself, and it was Duching who prepared a special meal for him, giving him the opportunity to observe and visualize the diagrams. Moreover, it was Duching who took him home to see his parents for the last time. In the end, it was also Duching who sent him to the airport. To him, Duching was undoubtedly a mentor. You little rascal, I guess it wasn't in vain that I prepared a special meal for you. Alright, get up, Duching said. Looking at the hand Duching extended towards him, Lu Chen didn't hesitate to reach out and shake it firmly, then was pulled up by Duching. So, what do you want to eat tonight? It's on me, Duching smiled, consider it a welcome feast. For you. Are you sure this isn't a bribe to your superior? Lu Chen joked. You brat, do you want to get beaten? Old Du, I warn you, I'm not being serious, otherwise, it would be you on the ground. You little rascal, are you itching for a fight? An hour later, Duching drove Lu Chen and Du Jiro to a super high-end 5-star hotel. It was so upscale that the uniforms of the waitstaff coming out of the entrance looked far more valuable than Duxing's tattered windbreaker. Duching turned to Dujiro, daughter, what do you want to eat? It's on me, order whatever you like. Dujiro rested her chin on one hand. I'm not eating, I still need to go find a place to live. I don't have time to eat with you guys, I'm just thinking it's more convenient to take your car into the city. Click, Dujiro opened the back door and got out, walking towards the road across without looking back. Xing's expression stiffened slightly, but in the end, he said nothing. After a few seconds of silence, he muttered, forget it, if you don't want to live with me, that's fine, as long as you come back. That's what Duching said. Lu Chen glanced at Dujiro, who was gradually walking away, and shrugged. So, are we still going in to eat? Eat an egg, come on, can we get full at this lousy hotel? Come on, let's go eat spicy hot pot. At least treat me to a buffet. Spicy hot pot, eat it or not, I'm annoyed. Eat, love you, old dude, get lost, it's really nauseating. After eating and drinking to their fill, the white sedan finally stopped in front of a small shop with a sign that read Old Road Barbecue. Looking at the darkened storefront, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. He lacked nothing now. But he had no home. He had a girlfriend, money, he had it all. But why? Dad, Mom, you're all gone. What are you crying for? Your dad and mom just left, they didn't really go away. Who are you mourning for, you great filial son? Duxing said irritably, patting Lu Chen's shoulder. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, don't talk nonsense, stop bringing up such gloomy things. They left without a word, not even a goodbye. One by one, they just disappeared without a sound. Sigh, what's the big deal? You little rascal, at least you still have loving parents. Unlike me, who grew up in an orphanage. After leaving the orphanage, no one cared for me, no one loved me, and then I went astray. Of course, Duching said, holding a cigarette, exhaling white smoke as he spoke. Later, I met the person worth loving for a lifetime, and she loved me for a lifetime too. It's just, I wish time could pass a little slower. Back then, I would sit with my wife on the warm Kong, our child watching TV beside us, and we lived happily as a family. Chen slowly walked to the dusty storefront, and Duching handed him the keys. This is the key your parents left in the envelope, and this shop will be yours from now on. Oh. Chen took the keys. He casually opened the door, and immediately, dust flew up. Chen coughed a few times and walked in, skillfully turning on the light. The barbecue shop looked just as it always had, with the unchanged barbecue grill, neatly arranged tables, and the same spots for the refrigerator and counter. In short, it seemed like nothing had changed, yet everything felt different. Chen's nose tinged slightly with bitterness. He thought he would return in glory, but in the end, it was all for nothing. This was a scene he had to experience. From the day a fledgling eagle spreads its wings to soar, it is destined to be proud and solitary in the world. For the fledgling eagle, becoming the king of the sky and firmly sitting on the throne of the heavens is the only path. And this journey inevitably comes with loss, growth, pain, and sorrow. Just like a person's life, whether poor or rich, everyone cannot escape one fate. They will always lose, always grow, and always suffer. And it will always be accompanied by sorrow. But then again, Chen remembered a line from Guzhenren, life is fleeting, 100 years like a dream or a bubble. What is the purpose of living in this world? It is merely to take a journey and witness the wonders. I may not want to die, but I do not fear death. I am already on the path, and I have no regrets even if I die. So, in this life, apart from sorrow, there is only no regret. Regret it? You little brat, if you hadn't joined us, perhaps you would still be the obedient son of your parents, and you might leave Linjiang, but you would definitely live happily together. Since I am already on this path, what is there to regret? Chen's voice was calm, making it hard to discern his emotions. Duching did not undermine Chen, a flicker of complexity passed through his eyes. Perhaps he was witnessing the growth of this young man once again. This was a catalyst called loneliness. As long as one is human, they must face loneliness. And often, when they confront loneliness, they also face pain. But once they can face this pain head-on, they often gain talent and courage. Just like Chen's unwavering declaration. It sounded simple, but how much heartache it contained, only he knew. You little brat. I'm leaving. Creak, the door of the shop quietly closed. In the empty room, only Chen remained. A hint of indescribable fear flickered in his eyes, like being alone on an endless sea. So tired. Chen finally revealed a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. If you're tired, let someone else take over. A low voice emerged in his heart. Alright, he wasn't alone now, there was still a demon in his heart keeping him company. Chen's original bitter smile turned into a slight grin. I really am grateful to have you by my side. Are you thanking me? You're insulting me. I'm here to take over your body. How dare you thank me? I see. Perhaps Chen had inadvertently triggered some sensitive words, and the voice in his heart suddenly began to bark incessantly. Yet, Chen felt that in this empty room, there was a hint of liveliness. Indeed, when a person is pushed to extreme loneliness, even the most bizarre entities can have a chat. He familiarized himself with the second floor and pushed open the door. Looking at the family photo on the bedside, he slightly raised the corner of his mouth. It seems that your departure isn't entirely a bad thing. At least you will be safe, right? That's great, at least I won't drag you down. I really am an unfilial son. Chen touched his nose, suppressing the bitterness, took off his clothes, and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. Soon, half an hour later, after drying his hair, he crawled into the familiar bed. Speaking of which, the barbecue shop really needs to get lively, otherwise, it feels like there's no homey atmosphere left. Let's check online for a few employees. Alright, I need to find some summer workers, preferably college students. They're cheap and easy to manage, they wouldn't dare to go against me. 200 a day for the barbecue chef, and 100 for the wait staff. Yeah, that's right. The barbecue shop's monthly income is about 30,000 yuan. After deducting costs for meat and such, there's still 20,000 left. With two people's salaries at 10,000, that leaves me with another 10,000. Not bad, I'm not losing money. I remember the annual rent for the shop is 100,000 yuan, so I'll still have 20,000 left at the end of the year? 20,000 is fine, I'm not short on cash. Mainly, I just want to keep it lively. Chen pulled out his phone and posted a job advertisement online. Looking for obedient and sensible college students, income. After finishing a series of tasks, Chen sprawled on the bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling the cold air. He widened his eyes. Alright, I can't sleep now. The room feels too empty, I might as well rent out the remaining rooms. Or use them as employee benefits. Just right, besides my parents' room, there are 2 more bedrooms left. Chen modified the job advertisement. Added a line, accommodation provided, priority given to those in need of housing. The pitch-black night wrapped around in thick fog, streetlights casting a bluish-white halo in the dampness, the lampshades buzzing from unstable current, the edges of the light circle twisting and trembling like melting wax. A figure wearing a black and white diamond patterned mask and a long black robe flickered through the narrow path. Inside the path, a woman was on the phone. "Darling, in 8 days it will be our wedding, and I can't sleep. Can you come out and keep me company in the park? I'm on the little path in front of the park." "Oh, what are you afraid of?" "Don't worry, where are you? I'll come find you." A male voice came from the other end of the line. The woman suddenly felt uneasy, her hands covering her shoulders. "Darling, hurry up, I'm a bit cold, and I feel uneasy, like something is watching me. By the way, has the serial killer case in Linjiang been solved yet? That killer is simply insane, if you ask me, he's definitely a madman." The woman gripped her phone tightly, feeling the air around her grow colder. She absurdly connected her thoughts to the serial killer case. She shivered, and by coincidence, stepped on a branch. Crack! The sharp sound instantly pierced through the alley. The man on the other end jumped in surprise, instinctively shouting, "Hey! Dong Yao! What's wrong?" Nothing. I just stepped on a branch," the woman said, still shaken. She looked at the branch under her feet, trembling all over. It wasn't just the sound of the branch breaking, there was also a wailing echo mixed with the deep sounds from the sewer, like the cries of a baby with its throat cut. The cold wind crept into the back of her neck, and the moment the hair stood on end, a rusty taste surged in her throat. "Darling, please hurry, I'm so scared." Okay, I got it, wait for me 10 minutes, I'll be there right away." "I'm hanging up now." "No. Don't hang up. I'm scared." "Alright, babe, if you say not to hang up, then I won't, just wait for me." The woman, panicking, clutched her coat tightly, glancing back at the empty space behind her, with only a few streetlights flickering yellow. She pressed one hand to her chest. It's fine, how could something like a serial killer case happen to me?" "Don't scare yourself, Dong Yao, you have 8 days until your wedding, and then you'll be an adult. You can't be so timid. When the child grows up, as a mother, you must give him a sense of security." As she spoke, Dong Yao placed her small hand on her belly, a hint of excitement flashing across her face. She slowly lifted her head. Poof! Under the moonlight, a cold dagger glinted as it pierced through Dong Yao's throat. Her eyes widened in terror as she clutched her throat with both hands. In the next moment, the dagger was pulled out, and a large spurt of bright red blood gushed forth. The warm blood sprayed out in a radial pattern against the brick wall, creating an abstract painting. The dagger arced through the darkness again, but this time its target was Dong Yao's belly. "No!" Dong Yao suddenly tried to push away the figure in the black robe before her. Her voice couldn't escape, only a faint, hoarse sound emerged. And tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. Yet, she couldn't budge the figure in front of her at all. In desperation, Dong Yao pressed her hands against the dagger embedded in her belly, using all her strength to prevent it from going in any deeper. But, she was just an ordinary person. In the book, she was merely an inconspicuous minor character. Even just cannon fodder, yet she had a name, a future, a fiancé who was to marry her in 8 days, and a child still in her womb. But now, she was going to die. And all those futures were about to shatter like fragile bubbles. Heaven had not favored her. She was just one among the masses. Yet she was so vividly alive, but the dagger showed no mercy. A blood-red arc swept across, and a large amount of blood sprayed from Dong Yao's palm. Her 10 fingers were brutally severed by the dagger. A hideous scar, resembling a centipede, appeared on her belly. At the moment the blade sliced through her uterus. Amniotic fluid mixed with blood clots erupted like lava. Dong Yao's voice was extremely faint, as her throat had already been damaged by that previous stab, rendering it unable to function normally. She shook her head, pressing her hands against the bleeding scar on her belly. Just before her vision was engulfed by blood, Dong Yao suddenly caught a whiff of the gardenia scent from the bridal shop. She was about to get married. Only 8 days away, but why did those 8 days now feel like an insurmountable snow mountain? She couldn't understand why she was so unlucky. Why was she the one targeted? But, someone had to be unlucky, right? Bang! Dong Yao was kicked to the ground. Despair filled her. As she looked up at the night sky, at the man dressed in a long black robe, wearing a mask of uneven black and white diamonds. She clutched her belly, shaking her head desperately, as if pleading for him to spare her child. Poof! The cold dagger sliced through her warm belly, blood gushing forth like a fountain. A hand suddenly plunged into the wound. Dong Yao completely lost her strength, her body stained with blood, her white floral dress soiled with dirt and blood. She lay on the cold ground, helplessly watching as the figure in black robe reached into her belly, and then pulled out her child. At that moment, a man, holding a flashlight, walked down the path. Dong Yao, where are you? I called you, but you didn't answer. Dong Yao. The man's steps halted 30 meters away from Dong Yao, and he saw it. He witnessed a scene he would never forget in his life. A figure in a black robe pulled a child from his fiancée's belly. Thick blood, along with the forcibly torn and broken straps, was everywhere. This scene pierced the man's eyes, plunging him into an icy abyss. First came an extreme silence, followed by a roar that erupted from the depths of his soul. What have you done? Ah! At this moment, the moon's reflection in the man's eyes began to curve, gradually twisting into madness with his roar. Finally, a blood-red moon illuminated the man's gaze. I will kill you. As the man screamed, a blood moon appeared in his pupils, instantly fracturing into a spider's compound eye. He stepped through the frozen blood of his fiancée, the chunks of organs stuck to his shoe leaving a winding trail, overlapping with the old bloodstains in the cracks of the alley, recklessly charging towards the figure in the black robe. Buzz buzz buzz, the trees along the narrow path rustled with the sound of leaves colliding. The figure in the black robe slowly discarded the embryo in his hand, carelessly tossing it into Dong Yao's arms like trash. He let out a chilling laugh at the man. Ha ha, I am so satisfied, truly satisfied. Ha ha, he gazed at everything around him as if admiring a work of art. The young mother holding her unborn child. The father, screaming in agony over the death of his wife and child. What a marvelous duet. A perfect scene, you should be remembered by history. I look forward to your revenge, sir, your revenge will inspire my art. Thank you, for the sake of art, thank you. Goodbye. The hem of the black robe swept against the brick wall, the sound scraping like nails on a chalkboard. Dark red liquid seeped from the diamond-shaped grooves of his mask, dripping and forming blood-like veins in the cracks of the stone slab. His fingers toyed with a dagger, the knight sweeping through graceful arcs, then he suddenly slashed behind him, opening a rift, arms wide. Keep screaming, sir. Endure. The blood moon, his robe billowed like bat wings, the dagger spinning in his palm sliced through the air, and a tar-like substance oozed from the crack. Art needs an audience, his voice surged from all directions, and you are now part of the canvas. A blood moon reflected in the man's eyes, and almost instantly, a deep pit appeared on the ground where the black-robed figure had vanished. Yet the figure was already gone. Only the cold night remained, the cold man. And that nearly desperate scream. Morning. The old barbecue shop reopened its doors. A large recruitment advertisement was posted at the entrance. Chen sat inside the barbecue shop, cutting meat and skewering. Of course, he would soon find that he no longer needed to continue working, because the recruitment efficiency was much faster than he had imagined. Indeed, in a little while, 2 people recruited through the software would arrive at the barbecue shop. As for the cases that the bureau, the detailed clues and such naturally needed to be left to professionals to investigate. Besides, Chen could no longer be considered a subordinate of Duching. As the Linjing inspector, Chen could choose to remain aloof, ignoring those below him. However, Chen would not do that. Compared to a stable life, he preferred to crush those pests. Chen's current task was to settle the barbecue shop and ensure its normal operation. Once the barbecue shop was settled, he would set off on his way home, returning to that long-lost house. Chen's family not only owned the barbecue shop but also had an apartment in the happy community. Before venturing into the barbecue business, the family lived in the happy community. However, since moving to the city and starting the barbecue business, they had no leisure time to return and visit. Despite being called the happy community, it was actually located in the countryside, about 8 or 9 kilometers from the city, across from rural roads. After everything is arranged, I'll go home for a visit. It's been a long time since I went back. I wonder if anything has changed. I remember when I was a kid, there was a sister from the neighbor's house who was really nice to me. She would give me candy every time I got home from school. I wonder how she is now. What was her name again? I think it was Dong. What was her full name? I guess I always called her Little Dong. Sister, never asked her what her full name was. Chen rubbed his forehead with one hand. I should have remembered. She was really a good person, though I did get beaten up by her quite a bit. Looking back on childhood, it really is a bit incredible. My favorite was still the candy Little Dong's sister gave me. I wonder how she is now. It's really quite nostalgic. After seeing so many ups and downs, and enough strange extraordinary sights, I realized that no matter how big the issue, the sun still rises, and life goes on. We're just a small screw being pushed forward in this great machine of the era. Whatever comes our way, we just follow the trajectory. Isn't the world just a big wheel that keeps turning? We just turn along with it. A crisp doorbell rang, breaking the tranquility of the room. It interrupted Chen's train of thought. He stopped what he was doing and looked towards the door. There stood a woman dressed in a waitress uniform. Outside, hey, kid, are you the manager? Chen. You still dare to call me kid? Be careful, I might deduct your pay after you finish your work. Lu Chen cleared his throat awkwardly. So you're the applicant for the waitress position? That's fine, the uniforms are all ready. The uniform is what I wore at my previous job. I didn't change because I knew I was coming to interview for the waitress position, the woman said coldly. Previous job? Where did you work? Lu Chen asked. The woman replied, at a cafe. Oh, do you have any salary requirements? Yes, at least 3 to 4,000. Okay, I can meet that condition. By the way, do you want to stay here? I mentioned in the job listing that accommodation is free. I can stay. My luggage is outside, the woman said expressionlessly. This left Lu Chen a bit confused. She's not a friend, and we haven't even discussed whether we want you yet. What does it mean that your luggage is outside? Suddenly, everything went dark in front of him. Lu Chen was taken aback and turned to look outside. It turned out it wasn't getting dark. A 2-meter-tall strong man was blocking all the light at the door. A rough voice came from outside. Manager, I'm here to apply for the barbecue chef position. I have one strong point, I work honestly. By the way, I have no place to stay, so I brought my luggage. As he spoke, the strong man twisted his body and pulled over a suitcase from behind him. But compared to the strong man, the suitcase looked like a mini version. It looked just like the suitcase of True from Jackie Chan Adventures. Lu Chen looked through the glass at the strong man and his suitcase, the corners of his mouth twitching. I hope he doesn't break the bed sitting on it. Manager, I don't sleep on the bed, I sleep on the floor, the strong man shouted. Lu Chen. Ahem, have you ever worked as a barbecue chef? Can you grill skewers? Lu Chen asked. Yes, manager, I've worked as a barbecue chef for 8 places. Don't use tired jokes. Okay, manager. Lu Chen slowly covered his forehead. Since the other party knew how to do it, it wasn't a problem. Plus, the person didn't seem like a criminal. He looked quite down to earth. I should mention, you need to submit your ID upon hiring. Is that okay with you? Lu Chen asked. Here you go. The woman skillfully took out her ID from her pocket and placed it on the table in front of Lu Chen. The man outside took out his ID from his pocket, slowly pushed open the door, and walked in. Manager, here you go. Lu Chen quickly glanced at the ID and read their names aloud. Lee Miss Wang, Chui Sihai. Alright, I'll hold on to your IDs for a few days. Since you have experience, I won't say much more. By the way, Lee Miss Wang, the waiter also needs to help the barbecue chef with skewering the meat. Can you accept that? Sure. Good, if you do well, I'll give you a raise in the future. Lu Chen nodded, not forgetting to paint a bright future. Lu Chen stepped aside. Lee Miss Wang took Lu Chen's place and began skewering the meat. Chui Sihai ran into a small room, skillfully placing coal into the barbecue grill and lighting it. He grabbed a nearby skewer of meat and, with one hand holding an oil bottle, sprayed it. The flames erupted violently, and once the fire was fully ablaze, he expertly placed the skewers on the grill. Clearly, Chui Sihai wanted to show off his skills to Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded. It seemed these two were quite reliable. Since there were no issues, he said, tomorrow I'll give you the contract. After you sign it, you'll be employees of Lao Lu Barbecue. Lu Chen smiled as he walked towards the door. By the way, you can move in now. With that, Lu Chen left without a worry. As for whether they might have any ill intentions and steal something, did they really think the identity of an inspector was just for show? If they dared to steal, they'd be arrested tomorrow and thrown in jail. So Lu Chen was not concerned at all. He held the 2 IDs in one hand and dialed Shi Bin's number with the other. Hello? Comrade Lu, it's me. Do you have any instructions? By the way, why haven't I seen you with the superior? Did you see Captain Du? Yes, of course, we were just talking. By the way, you were looking for me for. Before Shi Bin could finish, Lu Chen chuckled. Lightly, it's nothing much, just asking you to help me investigate 2 people and see if their backgrounds are clean. Oh, small matter. Do you have their names? Yes. Do you need their ID numbers? Just give me the ID numbers directly, it'll be easier for me to investigate. Alright, the ID numbers are. Okay, I've noted it down. I'll call you once the investigation is done. Good. Alright, goodbye, Comrade Lu. Shi Bin hung up the phone. On a small path, blood splattered everywhere, and yellow warning tape was set up around the area. The sound of cameras clicking filled the air. It was the police documenting the crime scene. The brutal scene was appalling. Fingers were broken, and the fetus was forcibly pulled out. A knife wound to the abdomen, another to the neck, each fatal. Blood stained the white dress, as the woman held the child that should have been in her womb. This scene was simply blinding. Duching stood nearby, his expression grave, his eyes flashing with anger, fists clenched tightly. Dujiro's face was pale, she anxiously gripped the hilt of her sword at her waist, her voice tinged with disbelief. Is this person insane? Why would he do this? Art. He said it was for art. A disheveled man, sitting on the ground with his hands on his head, let out a piercing scream. To think he would take away a life for some ridiculous art. To take away Dong Yao's life. I want to kill him, kill him, kill him. Ah. I must find him and tear him to pieces. Ah. The voice was sharp, yet at this moment, it seemed so absurd, so helpless. Yet it was filled with madness. She'd been let out a slow sigh. He is the reporter, and the victim is his fiancée who hasn't yet moved in. They were getting married in 8 days, but unfortunately. At this point, the corners of Shibin's mouth twitched, but he couldn't utter another word. It was too difficult to say. He knew that every word he spoke was undoubtedly a knife stabbing into the heart of the man before him. Why? Why hasn't the serial killer been caught yet? How can you stand before me so self-righteously? As police officers, don't you feel ashamed for not catching the murderer? If you could have caught him sooner, she wouldn't have died. Perhaps Shibin's words provoked the man. The man lunged forward, grabbing Shibin's collar, his eyes bloodshot, roaring. Shibin was startled but quickly regained his composure, slowly turning his head away. A look of helplessness flashed in his eyes. As a police officer, he certainly felt ashamed about all of this. But he was just an ordinary person. How could he handle a case involving such abilities with ease? Finding even a single clue was a cause for celebration, let alone dealing with indiscriminate murder. Enough, young man, I can understand your pain, but what's important now is to find a solution to everything, not to wail here like a ghost. That's a sign of incompetence. Duching grabbed the man's hand, forcibly separating him from Shibin. However, the next moment, the man's lowered head suddenly shot up. The blood in his eyes transforming into a moonlit reflection, as if a myriad of blood moons appeared within his eyes. You understand nothing. Get away. Isn't the cause of all this your incompetence? Waves of power fluctuations instantly appeared around them. Not far away, Dujiro was taken aback, a hint of disbelief flashing in her eyes. Are you kidding? This is abilities? Duching's gaze became resolute as he tightly gripped the man's wrist, a rich white light radiating from his body. Dad! Dujiro's slightly anxious voice rang out from behind Duching. At the same time, the oppressive force that surged around them instantly snapped a nearby tree branch, and this pressure rushed towards Duching, but was instantly melted away by the brilliance of the white light, like sunlight melting snow. Looks like you're lucky. At least, you've gained power, the power to take revenge. However, you need to calm down. Attacking me will come at a cost. Before the man could regain his senses. Bang, the man was yanked by Duching's grip on his wrist and slammed down onto the ground. Boom, with just a shoulder throw, the man instantly lost all fighting capability. He lay despairingly on the cold ground. His head felt empty, and the soreness throughout his body felt numb. It was as if nothing in this world could hurt him anymore. But the pain was still real, it hurt so much, yet, his heart had long since gone numb. Because his heart had already been torn apart and trampled underfoot when he witnessed that cold scene yesterday. He gazed up at the azure sky. This world was so selfish. Clearly, he had lost everything. But why was the sky still so bright? At least let it rain and wash everything away. Bastard! I once lost the person I cherished the most. Do you know what happened afterward? The man lay on the cold ground, listening to Duching's words, his entire being as still as a corpse. But Duching's voice continued. I crossed 10 mountains and personally twisted off his head. Then I ate him alive, because I was really angry. So angry that I would stop at nothing to kill him and eat him. But you choose to be a fool. Who can only shout? It's truly ridiculous, not just me. I've seen many people who aren't luckier than you, yet they all choose to take rational revenge. What about you? Will you choose to be a fool who can only roar, or will you pick up your butcher's knife and seek revenge? The man finally showed some emotion. A flicker of disbelief crossed his face as he looked at Duching. At that moment, Duching's face showed no emotion, only a calm demeanor, as if he were discussing something trivial. But the man saw in Duching's eyes a furious tiger, baring its teeth and claws. The anger he bore was the same as his. What should I do? People may lie, but their eyes do not deceive. The man slowly stood up, his lips pale, bloodshot eyes, looking as if he were withering away. He slowly met Duching's gaze. I want revenge. What if the premise of revenge is to wear shackles? It doesn't matter, I have nothing left. As long as I can take revenge, I'm willing to give up anything. Aunt Dawn, do you remember me? At the entrance of the happiness community, Chen saw a middle-aged woman returning from grocery shopping and called out, It's me, Xiaolu. After several years, Aunt Dong remained unchanged, just as he remembered. However, Xiaodong's sister must have changed a lot. So many years have passed, by now, she should be married, right? Oh my, is that you, Xiaolu? Just look at you, it's only been a few years, and you've grown into a big boy. Xiaolu, how are your parents? I heard your family started a barbecue business in the city. Which street is it on? I'll come by and support you. Aunt Dong exclaimed. Her voice was still as he remembered, but with a hint of weariness. My parents went abroad for a trip. I'm the one taking over the barbecue business now. If you come, I'll treat you for free, hee hee. Lu Chen joked, scratching his head. By the way, how's Xiaodong's sister? Is she doing well? Lu Chen asked. Xiao Yao? That girl is about to get married, just 7 days from now. You must come and have some wedding candy. Aunt Dong's face flushed with excitement as she spoke of Dong Yao. She continued, she's changed a lot since. Before, girls loved to dress up, but she still likes to wear white dresses. Do you remember when you and Xiao Yao used to play in the park? She often got mad at you for dirtying her white dress. She still hates getting dirty. Yeah, Xiaodong's sister was always so clean, but every time she hit me, she would give me a piece of candy. Back then, I didn't understand and thought I could get candy by dirtying her white dress. Lu Chen said with a nostalgic smile. The spring breeze swept through the entrance of the happiness community, stirring up a few scattered leaves and blowing them toward the busy road. In an instant, the leaves were crushed, turning into fragments. Ding ding ding, Aunt Dong's phone rang. Oh, what a buzzkill. We were just getting into it, and now this call comes. Xiaolu, let me take this call, but it's probably just a spam call or something. Aunt Dong said. As she spoke, she took out her phone and answered the call. Hello? You said. Who died? Thud. Aunt Dong's eyes widened in shock, her pupils rolling back as she uncontrollably leaned forward and fell heavily to the ground. She gripped her phone tightly, bracing herself against the cold ground, sweat dripping from her forehead onto the floor. She struggled to lift her head, gazing at the bright, somewhat blinding blue sky, watching the few innocent white clouds, surrounded by the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Everything seemed so vibrant. Yet the voice in her ear was so cold. The harassment techniques nowadays are getting more sophisticated. Aunt Dong murmured softly, trying to mask her inner unease with this seemingly casual remark. My daughter is getting married in 7 days, how could she die for no reason? Her voice suddenly rose, her emotions spiraling out of control. It's fake, don't try to fool me, I know there are plenty of scammers online, I'm blocking you right now. Yes, I'm going to report you to the police. Aunt Dong's face twisted, her hands pressed hard against the ground, gripping her phone tightly, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes like a flood breaking through a dam. How could my family, my Dong Yao die? Ah! In the end, she couldn't deceive herself, the cruel reality struck her heart like a heavy hammer. Beside her, Lu Chen stood frozen in place, as if paralyzed by a spell, unable to move. Dong Yao, what happened? Aunt Dong, what happened to Dong Yao? Lu Chen said. His mouth slightly agape, his face stiff. Aunt Dong curled up like a shrimp, her head buried in her legs, her hands continuously pounding the ground, crying hysterically. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Aunt Dong slowly raised her head, her voice trembling. Xiaolu, you're Dong Yao, she's dead. Dead? She was perfectly fine, how could she? Lu Chen said, falling silent, his words caught in his throat. Unable to escape. It must be that serial killer. A low voice emerged from the depths of Lu Chen's heart, tinged with mockery. I can feel it, you're very angry right now, this anger is more intense than ever. How wonderful. The voice in his heart at that moment was like pouring oil on a raging fire, making Lu Chen's insides burn even hotter. His brain felt oxygen deprived, and he took a step back, slowly covering his head. Fragments of memories with Dong Yao flashed before his eyes like a fleeting panorama. Xiaolu, here's some candy for you. Don't dirty my white dress. I'll kill you. Remember not to dirty my white dress. Xiaolu, here's some candy. Xiao Lu, let's go play in the park. Ding ding ding, the ringtone shattered Lu Chen's reverie, pulling him back to reality. He stiffly reached for his phone and answered the call. Hello? You little brat, there's a new case, it happened on a path outside Happiness Park. Even though you've been appointed as an inspector, you haven't officially started yet, the meeting is tonight, then you can count. But for now, you're still my soldier, hurry over. Lu Chen bit his lip lightly, glancing at Aunt Dong on the ground, his face slightly lifting as he looked towards the glaring sunlight. Okay. Aunt Dong, I have something to attend to, I'm leaving. Lu Chen's tone was as stiff as a stone worn smooth by wind and sand. Before he finished speaking, he had already turned around, his steps heavy and mechanical, like a malfunctioning machine, slowly moving towards the end of the road. However, at that moment, Aunt Dong's voice suddenly rang out behind him, breaking the suffocating silence. Xiaolu, originally, you could have tasted your Dong Yao's wedding candy. The voice was filled with regret and helplessness, like a rusty iron hook, fiercely snagging Lu Chen's already numb heart. Lu Chen's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, his voice turning dry, as if the land had been scorched by the blazing sun, cracked and desolate. Yes, I could have tasted Dong Yao's wedding candy. Though the words were light, they felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, each one. Seemingly ripped from the depths of his soul, drenched in blood and tears, echoing through the somewhat desolate street. His thoughts were a chaotic mess, Aunt Dong's words cutting through his heart like a sharp knife, repeatedly slicing at him. His throat felt as if it were blocked by something, making even swallowing a challenge. He wanted to scream, to let this pain out, but in the end, he could only leave silently. All that remained was Aunt Dong, looking like a walking corpse under the sunlight. Outside Happiness Park, on the path. You little brat, you're here. Duching looked at Lu Chen, who was running from a distance, and smiled. However, Lu Chen had no mood to greet Duching. He walked straight into the crime scene. The severed fingers, the torn umbilical cord, the gaping wound on the stomach, the glaring scar on the neck, all of it was stimulating Lu Chen's nerves. Most crucially, Dong Yao's white dress was stained with bright red blood. Sister Dong Yao. I hate it when white dresses get dirty. Lu Chen clenched his fists, the crimson in his eyes unconsciously filling his gaze. His whole body trembled, a hint of ferocity flashing across his face. The pressure around him began to grow heavy. Lu Chen's terrifying strength, nearing 1300, erupted in a wave of extreme anger at that moment. This anger was palpable. Within 5 meters of Lu Chen, no one dared to approach. Those within 10 meters, including Duching, felt as if a giant dragon was coiled before them, baring its teeth. 20 meters away, the trees began to sway uncontrollably, leaves being violently torn off and swept away by the wind. Ordinary officers like Shibin, upon sensing the terrifying aura radiating from Lu Chen, were forced to bend down, kneeling on one knee. Their hearts felt as if they had been injected with a stimulant, racing faster and faster. You little brat. Have you lost your mind? Damn it, how did you get so strong? Calm down. Why are there so many lunatics today? You have to join in too? Lu Chen. Calm down. Don't lose yourself. You little brat. Hearing Duxing's words, Lu Chen's body trembled. He slowly turned his head, a tear sliding down his cheek. Captain Du. But I'm really very angry, very angry. So angry. I feel like I'm losing control. Lu Chen felt a bit tired, a sense of weariness creeping in, as if it were coaxing him to sleep. You are Lu Chen. Dong Yao has mentioned you to me. The man's body was like a withered tree, his clothes rustling in the wind created by the aura, his face pale as if he were a lifeless piece of wood. Who are you? I am Mu Qingyu, your sister Dong Yao's fiancé. We have loved each other for 10 years, from middle school to high school, from university to now. I thought we would walk hand in hand into the halls of marriage. While I worked outside and she took care of the home and children, living a blissful life just like the name of this park, happiness. But Dong Yao died right before my eyes. Do you know the pain of holding your beloved, feeling her life slowly slipping away? Do you know the agony of knowing that in just 7 days we could have been happy for a lifetime, but it was cut short? Do you know the pain of having the murderer right before me, yet being powerless to kill him? Mu Huanyu suddenly shouted, his single eye flashing. With a blood-red moon, that blood moon fracturing within his eyeball as if it would burst his eye socket, this pain has already killed my heart. I can't die, because the murderer is still alive, still at large, and he hasn't been killed by me yet. Dong Yao's revenge hasn't been avenged. I can't die, because right now, I'm the only one in Dong Yao's family who can bear everything. I can't die, because her last words were, I must not die. So, how the hell can you have my anger? He suddenly turned his head and shouted at Lu Chen, his voice filled with a kind of hysterical rage, as if he wanted to vent all his pain and anger. Right now, this world is a hell for me. Mu Huanyu's voice echoed in the air, as if narrating his despair and accusation against this world, a deep sorrow and anger that penetrated to the bone. Moreover, in hell, one must not act foolishly, a madman who only knows how to vent his fool. I must put away my sadness, pick up my pain, and then calm down, and damn it, calm down. So, let's not make a scene, shall we investigate properly first? Lu Chen's eyes gradually swirled with crimson, and finally, as he closed his eyes, his whole body tilted back towards the sky. When he opened his eyes again, only bitterness remained at the corners of his mouth. Yes, in the adult world, there are things that cannot be solved by crying and fussing. This world is cold. This world has never been one that can be broken by anger. Irrational anger is foolish. Perhaps understanding this, Lu Chen returned to normal, standing dazed in front of Dong Yao's body, tears slowly squeezing out of his eyes. I'm sorry, little Dong, I won't be able to taste your wedding candy. Mu Huanyu walked to Lu Chen's side, his eyes also filled with tears, his body straight yet showing signs of decay. He placed his hand on Lu Chen's shoulder, saying nothing. It was as if he was not the one providing support to Lu Chen, but rather he was leaning on Lu Chen. After all, just 24 hours ago, he was just an ordinary person. Just an ordinary person full of expectations for the future. Manager, you're back. Chui Sihai, who was grilling skewers, greeted Lu Chen enthusiastically as he walked in. Li Ni, who was serving dishes to the customers at the table, also raised an eyebrow and called out, "Welcome back, manager." Lu Chen nodded, his expression not looking good, and he walked straight to the stairs without looking back, heading upstairs. He pushed open the door to his room. Ding ding ding, the phone rang. Lu Chen instinctively picked it up, his lips a bit dry, and asked, "Is there any clue?" "Clue? Lu Chen, what clue?" Xia Qianqing's voice came from the other end of the line. Lu Chen was taken aback, glanced at the name on his phone, and sat down heavily on the big bed, his other hand slowly picking up the family photo from the bedside. Looking at the family photo, he glanced at the name displayed on the phone. A chill flashed through his heart. He couldn't imagine if such a thing happened again. Whether he would fall into the abyss. Just like he had never thought that Sister Dong Yao would be killed by a supernatural being. For Lu Chen, this time was not just a case, but a test of his bottom line. His reverse scale was not to be touched by anyone. "Mom and Dad, maybe it was right for you to leave." Lu Chen mumbled. "What are you mumbling about? What happened to Uncle and Aunt?" "Xia." Qianqing's voice came from the phone. "My parents left me in Linjiang and went abroad." Lu Chen didn't tell the truth. Because it was actually quite embarrassing. Being abandoned by his parents. No longer wanted. Becoming an abandoned child. Who could bear to hear that? It was better to say they went abroad, after all, they might really have gone abroad. "Really? So you're all alone now? Feeling so lonely and empty, you wouldn't go for a foot bath, would you?" Cough, cough. Lu Chen suddenly coughed a few times. "What are you talking about, all this nonsense? By the way, you haven't said what you wanted to talk to me about on the phone." "Can't talk on the phone, really. If you don't want to talk to me, just hang up. You miss me, that's why you're saying so much." Who misses you?" "Lu Chen, it's only been a few days since we last met, why has your face gotten thicker?" "I just haven't talked to you in a while. Wanted to confirm I'm not forgotten. Who told you to go home for 2 days and not even call me? Hey, am I your girlfriend or not?" "Of course you are, it's just that a lot has happened recently, and I haven't quite caught up." Lu Chen's voice carried a hint of melancholy. "Isn't it just that your parents went abroad? TCH, isn't that lonely? Looking for a woman, and still beating around the bush." Lu Chen cleared his throat lightly. "Not at all." Knock, knock, knock. "Manager, have you had your lunch? Do you need us to prepare it?" Li Mintuan's voice rang from outside the door. At that moment, the room fell silent for 2 seconds. Sisterly, just have Hi make some skewers." Lu Chen felt a few beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Would Xia Qianqing misunderstand? Li Nijuan really picked the worst time to come. Did she come at just the right moment? He. Xia Qianqing's cold laughter came from the other end of the phone, but it was just that, cold laughter. Lu Chen explained, "Don't misunderstand, it's purely a store employee, just hired today." Knock, knock, knock. "Manager, my room is the one opposite yours, right?" Li Mintuan's voice came again from outside. "Oh no. Seriously? Sister, can you not be so intrusive?" Lu Chen's voice caught in his throat. "Live, opposite you?" Xia Qianqing's voice came through the phone, a bit gritted. No, Xia Qianqing, let me explain, it's not what you think. I have extra rooms in my store, so I let the employees stay. This room I'm in was originally mine, it's just that Li Mijuan happens to live opposite me." Knock, knock, knock. "Manager. Chui Sihai is asking if his room is the one inside." Yes. Sihai is in the inside room, that room is spacious, it has a bed made of iron, won't collapse. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, cleverly hinting at why Li Mijuan was opposite him while emphasizing Chui Sihai's presence. Okay. Li Mijuan's voice came again from outside. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, and after hearing that, he relaxed. Xia Qianqing's voice came from the phone. "Lu Chen, what are you explaining?" Lu Chen was taken aback. "Wasn't it because I heard your cold laugh that I was afraid you'd overthink it, so I explained? Now you're asking me what I'm explaining. Damn it, should I just stop explaining? If you have no thoughts in your heart, how could you possibly know what I'm thinking?" Lu Chen, "Oh no, this is really unexplainable." The sun hung high in the sky, the hour hand quietly creeping past 2 o'clock. Police station. Are you sure? Sure, the murderer mentioned art multiple times, should be the kind of madman who pursues extreme art, which is why he committed multiple murders. This statue shop has added a statue today, it's a statue of a mother and child connected at heart. And I found that most of the victims had frequented the statue shop. A young officer said excitedly, as if he could see the moment this murder case would come to a close. Who told you all this? Shibin asked. The young officer was taken aback, waving his hands. No, it was just me passing by the statue gallery today and seeing it by chance. Shibin slowly shook his head. I can't rashly investigate the statue gallery based solely on your speculation. That would be unfair to the gallery and could damage their reputation. But the young officer wanted to argue further. Shibin waved his hand to stop him. We need to gather solid evidence before taking action. You go back and organize the information, see if you can find more clues. After sending the young officer away, Shibin quietly took out his phone and dialed Duching's number. Hello? Superior, major discovery, a mother-child heart statue has appeared in the statue gallery. And multiple victims have frequented the gallery. Are you planning to conduct a field investigation? Investigate immediately. Yes. Superior. Even if you are police officers, you can't just show up at our statue gallery. We don't have any criminals here. I'm sorry, but we must be here. We suspect that the perpetrator of the recent heinous serial murders is hiding in your statue gallery. Whose work is this mother-child heart? Duching pointed to the brand new mother-child heart statue displayed in the glass counter at the entrance. Who are you? Dressed in a black leather coat and covered in tattoos, do you think you're part of the mafia? What the hell, police? Comrade, why is someone like you here with them? Are you trying to ask me for protection money? The director of the statue gallery had an exceptionally tough attitude. He pointed a finger at Duching and scolded him, then berated everyone present. Duching rubbed his nose and took out a small black notebook from his pocket. I am the highest responsible person for this case, belonging to a special administrative management organization. You can understand that I am the superior of these police officers. As for my outfit, I've been cosplaying recently, can you understand? Cosplaying as Dante from Devil May Cry, Duching explained. The director's eyelids twitched. Do you think I'm stupid? Dante from Devil May Cry wears red leather, and you're in black. Also, Dante has white hair, and you have black hair. Who are you trying to fool? Does anyone know who made this? Duching struggled a bit, then finally bypassed the director and asked the staff standing behind him. Shibin and the others found it hard to look on. Was this giving up on debate? And directly forcing a question? However, it must be said that it was necessary to ask directly. Once asked, someone answered. I made it. A man with glasses and a slightly yellow complexion stepped out from the crowd. Mu Huanyu, standing behind Duching, quietly watched the man, and a faint reflection of a blood moon flickered in the depths of his eyes. His tightly clenched fist slowly relaxed. Where is your office for making statues? Duching asked. The man pointed behind him. Officer, my office is back there. At this moment, the director jumped out. What do you want to do? Just asking questions, why go inside? The treasures displayed inside are all our prized possessions. Do you have a search warrant? You can't just go in. I do. Duching raised his hand and took out a search warrant. He could easily produce a whole stack of these. The members of the Special Administrative Management Organization hold a much higher rank than ordinary police officers. Not to mention, he was at the captain level. The moment the director saw the search warrant, he slumped to the ground, but he quickly reacted and hurriedly explained, please don't misunderstand. The serial murder case has nothing to do with our statue gallery. All those artworks inside were commissioned by one person. As the director's words fell, the surrounding officers approached the office door and opened it wide. Everyone entered the office. Inside, various bloody statues were displayed. There is a blood-red-eyed artwork hidden within the wall. Countless remains are twisted together, resembling a blood-red tornado of art. In total, there are 7 or 8. Each artwork eerily resembles the tragic demise of the victims. The blood-red-eyed artwork hidden in the wall represents the victims buried within it. The countless remains twisted together like a blood-red tornado represent the mangled limbs and corpses swirling as they plunged into the sewer. The mother and child heart-connecting statue displayed outside is even more self-evident. This statue gallery is creating bloody sculptures related to the case. Everyone, take them all back to the station. Duching's voice carried a hint of coldness, losing the lightness it had just moments ago. The curator's face turned ashen. It's not that we have a murderer, someone paid a hefty sum to hire us. Enough, let's discuss this back at the station, Mu Huanyu interrupted, his voice icy, like the cold wind in an ice cellar. Duching looked at Mu Huanyu with a hint of confusion. He always felt something was off. By the way, where's Lu Chen? Du Jiro asked. When I called, it showed he was on another call, so I didn't bother to keep trying. Anyway, that brat is now an inspector, and he might end up riding on your father's coattails in the future. Besides, he might still be crying right now, he's not as strong as you think. Let's go. In reality, Lu Chen was on the phone with Xia Qianqing, which is why Duching couldn't get through. When Lu Chen hung up with Xia Qianqing, "Hello? What's going on? Is there a lead?" "Yeah. That's right." By the time Lu Chen called Duching, everyone was already at the police station. Inside the police station. In the break room. "Hello, comrade. I heard Captain Shibin say you told him there was news about the statue gallery, is that right?" Mu Wanyu approached the young officer. The young officer was slightly taken aback. "Yeah, what's up? Isn't it already proven that they have a significant connection to the case?" Nothing much, just curious why you suddenly noticed the statues in the gallery." "Was it on your way home?" Mu Wanyu asked. Upon hearing this, the young officer showed a hint of hesitation, eventually speaking the truth. "To be honest, it was quite unexpected. I was dragged to lunch by Guan Ximiao at noon, and we happened to pass by the statue gallery. Which is how I saw the mother and child heart connecting statue from the outside." After that, the officer's words faded into the background for Mu Wanyu. His mind was consumed by a single name. Guan Ximiao, he's also an officer at the station? How come I haven't seen him? Mu Huanyu's expression was unreadable, his voice extremely steady as he asked. "Oh, he just recently joined as a painter. Come to think of it, I might have been the first to welcome him that day, and he has a good impression of me, which is why he treated me to lunch." "He treated you to lunch? So you mean it was Guan Ximiao who invited you to lunch at noon, and that's why you went out to eat with him?" "Yeah, otherwise, it wouldn't be worth taking such a long detour just for a meal, but that restaurant's food was indeed good." At this moment, Mu Huanyu couldn't absorb another word from the officer. He was suppressing his emotions, forcing a slight smile. "Excuse me, where is his office? Are you looking for him for something?" I want to take a look at the victim sketches he did before." Mu Huanyu casually fabricated a reason. Fortunately for him, Guan Ximiao had indeed painted one. "Oh, then follow me." Interrogation room. "I'm heading back. I don't think we'll get anything from the interrogation. The seller's identity is entirely fabricated. I still need to go back and tidy up my rental place, so I'm leaving," Dujiro said and then walked out. Duching watched Dujiro's back, a hint of bitterness on his face. Such a carefree child. I don't even know who she learned that from. Be careful. On the road. Got it, dead old man. Dujiro's somewhat lazy voice echoed from outside the door. This child. Duching showed a trace of helplessness. Just as Dujiro had left, Mu Huanyu walked into Guan Ximiao's office, led by a young officer. The moment the door swung open, Mu Huanyu froze. One after another, there were extremely abstract paintings dominated by a vivid red color. The first painting depicted severed limbs tangled together, resembling a blood-red vortex. Another portrayed a woman with a face of unwilling terror trapped in cement. The last painting, the ink still wet, was clearly a new work. In the darkness, a woman cradled a malformed embryo, the umbilical cord severed, her fingers broken. A pure white dress was stained with blood, her eyes filled with pleading. These paintings. It can't be wrong, compared to the rough sculptures in the statue gallery. The murderer is actually hiding in the police station. How ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Mu Huanyu's eyes were filled with a blood moon, countless blood moons splitting and crowding his eyeball. It can't be wrong, only the murderer could create these paintings, who else? Mu Huanyu grabbed the young officer's collar and asked. Guan Ximiao is the murderer? How is that possible? You must be mistaken, he is usually so kind to people. The young officer's face flashed with disbelief. Usually, Guan Ximiao didn't allow them into his office, so no one knew he had painted these things in there, even portraits that resembled artworks, displayed in the office, replacing those hand-drawn crime sketches. He still wanted to defend Guan Ximiao, as he still didn't believe that Guan Ximiao was the serial killer. However, he had no chance to argue anymore. In the next second, he locked eyes with Mu Huanyu's blood moon-filled eyeball. Answer me. Suddenly, a hint of stiffness appeared on the young officer's face, and his expression became somewhat hazy. He stiffly replied, Guan Ximiao is not in the police station right now, he just went to the interrogation room. The young officer was released, falling into a temporary state of paralysis. Standing still, Mu Huanyu then ran towards the interrogation room. At that moment, Lu Chen happened to arrive at the police station. Didn't you find a clue? Lu Chen said to Dujiro, who was walking out of the station. Clue, we were played by the murderer. Those statues in the statue gallery were secretly commissioned by the murderer for the curator to make, and the mother-child statue was Also deliberately arranged by the murderer for the curator to visit in the glass case. Such bad taste. Is it a deliberate provocation? Against us? I need to go back and tidy up the rental house. You can say whatever you want, you came at a really bad time, it's all over now. Dujiro complained, her voice slightly impatient as she shoved her hands into her pockets and brushed past Lu Chen. I'm leaving. Lu Chen nodded. After a small interlude, Lu Chen was caught off guard by another small incident. Hello, comrade. Lu, team leader Du is waiting for you in the interrogation room. Guan Xinyo walked out from the shadows with a smile, addressing Lu Chen. Oh, okay. Lu Chen replied and headed towards the interrogation room. As Guan Xinyo and Lu Chen's figures passed each other, Guan Xinyo walked towards the door behind him. Wait a minute. Lu Chen suddenly called out. Guan Xinyo paused, silent for a moment. Then hesitantly asked, is there something wrong, Comrade Lu? He had his back turned, not looking back. Lu Chen looked at Guan Xinyo's back and asked, do you guys get off work this early? I have something very important to do today, so I took a leave. What is so important? I'm going to finish a painting. Can't you paint in the bureau? Ahem, Comrade Lu is joking. The painting tools in the bureau are no match for those at home. It's getting late, Comrade Lu, goodbye. Oh, okay. Lu Chen nodded, slowly took out his phone, and suddenly froze. Lu Chen didn't turn back and continued walking straight. He quietly watched Guan Xinyo's back, then slowly extended a finger. Guan Xinyo seemed completely unaware, not noticing that Lu Chen's finger was aimed at his heart, and continued to walk slowly. However, just after Guan Xinyo took 4 or 5 steps, swish, Lu Chen's finger transformed into a blood-red tentacle with a sharp blade, suddenly lunging towards Guan Xinyo's back. The target was directly aimed at Guan Xinyo's heart. Bang, the blood-red tentacle instantly created a large pit where Guan Xinyo had been standing. Yet Guan Xinyo's figure had already vanished in an instant. It wasn't that Guan Xinyo was too strong, but rather that his ability was a space-type ability called Void Gate, which had a certain teleportation effect. Guan Xinyo's voice echoed from 100 meters away outside the door. Damn it, how did you find out? Lu Chen tilted his head, a faint blood-red glint flashing in his eyes. 9 tribulations, gang step mouse, I've finally found you. Lu Chen's figure instantly appeared outside the door, behind Guan Xinyo, and one hand directly grasped his throat. He flipped Guan Xinyo onto the ground. However, the next moment, a void gate appeared on the ground, and as Guan Xinyo's figure entered, the door vanished. Heh, speed ability? So what? Your speed can't compare to my void gate. Just watch as I kill that girl named Dujiro. I've never killed an ability user before. Once I kill Dujiro, I will enter the court of all beings and become the captain of the court of all beings in Linjiang. And then, I want all of you to sacrifice yourselves for art. Ha ha ha, before that, just watch as I kill Dujiro, and then repent for not catching me sooner. Oh, by the way, especially that one named Duching, he loves his daughter, doesn't he? I can see that, but his daughter doesn't like him as a father. I want to kill Dujiro in front of him and create father's grief. Do you know Picasso? I want to become a person like him. The contemporary mistakes can only be blocked by you annoying fools. My paintings will be revered by everyone, just like Picasso's works. By then, I will be remembered in history. No one will remember that I was the murderer in a serial killing case, they will only know my paintings. It is art. Guan Xinyo shouted passionately and excitedly. He spoke rapidly, as if he could see everything in the future. Art, the art of bloodstained buns? Do you really think this kind of art deserves to be revered by thousands? These paintings will only remind people that a certain painter once sullied the art of painting for the sake of his work, committing heinous murders. These are not art, but a disgrace to art. And you, Guan Xinyo, you won't have the chance to leave the police station. I admit your ability is as elusive as a hamster in a hole, but in the face of absolute power, you are just a fly buzzing around aimlessly. Sun God, execute, obliterate everything. Lu Chen extended his palm to the sky, a surge of overwhelming energy gathering in his hand. The next moment, a beam of sunlight bright enough to illuminate the world, blindingly bright, erupted from Lu Chen's hand. At that moment, Lu Chen's figure flashed and appeared behind Guan Xinyo. The light instantly illuminated the surroundings. The scorching heat erupted in an instant. Guan Xinyo entered the Yi Void Gate, but could not escape the rays of the sun god at sunshine. Because the Void Gate could only take Guan Xinyo a maximum of 50 meters. And the kill range of the sun god perfectly enveloped the Void Gate. This intense heat, enough to melt the icy snow mountains into boiling water, shone down on Guan Xinyo. At this moment, at the entrance of the police station, Duching had a dark expression, exuding a murderous aura, while Mu Huanyu also appeared beside him, his single eye flickering with a sinister blood moon. The moment he saw Guan Ximiao, Mu Huanyu recognized him. Perhaps awakened by his eye ability, his vision was exceptionally sharp. The world perceived through his eyes had increased significantly. He recognized Guan Ximiao with just one glance. There was no mistake. It was this person. Mu Huanyu noticed Guan Ximiao's intent to flee, gritting his teeth, his voice deep, "Kneel down for me." The blood moon in Mu Huanyu's eyes instantly split into countless fragments, finally flashing a streak of blood red. And Guan Ximiao, who originally wanted to step into the void gate, found himself uncontrollably kneeling on both knees, his eyes wide open, looking up in shock. He saw Mu Huanyu and the murderous Duching stepping out of the police station. At this moment, he trembled all over, letting out a wail. "No! Don't kill me, let me paint this judgmental artwork. I can feel my death. It is art, the art of judgment. I want my painting to be renowned for eternity." "No, you are wrong, your death is just garbage. Don't worry, after you die, I will tear your paintings to shreds, then flush them down the toilet." The blazing sun erupted from Lu Chen's palm. Regret was written all over Guan Ximiao's face. No, I'm wrong. I shouldn't have killed so many people, my art has gone in the wrong direction. It's my fault. I should have treated my death as art. Their lives are worth nothing at all. Hot, so hot. What a pity, I should have thought of this scene earlier and painted it in advance. The scorching sun burned Guan Ximiao's skin, emitting black smoke, revealing the flesh beneath. It was soon burned away bit by bit. In the end, only a heart remained, tightly grasped in Lu Chen's hand. He then took a bite out of it. Ding, detected that the host has consumed the heart, gaining speed +5. Ding, detected that the host has consumed the opponent's heart, gaining the opponent's ability, Void Gate. Under the setting sun, Du Jiro got into a taxi, heading away along the road from the police station. However, just as she reached the corner, a blinding light, as bright as the midday sun and mixed with a hint of bright yellow, flashed past her from behind. Du Jiro's whole body trembled slightly. She had felt this terrifying aura before. It was from that archbishop who was killed by Shintenzong during the newcomer training camp. It can't be resurrected. Please, that direction is. Du Jiro's head was spinning. She shouted to the driver, Stop, let me out." "Ha? Didn't you just get in the car? Wait, what are you doing?" "I'm going 70 miles an hour, damn." As the driver exclaimed in shock, Du Jiro kicked open the car door and leaped down onto the rapidly moving ground. Instantly, she tumbled over, her face scraped and bleeding from the friction. She was in a complete mess. Screech, the driver slammed on the brakes. He opened the car door and shouted at Du Jiro, who was rushing towards the police station. "Are you crazy? Damn, are you in a hurry to reincarnate? In a hurry to reincarnate?" Yes. She was indeed in a hurry to reincarnate. She didn't know what had happened at the police station. But that power, she would never mistake. It was the power used by that archbishop, the searing heat that could burn the soul. Perhaps she shouldn't be running towards the police station now. Because even if she went, it would only be a death sentence. Although she didn't understand why the other party could come back to life. But she couldn't just run away. Because, how could a daughter watch her father die right in front of her eyes? Memories of Duching from her childhood flooded her mind. "Good girl, you're back from kindergarten, are you happy? Good girl. Look at the Barbie princess I bought for you, the clothes can be taken off and changed too. Good girl, stay at home, okay? Your mom and I are going out to buy some groceries." "Hee, just kidding, how could we leave our little princess at home alone? Happy birthday." "Good girl. Good girl, I can't be with you for the next half month." "Good girl. I'm back, but your mom won't be coming back." "Daughter, if you want to hate someone, hate your dad, it's dad who lost your mom." "I'm sorry, dear daughter, you can't live with dad anymore." The scenes of that rainy day reflected in Du Jiro's eyes as if it were yesterday. Young Du Jiro shouted at Du Xing outside the iron bars, "You said I'm your good girl, I'm your little princess, you can't leave me here. If you dare to leave me here, I will never acknowledge you as my dad again. And bring my mom back to me." Du Jiro's heart ached slightly. That bastard. Father, his words didn't count, mom was dead, he had lied to her for 10 years. If she hadn't learned the truth from her mentor later, she would have thought her mom was still alive. What a big liar. What a month chasing the murderer, crossing mountains and rivers. It must be a lie to a child, he just knew how to show off. Now, she also had to leave him behind and go away alone. Don't joke around. No matter how much resentment she had, she was still his daughter. It was so unfair. Clearly abandoned by him, but she couldn't abandon him? Well, he was her only family left. In this world, the closest person, besides her mom, was her dad. Even if dead, they had to die together. At the entrance of the police station, Chen slowly retracted his palm. The ground around him turned white, transforming into a scorched earth with a diameter of 50 meters centered around Chen. You little brat, are you cheating? Or what? Duching's face, once filled with murderous intent, now only showed shock. How could a trip to the magic city lead to such a rapid increase in strength? This is, even he might die under this sunlight, right? Don't be fooled by the immortal. That beam of sunlight was enough to burn everything about him, including his will. Dad! Dujiro's voice rang out from the entrance of the police station yard. Dujiro hurriedly ran in from outside. Then, in a panic, she rushed to Duching's side, grabbing his wrist. Dad! There's no time to explain everything. We have to go. Duching? Chen? Mu Wanyu? What's wrong, good girl? Shut up. Come with me, I said there's no time. What do you mean there's no time? Ah! You're driving me crazy. Can you just shut up? Okay, good girl, I'm quiet. What do you mean there's no time? The Archbishop is coming, we need to escape. Hurry and come with me. Archbishop? What Archbishop? That beam of light just now, didn't you see it? That was the ability of the Archbishop of the All Beings Court. I know you don't know about the All Beings Court attack that happened at the rookie training camp not long ago, so listen to me. Just run. The matter of the rookie training camp was too significant, and naturally, the news had been temporarily sealed off. However, tonight, Duching would hear about it in the conference room of the Linjiang Chenya General Base. And right now, Dujiro was almost dying of anxiety. Duching had a strange expression on his face. So you're afraid that Dad will run into that Archbishop and die? Ah! Stop rambling on. If you want to die, just stay here. Damn it! Dujiro was about to explode with anger. Damn it! While the Archbishop was nowhere to be found, why not hurry up and run instead of blabbering endlessly? It's fine if I run into the Archbishop, just call me Captain Du. Duching patted his chest. Heh, when they call you Captain Du, the next second, you'll be charcoal. Dujiro tugged at Duching's wrist and ran towards the door. Seeing Chen standing aside, she paused slightly. When did you get here? Come on, you're someone who's seen the world, why aren't you running? Do you want to wait to be burned to charcoal by the Archbishop? Dujiro rolled her eyes. Chen held his forehead. He had gone too far just now and couldn't help but use the sun god. He didn't expect the effect to be so significant. It directly scared Dujiro back. He really didn't know how to explain it, forget it. Anyway, he couldn't give up on eating the heart, so if his ability showed a little, then so be it. After all, he was now an inspector, on par with a captain, wielding great power. Explain? To whom? Is being an inspector enough of an explanation? He could be considered an official now, and Chen was also quite straightforward. He was no longer the same as before. His status, abilities, and values had all undergone tremendous changes. Of course, he was no longer an outsider. The current him was both a pawn and a player. In short, after a series of chaotic explanations, the misunderstanding that Dujiro had was finally resolved. Ha! You said you've awakened a second ability? Copying? Yes, that's right. It's just probability copying. Alright, I reluctantly accept this explanation that I can't accept. Great, reluctantly accepting something I can't explain. These two contradictory phrases together are simply like a cow's head meeting a horse's face, raising a gun while raising a shield. The contradiction between cow and horse is extreme. Ah, dear, were you just worried about Daddy's safety? Don't go to the rental tonight, come home, dear. Who is your dear? How disgusting. Get lost, do you really think that just because I call you Dad, I'm your dear daughter? I just don't want to be a cold-hearted wolf who watches her father die without a reaction. Who cares about your life or death? It has nothing to do with me. I'm leaving. Dujiro huffed angrily and turned to walk out of the police station, calling for a taxi again. Duching let out a long sigh, looking at Dujiro's back with a hint of indulgence. Ah, I knew it, my daughter still has me in her heart. I'm leaving. Moo. Huanyu's voice carried a hint of relief, but more confusion, as he walked towards the exit. Chen also slowly got up, following suit. I'm leaving too. By the way, if you want to eat barbecue, come to my Laolu barbecue shop. Since you're my Captain Du's friend, it's 30% off. You little brat, can I break your bones instead? Can't you treat me to a meal? Everyone stop. Mu Huanyu, you too, none of you can leave. In 3 hours, there's a meeting, so all of you come with me to the Linjiang General Base. Am I going too? Mu Huanyu asked in surprise. Enough nonsense, what else would I call you for? Right, from now on, be respectful to that kid next to you. After today, he'll officially be the inspector. Hey, don't be so formal, Lao Mu. From now on, you call me Xiao Lu, and I'll call you Lao Mu. Thanks a lot. Not at all, and there's also Lao Du. I'll call you Dugu, and you can just call me Xiao Lu. You little brat, give you a bit of sunshine and you shine bright. On the yellowing white sedan, Chen sat in the passenger seat, propping his chin up with one hand, gazing at the setting sun gradually sinking outside the window. He glanced at Duching, who was smoking in the driver's seat, and then at Mu Huanyu, who looked a bit lost in the rearview mirror. The atmosphere in the car was indeed quite silent. Ding ding ding, just then, a sound broke the silence in the car. Lu Chen's phone lit up. I'll take this call. Lu Chen answered. Hello? Oh, is this Lu Chen? Long time no see. It's been 3 months since we graduated, and the class is having a reunion. You better not miss it. Hearing the familiar yet strange voice, Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. He checked the 3 characters on his phone. Repeatedly, one Xiaolu. Lu Chen fell silent, the feeling was too surreal. It was as if he had experienced the passage of time and then met an old friend from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Clearly, his surroundings had changed drastically, yet in some people's worlds, everything remained the same, continuing along the normal trajectory of life. He felt a bit dumbfounded, but only remained silent for a few seconds. After a moment, his voice came out slightly hoarse. All right, where is it? At Mingzhu Hotel, tomorrow at noon 12 o'clock. Don't be late. Mingzhu Hotel, got it. Do you have anything else, Wen Xiaolu? No, nothing else. Beep beep beep. Beep, Lu Chen hung up the phone. He no longer felt the anger and sadness from earlier. Looking back now, he chuckled, it was just a bit of wear and tear. A smile can wash away grievances. You little brat, why do you have such a disgusting smile when you make a phone call? Screw you, that's called letting it go. Ha, I just saw it was Wen Xiaolu calling. What's up? Did she break up with that Chang Yaojin? Planning to use you as a backup? Hey, don't think so badly of others, okay? She might be getting married soon, besides. I'm not that foolish. The remaining words Lu Chen didn't say were that he wasn't that magnanimous either. A hint of melancholy crossed his face. A class reunion tomorrow? It's only been 3 months, what's the point of a reunion? Probably some people in the class are doing well and can't wait to show off, Mu Huanyu said, rarely speaking up. Lu Chen showed a hint of surprise. Didn't they just get into college? How well can they be doing? It's not like they graduated from college yet. Mu Huanyu shrugged. I don't know. Hi. School reunions are indeed quite rare. But what are you worried about? I heard from Du that after tonight, you'll be an inspector. Right? Your monthly income must be several million? That's an understatement. It's probably around 100 million a month. Duching laughed. Duching continued to tease. This kid isn't worried about his financial strength, he's just afraid of seeing his first love in another man's arms, feeling like a knife is twisting in his heart. No, I'm afraid I might lose control and kill them all, one buried in the Arctic, the other in the Antarctic. Lu Chen rolled his eyes, his words laced with sarcasm. At the same time, he let out a long breath. Besides, it can't even be called a first love. At most, it was a crush, unrequited love. She never even regarded me. You know, you little brat. Hey, shame can lead to courage. Finding a partner isn't hard. Who told you I don't have a partner? The cigarette in Duxing's mouth fell, and he quickly caught it with 2 fingers and tossed it out the window, then looked at Lu Chen as if he had seen a ghost. You have a girlfriend? Yeah. At that moment, Lu Chen seemed no longer like a beaten soldier who had lost his armor, but rather a general who had triumphed over everything, standing tall and proud. Then you're really something else. You have a current partner and still go to a class reunion with your crush. Cough cough cough. Lu Chen was immediately choked. Coughing a few times. Come on. I just went to a class reunion. How is that being something else? It's not like I was cheating. Ah. Right, Lu Chen, I misjudged you. I thought you were a battle wolf, but it turns out you're just a living beast, having a current partner while still thinking about what's outside the bowl. Living beast? Lu Chen was speechless. You're the real living beast. You don't smoke when your daughter is around, but as soon as she leaves, you light up. Who's the real king of hell here? If you have a current partner, you shouldn't be thinking about your ex, Xiao Lu, or else I will look down on you. Mu Huanyu said. Seriously. Hey. She's not my ex. I've only dated once, and that's with my current one. Mu Huanyu showed a hint of realization. So your current partner is actually your first love. She is my first love. Lu Chen was taken aback, his heart involuntarily starting to race. Yes, in a certain sense, Xia Qianqing was indeed his only first love. For a moment, the fragments of his memories with Xia Qianqing became increasingly vivid in Lu Chen's mind. Hello, my name is Xia Qianqing. Are you the contact person? Hey. Be careful, or you won't find a girlfriend in the future. Open the door. It's me. If you keep playing with me, I won't go in. I'm so worried. I thought you were dead. As he thought about it, a gentle smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. It seemed he had thought of something good. The sour smell of love is really annoying. Duching rolled down the car window, a hint of helplessness flashing across his face. In the back seat, Mu Huanyu leaned against the window, gazing at the sunset, looking at that pure white cloud, but he didn't know what he was thinking. At the headquarters of the Linjiang base, in the conference room. At this moment, Fang Ping was at the head, and the seats were already filled with captains. No one would arrive right on time. Except for Duching. I heard that the new inspector is just a young kid? What does he count for? Does he deserve to be inspector? Captain, it's not that I'm saying this. But we've worked hard for half our lives, and we're still just captains. Why should a rookie who just returned from the training camp be made inspector right away? Is this fair? If he can't command respect, I won't listen to him. Voices of discussion arose. Tang Tian, sitting in the 6th position, pushed up his glasses and said, I'm not jealous of Lu Chen becoming inspector, but I want to know if he has the ability to take on this responsibility. Inspector supervises the officials. The responsibility is not small. 2. Hand this over to a rookie is indeed a bit of a joke. At least let Lu Chen serve as a captain to gain some experience. That's enough. Fang Ping slammed his palm on the table. Inspector is a position that has fallen to Lu Chen. There are arrangements above. Do you think the higher-ups would hand over such great power to a rookie for no reason? Lu Chen must have something extraordinary. Do you think you're so clever? Is this world filled with fools except for you? Then you are truly foolish to the extreme. Knock. Knock, knock. As Fang Ping's voice fell, a series of knocks echoed from the conference room door. Immediately after, a half-naked man, covered in tattoos and wrapped in a stylish black leather coat, entered, accompanied by 2 young men. Oh, it's quite lively in here? What? Is there any dissatisfaction with the newcomers brought out by me, Duching? If there is, feel free to say it in front of me, rather than gossiping behind my back. Duching sneered, and as soon as he appeared, the entire room fell silent. It wasn't that everyone feared Duching's strength, but rather that his seniority was undoubtedly among the top in the room. Legend has it that during the era when only a few people across the country were revealed to possess supernatural abilities, Duching was one of them. Although this was over a decade ago and his strength had not improved since, everyone knew that Duching's network was vast, not only spread throughout Linjiang but also having connections with high-ranking officials. He was like the monk sweeping the floor at Shaolin Temple, seemingly low-key, yet no one dared to provoke him. After all, no one could clearly define the true power he had hidden behind him. The 6th member, Tang Tian, sighed, still holding his viewpoint. Will do, I still stand by my words. I don't believe the position of inspector can be entrusted to a newcomer. He can't bear that responsibility. Old Tang, you're being a bit stubborn. What? When we were newcomers, weren't we also entrusted with heavy responsibilities? Although we were abandoned by the times as the years passed, that shouldn't stifle these truly worthy newcomers. Worthy of trust? A awakener who has been awakened for less than half a year? No matter how strong he is, he's only at the captain level. The inspector position is on par with that of a major. With Lu Chen's strength, he cannot bear this responsibility. Instantly, in the meeting, Duching and Tang Tian faced off, the atmosphere growing increasingly serious. Fang Ping lazily clapped his hands on the table. Enough, I, as the captain, haven't said anything, yet you're already arguing. Do you really think you're still the young ones from back then, able to argue passionately over ideals? Don't forget, it's not 10 years ago anymore. The situation has changed, and the rules must change accordingly. Newcomers have their advantages, and veterans have their concerns. But regardless, we must give the young people a chance, otherwise, how will this team develop? As for Lu Chen, I will observe him. Further, don't rush to conclusions. After all, the final decision doesn't actually lie in our hands, we can only resist at most. Lu Chen, hello, I'm Fang Ping, captain of the Linjiang Night Watch Guard. This is our first meeting, and I apologize for giving you a bad impression. However, regarding the role of inspector, it is still too high for you, I think. Before Fang Ping could finish his sentence, Lu Chen slowly sighed. I will not relinquish the position of inspector. Moreover, I am confident that I can do it well. Lu Chen's voice was calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. He certainly wouldn't give up the position just to please Fang Ping. A moment of reflection would reveal that this, inspector, position was likely something Shintenzong had sought for himself. What he needed to do now was to prove his worth. Lu Chen's resolute words stunned everyone in the room, including Fang Ping, who sat at the head of the table. It even left Duching momentarily speechless. After all, no one expected that the newcomer Lu Chen would actually dare to defend his position. But after the silence, cold gazes began to emerge. Fang Ping supported his chin with his hands, his murky old eyes finally scrutinizing the young man Lu Chen seriously for the first time. Young people should not aim too high, you must know when to advance and retreat. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow will only harm you. And do you know what the inspector's duties are? To oversee the officials, to eliminate injustices within the jurisdiction. Becoming an inspector is nothing but harm for a newcomer like you. I admit you are more capable than I imagined, young man, but this position is not for you to touch, you cannot handle it. However, Fang Ping's voice was interrupted by Lu Chen at that moment. Fang Ping, you are no more than an equal to me now, you have no right to lecture me. Today, everyone is listening. If you disagree, stand up. Whoever stands up, I will defeat. Whether I can hold this position is not for you to decide. Now, I am also your superior. I have the right to criticize you, and you have no right to point fingers at me. Whoever disagrees, stand up. Lu Chen spread his hands, his voice filled with firmness. Bang! A burly man slammed his hand on the table. You little brat. I disagree. Didn't your parents teach you to respect your elders? How do you speak to your seniors? Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past the burly man's earlobe, along with a strand of black hair. The next moment, bang! A strong hand appeared at the back of the burly man's head, forcefully slamming him down onto the table. Instantly, the table shattered into pieces from the impact. The burly man was knocked unconscious by Lu Chen's strike, collapsing onto the table, clearly having fainted. It was no joke. Lu Chen's terrifying power was not to be trifled with. Without some sort of cheat-like ability or a higher realm, one could not withstand Lu Chen's blow. In this situation, it was not that Lu Chen wanted to be kind, since no one else wanted to be kind, he would let his fists do the talking. At this moment, everyone in the room was stunned. Although they could emphasize that it was due to Lu Chen's sneak attack, they could not deceive themselves, even they would be crushed in an instant upon contact with that speed. Wasn't it said that he was a newcomer? That newcomer just crushed the captain in an instant? Otherwise, why would he be assigned as an inspector? Seems there's some truth to it. Did you see that speed? I certainly didn't catch it, it's simply beyond the strength of the Spirit Sea realm. God, no wonder he was appointed as an inspector from above. Is his strength really that formidable? After a commotion, Lu Chen turned to the crowd again. Whoever disagrees with me can challenge me freely. To oversee the officials, one must naturally have the ability to subdue them, and now, I not only want to prove my strength to you, but I also want to declare once more that my becoming an inspector is not a mere formality, but a position of real power. If anyone disagrees, it's best to stand up now. If disputes arise later, I won't be as easy to talk to as I am now. Not only will I beat you up, but I will also directly dismiss you and reassign you to the logistics department. Instantly, the previously chattering crowd fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Tang Tian adjusted his glasses on his nose. Without a doubt, Lu Chen has proven the authority he holds. He is capable of bearing the position of inspector. I support Lu Chen becoming an inspector. I also support it. This strength, a young hero? I also support it. Support. Voices of agreement rose and fell, but Bang Fang Ping slammed his hand on the table, revealing two murky old eyes. I disagree, because the inspector does not only oversee the captain. If the captain has a problem, it is also up to the local inspector to manage and execute serious punishment. Lu Chen, if I have a problem, do you think you can handle me? This old man, from the moment I walked in, I felt something was off. Well, he is now clearly trying to take my position. Lu Chen's expression turned a bit more severe, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. Captain Fang Ping, are you confessing now? How could you make such a comparison? Have you really done something to wrong Qinyi? Fang Ping's murky old eyes flickered with a tremor, but it was quickly concealed as he donned a smile, resembling Lu Chen's closest elder, his tone exceedingly gentle. What you say, I just want to know if you are qualified to be an inspector. After all, there are still figures at the captain level from the All Beings Court outside Lin Jiang, and many inspectors have died at that person's hands. Duching beside them was taken aback, somewhat confused about what Fang Ping meant by this. This was simply a threat. He was using the All Beings Court captain to threaten Lu Chen. But would Lu Chen care? Of course not. Lu Chen tilted his head back and chuckled lightly. Captain Fang Ping, are you afraid I might be killed by Ma Mian? He actually knew that the All Beings Court captain was called Ma Mian? Fong Ping's expression stiffened slightly, a vague sense of unease creeping in. However, he naturally wouldn't back down, still speaking steadily, as if offering heartfelt advice. Yes, this is also a consideration for your safety. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Lu Chen laughed, a wild and unrestrained laugh, like a willow branch stripped of its leaves, tossed about by a winter gale. Instantly, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Duching blinked and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "Ha, I laugh at Ma Mian's ignorance, his arrogance, dying at my hands," Lu Chen revealed. There was nothing to hide about this. For Lu Chen, it was a feat. "You killed Ma Mian?" Fong Ping's voice sounded somewhat unnatural, trembling slightly. "How is that possible? Ma Mian at the golden core level, paired with divine speed, unless he didn't want to escape, no one could keep him here." Lu Chen spread his hands, but he wasn't smart, insisting on confronting me head-on, and I cut him down. "If you don't believe it, you can investigate. By the way, this is Ma Mian's sword. After he died, I have been using it ever since." Saying this, Lu Chen unsheathed two tang sabers resembling thin wings from his waist and then pierced them onto the table. "I believe Captain Fong can recognize this sword. It's called Hidden Edge," Fong Ping murmured. At this moment, he felt parched, as if he had seen a ghost. "Alright, today, my becoming an inspector is inevitable, so stop the endless debate. I can kill Ma Mian, and naturally, the captain level is beneath me," Lu Chen said bluntly. Duching was dumbfounded. "Damn, this brat, you're the MVP tonight. So fierce, and yet you're my subordinate?" Mu Huanyu asked with some confusion. "Is the gap between captain level and captain level really that big?" Duching explained. "Of course, there's generally a major realm difference between each level. Captains are generally at the spirit sea level, with few at the foundation establishment level. If there are, it means their abilities must be unique, allowing for cross-level combat. But that's just the captain level. The captain level and the potential dragon level are like two thick walls. The first one is somewhat lower, requiring cultivation to reach golden core. But those who can reach golden core in this current end of the law era are already rare. And the potential dragon level requires a cultivation of at least nascent soul, no exceptions. Of course, if we go higher, there are the upper echelons, and the conditions to enter the upper echelons are similar to before, with one hard requirement: you must reach the transformation stage. Is that so? Then what is Lu Chen's current cultivation level? Mu Huanyu asked. He continued, "If Lu Chen can defeat a captain, doesn't that mean he possesses golden core level cultivation? Can one reach golden core level in just half a year?" Duching was speechless. He could clearly sense Lu Chen's cultivation aura, but it was only at the chi condensation stage. They all said that fighting at a higher level was like hitting the ceiling, and Lu Chen had already reached that ceiling level. Damn, he really wasn't mistaken, he was simply a freak. The entire venue was silent. Although Lu Chen had not reached the cultivation level he should possess, he had proven everything with his strength. Continuing to entangle further would only be pointless. Everyone knew this, including Fong Ping. It was inevitable that Lu Chen would take on the role of inspector. Truly, a young talent. I feel as if I've seen a second Shintenzong. A hint of complexity flashed in Fong Ping's eyes. In the end, he still did not continue to argue. Although he was still very reluctant to let Lu Chen become the inspector. As for the reason, the saying goes, clear water has no fish. How could a young person like Lu Chen possibly understand? Those in power must know how to employ people wisely, whether the water is clear or murky, both must exist. Just like a country, it must have a balance of flavors. Recently, Lin Jiang must be unstable. Fong Ping sighed, leaning back, his aging body resting against the soft chair, and helplessly said, "I have no objections to Lu Chen becoming the inspector. From today onwards, Lu Chen will officially become our new inspector of Lin Jiang. As for the previous one, let me remind you, Lu Chen, the last one was already as tall as you, so don't go overboard with your actions, or you might end up burning yourself." After the warning, Fong Ping helplessly tapped the table. "Congratulations, Lu Chen, on officially taking the position of Inspector of Lin Jiang. A friendly reminder, be cautious in everything. This is the inspector certificate issued to you from above, keep it safe." Fong Ping took out a brand new black notebook and slid it across the table to Lu Chen. Lu Chen caught it with one hand and then picked it up, glancing at it briefly. It was hard to imagine that the transfer of power hinged on such an inconspicuous black notebook. But this illusory authority, in Lu Chen's hands, was no longer an illusion, it was real power in his grasp. The reason was simple. Because Lu Chen was strong enough. By the way, there's another important matter I need to announce regarding this year's rookie training base. This year's rookie training base was severely damaged by the Knights of the Holy Court and the Archbishop Chen Tianzong burned his life to break through to the transformation stage and learn everything. The location for next year's rookie assessment will be changed, and the new location is unknown. On the highway under the dim yellow lights. What? Why are you only telling me this now? Duching's voice was extremely loud, almost lifting the car roof off. Lu Chen covered his ears, a hint of helplessness flashing across his face. That matter has already passed, there's nothing more to say. Yes, the matter had passed. But those who sacrificed could never return. Lu Chen was well aware of this. The true heroes in that battle had long since died. Discussing it further gave Lu Chen a very strange feeling. On the highway at night, shadows and yellow lights continuously intertwined inside the car. Lu Chen pressed his hand against his chest, a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth, and asked, was it worth it? Bang! Bang! Feeling his beating heart, Lu Chen's nose felt a bit sour, as if he could hear a familiar voice again. Worth it. The white car stopped in front of the old road barbecue shop, filled with smoky barbecue and flashing neon lights. Goodbye, you little brat. Oh no, should I now call you Inspector, sir? Duching joked. Lu Chen slowly opened the car door and glanced at Duching. Will you call me that? I won't, Duching pouted. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. He certainly didn't think that becoming a supervisor made him anything special. Life had to go on, and Duching was still Duching. Want to grab a bite? Let's go down for some skewers. Tonight, it's on me. Oh, I couldn't possibly. Duching's voice came from behind Lu Chen as the door of the old road barbecue restaurant was pushed open. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. So this was what he was waiting for, huh? Where's Brother Mu? Let's go down and eat. Lu Chen called out to Mu Huanyu, who was in the back seat. Mu Huanyu waved his hand. Little Lu, I think I'll pass. I really don't have much of an appetite. Even though the case is over. Dong Yao will never come back. I just want to be alone for a bit. Come on, don't be like that. Sister Dong Yao wouldn't allow you to torture yourself like this. Let's go, Brother Mu, tonight, we won't stop until we're drunk. Mu Huanyu remained silent, staring at the barbecue restaurant, tears slowly streaming down his face. Little Lu, you wouldn't understand this feeling. Right now, I can't eat at all. If I go, I'll just cast a shadow over you all, bringing bad luck. I don't want to affect your mood for dinner. Let me be alone for a while, okay? But a night alone can be very cold, you might lose yourself. Lu Chen murmured. He tilted his head slightly. This world is a huge dark vortex. Those caught in the vortex, if they choose to sink, perhaps the darkness will turn them into bloodthirsty monsters. Especially for us awakened ones, perhaps we are already half buried in darkness. Sinking, loneliness, emptiness will only completely cover us in darkness, turning us into nourishment for the dark. Brother Mu. It hurts, right? It's confusing, right? But life has to go on. The most ridiculous thing about this world is that no matter what pain, confusion, or torment a person suffers, you still have to keep living. Though it's cruel, but Brother Mu, I'm sorry, I can't leave you here. Because I won't allow you to be consumed by the darkness within. Just think of it as Sister Dong Yao loving cleanliness, so you must continue to stay clean, not allowed to be tainted by darkness. Mu Huanyu was silent for a long time. Is it possible that I just want to be alone in peace? Oh come on. It's more lively with more people. Lu Chen grabbed Mu Huanyu's wrist and headed towards the old road barbecue restaurant. Hello, manager. Shui Sihai was currently grilling a large batch of skewers, the smoky aroma wafting out of the chimney. Hello, manager, there's an exhibitionist claiming to be your friend. Is that true? Li Ni Shuang, holding a menu and dressed in a familiar waitress outfit, looked quite elegant. She stood beside Lu Chen, greeted him, and pointed to Duching, sitting in a chair nearby, asking Lu Chen. Exhibitionist. Lu Chen's lips twitched. It was indeed hard to evaluate. Duching's outfit was more than just an exhibitionist, he looked like a gangster, quite intimidating. The noise in the restaurant had dropped to a pin-drop silence. Customers were sneaking curious glances at Duching, but no one dared to speak loudly. As for Duching's outfit, it was truly something else. Lu Chen slowly rubbed his forehead and then nodded. Yeah, that's right, this exhibitionist is my teacher. You little brat know I'm your teacher and still call me an exhibitionist? I'm just being economical. What do you know? Every time we go on a mission, my clothes get torn to shreds, I might as well not wear anything. As soon as Duching's words came out, the expressions of the surrounding customers changed. Every time they went on a mission, their clothes got torn to shreds? Damn, he really is a big brother in the underworld. And it seems like he's the type who fights with real knives and guns. Lu Chen glanced at the guests around him. And it was clear what they were thinking. He suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Finally, he could only ask Li Nijuan, has team leader ordered yet? He has 100 skewers of pork belly, 100 skewers of lamb, 30 kidneys, 50 sheep testicles. Lu Chen's expression froze slightly as he looked at Duching and asked, "Aren't you tired of eating that? Like a pig?" Duching raised an eyebrow. "Should I order something different?" "Forget it, just bring a little at a time, let's start with half," Lu Chen instructed Li Nijuan behind him. Li Nijuan quickly noted it down on a piece of paper. "Okay, manager." Lu Chen pulled over Mu Huanyu and then sat down. "By the way, bring 2 cases of beer." "Do you drink white liquor?" Lu Chen asked Mu Huanyu. Mu Huanyu waved his hand. "I don't drink." "Then bring a bottle of Nyolan Mountain." "I said I don't drink." "It's fine, I'll drink," Lu Chen said. Mu Huanyu. Duching raised an eyebrow. "I thought you were going to get me one too. Get me a bottle of Red Star Erguotu." "Okay, got it, bring a bottle of Red Star Erguotu." "Alright, manager." Yi family. Yi Bingtang, you were born a member of the Yi family, and you will die as a ghost of the Yi family. Do you really think joining some secret organization can help you escape? The family. So naive. I'll tell you, Yi Bingtang, my Yi family doesn't have anyone who eats without working. Your second sister is still in a family marriage, living quite well, isn't she? You're old enough now, you should understand us. Do you really think you can enjoy the benefits of the Yi family's fortune without giving anything in return? You're dreaming. Accompanied by the sound of a glass ashtray shattering, a roar like that of a raging lion echoed from the Yi family's boudoir. Yi Xiong tightened his black, powerful suit, his face showing some anger as he walked out of Yi Bingtang's room. Your marriage partner is the son of one of the top families in Island City. Perfectly suitable for you. A white-eyed wolf, someone who doesn't know what's good for them. I really want to die from anger. Letting you indulge for so many years is really giving you face. Do you know your second sister has already married out for that family? As long as you don't come to terms with it, don't think about coming out. By the way, where's the butler? Get all the electronic products out of her room. TV, PS5, computer, and the internet cable, unplug them all. The butler beside him was sweating profusely, wiping his forehead with a handkerchief. He bent slightly. Yes, sir. Come here. For the third. Young lady, unplug the internet cable and remove all electronic products from the room. By the way, should we confiscate the old man's phone? Confiscate. All confiscated. If not, are we waiting for her to play some King of Glory or PUBG in there? If she wants to waste time with me, then let her waste. Anyway, I'm outside, eating and drinking well, let her stay inside. And face the empty wall. Wasting time with me, huh? Yi Xiong snorted coldly. At that moment, the bedroom door creaked open, and Yi Bingtang, with messy hair and dressed in a black nightgown, walked out. Cutting off my internet is a bit too much. Just say whether you're getting married or not, Yi Xiong questioned. Yi Bingtang sighed. If I'm getting married, then I'm getting married. Why make it so serious? But you have to give me some time to prepare mentally, right? And I need to know what the other party looks like. I have to check it out, right? And their character and all. Have you checked it out? Yi Xiong asked. Well, I've found out he's trash. Since high school, he's gotten countless girls pregnant, then abandoned them. He's a downright scumbag, but he is quite handsome. But I'm not really interested. That's just one flaw. He doesn't have any other fatal shortcomings. I believe that after we get married, I can have my male lover, and he can have his female lover. It shouldn't be a problem. After marriage, you two can handle it as you wish. The main thing is that my business with his father relies on you as a hub. Otherwise, we won't trust each other. You can play around, but don't bring it home. There has to be a limit. Yi Xiong's voice was steady, as if he were merely discussing trivial matters in their circle. Oh, got it. Yi Bingtang tilted her head, a hint of disdainful cold laughter flickering at the corner of her mouth. Then she ruffled her messy hair and slipped into the room. In the early morning, the phone suddenly rang. Lu Chen stretched out his slender arm from under the covers, pressed the phone, and swiped his finger. With slightly messy hair, Lu Chen slowly lifted his head. He yawned, his dark circles slowly fading. The bad news was that he had only slept for 2 hours. The good news was that he had the ability of immortality, so after waking up, he didn't feel tired physically. Of course, that only meant his body wasn't tired. Mentally, he was still very fatigued. Although his brain had rested. For a while, the weariness on a mental level still lingered. It seemed contradictory, but that was the reality. Lu Chen stretched lazily, walked to the wardrobe, and took out the black suit that Duching had bought for him last time, the one he wore the day Wang Fui intercepted him. After changing, Lu Chen tidied up his slightly messy hairstyle, washed up simply, and strode downstairs with his phone in hand. Good morning, manager. Chui Sihai's honest voice came from downstairs. Li Nijuan yawned. Good morning, manager. Is your friend a pig? Can he eat that much? Cough, who knows, maybe he's the reincarnation of Zhubeiji, Lu Chen laughed. Are you heading out now? I see you've been quite busy, Li Nijhuan said. Lu Chen raised his hand to check the time. Yeah, there's still an hour until the class reunion. It's already 11, so I'm leaving. You guys can handle the store, you seem quite skilled now. Oh, okay, then take care, manager. Li Nijhuan yawned again and then sat at the dining table, skewering meat. Cui Sihai scratched his head. Take care, manager. I'm off. Lu Chen pushed open the store door. He let out a slow breath. With 2 more people in the store, the atmosphere was indeed different, much better than the previous dullness. He casually hailed a taxi and got in, heading towards Mingzhu Hotel. In the private room, several men and women surrounded Wang Fui, who was dressed in a branded suit and wore a luxury watch on his wrist. Wow, Wang Gu, you look impressive. That car must have cost a fortune, right? Wang Fui waved his hand with a light laugh. Not much, just around 500,000. I bought it for fun. If you want to drive it, I can lend it to you for free. The people around him instantly sparkled with excitement. Wow, Wang Xiao is really promising at such a young age. Wang Fui sneered inwardly. How could he not know what these people were thinking? They merely believed he relied on his father, but so what? Relying on his father allowed him to live easily, while they had to taste the bitterness of life on their own. He enjoyed their jealousy mixed with the need to flatter him, making him feel like a god. The others were not unaware of Wang Fui's thoughts, but they had no backing and could only seek him for support. Even if they were unwilling, they had to set aside their dignity to curry favor because in the adult world, there is no dignity, only survival. They were merely a small reflection of billions of lives, pitiful and helpless. I really envy you, Wen Xiaolu, for having such a handsome boyfriend. Yes, he's both handsome and capable. I heard he could earn 20 to 30,000 online in a month while he was in school. When Xiaolu's originally shy face flushed with embarrassment at that moment, Fuli really is quite talented. But there's nothing to envy. I believe you all can find your own happiness. This statement seemed to encourage the others, but everyone present knew that a guy like Wang Fuli, who was both wealthy and good-looking, was simply a rare find. Right now, they could only choose between spiritual or material satisfaction, either find a handsome guy without money or an ugly one with money. No matter what, they couldn't achieve both like Wen Xiaolu. As soon as Wen Xiaolu finished speaking, several girls exchanged glances, reading envy, jealousy, and a hint of frustration in each other's eyes. That really is a compliment from you. Finding a guy better than Wang Fuli is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Wen Xiaolu, your skin looks better again. What facial cleanser and makeup are you using? The girls reacted differently, some were filled with frustration, others with envy, and some simply changed the subject. Wen Xiaolu smiled slightly. It's easy to get fair skin, just find a boyfriend to pamper you a bit. Oh, the girls immediately erupted in laughter. How shameless, saying such things in public. Wen Xiaolu, did you apply too much foundation? Your skin seems thicker than before. Everyone teased her back and forth. Wen Xiaolu just smiled and didn't say much more. In the hotel private room, everyone was laughing and chatting. At that moment, the door swung open, and a figure in a black suit walked in. Sorry, I'm late, there was traffic. The room instantly fell silent. Lu Chen. Come here, it's been so long since you contacted me, you haven't forgotten your old deskmate, have you? When Xiaolu waved at Lu Chen. A hint of discomfort flashed across Lu Chen's indifferent face as he looked around, feeling somewhat out of place. After going through so much, he was no longer the naive boy he once was, but this change was subconscious. Now, he found everything before him utterly ridiculous, but perhaps this was also a kind of commemoration, a remembrance of their past selves. Of course I haven't forgotten, we were great deskmates. How could I forget you? Lu Chen scratched his nose and strode towards Wen Xiaolu. Here, perhaps there wasn't so much sharpness and bitterness. Everyone was fawning over Wang Fuli, who would care about Lu Chen. As for Lu Chen being close to Wen Xiaolu, to Wang Fuli, Lu Chen was just a loser, and why should a loser matter? However, that didn't mean Wang Fuli wouldn't show off in front of Lu Chen, after all. There's a certain thrill in stepping on others. At that moment, outside the Mingzhu Hotel, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped at the entrance, and a middle-aged man who bore an 80% resemblance to Wang Fuli stepped out. He bowed at a 90-degree angle to the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Mr. Yi, don't worry, I've already received the news. Let my son organize this class reunion. Lu Chen will most likely come. Someone told me he wanted to fabricate evidence of collusion between the Yi family and the Zhongsha court to frame my Yi family. It's truly laughable. Just after taking office, he wants to ride on top of my Yi family. That's a bad habit. A trace of murderous intent was hidden deep in Yi Xiong's eyes. He had received some news that displeased him greatly. It was information sent to him by an insider from the Chenya base. It said that Lu Chen had fabricated evidence of collusion between the Yi family and the Zhongsha court, and as for the motive, he wanted to secure his position as inspector and take control of Linjiang. Inspector, my Yi family agrees, then he can sit. If I, Yi Xiong, disagree, no one can sit. Yi Xiong exhaled a puff of cigar smoke, the grayish-white smoke ring slowly spreading inside the Rolls-Royce cabin. He squinted, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the leather armrest of the chair. Go ahead. He suddenly spoke, his voice cold and metallic. Find a way to bring him over. Wang Jiala's back bent a few more degrees, his forehead nearly touching his knees. Understood, Mr. Yi. Remember, keep your tone gentle, young people don't like to feel threatened. Yes, Mr. Yi, Wang Jiala replied. Regarding the matters of the inner world, Wang Jiala knew little. He only understood that the Yi family could stand firm in Linjiang because they possessed abilities beyond the ordinary. To put it simply, they had supernatural powers. Of course, Wang Jiala's understanding was quite rough. He only knew that the Yi family could remain unshaken because they had these abilities. Lu Chen sat down next to Wen Xiaolu, feeling somewhat awkward under the gaze of a group of girls. Looking around, he found no extra seats and could only settle here. Once the surroundings quieted down, Lu Chen picked up his chopsticks, only to realize that no one paid attention to his presence. So, he simply began to eat by himself. Although the hotel dishes were delicious, everyone's focus was on drinking and chatting, discussing who drove a 500,000 yuan Ford, who had several girlfriends in college, and who, despite being in school, earned 40,000 to 50,000 a month. These topics felt increasingly distant from Lu Chen's life. Lu Chen settled next to Wen Xiaolu, the laughter of the surrounding girls rising and falling. Just moments ago, Wen Xiaolu had been enthusiastic, but now she had her head down, a smile on her face, her hands quickly tapping on her phone. Lu Chen watched, feeling a bit dazed. He realized that Wen Xiaolu had never truly paid attention to him, it was all one-sided affection. Despite the lively atmosphere, everyone deliberately avoided Lu Chen, and no one spoke to him. In fact, Lu Chen had few friends to begin with. He was the only one eating alone. As if he had come here not for a class reunion but just to have a meal. Beside him, Wen Xiaolu's friends looked at her phone, letting out teasing giggles. Hey, who are you texting? Isn't Wang Fui right in front? Just go talk to him, you two are dating now. Oh, there are so many people, it would be so awkward to go up to him. And don't peek at my phone. Wen Xiaolu shyly hid her phone behind her, calling out to her friend beside her. After witnessing this, Lu Chen's gaze dimmed instantly. So, Wen Xiaolu was messaging Wang Fui, how cliché, and he accepted this. Cliché. As he accepted it, Lu Chen quickly shoved 2 pieces of fried meat into his mouth. To buy osmanthus flowers and drink wine together is ultimately not as good as the carefree days of youth. The breadcrumbs left on the tips of his chopsticks felt like the unspoken confession in the cinema that day. But it didn't matter. Growing up always comes with various heartaches and hardships. Of course, saying it doesn't matter, his body was honest, it hurt, his nose tinged with bitterness. How could 3 years of obsession be dissolved with just a few words of let go? The louder one tries to be carefree, the more it reveals the truth. Lu Chen knew this. He was still a young man, just someone who had weathered a bit of storm, even if some dust had settled, it couldn't completely change his youthful nature. But he was no longer that pure young man. Now he bore too much, moving forward under the weight. People always change. Lu Chen unconsciously quickened his eating pace, deciding to finish quickly and leave this suffocating place. Looking at this group of old acquaintances still indulging in material comparisons, Lu Chen suddenly found the fried meat in his hand tasteless. He had come here just to relive the beautiful memories of campus life one last time. Now, that wish was fulfilled. It was time to leave. Just as Lu Chen quietly ate, Wang Fui's harsh voice suddenly rang out. With a proud demeanor and a mocking laugh, he said, "Oh, Lu Chen, long time no see. The last time you left, I thought you really went to save the world, huh?" This remark was different from a friend's teasing, it carried hostility, pure sarcasm, like a sharp steel knife. Save the world? Ha, brother Wang. Are you joking? Just him? You really cracked me up, putting on such a show, almost scared us all, and you really thought you had something to do with the Yi family. Hee hee, Lu Chen, I heard. You went to the army, why are you back? Don't tell me you're a deserter now? The people around seemed to have found an outlet for their frustrations, eagerly joining in the ridicule and mockery, filled with malice, not a trace of friendliness. Lu Chen observed coldly, he might have been moved before, but now he felt only calm. You guys are going too far. Wang Fui, Lu Chen was called here by me, why are you mocking him? Wen Xiaolu stood in front of Lu Chen, angrily saying. Although Wen Xiaolu seemed to be helping Lu Chen, her tone and expression revealed that she wasn't stopping Wang Fui out of genuine concern for Lu Chen, but simply because he was her guest, not wanting the situation to become too awkward. Alright, for my girlfriends. Sake, I won't mock you anymore. But Lu Chen, why didn't you bring the young lady from the Yi family with you this time? Oh right, she's been grounded by her old man, so she's too busy to save you. Wait until next year, she might be getting married in Island City, so you'd better prepare a generous gift then. Wang Fulai's voice was like a sharp knife, cold and piercing, cutting through the air. Lu Chen finally felt a stir of emotions. What do you mean about Yi Jia? You don't know? You don't even know this. I thought you were something special, but your information network isn't up to par. Wang Fulai shook his head with a smile. The people around were confused, this information was beyond their understanding. Wen Xiaolu sensed something was off, but she didn't know the full story. She only knew she had to stabilize the situation like an angel. After all, they were all classmates, and there was no need to quarrel. Who told you Yi Bingtang was grounded? And what does getting married in Island City mean? Is she getting married? Who is the other party? A complex emotion surged in Lu Chen's heart as he recalled that day when Yi Bingtang had taken him out of the cinema with her proud demeanor. His feelings for Yi Bingtang were hard to describe, more of gratitude and complicated emotions. Hearing this name again, but now with the news of Yi Jie being grounded and forced to marry, undoubtedly left Lu Chen feeling suffocated. Once, a beam of light had illuminated his life, and now, that light was trapped, he had to save her. What does it matter to you who she marries? Don't act all fierce, I'll tell you, you don't have any tiger skin to pull on now. Wang Fulai wouldn't answer honestly. In his eyes, Lu Chen was now as easy to bully as a soft-shelled shrimp. Without Yi Bingtang, Lu Chen was nothing in his eyes. Lu Chen's expression turned cold as he strode towards Wang Fulai. He had endured this for too long. Slap! A resounding slap landed on Wang Fulai's face, causing an uproar around them. Wang Fulai was knocked to the ground, dazed, looking at Lu Chen in disbelief, not waiting for him to mumble. His hair was roughly grabbed by Lu Chen's large hand. Those icy eyes, as deep as an abyss, reflected in Wang Fulai's gaze. Tell me everything you know. Wang Fulai was stunned by the slap, his face contorted as he clawed at Lu Chen. Damn it, you want to fight? Come on. Shut up. Slap! Another slap hit Wang Fulai's face. This slap is to make you calm down. Ah! How dare you hit me? Smack! I've wanted to slap you for a long time, if it weren't for. Lu Chen's words trailed off as the scene of being intercepted by Wang Fulai flashed through his mind, his anger flaring up again as he delivered another slap. Damn! You know exactly why I slapped you. If you don't want to say it, then I'll go ask the Yi family myself. Lu Chen took a slow breath, forcing himself to calm down, and asked, Lu Chen, how can you hit someone? Wen Xiaolu's face turned pale as she rushed to Wang Fulai's side, helping him up. Seeing Wen Xiaolu approach, Lu Chen slowly released Wang Fulai's hair and stood up. I hit him because he asked for it. Lu Chen, you've become so unfamiliar. I shouldn't have invited you. Wen Xiaolu cried out in pain. Indeed, Wen Xiaolu was not wrong. The one at fault was me. But so what? I was wrong, and what of it? I have endured for a long time. Today, I don't want to endure anymore. Lu Chen shook his hand, his expression remaining unchanged throughout. People can change, Lu Chen murmured. I've disappointed you. I think we won't see each other again. Lu Chen adjusted his black suit and turned to walk out the door. Those around him who had been flattering Wang Fulai, who had just been showing off, now looked like deflated balloons. The crowd had sensed something was off the moment Lu Chen made his move. Lu Chen had changed. His strikes were too quick, too fierce, giving them a very unfamiliar feeling. The figure that used to be drowned in the crowd now stood there, casting its own shadow. In everyone's eyes, the current Lu Chen had a gaze as sharp as a poisoned blade, even his breath carried a chill. It was as if he had lost all warmth. No, he had never lost his warmth. It was just that weakness had long been buried deep within him, in the darkness before some dawn. Weakness? That was the shell of a snail, and he had long since transformed into an eagle soaring through the sky. Eagles do not need to bow their heads. Crack! The door was pushed open. And a middle-aged man in a similar black suit walked in. He scanned the room with cold eyes, and upon seeing Wang Fulai, who was being supported by Wen Xiaolu and had a face swollen like a pig's head, a flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. Who did this? Dad. Why are you here? Wang Fulai stammered, covering his face. Wang Jiala was silent for a second before asking, You came to find someone who hit your face. What a bold move, daring to hit a member of the Wang family. Dad. It was him. Lu Chen, he did it. Wang Fulai pointed at Lu Chen. The onlookers displayed expressions of glee. The Wang family was not to be trifled with. The son had just been beaten, and now the father had arrived. One could only say that Lu Chen was out of luck. His show-off was about to be interrupted. When Xiaolu bit her lip lightly, Uncle, if you want to blame someone, blame me. I shouldn't have invited Lu Chen to the reunion, otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. In the atmosphere of silence, Wang Jiala turned to look at Lu Chen. Lu Chen twisted his neck, a flicker of coldness in his eyes, thinking, did he really bring the old one after hitting the young one? Is this a nesting doll? The next moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Good. Well done. Brother Lu, are you done hitting? If not, keep going, hit him until you're satisfied, even if you leave him crippled, just don't kill him. Dad, are you crazy? Wang Fui exclaimed in shock. Wang Jiala suddenly slapped him. How can you speak to Mr. Lu like that? Apologize. Who are you? Wang Fui was a bit dazed. Smack, Wang Jiala slapped him again. Who are you talking about? I did nothing wrong. I won't apologize. Wang Fui remained stubborn. Smack, 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 Wang Jiala slapped him several times. The physical sensation of being slapped by his father was nearly identical to that of being slapped by Lu Chen, but the internal experience was completely different. Lu Chen's slap only brought him pain, while his father's slap made his soul tremble, shaking him to the core. He was not foolish. After receiving so many slaps, he finally realized that Lu Chen was not someone he could provoke. He comforted himself, saying, a true man can bend and stretch. So, he lowered his head, his voice tinged with a hint of respect. I'm sorry, Lu Chen, I was wrong. His attitude was extremely sincere, so sincere that everyone in the private room couldn't believe it. This proud Wang Fui actually bowed his head and admitted his mistake to Lu Chen. Previously, Wang Fui was the shining star in the class, while Lu Chen was just an inconspicuous cloud, unnoticed by anyone. But now, it seemed everything had turned upside down. Lu Chen radiated his own brilliance, and with just a slight move, he instantly overshadowed Wang Fui's light. At that moment, everyone fell silent. They could no longer fawn over Wang Fui. Such a disgraceful and ridiculous display was something they themselves could not accept. However, there was no way around it. Adults must pay the price for their wrong choices. Wang Jiala looked at Wang Fui and nodded in satisfaction. Although this son was a bit overbearing at times, he could bend and stretch, making him good material. He might not be incapable of standing on his own in the future. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, not taking Wang Fui to heart. He turned to Wang Jiala and asked, do you know me? Inspector, of course I know you. I came this time to ask you to meet with General Yi. General Yi from the Yi family? Lu Chen asked in surprise. Why would someone from the Yi family seek him out first? He was looking for them to help Yi Bingtang out of her predicament. What did the Yi family want? Did they want him because he was the inspector? But what did that have to do with the Yi family? Details will be discussed later. General Yi will talk to you in the car. Please follow me. General Yi has been waiting outside for 5 minutes. A farce had passed. Lu Chen followed Wang Jiala out of the Mingzhu Hotel and arrived at a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wang Jiala first approached the car door, respectfully knocked, and called out, General Yi, Lu Chen has arrived. Click. After seeing Yi Xiong nod, Wang Jiala slowly opened the car door and said to Lu Chen, please get in. Lu Chen glanced at the figure inside the car. Steady as a mountain, puffing on a cigar with a rich aroma, dressed in a pitch-black suit, a hint of subtle killing intent flickered in his deep-set eyes. Lu Chen sensed this hostility. Noticing that the other party remained silent, Lu Chen also stood still, quietly waiting. The two sides remained still for a few seconds. Yi Xiong finally spoke slowly, his tone bland, get in the car, Brother Lu, it's better to keep important matters confidential. Lu Chen shook his head slightly, it's better to discuss things directly here. Wang Jiala's face instantly darkened. He pulled out an axe and instantly changed his demeanor. You little brat, General Yi asked you to get in, so get in. Don't you know what it means to know your place? Do you think the person standing in front of you is just anyone? Yi Xiong, the most powerful person in Linjiang. Don't think that just because you became the inspector, you can act so recklessly. In front of him, you're just a bigger grasshopper. Wang Jiala, who had been polite before, instantly turned hostile and warned him. However, the next second, Wang Jiala suddenly turned into a big shrimp. A shoe-clad foot kicked him in the stomach. Since you know my identity, who gave you the courage to look down on me like this? Lu Chen's voice carried a chill. Wang Jiala clutched his stomach, his mind blank. The first thing that came to his mind was the supernatural ability. This young man actually had supernatural powers. In Wang Jiala's eyes, supernatural abilities were everything. He had always believed that the Yi family could stand tall in Linjiang because of their powers. The next second, two words flashed through Wang Jiala's mind. Outrageous. Simply outrageous. How dare he look down on Yi Xiong? It seems we can't come to an agreement, Yi Xiong said, crossing his arms. Lu Chen got straight to the point. Officials and bandits naturally can't talk together. Officials and bandits? What is an official, and what is a bandit? Yi Xiong retorted. My Yi family has a road that leads straight to Rome. Our family Fortune could buy the entire Linjiang. My Yi family is innocent, we are the people. Where do the bandits come from? I think, Lu Chun, you must have some misunderstandings about us. I invited you here not because my Yi family is unclean, but simply to have a few more words with you. Since you have no intention of communicating with me, then let's go, Manager Wang. Young. People always love to overthink, how dark can this world really be? Right, Chief Wang? Yes. Mr. Yi is right. Wang Jiala forced a bow despite the pain in his abdomen. Get in the car. We're leaving. Yi Xion's unquestionable voice rang out from the car. Yes. Mr. Yi. Under Yi Xion's cold gaze, Lu Chen stood still. He quietly watched as Yi Xiong closed the car door, and Wang Jiala took the driver's seat. Mr. Yi, Yi Bingtang is one of my Qianye people. Since you know about the inner world, I hope you won't reach too far. My Qianye people should have their own freedom. This is my family matter, so there's no need for the inspector to worry. Also, Linjiang has been unstable lately. I've heard that illegal foreign organizations have intruded. Be careful not to lose your life. Yi Xiong's voice floated over lightly, yet it sent chills down one's spine. This sense of oppression was indeed befitting of the current head of the Yi family. That sounds like a death notice to me. Lu Chen sneered. He certainly wouldn't get in the car just now. The Yi family was the top financial conglomerate in Linjiang, a business. But as a businessman, knowing about the inner world of Qianye, and even knowing his true identity, was enough to indicate that the other party was not simple. Perhaps it was just like in the dramas, once he got in the car, he could fall into a trap. For example, they could stuff him with money, and then there would be cameras in the car, edited to create evidence that would be very unfavorable to him. After all, the other party was looking for him merely to build a good relationship with the inspector. But if it was just a matter of building a good relationship, why go through so much trouble, using a class reunion as a cover, and secretly coming to find him? The more one tries to cover up, the more there must be doubts. Either a thief or a traitor. So after seeing through that the other party was not a good person, Lu Chen naturally declined. And the other party did not disappoint him, directly throwing down harsh words. Lu Chen watched as the Rolls-Royce disappeared by the roadside, a complex look flashing in his eyes. The waters of Linjiang are very deep, very deep. In any case, he would first go find Duching to understand the Yi family, and then make plans. Just as Lu Chen turned around, a flash of light appeared on a distant tall building. Bang! A bullet shot out from the long barrel like a tongue of fire. Although the barrett was fitted with a silencer, it still made a considerable sound. The bullet sped towards Lu Chen. At the moment Lu Chen turned his head, the bullet was just 5 meters away from his brow. A pitch-black shadow emerged around Lu Chen, the phantom of a black tiger appearing like a copper wall and iron bastion around him. The bullet couldn't even penetrate the phantom and halted in midair. The sniper on the tall building broke out in a fine sweat. Damn it, it's an awakened. Who sent you? A male voice suddenly came from behind. The sniper shivered all over. Oh fuck, what the hell? What is the identity of the other party? Qianye base. Lu Chen sat on a long bench, with a dying Western man wrapped in black clothing curled up at his feet. Not far away, a Barrett sniper rifle lay quietly. Clearly, the bullets had not harmed Lu Chen in the slightest. He quickly dealt with the assassin, avoiding unnecessary public opinion turmoil, his movements so swift that no one noticed. The investigation results are out. He is an external member of the international organization, the Tarot Society, specifically responsible for executing assassination tasks. However, they only sent non-ability assassins. It seems they don't truly want your life. This appears more like a warning, Duching said after pondering for a moment. Do you have any suspects? Who sent the assassins? Duching asked. Lu Chen's gaze swept over Tang Mengshan, Du Jiro, Tang Long, and Leng Tian, and he hesitated for a moment, feeling indecisive. The Yi family has deep roots in Linjiang. Could it be that no one has noticed the cruelty and violence of the other party? Or perhaps those who witnessed the truth are no longer in this world. But if he remains silent, can he really protect Duching and the others from danger? If his concealment leads them into unknown risks, how will he face himself? Whether to speak or not seems to be an unsolvable dilemma, making it difficult for Lu Chen to decide in a short time. Moreover, Sister Yi also shares the Yi surname, being a member of the Yi family. He couldn't help but wonder what her relationship with that man earlier was. Could they be father and daughter? Lu Chen casually asked, by the way, Captain Du, where's Sister Yi? I haven't seen her. Duching ran his fingers through his hair and sighed helplessly. Oh, her? She's currently under house arrest due to family marriage matters. This is an internal affair of the Yi family, and we outsiders shouldn't interfere. Besides, the complexity of the Yi family far exceeds what it appears. The current head of the Yi family, Yi Xiong, has one son. and 2 daughters. The eldest son, Yifeng, is now the captain of the Qianlong team, exceptionally strong, and reportedly has already reached the nascent soul stage, and he is not yet 30. A true young genius. More importantly, Yixiong has an older brother who is said to hold a position in the upper echelons of the Qianyi organization. If I were to use a metaphor, you could compare the Yi family to the Yuan family during the Three Kingdoms period. Although they don't have the prominence of the 4 generations of 3 dukes, their influence is not to be underestimated, and they are a family not to be trifled with. Lu Chen cautiously inquired, so, Sister Yi is Yi Xiong's daughter? Yes, Yi Bingtang is Yi Xiong's 3rd daughter, the 2nd daughter has long been married off. Now it's her turn. Duching's words carried a hint of heaviness. Lu Chen lowered his head, his voice slightly somber, but Sister Yi wouldn't want that. Would she? What can she do if she doesn't want to? This is a family matter of the Yi family, it's better for us to stay out of it, Duching sighed, his face revealing an unchangeable helplessness. After Duching finished speaking, he quickly reflected, wait, this brat suddenly asked this question. Everyone knows Sima Zhao's intentions. Don't you already have someone? Why? Would you want to provoke Yi Bingtang? Duching said irritably. Tang Mengshan, Tang Long, and Leng Tian remained silent. The topic of Yi Bingtang's marriage was indeed a difficult one to evaluate. The family had nurtured their daughter for so many years, and now that it was time for her to play her role, a political marriage seemed only natural. After all, the family itself had done nothing wrong. From the moment the daughter was born, such a fate may have already been decided. Most importantly, this is a private matter of the Yi family, who would dare to meddle. Even Tang Long, who usually appeared tough, seemed somewhat powerless at this moment, as if he had lost his former sharpness, like a deflated balloon. Lu Chen slowly lowered his head, his hands clasped in front of him, his throat vibrating with a low, hoarse tremor. Sister Yi once lifted my broken body from the abyss, this time, let my shadow devour the eternal night that imprisons her. Even if I am scolded for being hypocritical, it is better than being a saint who watches others fall into a meat grinder while polishing their glasses. I will rescue Sister Yi as an inspector, and thoroughly investigate the Yi family. Absolutely unforgiving. This is the youth, full of passion, just as Fang Ping said, unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Inspector? Tang Mingshang exclaimed in surprise. Next to her, Tang Long also showed a puzzled expression. Lu Chen, didn't you just come back from the Demon City? How? Did you suddenly get promoted 2 levels to become an inspector? At this point, Tang Long noticed that Duching beside him had not raised any objections, and he was instantly at a loss for words. An unsettling thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that what Lu Chen said was true? He really got promoted to inspector? That's too fast, just a few months? Leng Tian silently observed from the side, and although he didn't say a word, the shock in his eyes was evident. Tang Mengshang shook her head and turned to Du Jiro, asking, what level did Lu Chen reach? In the newcomer training camp assessment? Du Jiro scratched her head, looking confused. She knew Lu Chen's team had been promoted to S level, but that didn't mean Lu Chen could directly leap 2 levels to become inspector. That seemed a bit unreasonable. However, facing Tang Mingshang's question, Du Jiro still answered truthfully, S level. Lu Chen is undoubtedly the strongest among this batch of newcomers, she said without thinking. As soon as the words left her mouth, even she was taken aback. It turned out that in her subconscious, Lu Chen had already become such an insurmountable peak. Recalling her initial disdain when she first met Lu Chen, she now felt a burning shame on her face. After Du Jiro finished speaking, she turned her face away, took out a lollipop, popped it in her mouth, and lowered the brim of her baseball cap, making it impossible to see the changes in her expression. Duching remained silent for a moment before responding in a deep voice, are you hiding something from me? Xiaomeng, Along, Xiaotian, and Jiro, you all wait in the hall. I'll talk to Lu Chen in the training room, and you're not allowed to eavesdrop. After giving a brief command, Duching led Lu Chen toward the training room. As the metal door gently closed, Duxing's expression grew increasingly serious. What exactly are you hiding from me? You can choose not to answer, but I can investigate myself. Lu Chen, tell me, what happened today? Lu Chen was somewhat at a loss for words. He indeed wasn't good at hiding his thoughts. He was always easily seen through by those around him. He helplessly nodded. Yes, at today's class reunion, I met Yi Xiong. I don't think that's a coincidence. He invited me to get in the car to talk, I refused, and then I was ambushed. I used to think the Yi family was just incredibly wealthy, but I didn't expect them to have such a deep background in the Shadow Knight as well. Duxing sighed and slowly spoke, that's the norm, kid. You need to understand that many times, wealth and power can be equated. He paused for a moment and continued, Lu Chen, this may not be pleasant to hear, but I still have to remind you that the current Yi family is not something you can easily shake. He frowned slightly and added, besides, is there some misunderstanding between you and the Yi family? Although the Yi family has a strong style, they wouldn't go so far as to take such ruthless action. Their attack on you this time is more of a warning, not a genuine attempt on your life. Creak, the iron door sounded. The heavy iron door opened, and Duching and Chen walked out. Tang Mingshang and the others had somewhat evasive eyes. However, they indeed did not succeed. Eavesdropping also depends on whether the iron door agrees. Clearly, the iron door had locked the sounds tightly. They didn't hear a single sound. Ahem, we definitely did not eavesdrop, Tang Mingshang said, her little face flushed with a hint of pink, feeling a bit shy. Beside her, Du Jiro face-bombed, thinking, we haven't even been exposed yet, and we've already exposed ourselves. Tang Long couldn't help but chuckle for a moment, while Lang Tian seemed unfazed, taking his seat and starting to flip through some materials. Fortunately, Duching and Chen didn't mind. Duching helplessly said, so what if he eavesdropped? It's really nothing. It's just this brat. Seeing his crush today, feeling all sour inside, like he's eaten 100 lemons, just unbearable. Chen had a few black lines appearing on his forehead, there was no need to spread such rumors. Crush? Dujiro looked at Chen with a somewhat unfriendly gaze, aren't you with Xia Qingqing? You scumbag, you don't want to have your cake and eat it too, do you? Perhaps do. To the overwhelming amount of information earlier, Tang Mingshang and the others hadn't noticed that Chen seemed to have a girlfriend. But now that Dujiro pointed it out, Tang Mingshang and the others' eyes lit up, filled with gossiping curiosity. Chen, you found a girlfriend in Magic City? What does she look like? Do you have a photo? Xia Qingqing, that name sounds nice, she must be a great beauty. Tang Mingshang instantly transformed into a gossiping warrior, her mouth chattering away like a Gatling gun. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Chen's face, quickly followed by a wave of youthful shyness flooding his mind, leaving him a bit dazed. He awkwardly tugged at his pitch-black suit, feeling a bit hot all over, turned around, and fled towards the base's entrance without looking back. I'll head back first. By the way, you little brat, you should study the app more, I bet you haven't mastered many of its functions. Duxing's voice called out from behind, but it couldn't stop Chen's hurried steps. Tang Mingshang was too terrifying. If he stayed any longer, he might even be asked what color his underwear was. Although that sounded a bit exaggerated, it was pretty much the same. Just as he was about to walk out the door, click, the base's door swung open. Mu Huanyu collided right into Chen. Damn. Chen almost couldn't stop himself. If he hadn't managed to stop, the world-famous painting of Sasuke and Naruto would probably have to be recreated again. Mu Huanyu was taken aback. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you have a mission? Ahem, no mission, but I feel like if I don't escape now, I'll be stripped bare, Chen exaggeratedly replied. Mu Huanyu shook his head, holding a piece of paper in his hand. Chen happened to see what was written on it. It was a resignation letter. Speaking of which, Mu Huanyu was going to join the Night Watchers, so he naturally needed to resign from his current job. Mu Huanyu sighed and said to Duxing, Captain Du, I've completed my resignation procedures. You can officially join the team tomorrow. Saying this, he walked over to Duxing and submitted the resignation letter. Duxing glanced at it and nodded, a teacher from Linjian University. You're quite knowledgeable. Ha? Not bad, Mu Huanyu scratched his head, humbly replying. Compared to the rough Duxing, he certainly had to be a bit more learned. I'll be leaving now, Chen said, pushing open the base's door and leaving. Mu Huanyu curiously inquired about the earlier matter. When he heard that Chen's crush was named Wen Xiaolu, he was slightly taken aback. You know her? Duxing asked in surprise. Mu Huanyu cleared his throat, she's in my class, I was her homeroom teacher before. This. Duxing was somewhat speechless, only able to sigh that the world was so small. But Wen Xiaolu, I remember seeing her on the way, she didn't seem to be in a good state, like she had cried a lot. That's too much. Wang Fui, I hate you. What do you take me for? Once the novelty wears off, you just kick me aside like a toy you're tired of playing with? What? I spoke up for Chen, so you want to break up with me? He's just a jerk. He never even thought about marrying me, it was all a lie. Under the setting sun, on an old and somewhat dilapidated winding path, Wen Xiaolu was in tears, stumbling along. Lost and disheartened. She covered her swollen face, feeling nothing but grievance and heartache. In just one day, she had been betrayed by everyone. First, her good desk mate of 3 years had an affair with her current boyfriend. Oh, now she should say ex-boyfriend. Then that bastard Wang Fui took out his anger on her, hitting her and telling her to get lost, to break up. Even boasting in front of so many classmates that she was just a toy he had grown tired of, claiming the reason for their breakup was that she was having an affair with Chen. What the hell? After that, her friends seemed to have turned into different people, their sharp and bitter words still ringing in her ears. Oh, I said, how could she attract Chen so passionately? Turns out she had a leg with him all along. How shameless, straddling two boats, isn't that embarrassing? You think Lu Chen just hit Wang Fui because he's with Wen Xiaolu? Didn't expect her to look so pure on the surface, but be so wild behind the scenes. Ah! Wen Xiaolu, unable to contain her anger, kicked a nearby trash can. Instantly, the trash spilled out, a foul stench hitting her face, nearly making her gag. She felt even more wronged, not understanding why heaven would treat her this way. Clearly, she had done nothing wrong. Hey girl, all alone? Come on, how about hitting up KTV? Perhaps all crows in the world are black, even the lines are similar. Anyway, it was the classic blonde trying to drag Wen Xiaolu into the KTV routine. As for what they wanted to do, it was obvious. Wen Xiaolu's face was sullen, her dark hair covering her somewhat quiet features, her voice carrying a hint of coldness. Get lost. I'm not in the mood to argue with you bunch of trash. Oh, trash, that's right, we are trash, we are invincible big trash, so what? Yeah, we're trash, and you're a trash can, you deserve to be filled by us. You look like you've just been dumped, huh? Hee hee, you're crying so badly, you must have been abandoned, right? What's the deal, in the end, aren't you just trash too? Trash gathers with trash, that's how it is. Why be so unhappy? Come play with the brothers, I guarantee you'll be happy riding the roller coaster in no time. As they spoke, a few classic skinned blondes grabbed Wen Xiaolu's wrist, trying to pull her into the KTV. I said no. Get off me. Although Wen Xiaolu looked somewhat weak, she had quite a bit of strength, shaking off the blonde's grip in 2 moves, then trying to run away. However, after just a couple of steps, she felt her hair being violently yanked, her whole body leaning back uncontrollably. Behind her, a few mocking voices rang out, run, even if we give you 5 meters, you won't get far. We've got you today. Get lost. Or I'll report you for assault. Wen Xiaolu was like a shrimp thrown into boiling water, twisting her body, one hand still swinging at the blonde. Women encountering such situations fall into 2 categories, either they go numb or they fight back fiercely. Bang, a loud thud echoed. Wen Xiaolu was momentarily stunned, feeling the grip on her hair vanish. She slowly raised her head in shock, looking at the scene before her. On the somewhat dilapidated street, by the corner where the stinking garbage pile was, there stood another blonde. A dark figure appeared in front of her, and with just a few swift moves, the previously arrogant blonde was immediately knocked to the ground. Upon seeing the face of the person, Wen Xiaolu felt a wave of disbelief. It was Lu Chen. How could this be? After 3 years with Lu Chen, how? Did she not know he was this strong? Could take on several people by himself? Were those rumors from 3 months ago really true? At that time, when Lu Chen was invited by Wang Lei to the alley, he really managed to walk away unscathed, and even gave them a good beating. You bastard. What business is it of yours? Damn it, do you know who we are? We are the Axe Gang. Do you dare meddle in our affairs? Smack, Lu Chen slapped him. The yellow-haired guy turned his head, his face instantly swollen and red, his eyes rolling back as he was knocked unconscious by a single slap. It was quite decisive. During the whole process, Lu Chen didn't say a word. After finishing all this, Lu Chen slowly took out his phone. Hello? Is this Teen Shi? In front of the Manhwa KTV on Longtu Street, there are a few yellow-haired guys committing crimes, and I caught them red-handed. You should come and arrest them, they probably have some drugs or something on them. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, then a quick shout. Yes. Comrade Lu, I will send someone over to capture them right away. Okay, I'll leave them in front of the trash can at the KTV entrance, all unconscious, all yellow-haired with tattoos. Got it, Comrade Lu. By the way, Comrade Lu, I have news about the 2 people you asked me to investigate last time. Lu Chen was taken aback and asked, what's the matter? Are their identities clear? Their identities are quite clear. Li Nishuang was abandoned by his parents at a young age and grew up in an orphanage. After growing up, he worked as a waiter in a cafe and did some odd jobs in between. Chui Sihai is from Mongshan City, grew up in a village, and is a simple and honest person. After coming down from the mountain, he did various odd jobs in the city, and even worked as a barbecue chef in a certain barbecue restaurant for several years. Did you find out why they came to Lehigh? Well, there's no way to check that. Maybe they just thought Lehigh is at least a 1st or 2nd tier city, and the salary is decent. That's true, then goodbye. Alright. With that, Lu Chen hung up the phone and glanced at Wen Xiaolu, who was standing there, somewhat at a loss. He didn't know what to say. The 2 of them fell into silence. Lu Chen rubbed his nose. I just happened to pass by. Oh. Wen Xiaolu lowered her head, her expression dejected, carrying a hint of gloom. Why are you walking alone? Why isn't that guy Wang Fui with you? As soon as he said this, Lu Chen regretted it. He suddenly remembered that just a few hours ago, he had slapped Wang Fui several times. Thinking back, it was something he hadn't dared to do months ago. When Xiaolu sniffled, took out a pack of tissues from her bag, pulled out a sheet, and started to blow her nose. Well, I have to say, even when a beautiful person blows their nose, it doesn't make one feel too disgusted. Instead, it adds a touch of fragility that makes one want to step forward and comfort them. When Xiaolu cleared her throat, turned her head, and said bluntly, I broke up with Wang Fui. To be precise, I was dumped by Wang Fui. Was I blind to agree to date a scumbag? I thought that since we had seen each other a few times since childhood, we could be considered childhood sweethearts. I thought he would let me love him without worry, but the reality is, I was abandoned, like a toy that has been played with and casually thrown into the trash. Upon hearing this, Chen felt quite complicated inside for a moment. He wanted to jump up and curse like a protagonist in a light novel, saying, "Oh, now you regret it? Where were you before? Oh, who told you not to choose yourself back then?" But Chen wouldn't say these things. First, because saying such things would be kicking someone when they're down, and while it might feel good to say, it would only be temporary. Second, because he himself didn't seem to feel any better, and instead felt a bit sad like when Xiaolu. He originally thought that although Wang Fui had interfered, it might still be a decent ending for Wen Xiaolu. At least Wang Fui was wealthy. And he looked decent, with a sharp mind. But listening to Wen Xiaolu's lament, Chen realized he was wrong. Some people will never cherish those they love. When they stop loving, they will cruelly abandon them, just like someone who adopts a kitten out of novelty, but then discards it because they can't stand the mess it makes. That's really a cliché, just like some plots in TV dramas. Chen sighed. When Xiaolu gave a self-deprecating smile, TV dramas come from life, and life is often more absurd. Chen. I'm sorry. Suddenly, when Xiaolu said this abrupt and disjointed phrase, Chen was taken aback, feeling somewhat at a loss. This apology came too suddenly. He only heard when Xiaolu continue, I actually know you like me. Chen's steps came to a complete halt, and he slowly turned to look at Wen Xiaolu, but all he felt was the irony in her voice. See, I told you she was just playing with you on purpose. She's no different from Wang Fui, it's just karma. Now that she's fallen out with Wang Fui, she's eagerly come to find you as a backup. A whisper rose from the depths of his heart, inappropriate for the moment. Chen shook his head, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. What does your apology mean now? It means nothing. I'm just a bit regretful. I chose the one I love, but I didn't choose the one who loves me. When Xiaolu walked on, hands behind her back, facing the darkness, 2 lines of tears traced down her cheeks, eventually falling onto the cold ground. The sunset's glow illuminated her long black hair, casting a soft flaxen hue. Ding ding ding, the ringtone of her phone shattered when Xiaolu's emotional moment. Chen pulled out his phone from his pocket, and there it was, glaringly displaying 3 words. Xia Qianqing. He glanced at Wen Xiaolu, then back at the name on the screen. It felt as if the gears of fate were turning again, and this time the choice would be his to make. Just as Wen Xiaolu had said earlier. Choose the one who loves me, or choose the one I love. Sorry, I need to take a call. Is it your parents? No, it's not, it's my girlfriend's call. Oh, is that so? When Xiaolu's voice trembled slightly, people do change, after all. Hello? What are you doing? Didn't we agree to call each other tonight? By the way, have you officially started your job? I heard you have 4 days off. Hearing Xia Qianqing's words, Chen rubbed his nose, suddenly remembering. After the newcomer assessment, they had given a 7-day holiday. However, he hadn't really rested much in the past few days. Just yesterday, he had directly taken on the role of inspector. I started yesterday, it might be because the position is a bit special, so I began early, Chen explained. So eager? It's just a team leader, right? There are so many team leaders in the region, is it necessary to rush? Starting so many days early, I was hoping you'd come to Island City to see me. There's a nice Western restaurant here, and I was thinking of trying it with you. Why don't you come find me? The barbecue at my family's place is also really good. Chen smiled, holding the phone, chuckling. On the other end, Xia Qianqing laughed lightly. Are you planning for me to come over like a little lamb just to be devoured by you, the big black wolf? Looking at the familiar yet strange man in a black suit under the sunset, when Xiaolu felt a pang of sadness in her nose. Why, hadn't she noticed before that Chen had quite a masculine charm? He had always liked to quietly watch her. But now, that gaze no longer belonged to her. She left without a word, perhaps feeling unworthy of Chen. In fact, even she felt she had no right to win Chen back. In the end, she could only leave in disgrace. Watching her departing figure, a complex emotion flickered in Chen's eyes. He sincerely wished Wen Xiao happiness. However, it was regrettable that he could not give her happiness. Because once missed, it was truly missed. Compared to the past, the present was more worthy of cherishing. Bang Yi family. The glass teacup was thrown to the ground by Yi Bingtang, splashing tea onto Yi Xiong's pants. Yi Bingtang's face was as cold as frost. Who told you to touch my team members? Yi Xiong, let me tell you, if you dare to lay a finger on anyone in my group, I will never marry, even if it costs me my life. Then you might as well die. A ghost marriage is still a marriage. Yi Xiong sneered, leaning back against the black leather sofa, exuding an icy demeanor. Yi Bingtang felt a cold laugh in her heart. Yes. This man places family interests above all else, seeing only the rise and fall of the family. For the sake of the family's reputation and the benefits of marriage alliances, he can unhesitatingly sacrifice his daughter's happiness and future. In family matters, he may be a respected leader, but at home, he is a cold-hearted tyrant. He views his daughters as potential threats, believing that once they marry, they could become traitors to the family. This twisted notion might lead him to prefer his daughters dead rather than see them live and betray the family. However, despite such thoughts, he could never truly bring himself to end his daughter's life. So now, is he impatiently trying to drive her to death? Yi Bingtang looked at her father, who sat on the sofa with an air of superiority, and her mind raced through the memories of her life with this father. Dad, hug me. Bingtang, you should be more composed. As a daughter of the Yi family, you should be able to hold up a banner on your own. In the beginning, this man had a bit of warmth. But when did the change happen? Oh, Yi Bingtang remembered. It was when her second sister betrayed him. She disappointed me so much. As my Yi Xiong's daughter, I thought she would be smart. But now she doesn't listen to me. She's just like a married daughter, water that has been spilled. Yi Bingtang, will you also be like this in the future? Ha! Dad. Bingtang is a smart person. Even if I marry, I am still a member of the Yi family. The family's rise and fall is linked to my value. I won't be like my second sister, tying myself up. Yes, that's my good daughter. Come here, Bingtang, let Dad give you a good hug. You're so smart, remember what you said today, pinky swear. At that time, she naively thought it was truly her second sister's fault. But later, she realized she was wrong. She felt like a canary raised in a cage. She grew up, and the cage became a bit too small. She gradually became disobedient, just like her second sister. Who told you to join Qianye? Yi Bingtang, do you think that just because you awakened your abilities, you can do whatever you want? Or do you want to betray me like your second sister? Dad. I just want to see a broader world. Slap, you're talking nonsense. The sky of the Yi family is already vast enough. You just want to betray me. Betrayal. But isn't it because you betrayed me first, choosing the family? You gave us life, and now you should grant us freedom. But unfortunately, this is not the world of Detroit. Become human. She is not an AI robot. Nor can she gather strength to shout and scream. She was just a pitiful canary trapped in a cage. One day, she would be given away to someone else by her father. And that was her fate. Is that so, then? I might as well die, Yi Bingtang said with a faint, bitter smile, as a sharp ice crystal formed in her hand, aimed straight at her throat. Whoosh! A cigar wrapped in ice suddenly shot out from Yi Xiong's fingers, shattering the ice crystal in Yi Bingtang's hand. The aroma of the cigar traced a nearly perfect arc through the living room, the dark red ash still lingering within the ice crystal, and the fragrance instantly filled the room. The cigar emitted a refreshing scent, which only made Yi Bingtang feel suffocated as it wafted in front of her nose. Then came Yi Xiong's cold voice. Enough, stop pretending. You know I won't just stand by and watch you die in front of me. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. Hey, Yi Xiong raised his phone and glanced at Yi Bingtang. As for the targeted plan, it's temporarily shelved. Don't make it so serious. I never intended to do anything to them. I just wanted to transfer them away from Linjiang. As for the people in your group, since you're my daughter, I'll let it go and not target them. But if they insist on opposing me, I won't hold back. As for Lu Chen, that ignorant kid will eventually die in the position of inspector. If you want him to live, then let him step down, so he doesn't end up blaming me in the end. I've already given him a chance to live. If he doesn't cherish it, that's his own death wish. Yi Bingtang's delicate body trembled slightly, and she clenched the ice crystal in her hand. A laughable act of defiance. In the face of true power, it was insignificant. The image of that somewhat comical boy flashed through her mind. The boy who sat in the passenger seat, crying in frustration for not confessing his feelings. The boy who cried against the iron gate after having his love snatched away. Of course, when they first met, Lu Chen wasn't that tearful, he looked more like a troublemaker. But who would have thought this boy would transform into an inspector 3 months later? It was simply unbelievable. In the evening, under the old, yellowed lights, Hello? Manager. Hello, manager. As Lu Chen pushed open the door and returned to the store, he heard the familiar voices of Li Mijuan and Chui Sihai. Knowing their backgrounds were clean, Lu Chen relaxed a bit. Work hard, and I'll give you a raise this month, Lu Chen said with a smile. At that moment, he seemed like a boss who enjoyed making grand promises, painting dreams for his subordinates. However, Lu Chen's promises were not just empty words, he truly intended to deliver. Thank you, manager. Li Mijuan glanced at Lu Chen with her beautiful eyes and said coldly. How much of a raise, manager? Chui Sihai chuckled. A secret, depends on your efforts, Lu Chen replied, as if he had transformed into a landlord, starting to paint. An illusory dream. He cheerfully walked up to the second floor. But this demeanor made Chui Sihai's lips twitch slightly. The manager is getting all capitalistic now, not cute anymore. When was he ever cute? He just knows how to be a hands-off manager, Li Mijuan shot a glance at Chui Sihai. Annoyed as she skewered meat on a stick. It's fine, I think the manager doesn't have any bad intentions, just busy most of the time, Chui Sihai said. With a smile. Li Mijuan rolled her eyes but said nothing more. At this moment, on the second floor. What's so special about it? Isn't it just points and a mall? Speaking of which, I should also improve my cultivation. I wonder how many ability points I can gain from it. Wait, what's that red thing? Lu Chen held his phone, his gaze gradually focusing on my bounty. Lu Chen clicked to open it. Immediately, several pop-up windows appeared. Congratulations, you have hunted the Divine Fox, completing a captain-level kill mission, and earned 100 contribution points. Congratulations, you have hunted the Blood Azura, completing a captain-level kill mission, and earned 100 contribution points. Congratulations, you have hunted the Horseface, completing a major captain-level kill mission, and excellently completed the task of exterminating the sub-base of the Senshin Court, earning 900 contribution points. Currently known Senshin Court Captains, 1000 Faces, 100. Poisons, Green Thunder, currently known Senshin Court Major Captains, Bullhead, Judge, Mad Doctor, detected that you are an inspector, scanning recent activities in Linjiang. In the south of Linjiang City, at 3 o'clock last night, there was an ability fluctuation. On Luyuan Street. Captain Tang Tian had previously surveyed the area with no findings, suspected to be an awakened. In the suburbs of Linjiang, multiple people have gone missing in the rural area. Captain Song Tianbao went to investigate and has been missing for 12 hours. If he remains missing for 24 hours, all members of Linjiang will be notified. Song Tianbao, please take note. In the deep forest of the Back Mountain Inn, the suburbs of Linjiang, unidentified fluctuations have appeared, and the current situation is unknown, requiring personnel deployment. Good heavens! Is this a divine artifact for taking on missions? Lu Chen smiled in astonishment. However, looking at the messages displayed above, Lu Chen's expression grew increasingly serious. Multiple people missing in the rural suburbs, Captain Song Tianbao's investigation yielded no results, and he has been missing for 12 hours. Who could cause such a large-scale disappearance? It's obvious. Who else but that group of lunatics from the Senshin Court would have the time to abduct so many ordinary people? It seems the Senshin Court is making a comeback, Lu Chen continued to ponder over the app in his hand. He exited the bounty section and opened the shop he had known about earlier. Lu Chen had been putting off one thing. That was to enhance his own cultivation. His current cultivation was still too weak. Just at the Qi condensation stage. And what comes next? Qi condensation, foundation establishment, spirit sea, golden core, nascent soul, transformation. He still had a long way to go on the path of cultivation. No time to waste. Lu Chen began to spend in the shop. The shop was indeed dazzling, and Lu Chen didn't know what to buy. In the end, he could only ask Duching. After all, the only one who could help in this area was Duching. What? You want to buy spiritual plants from the shop to enhance your cultivation? You've come to the right person. Although my cultivation is only at the spirit sea stage, I have seen and learned a lot. To enhance your cultivation, you need to start with small supplements and work your way up to big ones. Blood Spirit Mushroom, tenure, plus silver. Frost Dew as auxiliary materials. 7 days of Qi condensation will create a vortex, with a several-fold increase in spiritual energy absorption rate. After taking it, an ordinary person can reach foundation establishment within half a year without harming their foundation. From foundation establishment to spirit sea, you should buy earth vein spirit milk, requires collection on a full moon night, plus golden pattern ginseng as a medicinal guide, then brew it with hot water for a month, and you can reach the spirit sea stage in a few years. Duxing's voice came through the phone. And then? What do you need from spirit sea to golden core? Lu Chen asked. Duching's voice carried a hint of a sigh. Do you think everyone has 1100 points like you? Blood Spirit Mushroom costs 200 points, Silver Frost Dew and other materials 100 points, Earth Vein Spirit Milk. Full Moon version, 500 points, and Golden Pattern Ginseng another 300 points. You've run out of points. Oh, fine. Lu Chun shrugged. As for saving points to spend when he reaches the Spirit Sea? Don't be ridiculous. Points are not something you can just have at hand, right? Lu Chun shook his head. By the time he reaches the Spirit Sea, he wouldn't even know how many points he had. It's better to enhance his strength now. After all, points are illusory, but strength is real. The call ended, and Lu Chen swiped his finger to quickly purchase the herbs mentioned by Du Xing. He wasn't arrogant enough to think his knowledge surpassed that of the experienced elders. After filling in the address information, he paid a total of 1,100 contribution points, and a box popped up immediately. Ding! Congratulations on ordering Blood Spirit Mushroom, 10-year version, Earth Vein Spirit Milk, Full Moon version, etc., expected to be delivered tomorrow morning. A hint of astonishment appeared on Lu Chen's face. Was this some express delivery? So fast? Well, in modern society, especially from an official source, speed is naturally emphasized. It wouldn't do to be as slow as a turtle, right? Beep beep beep, the phone rang. Lu Chen picked it up. It was Xia Qianqing. Hello? Lu Chen, isn't your birthday the day after tomorrow? How do you know? Cough cough, it's a secret. Do you have any gifts you want? Xia Qianqing's voice continued from the other end of the line. Lu Chen slightly pursed his lips, revealing a hint of a smile. I see that it's popular to give knitted items online. How about you knit me a scarf? A scarf? It's almost summer, what do you need a scarf for? I don't want that, it's too much trouble. Xia Qianqing's voice sounded a bit impatient from the other end of the line. Lu Chen chuckled. Alright, it's time to sleep, good night. Oh, refusing to talk. And just going to sleep? How heartless. Beep beep beep, Xia Qianqing hung up the phone. Lu Chen stared at the screen showing the call ended. Somewhat lost in thought. He had almost forgotten that his birthday was coming up. In previous years, his mom would notify him a few days in advance. And now, how should he spend this year's birthday? Celebrating the new year in the Magic City, just didn't mention it, Ababa, it's the second year now. The next morning, an employee dressed in a certain express delivery uniform arrived at Old Lu Barbecue Restaurant with a large box. Hello? This is a delivery for Mr. Lu, and it requires his signature. Alright, please wait a moment, I'll notify the manager. Li Mijuan's voice remained cold as she spoke. She walked towards the second floor. On the second floor, Lu Chen had just woken up. He took off his pajamas and changed into a simple American-style black hoodie and a pair of loose-fitting sweatpants. Click, the door rang. Li Mijuan walked into the room. She glanced at Lu Chen, who was only in his underwear and pulling up his pants. A hint of unnatural stiffness flashed across her face but was quickly suppressed. Her voice remained cold as she said, Your delivery has arrived, come down to get it. After speaking, she closed the door like a robot. The astonishment on Lu Chen's face froze. It wasn't. Never mind, he was just in his underwear, it wasn't a big deal. Lu Chen forced a smile, put on his pants, and walked out the door as if nothing had happened, running downstairs. The key point now was that the delivery had arrived. True to form, the official service was impressively fast. Lu Chen reached the entrance and saw a sizable box being held by a person in a certain express delivery uniform. Mr. Lu, your delivery, the courier called out. Lu Chen stepped forward. The courier took out a piece of white paper. Please sign for acceptance. Okay. Lu Chen flamboyantly wrote down his name. He then hugged the box and ran back upstairs. Lu Chen decided to enter seclusion to improve his cultivation. The matters concerning the Yi family were enough to sound the alarm for him. Lin Xiang was not as peaceful as it seemed. The deep sea beasts lurking beneath might be even more powerful than he imagined. For now, he could only focus on enhancing his cultivation. Where is Song Tianbao? A teasing voice rose in his heart. He has been missing for 12 hours. Are you planning to ignore it? Do you know that your neglect could lead to his death? Hearing the voice in his heart, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. You are mistaken. I haven't been neglectful. Have you forgotten what my current identity is? I am not alone now. The power of the inspector is comparable to that of a captain. In other words, whatever the captain can do, Lu Chen can do as well. He took out his phone and made a call. Hello? Hi, this is Lu Chen. Regarding Comrade Song Tianbao, I believe you have seen the situation. An elderly voice came from the other end of the line. That's right, I saw it, but it hasn't been 24 hours yet. I don't plan to take immediate action because there have been many such blunders in the past. Could you send a few teams to investigate the area? Where Comrade Song Tianbao went missing? That shouldn't be a problem, right? A few teams? They have left, and the defense in their jurisdiction will be weakened. At most, I can send one team. One team. That's right, and I will send Duching because he possesses immortality, making him the one with the least risk. Lu Chen fell silent. Sending one team significantly increased the risk. I understand, Sai, in 24 hours, I will go to the rural outskirts with Duching to investigate. Okay, I'll wait for your call, Inspector Lu. Captain Feng, goodbye. See you. Beep beep beep. Lu Chen had no time to waste now. He needed to quickly enhance his cultivation. He took a fruit knife from the room and swiftly opened the package. Inside lay the vibrant blood spirit mushroom, earth vein spirit milk, and more. Lu Chen took a deep breath, grabbed the blood spirit mushroom, and popped it into his mouth. The corpse eater did not activate. However, the blood spirit mushroom immediately took effect, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted from Lu Chen's abdomen, flowing into his meridians and organs. Lu Chen then stuffed the silver frost dew into his mouth. Instantly, the overwhelming spiritual energy in his abdomen encountered some kind of restraint, beginning to compress and squeeze, no longer leaking from Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen sat cross-legged again and began to operate the swallowing void evil refining technique. Gradually, black evil fire seeped from every pore of his body. A brilliant white light erupted from him. The white radiance intertwined with the pitch-black evil fire, repeatedly burning and rebirthing flesh and blood. Pain. It was excruciatingly painful. It felt like countless ants were gnawing at the flesh beneath his skin, both itchy and painful. But conversely, Lu Chen could feel the spiritual energy within him surging, transforming into a foundation. At this moment, Lu Chen's entire being became a vortex, drawing in the spiritual energy from a kilometer radius in an instant, devouring it all. He gradually entered a state of oblivion. The spiritual energy entered Lu Chen's body like a child seeing their father, obediently lining up in an orderly fashion, one after another. Early stage of qi condensation. Mid stage of qi condensation. Late stage of qi condensation. Foundation establishment. Success. Lu Chen's hands moved swiftly, pulling the earth vein spirit milk from the box and instinctively downing it in one go. The golden pattern. Ginseng was also consumed without hesitation, swallowed whole. They say to accompany it with hot water. But Lu Chen used black evil fire instead. The amount that was supposed to be soaked for a month was all consumed by Lu Chen in one go. The spiritual energy revived like a dragon, erupting from Lu Chen's abdomen. But immediately after, a black tiger phantom emerged around him, enveloping him. It actually locked in the leakage of spiritual energy while allowing the incoming spiritual energy to flow in without obstruction. Not only that, after enduring the burning of Lu Chen's black evil fire, the black tiger's phantom became even purer, gradually shifting from black to white. The tiger's eyes became increasingly spirited, letting out a low growl, then guarding Lu Chen like a sentinel. The pitch-black color on its body gradually faded, replaced by white fur. If Lu Chen saw this white tiger, he would surely be startled. This was exactly the white tiger he had observed in the heaven-swallowing white tiger painting months ago. Ding, the pitch-black tiger undergoes a transformation. Reinitialized panel, heaven-swallowing white tiger. Shadow tiger phantom. Condenses the shadowy fierce tiger phantom, transforming the area within 3 feet into a vacuum domain. When protecting the body, it is as if forged from black iron. Its claws can shred black steel, and when the phantom roars, it can shatter the 5 senses. Heaven-swallowing white tiger. Its roar shakes the heavens, a flash of white shadow. Highly compatible with the host's cultivation technique, the golden radiance protects the body. As solid as black iron, and when internal energy transforms into claws, it can tear apart black steel. When the phantom roars, it can shatter the 5 senses. All techniques have their power amplified threefold. Claws drawn always see blood, and claws retracted can protect the heart. At this moment, Lu Chen was immersed in his cultivation. He only knew he had to break through his cultivation level quickly. Foundation establishment early stage. Foundation establishment mid stage. Foundation establishment late stage. Pinnacle. Boom, 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 the vast sea of spiritual energy seemed to finally find an entrance, surging into the foundation of Lu Chen's abdomen, transforming into the sea of spiritual energy. Thus, the realm of the sea of spiritual energy was established. The spiritual milk from the earth veins and the golden pattern ginseng burst forth with even denser spiritual energy. The purity was several times greater than the spiritual energy absorbed from the surrounding kilometer. It could be said that Lu Chen was now absorbing the spiritual energy within a 10-kilometer radius. Ordinary people absorbing this spiritual energy would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. But, undying, granted Lu Chen a terrifying regenerative power far beyond that of ordinary people. The spiritual energy rampaged through Lu Chen's foundation like a flood, violently expanding the edges of the sea of spiritual energy. Lu Chen endured the pain of regeneration and destruction that ordinary people could not withstand. But what he gained was also visibly substantial. The spiritual energy within him surged like a true ocean, tumultuous and roaring. If an ordinary person's sea of spiritual energy resembled a temporarily stored lake, calm and undisturbed, then Lu Chen's sea of spiritual energy was a raging ocean, sweeping with waves, as if it were a vast and mighty sea, endless and boundless. Inside the old road barbecue restaurant. Downstairs, while skewering meat, Li Mijuan paused slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face. This aura. It must be an illusion. Beside her, Chui Sihai's honest expression vanished, his face growing heavy, but it really does feel too similar. Could it be that Lu Chen is the leader's illegitimate child? The leader is too. Shut up. You fool. The leader cannot have children, he is perfect, a deity, and deities do not bear offspring. Li Mijuan's voice grew increasingly cold, her eyes seeming to harbor a venomous snake. As long as Chui Sihai dared to defy her words, she would not hesitate to deliver a blow that would leave a lasting mark on him. Chui Sihai's momentum faltered. Just do your job. I'm still waiting for this month's bonus, so I can go to the foot massage parlor. Heh, vulgar. Li Mijuan rolled her eyes, speechless. How could he have the audacity to say the words foot massage parlor? His skin was truly thick. At this moment, it was already evening. A few minutes later, footsteps were heard from upstairs. Lu Chen, dressed in a pitch-black American hoodie and loose black pants, said nothing as he quickly moved towards the door and pushed it open. I told you. Wait until I contact you before sending them out. Inspector Lu, please mind your tone. I am fighting alongside you, not as your subordinate. You have no right to shout at me. Beep beep beep. Lu Chen decisively hung up the phone, using his own words to counter himself. What a jerk. Just moments ago, after finishing his cultivation, Lu Chen learned from a phone call with Fang Ping that Duching had already set out for the location ahead of time, accompanied by Du Jiro. Because Du Jiro also possessed Undying, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh in anger. Having Undying meant being cannon fodder, right? A bunch of bastards. Beep beep beep, the number you dialed is turned off. Can't get through. 2 hours ago. After receiving the notification, Duching took Du Jiro and drove to their destination. It was a somewhat dilapidated rural area. The broken concrete road mixed with gravel, and the utility poles under the dim night light hinted at something eerie. Whose sweetheart, wait for Dad in the car. I'm going to check things out. Duching called out as he pushed open the car door. However, the next second, Du Jiro appeared beside him, a hint of helplessness flashing across her face. Leave me behind? Are you waiting to be picked off one by one? If we're going in, we go in together, okay? She held a lollipop in one hand, her dark hair blowing in the wind as she pressed down on her black leather baseball cap. The lollipop went back into her mouth. Let's go, I'm not as weak as you think. I'm a cultivator, not an ordinary person. Without any means. You child, really? Duching was speechless, realizing what Du Jiro meant halfway through his sentence. He slowly shook his head. Worrying only complicates things. Besides, leaving you here is even more dangerous. What else? Do you want to put on a show of protecting your daughter? If there really is a problem here, leaving me alone in the car would be the most dangerous. How stupid. Du Jiro retorted. Who are you? A little boy in a red cloak, wearing a white and blue striped shirt and black shorts, pointed a wooden sword at Duching and Du Jiro. What do you want? Du Jiro raised an eyebrow. What's it to you, little brat? It's almost night, and you're not going home. Be careful of human traffickers taking you away, so you'll never see your parents again. What a fierce big sister. So fierce, so fierce. The little brat took a step back, shrugged his shoulders, and then shouted towards the village. There are strange uncles, and a really fierce big sister. Woo woo woo. They're bullying people. Damn. Du Jiro was dumbfounded. Duching covered his forehead with one hand, a strange expression on his face. Before long, the village was bustling. A group of middle-aged men armed with various shovels, forks, and sickles, carrying flashlights, came out. What are you doing? Wearing all black leather, are you an exhibitionist? At first glance, you're not good people. Damn, so many people have gone missing recently. It might be them. Exactly. We can't let them go. Capture them and hand them over to the police. They might be human traffickers. Hearing the villager's words, Du Jiro glanced at Duching beside her, a look of disdain on her face. Really? Exhibitionist. Hee hee, it's not like you. Didn't bring this on yourself, but it's also a good opportunity to ask them if they know anything about Song Tianbao, Duching said. What are you mumbling about? Don't move. Did you hear me? The village chief of Shijia village shouted, pointing at Duxing's nose. Duxing cleared his throat and took out a small notebook from his pocket. Don't misunderstand, we are police officers here to investigate the recent cases of missing persons. Police? You say you're police, so you're police? Shidalii, the village chief, sneered. Shidalii walked up to Duxing. Where's your little black book? Let me see. Duxing opened the small black book. It clearly stated, Special Operations Management Organization, along with a large red official seal. Wow, looks just like the real thing. Shidalii said in surprise. Come on. It is real. Duxing thought to himself. Officer, what brings you to our Shijia village? You don't need to come at night to investigate missing persons, do you? Shidalii asked. Come on, let's talk inside. Shidalii said, leading Duxing and the others into the village, into the courtyard of the village committee. He pulled Duxing to sit at a stone table. In the courtyard, a yellowed lamp illuminated everything nearby. To be honest, the recent missing persons cases in our Shi family village have been endless. Not long ago, the child of Shi Ergo went missing. We thought it was just a simple case of a child wandering off, and we searched for a whole day before realizing it might really be a human trafficker. After that, Shi Ergo himself disappeared. The strangest part is that ever since then, when night falls and everything is quiet, the village dogs start barking like crazy. It's truly terrifying. Now the whole village is on edge. Unable to sleep peacefully, fearing that a thief might break into their homes. Today, we deliberately set a trap. We had our weapons ready and waited at home. As soon as Xiaoming calls for help, we'll rush out and catch that trafficker. After hearing the village chief's words, Duxing couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. It turned out that the child was a bait set up by the village chief and the others. This was truly dangerous. If those people from the Senshin court got involved, it would be like sending meat buns to a dog, no return. Of course, the village chief and the others thought it was a human trafficker, so they naturally had no excessive concerns in that regard. They were probably pushed to the edge. After all, not only were children being stolen, but even adults were not spared. Who knows whose husband, wife, or child would be the next to go missing? Ahem, may I ask your surname? Shidalii smiled. Duxing raised an eyebrow. No need for formality, my surname is Du. Alright, Officer Du, please sit here for a moment while I go get some tea, Shidalii said with a smile as he walked into the nearby office building. The moment he entered the office building, Shidalii made a phone call. The name displayed on the phone was 2 characters. Shibin. Hello? Nephew, there have been a lot of disappearances in our Shi family village lately, right? A suspicious person showed up tonight, and I don't think he's a good person. Dressed in a black leather coat, bare arm, covered in tattoos, he looks like nothing good. He even claims to be from your police station, saying his surname is Du. Surname Du? On the other end of the line, Shibin was slightly taken aback. He couldn't recall anyone in the station with the surname Du, but why did this description sound so familiar? It was as if he had heard it somewhere before. Wait. Du Shangji. What is he doing here? But whatever it must be something significant. It might even involve extraordinary events. What? Don't you recognize him? I knew this guy was a fraud. He made a fake ID that looks real, but real police officers wouldn't be so reckless. Hurry up and send someone to arrest him, I'll keep him occupied. I guarantee he won't escape. Shidalii spoke confidently, like a detective who could see through everything. On the other end of the line, Shibin rubbed his forehead, thinking, you really know how to make a scene. No wonder they say the old are spicier than the young. But you've really picked the wrong target. Nephew, who told you he's fake? Shidalii held the phone, pausing for a few seconds. The smile on his face gradually stiffened, and he finally asked tentatively, you mean, he's real? You're joking, right? Xiaobin, this isn't a joke to make. He's not only from the station, but he also outranks me. He's from a special department. Wait, are you serious? Xiaobin? What else could it be? You must treat him well, uncle. Are you listening? A few beads of sweat appeared on Shidalii's forehead. At first, he thought having a nephew who was a team leader would make him think that the police badge in Duxing's hand was fake. After all, he had seen real ones before. But it turned out that this badge was indeed real. No wonder it looked so authentic. Now that he thought about it, he had been quite arrogant. Shidalii's old face flushed red. Fortunately, he had called his nephew first, otherwise, what a blunder it would have been, like a flood washing away one's own dragon. King Temple. That would be something. I heard you, nephew. Don't worry, I'll make sure to serve you well. I suspect the missing person's case in the village is probably related to Du's superior. Alright, uncle, with your word, I can rest easy. As Shideli slowly hung up the phone, he walked towards the office, starting to rummage through drawers. Where did I put my treasured Dihong Pao? Where could it be? About 10 minutes later, Shideli came over holding a fine porcelain jar. The glaze of the jar was warm and jade-like, with a few elegant landscape paintings adorning it, showcasing its exquisite craftsmanship. He carefully placed the jar on the tea table, gently opened the lid, revealing the treasured Dihong Pao tea leaves inside. This is my cherished Dihong Pao. Although it's not of the highest grade, it's still a good entry-level tea, and it doesn't come cheap, over 1,000 yuan. Shideli smiled slightly, a hint of pride in his tone. I can hardly bear to drink it more than a few times a year, but today I specially brought it out to treat you. He took 2 large tea bowls for Duching and Du. These bowls were made of Jingdezhen blue and white porcelain, wide-mouthed for easy tasting, with a few elegant orchids painted on the sides, exuding simplicity. Look at this, now that's a person of taste. Next, Shideli took a large handful of Dihong Pao from the jar. The tea leaves were tightly rolled, dark in color, and emitted a faint rock fragrance. He placed the tea leaves into the teapot, his movements skilled. Here, let me brew it for you. He first rinsed the tea utensils with hot water, warming the cups and ensuring everything was clean and at the right temperature. Then, he added the tea leaves to the teapot and poured in boiling water, the water stream flowing into the pot like a silver snake, the tea leaves rolling and unfurling in the water, releasing their fragrance. Moments later, he poured the tea into a fairness cup, the tea displaying a bright orange-yellow color, its aroma wafting through the air. He picked up the fairness cup and poured tea into Duching and Du's bowls, filling them to just 7/10 full, leaving 3/10 for sentiment. Please enjoy the tea. Shideli presented the tea bowls with both hands, his tone sincere, a gentle smile on his face. Duching and Du accepted the bowls, gently blowing on the surface of the tea before taking small sips. The tea was rich and smooth, with a distinct rock charm and a lingering sweetness that left a lasting impression. This tea is really good, village head. Your tea skills are impressive. Duching praised. Oh, it's nothing much, just a little understanding. The main thing is that this tea is good. Shideli humbly emphasized the tea's value. Shideli continued, good tea needs to be paired with good people to truly appreciate it. Ordinary folks wouldn't understand this, right? If you like it, I'll give you this entire jar. Come on. Duching slowly shook his head. He wasn't here tonight to rob or take advantage. He had a mission tonight. Duching didn't pursue that line of conversation but instead asked about Song Tianbao. Village head, I'm here tonight to investigate the recent missing person's case in the village. But before that, I need you to help me with something. Just give the orders. I will absolutely follow the superiors' arrangements. Shideli saluted in a standard military manner. It was somewhat amusing. Village head, do you recognize this person on the screen? Duching took out his phone and pulled up a photo of Song Tianbao, asking. Shideli focused his gaze, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. I don't know him. I don't recall having seen him. But wait. I'll gather the villagers and ask, maybe they know. With that, Shideli went out for a moment. About half an hour later, the people in the village committee were gradually dispersing. The surrounding air grew increasingly chilly. Du held the tea bowl in her hands, feeling a wave of unease. The people around are gradually disappearing. Just as Du was about to ask if there was something wrong with the village, a voice interrupted her. Hey, Officer Du, it's like the flood has washed away the Dragon King temple and you don't recognize your own people. Comrade Song Tianbao, we recently caught him as a human trafficker. We took him to the back mountain. Both Du and Officer Du raised their eyebrows. Officer Du spoke first, village chief, you've been gone quite a while. But didn't you say you hadn't seen him? How come you can even call out his name now? Changed your tune? The village chief broke out in a few beads of sweat, waving his hand. I was just afraid you'd blame me. After discussing with the villagers, we ultimately decided to tell you. As he spoke, the village chief walked towards Du and Officer Du just when the three were about 5 meters apart. Du asked coldly, stop. How do you know my father's name? I remember, you only knew one surname, right? White Tiger's true gang sword technique. Officer Du drew the long knife from his waist and suddenly slashed towards the village chief in front of him. Instantly, under the dark moonlit night, a blinding white light flashed through the somewhat desolate village committee. The long knife sliced through the village chief's afterimage, ultimately striking the ground and creating a large pit. The surrounding stone tables were also affected, collapsing as a result. The tea bowl and Dihong Pao on the table were all knocked to the ground. The village chief suddenly changed shape, twisting his waist, transforming into a man in a white coat with a blank mask on his face. Have you seen through me? It seems you are a bit smarter than the last one. Chen Mian mocked with a smile. 2 more figures appeared around the empty village committee. They were also in typical white coats, wearing different masks. One was covered in blue lightning, while the other appeared unremarkable but exuded a faint fragrance. They wore a mask with a blue lightning symbol and another that was purple, resembling poison. New experimental material, have you taken the bait? Baidu picked up a folding fan, smiling slightly. The voice was a somewhat assertive female voice, which was rare. Stop wasting time with them. One in the Spirit Sea, one in Foundation Establishment, quickly deal with them and bring them back to the base. Xing Lei shouted rudely. I can't wait to see what effect the new awakening agent will have on Immortal. Do you think he will inherit the perfect efficacy without being mutated? Baidu twisted her waist, her eyes glinting like a poisonous snake as she gazed at Officer Du and Dujiro, as if they were already a dish on their plate. You're thinking too much. Immortal just has a stronger recovery ability. Isn't his mental strength still that of an ordinary person? After injecting the agent, at most, he'll become an unkillable monster. Chen Mian sneered. What are you chattering about in front of me? Officer Du shouted suddenly, taking a battle-ready stance, holding the knife with one hand. He took a deep breath, and then a radiant white light pattern flashed across his body. One of me is enough to deal with you. Whoosh! A few arcs of electricity flashed through the air. Xing Lei instantly appeared in front of Officer Du, sneering, arrogant. White Tiger's true gang sword technique. The white light flashed by. Xing Lei's arm pierced through Officer Du's abdomen, while the lone knife in Officer Du's hand dripped blood, severing one of Xing Lei's hands. This happened in almost an instant. Xing Lei's expression changed drastically as he retreated several meters. He screamed, clutching his bleeding arm. If he had been a bit more careless just now, that knife would have struck not his shoulder, but his neck. Fool! Did you forget his ability? Immortal. He can't die, as long as his will remains, he can't die. To defeat such a guy, of course, we need to attack his weak spot first. Chen Mian, you go attack that girl behind him, I'll hold him back. Baidu's voice echoed in the air. Her figure instantly appeared in front of Duching, and she didn't recklessly approach like Xing Lei, but maintained just the right distance. Within 5 meters, an eye for an eye, beyond 5 meters. What can you do to me? I've already seen through your abilities, Duching. Just wait for your daughter to be captured, by then, you should surrender with both hands, right? Repeating the scene from over a decade ago. Baidu's voice fell into Du Xing's ears, undoubtedly like a nuclear bomb exploding. You know. Of course, back then I was just a small fry, and luckily you were only focused on hunting that lord, which allowed me to escape a disaster. As Baidu spoke, a black spear formed in her hand and was suddenly thrown at Du Xing. The speed increased, yet several spears missed their target, embedding themselves in the ground. Damn it, aren't you supposed to be immortal? Why are you still dodging? If you have the guts, come at me with the spear? Baidu provoked. Hee ha ha, so there are still fish that slipped through the net? A sinister voice rolled out from Du Xing's throat. Fragments of memories in his mind gradually pieced together. Du Xing, if you don't surrender, I'll kill your wife. Ha, you actually surrender when I tell you to, useless coward. So what if I surrender? I said I wouldn't kill your wife, but I never said others couldn't kill her. No, so there are still fish that slipped through the net? As Du Xing slowly raised his head, his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. His jet-black short hair gradually transformed into long black hair reaching his back. Waves of dark malevolence surged from his body. Wait. You've gone berserk with your mutation? Oh, I remember now. The reason you defeated that lord back then was because sizzle, the white light mixed with black malevolence sliced through the night sky like an invincible sword. Baidu, suspended in midair, felt a tremor in her eyes at that moment. I was wrong. I shouldn't have used that incident to provoke him. How could I forget? He is no longer human. Swish! A crack appeared between Baidu's brows, extending down to her hips. Xing Lei and Chen Mian around her were stunned. Damn, didn't we agree it was just at the captain level? 1/ to kill Baidu, this strength is enough to rival the Golden Core, right? Damn, the intel was wrong, retreat. Chen Mian shouted. Dujiro, who was fighting with Chen Mian, was almost instantly suppressed. Foundation establishment against Spirit Sea Realm, and Dujiro had dual abilities, Immortal, plus, Inch Force. With an ordinary Foundation establishment, she would have long been defeated, but it was only up to this point. Dujiro was still somewhat lacking. Just when Chen Mian and Xing Lei thought they could retreat unscathed. Retreat? Did I let you go? Since you're here, then stay. A cold voice came from the entrance of the village committee. The next second, a void gate appeared beside Qing Lei, and a pure white tiger suddenly sprang out, its claws instantly shredding Qing Lei. That's right, it directly tore Qing Lei apart. Just like a shrimp in a meat grinder, instantly crushed. Qing Lei didn't even have time to scream. Impossible. Impossible. How could there be such a strong person in Linjiang? If Fang Ping is here, we could all escape. Damn it, my legs won't move, I can't move. Move, damn it. We're going to die. No, Huang Ting, a bolt of golden lightning shot from Lu Chen's fingertips, passing through the void gate and appearing behind Chen Mian the next second. This golden lightning instantly pierced through the back of Chen Mian's head, shattering and destroying the central nervous system in an instant. Immediately after, an arm reached through the void gate, penetrating Chen Mian's chest and extracting his heart. Lu Chen repeated this action 3 times. While eating the heart, he approached Duching and Du Jiro, and upon seeing them unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But, Team Du, you really are trendy, what's with that? Long hair? Planning to become Li Xin? A look of dumbfoundedness flashed across Du Xing's fierce face, and then his entire aura deflated, his body leaning on his knees as the dark energy surrounding him dissipated completely. In its place was the familiar Du Xing. Du Xing said irritably, what do you know, you brat? Li Xin, your grandpa. I'm still a thought demon. Hiss, seems like it doesn't matter much. Stop being so glib, where are the village chief and the others? Oh, they're outside. They didn't kill those people, probably still want to use the same trick, treating them as bait to continue attracting new awakeners. But saying that, it seems they want to catch a big fish. With such abundant bait, they wouldn't be trying to catch me, would they? Just as Lu Chen finished speaking, a small figure appeared in the night sky, wielding 2 giant axes, resembling a combination of Cheng Yaojin and Lianpa, possessing both Lianpo's powerful moves and Cheng Yaojin's slashing attacks. The figure shot down like a meteor, crashing heavily into Lu Chen's back. Inspector Lu, nice to meet you for the first time. I'm Niu Tu, the new captain of the Court of All Beings. Unfortunately, on our first meeting, you're going to be torn to pieces by me. I didn't expect that with just a little trick, I could draw you out. Prepare to die. The dual axes swung down with a fierce wind towards Lu Chen's back. However, Niu Tu underestimated Lu Chen. Even though he launched a sudden attack from the sky with all his might, in the face of absolute strength, he was nothing more than a clay chicken or a tile dog. A long knife horizontally blocked the 2 giant axes that were nearly half the size of Lu Chen. As the giant axes swung, a powerful aura erupted around them, yet the long knife remained unmoved, like a copper wall or an iron bastion. A look of disbelief appeared on Niu Tu's face as he shouted, your strength, how can it be stronger than mine? It should be noted that Niu Tu was already at the captain level, with cultivation reaching the golden core stage, and he possessed the extremely powerful ability of brutal body, greatly enhancing his strength. His 3-dimensional attributes were all at a supermodel level. It could be said that Niu Tu was definitely not to be underestimated among captain-level existences. Although he lacked long-range attack methods, the advantage of his elevated attributes was enough to place him among the top ranks. By the way, the potions from the Court of All Beings have a high probability of death and mutation, but there are also successful cases. For example, Niu Tu is one of the lucky ones who awakened the ability brutal body through the potion. He considered himself a favored child of heaven, but he didn't expect to encounter Lu Chen here. However, he was not flustered, as the effects of brutal body do not manifest immediately. The more adverse the situation, the stronger brutal body becomes. When the owner falls into a desperate situation or is provoked to a certain extent, their body enters a savage state, unleashing strength, endurance, and recovery abilities far beyond that of ordinary people, accompanied by some primitive wild characteristics, as if returning to the existence of ancient beasts, using powerful combat and survival abilities to face the crisis at hand. However, while brutal body is powerful, one must choose the right opponent. Swish, the hidden edge cleaved through the 2 giant axes like a hot knife through butter, a line of blood appearing on Niu Tu's neck. It doesn't feel that strong, huh? Lu Chen's somewhat confused voice came from behind the Minotaur. Why does it feel so weak? If the Minotaur could still talk, it would definitely curse. Damn it, is this a battle of the same level? The brutal body should have been activated. Without even activating it, he got killed, and now they're saying he's too weak? Damn. It's infuriating. He's really dead. Beside him, Du Jiro and Du Xing had their mouths agape, big enough to fit an egg. I can't believe it, Lu Chen. Did you kill the Minotaur in one hit? Du Xing asked, his voice trembling. The Minotaur had quite a reputation. On the app's bounty board, it was among the top and the captain level. A character like that, killed in one blow by someone he brought out? What the hell, wait a minute, let him catch his breath, he's a bit oxygen deprived. If a newcomer has this kind of strength, what does that make his years of hard work? This is just too outrageous. Lu Chen's impact on him was overwhelming. Whether it was the initial epiphany, the 3 completed cultivation methods, or later becoming an inspector, or even the 1100 contribution points on his app. And now, what did he see? One person killing 2 captains, brutally stomping them to death, as if squashing a grasshopper. A captain is just a one-hit affair. Damn, his growth rate is too fast, right? Lu Chen skillfully pulled out the heart and sent it to his mouth. Ding, host consumes heart, red quality, gains 10 points of strength. Ding, host consumes heart, red quality, gains 10 points of speed. Ding, host consumes heart, red quality, gains 10 points of speed. Ding, host consumes heart, red quality, gains 40 points of strength. Ding, host consumes opponent's heart *4. Gains abilities, Blue Thunder, Thousand Faces, Brutal Body. The heart of that female captain from the Universal Court didn't explode with abilities. However, Lu Chen was quite satisfied. Who wouldn't be moved by such odds? Ding detected that Blue Thunder and Radiant Thunder share the same origin. Radiant Thunder devours Blue Thunder, upgrading to level 2. Ding detected Brutal Body, Divine Speed, and Super Strength are similar, fusion in progress. Ding, congratulations, host has obtained Wrath of the War God. Wrath of the War God, under normal usage, strength and speed increase by 0.5 times. Based on anger levels, strength and speed can continuously multiply, with a maximum increase of up to 2 times. Note, falling into extreme anger may lead to bodily collapse, use with caution. Hiss, this is cheating, right? Lu Chen couldn't help but gasp. A 2-fold increase may not seem like much, but it's enough for him to fight above his level. Looking at Lu Chen's current stats, host, Lu Chen. Cultivation, Spirit Sea Realm abilities, Corpse Eater, level 3, Immortal, level 3, Ashen Seraph Wings, level 2, Radiant Thunder, level 2, Bloodworm, Devouring White Tiger, Sun God, Void Gate, 1000 Faces, Wrath of the War God. Strength, 847.23, 722.23 plus 75, Cultivation increase, plus 40 plus 10. Speed, 670.1, 565.1 plus 75, Cultivation increase, plus 10 plus 10 plus 10, Guan Si Miaos. Mental power, 27.1. Lu Chen's total stats have now exceeded 1500. If combined with the basic boost from Wrath of the War God, Lu Chen's current stat points have terrifyingly reached 2300. Hiss, Lu Chen finally understood a line from a TV show. I now feel terrifyingly strong myself. Of course, in reality, Lu Chen was only at the nascent soul level and had a mental shortcoming, which could be said to be a serious imbalance. To this, Lu Chen felt that he just needed to consume a few more pig brains. Lu Chen once asked Xia Qinqing what the total value of atoms was. The transformation realm, 3,200 points. In other words, if Lu Chen were to encounter that old man Adams again, he would have to fully trigger the Wrath of the War God to have any chance of defeating him. Lu Chen sighed deeply, realizing that the road ahead was still very long. At present, no one noticed this little shrimp, Lu Chen. Everyone thought that Lu Chen becoming an inspector was purely a matter of lying down to win. And what happened tonight would undoubtedly shock everyone. What on earth happened? How could his strength suddenly become so terrifying? Clearly, during the third assessment, I could still see a glimpse of his back, but now I can't see him at all. Dujiro felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. This feeling of defeat had been present before, back when Lu Chen had effortlessly defeated them. But now, this sense of defeat was simply too intense. It was like a classmate you went to school with, who also played games and slept in class every day, yet when it came to the final exam, they were first in the grade while you were still stuck in place. The disparity was huge. So huge that, it was a bit hard to accept. After all, Dujiro hadn't been playing games and sleeping in class every day. Instead, she had been on track with her training a full 10 years earlier than Lu Chen. If there was anything that could surpass Lu Chen, it might only be knowledge, particularly regarding some common sense within the organization. What should we do with these corpses? Lu Chen asked. Someone will come to clean up the aftermath, Duching said as he stepped over the massive body of the bull-headed creature and approached Lu Chen. He squatted down to look at the already deceased bull-headed figure and couldn't help but grimace. By tomorrow, your name will probably echo throughout Linjiang. One strike to kill a captain-level bull-headed creature, and it was a solid hit. Wait. Your aura isn't right. Damn. You've reached the Spirit Sea realm. Duxing's voice sharply pierced the night sky. A few crows were startled and flew over the night veil of Shijia village. Tomorrow, you'll regain your freedom, and I'm very interested in Lu Chen right now, Yixiong said, sitting on a black leather sofa. He held a cup of hot tea, with a phone beside him. He had just learned some monumental news. Lu Chen had actually killed the bull-headed creature with a single blow. What terrifying talent. How old is he? Only 18. If such a young man could be utilized by the Yi family, their position would become even more unshakable. With Lu Chen's talent, entering the upper echelons was just a matter of time. Just like Shintenzong, who had only been cultivating for 7 or 8 years. Although he had burned his life force to reach the transformation realm, it was undeniable that he was a once-in-a-million genius. And in Lu Chen, Yi Xiong saw the shadow of Shintenzong. For the weak, the opportunity to choose is naturally only once. But if it's a strong person worth recruiting, Yi Xiong wouldn't miss the chance to pull them in. Just like Zhuge Kongming, Yi Xiong was willing to visit 3 times. Of course, if it ultimately didn't work out, that would be troublesome. The ability to kill the bull-headed creature in one strike was undoubtedly a heavyweight bombshell. Now Yi Xiong had to weigh the feasibility of killing Lu Chen. The result was clear, it was almost impossible. One strike to kill the bull-headed creature was enough to indicate that Lu Chen's strength was already above the golden core stage. As for luck? Only a fool would think Lu Chen killed the bull-headed creature by luck. Now Yi Xiong was increasingly wary of this originally inconspicuous Lu Chen. This is really troublesome. But, let's go along with it for now. Thus, Yi Xiong lifted the house arrest on Yi Bingtang. Yi Xiong believed that since the other party would question him about Yi Bingtang's marriage, there might be some connection with her. Of course, he also sent someone to investigate. The result left him astonished. He never expected that Lu Chen used to be a pure young man, whose confession was intercepted, and it was his daughter Yi Bingtang who saved the day in time. Get to know Lu Chen better, I'm quite satisfied with this young man. If you can make him fall in love with you, I will annul your engagement with the island. City side. Compared to connections, strength is the hard truth. No matter how strong the ties, they are not as formidable as sheer power. As a businessman, Yi Xiong was well aware of this. Yi Bingtang's face flashed with astonishment. You want me to seduce someone now? That's absurd. If you want to go ahead, I won't. I find it embarrassing. Then just wait to be married off. Let it be. I won't lose anything, Yi Bingtang scoffed, turning around and slamming the door shut. Sitting in the living room, Yi Xiong covered his forehead with one hand. Damn it, I didn't know that kid had real skills. And those skills are quite troublesome. One strike to kill the bullhead, able to kill at the golden core level, yet the data shows his cultivation is at condensing chi. In this case, either he has a heaven-defying ability that hasn't been reported, or he has been hiding it for over a decade, and the latter can be ruled out. In other words, it must be a heaven-defying ability. Sigh, well. Yesterday's assassination went from a warning to a joke. Butler? Yes, Mr. Yi, I'm here. Help me push all the matters for tomorrow night. I want to personally find Lu Chen and have another chat. Remember to prepare a big gift. That 1,000-year ginseng will do. I remember that thing cost me quite a few $100 million. By the way, tell Yi Bingtang to change into something suitable and come with me. Yes. Mr. Yi. You all can leave now. Qianye base. Feng Ping, drunk as a skunk, continued to savor the alcohol. The office was filled with a strong smell of liquor as soon as the door was pushed open. A pungent odor hit him. Captain. Big news. The secretary twisted her waist and rushed into the office, shouting at Feng Ping. Feng Ping frowned slightly. What big news? It's all a mess. It's really big news, Captain. Inspector Liu. Inspector Liu. He can't be dead, right? That's impossible. His strength should be able to defeat a captain level, he shouldn't be that weak, and he also has Duching's immortality. Feng Ping's drunkenness faded a bit as he rebutted. The secretary was almost frantic, continuing, in this investigation, a powerful being at the golden core level got involved, the captain. From the sentient court. Codename Bullhead. What? Feng Ping suddenly stood up from the table, took a syringe from the drawer, and jabbed it into his neck. The alcohol was completely expelled. Where is he? I need to mobilize for support immediately. No. Bullhead is dead. Am I not sober? No, Captain. You are sober. Who killed Bullhead? Inspector Liu. This news has spread everywhere now. Wait, let me take another shot of the sobriety needle. I'm not sober. No, you are awake. After a long tugging, Feng Ping's murky eyes trembled slightly, and he finally leaned back and lay flat on the sofa. It seems, the water in Linjiang is very deep, but this dragon crossing the river is also very strong. I don't know if the dragon is controlling the Linjiang water or if the Linjiang water has turned the dragon upside down. Did Lu Chen really kill Bullhead? Feng Ping said somewhat uneasily. Don't joke around, I warn you in my capacity as captain. Are you still drunk? How could I joke about something like this? Right. Am I still drunk? Feng Ping pulled out a syringe from the drawer and aimed it at himself again. However, in the end, Feng Ping still put down the syringe in his hand. He patted his old face, finally accepting this reality. The younger generation is formidable, truly formidable. What about Lu Chen? He should be seriously injured now, right? He's completely unharmed. It said he killed the bullhead with just one strike. I'm not drunk. No, you're awake. Oh, this is too absurd. The other captains received the news and aren't much better off than you. Everyone is discussing how, in the future, this Lin Jiang will probably have to listen to Lu Chen. Look at what you're saying, as if they listen to me. Whoever they want to listen to, they can. I'd rather save the effort. I thought he was just a reckless youth, but I didn't expect this guy to really have strength. He's really too strong. Am I not awake? You are awake. In the Hall of All Beings, Northern Headquarters. Inside a pitch-black mountain in the wilderness. At the base of the mountain, there is a dark door with a rugged path. This great black mountain is the main base of the Hall of All Beings, built in the Tang Dynasty, serving as the headquarters for all northern branches, hence referred to as the Northern Headquarters. On the mountain, a Westerner is currently wearing a traditional Chinese long-sleeved gown, sitting on a stone chair, holding a bowl of tea steeped with long jing, the fragrance wafting through the air. Under the night sky, the Westerner slowly spoke. My lord has awakened. Regarding the progress of the divine potion, it's at a standstill. A hint of worry appeared on the Westerner's face as he shook his head slightly and sighed. It's hard to report. Beep beep beep. On the stone table, next to the jade-like gleaming bowl, a phone suddenly lit up. Evan Middleton exclaimed in surprise, Lin Jiang? The Spirit Sea Realm crushing the Golden Core? If such a prodigy is allowed to grow, wouldn't it be a great threat to our Hall of All Beings in the future? Moreover, his existence severely affects the layout around Lin Jiang. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. Evan stroked his chin. Lin Jiang has been confirmed as the next uninhabited zone, focusing on developing the divine potion. The chessboard has long been set, but now a Chang Yao Jin has emerged. I'm afraid it's a matter of life blocking the way, and no life to live. A rudimentary base of the Hall of All Beings has been found nearby. Comrade Song Tianbao has heroically sacrificed. The next dawn. In the conference room of the Lin Jiang Hidden Night Headquarters, Fang Ping sat in the main seat, with Lu Chen beside him, listening to the news obtained from the exploration team. A hint of regret flashed across Fang Ping's face. He's dead. He was only 30, had a family, a wife, and children, yet he still died, because this is reality. Death does not yield just because of who you are as a husband or a father. Death will only arrive as scheduled. When that day comes, I hope all comrades can uphold the morals in their hearts, lurking in the night, guarding the path of the people. The cold conference room, the cold long table, the cold air sends chills down the spine. These words are as piercing as the cold wind in an ice cellar. Yes, death does not yield. It only arrives a step ahead. However, everyone seems to have forgotten one thing. These captains are not saints. They are human. Being human means having emotions. Being human means having fears, anxieties. They never intended to be so great, but were forced to pay with their lives. After all, no one wants to die. But this crisis is inevitable. Although the fear of death strikes every person's mind, not a single soul will openly admit to fearing it. In the dark night, we guard the people, unafraid of 1,000 deaths. Though Song Tianbao is gone, his name will be etched on the warrior's monument, remembered by future generations. Fang Ping spoke passionately. Lu Chen watched the scene, and something in his heart stirred. Remembered by future generations? Who exactly are the future generations referring to? The inner world is destined to remain unknown to those in the outer world. Those who sacrifice themselves to protect the people in the dark night are also destined to merge with the darkness like smoke. Being remembered is a lie. The truth is that no one will care about the fallen warriors. People will only remember the victors. As for the losers, only forgetfulness. Lu Chen understood this deeply. He took a deep breath and chose not to spoil Fang Ping's words. After all, even if he remains silent, everyone present must surely understand this deep down. Report. We found information about Guan Ximiao in their makeshift base. The other party seems to be a successful subject of the new drug from the Zongxing court, but their mind has been corrupted, tainted with a thirst for blood. Additionally, we recovered 20 new awakening drugs and an experimental log from the Zongxing court. Moreover, there are people in Lin Jiang assisting the Zongxing court. After all, building a makeshift laboratory requires certain resources and money. To rebuild the laboratory in such a short time, someone must have provided support. In the operations department, Captain Zhu Kan listed various findings and raised questions. As soon as these words were spoken, the room erupted in chaos. Someone is providing financial support to the Zongxing court? Madness. Absolutely madness. To conspire with a tiger for its skin. Captain, this matter must not be tolerated. Inspector Liu, we must investigate this thoroughly. In the conference room, two factions gradually formed. One half stood with Fang Ping, the old guard. The other half chose Lu Chen, the emerging faction. The allure of power is truly captivating. As long as you possess it, there will always be some people who inexplicably follow you. This is the brilliance of the strong, it will always illuminate a group of weaklings, leading them to follow and sacrifice everything for it. Absurd yet real. Psychological analysis suggests that people often believe that having a leader creates subordinates, but the reality is quite the opposite. It is because someone wishes to be guided that there are those who issue commands. Leaders do not choose to appear, they are elevated to the throne by their subordinates to alleviate their own unease, fear, and responsibility. In fact, this scene is strikingly similar. Lu Chen, in this cold, early morning meeting, was pushed onto the throne of the current leader of Linjiang's Dark Knight. Because of strength, and because Lu Chen is young, he represents infinite hope and the future. To delve deeper, Lu Chen represents the new faction, while Fang Ping represents the old. The waves of the Yangtze River push the previous waves forward, and the value of those who die on the beach continues to rise. Of course, Lu Chen's new faction is still weak. Currently, looking around, Lu Chen sees only 3 or 4 captains leaning towards his side. Naturally, they are all young, vibrant, and full of energy. The remaining members, like Tang Tian, support Fang Ping. As for Duching, unexpectedly choosing neutrality, he sat quietly in his chair, saying nothing, merely watching the farce with a calm expression. He neither chose to stand with Lu Chen nor supported Fang Ping. Everyone, quiet down, cough. Cough. Fang Ping patted the table, covering his mouth to cough lightly, a hint of fatigue flashing across his aged face. Regarding this matter, Inspector Lu and I will never tolerate it. No matter who it is, investing in the Zhongshan court, no matter who it is, helping the Zhongshan court, this is undoubtedly dancing on the steel wire of death. What awaits is nothing but the judgment of justice. Tang Tian, go and thoroughly investigate the surveillance around the newly discovered Zhongshan court base, see who exactly is colluding with the people from the Zhongshan court. Does Inspector Lu have any other arrangements? Fang Ping had completely chosen to yield to Lu Chen's identity as an inspector, and at this moment he inquired about Lu Chen. Lu Chen was somewhat troubled. If you were to say fighting and killing, old Lu would not hesitate, but if you were to talk about deployment and such, he certainly wouldn't be as tactful as Fang Ping. But even so, Lu Chen would never back down. As the saying goes, just be reckless. If you can't deploy, then learn. Besides, how can you learn if you don't start? So why not start learning now and put in the effort? Lu Chen scanned the many team leaders at the long table. The team leaders who followed Fang Ping's old faction almost instantly lowered their heads. Similarly, those who supported Lu Chen at this moment appeared particularly precious. Out of more than 30 team leaders, only 4 supported Lu Chen. Lu Chen focused on a nameplate in front of one of the team leaders. Captain Wen Zimo. Here. A young male voice rang out from the conference room, tinged with a hint of excitement. This was only natural. Lu Chen was currently at the peak of his power. Such a figure was simply unprecedented. Most of the young team leaders firmly believed that as long as they followed Lu Chen, their future would surely be bright. Assist Captain Tang Tian in thoroughly investigating the surrounding surveillance, but more emphasis should be placed on visits. I believe the content in the surveillance has likely been deleted. If the person colluding with the Zhongshan court isn't a fool, they would definitely do that. Lu Chen echoed the sentiment. When Zimo's voice was crisp, yes. Inspector Lu. A beam of morning light streamed into the conference room through the glass window, bringing warmth amidst the cold hardness. Where the light danced, the dark colors quietly faded, outlining a flowing golden edge on the silver-gray walls. Today, there was one day left until Lu Chen's birthday. After the morning meeting, Lu Chen entered his office for the first time. The reason he hadn't before was that an office belonging to Lu Chen had not yet been organized. At least, that was how Fang Ping explained it. Lu Chen sat in the office, a stack of documents placed in front of him. They were related to the rudimentary base of the Zhongshan court. Discovered last night. Among them was mention of Shi Ergu and his children from Shidali village, all of whom had perished. They had been injected with awakening agents, and there were even experimental data about them, along with detailed charts of changes over various time periods. Although Lu Chen was initially a bit unfamiliar, he gradually adapted and began to familiarize himself with the materials. The entire morning slipped away just like that. Damn it! Who dares to mess with our axe gang? Damn it, you two useless fools, can't you take down just one person with so many of you? Inside the bar, the lights were dazzling, and the vibrant atmosphere made it hard to keep one's eyes open. Sitting in the center was a bald man with a snake tattoo, his shoulders bare. He wasn't particularly muscular, on the contrary, he gave off a very effeminate vibe. Above the snake tattoo, there was a small axe gang. tattoo branded on him. The bald man sneered, exhaling smoke from his mouth. Kneeling in front of the table were 3 or 4 yellow-haired men, trembling all over, their eyes fixed on the ground, not daring to look up. You Hao, right? Tell me, how do you plan to take revenge on that pretty boy? Also, do you know how much effort it took me to pull you out from inside? How are you going to thank me? One of the yellow-haired men, Yu Hao, slowly raised his head, his voice respectful yet tinged with a hint of ruthlessness. Brother Snake. A great favor is not to be mentioned lightly. I have prepared a generous gift. As for how to take revenge, I've inquired about that guy around here. It's said that his family runs a barbecue restaurant, and I plan to smash his place. Just smashing the restaurant? Brother Snake asked in surprise. Yu Hao was taken aback. Brother Snake means, if you don't want to cause any fatalities, you want us to take action? We don't do things like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. How about this, you prepare 10 million, and I'll help you deal with this person, making him completely disappear from Lingjiang. Brother Snake had a curved, sharp knife in his hand, an eagle claw. The chaotic lighting inside the KTV reflected off the blade of the eagle claw, casting colorful glimmers. Brother Snake's face was shrouded in deep shadows, revealing a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. Yu Hao shivered. He hesitated, thinking it wasn't necessary to kill someone. He just wanted to teach the other party a lesson. Or are you, kid, trying to waste my time dealing with a bug? What? Do you take me, a viper, for? You're not giving me face, are you? Brother Snake slammed his hand on the glass table, causing the bottles on it to crash to the floor, shattering everywhere. His underling turned off the music and lighting effects in the KTV, switching to a constant light mode. Suddenly, the light shone down. Brother Snake took a cigarette from a nearby underling and lit it. It's fine, I'm not that easy to anger. How about this, you waste my time, and my name as a viper isn't just for show. How about I take one of your kidneys? You still have 4, losing one shouldn't be a big deal, right? Of course, don't blame me, if you can't fill my stomach, I'll just have to use your flesh to do it. Tie him up, someone, take a kidney. Instantly, the surrounding underlings surrounded the yellow-haired guy. He fought back fiercely but was knocked down by a stun baton. Only Yu Hao remained, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Choose wisely, do you want to be whole, or will you hand over 10 million? Oh, my friend, you should think carefully. I remember, 10 million isn't too much for your family, right? Brother Snake approached Yu Hao, the eagle claw slowly gliding across Yu Hao's face. Suddenly, a thin line of blood appeared on Yu Hao's face. He didn't even dare to cover his face, his brain was on the verge of collapse. His CPU was fried. But when the pain shot through his face, he snapped back to reality. Right. 10 million is a lot, but his family can still afford it. However, one kidney, even if he spends money to buy one later, it might not be as good as the original. But, 10 million. Speak up. Are you mute? Are you saying your family doesn't have that much money? Speak up. Brother Snake kicked Yu Hao down, then stomped on his face a few times. Alright. The man is mute now, come on, let's get to work. For kidneys, leave 2, and take the corneas as well. Brother Snake called to the 2 men in white coats who had been standing aside. The 2 men glanced at Brother Snake, then walked straight towards Yu Hao. At this moment, Yu Hao was not just scared silly, he was utterly broken. His overwhelming desire to survive had made him lose his sanity. He hurriedly shouted, "Stop! I'll pay! Help me kill that kid!" Brother Snake's lips curled up, waving his hand. You should have said so earlier, brother. You, having money makes you a brother, your business is my business. By the way, I only accept cash. Just wait, tonight, I'll make that kid's place burn down with people inside. The time came to evening. Chen had finished handling various matters regarding the inspector. It was mainly to verify whether the daily tasks of each team leader in Fangping were completed. Before this, it had always been Fangping who completed it on his behalf, but now it had been transferred to Chen's hands. When it was time to get off work, he finished it in one go. Chen left the headquarters alone. At least, that's what he thought. Inspector Liu, are you going alone? Didn't you drive? If not, I can give you a ride? Wen Zimo's voice came from a sizable SUV. The large SUV parked beside Chen. Chen was taken aback but didn't refuse Wen Zimo's kindness. On your way? Of course. Besides, I've been wanting to try the barbecue skills of the old Liu family for a long time. You definitely won't get to eat it. My parents are abroad, and I've hired someone else as the barbecue chef. Chen chuckled. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Wen Zimo's face. It's nothing, I just really like it, I just want to eat barbecue. And also, he was too eager to improve. Is that the man? Around the old Liu barbecue shop, in a pitch-black van, Brother Snake held a glinting eagle claw, pointing at Shuai who was Grilling skewers inside the barbecue shop. Shui Hao shook his head. No, that man looks like a pretty boy, not as rough, and definitely not as strong. It's fine, we'll just wait here. I want to see when he shows up. Brother Snake smiled coldly, exhaling a puff of smoke. Are you sure it's this barbecue shop? Brother Snake confirmed again. Shui Hao nodded vigorously. That's right, it's this one. I really can't afford to lose that person. Let go of me. The maids pushed Yi Bingtang into the changing room. Inside the changing room, Yi Bingtang's voice of resistance could be heard. Yi Xiong sneered, stop with the act, hurry up and change your clothes, we're leaving. If you keep dawdling here, I won't mind changing your clothes. Myself, you're already this old. Once these words were spoken, their impact was immense. Instantly, the sounds of Yi Bingtang's resistance in the changing room ceased. It was soon replaced by curses. Shameless. Old Bai Dang, do you have any shame? With such a big daughter, you have the nerve to change my clothes? Outside the door, Yi Xiong glanced at his watch and spoke lightly, you have 9 minutes left. I gave you 10 minutes to change, and 1 minute has already passed. 10 minutes? Come on. That's not even enough time for me to do my makeup. Inside the changing room, Yi Bingtang, fuming, quickly changed into her outfit. It was a white dress, along with a fox fur scarf draped behind her. Yi Bingtang's long hair cascaded behind the scarf, and her beautiful face paired with the white dress made her look particularly enchanting. Beautiful things need beautiful adornments. The effect of 1 plus 1 is always greater than 2. After a quick tidy up, the countdown from Yi Xiong came again from outside the door. You have 3 minutes left. Yi Bingtang bit her silver teeth lightly, a flicker of small beast-like anger flashing in her eyes. But it was quickly suppressed. She didn't have time to be angry. She quickly took the cosmetics from the maid's hands and began a simple makeup routine. The reason she didn't let the maid do her makeup wasn't that the maid did it poorly. It was because she did it too well. However, relative to this foolish old dad's countdown, it was impossible to finish. After hurriedly finishing her makeup, Yi Bingtang turned and walked to the mirror, taking a quick look. Not bad. Thinking it was acceptable, Yi Bingtang kicked the door open and walked out. Let's go. I'm ready. What's with the lipstick? The edges are uneven, as if smudged with a finger. Bright red and glaring, do you want to scare people away? And what's with your blush? What a mess. It looks like someone slapped you hard, it's not natural at all. Especially your eyebrows, even a third grader could do better than you. Yi Bingtang. Yi Xiong shouted suddenly, calling out Yi Bingtang's name. Yi Bingtang shrugged her shoulders, that's it. 3 minutes for makeup, if I can finish it, that would be impressive. Yi Xiong held his forehead, go, roll back and redo it. Whoever you are, you better do a good job on Yi Bingtang's makeup, or you can forget about working in the Yi family. Yes, sir, the maid who was pointed at said, trembling. Inside the old barbecue restaurant, the crowd was bustling. 10 skewers of kidneys, 20 sheep eggs, and 100 skewers of lamb. Brother Snake and his crew walked into the restaurant. A little brother beside him whispered to Li Nishuang. After waiting in the car for so long, they figured it out. Why wait in the car? Can't they just go into the barbecue restaurant, eat while waiting? At that time, they could eat the skewers from the restaurant, not pay, and then smash the place. And that pretty boy could be dealt with too. They could disguise it as a fire, wouldn't that work? Clearly, they could rob, so why suffer in the car? Brother Snake led his group of little brothers to a corner of the barbecue restaurant, choosing a spot that wasn't too conspicuous. He was genuinely afraid of scaring Lu Chen away, making him not dare to come back. So, Brother Snake and his crew sat down at the corner table, as if they were really there to eat. At that moment, the doorbell of the barbecue restaurant rang. A middle-aged man in a police uniform, accompanied by a group of young police officers, walked into the restaurant. 200 skewers of lamb, 15 kidneys, 5 sheep eggs, and a case of beer. Shibin said, paying directly after finishing. Then Shibin scanned the room, casually asking, hey? Where's your manager? Li Mishuang took out a QR code from the counter and placed it on the table, her voice cold, not in the store, probably out having fun. Shibin broke out in a cold sweat. Out having fun? He had heard from Duching that Lu Chen had been promoted, now even higher than Du's superior. This was why he had come over to eat, hoping to visit Lu Chen, the old man. Now that the serial murder case had been solved, he should throw a celebration banquet for the team. After all, they had put in hard work even if they didn't have any achievements. And after so many days of investigation, they had indeed exhausted all their strength as ordinary people. Unfortunately, the murderer was not an ordinary person, but possessed a heaven-defying ability to traverse space. The surveillance cameras naturally couldn't capture his figure. Do you know my store manager? Li Nishuang asked. Of course I know. Comrade Lu is a very good person. Handsome, kind-hearted, a model youth, accomplished at a young age. Shibin's mouth was like a machine gun, quickly listing all the compliments he could think of. Brother Snake in the corner watched this scene, his eyelids twitching. A little brother beside him whispered, "Brother Snake, this person is not simple, he has connections with the police, and he seems to be Captain Shibin, who recently cracked the serial murder case in the news." "Not simple my ass, who in Lingjiang can I, the poison snake, not provoke?" Brother Snake scoffed. "Maybe this brat just knows this person, let's talk after he leaves." Brother Snake comforted himself. The little brother showed a hint of fear on his face, but didn't dare to say anything more, just nodded and sat quietly beside him. Shibin pulled over the group of police officers behind him and strode to the most conspicuous spot in the barbecue restaurant. About half an hour passed. The door opened again. The doorbell rang. Brother Snake held his breath, looking towards the entrance. He saw a fair-looking young man walk into the restaurant with a man who looked a few years older than him. However, it looked particularly strange, as if the man behind was the subordinate of the young man, following closely behind him, his eyes filled with caution. "Hiss, Snake brother, this kid is quite strange. Should we investigate him ourselves?" One of the younger brothers couldn't sit still. "There's a saying that you can tell a person's worth at a glance. This is an instinct shared by all humans, a sensitive vigilance towards the aura of the strong." The moment he laid eyes on Lu Chen, the younger brother's skin prickled. He certainly didn't believe that this young man was the pretty boy that Yu Hao mentioned, someone with a bit of skill and no background. The sharpness radiating from him was anything but ordinary. But at that moment, Snake Brother also reacted, yet he remained calm. He had seen more people die than the younger brother had ever met. What kind of scum hadn't he encountered? Perhaps this one was just a facade hiding weakness. "Let's observe for now." Snake Brother rubbed his nose, slowly retracting the eagle claw hidden under the table, and cleared his throat. The younger brothers exchanged glances, putting away their cigarettes that were about to be lit and pocketing them. "Manager, someone says they know you." Li Mijuan's voice rang out in the barbecue shop, neither too loud nor too soft, clear and crisp like a silver bell. Lu Chen quickly noticed Shibin and the others sitting in the central position. This was also a little ploy of Shibin's, allowing Lu Chen to notice them quickly. Seeing Lu Chen cast a glance his way, Shibin stood up abruptly amidst the puzzled looks of the police officers. "Comrade Lu." Shibin called out loudly, then walked over respectfully. "I heard Comrade Lu opened a barbecue shop here, so I came to join the fun. Especially to thank Comrade Lu for his assistance in the case and for resolving the issue of the missing persons in my Shi family village. I can't express my gratitude enough." Shibin slightly bent at the waist, approaching Lu Chen and succinctly stating the purpose of his visit today. Lu Chen waved his hand, very modestly. "What's this? Look at what you're saying. You all eat as you please, tonight, it's on me." Lu Chen waved his hand grandly, exuding extravagance. Shibin coughed lightly and waved his hand. No, how can we let Comrade Lu bear the cost? They've already paid," Li Mijuan interjected. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Lu Chen's face. "How about I refund the money?" "Look at what you're saying. Although we're just a team leader and can't compare to you, we're not so short on money. Besides, tonight's expenses will be reimbursed by the Bureau," Shibin said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he explained. Shibin glanced at the young man closely following Lu Chen, a hint of confusion in his eyes. When Zimo had only recently become a team leader, and since his jurisdiction didn't overlap with Duching's, Shibin naturally found it hard to recognize when Zimo. "Who is this?" Shibin asked. Lu Chen's lips moved, just about to say something. But before he could, when Zimo quickly answered, "I am Comrade Lu's subordinate. My surname is Wen, and my name is Zimo." Lu Chen nodded. "I just took office recently and brought my subordinates here for a meal. You all enjoy your meal, Zimo and I will eat at that table over there." Shibin's heart sank. Lu Chen really got promoted. Truly, a soldier should be viewed with new eyes after 3 days. Not long ago, he was still mingling under Duching, and now he was an official. He couldn't believe there was no behind-the-scenes manipulation. Wasn't that nonsense? Why could Lu Chen get promoted? There was only one reason: someone was pulling strings for him. Thinking of this, Shibin's old face flushed with a hint of nervousness. He couldn't imagine how powerful Lu Chen's background was. After all, regarding the underworld, aside from knowing that Lu Chen and Duching had special abilities, he was completely in the dark. But as the saying goes, the darkness that one cannot imagine is the true terror. Shibin came this time to make himself familiar. After all, he had no other intentions, mainly wanting to make a friend. "Alright, Comrade Lu, no, Comrade Lu, I won't disturb you any longer." Shibin changed his words about the superior on the road, then withdrew to the central seat. Lu Chen smiled and didn't say much. He patted Wen Zimo on the shoulder and casually found a clean table to sit down. Then they started chatting. aimlessly. At this moment, in the corner, Brother Snake felt a bit stiff. Although they were at a distance, Shibin's voice was loud, and they heard every word clearly. A younger brother beside him said, "Brother Snake, it seems we can't afford to mess with him." "Shut up, let me think. This kid is strange, but he doesn't look like someone from the bureau. He's wearing a black suit, could he be a civil servant? Doesn't look like it either." The younger brother's eyes turned. "Brother Snake, do you think the superior he mentioned is just a title?" "Of course, what else would it be?" No, I mean, it could be a nickname." "Nickname?" "Yeah, just like how Brother Snake's nickname is Poison Snake." "Hiss, you little brat, you really thought of that?" "It's nothing for me, Brother Snake. I've been praised for being smart since I was a kid." "Go to hell, you take a few compliments seriously? Do you think it's possible? A nickname? I believe you're a ghost. But, let's just observe for now." Time passed. By minute. 2 hours later. After Shibin and the others had their fill of food and drink, they bid farewell to Lu Chen and left. The surrounding guests gradually departed one by one. Only Brother Snake's group remained, along with Lu Chen and Wen Zimo. Wen Zimo, eating skewers, casually asked, "Inspector Lu, should I slap that fly in the corner to death?" Lu Chen took a sip of beer. "What's the rush? The guests for tonight haven't all arrived yet." Just then, the doorbell rang again. A middle-aged man dressed in a pitch-black suit, looking very robust, entered, followed closely by a butler carrying a gift box, and then a beautiful woman in a white gown draped in mink fur. Lu Chen's expression was still quite calm until Yi Bingtang appeared, when a hint of awkwardness crossed his face. "Damn. Old Baidong, I could guess what you're up to with my toes." He initially sensed Yi Xiong's aura and thought it was a banquet of intrigue, but it turned out to be a banquet of intrigue. Ha, little Brother Lu, it's a misunderstanding, just a small misunderstanding. Well, it's 11:59. In 1 minute, it will be little brother Lu's birthday party. I came specially to congratulate you. Surprised, aren't you? Yi Xiong seemed to transform into a warm-hearted neighbor uncle, thoughtfully placing the gift box on the counter. He then waved his hand behind him. A hint of embarrassment and anger flashed across Yi Bingtang's face, but she managed to cover it well. "By the way, you might not know. I'm not only the head of the Yi family but also Yi Bingtang's father. I heard you two have a good relationship. Bingtang, why don't you hurry over?" Yi Xiong said. "Damn. This old Baidong, using beauty as a trap. Hee, you're moved, you beast." A mocking voice surged from Lu Chen's heart. It seemed that after tasting so many failures, he finally found Lu Chen's flaw. The voice was not only mocking but also carried a hint of pride. No, I'm not a scumbag, I just want to give them a home." Faced with the suddenly restless voice deep in his heart, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit flushed. Nothing is more awkward than being serious while a devil inside you directly exposes the truth. He tightly gripped the skewer in his hand. The iron skewer now felt as fragile as paper in Lu Chen's grasp. He wasn't a eunuch, free of desires. He was a man, and there would always be some inexplicable fantasies. Or some inexplicable adolescent impulses. But he mostly just thought about it. He may have a possessive desire for Yi Bingtang, but he understands that it is not love, it is merely because Yi Bingtang once illuminated his life like a ray of light. Having felt the warmth of this light, one cannot help but cherish the memory. But in the end, this is just selfish possessiveness. Lu Chen understands this deeply. He would never do something so opportunistic. Moreover, Sister Yi has helped him. So now, we can wipe the slate clean between us, but I have a condition: you must set Sister Yi free, Lu Chen said. The bargaining chip on Lu Chen's side was the hired Tarot Society's peripheral assassins and understanding. On Yi Xiong's side, he had to pay with Yi Bingtang's freedom. For a moment, Yi Xiong found himself in a dilemma, a hint of depth appearing on his face. Wipe the slate clean? What I want is not just a clean slate, but your friendship, Lu Chen. My friendship? Of course, but the premise is that you must be upright and not fear shadows. If I catch you slipping, I will definitely take you down. After Lu Chen finished the sentence, Yi Xiong was momentarily stunned, revealing a hint of contemplation. It left one wondering what he was thinking. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Xiong confirmed again, "You wouldn't slander me, would you?" Lu Chen was somewhat speechless. Slander? Was he that kind of person? Ridiculous. Of course not. I see. It seems we have a deep misunderstanding between us. Misunderstanding? Someone told me that you fabricated evidence of my Yi family colluding with the Zhongxing court behind my back, intending to frame me. You think I would believe that? Then you can investigate, Lu Chen. Think carefully about the position of my Yi family in Xianye. Gray forces? Don't underestimate my Yi family. The gray forces are merely here to carry my Yi family's shoes. Yi Xiong laughed and strode over to Lu Chen, sitting on the wooden chair. At this moment, his aura changed again. From the neighborly uncle just now, he transformed into the formidable head of the Yi family. Yi Xiong lightly patted Lu Chen's shoulder, his voice carrying a hint of helplessness, although you may not believe it, it seems we have been instigated. He was truly an old fox. Facing Yi Xiong, Lu Chen felt immense pressure from start to finish. He had only seen such a character in TV dramas. Very domineering, yet adaptable, reasonable, but also somewhat unreasonable. Decisive in action, not swayed by emotions, he was an absolutely rational person. Such a person was terrifying. Lu Chen couldn't even discern which of the other party's words were true and which were false. Perhaps Yi Xiong was right. In fact, thinking back, it was no wonder that when he first saw Yi Xiong that day, Lu Chen sensed a hint of murderous intent from him. He was still wondering if it was because he had taken the position of inspector. If what Yi Xiong said was true, it made sense. At that time, Lu Chen had sensed that hint of murderous intent and directly blacklisted the Yi family. But why would the other party want to instigate a rift between him and the Yi family? In other words, who would benefit from instigating a rift between him and the Yi family? Lu Chen thought of a name. But he felt it was absurd. Fong Ping? Could it be Fong Ping? The other party initially did not want him to take the position of inspector. Even recently, when Niu Tu and others were fishing, it was because of Fong Ping's orders that Duching and others were forced to enter, and he had directly taken the risk. If his strength hadn't been so strong, he might have really been ambushed by Niu Tu, and would have died, or ended up in a fate worse than death. Power? A chill crept into Lu Chen's heart, and it felt as if all the blood in his body had frozen at that moment. In this cannibalistic world, one either becomes the human sashimi on the dining table or the knife wielder who cuts open everyone's chest. It truly is a bloody truth. It seems you already have someone in mind. Yi Xiong's voice rang in Lu Chen's ear, pulling him back to reality. Lu Chen shook his head, pressing his forehead. I'll take your word for it that you're fine, but the fact remains that you hired someone to kill me. That was just a threat. I never intended to kill you. Otherwise, I would have spent hundreds of millions to hire someone to do it. Yi Xiong laid his cards on the table, dropping the pretense. He continued, don't underestimate the financial power of the Yi family. A few $100 million is just pocket change. I could even spend hundreds of billions or even thousands of billions to find someone to kill you. As for now, fine, I admit I initially wanted you dead. But that was based on your strength being merely that of a small fry. But now your strength is unfathomable, beyond the Yuan Ing level, and the cost of killing you is too great. Besides, we could be friends, couldn't we? As for this little piece of leverage, you know in your heart that the evidence is insufficient and won't cause me any loss. Yi Xiong seemed to have everything under control. This was inevitable. After all, Yi Xiong was the true, deeply rooted local tyrant of Linjiang. Leaving aside the conversation between Yi Xiong and Lu Chen, in the corner, Brother Snake and the others were already trembling in fear. Yi Xiong, damn. Poison snake, we've hit a brick wall. What the hell? Damn it, calm down, we just came to eat, what's there to panic about? Poison snake, you're not panicking, but you're sweating so much? Why are your pants wet? Do you think we can still leave alive? It seems we've heard things we shouldn't have. Back to Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen glanced at Li Mishu, who was washing iron skewers in the kitchen, and Chui Sihai, who was still grilling meat skewers. Enough, this shouldn't be heard by ordinary people. Lu Chen crossed his arms and said in a deep voice. Okay. I wholeheartedly agree. It's now 12:10, and I think it's not too late to wish you a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Inspector Lu. On the table is the 1,000-year-old ginseng I carefully selected. Eat one at a time while cultivating, don't overdo it, or it might be too much. That strength, it hits you all at once. Alright, it's getting late, I think we should leave. By the way, do you want me to invest in renovating your barbecue shop? It doesn't look very exquisite. Lu Chen's mouth twitched, it really wasn't very exquisite. Compared to Yi Bingtang and Yi Xiong, his barbecue shop looked like a poor rural place, hardly fitting for the noble-looking clothes they wore. However, Lu Chen still declined Yi Xiong's kindness. No need, I think I prefer the mundane atmosphere of this world over the noble air. After all, it's lonely at the top, being more down-to-earth and lively has a bit more human touch. Lu Chen's words stunned Yi Xiong. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, and a moment of reminiscence flashed in his mind. It was unclear what passed through his thoughts. All that was known was that Yi Xiong's expression bore a hint of bitter laughter, somewhat heart-wrenching, but this bitter smile was soon overshadowed by Yi Xiong's confident grin, as if he had never felt any sorrow. Is that so? But the mundane atmosphere can't compare to the jade dew and fine wine at the top. I'm willing, Lu Chen replied. Yi Xiong fell silent, his gaze gradually shifting to Poison Snake and the others, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. Before we leave, let me help you deal with some pests. Who sent you here? Lu Chen is now a friend of my Yi family. Who gave you the guts to come here and cause trouble? Do you think you deserve it? Or was it Wang Jiala? Who gave you the guts? Afu, call Wang Jiala and tell him to get over here. Apologize to Lu Chen. Yes, sir. Butler Fu quickly took out his phone and dialed Wang Jiala's number. Hello? Wang Jiala. You have some nerve. Even Mr. Lu dares to offend. Now the master is blaming. Hurry up and roll over to the Lao Lu barbecue shop. The voice of Butler Fu was thunderous, as if he were calling a long-kept old dog. After saying this, Butler Fu hung up the phone and stood respectfully behind Yi Xiong, completely losing the earlier arrogance. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in secret. However, he didn't expect that the Wang family actually had connections with the underground forces, the Axe Gang. The key point was, could even Butler Fu shout at Wang Jiala like that? It really felt like a grand eunuch scolding the officials in front of the emperor. As for why Lu Chen knew those people were from the Axe Gang, don't ask Lu Chen how he knew. Just the few people from the Poison Snake Gang were conspicuous, each one looking like a junkie, swaggering around. The Axe Gang tattoos were even exposed on their skin, bare-armed, as if afraid others wouldn't know they were from the Axe Gang. Of course, now the Poison Snake Gang had long lost their previous arrogance, each one lowering their heads like grandsons. Crawling over from the corner. Yes, crawling over. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We just came to have a meal, Mr. Yi. Just let us go, we're nothing. Brother Lu, we really didn't have any bad intentions, we just came over because your barbecue smelled too good. Yi Xiong picked up a beer from the table and smashed it towards the Poison Snake Gang. Brother Lu is someone you can call? Do you deserve it? Before Wang Jiala comes, if Lu Chen forgives you, you live. If Lu Chen doesn't forgive you, you die. Lin Jiang, atop the Green Mountains. Qing Shan sect. The sect master, Deng Lei, dressed in a Taoist robe, had a somewhat gloomy expression. The day of prophecy is approaching. Three-colored rain, we are unworthy. Unworthy Lord Lu, just let us go, we really made a mistake. They didn't realize they were wrong, they just knew they were going to die. We are innocent, it was that guy named Yu Hao who hired us to kill you. A little brother, panicking, blurted everything out. Instantly, the faces of the Poison Snake Gang turned ashen. Damn it, I'm not afraid of a godlike opponent, but I'm scared of a pig-like teammate. If he had been a bit tougher, maybe he could have fished in troubled waters. Who knew this pig teammate would blow the cover? Enough, today is my birthday, I don't want to see blood, you all get lost. As for Wang Jiala, don't call him over to bother me, I have no good feelings towards the Wang family, if he comes, I'll just feel disgusted. Lu Chen showed no mercy at all. His words were quite resolute. It seemed like he had given the Poison Snake Gang a way out, but in reality, he had cut off all possible hopes of survival. Yi Xiong was taken aback, not expecting Lu Chen to despise the Wang family so much. Yi Xiong waved his hand, tell Wang Jiala to go back, and as for these people, get lost. The Poison Snake Gang quickly bowed to Lu Chen, their eyes filled with a hint of gratitude, but deep down, there was a trace of resentment. But that was all. They fled, running out of the barbecue shop in a panic. Under the night sky, they ran frantically, as if they had survived a disaster. But hidden beneath the night's cover, their lives had long been set on a path to death. Don't misunderstand, I'm not a bad person, the Yi family is a business family, and it's necessary to have some underground forces backing them. Of course, while they listen to me, I don't know exactly what they do. Just like you and I, it's merely a cooperative relationship. Lu Chen asked in confusion, Wang Jiala is from the Axe Gang? Yi Xiong shook his head, he's not from the Axe Gang, rather, the Axe Gang is his. Being in a fog is all the same. Yi Bingtang rolled her eyes, not uttering a word the entire time, her face full of helplessness, making Lu Chen feel quite awkward. Alright, it's getting late, Yi Bingtang, let's go. Yi Xiong came and went in a hurry. He didn't even eat a skewer in the shop, just said a few words, dropped some gifts, and left. Only the 1,000-year-old ginseng remained lying nicely on the counter. And the expression of Wen Zimo beside Lu Chen was one of shock. Lu Gui, you dare to confront this gentleman too? Wen Zimo swallowed silently. Although Wen Zimo was older than Lu Chen, it didn't stop him from calling him brother. So, are you full? Lu Chen asked. Wen Zimo pulled out a piece of white paper and wiped his mouth. I'm full, Lu Gu. Eat more, do you have kids at home? Lu Chen inquired. No, I'm still single, though I have dated and had some flings, but no kids were kept. Wen Zimo. Yes. Stand up. Swish, walk straight. Alright. Click as Wen Zimo stepped Out of the barbecue shop, the door behind him made a crisp sound, and the curtain above the door was pulled down. Lu Chen's voice came from inside, "If you're full, go back and sleep." Looking at the surrounding darkness, when Zemo silently raised his hand to touch the grease stains left on his mouth, so sudden? Unfortunately, the cold air around him offered no response. When Zemo sighed and walked towards his car, he got in, started the engine, and quickly disappeared into the night surrounding the old road barbecue shop. Facing the moonlight, the corners of when Zemo's mouth gradually lifted. A new era must eventually bring the old era to a close. Is this the person the leader has his eye on? Lu Chen returned to his bed, speechlessly tossing the 1,000-year-old ginseng onto the bedside table. He never expected that this year, the first gift he would receive for his birthday would be from a weasel. Enough is enough. Yi Xiong was too deep in his schemes. One could only trust 3 parts of what he said. He really wasn't in the mood to continue eating with Wen Zemo, so he simply cleared the scene. After all, if someone really wanted to harm him, and that person was Fong Peng, the implications would be too great. However, without solid evidence, it couldn't be taken seriously. Who knows if it was Yi Xiong's counter-scheme? Beep beep beep. Just as Lu Chen was lost in thought, a ringtone broke the silence. Lu Chen glanced at his phone. "Oh, Xiao Qianqing." Lu Chen hurriedly answered. "Hello? Hello? If I don't call you, you wouldn't know to call me, would you?" The first sentence was a direct accusation. Lu Chen cleared his throat. "I've been busy with work lately." Yes, now our team leader has become an inspector, a busy person." Xiao Qianqing's teasing voice came from the other end of the line. "Ahem. Have you heard? Do you know, now you're a celebrity, it's gone viral, who doesn't know who Lu Chen is? Am I really that famous now? Of course, a newcomer in the S tier, jumping 3 levels, condensing energy to kill the golden core, you're now a star in the eyes of newcomers and a figure of renown in the eyes of the old." This flattery made Lu Chen feel quite embarrassed. "Not at all, it's all luck, no skill, no luck." "Yes, it's all skill, no luck." Xiao Qianqing's voice came through, with a hint of helplessness. Then came Xiao Qianqing's inquiry. "By the way, I've knitted the scarf for you, it will arrive tomorrow. Remember to wake up at 7 in the morning to answer the phone and pick up the package, otherwise, I won't give it to you." "Why do I have to wake up so early for a package? What's the difference between getting it early or late?" Lu Chen felt speechless. "As if you could take it back, the way you said it." Lu Chen curled his lips. Oh, you big ghost head. "Lu Chen. Did you hear me? 7 o'clock in the morning, get up." Got it." Lu Chen lazily lay on the soft big bed, responding half-heartedly. He had been looking at data all day, his brain was exhausted, and getting up at 7 tomorrow morning? Ridiculous. Impossible. "You're about to fall asleep." "Yes, I'm about to fall asleep." "Go to sleep, have a good rest, good night, and happy birthday." "Thank you." The corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly. "Good night." After saying that, Lu Chen hung up the phone, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. At the moment he hung up, he heard the sound of a high-speed train station coming from Xiao Qianqing's side. But today, Lu Chen was too tired. He decided to sleep well, and everything else could wait until tomorrow. On the pitch-black Rolls-Royce Phantom. "Have those snake people been dealt with?" Yi Xiong asked the butler Fu, who was driving. The butler Fu broke out in a cold sweat. "I've already notified Wang Jiala, he said it's all taken care of, and he sent me photos, they've all been killed." Didn't Lu Chen say he didn't want bloodshed on his birthday? Today? Is this how you respect your ally? Yi Bingtang sneered. Yi Xiong lit a cigar, half-opened the car window, feeling the cold wind rush in, and slowly shook his head. "But why should I listen to him? I've already given him face, now I want to show him the power of the Yi family. Only those who have felt the pressure of a dragon can truly respect it. Moreover, haven't I solved the problem for him? Bingtang, you're still too naive. In this world, allies are never about mutual trust, it's about mutual restraint. Showing strength is the only way to earn respect, that's the most basic common sense." The next morning, Lu Chen had not yet woken up. He was bare-chested, wearing only a pair of shorts. His whole body was wrapped in the quilt, with his perfectly muscled legs draped over it. The muscle lines on his back were enough to make any infatuated woman swoon. This scene was extremely tempting for women. On the bedside table, Lu Chen's phone, which he had casually placed there before sleeping, rang. The time was exactly 7 o'clock. Beep beep beep, the ringtone intertwined with Lu Chen snoring, creating a peculiar symphony. One snore, one beep. Beep beep beep, the phone's ringtone echoed in Lu Chen's room, again and again. It was like eating a piece of candy, one after another. However, the calls were somewhat frantic. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. At this moment, on the first floor of the Lao Lu barbecue restaurant, A woman dressed in a loose casual jacket, wearing a white baseball cap, with golden long hair cascading over her shoulders and a four-leaf clover earring dangling from her earlobe, was also dialing a number on her phone. However, with each call, a hint of stiffness appeared on her face, followed by a flush, and then exasperation. "Hello, this is Lao Lu Barbecue Restaurant. We are not open in the morning." Li Mizhuan's voice rang out in front of Xia Qianqing. Xia Qianqing looked up at Li Mizhuan. A delicate little face, cold as ice, came into Xia Qianqing's view. Xia Qianqing was taken aback, quickly recalling the female voice that had appeared when she called Lu Chen. "Oh, so she looks this beautiful?" For a moment, Xia Qianqing's expression darkened further. She clenched her fists, her silver teeth nearly biting through. She had taken the high-speed train overnight to celebrate Lu Chen's birthday. Oh, keeping a mistress in a golden house, huh? Xia Qianqing really misunderstood Lu Chen. He was just a relatively honest and well-behaved person. How could he possibly eat from the bowl while reaching for the pot? At most, it was just a thought. After all, men will always fantasize, but if it really came to that, then he wouldn't be Lu Chen anymore. "I'm not here to eat," Xia Qianqing said. Li Mizhuan's heart was as clear as a mirror, but she still pretended to be confused and asked, "Then who are you?" "I'm here to find Lu Chen," Xia Qianqing replied. "What is your relationship with the store manager?" Li Mizhuan stroked her chin, deliberately asking in a seemingly casual manner. Each of these questions made Xia Qianqing feel increasingly irritated. "Heh, go away. I'm here to find my boyfriend, and you have no right to speak," Xia Qianqing said angrily as she bypassed Li Mizhuan, her mind clouded by rage. She headed straight for the second floor. Li Mizhuan watched Xia Qianqing's retreating figure, touching her nose, seemingly realizing that she had provoked too much. "The store manager is going to be in trouble," Chui Sihai's voice came from the side. Li Mizhuan's lips curled slightly. A clear conscience fears no accusation. How could he be in trouble? "I'm just afraid that later he won't be able to defend himself." At this moment, outside the store, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked by the roadside. Yi Bingtang got out of the car, holding 2 movie tickets in her hand. "Oh my god, let me go hit on Lu Xiaodi. How can I not die of embarrassment? And besides, I heard Lu Xiaodi is dating someone in Modu, right? What if this is a misunderstanding?" Yi Bingtang said as she walked into the store. That's right, she was sent to find Lu Chen to hang out. But it was just to watch a movie. At the same time, Yi Bingtang felt that there were some things she needed to clarify with Lu Chen. She didn't want her friend, who had been getting along quite well, to end up in a mess because of her father. And at this moment, second floor, hoo bang, the door was kicked open. There were only 3 rooms upstairs, so Xia Qianqing quickly found Lu Chen's room. The loud noise startled Lu Chen awake. He sat up abruptly, his head feeling heavy. He covered his head with one hand and looked hazily towards the door. There stood Xia Qianqing, her angry little face appearing somewhat shy and cute. In Lu Chen's eyes, it was like a cute little kitten at home suddenly puffing up its fur at him. Apart from being adorable, it was also amusing. "Is this a dream?" Lu Chen shook his head and slowly got out of bed. Xia Qianqing was about to demand an explanation, but in the next second, her wrist was grabbed by Lu Chen, and then she was swept up in a princess carry and placed on the bed. Then, Xia Qianqing was stunned. She opened her mouth, her anger gradually turning into a rosy shyness, her hands at a loss. As for Lu Chen, after placing Xia Qianqing on the bed, there was no further action. He casually covered her with the blanket and held her tightly, as if she were a plush toy. Then, soft snoring resumed. Xia Qianqing's expression stiffened, her previous rosy shyness transforming back into anger. "Lu Chen." Her small hand found its way to Lu Chen's waist and instinctively twisted. Downstairs, Yi Bingtang, who had just entered, heard a thud from the second floor, the sound of Lu Chen placing Xia Qianqing on the bed. She raised an eyebrow. "What do you keep in your store? Is it so noisy?" "Upstairs?" Lu Chen's scream echoed from above. Yi Bingtang was taken aback. What the hell? She didn't rush upstairs. If what her father said was true, with Lu Chen's strength, there should be very few people in Linjiang who could hurt him. Second floor. Am I still not awake? Or is this dream too real? Lu Chen was bewildered, looking at Xia Qianqing, who was smirking on his bed. Even if he were a genius, he was completely lost at this moment, unable to make sense of it. "Oh? Didn't expect that, did you?" "I didn't expect it either. I walked in and was immediately carried to bed." Xia Qianqing lightly bit her silver teeth, looking like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, and said through gritted teeth, "You've done this kind of thing often, haven't you? So skilled?" What a mess. "What have you done often?" "Skilled? Where's the skill?" Lu Chen covered his head, trying to shake off this dazed state. Leaning against the headboard, he shook his head. "I must still be half asleep, hallucinating." Xia Qianqing, 666. A living person like her in front of you, and you think it's a hallucination? Ah, right, I'm a hallucination. Xia Qianqing's hand reached towards Lu Chen's waist again. Wait, what are you doing? Lu Chen shouted. I'm a hallucination. What are you afraid of? Just a pinch, it won't hurt, right? Don't even think about it. Be careful, or I'll accuse you of domestic violence. Ah. After a bit of playful scuffling, Lu Chen changed into a familiar black American-style hoodie, paired with light blue jeans, and tucked his hidden blade into the waistband. He looked at himself in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. So handsome. So vain, Xia Qianqing scoffed. Sitting on the bed, leaning against the headboard, Xia Qianqing surveyed everything in Lu Chen's home. She took out a scarf primarily in blue and white from her bag, took a deep breath, and slowly handed it to Lu Chen with both hands. Happy birthday, dear, love. Perhaps wanting to investigate further, or perhaps driven by curiosity, Yi Bingtang held 2 movie tickets and walked towards the second floor. However, just as Yi Bingtang pushed open the door to Lu Chen's bedroom, 2 figures entwined in a kiss appeared before her. So that's it, I thought you were raising something, turns out you're raising a partner. Oh dear, didn't they say you were dating in the Magic City? You didn't come all this way just to celebrate your birthday, did you? Yi Bingtang chattered to herself. As the saying goes, if one isn't embarrassed, it's the others who are. Xia Qianqing, who had just been caught off guard, quickly distanced herself from Lu Chen, and her little face fell the moment she saw Yi Bingtang. As a woman, she had an instinct that the newcomer was not friendly. Don't be so wary, Yi Bingtang said, covering her forehead with one hand, unable to bear the awkwardness. Social death, it was simply social death. She couldn't just go to the movies with someone else's partner, could she? She shouldn't have gone upstairs. Ah, no, she shouldn't have come at all. Now it was all over before it even began. Neither advancing nor retreating was an option. I'm Yi Bingtang, a senior from the 16th team that Lu Chen used to be in. Since you're Lu Chen's girlfriend, just call me Yi. Jia like he does. Here are 2 movie tickets, hope you enjoy. Yi Bingtang placed the 2 tickets on the TV cabinet under the television in front of Lu Chen's bed, then gently closed the door, not forgetting to kindly remind them, you 2 continue. Xia Qianqing? Lu Chen? He didn't expect you to have such a way with women, Xia Qianqing sneered. Not at all, among the vast waters, I only take a scoop, and that's you, Lu Chen replied casually, slipping in an unintentional love confession. Xia Qianqing was taken aback, looking at Lu Chen. With a hint of disbelief, you've evolved. You're not a block of wood anymore, you can actually say sweet nothings? Xia Qianqing marveled inwardly. Lu Chen scratched his head. You're making it sound like I'm a piece of wood. Yeah, a block of wood wouldn't attract bees and butterflies like that. Who was that just now, Yi Bingtang? Xia Qianqing asked, hands on her hips. Lu Chen cleared his throat, feeling no guilt at all. After all, his relationship with Yi Bingtang was completely innocent. Yi Jia, she was someone from the team I stayed with when I was a newcomer, and she's really nice. If it weren't for her back then. Lu Chen's voice abruptly stopped. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead uncontrollably. Damn. How was he supposed to explain this? Was he really going to say that when he confessed back then? Thankfully Yi Jia intervened, or else he would have been utterly embarrassed? Sharing this dark history wasn't a big deal. But it depended on who he was telling it to. His current girlfriend, how could he explain this? If he said it, it would either be social death or laughable death. What's going on? Xia Qianqing asked, looking puzzled. Why aren't you saying anything? Hurry up. How to choose between social death and laughable death? Anyway, Yi Jia saved me, it's that simple. Being all mysterious, if you don't say, I'll just go ask Yi Jia myself. There was only one answer. Wait. Don't. Lu Chen grabbed Xia Qianqing's wrist and pulled her into his embrace. Suddenly, their eyes met, and a heated ambiguity surged forth. At that moment, the air was thick with a scent called hormones, and time seemed to freeze. However, the next second, you must be hiding something from me, I need to ask. Let go of me, let go, Xia Qianqing's eyes widened. A domineering and passionate kiss appeared at the corner of her mouth. This blockhead not only knew how to sweet-talk but also took the initiative to counterattack. Damn, how could he cheat like this? What to do if the partner doesn't listen? A kiss would do. A few minutes later, Lu Chen held Xia Qianqing's small hand and lazily walked down from the second floor. As for Yi Bingtang, after giving the movie tickets, she left. Hello, manager's wife. Li Mijuan had a cold expression, her voice as crisp as usual, but with a hint of playfulness. Xia Qianqing indeed turned beet red at this voice, stepping back to shield Lu Chen in front of her. Manager, wife. How embarrassing. Li Jia, just now Qianqing went upstairs, why didn't you stop her? Lu Chen sighed and scratched his head. He was holding his soft waist in pain. Although it wouldn't recover immediately, it still hurt. I wouldn't dare to stop her, it's already heated up without stopping, if I had. Wouldn't I be torn apart? Rarely, Li Mijuan made a joke, laughing. Ha ha. What a cold joke. Lu Chen's forehead was a mess. Xia Qianqing beside him didn't say a word. Perhaps not noticing Xia Qianqing's unusualness, Lu Chen laughed. Huh, you can still joke. Funny, right? Li Mijuan said with a hint of playfulness. Lu Chen smiled, not bad, has some standards. Funny my ass. Both Lu Chen and Xia Qianqing thought at the same time. Lu Chen thought the joke was too cold. And Xia Qianqing was teased but couldn't retort, which was quite uncomfortable. Beside them, Cui Sihai's honest face was gradually unable to suppress his smile. And he skewered the meat faster. We're leaving. Ding ding ding, the doorbell rang. Lu Chen finally pulled Xia Qianqing out the door. When Xiaolu? Yi Xiong sat in a spacious office with a document in hand. Sitting on a luxurious boss chair worth thousands. Behind him was a bookshelf filled with various miscellaneous books. Next to the window was a floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the entire coastal area. Yi Xiong slowly put down the document in his hand, a hint of understanding in his eyes. No wonder Lu Chen dislikes the Wang family so much, it turns out it's because the Wang family's son snatched his love away? The butler beside him took out a cigar from the drawer, cut it, and then handed it to Yi Xiong. Yi Xiong took the cigar and placed it in his mouth, and the butler leaned down to light it. As Yi Xiong inhaled and exhaled, the fragrant aroma of the cigar instantly filled the air around him. Yi Xiong gently pinched the cigar between his two fingers, reclining in the boss's chair, his eyes gradually formulating a plan. Tell Wang Jiala to handle this. Let him give me a satisfactory answer. Remember, I want Lu Chen to forgive the Wang family, otherwise, the number one gang in the underground forces of Linjiang might as well change their surname. Butler Fu instantly understood Yi Xiong's meaning. He nodded, then stepped back, took out his phone, dialed Wang Jiala's number, and switched to speaker mode. Ah, Butler Fu, does President Yi have any instructions? Wang Jiala. Your Wang family is in trouble. Butler Fu got straight to the point, immediately applying pressure. On the other end of the line, Wang Jiala's voice indeed sounded deflated, his tone somewhat weak. Butler Fu, you need to clarify, I already dealt with those blind idiots, didn't I? That's right, you dealt with those few, but there's still one you haven't resolved, Butler Fu replied. Wang Jiala's voice fell silent for a moment. And after a while, it spoke again. No way, I've already asked the people below, and it was handled cleanly. Or are you saying that President Yi wants me to deal with their families too? Wang Jiala. Watch your words, you have never done anything for the Yi family. What you did was always due to your own reasons. Butler Fu reprimanded. Wang Jiala's voice grew a bit tense. Alright, it was my idea to kill those I found displeasing. Can you be a bit clearer? Then let me make it clear, your son offended someone he shouldn't have. You handle it as you see fit. Remember, this has nothing to do with the Yi family, I'm just telling you that your son has offended someone, and you need to gain that person's forgiveness. It's that simple. After Butler Fu finished speaking, he hung up the phone. By the way, President Yi, there's one more thing. Butler Fu suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling slightly. Yi Xiong was taken aback. Speak. Lu Chen's girlfriend has come from Island City, the second young lady's date plan, should it be interrupted? Interrupted? Yi Xiong's voice turned cold, he propped one foot on the mahogany table, followed by the other, exhaling white mist. On what grounds should it be interrupted? So what if she comes? What the Yi family wants, we will seize it. Tell Bingtang to continue with the plan, at the very least, we need to ruin Lu Chen and his current girlfriend's date. Running away? That's not the Yi family's style. The Yi family rises with the wind, moving forward fearlessly. It was the first time he had heard someone speak of seduction so refreshingly. Butler Fu silently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Yes, master. However, the second young lady gave the movie tickets to Lu Chen. Isn't that good? Lu Chen agreed to go to the movies with her? She gave both tickets, and the second young lady wished Lu Chen and his current girlfriend happiness. What's that? Aren't all the cinemas properties of the Yi family? They can come and go as they please. Which cinema are they going to? Tianlong. Call the cinema manager, clear the place today, and only let Lu Chen and Bingtang in. What about Mr. Lu's current girlfriend? Let her in. If she doesn't go in, how will Lu Chen enter the cinema? Isn't this too lenient on Lu Chen? A few lines of conflict appeared on Butler Fu's forehead. Do you think I'm being too lenient on Lu Chen? Yi Xiong suddenly asked. Butler Fu's expression changed in shock, and he immediately knelt on the ground. The old servant dares not. How could it really be that lenient? Do you think if you were Lu Chen's current girlfriend, and while on a date, there was always a woman by your side, how would you feel? Will raise suspicions. Exactly. They will overthink. Women, as a species, the more they love, the more they will think too much, and what I need to do is to make this overthinking seem reasonable, and then, they will naturally fall out. Brilliant. President Yi. Bastard. Bastard. Yi Xiong, I'll fuck you up. Wang Jiala, who usually acted like a loyal dog in front of Yi Xiong, was now cursing furiously in a dark basement. He was dressed in a pitch-black suit, surrounded by several muscular men with bare torsos. In front of him were several suitcases, from which dark red blood was seeping out, dripping onto the pitch-black floor of the dimly lit basement. Wang Jiala's pant legs were stained with a few drops of blood. A flash of distortion crossed his face as he held a bloodied axe, which he suddenly threw to the ground. What does Yi Xiong take me for? Just a dog to be used at will. Ha 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 ha, I'll fuck your mother. Just a dog. Yi Xiong is so great, so high and mighty, while I, Wang Jiala, am just dirty, a bastard. A mud-legged person. A lowly nobody. The narrow basement echoed with Wang Jiala's unwilling roar. It seemed as if he wanted to shout out all the anger he had accumulated over the decades. How many dirty jobs have I done? For the Yi family? Is this how you treat me? Bastard. He has never looked down on me. Ah, fuck. Wang Jiala was extremely furious. His face turned red and he kicked the suitcase in front of him, dark red blood seeping continuously from the zipper. You're so high and mighty. You're so high and mighty. I'm just a worthless life. I'm just a stinking bug in the mud. A dog. Why should I? Fuck. After venting for a while, Wang Jiala gradually calmed the anger in his heart. A muscular man beside him thoughtfully handed him a clean towel. Wang Jiala took the towel, wiped the sweat from his face, and then cleaned his bloodstained hands. He slowly exhaled, and his face gradually returned to normal. He coldly glanced at the bloodied suitcases in front of him. Throw them far away, bury them deep, and send me the location after it's done. Yes, boss. After wiping his hands, Wang Jiala tossed the white towel onto the bloodstained black floor. He turned around, as if the madman just now wasn't him, and quietly walked towards the exit. He now had another task to complete. That was to investigate what kind of person his son had offended. Then, if he needed to break legs to apologize, he would break legs. If he needed to kill, he would kill. After all, his son could still be alive, but the Axe gang must carry the Wang surname. Do you think Wang Jiala doesn't love his son? Wrong. He loves him very much. He has always kept Wang Fui away from all the underground forces. For Wang Fui, he was just a businessman working under the Yi family, with a little business, nothing more. He loved this son very much. He had raised his son to the sky, and his son had not let him down, excelling in studies and having good relationships, truly a winner in life. Originally, he planned to send his son abroad for studies this year, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, he didn't do so. But he still loved this son deeply. He regarded his son as his new life. But now this son had become a stumbling block in his future. He would not hesitate to kick him away. Because he had a clear conscience. He believed he had never wronged this son. Sister Yi. Inside the cinema. It was pitch black, with only a large screen shining light, and the surrounding 3D sound system roared. The cinema was empty, with only Yi Bingtang, Lu Chen, and Xia Qianqing sitting in the fourth row. Xia Qianqing clung to Lu Chen's arm, her face filled with vigilance as she scanned Yi Bingtang. Lu Chen looked at Yi Bingtang with a strange expression and directly asked her. As for Yi Bingtang, she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. This was so embarrassing. She fanned herself with her small hand, turned her face away, and spoke in a somewhat unnatural voice. It's nothing, you guys just continue as if I don't exist. I'm just here to watch a movie. Actually, I wasn't here voluntarily, mainly because of my dad's issues, you know? You guys have met the parents already? Xia Qianqing's astonished voice rang out from beside Lu Chen. Lu Chen was speechless. In a sense, they really had, but could that even be compared? What kind of family introduces their parents? With the price of an assassination? I haven't met Lu Chen's parents, but Lu Chen does know my dad, Yi Bingtang stammered. Her speech was a bit slow, tinged with embarrassment. After all, her dad and Lu Chen's first meeting wasn't exactly harmonious. However, this statement stung Xia Qianqing a bit. What are you embarrassed about? Lu Chen not only met your dad but knows him? Pretty familiar, huh? Seeing Xia Qianqing's expression grow increasingly unpleasant, Yi Bingtang hurriedly changed the subject. Ahem, so, about the 1,000-year ginseng my dad sent you last night, how was it? Great. He even sent a big gift? Xia Qianqing's face flushed slightly at that moment, her small hands gripping Lu Chen's shoulders tighter, her nails digging into his flesh. Lu Chen winced in pain, pulling at the corners of his mouth. Sister Yi, I was wrong, I shouldn't. have said anything. I really should die. Please, just let it go. This is hilarious, you look like a grandson now, a mocking voice echoed in his mind, tinged with a mix of schadenfreude and amusement. Right, just like you. Heh, we are one and the same. Lu Chen. Lu Chen, right? Wang Fui actually offended Lu Chen. He shouldn't have been so arrogant. Wang Jiala leaned back in his office chair, a hint of helplessness on his face, holding a stack of documents. It was a record of Wang Fui's expenses and actions over the past 6 months. The worst part is, he shouldn't have dumped Wen Xiaolu. Now he's completely offended Lu Chen. Sigh, it was only a few days away, just a few days. We can't afford to make mistakes at this critical moment, but how can I make Fui apologize to Lu Chen? I can't just kill him, that wouldn't. Hell. Should I take Fui to apologize to Lu Chen? I see Lu Chen and Yi Xiong as the same kind of people, they look down on me, they despise my lowly status, they're all bastards who haven't tasted the hardships of society, just lucky bastards. Relying on the favor of heaven, wagging their tails like big wolves. Damn it, apologizing won't work, that will only make Lu Chen look down on our Wang family even more. But, thinking about it carefully, we don't necessarily need Lu Chen to respect us, as long as he stops targeting our Wang family, that's enough. In the cinema, apart from the roaring sound of the movie, there was a complete silence. Xia Chenqing tightly gripped Lu Chen's arm, resting her head on his shoulder like a protective little beast, afraid that her prey would be snatched away by someone else. Yi Bingtang, on the other hand, had distanced herself from Lu Chen, leaning against the other armrest. As for Lu Chen, he felt completely uncomfortable. A perfectly good movie, and he couldn't get into it at all. 3 hours, it felt like. Ants crawling from his heels to the top of his head. So slow and so uncomfortable. Inside the Old Road barbecue restaurant, a man wearing a clown mask held a pitch-black umbrella in one hand, his Gotham-style twisted smile glistening in the sunlight, while his scarlet suit flared with an eerie arc as he turned and plunged into the Old Road barbecue restaurant through the glass door. The black umbrella in his hand seemed to vanish like a magic trick. Hi, ladies and gentlemen, have you missed me? The ghostly figure leaned against the counter, sunlight spilling onto his face, illuminating the clown mask and his deep blue pupils. The scarlet gear spun a few times deep within his blue eyes. Facing the increasingly cold expression of Li Misha, he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, but the red line of his lips stretched to the roots of his ears. Beneath the mask, don't be nervous, don't be nervous. How ruthless, I'm not even here in person, so I won't be caught on surveillance. I'm just delivering a message, the leader says the countdown for Lin Jiang has been moved up. The storm will arrive within 48 hours, and the sky will change color. The ghostly figure's tongue brushed against the edge of the mask. During the day, the flood will lick every streetlight. Until Lin Jiang becomes an aquarium, the next no man's land. The leader will not allow such a thing to happen. Li Misha said coldly, holding a skewer of meat with an iron stick. Ghost, stop beating around the bush. Spit it out. Chui Sihai urged in a dull voice. The ghostly figure's bright red mouth curled slightly upward. You all have too high an opinion of the leader, he's not that merciful. He said, the life and death of Lin Jiang have nothing to do with him, with you, or with the gates of hell. However, the leader also said that a savior will appear. Who? Guess. Lu Chen? Just based on someone who has only awakened for half a year? Li Misha shook her head slightly, a hint of disdain flashing across her lips. Chui Sihai's eyes, as big as copper bells, shifted slightly, his voice gaining a hint of pressure. Does the leader want to use Lin Jiang as a venue to test Lu Chen? The leader said. The ghostly figure didn't answer but instead began to speak to himself. He suddenly straightened up, the red bow tie moving as if by an unseen wind. The gods' alarm clock has 365 days left. He made an elegant turn, then leaped and danced like fingers dancing on a piano. A year from now, the only person in this world who can make the gods fear and flee will disappear. At that time, the gods will judge, the heavens will change color, humanity will be guilty, and will be destroyed by tsunamis, volcanoes, heavy rains, and fierce winds. As if Pandora has opened the box again, a new round of human apocalypse is about to arrive. It will be like the end of the world. Li Misha's hand, which was threading the meat skewers, trembled slightly, the iron fork piercing her finger. A dark red drop of blood seeping from her fingertip. Her expression stiffened for a moment, and she looked up in shock. In a year, the gods will return. Amidst the crackling of the charcoal fire, Chui Sihai's copper bell-like eyes suddenly contracted. God, that really is the end of the world, it all has to end. That's right, in a year, the gods, beaten to tears and rolling in their own filth, will return to sweep this world again. With humiliation and anger. The clown's voice lost its erratic pitch, becoming unusually smooth. He looked at the fear in Li Misha and Chui Sihai's eyes. Ha ha ha, the clown's mocking voice suddenly rang out, teasing the nerves of Chui Sihai and Li Misha. Ghost, what are you going crazy about? Or are you saying that everything you just said was a lie? Li Misha scolded. with a body full of bruises and a desire for revenge. The ghostly figure suddenly burst into wild laughter, the sound slicing through the air like shattered porcelain, but the leader doesn't care. He said, even if the last person who can subdue the gods disappears. At this point, the ghostly figure fell silent for a moment, deliberately slowing down. Li Misha put down the skewer in her hand. Continue. He can still crush those false gods with his fingernails. The clown licked the edge of his mask, the sound of gears suddenly speeding up, just like that person back in the day who broke Zeus's scepter into scrap. The leader, huh? Recalling the terrifying power of self, Li Misha and Chui Sihai were somewhat moved. They had never seen the leader fail to kill anyone with a single strike. Self-strength had long surpassed their imagination. If it were him, perhaps he really could, with one person, subdue all gods. What about Linjiang? What about us? Do we still need to continue hiding? When the three-colored rain falls, and sorrow descends, the clown suddenly pulled out a barbecue voucher as if performing a magic trick. Ensure that the charcoal for Lao Lu's barbecue never goes out. The leader says, the apocalypse barbecue must be paired with vodka. By then, he will personally attend. Ah, Brother Lu, I was wrong. Bang bang bang, several loud knocks sounded in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen covered his face with one hand, feeling a bit embarrassed to look. Xia Chenxing, who had grabbed Lu Chen's shoulder, had a hint of confusion in her eyes. Who is this guy? Lu Chen's mouth twitched, a classmate from high school. What's with the apology? He looks like he would die if he didn't apologize. I don't know, but I don't have a good impression of this guy. Oh. Then I'll go buy ice cream, you wait for me here. At the entrance of the cinema. Yi Bingtang was currently not by Lu Chen's side because she had gone to the restroom. And Xia Chenxing had gone to a nearby shop to buy ice cream. Wang Fui knelt on the ground, banging his head, attracting the pointing fingers of those around him. What a good young man, actually begging. The watch on his hand is worth several million, and he's begging? He really has no sense, clearly begging for mercy. Could it be a proposal scene from a TV drama? Rejected? So pathetic, even banging his head? Where did this come from? Get lost. Go to hell, does this look like it? At first glance, it's clear he hit a brick wall, now it's too late to beg for mercy. The people around were confused, but someone actually got it right. He really did hit a brick wall. An overnight brick wall, and it hurt today. Wang Fui was now regretting it deeply. His father had told him, saying that Lu Chen was now a guest of the Yi family. And now that he had offended Lu Chen, if he couldn't get Lu Chen's forgiveness, their family would go bankrupt. By then, not only would they have nothing, but they would also be heavily in debt. This was simply the difference between being in heaven 1 second and falling straight into hell the next. Wang Fui naturally couldn't bear this disparity and then was forced by Wang Jiala to come and confess. Looking at Wang Fui, who was kneeling on the ground, crying and snotting, Lu Chen truly felt no sympathy. He didn't have the generosity to forgive such trash. To be honest, he wanted to kill him. Because the other party not only took away Wen Xiaolu but also abandoned her, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. The girl he had never gotten, but was toyed with by another man like a doll in a trash can. Heh, go die, trash. Lu Chen kicked Wang Fui down, get lost. That's what Lu Chen said. A hint of dark red appeared in his eyes, but overall he still looked normal. With one kick, he sent Wang Fui flying several meters, and Lu Chen no longer paid attention to him. Just then, Yi Bingtang pushed the door open from the restroom not far away and walked over. She looked a bit surprised at the sight of Wang Fui lying on the ground, clutching his chest, looking pale, and asked Lu Chen, how did he get here? Who knows, anyway, he inexplicably bowed and apologized to me, like a lunatic. I got annoyed and kicked him away, Lu Chen said honestly. What bad intentions could he have? He was just really annoyed, he swore. Bullshit, you already guessed why he came to find you. You're just petty, unwilling to let it go. A mocking voice in his heart appeared at an inopportune moment. Lu Chen cleared his throat. No way, he was just pretending to be careless. He swore. I want to report Lu Chen. What the hell, has someone discovered I've been cheating? I want to report that he was just messing around with a girl. Turns out it was an idiot. Yi Bingtang. He's playing both sides. What the hell? Bro, you can't just say that. Xia Chenxing, who was buying ice cream nearby, froze, the 3 ice creams in her hand making a crisp sound. Cold sweat streamed down Lu Chen's forehead as he slapped Wang Fui. Screw you and you're playing both sides. I have a clear conscience with Sister Yi, completely innocent. Wang Fui took the slap, spat out a mouthful of blood, and laughed wildly. He hit me. He stopped me from talking, he's guilty. Ha 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 ha, damn it. Sometimes, people can really be left speechless. Especially when facing a troublemaker like this. Really, Lu Chen felt like he could jump into the Yellow River and still wouldn't be able to clear his name. Lu Chen. Wang Fui? At the corner of the road, a woman in a plain white dress, holding a few books, walked out from the nearby library, looking at Lu Chen and Wang Fui at the cinema entrance with a hint of astonishment. The moment he saw Wen Xiaolu, Lu Chen's mouth slightly opened, his brain short-circuited. What day is it today? Did he not check the calendar before going out? It's over. Today is destined to end in either social death or laughter. The sky gradually darkened, it was clearly still noon, yet dark. Clouds obscured the sun, and not a single ray of sunlight broke through. The world was dim. The mountain road changed color, dark and gloomy. On an old, yellowing white car. Mutated rampage? Mu Huanyu looked at Duching with some confusion. Duching nodded and continued, that's right, the most unstable factor, from beginning to end, is the mutated rampage. That's quite terrifying. The court of all beings is extremely powerful. Because they have mastered highly advanced awakening agents that can transform ordinary people into ability users. The abilities catalyzed by this agent may overlap, breaking the uniqueness that should exist in abilities. But likewise, the reason the court of all beings is classified as taboo and banned nationwide is also due to the side effects of the awakening agent. It can lead to heaven or hell in a thought, turning ordinary people into monsters. Especially ordinary people with obsessions, who can become extremely troublesome monsters. And this obsession could be love, regret, familial ties, jealousy. If a person turns into a monster, can they turn back into a human? Mu Huanyu asked. Duching fell silent, gazing at the calm, cloud-covered sky, murmuring, difficult. The conditions needed to restore order are far more stringent than the destruction caused by a moment of impulse. Mutation does not mean death, on the contrary, in a certain sense, it is rebirth. The fallen leaves of the phoenix tree blew across the mountain road, crushed by the wheels, eventually drifting between the mountains and fields. The skyline was gradually swallowed by darkness, the world devoid of light and wind. It was eerily similar to the calm before a storm. At the headquarters of Qianye. Captain, something happened. What? People in the surrounding city have gradually started to notice, and those from the court of all beings are heading in our direction. No. Wait, am I still drunk? You've already had the sobering injection. It seems the court of all beings wants to launch a massive attack and turn Linjiang into a no man's land? Those damned bastards. Fong Ping slammed his aged hand on the table, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, yet his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Those who have never seen a no man's land cannot comprehend its terror. It is not that there are no living people there. It's just that, compared to the terrifying monsters, those survivors resemble monsters themselves. A no man's land, if such a fate were to befall Linjiang, would truly be horrifying. Family, friends, lovers, everything will turn to ashes, people will devour each other, scheming and plotting, with no harmony or tranquility left. The ugliness of humanity will be laid bare on the table, impossible to look at yet forced to consume, truly, a hell on earth. At the entrance of the cinema, Wang Fui had become a laughingstock, utterly embarrassed. The pride and dignity of the past were now trampled underfoot. Completely shredded. Let me explain. Sure, your luck with the ladies is impressive. You've attracted so many beautiful girls? Lu Chen. What are you trying to do? Start a harem? It's a misunderstanding, all misunderstandings. Yes, your shop's waitress is a misunderstanding, Sister Yi is a misunderstanding, and now this Wen Xiaolu is also a misunderstanding, right? How many women have you actually attracted? Now that you mention it, it seems quite a few. Lu Chen. Hearing the voice beside him, Wang Fui lowered his head, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Lu Chen was nothing but a lucky mudleg picked by Yi Bingtang. In Wang Fui's eyes, just throw some dirt, and it might even be true. That dog Lu Chen is straddling two boats. And even meeting at the cinema at the same time. Just a severely damaged self-PUA, now, he was going to expose Lu Chen's mask. Let him see if Yi Bingtang would slap Lu Chen in the face, she should be very angry right now. Wang Fui slowly raised his head, only to find his mind blank. He saw Xia Qinqing holding 3 ice creams, handing one to Yi Bingtang. Then, in front of Yi Bingtang, she intimately wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's. Of course, what Wang Fui didn't see was that Xia Qinqing's small hand had already reached Lu Chen's waist, then suddenly twisted. Lu Chen's expression became somewhat unnatural, but out of pride, he didn't scream. However, he still awkwardly smiled at Xia Qinqing's ear. That's enough, you should know in your heart that I really have nothing with them. A misunderstanding is just a misunderstanding, it can be easily pierced. Xia Qinqing also knew it was a misunderstanding, but she just loved to twist Lu Chen, feeling a sense of ownership. This feeling. It was as if they were truly a couple. Clearly, there was no emotional foundation. Xia Qinqing slowly released Lu Chen, lowering her head. Lu Chen noticed Xia Qianqing's disappointment, a hint of astonishment crossed his face, then he smiled slightly and embraced Xia Qianqing. Don't overthink it, I'm not that kind of irresponsible man. Yes. He wasn't that kind of irresponsible man, but his love had no sense of responsibility. Lu Chen, did you ever, even a little, like me? Or is all of this based on an elusive sense of responsibility? This is simply the biggest lie since the 24th century. Responsibility does not equal love. But how? Can I make you love me? Xia Qianqing's nose felt a bit sour, and she awkwardly touched the bridge of her nose, her voice light. Of course I know what kind of person you are, but don't underestimate our bond. After all, we've known each other for so long. This hidden sentiment, tinged with heartache and a hint of helplessness. Perhaps no one could truly understand. In Yi Bingtan's eyes, this scene was a joyful moment between a junior and his girlfriend. In Wen Xiaolu's view, it was glaring, a stark contrast between someone who once pursued her and the radiant happiness of the present, making her feel like a wilted flower, unnoticed and even trampled upon. As for Wang Fui, he seemed to have become Lu Chen, hiding in the darkness of the cinema, gazing up at this distant, uncomfortable light like a mouse. What the hell? Making me kneel, making me beg for mercy, isn't it just to recreate that day and then trample me underfoot? What is Lu Chen even worth? Just a nobody, a marginal figure. I, Wang Fui. I come from a wealthy family, have many younger brothers, a wide social circle, and I do well in my studies. I am the vortex that everyone revolves around. Since childhood, everyone has held me in their hands, while he, Lu Chen, is just a pile of filth by the roadside. But flowers always bloom in filth. This pile of filth has naturally stood on my head. Damn it. Why? Ha ha. At this moment, the clouds grew darker, and a light drizzle began to fall from the sky without warning. What no one noticed was that the falling raindrops were mixed with green, purple, and red glimmers. This is tricolor rain. Beneath the thin veil of rain, a disheveled figure began to make strange sounds. In front of Lu Chen, Wang Fui's body began to twist, like an unstable liquid, as if it could explode at any moment. His arms twisted continuously, making crackling noises. Jealousy, accompanied by the rain, severed his nerves. Wang Fui's mouth began to tremble uncontrollably, his eyes glowing with an oily green light. I want to tear you apart. His twisting arms bizarrely rotated 360 degrees, sprouting several barbs that glimmered with a piercing cold light. But the next second, thunderbolt, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, erupted instantly from Lu Chen's fingertips. Wang Fui, contorting in a strange manner, was instantly reduced to nothing under this strike. Devouring heaven white tiger, with a soft murmur from Lu Chen. A massive white tiger phantom suddenly coalesced above Lu Chen, enveloping Xia Qianqing and the others. This rainwater is problematic. Lu Chen almost instantly identified the issue. Beside him, Wen Xiaolu was still dumbfounded, frozen in place. This scene struck her as a normal person's brain nerve. Lu Chen killed Wang Fui. Although she saw Wang Fui twisting his body like a ghostly figure crawling out of a television, murder in a harmonious, ordinary society was extremely jarring and unacceptable. Though she couldn't comprehend how Lu Chen could unleash a lightning bolt as thick as an arm, she knew one thing. Lu Chen killed someone. He killed Wang Fui. This was absurd. It awakened memories long sealed away, and she recalled the day half a year ago when she fell into the water at high school. But was it the same? That was a monster, and the one before her now was Wang Fui, a living person. In the next moment, the massive white tiger phantom appeared above her, enveloping her. Horror. Mind went completely blank. What is going on? Why can't she keep up with the thought process at all? The hand of the sentient beings court? Have they gone mad? The rainwater is mixed with awakening agents. How did this happen? Yi Bingtang trembled all over, her eyes wide with disbelief as she shouted. Standing behind Lu Chen, Xia Qianqing was also shaking slightly. She gently grasped Lu Chen's shoulder. Is this rain toxic? Beep beep beep, the ringtone from Lu Chen's pocket rang out. He answered the call. Hello? I'm here. This is Fong Ping. Lu Chen, there's an emergency situation happening right now. You need to come to the Qianya headquarters. Immediately, we must discuss countermeasures. Those bastards from the Zhongshan court have recently started gathering towards Linjiang. They plan to turn Linjiang into a no man's land. It's already too late for a meeting. What? Feng Ping, I don't have time to explain right now. In my capacity as an inspector, I issue the order. Everyone must pay attention to the rain. This heavy rain is mixed with awakening agents. What? Inside the Qianya headquarters, Feng Ping's aged face twitched a few times, becoming extremely grim. He leaned his hands against the transparent floor-to-ceiling window beside him, staring intently at the light rain outside. He saw that the rain was mixed with several tipsy colors: red, green, purple. Lu Chen's call continued. I've already encountered an ordinary person infected by the rain. And I have killed him. Immediately notify all Qianya members to take protective measures against the rainwater and avoid direct contact as much as possible. Fong Ping's expression was slightly dazed at this moment. He stumbled back and sat down on a chair. This situation doesn't seem like something we can handle. This kind of disastrous rain is insane. Absolutely insane. What do they want to do? Fong Ping slammed his palm on the table, his face showing a mix of anger and deep helplessness. Fong Ping, now is not the time for you to vent your anger. Hurry up and call them, tell them to at least wear a raincoat. They must not have direct contact with the rainwater. Lu Chen's calm and composed voice came from the other end of the phone, and Fong Ping seemed to find his anchor. He spoke urgently. Yes. We should issue a notification to them first. The call was abruptly hung up, and Fong Ping hurriedly began calling other team leaders. The reason he was so flustered was not simply because of this unprecedented rain of awakening agents. It was also due to the implications behind it. The Zongqing court was about to strike hard. The last no man's land was in that black city in the northeast. And now, it was their turn in Linjiang. You ask why Fong Ping was so anxious? Who wouldn't panic before death? In Fong Ping's eyes, the building was already on the verge of collapse. The Zongqing court dared to unleash this rain. They had already regarded Linjiang as a no man's land. In other words, even if reinforcements arrived by that time, it would be too late. Even now, the rain had already fallen, and it was too late. Hello, rain, everyone, do not bathe in the rain. Everyone. You must wear raincoats and have no intimate contact with the rainwater. And immediately contact the police station, use loudspeakers, text messages, and all forms of communication, immediately. Notify all ordinary citizens of Linjiang to stay away from the rain. This was almost an impossible order to fulfill. Inside Tianlong Square, the cinema is on the 4th floor. Lu Chen decisively closed the glass door, gathered the security personnel in the square, and locked the main entrance. Why can't we go out? Let us out. Seriously, are they not letting people leave the cinema? My electric bike is still outside, it's raining now. Open the door. The security personnel beside him showed a hint of difficulty on their faces. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's a security guard. In reality, he's just an ordinary person. To be honest, he doesn't even know whether the police badge in Lu Chen's hand is real or fake. However, in the next second, he believed it. Because Lu Chen held the truth in his hand. Bang, a gunshot rang out from Lu Chen's hand. Instantly, everyone turned to look at Lu Chen, their minds going blank. At that moment, 2 words echoed in their hearts. What the hell? 4 words, what the hell, damn it. A gun. As a citizen of the Tang dynasty, if one were to live a peaceful life, they might never see a gun in their lifetime. Of course, if they happened to pass by a bank and coincidentally saw an armored truck unloading cash, they might catch a glimpse of a shotgun. In short, when the truth was revealed, the place fell silent. Lu Chen cleared his throat. Let me introduce myself briefly. Ah. There's a robber. What the hell? A robber. There's a gun. He has a gun. Bang, I'm a police officer, everyone shut up. Police? The crowd, who had been terrified, suddenly froze in place, exchanging glances with one another. Then, hey, so what if you're a police officer? Can you just restrict our freedom? Let us out. Exactly. I thought you were a robber. You scared me to death. Why are you shooting randomly? Do you have a gun permit? Do you have a lockdown order? Just keeping us from leaving? Lu Chen felt a bit of a headache. How was he supposed to explain? Should he say that the rain outside is toxic? And they can't go out? Who would believe that? So Lu Chen didn't say it. To be honest, it would sound quite foolish at this point. Instead of speaking the truth, it was better to deceive them. A little. We received a notification that among you, there are thieves who have stolen national-level cultural relics. Now, no one is allowed to move, wait for further instructions. Everyone, rest assured, after this is over, each of you will receive 1,000 yuan as a reward. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd finally improved a bit. Inside the building, it gradually calmed down. However, could Lu Chen guard 1 door? Could he guard 9 doors? The rest of the people in the square continued to come and go as they pleased. This is just treating the symptoms, not the root cause. We need to figure out what this rain is all about. Yi Bingtang said with a somewhat grim expression. Xia Qianqing scanned the crowd, her lips trembling slightly. She pulled Lu Chen's hand, leaning her whole body against his shoulder, whispering in his ear, "There's something off in the crowd. Some people have very high values." Very high values? Who? The one wearing the monkey mask, and the one next to him wearing the beige mask, and that person in the red opera robe cosplaying, wearing a ghost mask. What are their values? Uniformly. Over 1600. This is troublesome. 1600 means they are in the nascent soul stage. And now, there are actually 3 nascent souls in the square. What are they doing? Specifically targeting me? They really went to great lengths. The previous Golden Core guy didn't take me down, so they sent 3 nascent souls instead? Ha, they really think highly of me. Lu Chen suddenly grabbed Xia Qingqing's wrist, pulling her firmly into his embrace, his tone steady and unyielding. We must act cautiously. Making a move here could easily cause innocent casualties. We need to find a way to draw them away. Their target should only be me. After I leave, you and Sister Yi stay here to guard. Lu Chen made a decision almost instantly. Don't. Xia Qingqing's voice trembled with a hint of a sob, reaching his ear. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback, but a reassuring smile appeared on his face as he gently patted her back. You should know my current strength. A few nascent soul cultivators can't do anything to me. Don't. Be obedient, I'll draw them away. You and Sister Yi guard this door. I said don't. Xia Qingqing suddenly revealed her silver teeth, biting down hard on Lu Chen's shoulder, even breaking the skin on his neck, a few drops of blood sliding down his skin. Yet Lu Chen remained silent, gently stroking her trembling back. Xia Qingqing's body shook violently, fear and unease drowning her like a tidal wave. A shadow from the depths of her memory was now magnified infinitely, transforming into an insurmountable abyss of darkness. She was scared, terrified, as if once she let go, she would lose him forever. They're very strong. It's okay, I'm stronger than them. Will you come back? Yeah, I swear. Lu Chen. I'm here. Does it hurt? Of course it hurts. But don't worry, everything will be fine. While softly comforting Xia Qingqing, Lu Chen discreetly scanned the surrounding crowd, lowering his voice to say, the prophecy. The ancestors' prophecy has come true. The 3-colored neon in the storm pierced through the clouds, dyeing the green bricks of the Qingshan sect's temple an eerie purple. The copper bells at the eaves danced madly in the wind and rain. The lingering sound of the 2-stringed instruments still entwined around the beams. The old beggar's withered fingers hovered over the broken string, gazing at the deep-eyed elder in the painting, kneeling down, the 25th generation disciple of Qingshan sect. Deng Yong today fulfills the ancestors' prophecy of the 3-colored rain. The unfilial disciple returns to the temple, willing to offer a meager strength. As the Taoist robe billowed, decades of hard-earned innate energy transformed into an ink dragon, wandering within the temple. The elder in the painting seemed to shift back and forth in the dim light and shadow. Sometimes young, sometimes middle-aged, sometimes old. Beside him, the observer Deng lay pressed down on the compass at his waist, the bronze needle wildly cutting through the southeast direction. Junior brother Yong. In this chaotic world, today is the day our Qingshan sect leaves the mountain to save the world. Take the Qinghe map. The prophecy says that a destined person will come forth with the Qinghe map to purify this disastrous reign, Deng Yong reminded. Deng Lei nodded. Naturally, I won't forget. Passed down through 25 generations, all for today's calamity. The Qinghe map should have its place to be used, and we can also contribute a little strength for the people of the world. Though we lack extraordinary abilities and can't match talents like Shintenzong, we have at least lived a long life, and we must exert some effort. Deng Yong's murky old eyes gazed up at the dark clouds. This rain was summoned by someone. The other side used immortal artifacts. It's that group of robbers from the court of all beings. Deng Lei said angrily. In these past 10 years, the Court of All Beings not only invaded the territory of the Great Tang, conducting illegal experiments multiple times, turning the northern Black City into a no-man's land, but also precisely plundered the treasures left behind by the immortals. It was as if they already knew the locations of the treasures, raiding them directly, leaving no room for defense. For instance, today, this disastrous rain must have been brought by the immortal artifact, White Jade Bowl. The White Jade Bowl comes from the Water Virtue Star Lord, who is also known as the Water God, one of the deities worshipped in Chinese folklore. The 5 Star Lords are named after wood, metal, fire, water, and earth. More than 20 years ago, the immortals retreated, and since then, there have been no deities in the world. Deng Yong sighed. The deities in various regions were captured and slaughtered, the gods trembled, the immortals feared, all avoiding their sharpness. Deng Lei continued. Between the 2 sentences, the hidden side of this was revealed. Alright, the urgent task is to guard Lin Zhang. Let's set off. To catch the thief, first catch the king. The compass shows that the location of the White Jade Bowl is in the cloud pavilion 700 meters away, southeast direction. In the depths of the dark clouds to the southeast, a faint cold light of the White Jade Bowl could be seen swirling. Wang family. Ah, great, taking action early, good. From today on, I, Wang Jiala, will no longer have to look at Yishung's face to get things done. Wang Jiala's complexion was flushed as he turned to the man beside him, who was dressed in a white lab coat and wearing a black swirling mask, and said, "Please inform your captain that I have completed the task, so shouldn't I receive the goods now?" The man in the black swirling mask glanced at Wang Jiala, then set down the handbag he was holding, opened it, and took out an awakening potion, a dark purple, eerie glow flickering across the transparent syringe. "Of course, our captain said that as long as you gather a total of 100,000 doses of the potion at the subway hub in Linjiang and ensure they work on time today, we will keep our promise and make you an awakener." Wang Jiala didn't know much about the affairs of the inner world. It was precisely because he knew so little that he was easily manipulated by the court of all beings. Wang Jiala only knew that the Yi family could prosper in Linjiang because of their family's abilities. But what he didn't know was that the Yi family's status was not solely due to their abilities, it was also because their eldest son was the leader of the Qianlong team, and his brothers held significant power. Due to the vast information gap, Wang Jiala was deceived by the court of all beings. This was inevitable. After all, Wang Jiala had long been dissatisfied with Yi Xiong. He felt too stifled, this life of being a dog drove him crazy. He needed an outlet to strike back at his former master, and now, he had succeeded. Only one? Come on, didn't I say you need to give me at least 100 doses of the side-effect-free awakening potion? Wang Jiala slammed the table, his face looking somewhat unpleasant. Side-effect-free awakening potion? The man in the swirling mask sneered inwardly, how ridiculous, how could such an expensive potion be given to someone who was hardly a pawn? He slowly pulled over a huge box. Behind him, opened it again, and dozens of awakening potions lay inside. These were, of course, unstable awakening potions, with over 100 experimental samples just handed over. The man in the swirling mask's eyes flashed with a gray swirling arc as he smiled and said, "Of course, we won't go back on our word, a total of 100 awakening potions. I wish you success in overthrowing the Yi family." Haha, a hint of madness flashed across Wang Jiala's face as he eagerly approached. The cultist picked up an awakening potion and injected it into his arm. "Yes. I want to overthrow the Yi family." At that moment, Wang Jiala's eyes seemed to be enchanted by the man in the swirling mask, with a hint of gray swirling arc appearing in his gaze. Delusion amplifies a person's inner desires 100-fold, commonly known as lowering intelligence. Under this ability, Wang Jiala was naturally incredibly foolish. He actually believed he could defeat the Yi family and take their place. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the door, and a big man walked in. "Boss, it's bad, something happened." "What's so bad?" "Nonsense." Wang Jiala scolded directly, his mind filled with visions of a bright future, how he would kick Yi Xiong and force him to kneel and beg for mercy. Wang Fui, the young master is dead." Wang Jiala's originally joyful expression froze. He twisted his neck, his eyes turning red, and he was stunned. He hoarsely asked, "Who did you say is dead?" "The young master was killed by Lu Chen. Lu Chen seems to be an awakener, the golden lightning he summoned killed the young master, and he even summoned a white tiger phantom as tall as a small mountain. Fui is dead, why are you still alive?" Wang Jiala twisted his head, slightly raised it, his voice like a horse snake. The big man broke out in a cold sweat. He ran away, but could he say that now? The big man decided to change the subject. "Boss. Now the key is to avenge the young master. My son is dead, you will accompany him in death." Wang Jiala's voice rang out. The next moment, a sharp claw suddenly pierced through the big man's chest. The claw gripped the heart, emerging from the man's back, and then discarded the heart. The claw gleamed with a metallic sheen like steel, connected to a pure white bone. As the bone contracted, the claw returned to Wang Jiala's hand. The corners of Wang Jiala's mouth lifted slightly, his eyes consumed by the current power. "This is power. But why can't I turn back?" Wang Jiala gazed at the steel-like claw in his hand, unable to revert to a normal human form, lost in thought. The voice of the Vortex Man carried a hint of seduction. "This is the price of gaining power. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and use this power to kill that one called Lu Chen. Didn't he kill your son? Use this power, kill him." Wang Jiala, who had been puzzled, suddenly flashed a hint of confusion in his eyes, and then the black vortex arc appeared in his gaze like a whirlpool. Wang Jiala murmured, "Kill him, yes. I want revenge. Prepare the car. Prepare the car. I want to go to Tianlong Square." In the sky, 700 meters above the clouds, a western man dressed in a deep blue robe and wearing a deep blue patterned mask was currently holding a white jade bowl in one hand, while the other hand held an awakening potion, pouring the liquid into the bowl. The Wang family's plan has succeeded. 100,000 awakening potions detonated at the subway hub will be enough to infect thousands, even tens of thousands. 3 holy knights are enough to eliminate the Linjiang inspector, they are not to be feared. He is the only variable. I had the pieces inside Linjiang Chenya slander Lu Chen to Yi Xiong. Let him be caught in a dilemma. I instructed Nyo Tu and Baidu to set up an ambush to fish him out and kill him, but unexpectedly, he turned around and wiped them out. I really didn't expect his strength to be unlike what the data showed, at the chi condensation level. This has completely disrupted all my plans. But it's just like this, he's just a bigger grasshopper. Evan Middleton narrowed his eyes slightly. And with a wave of his hand, a deep blue barrier appeared beside him. Transforming water. Transforming water possesses a certain ability to manipulate water molecules and can endow the water with a certain form based on its own strength, inheriting about 80% of its own abilities. Clear thunder call, two figures burst out from below, and as they raised their heads, two bolts of azure thunder surged like a mighty force towards Evan. The deep blue shield surrounding Evan instantly absorbed the azure thunder, distributing it across the shield. Two old Taoists, without abilities, think you can fight me? Although we are both in the transformation realm, you should know that you can't defeat me. Evan chuckled lightly. The deep blue robe rustled, and a white jade bowl floating in front of his chest flashed with an ink-like blue hue as a deep blue dragon emerged from the bowl, coiling around Evan's body. Hiss, the dragon emitted a chilling cry, its eyes seemingly alive. The scales on its body displayed different lusters, and even to the naked eye, one could see the red, purple, and green glimmers emanating from the scales. Taiching Heavenly God Call, urgent as the law commands, seal, Dang Lei pinched a yellowed talisman between his fingers, and in an instant, the talisman ignited, changing the color of the sky. Upon closer inspection, one could find that Dang Lei and Dang Yong were covered in spiritual energy, isolated from the three-colored rain, thus not being eroded. The world darkened, and a bolt of azure thunder suddenly struck down, hitting the dragon's head directly. Clear wind spell, confinement array, seal. Dang Yong was dressed in tattered beggar's clothes, his hands clutching two yellow talismans as he chanted. Patterns of formations appeared before him. First, seal the dragon. What Dang Yong and Dang Lei failed to notice was that Evan had no intention of making a move. Instead, a smirk of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the upper echelons of the Night of Concealment, Bai has awakened. The Master Bai has awakened. He created the Night of Concealment at the moment his powers emerged, but chose to sleep for over a decade. Today, Master Bai has awakened. The Master of the Night of Concealment has revived. No one knew his name. People only referred to each other as Bai. If they had to add anything, it would be Master Bai. In the high-level meeting, at the round table, everyone was discussing animatedly, until the mechanical door swung open. A figure draped in a black robe, wearing a white swirling mask, appeared. The appearance was almost identical to the previous one, but it looked much newer. Hello everyone, I believe you have all heard my legend. I won't introduce myself further, you can call me Bai. You must be very curious as to why I have awakened. I won't waste time with you, there are enough rats in the court of all beings, and I am already disgusted. My awakening only signifies one thing: the extinction of the court of all beings. A man in high-ranking council attire changed his expression. The court of all beings had emerged after this lord's slumber, but how did he know of its existence? Bai supported himself on the conference table, his voice chillingly cold. Now, deploy troops to the river. Tianlong Square. A Rolls-Royce Phantom charged recklessly into the building. It ultimately rolled over the charred remains of Wang Fui, who had been electrocuted, and crashed directly into the glass doors. At the entrance stood Yi Bingtang and Xia Qianqing. What's going on? So that's how it is, no wonder Lu Chen wanted to hide it from me. At that moment, Xia Qianqing had just learned about the cinema from Yi Bingtang. A look of realization crossed her face, mixed with a hint of amusement. No wonder he was too embarrassed to say it. When he comes back, I'll tease him. Ha, wait, where's that engine sound coming from? The Rolls-Royce Phantom's engine showed no signs of concealment, its roaring sound echoing all around. Die. Telekinesis, Xia Qianqing. Yi Bingtang grabbed Xia Qianqing's arm with one hand, pulling her back. Xia Qianqing instantly unleashed her telekinesis on the Rolls-Royce Phantom, causing the rapidly spinning wheels to stiffen momentarily, and the car body swerved outward. In an instant, the Rolls-Royce Phantom transformed, flipping over and crashing through the transparent glass door, slamming into the wall on the inside. The loud screeching sound startled everyone waiting at the door. Their faces were filled with disbelief. This is insane? How did it drive inside the building? Wait. Look. That doesn't seem human. Not human? What nonsense. Holy crap, a monster. Almost instantly, everyone saw clearly. The roof of the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom was shattered by a claw of steel-like texture. Following that, another claw instantly tore through the metal roof. A writhing monster gradually emerged from within. Revenge. Protein. Kill. Swish, the steel-like claws lunged toward the crowd. However, in the next second, Xia Qianqing drew her sword from her waist and charged forward without hesitation. Instantly, the claws and the sword clashed, sparks flying everywhere. The crowd behind was in a frenzy, some running without a clear path, while others were even taking photos. Of course, most were still fleeing. Screams, curses, and collisions filled the once peaceful entrance with an atmosphere of terror. Rainwater seeped into the square from outside. Use spiritual power to block this rain, Yi Bingtang said, conjuring an ice sword in her hand and charging towards the monster. What? The Court of All Beings is launching a massive attack on Linjiang? Have they gone mad? They are a bunch of lunatics. Brother, I don't have time to explain now, get out of Linjiang immediately. Got it, brother. Yi Xiong hung up the phone. His face was extremely grim, his shoulders trembling as he shouted towards Butler Fu at the driver's seat, "Where's Bingtang?" "At Tianlong Square, Mr. Yi." "How far is it from here?" "It's 5 minutes away, Mr. Yi." "Go pick up Bingtang right now. Also, when we get there, I'll get out of the car myself. You are not allowed to get out, especially not to get splashed by the rain, understand?" "Understood." Protein is suddenly, Butler Fu at the driver's seat started foaming at the mouth, his head twisting a full 360 degrees, then spinning 180 degrees. To look at Yi Xiong, revealing a strange smile. The next second, damn! The icy greatsword appeared in Yi Xiong's palm, piercing through Butler Fu's skull. Yi Xiong's expression grew even darker as he yanked Butler Fu's lifeless body and tossed it into the passenger seat. He climbed from the back seat to the driver's position, taking control of the steering wheel again. In the empty corridor, Lu Chen led 3 people hidden in the crowd away. "You really are confident? Do you think you can handle the 3 of us? Alone?" A cold laugh rang out from behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. "I'm quite surprised you're willing to come with me." "Heh, we just don't want the aftermath to harm the little white mice nearby." One tall Westerner waved a hand dismissively, a smirk on his face. "What we bear, the world can't possibly understand. We are great and should be celebrated, yet now, we can only be scorned. How tragic." The seemingly frail Westerner showed a hint of compassion on his face. "Even without praise, even if this road is fraught with thorns, even if we are met with disdain, we still resolutely choose it." The female Westerner's face bore a touch of sadness. "Time will tell everything. In the near future, we will be proven right." Swallowing Heaven White Tiger, return. Grave of the Ruins. A dazzling white light instantly transformed into a surging white tiger, revealing blood-red eyes, and as it raised its paw, a fierce wind surged from all around, turning into sharp wind blades. Meanwhile, the hidden blade in Lu Chen's hand flashed with an even more brilliant light. A terrifying strike capable of threatening all 3 of them suddenly appeared before them. Oh fuck! How is he so strong? This power can't possibly be released by someone at the spirit sea level. I want to know too. This is unscientific. You 2 idiots, hurry up and take action. The 3 of them suddenly became flustered, as if the words of those charlatans just spoken hadn't come from their mouths. "Stinky rats, I'm not in the mood to listen to your nonsense. Die." At 1:55 p.m., local news urgently reports a large explosion at the Linjiang subway hub, with shocking scenes at the site. A high-speed train slowly entered the station when suddenly, a blinding red and white light flashed, followed by a large amount of purple liquid splattering everywhere, causing chaos at the scene. Currently, regarding the recent explosion incident at the Linjiang subway, preliminary investigations suggest that there may have been quality issues during the early construction of the subway station. As time passed, the facilities aged, and safety hazards gradually became apparent, ultimately leading to the explosion. At present, relevant departments have established a key investigation team to conduct an in-depth inquiry into the cause of the incident. Fortunately, according to on-site feedback, there have been no reports of casualties, which is undoubtedly a silver lining amidst the misfortune. The television in the Lao Lu barbecue restaurant was broadcasting today's news. Li Mijuan and Chui Sihai were working as usual. At this moment, there were a few more figures in the restaurant. A man dressed in a linen-colored robe, wearing a yellowed white spiral mask, was sitting at a dining table. Outside the window, a light drizzle of 3-colored rain fell, while inside, there was a peaceful tranquility. Next to him sat a petite figure, draped in a black robe, with a flame-patterned mask on her face. "Since you know all this, why do you allow it to continue?" Li Nijuan asked. He slowly raised his head, his deep black eyes exuding an unspoken authority. He did not reprimand Li Mijuan but rather answered her unusually. "What if I intervene? They will still die, merely aging and decaying in the soil after a long passage of time. Does it matter whether I take action? The outcome will never change. Flowers will wither, and even the strongest walls will eventually crumble. Time will extinguish everything. A momentary joy is merely a prelude to the final tragedy. I am tired." Just a few words, and everyone in the restaurant could feel a suffocating heaviness in the air. "But in this world, no one can escape death," Li Mijuan retorted. He smiled. He did not continue speaking, merely gazing quietly at the light rain outside the window. If there truly exists an immortal being, then this world is indeed filled with malice towards him, the woman with the flame-patterned mask murmured. Crack, the claws, as hard as steel, made intimate contact with the long sword, instantly sparking. The glass door was shattered by a car, and the light drizzle outside continued to seep in. A fierce wind howled. How can he be so strong? Yi Bingtan's expression was not good. The opponent's strength was far beyond that of ordinary monsters. This creature's power was no longer something they could handle. Its strength was enough to rival that of the spirit sea realm. If the man in the black spiral were nearby, he would surely scoff, as this was not something an ordinary monster could compare to. That was the divine potion. Although it was an awakening potion, there was a fundamental difference. Inside, it was mixed with the blood of gods. Ice soul, thousand snowflakes. Yi Bingtan's body erupted with cold air, countless icy energies gradually transforming into petals of ice, like sharp blades sweeping towards the monster. However, these sharp blades merely grazed the monster, as if it were just a scraping. Flesh was cut, yet it instantly healed. Crack, the monster's neck twisted violently, charging towards Yi Bingtang like a zombie. Protein, telekinesis. An invisible force surged forth, and the monster was instantly knocked to the ground. Sa! Chen gasped for breath, leaning on her knees, cold sweat dripping from her forehead. No, if this situation continues, we will be worn out. The monster suddenly let out a roar towards the sky, its eyes flashing a crimson hue, its neck making a 180-degree turn to look at the road outside the already shattered glass door. I smell it. It's his scent. I want to trample him underfoot. Trample him underfoot. Another Rolls-Royce Phantom approached, its bright lights flickering in the distance. Beneath the rain and mist, the pitch-black sky showed no glimmer of light, as if it had turned into a night of day. On the slick road, as the Rolls-Royce Phantom sped towards him, the monster twisted its body 180 degrees, turning like a spider puppet, heading towards the approaching car. He was desperate to trample Yi Xiong underfoot. This had become Wang Jiala's obsession. He resented Yi Xiong, hated him to the core. He wanted to crush Yi Xiong beneath his feet. The Rolls-Royce Phantom drifted to a stop in front of the glass door. Bingtang! Get in the car! Damn! What kind of monster is that? Yi Xiong caught a clear glimpse of the monster's figure through the car window. A chilling aura swept around him like a vortex, and an icy armor formed over his dark suit. Yi Xiong opened the car door. The rain could not penetrate the icy armor, as the spiritual energy isolated him from the water. A long ice blade coalesced in the palm of Yi Xiong's hand. Monster, come on, let me in. You. Decades ago, Yi Xiong was just a minor son of the Yi family. He was foolish, lazy, and arrogant. His swordsmanship was inferior to his brothers, and his knowledge paled in comparison to his sisters. He spent his days idly, carefree. But such days were always short-lived. Gradually, the world played a joke on him. The once unshakable Yi family economy began to falter. His sister, who had always been by his side, was forced into a distant marriage, and his brother, who used to play with him, joined the rumored Dark Knight. Only he remained in this cold family. But he wasn't completely useless. Fortunately, he unexpectedly showed talent in business. He leveraged marriage alliances to gain support from various factions, gradually transitioning from youth to adulthood. Later, he dedicated himself to the family, marrying the daughter of another prominent family in the city. He thought he would live like this forever, in a cold world, living a mechanical and numb life. Until one day, he met a woman. She took him for a stroll through the bustling city, allowing him to feel a long-lost warmth of home. This warmth made him forget everything. He enjoyed watching movies with her, drinking coffee, savoring the simple street food, and embracing each other while watching the New Year's fireworks. This feeling propelled him forward, wanting to break free from all constraints. Unsurprisingly, he cheated. It was not something to be proud of. As the current head of the Yi family, he betrayed his wife, igniting a spark of love with another woman, and together they had his third child. He named her Bingtang, a homophone for ice sugar, because he hoped this child could live a sweet life. He suddenly realized how selfish family alliances were, and he began to want to change, but the ending was tragic. The woman died in a car accident. There was no evidence to prove the accident was man-made. Yi Xiong's heart died along with the woman. He suddenly understood that in this world, what true love was there? It was too extravagant. He had barely reached out to touch it before it shattered into pieces. Love is the most worthless thing in this world, yet it is also the most precious. Yi Xiong, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up, the New Year's fireworks are about to start, come take a picture. Yi Xiong, are you a member of the Yi family? Why didn't you tell me sooner? What am I? A mistress? You're so bad. I'm pregnant, Yi Xiong. Yi Xiong, I don't care. I just want to be with you. Even if there's no title, it doesn't matter. I just want to live a simple life with you. I'm really shameless, aren't I? Being a mistress and still feeling justified. The woman's memories became increasingly vivid. She was so sunny, illuminating his entire world. Like the spring sun, melting the winter's white snow. He really wanted to give up everything from the Yi family. And then fly far away with her. But he couldn't. He was the head of the Yi family, the father of 2 children. He had long been shackled by chains he shouldn't provoke. This woman. This beam of sunlight should have been beautiful and enchanting, forever happy, but his dampness and coldness had harmed this light. I'm sorry, Yi Xiong, it seems I can't continue living with you. Bingtang, mommy is leaving. You have to listen to daddy. Yi Xiong, being with you makes me really happy. You're a romantic person. Can you give me one last hug before I die? I really want to live. I want to see Bingtang grow up, learn to read, eat, grow, and become a beautiful young lady, but it seems I can't. The woman died in Yi Xiong's arms. That night, Yi Xiong cried terribly. He seemed to turn into a child who only knew how to weep. However, the world was cold, and crying wouldn't change anything. So, Yi Xiong picked up the butcher's knife. Since you killed my happiness, then let her be buried with it. Years later, Yi Xiong became the ruler of Lehigh City, wielding immense power, even capable of influencing the hidden knight in Linjiang. He swallowed the group behind the murder of the woman. In fact, the murderer was not hard to guess. The woman's existence would only affect one force, which was his wife's family. He did not divorce because that would split the Yi family's assets. He gradually devoured his wife's family, ultimately consuming it entirely. Faced with pleas for mercy, he felt not a shred of compassion. In the end, he also suffered the consequences. His second daughter betrayed him, his eldest son was at odds with him, and he was left with only his third daughter. He felt somewhat tired. He planned to find a family for his daughter to rely on, so he set his sights on a prominent family in Island City. Although the other party's son had a bad reputation, as long as Bingtang married over, she could gain her freedom. But he still miscalculated. After that, a young man appeared before him, questioning why he wanted to marry off his daughter. He thought the other party liked Bingtang, even wondering if Bingtang might have feelings for him too. He didn't know his daughter's intentions, so he began to take Bingtang to find the other party, intending to test Bingtang's feelings. However, he miscalculated, the other party was already in a relationship. So what? If his daughter liked the other party, he had to snatch him away. But, unfortunately, today was truly an unlucky day. The madman from the sentient court actually attacked Lin Jiang. And they were attacking recklessly without regard for costs. My once proud empire was almost torn apart. In an instant like paper. I thought of Bingtang immediately and rushed in her direction. The cold rain around me dripped onto the ice armor. That radiated chill. Yi Xiong slowly raised his head, looking at the monster before him. At that moment, he seemed to return to his childhood, becoming that inept little son again. But he had to grip the ice blade tightly. This was different from childhood. Losing back then meant losing. And now, history was replaying before his eyes. I couldn't save your mother, but at least this time, I must save you. After all, your mother and I agreed to let you live a sweet life like rock candy. When I, Yi Xiong, make a promise, I always keep it. At this moment, Yi Xiong charged forward with the ice blade in hand. When he raised the ice blade, he was not only striking at the enemy but also at the self that had been toyed with by fate, unable to escape. His life had been deeply entangled in the shackles of his family. Although he had grown into a towering tree, inside he remained that helpless boy. Faced with the declining Yi family, he chose to engage in business. Confronted with the death of his loved one, he chose revenge, and now, facing the monster that threatened his daughter's life, he chose to fight. Though he felt powerless, he had always remained strong to the end. Life may be fleeting, but that is also the charm of life. What does it matter if it is a cage? Living brilliantly is what is truly precious. As the ice blade sliced through the curtain of rain, what burst forth was not the dawn of victory, but a dazzling strike. This strike collided with the steel-like claws, creating a frozen moment. In the next instant, the ice blade was instantly shredded by the sharp steel claws, which pierced through Yi Xiong's shoulder. Beneath the black suit, red blood continuously seeped from the wound, staining the suit. Yi Xiong gathered ice in his palm, wielding the sharp ice blade, and thrust it straight towards the monster's eyes. I am a businessman, how could I suffer a loss? If you want to hurt me, you must also endure some pain. Dark red blood slid down from the monster's head along the ice blade, falling onto the damp street beneath the three-colored rain. The Ice blade spun in a flourish, completely killing the monster. The monster, having never fulfilled its lifelong wish, fell. Just like his own life, bowing and scraping, he collapsed on the damp street, gazing up at the sky. The claws pierced through Yi Xiong's shoulder, and large amounts of blood continuously oozed from the wound. The most terrifying part was that, due to the claw's destruction, Yi Xiong had intimate contact with the three-colored rain. The rainwater seeped into his flesh. Dad! Bingtang, I didn't let you down this time, did I? Yi Xiong gritted his teeth and pulled out the claw embedded in his shoulder. He stepped over the monster's corpse, walking towards Yi Bingtang one step at a time. A hint of joy appeared on his face. This time, he should have protected the person he was meant to guard. Truly, it was wonderful. Dad! Yi Bingtang's voice trembled at this moment. She was shaking uncontrollably, wanting to rush out through the glass door, but was firmly held back by Xia Qianqing. Sister Yi! Wake up! He has been altered. He is no longer your father. Altered? Yi Xiong lowered his head in confusion, looking at his own body. Everything that had just happened was now colliding with his memories, reweaving them. He slowly reached for his hollow chest, which was being rapidly filled with ice. So it turns out. Have I died? I'm truly sorry. I may have disappointed you again. But I have one last message. Bingtang, go live the life you want to live. Dad should not bind you. Perhaps this is retribution. Yi Xiong walked to the entrance of the glass door, gripping the metal frame of the shattered door with one hand, his head bowed, emanating a cold aura, like an ice sculpture. His lower body had long since frozen into ice, and with each step he took, he left behind a frosty footprint, which was then washed away by the rain. Before that, Dad commands you to do one last thing. Kill me. Boom! At this moment, dark clouds erupted with a sudden clap of thunder, flashing a bright light. The thick clouds were illuminated, and even the dragon square beneath the rain mist flashed with a glimmer. At this moment on the stage, it seemed that only Yi Bingtang and Yi Xiong remained. A generation's hero who actually died to protect his daughter, and in the end, would even die at his daughter's hands. And all of this was willingly chosen by this hero. Perhaps most of the time he was cold-blooded and emotionless, but all his lifelong emotions seemed to converge at this moment. Yi Bingtang found it hard to accept the sudden turn of events before her. You want me to kill you? You really are a cold-blooded person. Do you think I can do it? The cold air gradually condensed in Yi Bingtang's hand, forming a long ice dagger. Yi Xiong smiled, gazing at Yi Bingtang, slowly extending his hand as if he wanted to stroke his grown daughter once more. It had been a long time since they had a proper conversation, and he never expected that when he truly intended to show his paternal love, it would be for an eternal farewell. The few meters between them now felt like the distance between the other shore and hell, unreachable yet so close. Stop talking nonsense. If you wait any longer, I won't be able to hold on. While I still have my sanity, kill me. Crack, the ice dagger pierced Yi Xiong's heart, and Yi Bingtang's hand trembled at that moment. Haven't you eaten? Is your strength so weak? And those mutated monsters, you have to decapitate them. Do it! Do it! I said do it! Yi Bingtang! Slash! Under the curtain of the three-colored rain, the frantic voice of the ice sculpture abruptly ceased. The ice sculpture had a blood mark around its neck, and then its head slowly fell off along that blood mark. The howling wind roared, and beneath the rain curtain, only the girl's almost desperate cries remained. In another corner of the square. Run! Monster! Monster! The crowd, having witnessed the monster, rushed chaotically towards the remaining doors of the shop. The square was in turmoil. Outside the square, those who emerged from the other doors twisted their bodies, their eyes glowing red, their torsos turning 180 degrees, like beasts rushing back into the square. Wen Xiaolu was one of the many. Her mind was boiling, yet also felt cold. It was boiling because the scenes were constantly shattering her worldview, the old worldview torn apart like sandpaper. It felt cold because what unfolded before her was a tragedy of humanity. People were fleeing, yet there was no unity, only mutual scheming. You push me, I'll drag you down with me. Unknown monsters poured out from the entrance, cruelly harvesting human flesh and blood, their sharp claws tearing open the bellies of men, women, and children, blood washing over the myriad goods in the square. Intestines and livers hung on a sidewall, blood mixing with the three-colored rain seeping into the square. Besides those who were killing each other just to die a second later, there were also those who rose to fight back. Monster! Give me back my mom! Kill the monster! Kill them! Even in the face of despair, there were always some fools unafraid of death, charging forward without hesitation, only to be torn to pieces by sharp claws in an instant. When Xiaolu was frozen in fear, standing 3 meters from the door, watching the monster outside, bathed in the mist of the three-colored rain, bloodied intestines hanging from its hands, twisting as it approached her. The proximity to The door caused the rainwater from the three-colored rain to splash onto her face. Protein, the monster, exhaling white steam, stepped closer to Wen Xiaolu. She thought it would tear her apart, ending her laughable life. Now, she had lost everything. Like a beautiful and vibrant flower, blooming briefly, unseen by anyone, she had offered her best to unworthy filth, while the happiness that once belonged to her was ignored. She regretted it, but no longer vibrant or beautiful, she had become a withered flower. The belated regret was even less than filth. Everything was too late, life, there was no turning back. Once the wrong path was chosen, one could only be wrong for a lifetime. This bittersweet feeling was rarely understood. But, why not kill me? When Xiaolu's eyes widened as a monster brushed past her, heading towards the crowd behind her, leaving her standing alone. It was as if even the withered flower was something the monster would avoid. Big brother. A little girl, about half a meter tall, stumbled around a corner, her chubby face filled with confusion. Do you know where my mommy went? The black American-style hoodie was stained with bright red blood. The Western-style blue jeans were splattered with a few streaks of blood. The man had two long, thin tang knives tucked into his waist, and he gently bent down to shield the girl's view. Little sister, did you get lost from your mommy? Don't be afraid, big brother will help you find mommy. Hee, thank you, big brother. The little girl's honey-colored, round eyes blinked adorably. The pale yellow puffy dress she wore made her look just like a little princess. Chen skillfully blocked her line of sight, also concealing the dismembered corpse he had left behind. But before we find mommy, you have to listen to big brother, okay? Chen was very good at comforting children, his voice was soft. As he gently embraced the little girl and whispered, can you close your eyes for me? Close my eyes? The little girl showed a hint of confusion but obediently shut her eyes. She hugged Chen tightly. Big brother, you smell so nice. I seem to sizzle. The sound abruptly stopped. Chen slowly closed his eyes, tears streaming from the corners, his fingers gripping the hidden blade turning pale. He clenched his teeth, his voice hoarse. I'm sorry. He let go of the girl, and a large amount of blood gushed from his neck. His head fell to the ground with a thud. The cute face had 2 rows of sharp teeth, mixed with blood and flesh. Announcement: attention all citizens of Linjiang, do not go outside, do not come into direct contact with the rain. The rain is highly toxic, touching it will likely turn you into a monster. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. The loudspeaker on the concrete pillar blared. Below the pillar, monsters were prowling. The roars formed an absurd contrast to the broadcast announcement. White Tiger's true strike, a pure white light flashed, and a bloodline appeared at the waist of a monster. Mu Huanyu, be careful. Duching's figure blocked Mu Huanyu, slicing down a monster that had ambushed him. Mu Huanyu also dispatched the monster that lunged at him. At this moment, countless monsters roamed the road on the bridge, baring their teeth and claws, converging towards Duching and Mu Huanyu. Under the curtain of the three-colored rain, blood flew, as if returning to the Warring States period. Flesh was sliced by cold iron weapons, and a large amount of blood pooled on the dark, waterlogged road, gradually forming a bloodbath. Mu Huanyu, get in the car. Captain Du. This is an order. I can't do it. You have to listen. Get in the car, I'll carve a bloody path for you, then we'll go to headquarters. I believe the captain will have a way. What about you? What time is it? Still thinking about me? You take care of yourself first. Stop being so wishy-washy, get in the car. I can't just leave you behind. Bastard. Originally, we could have lost 2 eggs, but now we can save one, why not protect the other? Or do you want me to die without value? Besides, I am Duching. The owner of immortality, I will not die. Sizzle, the white blade pierced through the monster's abdomen, then withdrew, a flourish of the knife severing the monster's head. At this moment, Duching's black leather coat was stained with blood, and the black tattoos on his body flashed with a white glow. With a swing of his long knife, several monsters were instantly slain. Get in the car. Duching turned around and kicked Mu Huanyu into the yellowing white sedan. He then raised his long knife and charged at the monsters. Mu Huanyu was drenched, his eyes gradually radiating a crimson hue, as the blood moon continuously split within his eyeball, quickly filling his entire eye. Captain Du. I seem to be unable to move. I think something's wrong with me. Mu Huanyu propped his face up with his hands, trembling all over, his body starting to twist. Just then, a voice from outside the car came in again. Think of those who love you, think of those you love. Becoming a monster is not terrifying, what's terrifying is becoming a true monster. At least, with our souls, we are the masters. Mu Huanyu, do not allow yourself to be altered. Also, if I really don't survive, please pass a message to Jiro. I'm sorry, I have to leave again. And tell that brat Chen that he is the best class I've ever taught. I'm really happy he acknowledges me as his teacher, and today is his birthday. I wanted to wish him a happy birthday, but it's a bit late now. Duching's voice gradually became faint, and he began to emit a pitch-black mist. His long black hair surprisingly grew longer, reaching his waist, and the white light in his hand transformed into a dark black flame. Before you pass on my message, stay alive. Duching's voice became extremely hoarse, as if it were the sound coming from a monster's throat. His eyes turned blood red, and two sharp fangs grew from his mouth. Yet, where he swung his knife was the realm of monsters. His sanity remained, even though he seemed to have become a monster. Just as he had said, every ability user is a gift from heaven, yet also a forsaken heretic. We are all monsters, but as long as humanity remains, we are all human. White Tiger. Zhenggang / The pitch-black light extinguished the monsters in front of the old sedan, as he shot like an arrow into the horde of monsters ahead. However, in the end, even two fists could not withstand four hands, and sharp teeth sank into his shoulder. Claws embedded into his flesh, digging deep into his thigh. His black coat was riddled with holes, and countless monsters lunged at Duching, one after another. Because of Duching's distraction, a small gap opened up in front of Mu Huanyu. Just enough for him to escape this bridge. Through the rain curtain, Mu Huanyu looked at the figure entangled with the monsters. He no longer hesitated or dawdled. This glimmer of hope for survival was bought with Duching's life. He had to survive. Just to convey Duching's last words. The crimson in his eyes gradually stabilized, and two lines of blood tears streamed down his face. Captain Du. Goodbye. The old yellowing white sedan suddenly burst through the gap created by the monsters, splashing water everywhere. Beneath the dark clouds, under the covered bridge, a three-colored rain fell softly. Apart from the sound of the engine starting, there were the sounds of blades piercing flesh and the gnawing of teeth. Wan Xiaolu. Inside a spacious commercial building, a narrow path was splattered with blood. A figure in a plain white dress spread two white wings, appearing as pure as an angel. But the stench of blood seemed to stab at Lu Chen's nerves. As the figure before him twisted gradually, blood splattered across Wen Xiaolu's gentle face as she bit down on the severed hand in her grasp. His eyes were completely covered in a dark red hue. At this moment, Lu Chen, who found himself in this space, felt an overwhelming silence around him, with only the sound of Wen Xiaolu gnawing on her arm growing clearer. Lu Chen. It seemed she had been stimulated. Wen Xiaolu hurriedly turned her head, hiding the mangled arm she had been chewing on, which exposed half of its white bone behind her back. She took 2 steps back, trembling slightly, and shrank her body. Don't kill me. I'm just too hungry, it's not my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame them for being so delicious. I couldn't help it, I ate him. Lu Chen, you like me, right? When Xiaolu suddenly stepped forward, her once fair face now as pale as a corpse. She nervously lifted her head and asked, her dark red eyes particularly striking. Her pure white dress was stained with blood, damp and dripping. The high heels she had been wearing had mysteriously vanished, and she walked barefoot on the slick ground, stepping through pools of blood as she approached Lu Chen. She slowly extended her arms. If it were you, you would definitely understand me, right? Actually, I liked you too, really. Otherwise, do you think I would be so foolish as to give you chocolate on Valentine's Day? I've always been watching you, it's just that you were too weak. Why didn't you confess to me? Why did you make me always look up to your back? I agree with Wang Fui, it's all because of your weakness. If you had stood up that day, I would have gone with you. But you didn't. I'm so disappointed. I thought you would always be a coward, so I completely gave up on you. But why are you standing in front of me again? So dazzling. You tore apart my happiness, do you know that? Lu Chen didn't move, he just stood there quietly. When Xiaolu's claws gripped his shoulders, her fingers sinking into his flesh. A heart-wrenching sound echoed in his chest, merging with the patter of the light rain outside, as if it had transformed into a symphony of tragic fate. Lu Chen moved, his hand gently patted Wen Xiaolu's back. I'm sorry. My strength seems to have come too late. When Xiaolu's mouth suddenly opened wide, sharp teeth sinking into Lu Chen's shoulder, as if she intended to bite off his shoulder. A flash of pain crossed Lu Chen's face, yet he still gently patted Wen Xiaolu's shoulder. Even though you lied to me, I don't blame you. How could you have really liked me? Haven't I always been your backup? Don't say such insincere things, even if it was your survival instinct that forced you to say it. But you really fulfilled my dream, it seems what you said is true, then I wouldn't be a clown anymore, but fake is still fake. Also, I actually hit Wang Fui on purpose, I just couldn't stand how sweet you were with him. Isn't that selfish? I'm really sorry. I'm not a good person. I'm just an ordinary person, I can be jealous, sad, angry, and in pain. As for now, let me end you. And about the campus life with you, thank you. The chocolate was delicious, and you were very interesting, always making me laugh. Die. 2 hidden blades were drawn from Lu Chen's waist, positioned like scissors against Wen Xiaolu's neck. Then, cracked blood gushed out like a fountain. splattering red across Lu Chen's eyes. The mocking voice deep within him emerged at this moment. You really are becoming less and less like yourself. Do you know? This damned world is a furnace of iron. It's not that I don't want to be myself. Breathing heavily, blood foam rolling between his teeth, it's the moment when molten iron is poured into the mold, forcibly melting away even the fingerprints. I once asked you to inquire about Lu Chen, what this world is like. He gently chewed on the grilled lamb skewers, taking a sip of vodka with a light laugh. The ghostly figure wearing a clown mask stood respectfully to the side, pouring vodka for him. He continued, this is how he answered. The world? It is cruel. It is unfair. But the world is also filled with love. It is fair. The world is, after all, an illusion. A remarkably real illusion. I believe he must deeply feel the truth of these words now. The cold, cruel, illusory reality of the world, truly detestable. He chuckled softly, finishing the lamb skewer and tossing the iron stick onto the wooden table. He snapped his fingers. A piano was placed in the center of the barbecue shop. Yao Gui, it's your turn to perform. Yes, my lord. Yao Gui made an elegant bow and then approached the piano. He slowly sat down, still wearing his white gloves, his hands gliding over each key, then softly asked, my lord, which piece would you like to hear? The Wedding in the Dream. A classic piano piece, Li Midwa said. Yao Gui bowed again, and then his fingers danced like fairies over the piano keys. He seemed like a piano master, his fingers light and quick, fluttering over the keys. Beautiful notes wove into a lovely melody that lingered in the air, accompanied by the gentle patter of rain outside, the crackling of charcoal, and the sizzling lamb skewers. Oh right, a bottle of strong liquor to accompany it, dreamlike and surreal. The song soon ended, and then came Yao's voice, illusionary daytime. All right, my lord. I shall present it now. My name is Ling Tian, and I am an extreme outsider. My presence always tends to be nearly non-existent. I clearly love this world, but this world hides me away, and I cannot find anyone who acknowledges my existence. People always subconsciously ignore me. Long ago, I naively thought that my presence was simply too low. But I was wrong. Everyone just didn't want to talk to someone as dull as me. Until one day, I awakened my special ability. At that moment, I was completely abandoned by the world. No self automatically reduces presence, eliminates self-awareness to achieve an effect similar to invisibility. But just at that moment, a beam of light shone in. Kid. My name is Duching, and you're the only one who awakened a special ability? You really are hard to find, the kind that's 100% invisible in a crowd. A good ability, you have the talent of an assassin. I have high hopes for you. What's your name? At that moment, the boy felt the sensation of his existence being validated. This feeling was wonderful. It was as if he had been discovered. At that moment, he seemed to have someone to confide in. Like a drifting ship finally finding a sturdy vessel to rely on, or a lost bird returning to its flock heading south. Lang Tian, my name is Lang Tian. Lang Tian, huh? Nice name. From now on, you'll be part of my 8th team. You should now call me Du Captain. The drizzling tricolor rain transformed into a curtain of rain beneath the black sky. Inside the Qianye base. What do you think? What happened to Du Captain? More excited than anyone, Lang Tian grabbed Mu Huanyu's shoulder, his voice trembling. Du Captain won't die, right? He is immortal. I'm sorry. I don't know. Mu Huanyu's expression was gloomy. Standing there like a withered tree, allowing Ling Tian to grip his collar and tug back and forth. I don't know, before you left, Du didn't die, right? Tell me, where is he? Ling Tian shouted. Tang Mingshan. Beside him covered her mouth with one hand. The news of Du Xing's death was undoubtedly a declaration of his demise, and the impact on her was not to be underestimated. The Lang Tian before her now gave her an utterly unfamiliar feeling. It was as if a roaring beast was questioning why its home had been destroyed. Tang Long clenched his fists, unwilling to accept it, and slammed his fist on the table. According to Mu Huanyu, it's been 10 minutes since he drove from the bridge to here. By the time I get back to the bridge, another 10 minutes will have passed. 20 minutes is enough time for the monster to devour Du completely. Even if he is immortal. Damn it! He slammed his fist down on the table again. His eyes were moist, and the image of that boisterous, bear-like man kept flashing through his mind. Although he could be a bit scatterbrained at times, he was still a captain worthy of respect. He often looked exhausted, yet he held everything together alone thanks to immortality. He could have rested a bit longer, but he always gave up that time to rest. It won't happen. Du won't be in trouble. We're going to save him now. Maybe we can bring him back. Lang Tian gripped his disheveled hair tightly, his face somewhat twisted, tears soaking his collar as he released Mu Huanyu, and stumbled toward the door. You can't bring him back. Tang Long gritted his teeth. Lang Tian said, we can bring him back. You can't bring him back. I said I can bring him back. You can't bring him back.